reborn 10,000 years in the past, right before a game descends upon reality. With the advantage of rebirth, I start with a God King level innate talent, ultimate sacrifice. By sacrificing boss corpses, I can gain heaven-defying talents and skills. While others are still struggling with novice quests, I have already sacrificed the corpse of the Thunder God King I slew before my rebirth, obtaining the God King talent, Heart of Thunder, and 10,000 free attribute points. In this life, I will start with a God tier hand, sweep away all obstacles, and ascend to the throne of gods once more. Am I reborn? In a rented room, Lee Chen suddenly opened his eyes, staring at his youthful hands. His memory was still stuck in the desperate situation of being hunted by several God Kings. He vividly remembered obtaining the Supreme Godhead, just one step away from becoming the Supreme God, only to be betrayed by his closest friend. 10 powerful God Kings joined forces to hunt him down. Even with his top-tier combat power, he only managed to kill the Thunder God King at the cost of grievous injuries before falling in battle. At the final moment of his life, the blue ring on his finger, a gift from his late mother, shone brightly, bringing him back 10,000 years. He picked up his phone. The date was July 15, 2021. Just a month ago, a game called God Maker had descended, with its true purpose being exactly as its name suggested, to create gods. In his previous life, he had entered the game more than 2 months after its launch, relying on this very ring, eventually becoming the 10th God King of Earth. "Old friend, take me into the game," Lee Chen whispered to the ring. In an instant, his vision went black. He found himself in a boundless starry sky. Player detected, scanning data. Please enter your name. Starry sky and mist. This was his ID from his previous life. Naming successful. Activating innate talent. May player, Starry Sky and Mist, have a pleasant game. The scene changed, and he appeared in a dim room in Novice Village No. 10,086. He skillfully opened his inventory, which contained a novice gift pack. Opening it, he received a +2 strength, wooden stick, and 10 bottles of health potion. After equipping the stick, Lee Chen opened his personal interface. Player, Starry Sky and Mist. Level, 0. Attributes omitted. Innate talent, ultimate sacrifice, God King level. Seeing the last line, Lee Chen's eyes flashed with brilliant light. God King level. It's a God King level innate talent. In his previous life, he had started with only a gold level talent, relying on the ring to upgrade it step by step to God King level. But in this life, he started with a God tier hand. He eagerly checked the talent's details. Ultimate sacrifice, God King level. Effect 1, sacrifice creature corpses to receive feedback from the universe. Effect 2, randomly obtain free attribute points. Effect 3, sacrificing boss corpses guarantees special rewards, talents, skills, etc. Can sacrifice up to God King level corpses. I can get stronger just by sacrificing corpses? Lee Chen grinned. In God Maker, the one thing that was never in short supply was corpses. He didn't even need to grind monsters himself. He could just follow other players and pick up their leftovers. I wonder if the God King corpse in my ring is still there. An idea struck Lee Chen. He looked at the ring on his finger. Besides upgrading talents, it also had an infinitely large internal space. After killing the Thunder God King in his previous life, he had stored the body inside. He opened the ring's space, a look of both disappointment and surprise on his face. All the resources and divine corpses were gone, but to his surprise, the magnificent corpse of the Thunder God King lay quietly within. Sacrifice. Lee Chen didn't hesitate. A stream of light flew from the ring into his body. You have sacrificed a God King level corpse. You have randomly obtained 10,000 free attribute points. You have obtained the following special rewards. 1. Talent, Heart of Thunder, God King level. 2. 10 points of divinity. 10,000 free attribute points. In the early game, this was an amount that could crush all other players. And what made him even more ecstatic was the God King level talent. Heart of Thunder, God King level. Effect 1, immune to 100% of lightning damage. Effect 2, increases own lightning damage by 10,000%. Effect 3, using lightning skills consumes no mana, and skill cooldown is reduced by 50%. It's forcing me down the path of a mage, Lee Chen mused. Immunity to lightning damage meant he could fearlessly farm the lightning sprites near the Novice Village, a map no one else dared to enter. He immediately allocated his 10,000 attribute points, 8,000 to intelligence, 1,000 to strength, and 1,000 to constitution. Instantly, his health surged to over 20,000, turning him into a super tank, and his intelligence reached a terrifying 8,010. Closing the panel, Lee Chen, holding his wooden stick, walked out of the initial room. Instead of crowding around the village chief's house for novice quests like other players, he headed straight for a remote blacksmith shop, guided by his memory. Inside, a frail-looking middle-aged man, Huang Tao, was hammering iron. In his previous life, it took 3 months for a player to discover the hidden quest here. Boss, I'm planning to hunt the wild boar king deep in the forest. Do you have any powerful weapons to recommend? Li Chen got straight to the point. Hearing the words wild boar king, Huang Tao's expression instantly turned sad and angry, as his younger brother had died at its hands. Adventurer, please wait a moment. Huang Tao went into the back room and returned with an ancient-looking longsword. This sword was left by my ancestors. I'm lending it to you. If you can successfully hunt the wild boar king, it's yours. Ding! You have triggered the hidden quest blacksmith Huang Tao's revenge. Li Chen took the sword. This was his goal. Etienne sword, sealed, quest item. Grade, strength plus 50. Bonus attribute 1, strength plus 20. Bonus attribute 2, physical penetration plus 10%. Bonus attribute 3, attack speed plus 20%. A sealed divine weapon. In the novice village, this was an absolute game changer. Li Chen strolled towards the village exit, holding the Etienne sword. Along the way, countless players cast envious glances at him. Just outside the village, a player with the ID 1 sword Startles Thunder stopped him. Brother, are you selling the sword in your hand? I'll offer 10,000 Yenghua currency. Li Chen recognized this ID. He was a top-tier sword cultivator in the Yenghua region in his previous life but was unfortunately assassinated early on. Sorry, not for sale. Li Chen refused but added him as a friend. Brother Starry Sky, want to team up? It's too hard to get a monster kill right now. 1 sword Startles Thunder invited. No thanks, I'm used to being alone. What a poser, just a level 0 newbie. A yellow-haired youth behind 1 sword Startles Thunder muttered disdainfully. Li Chen ignored him and walked away. Just then, an elite monster, larger than the usual wild chickens, spawned near him. Large wild chicken, elite, level 3, HP 500, attack 30. Cousin, it's an elite monster, let's get it. The yellow-haired youth shouted excitedly. 1 sword Startles Thunder glanced at the stats and frowned. With their team's current strength, attacking this elite monster was suicide. The large wild chicken had already locked onto the nearest target, Li Chen, and charged at him. This newbie is dead meat, the yellow-haired youth gloated. Another team of 5 led by Luotian Quangsha also smiled, waiting for Li Chen to be killed so they could loot his weapon. Just as everyone thought Li Chen was doomed, he swung his sword. The Etienne sword drew a perfect arc. Minus 1080. A 4-digit red damage number appeared above the large wild chicken's head. With a mournful cry, it collapsed on the spot, turning into a flash of white light. Instant kill. The entire area fell silent. The yellow-haired youth was dumbfounded, his face burning with shame. Luotian Quangsha's eyes instantly turned scorching hot. He realized Li Chen's power came entirely from that sword. He immediately led his 4 underlings and surrounded Li Chen menacingly. Nice one, little brother, Luotian Quangsha said with a fake smile. Let's not beat around the bush. I've taken a liking to your weapon. I'll give you 1,000 Yenghua currency for it. Li Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot. 1,000? Dream on. Luotian Quangsha's face darkened. Kid, I suggest you think carefully. We are from the Luotian Guild. Hand over the weapon now, or else. Or else what? Li Chen interrupted. I'll give you a fart. Do you want to smell it? Luotian Quangsha was enraged. Brothers, get your weapons. Kill this insolent fool. -12, -11, -13. Notice, you have been maliciously attacked by player Luotian Quangsha. You have gained the right to counterattack. Kill the opponent and the death penalty will be significantly increased. Notice, you have been maliciously attacked by player Luotian Quanggu. You have gained the right to counterattack. Kill the opponent and the death penalty will be significantly increased. Notice, you have been maliciously attacked by player Luotian Quangyan. In the God creation game, there is no concept of red names. However, if a player maliciously attacks another and is killed in return, the death penalty will be greatly increased. Luotian Quangsha and the other 4 acted simultaneously, and 5 damage values appeared above Li Chen. In an instant, Li Chen's health dropped by more than 50 points. For an ordinary level 0 player, losing more than 50 points of health would mean losing half their life. But Li Chen was different. His health was a staggering 20,000. Even the boss in the novice village didn't have as much health as Li Chen. Li Chen glanced disdainfully at the group. Even if he stood still, they would never be able to kill him. With a constitution of 1005, Li Chen's health regeneration reached 100 points per second. Just as 50 points of health disappeared, they were restored in the next moment. However, among players, unless there are special skills or items, one can only see how much health the opponent has lost. The health recovery value is completely invisible. Fortunately, the 5 of them couldn't see it, otherwise their mentality would definitely shatter in an instant. On the other side, the yellow-haired youth beside Jian Jinglei felt his fear vanish. In its place was a face full of schadenfreude. Ha, cousin, this fool actually offended someone from the Luo Tian Guild. That's the Luo Tian Guild. one of the top gaming guilds in Yin country, this fool is doomed. Hearing this, Yi Jianjing lay shot-in impatient glare at the yellow-haired youth. He had noticed that there was no panic on Li Chen's face at all. Even at this moment he's still completely calm. He's either a fool or doesn't take those 5 from the Luo Tian guild seriously at all. From his previous words and actions, this person definitely isn't a fool, so it must be the second option. He doesn't regard those 5 at all. Is it because of that sword? Or does he have an incredibly powerful innate talent? Yi Jianjing lay squinted his eyes, carefully observing Li Chen, analyzing in his heart. You brat, facing death and still acting tough. Luo Tian Quangsha felt increasingly annoyed at Li Chen's calm demeanor. By now, he didn't even know if he was more irritated by Li Chen's indifference or his astonishing good looks. Bro, send him back to the novice village. With a shout, Luo Tian Quangsha swung his club. Down again. 26. This time, the attack triggered a critical hit. Immediately after, the remaining 4 each took a swing at Li Chen. 12. However, the anticipated flash of white light did not occur, and Luo Tian Quangsha's eyes widened. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he said, I understand. Now, your awakened talent must be related to health points, right? But so what? Offending me, even if you're a blood cow, I will still kill you today. After saying this, Luo Tian Quangsha raised the wooden club in his hand, preparing to strike. However, this time, Li Chen did not give him the chance to continue attacking. A bunch of useless trash. If your strength isn't enough, don't try to show off like others. Go die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chen swung the Etienne sword, striking directly at Luo Tian Quangsha. 1075. In the next moment, a flash of white light flickered, and Luo Tian Quangsha vanished. Unlike players, wild monsters, and NPCs, when a player dies, their body simply disappears in an instant. Watching the boss being killed in an instant by Li Chen, the remaining 4 froze for a moment, raising their wooden sticks high, but it was as if they were frozen, suspended in midair. The 4 of them were stunned, but Li Chen was not. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 consecutive sounds of breaking air rang out, and the remaining 4 did not escape the fate of being killed by Li Chen in an instant. White light flashed repeatedly, and the 4 disappeared without a trace. In the distance, One Sword Thunder had already anticipated this, but when he saw Li Chen's 5 consecutive sword strikes, each dealing over 1,000 damage, he couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This guy, could he possibly have awakened an epic level talent? How terrifying to be this strong. At level 0, an epic level talent, it's just too frightening. One Sword Thunder thought to himself. Little did he know, Li Chen's talent was not epic level but 2 tiers higher at the god level. Behind One Sword Thunder, the yellow-haired youth trembled, fear once again invading his heart. Damn it, 5 useless fools, I thought you were so impressive, but you were all taken down by a kid with a single sword, just like that. The yellow-haired youth roared in his heart. Then, he looked at his cousin One Sword Thunder and said, Cousin, I suddenly feel a bit unwell, I'm logging off now. After saying that, the yellow-haired youth flashed in white light and decisively logged off. Seeing this, One Sword Thunder cast a faint glance at the spot where his cousin had disappeared. He had already made up his mind that he wouldn't take that idiot along for leveling up in the future. Fortunately, Li Chen had a good temper. If one day this guy offended some hot-tempered big shot with his foul mouth, wouldn't he be in trouble too? Notification, you have been killed by player, Starry Sky and Mist. Due to death penalty increase, your level -2. You dropped 50% of your game currency. Notification, you have resurrected. In the dimly lit room of Newbie Village 10086, white light flickered. Inside the room, Luo Tian Crazy Shark resurrected. With a bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? I was killed by a level 0 with a single sword? After a while, Luo Tian Crazy Shark snapped back to reality, suddenly remembering the notification sound. It can't be true. Panic spread across his face as he quickly opened his attribute panel. Damn, my level dropped by 2 levels. Ah! In an instant, Luo Tian Crazy Shark's level plummeted from 4 to 2. In the god-making game, leveling up was incredibly difficult. Moreover, the beginner map outside the newbie village was swarming with players competing for wild monsters, further increasing the difficulty of leveling up. It took him 3 whole days to reach level 4. During those 3 days, he spent almost 20 hours a day grinding in the wild. Yet now, he was back to square one with a single sword. Starry Sky and Mist, I won't rest until we settle this. Luo Tian Crazy Shark's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and roared. On the other side, Luo Tian Crazy Bone and the other 3 were no better off than Luo Tian Crazy Shark. Their levels also dropped by 2 levels, and for a moment, all 5 of them went crazy. After a long while, Luo Tian Crazy Shark opened his friend panel. His gaze fell on the top ID in the friend list. Luo Tian Annihilation. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tian Crazy Shark sent a message to Luo Tian Annihilation. Big brother, are you there? I got killed. Meanwhile, in the central area of the Crazy Thunder main city, in a huge shop, Luo Tian Annihilation, who was resting, received a message. Upon realizing it was from his younger brother, Luo Tian Annihilation smiled slightly and then opened the message. Before long, a cloud of gloom spread across Luo Tian Annihilation's face. Starry sky and mist? Daring to kill my brother, you'd better not teleport to Crazy Thunder Main City or I will kill you every time I see you. On the other side, outside the newbie village, Li Chen looked at the spot where the 5 had vanished. At this moment, 6 white light orbs were floating. In midair, 5 of them were dropped by the 5 Rotian Quangsha after their deaths, and the last light orb was dropped by the Deiji after its demise. Seeing these light orbs, Li Chen walked over directly and picked up all the items. Ding dong, you have obtained gold coins, *2. Ding dong, you have obtained gold coins, *1. Ding dong, you have obtained Great Cleaver, *1. Among the 5 light orbs dropped by Rotian Quangsha, Li Chen received a total of 6 gold coins. The light orb dropped by Deiji contained a Great Cleaver. 6 gold coins, though not much, is better than nothing. Li Chen knew that at the beginning of the game, everyone did not take the god creation game seriously enough, so the market for game currency was not very good. In the early stages of the game, the market rate for game currency was 1 gold coin equals 100 Yenhua coins, so 6 gold coins were only equivalent to 600 Yenhua coins. However, for Li Chen at this moment, 600 Yenhua coins could alleviate his urgent needs. After all, he was a member of the Moonlight Clan and he basically had no cash on him. In his previous life, he should have been working as a waiter at KFC right now, not killing 5 people in the game. In this life, Li Chen naturally could not go back to a job where he had to read people's faces. Quitting was inevitable. Therefore, this would also mean he wouldn't receive his salary for the month. Without a salary, he wouldn't even be able to pay next month's rent, and if he couldn't earn some money in the game, he would end up sleeping on the streets next month. I have enough for rent, but I still need to earn some living expenses, otherwise, as a powerful god, I might starve to death. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared on Li Chen's face. He had forgotten how many years it had been since he had been in such a dire situation. Finally, he turned his gaze to the Great Cleaver he had placed in his backpack. Great Cleaver, rank, none. Equipment requirement, none. Basic attributes, strength plus 10 additional attribute 1, strength plus 3 description, a Great Cleaver with an unremarkable name, but it is a decent weapon for the weak stage, obtainable by hunting Deiji outside the novice village. Li Chen took the Great Cleaver out of his backpack. Looking at the shiny Great Cleaver in his left hand, a distant memory surged in his mind. I almost forgot, in the novice village, this Great Cleaver is quite a good weapon. Leveling up only increases attack power by 1 point, and even with the additional 2 free attribute points, this Great Cleaver is equivalent to a player leveling up 4 levels. Li Chen's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Selling this Great Cleaver for 1,000 or so coins would be completely unproblematic. Now, what he needed to do was find a buyer. After looking around, Li Chen's smile became even brighter. In the early stages of the game, players could only enter the game through game pods. The cheapest game pod on the market was worth 100,000 Yenhua coins. This meant that players entering the game at this stage were completely different from Li Chen. They certainly wouldn't mind spending 1,000 or so coins. Just then, Yi Jianjing Lei suddenly walked over. He had long known from the game strategy that the Great Cleaver dropped by Deiji was a small premium weapon in the novice village. So, when he saw the shiny Great Cleaver in Li Chen's hand, he was tempted to buy it. Although he had awakened a swordsmanship talent, which was a very powerful legendary level swordsmanship talent, he had no choice now. He would buy anything that could speed up his farming, even a big iron hammer. Xing Kong brother, are you selling that Great Cleaver? Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that before he could find a customer had come to him first. How much can you offer? Li Chen immediately asked. Mi Jianjing Lei pondered for a moment and then said 3,000 Yenhua coins. Hearing this, Li Chen's eyes widened. His estimated price was only around 800 to 1,000, yet Yi Jianjing Lei had offered 3 times that. Not satisfied? One Sword Shocking Thunder saw Li Chen's expression and thought that Li Chen was dissatisfied with his offer. Dissatisfied? That was impossible. Just as Li Chen was about to explain, One Sword Shocking Thunder spoke again. Brother Starry Sky, this big machete, although it is a minor exquisite weapon, 3,000 is actually far beyond its intrinsic value. However, I am willing to befriend you. 5,000 yen country coins, really can't go any higher. If you're still not satisfied, then I can only regretfully take my leave. Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting that he would be surprised for a moment and then earn an extra 2,000 yen country coins. 5,000 yen country coins was significantly more than Li Chen's monthly salary. He quickly replied, satisfied, satisfied, very satisfied. One Sword Shocking Thunder, I'm definitely going to be friends with you. Upon hearing this, One Sword Shocking Thunder revealed a brilliant smile. For him, 5,000 yen country coins was merely the cost of a breakfast. Spending the cost of a breakfast to befriend someone who could very likely become a top player in the future was a deal that was sure to profit. Ding dong, your friend, Starry Sky and Mist, has gifted you a big machete. At that moment, One Sword Shocking Thunder received such a notification. Brother Starry Sky is quite generous. Aren't you afraid I might take the weapon and not pay you? One Sword Shocking Thunder asked in surprise. Hearing this, Li Chen laughed heartily and said, I trust your character, Thunder Brother, and even if you really don't pay, I will come after you. Until you do. When One Sword Shocking Thunder heard the first half of Li Chen's words, he felt a bit moved, but when he heard the latter half, he couldn't help but shiver. He had no doubt about Li Chen's words. After all, he had witnessed Li Chen kill 5 people in a row, dealing a staggering 1,000 points of damage. Let alone 1,000 points of damage, even 100 points of damage was considered abnormally high in the novice village. Then, Li Chen told One Sword Shocking Thunder his bank account number. One Sword Shocking Thunder was not dilly-dallying. He decisively transferred 5,000 cash to Li Chen's account. Moments later, Li Chen received a bank transfer notification. Your debit card account 6292, on August 15, received 5,000 renminbi, balance after transaction 5,717.67 Huaxia Bank. The first bucket of gold in this life had arrived. After receiving the bank transfer notification, Li Chen smiled and patted One Sword Shocking Thunder's shoulder, saying the words One Sword Shocking Thunder wanted to hear. Thunder Brother is generous. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to find me. As long as I can help, I will not hesitate. Upon hearing this, One Sword Shocking Thunder smiled. After chatting for a few more moments, Li Chen turned to leave. On the way, whenever Li Chen saw the corpses of nearby wild monsters, he would casually collect them into his ring space. This led to many players glancing at him a couple more times. They weren't concerned about the wild monster corpses. After all, in the novice village, one could not acquire life skills. Without life skills, the corpses of wild monsters were of no use to the players. Moreover, the wild monsters would completely disappear 10 minutes after death. So, when they saw Li Chen picking up the wild monster corpses, their expressions ranged from strange to mocking. Li Chen certainly knew that wild monster corpses could only exist for 10 minutes. However, he had discovered in his previous life that his ring was quite magical. Any item placed inside would have its time frozen. This meant that as long as these wild monster corpses were collected into Li Chen's ring space, they would never disappear. Soon, Li Chen walked into the forest. Ding dong, you have arrived at the forest. Tip, based on your level assessment, the current map is extremely dangerous. Please be cautious, players. Hearing the notification, Li Chen paid it no mind. In the forest, the types and numbers of wild monsters would increase significantly, and their levels would also rise considerably. This is the best leveling spot for players at levels 5 to 6, so players entering the forest are mostly of these two levels. Unlike Li Chen, these level 5 to 6 players enter in groups. After all, there are too many obstacles in the forest, unlike the plains outside the novice village, where one can easily spot the locations of wild monsters without fear of ambush. Around the forest's edge, many players are grinding and leveling up. When they noticed Li Chen walking into the forest alone, their expressions were somewhat strange. Another lone wolf coming in to die, scoffed a young man with the ID lone wolf from one of the teams, looking at Li Chen with disdain. Upon hearing this, a sweet-looking girl in the team shot him a fierce glare. I won't allow you to say that about that young man. After saying this, the girl's gaze turned to Li Chen's back, her face filled with infatuation. Seeing this, Lone Wolf couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn this face value era. Li Chen continued on his way and soon walked deep into the forest. The forest is vast. Even if only 10,000 players from the novice village entered, or even 100,000 or 1,000,000 players surged in, it wouldn't stir up much of a wave. Once deep in the forest, it became hard to see other players. Noticing that no one was around, Li Chen took out the monster corpses he had stored in his space ring. In an instant, dozens of wild chicken corpses piled up in front of him. Sacrifice. As soon as he spoke, these wild chicken corpses transformed into white light, rushing into Li Chen's forehead one after another. You have sacrificed a non-rank corpse. You randomly gained 1 free attribute point. You have sacrificed a non-rank corpse. You randomly gain 3 free attribute points. You have sacrificed a non-rank corpse. You randomly gain 6 free attribute points. Dozens of notification sounds echoed in Li Chen's mind. The free attribute points gained from sacrificing ordinary wild chickens fluctuated between 1 to 3 points. The one elite wild chicken, however, granted 6 points. In total, Li Chen gained 107 free attribute points. Players have 7 basic attributes, and 4. Each level gained, all attributes increase by 1, and free attribute points by 2. This means that in the initial stage, players can increase a total of 9 attribute points for each level gained. The 107 free attribute points Li Chen just obtained were equivalent to more than 10 levels of player upgrades. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile blossomed on Li Chen's face. With such a monstrous talent, combined with his past life experience, his rise to power was a sure thing. Whoosh! Just then, a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly came. A cobra suddenly lunged down from a large tree, aiming to bite Li Chen. However, the sword in Li Chen's hand was even faster. Before the cobra could reach him, he swung his sword, directly splitting the cobra in two. -1080. The high damage of over 1,000 instantly caused the level 6 cobra to die on the spot. Ding dong, you have killed cobra, normal, gaining 6 experience points. This time, it was as if Li Chen had poked a hornet's nest as a large number of cobras surged out from all directions, surrounding him. There were hundreds of these cobras. If an ordinary player were surrounded by hundreds of cobras, they would probably just close their eyes and wait to die. But Li Chen was not an ordinary player. He smiled and said, "Not bad, sending me experience and free attribute points. You guys are quite considerate. Since that's the case, I'll give you a quick end, a painless journey." With that, Li Chen opened his attribute panel and allocated all 107 free attribute points he had just gained to agility. Player, Starry Sky and Mist. Agility, 117. Li Chen's agility jumped from the initial 10 points to an astonishing 117 points in an instant. Agility is closely related to movement speed and attack speed. The reason Li Chen allocated the newly acquired free attribute points to agility was to achieve a quick victory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Li Chen's figure seemed ghostly as he charged straight into the midst of the snake swarm. The sudden increase of 107 points in agility allowed Li Chen's movement speed to far surpass that of the cobras. -1080. -1080. Li Chen seemed like a reaper from hell. With each attack, he took the life of a cobra. Moreover, with an impressive 117 points in agility, Li Chen's attack speed was terrifying. Ding dong, you killed a cobra, normal, gaining 6 experience points. Ding dong, you killed a cobra, normal, gaining 8 experience points. The notification sounds echoed in his mind. At the same time, Li Chen's experience points were rapidly increasing. However, even after killing over 100 cobras, the experience points he gained were only a mere 772. Adding the 63 experience points from the wild chicken he had killed earlier, he had only accumulated a total of 835 experience points, still far from the 10,000 experience points needed to level up to level 1. After killing all the cobras, Li Chen decisively initiated a new round of sacrifices. You sacrificed a non-tier corpse, randomly gaining 6 free attribute points. You sacrificed a non-tier corpse, randomly gaining 8 free attribute points. Although they were all non-tier, the levels of the wild chicken and the cobras were different. The higher the level, the more free attribute points one would naturally gain from the sacrifice. After sacrificing the corpses of over 100 cobras, Li Chen obtained 732 free attribute points. Adding the 107 points he had just acquired, Li Chen had gained a total of 839 free attribute points in less than 2 hours since entering the game. This talent is truly extraordinary. Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. After sacrificing all the cobra corpses, Li Chen looked around. A route map appeared in his mind, but there were too many obstacles in the forest, making it quite difficult for Li Chen to identify the correct path. After groping around for 10 minutes, Li Chen finally confirmed the route and strode towards his destination. After nearly another 20 minutes, Li Chen finally arrived at his target. It was a treasure chest radiating a silver glow. Seeing the chest hidden in the shadow of a giant rock, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. Just as he was about to approach the chest, suddenly, 2 agile figures leaped out from the nearby bushes, heading straight for Li Chen. They were 2 forest wolves with light green fur, almost blending into the surrounding environment. Although Li Chen hadn't spotted the 2 forest wolves in advance, he reacted immediately. Li Chen elegantly sidestepped, easily dodging the attack from the 2 forest wolves. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the 2 forest wolves were still unresponsive, Li Chen swiftly swung the heavenly sword in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sounds of slicing through the air rang out almost simultaneously, and in the next moment, 2 damage values appeared in Li Chen's line of sight. -1080. -1080. Ding dong, you killed a forest wolf, normal, gaining 8 experience points. Ding dong, you killed a forest wolf, normal, gaining 9 experience points. In the novice village, there were no wild monsters that could withstand Li Chen's sword. Even elite wild monsters at level 10 had health points not exceeding 1000. Sacrifice. In the next moment, the corpses of the 2 forest wolves transformed into 2 beams of white light and entered Li Chen's forehead. The 2 forest wolves provided Li Chen with a total of 17 free attribute points. After waiting a moment longer and confirming that there were no dangers around, Li Chen finally approached the treasure chest. In the god-making game, treasure chests were undoubtedly a magical existence. In the treasure chest, everything is present, there is nothing it lacks, only what you cannot imagine. However, the higher the level of the chest, the rarer and more advanced the items it can yield. For example, the silver chest in front of Li Chen can at most produce some relatively common items. The outdoor chests in the god-making game can be said to be one of the blessings bestowed upon players by the cosmic will. Before players descend Into the game world, the Cosmic will creates chests of various levels based on the difficulty of the map and places them in some corner of the map, quietly waiting for the destined ones to arrive. In the last life, the destined one for this silver chest was Li Chen, who stumbled upon it by accident. Once the items in the chest are extracted, the chest will completely disappear and will no longer respawn. This is also a measure taken by the Cosmic Will to prevent players from camping at the chest's respawn point, continuously reaping rewards without effort. You have opened the silver chest. You have obtained experience points *200,000 pure steel sword *1 after the chest opened. A prompt sound echoed in Li Chen's mind. At the same time, the chest transformed into specks of light and dissipated into the universe. In the next moment, golden beams of light fell upon Li Chen. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level LV1, all attributes +1. Free attribute points +2. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level LV2, all attributes +1. Free attribute points +2. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level LV5, all attributes +1. Free attribute points +2. In an instant, gaining 200,000 experience points, Li Chen's level jumped from level 0 to level 5. Not only that, but he was also just 10,000 experience points away from reaching level 6. 200,000 experience points have saved me a lot of time. I can level up to 10 quickly and teleport to the main city. Li Chen felt exhilarated. Gaining 200,000 experience points out of nowhere would make anyone happy for a long time. Just look at the group of players outside the novice village. They have been grinding for days, and the experience points they earned are not even as much as what Li Chen got from the chest. Li Chen clearly remembered that a year after the god-making game launched, the novice village experienced a significant change. Perhaps the Cosmic Will was dissatisfied with too many players leveling up too slowly, so it opened a chest dungeon within the novice village. In this dungeon, the chests, once opened, would only yield fixed experience points. Once the dungeon was released, many players in the novice village saw their levels soar. Some players even jumped from level 0 to level 10 in just half an hour. When this news broke, it infuriated many veteran players, including Li Chen. What a pity, it won't open until a year later. It seems I will miss this chest dungeon again. Li Chen smiled slightly, his tone devoid of any resentment, only teasing. Having lived again, he had too many ways to quickly level up to 10. Therefore, he didn't care at all about what players referred to as the welfare dungeon. Then, Li Chen looked at the equipment he had just obtained. Pure steel sword, rank, none equipment requirement, none base. Attributes, strength plus 25 additional attribute 1, physical penetration plus 10 description. This is a sword made of pure steel, known for its sharpness. Seeing the pure steel sword before him, Li Chen's eyes lit up. Compared to the large machete he had obtained earlier, this pure steel sword was simply a novice's artifact. The additional attribute of physical penetration plus 10 is extremely powerful in the early stages of the game. Take the heavenly sword in Li Chen's hand, for example, 10%. Physical penetration against opponents with physical defenses reaching thousands or even tens of thousands later in the game would be a top-tier additional attribute. However, in the early game, players face a bunch of monsters with 0 defense, so 10% *0 is equivalent to nothing. 10 points of physical penetration. Each basic attack can reliably increase damage by 10 points. Coupled with the pure steel sword's main attribute of plus 25 strength, this means that equipping this pure steel sword allows the player's damage to instantly surge by 35 points. With this pure steel sword in hand, a level 0 player can face a level 10 player without fear. This kind of newbie artifact, selling it to other players for a few thousand coins is absolutely effortless. With this thought, Li Chen felt a wave of exhilaration. In his past life, he wouldn't have cared about a few thousand coins, let alone 100 million or a billion yen country coins. But for some reason, now he was thrilled just to have earned 5,000. The newly acquired pure steel sword made Li Chen even more ecstatic. I almost forgot how long it's been since I felt this way, Li Chen murmured softly. After a moment's thought, Li Chen opened his friend panel. On his friend panel, there was only a solitary ID of Brother Thunder. Buying equipment? I just got a top-notch one, wink. On the plains outside the novice village, Sword Thunder wielded a large cleaver, dealing over 50 critical damage and killing a wounded wild chicken. Ha, with this cleaver, my farming speed has greatly increased, and the high damage means I'm not afraid of others stealing my kills. Looking at the wild chicken's corpse at his feet, Sword Thunder laughed heartily. Beside him, 2 teammates looked enviously at the large cleaver in Sword Thunder's hands. Just then, Sword Thunder's expression changed as he received a message from Li Chen. Top-notch equipment? Sword Thunder was momentarily taken aback, then decisively asked, Brother Shinkong, can you send me the weapon's attribute chart? Don't worry, if I like it, money won't be a problem. Brother Thunder, you're straightforward. Alright, I'll send you the attribute chart right now. Soon, Li Chen sent an image to Sword Thunder. Pure steel sword rank, none equipment requirement, none base attributes, strength plus 25 additional attribute 1, physical penetration plus 10. Description: this is a sword made of pure steel, known for its sharpness. Looking at the introduction of the pure steel sword in the image, Sword Thunder's breathing quickened. So, Brother Thunder, do you find this weapon appealing? Upon seeing Li Chen's new message, Sword Thunder suddenly snapped back to reality. He quickly replied, I find it appealing, I find it appealing. Brother Shinkong, this weapon's attributes are definitely a newbie artifact. Are you sure you want to sell it to me, and not keep it for yourself? I'm sure, Brother Thunder. To be honest, I'm broke. Compared to the weapon, I'd rather make some money. Sword Thunder laughed, not believing Li Chen's words. After all, in the god-making game, there were no game helmets, only game pods. The cheapest game pod was worth at least 100,000 yen country coins. If Li Chen's family didn't have some money, how could he afford a game pod? In Sword Thunder's view, Li Chen was just trying to befriend him by reluctantly parting with the sword. However, Sword Thunder had no idea that Li Chen was genuinely poor, having just been unable to pay next month's rent. As for the game pod, Li Chen didn't need that. His intermediary body for entering the game was far superior to a game pod. Sword Thunder was filled with emotion and sent a message. Brother Shinkong, I understand. From today on, we are close friends. If you ever come to Seattle play, call 188****06, and I'll take care of all your food, clothing, and accommodation plus full service. In the forest, Li Chen looked at this message, several large question marks appearing on his forehead. I just stated a fact about being poor and I got a close friend out of it? Hiss, I get it now. No wonder those web novel authors like to play the victim. It turns out that playing the victim really can earn others' sympathy. It is obvious that due to cognitive errors, the two people simultaneously fell into a wonderful misunderstanding. Brother Starry Sky, I'll offer you 100,000 yen country coins for your pure steel sword. After sending this message, Jian Lei felt it was somewhat inappropriate and immediately sent another message. Brother Starry Sky, although 100,000 yen country coins is not much, it is all the cash I have on me right now. If you think that's not enough, give me 3 hours, and I'll gather another 100,000, totaling 200,000. Hearing this, Li Chen's eyes widened, and his breathing became rapid. What's going on? I just sold something pitiful and made 100,000. No, it could be 200,000. The boss is generous. Ahem, let's forget about the 200,000. This equipment isn't worth that much, so 100,000 it is. After sending the message, Li Chen sent the pure steel sword to Jian Lei via email. Ding dong. Your friend, Starry Sky and Mist, has gifted you pure steel sword, *1. Soon, Jian Lei received a notification. Upon receiving the weapon, Jian Lei wasted no time. After a series of operations, 100,000 cash was transferred to the bank card Li Chen had just given him. Your debit card account. 6292 received 100,000 renminbi on August 15. Balance after transaction 105,717.67. Bank of China. Looking at the message from the bank card, Li Chen couldn't help but grin. In his previous life, during the early stages of the game, although he made some money by selling game items, he never earned over 100,000 in a single day. Li Chen vaguely remembered that in his last life he had fortuitously obtained a useless small premium equipment and made his first bucket of gold, which was only 1,000 yen country coins. The two chatted for a long time on a private channel, and with 100,000 earned, Li Chen's attitude became more enthusiastic. In the end, it was Jian Lei who ended their conversation, citing leveling up through farming monsters as the reason. After closing the friend panel, Li Chen recalled his task, hunting the wild boar king. Remembering the route map sealed deep in his mind, Li Chen set off again. After about half an hour of walking, Li Chen finally arrived at his destination. From a distance, a wild boar 2 to 3 meters tall was lying on the grass. Nearby, there were a few scattered wild boars. This is definitely the wild boar king's territory. Li Chen nodded slightly and then strode towards the nearest wild boar. Grr, grr. The wild boar, which had been napping with its eyes closed, suddenly sensed someone approaching and quickly opened its large eyes. Seeing Li Chen approaching with a sword, it let out a low growl, seemingly warning Li Chen to get lost. However, Li Chen paid no heed to the wild boar's warning. Grr. Finally, when Li Chen was only 10 meters away from the wild boar, it became angry, letting out a furious roar and charging at Li Chen. The massive wild boar charged out like a huge car at high speed. 10 meters was gone in the blink of an eye. However, no matter how fast the wild boar was, it couldn't match Li Chen's agility of over 100 points. Li Chen easily dodged to the side, leading the wild boar to follow suit. But the wild boar's balance was so poor that, after Li Chen effortlessly avoided its charge, it crashed to the ground, sliding several meters away. Seeing the wild boar's awkward state, Li Chen smiled knowingly. In the next moment, he raised the Etienne sword and quickly closed the distance to the wild boar. Before the wild boar could react, he struck down. Swish! Minus 1,085. Ding dong, you have killed wild boar, normal, gaining 6 experience points. As a level 6 ordinary monster, the wild boar's health could not exceed 1,000 points. Thus, its fate was the same as the wild chicken Li Chen had killed earlier, instant death. On the other side, the many wild boars that were quietly napping suddenly woke up. Grr! Grr! Looking at their companion killed by Li Chen, they all let out angry roars. One by one, they charged towards Li Chen's body like small cars. Dozens of thick hooves stomped on the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. The leaves rustled, and fallen leaves continuously drifted down. Let's get started. As he watched more than a dozen wild boars rushing towards him, Li Chen showed no signs of panic. Instead, he revealed an eager expression. In his eyes, these wild boars were not ordinary, they were each a source of freedom attribute points rushing towards him. I won't be polite in taking your attribute points. After saying that, Li Chen suddenly stepped forward, instantly transforming into a flying arrow, charging towards the nearest wild boar. In the eyes of the wild boars, this human suddenly turned into a shadow, and in the next moment he had already appeared in front of one of their companions. With an agility of 122 points, Li Chen's attack speed was incredibly exaggerated, plus the 20% attack speed bonus from the Tian sword. It's no exaggeration to say that even the top-tier boss in the novice village would absolutely not be able to see Li Chen's moves clearly. Whoosh! Minus 1085. A massive damage number appeared, exceeding 1,000. Ding dong, you have killed wild boar, normal, gaining 7 experience points. With a mournful cry, this unfortunate wild boar was the first to embark on the path of no return. However, this was just the beginning. Ding dong, you have killed wild boar, normal, gaining 8 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed wild boar, normal, gaining 8 experience points. Charge. Swing the sword. Charge again. Swing the sword again. With his rich combat experience from his past life and powerful attribute points, Li Chen transformed into a reaper walking on the earth. Each charge easily dodged the wild boar's collisions. Then, like a ghost, he appeared behind one of the wild boars. With a swing of his sword, another massive damage number, exceeding 1,000, directly killed the wild boar. In less than a minute, more than a dozen wild boars had fallen. Although the scene was in disarray, it was not bloody. When the game world and the real world had not yet merged, the god-making game felt just like a real online game, with no trace of bloodshed visible in the game. But after the two worlds merged, every act of killing was bloody. After sacrificing the bodies of more than a dozen wild boars, Li Chen once again gained 93 freedom attribute points. Adding the 749 freedom attribute points obtained from previous sacrifices and the 10 freedom attribute points gained from leveling up to level 5, Li Chen now had a total of 852 freedom attribute points. If he added the 107 freedom attribute points already allocated to agility, the freedom attribute points gained from this trip to the forest were nearly a full 1,000 points. If other players were to find out, they would surely be envious to the point of turning red-eyed. Even the top players on the leaderboard would be no exception. They had worked tirelessly for a month, grinding monsters and defeating one boss in dungeon after another. The freedom attribute points they ultimately gained might not even exceed the amount Li Chen obtained in just a short hour or two. Subsequently, Li Chen continued to wander in the wild boar territory. Ding dong, you have killed. Ding dong, you have killed. As Li Chen continued to roam, more and more wild boars fell victim, tragically dying under his sword. The freedom attribute points he possessed surged from 852 points to a staggering 1,489 points. Notice, you have killed a large number of wild boars, provoking the wrath of the wild boar king. Notice, the enraged wild boar king is about to descend. Countdown, 10, 9. Area notice, the world boss wild boar king has appeared in the forest. All players in the novice village, please head over to Encircle and kill the wild boar king to receive generous rewards. Wild boar king coordinates, 1937-0287. The first two notices only appeared in Li Chen's private channel. However, this last area notice appeared in the area channel of novice village number 10086. As a result, thousands of players were stirred. The forest of the novice village was boundless, with countless types of wild monsters within. Not every monster race had a boss stationed, nor could every player, like Li Chen, kill hundreds of wild boars. World boss wild boar king? I researched a lot of game strategies from big players before entering the game, and none of the videos mentioned the wild boar king. That's right, and have you noticed? The coordinates of the wild boar king should be deep in the forest. From the strategy videos I watched, the appearance of a world boss as conditions, it must be triggered by a large-scale slaughter of wild monsters in that area within a short time for the world boss to appear. So, can I understand it this way? Someone is hunting wild monsters in the depths of the forest, which led to the appearance of the world boss? Brothers, you've been discussing for ages, but that's not the point. The point is, the world boss has appeared. Shouldn't we go encircle it now? What the guy above said makes sense. Brothers, I'll take my leave. I'm outta here. I'm outta here +1. Wild boar king? I'm going to feast on wild boar meat today. I'm outta here +2. Because of an area announcement, novice village number 10086 was completely in an uproar. If viewed from above, one could see a large number of players rushing into the forest from all directions. In the face of the torrent formed by thousands of players, those poor wild monsters could only turn into cold corpses, lying on the icy ground. Li Chen did not pay attention to the chat in the area channel. At this moment he was checking the attribute panel of the Wild Boar King in front of him. Wild Boar King, boss, level, 8 rank, none health, 4000 attack power, 200 skills, barbaric charge, call for minions. Frenzy Li Chen squinted, sizing up the Wild Boar King before him, which resembled a tank. In his mind, the skill introduction of the Wild Boar King he had seen on game forums in his past life quietly surfaced. Barbaric charge, the Wild Boar King gathers all its strength and charges at the enemy. During the charge, movement speed increases by 100%, defense increases by 100%, dealing 300% physical damage to the enemy. 3 times physical damage, which means a high damage of 600 points, could send novice village players back to town with just one hit. Call for minions. When the Wild Boar King's health drops below 50%, it will forcibly summon 2 wild boars to its side every 30 seconds for the next 5 minutes. This type of summoning skill is basically a standard configuration for world bosses. For ordinary players, when the boss suddenly summons wild boars, if not coordinated well, it could easily disrupt their rhythm and lead to a wipe. But for Li Chen, this skill was merely a way to grant himself free attribute points. After all, a staggering 122 points in agility was no joke. As long as he wasn't surrounded by dozens or hundreds of wild boars, what trouble could just 2 wild boars bring him? It was just a matter of taking them down one by one. Frenzy, when the Wild Boar King's health drops below 20%, it becomes acutely aware of the crisis and will burn 1% of its health per second to increase its movement speed by 100%, defense by 100%, and attack by 500%. This final Frenzy skill, in Li Chen's view, merely accelerated the Wild Boar King's death. By the way, do I need 20 seconds to kill it? Suddenly, Li Chen chuckled softly. Gore! The Wild Boar King's small, blood-red eyes were filled with hatred as they stared at Li Chen. In the next moment, the Wild Boar King moved. Don't be fooled by the Wild Boar King's enormous size, it was surprisingly fast. In fact, an ordinary level 10 player would probably struggle to match even half of the Wild Boar King's speed. Moreover, the Wild Boar King immediately used its skill, Brutal Charge, doubling its speed once again. At that moment, the Wild Boar King truly resembled a tank thundering towards Li Chen, its sharp tusks glinting ominously. The large trees blocking its path were ruthlessly smashed, and its speed was hardly diminished. However, the speed that could instill despair in countless level 10 players was nothing in Li Chen's eyes. He simply sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the Wild Boar King's charge. Boom! The Wild Boar King crashed into another large tree, using the tree's recoil to halt its momentum. Turning around, it saw Li Chen smiling at it, which felt like a ton of mockery, prompting an enraged roar from the Wild Boar King. It launched another brutal charge, viciously aiming to smash Li Chen into a pulp to quell its fury. Too slow. Li Chen shook his head and easily dodged the Wild Boar King's charge once more. Immediately, he kicked off the ground and pursued the Wild Boar King. That had just brushed past him. The sky-soaring sword came crashing down. Minus 1085. Minus 1085. Li Chen's attack speed was incredibly fast. In less than a second, he swung his sword twice, taking away a full 2000 health from the Wild Boar King. And this was Li Chen showing mercy. Otherwise, with his current attack speed, he could have attacked 4 times in a row, easily finishing off the Wild Boar King. However, Li Chen chose not to do so and quietly waited for the Wild Boar King to unleash its next skill. Gore! Once its health dropped below 50%, the Wild Boar King decisively activated its skill, summoning minions. Accompanied by 2 beams of white light, 2 wild boars appeared beside the Wild Boar King. Gore! The Wild Boar King issued a command, and in the next moment, the 3 massive creatures charged at Li Chen. Very good, another 10 or so attribute points in the bag. Li Chen smiled, and then, in the blood-red eyes of the 3 wild boars, he transformed into an afterimage. Minus 1085. Minus 1085. Ding dong, ding dong. With 2 swift strikes, the Wild Boar King's newly summoned minions fell victim to Li Chen's sword. Gore! Witnessing the death of its 2 minions, the Wild Boar King grew even angrier, roaring as it charged at Li Chen. However, Li Chen effortlessly dodged the Wild Boar King's charges each time, playing with it as if it were a toy. Another 30 seconds passed amidst the Wild Boar King's roars, and 2 beams of white light flickered again. 2 more wild boars appeared beside the Wild Boar King. Yet, history repeated itself astonishingly. The 2 wild boars had barely arrived before they were easily slain by Li Chen, turning into cold corpses. Time ticked away, and 5 minutes quickly passed. The Wild Boar King's 10th summoned minion also fell with a mournful cry. Hiss, what kind of monster is this? The world boss is being toyed with in his hands. This speed, this damage, what the hell kind of talent has awakened? Behind the bushes, the player Shirshin Fengyu lay on the ground, incredulously watching the scene unfold. The Shirshin Guild, one of the top gaming guilds in the Yen Kingdom, was hardly inferior to the Luotian Guild. As a professional player of the Shirshin Guild, Shirshin Fengyu had entered the god-making game a month ago. His luck was good. He awakened the legendary talent, Child of the Forest. As long as he was in the forest, all his attributes received a 50% boost, and his health and health recovery speed received a terrifying 200% increase. Moreover, as a child of the forest, As long as he did not deal damage to the wild monsters in the forest, they would not attack him at all. Because of this talent, the higher-ups of the Shirshin Guild assigned Shirshin Fengyu a task to explore the vast forest. Although the forest near the novice village was only a level 6 to 8 leveling map, it was exaggeratedly large. The higher-ups of the Shirshin Guild unanimously believed that there were definitely great opportunities hidden within the novice village's forest, which players needed to uncover themselves. Once teleported to the main city, there would be no way to return to the novice village, so they needed an elite player to seek opportunities there. Ultimately, this opportunity naturally fell to Shirshin Fengyu. Today, he was exploring near the wild boar territory when he suddenly saw a regional announcement. Curious, he quickly arrived at the coordinates, and then there was no more. Witnessing Li Chen toy with the wild boar king, Shirshin Fengyu felt his scalp tingle. Was this a player? This was definitely a hacker. Damn it, I want to file a complaint against that dog's hit company, saying that the god-making game absolutely cannot be hacked. What the hell is this if not hacking? Just as Shirshin Fengyu was cursing inwardly, the wild boar king charged again. This time, Li Chen once again chose to dodge the wild boar king's charge. The wild boar king charged straight towards Li Chen, right into the bushes where Shirshin Fengyu was hiding. Holy shit! Immediately, a voice exclaimed from the bushes. Then, under Li Chen's astonished gaze, a flash of white light flickered. And Shirshin Fengyu, facing the wild boar king's massive damage of 600 points, didn't even have a chance to react. Everything went black and he was sent back to the novice village for free. To think he could hide right under my nose without me noticing. This guy must have awakened some special talent. His luck is just a bit lacking, Li Chen thought, stroking his chin. He then glanced at the wild boar king, which had turned around and was about to charge again, and shook his head. Forget it. Since you look so tired, I'll show some mercy and send you on your way. With that, Li Chen quickly approached the wild boar king and struck twice with his sword. Minus 1085. Minus 2170. Critical hit. The final strike dealt a critical hit. With a mournful cry, the massive wild boar king crashed to the ground. Ding dong, you have killed Wild Boar King, boss, gaining 80,000 experience points. The next moment, 2 golden light beams fell upon Li Chen. Ding dong, your level has increased, current level LV6, all attributes +1, free attribute points +2. Ding dong, your level has increased, current level LV7, all attributes +1, free attribute points +2. Before this, Li Chen was just a few thousand experience points away from leveling up to 6. Now, having gained 80,000 experience points in one go, he soared 2 levels to 7. In just a few hours, Li Chen had risen from level 0 to level 7. Even in his past life, he had never heard of anyone leveling up faster than himself. Meanwhile, the wild boar king dropped 3 white orbs, slowly floating in the air. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, for completing the solo kill of the world boss Wild Boar King. Area announcement. Congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, for soloing the world boss Wild Boar King. Area announcement. With the death of the Wild Boar King, all players in newbie village number 10086 received this area announcement. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? It's only been a few minutes, and the world boss is gone? And it was soloed? This doesn't feel right. What the hell? Soloing a boss in newbie village? Am I dreaming? I'm confused. I saw videos on the game forum. Every boss in newbie village has thousands of health points. With our attack power of just a dozen or so, soloing a boss in just a few minutes, how is that possible? Is this reasonable? Hello everyone, my name is Godslayer Storm, and I just witnessed the entire process of Starry Sky and Mist killing the boss, and I recorded it. I seriously suspect that Starry Sky and Mist is cheating. I will post the video on the forum shortly. I knew it. They must be cheating. Report them. We need an explanation from the divine game. Cough, what's cheating? At Starry Sky and Mist, please share the cheat. Fighting monsters is so hard. I want to buy cheats to win. Easily. You upstairs, you really have no shame. I'm embarrassed to be associated with you. At Starry Sky and Mist, please share the cheat. I can pay in kind. Shy. In an instant, the entire newbie village 10086 was in an uproar. In a room in the newbie village, Godslayer Storm wore an expression of indignation, gritting his teeth as he said, I hate these cheaters the most. The divine game actually has the audacity to claim that cheating absolutely does not exist. In the forest this time, Li Chen finally saw various messages in the area channel and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Especially when he saw a player with a clearly male ID saying he wanted to pay in kind. He was so scared that his face turned green. Damn it, I was going to show off, but I guess I'll pass. Li Chen quickly turned off the information channel and focused on the 3 light orbs dropped by the Wild Boar King. Li Chen collected the 3 light orbs one by one. Ding dong, you have obtained Boar King Shield *1. Ding dong, you have obtained Gold *100. Ding dong, you have obtained Experience Stone *1. Boar King Shield, rank, none equipment requirement, none base attributes, physical defense plus 35 additional attribute 1, health plus 100 additional attribute 2, activate. The active skill Boar King Guardian physical defense increases by 100%, cooldown, 60s description. This is an indestructible shield during the newbie phase, obtained by killing the world boss, Wild Boar King. These attributes are way better than the pure steel sword from the silver treasure chest. Not to mention the players in newbie village, even players around level 10 or 20 who are teleported to the main city can equip this Boar King shield as a transition. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction, then opened his friend list and found that the avatar of One Sword Thunder had gone dark, clearly offline. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen still sent the attributes of the Boar King shield to One Sword Thunder. Then, Li Chen turned his attention to the Experience Stone. Experience Stone, rank, none description. After absorption, you can immediately gain 50,000 experience points. The Experience Stone looked ordinary, just like a regular stone by the roadside. The Experience Stone functions like the Spirit Stones in fantasy novels. Currently, in the early game, Experience Stones are not common. However, in the later stages of the game, experience stones become the fastest way for players to gain a large amount of experience. Ding dong, you have gained 50,000 experience points. After gaining another 50,000 experience points, Li Chen was still 30,000 experience points away from leveling up to level 8. Then, Li Chen went to the place where Godslayer Storm had died, where a white light orb was floating. Ding dong, you have obtained gold, *19. Looking at the extra 19 gold coins in his backpack, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Not bad, a free 19 gold coins. In the end, Li Chen glanced at the corpse of the Wild Boar King, but he did not immediately offer it as a sacrifice. Unlike other online games, in the god-making game, once a world boss dies, it does not respawn like regular monsters, it simply disappears. If a world boss were to be born in that area again in the future, it would be because some lucky monster had gained an opportunity to advance to a world boss, not because the dead world boss had respawned. Therefore, if he sacrificed the Wild Boar King's corpse, Li Chen would not be able to report back to the blacksmith. After all, the blacksmith, Wang Tao, was not a player. He had not received any regional announcements about Li Chen killing the Wild Boar King. If he couldn't see it with his own eyes, he would never acknowledge that Li Chen had completed the task. In his previous life, many players had suffered losses in this regard, and as a reborn individual, Li Chen naturally would not make such a basic mistake. After storing the Wild Boar King's corpse in his ring space, he turned his attention to the corpses of the 20 wild boars. You have sacrificed a non-tier corpse, you randomly gain 6 free attribute points. You have sacrificed a non-tier corpse, you randomly gain 6 free attribute points. In the end, Li Chen gained another 144 free attribute points. Adding to the previous 1489 free attribute points, Li Chen now had a total of 1,637 free attribute points at his disposal. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen decided not to use these free attribute points for now and chose to keep them. Meanwhile, not long after being resurrected, Shushin Fengyu uploaded the video of Li Chen soloing the Wild Boar King. Satisfied with his work, he said with hatred, "The thing I hate most in my life is those who cheat. Once this video is out, let's see what the Heavenly God game has to say." After saying that, he proactively contacted his guild leader, Shushin. "Boss, take a look at this video. The Heavenly God game is really disgusting, claiming that there are absolutely no cheats in this game, and what's the result? Boss, if you ask me, our guild should withdraw. This broken game actually has cheaters. It doesn't deserve to be entered by our Shushin guild." Upon receiving Shushin Fengyu's message, Shushin, who was leveling up in the wild with the guild, clicked on the video while farming monsters. As he watched, a shocked expression appeared on Shushin's handsome face, and by the end, he was completely frozen in place. Boom! A massive thunder spear suddenly fell from the sky, crashing down towards Shushin. "President, watch out! Be careful, President! President!" Around him, many members of the Shushin guild exclaimed in surprise. Hearing the shouts of the guild members, Shushin finally came back to his senses. His figure flickered, and in the next moment he had appeared several meters away. "I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll leave first. You all continue farming, don't stop." After saying this, Shushin left quickly without looking back, leaving a group of Shushin guild members in a daze, staring at each other. After returning to the main city, Shushin opened the video sent by Shushin Fengyu again and watched it carefully. After a long time, Shushin slowly raised his head and gazed out the window into the distance. In fact, Shushin was not only the leader of a top online gaming guild, but in real life his background was also impressive. Therefore, he understood that this god-making game was not just a game, it was an opportunity for all humanity, as well as a disaster. Moreover, he also knew that even if the Heavenly God game wanted to cheat, it would be absolutely impossible. In other words, the player in the video definitely did not cheat. Since there was no cheating, the only remaining explanation was talent. I awakened an epic level talent, spatial movement. Although it's quite extraordinary, I'm still far behind the player in the video. His awakened talent must be a god level talent. Above epic. Thinking of this, the God Slayer's expression became invigorated. If I can recruit him into my guild, I'll hit the jackpot. This player, if he really has awakened a god-level talent, might become a god in the future. The God Slayer quickly sent a video to God Slayer Storm. Soon, the video connected. "Boss, did you need something from me?" God Slayer Storm asked respectfully as he looked at the God Slayer. The God Slayer's expression was calm as he assessed God Slayer Storm and slowly said, "God Slayer Storm, I have another task for you. Do whatever it takes to find the player in this video and bring him into our God Slayer Guild." Upon hearing this, God Slayer Storm was slightly taken aback and hesitantly replied, "But, boss, he's a cheater." "You actually want to bring a cheater into the guild?" Hearing this, the God Slayer's face showed an angry expression. "You're the cheater. Your whole family is. Remember, this game absolutely cannot have cheaters. This is talent, the highest level of talent." Upon hearing this, God Slayer Storm's expression became strange. "This task is entrusted to you. If you complete it, you'll be one of the main members of the guild and your monthly salary will double." After saying this, the God Slayer decisively hung up the video call, leaving God Slayer Storm with a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of various guilds received the video sent by the members of the 10086 newbie village. Some mid-level guild executives scoffed, criticizing the divine game for poor monitoring, which allowed cheaters to appear. However, some high-ranking members of major guilds with significant backgrounds in the real world immediately contacted the members of the 10086 newbie village. Similar words to those of the God Slayer came from the mouths of various big shots. Their goal was clear: to recruit Lee Chen at any cost. Only they knew that the God creation game was not just a simple game. Players couldn't cheat in the game at all. If they could, they would also want to personally recruit Lee Chen. However, having entered the main city map, they could no longer return to the newbie village. Thus, they had no choice but to hand over the strategic level task to their guild members. Consequently, within the 10086 newbie village, many top guild members received tasks from their bosses to recruit Lee Chen at all costs. Not understanding the situation, they all sent friend requests to Lee Chen. However, long before Lee Chen killed the Wild Boar King, due to the area announcement, a large number of players had already sent friend requests to Lee Chen. In the end, Lee Chen had to turn off the friend function. Did he turn off the friend function? In the newbie village, God Slayer Storm couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he saw the area channel gradually calming down, and his eyes lit up. God Slayer Storm, at Starry Sky and Mist, the God Slayer Guild is recruiting the top gaming guild in the Flame Nation. Join us, and not only will you have 5 insurances in one fund, but also massive guild benefits and even beautiful ladies to chat and play games with you. Aren't you considering it? On the other side, many top guild members saw God Slayer Storm's actions and their eyes brightened. This method is good, bring it on. Sword Soul Warrior, at Starry Sky and Mist, don't believe the above. What a trash God Slayer Guild. Our Sword Soul Guild is the top gaming guild in the Flame Nation. Big shot, consider our Sword Soul Guild, the price is negotiable. Overbearing and arrogant, you Sword Soul Guild is nothing. At Starry Sky and Mist, come to our Overbearing Guild. Our Overbearing Guild is the top guild in the Flame Nation. Our president said, as long as you come, the vice president position is yours, and a yearly salary of 10 million is not a dream. On the other side, watching the messages flooding the regional channel, Lee Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes. These major guilds are really going all out to recruit me. Could it be that they all know the inside story of the God creation game? Just a moment ago, the regional channel was filled with criticisms of the God game and accusations against him for cheating. But the next moment, it turned into a live recruitment event from numerous major guilds. Something unusual must be afoot. The conditions are quite generous. Annual salaries in the tens of millions have appeared. If it were my last life, I would have probably kneeled and licked their boots by now. But now, Lee Chen shook his head. He wasn't interested. On the way back to the novice village, Lee Chen was surprised to find that he hadn't encountered a single wild monster. He returned to the novice village without any surprises or dangers, and without delay, he headed straight to the blacksmith Huang Tao's shop. Ding, ding, ding. From a distance, Lee Chen could hear the crisp sound of metal clanging. "Boss, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me," Lee Chen shouted to Huang Tao, who was still hammering away. Upon hearing this, Huang Tao's hand suddenly froze in midair, and he looked up at Lee Chen with anticipation. "Adventurer, are you serious?" After saying that, he suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "Adventurer, it's only been a few hours. How could you possibly have killed the Wild Boar King? Are you lying to me?" By the end, Huang Tao's expression was filled with anger. This damn adventurer, he kindly lent him the family heirloom sword, and he actually thought he could deceive him. Unforgivable. Watching Huang Tao's expression change from anticipation to doubt and then to anger in such a short time, Lee Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Without wasting any words to explain, Lee Chen directly took out the corpse of the Wild Boar King from his ring space. Boom! The massive corpse of the Wild Boar King, as large as a tank, crashed onto the ground in front of the blacksmith shop, making a dull thud. Looking at the enormous corpse of the Wild Boar King, Huang Tao's mouth, which had just opened, suddenly froze. He widened his eyes, incredulously glancing at Lee Chen, then at the Wild Boar King's body, and then back at Lee Chen, his gaze darting back and forth between the two. Boss, what do you think? Is this the corpse of the wild boar king? Li Chen asked with a teasing smile. Yes. That's right, it's that damn big fat pig that has killed dozens of innocent and kind villagers. Adventurer, on behalf of the village, I thank you for killing this damn big fat pig. You are a hero of the village. Huang Tao nodded repeatedly, and by the end his eyes were already filled with tears. My poor brother, he can finally rest now. If he knows from the underworld, he should be smiling. After a while, Huang Tao wiped his tears and returned to his room. Soon, he came out again. Standing in front of Li Chen, he looked at him with a complex expression, and finally patted Li Chen on the shoulder, saying, Adventurer, thank you for avenging my brother. I have nothing to give you. This ring is something I accidentally found in the forest when I was young. I'll give it to you, I hope you don't mind. After saying that, he handed the ring in his hand to Li Chen. Looking at the ring Huang Tao handed over, Li Chen's eyes lit up with joy. Ding dong, you have completed the hidden quest Huang Tao's Revenge. Reward equipment lightning ring. Here it comes. The invincible item in the novice village is in my hands. Li Chen joyfully rubbed the deep blue ring on his hand. Lightning ring rank, non-equipment requirement 20 intelligence base attribute, intelligence plus 20 effect 1, slightly increases lightning resistance effect 2, consumes 10 mana points to use lightning magic, lightning strike, cooldown. Say excess description. This is a ring that blacksmith Huang Tao accidentally obtained in his youth. This small ring surprisingly possesses the power of lightning. In the novice village, the weapons are almost all equipable by players without any requirements. However, this lightning ring requires players to have an intelligence attribute of over 20 points. But its enhancement is also tremendous. An item that increases intelligence by 20 points is far more precious than one that increases strength by 50 points. In the novice village, all players are unclassed, so the ring might not show its true potential. But once in the main city, if a player changes class to a mage and obtains the lightning ring, they would possess formidable destructive power. Many level 20 teams would be willing to invite him to join them in monster hunting. However, what Li Chen cared about was not the mere 20 points of intelligence. What he truly valued was the second effect of the lightning ring, which is the active skill, lightning. He recalled the information about the skill lightning in his mind. Lightning rank, non-skill effect, can deal single target damage to a target within a 20-meter radius, causing 15 plus 100% of intelligence points in lightning damage. Li Chen's intelligence attribute exceeds 8,000. If he uses lightning, that would mean over 8,000 base damage. Not to mention, Li Chen also possesses the God of Thunder Heart, a god-level talent. Lightning damage is increased by 100 times. 8,000 base damage, multiplied by 100 times. A terrifying excess. Damage of 800,000, let alone the novice village. Even in the maps near the main city, Li Chen could roam freely. Moreover, although the cooldown for lightning is as long as 6 seconds, with the 50% cooldown reduction from the God of Thunderheart, the cooldown time is shortened to 3 seconds. What does this mean? It means that every 3 seconds, Li Chen can unleash a skill that can be considered a forbidden spell for players at this stage. Furthermore, due to the God of Thunder Heart, Li Chen can cast this forbidden spell without consuming a single point of mana. Li Chen decisively put on the lightning ring. The more he examined the lightning ring, the more excited he became. Boss, I've completed the quest, so what about this heaven-defying sword? Li Chen took out the heaven-defying sword and asked. Upon hearing this, Huang Tao's face showed a pained expression. It will be yours from now on, I hope you treat it well. Ding dong, congratulations, you have obtained the heaven-defying sword. Hearing this, Li Chen broke into a smile. The most important part of this hidden quest was not the reward of the lightning ring. It was just that with Li Chen's God of Thunder Heart, a talent that could be considered a bug, the lightning ring appeared incredibly precious. However, in his previous life, the players from the M country region completed this quest to permanently obtain the weapon temporarily lent by the blacksmith. But due to the cultural differences between M country and Yin country, he did not receive the heaven-defying sword. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Li Chen waved his hand, and the corpse of the wild boar king was stored in his ring space. Then he turned to leave. But the blacksmith Huang Tao grabbed Li Chen's arm and hurriedly said, Adventurer, wait a moment. Hearing this, Li Chen was slightly taken aback and looked at Huang Tao with some confusion. In the posts from his previous life, it seemed there was no such scene. The player from the M country region left directly after completing the quest, and the blacksmith did not try to keep him. Adventurer, I apologize for my earlier doubts about you. To make amends, I have decided to give you this map. This is a drawing I made when I ventured into the forest in my youth. In the area marked with a red dot, there is a portal to another world. I wanted to enter, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't push the door open. Adventurer, with your strength, you should be able to easily open the door. After saying this, blacksmith Huang Tao handed a map to Li Chen. Upon hearing the blacksmith Huang Tao's first words, Li Chen understood. It turned out that the boss had to be defeated quickly to trigger the scene. When he heard about the portal to another world, his eyes suddenly Lit up, the gate of another world, this is what the NPCs call it. Players, on the other hand, usually refer to it as a dungeon. I thought there were no dungeons in the novice village, but to my surprise, there really is. One in the forest. After receiving the map handed over by the blacksmith Huang Tao, Li Chen quickly expressed his thanks. After giving him the map, the expression on Huang Tao's face became much gloomier. He suddenly remembered his brother who had died at the hands of the wild boar king. He shook his head, lacking the interest to chat, and simply exchanged a few words with Li Chen before returning to his room, neglecting his shop. After obtaining the map, Li Chen hurriedly made his way out of the novice village. On the way, his friend list suddenly vibrated. It was his only friend, One Sword Shocking Thunder, had logged in. Damn, Starry Sky brother. You are too awesome. As soon as One Sword Shocking Thunder logged in, he didn't even look at the equipment stats Li Chen had sent him, but instead sent a message first. Li Chen was confused and sent back 3 question marks. One Sword Shocking Thunder, Starry Sky brother, I was just scrolling through the game forum when suddenly the view count of a post skyrocketed and quickly topped the trending list. So I clicked on it, and guess what I saw? Li Chen, what did you see? One Sword Shocking Thunder, I saw you toying with the world boss the whole time, but unfortunately, the recorder was unlucky and got knocked out by the wild boar king, so I couldn't see you kill the wild boar king in that moment. Crying. The corner of Li Chen's mouth twitched. He never expected that his battle with the wild boar king would be recorded and posted on the game forum. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen decisively opened the game forum. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the God-making game can quickly crush the old-school VR online games. It's not just because of its grand worldview, but also because a series of operations can be performed in the game. For example, online transfers, browsing the internet, and even playing some 2D or 3D games within the game. Upon opening the game forum, just as One Sword Shocking Thunder had said, Li Chen saw the video at the top of the trending list featuring the wild boar king and himself. However, the title of the video made Li Chen's mouth twitch. Solid evidence, the God-making game's monitoring is inadequate. Watch the battle between the hacker and the boss in less than an hour, and the view count of this video has already surpassed 10 million. Moreover, it is skyrocketing at an extremely fast rate, with comments, likes, and shares all increasing significantly. Am I famous? Li Chen scratched his head, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Then, he clicked on the video. And there it was, him toying with the wild boar king. After watching the video, Li Chen couldn't help but click on the comment section. First floor, 666. Who is this big shot? That agility is too ethereal, just like a martial arts master in a kung fu movie. Second floor, this can't be said to be similar to a hack, it can only be described as identical. Third floor, offering a hefty reward for this big shot's ID. I want to add him as a friend, I also want a hack. Fourth floor, I'm a beautiful lady, both cute and alluring. Please add me as a friend if the big shot in the video sees this. Let's chat privately at our hotel. Fifth floor, 666. Above, I wouldn't help my grandma, but I would help you. By the way, does the big shot in the video have a thing for younger men? I'm a guy, you know what I mean, wink wink wink. Upon seeing the content of the fifth floor, Li Chen couldn't help but shiver. Damn, in such a big forest there really are all kinds of birds. Just earlier in the regional channel he had seen a similar message. Shaking his head, Li Chen closed the game forum. He wasn't afraid of being noticed by the God-making game, because he knew that although this game was produced by Heavily God Games, they had no right to access the game backend, nor could they modify even a tiny bit of the data. The programmer of this game was the Supreme Cosmic Will. Sometimes, Li Chen even wondered if the creator of such a complex game world had a bald head. Just then, a message from One Sword Thunder arrived. Starry Sky brother, I believe you definitely didn't cheat, and this game absolutely cannot be cheated. Those who say you cheated are just a bunch of clueless keyboard warriors, sour grapes for not getting the grapes. By the way, Starry Sky brother, are you selling that piece of equipment? Looking forward after reading One Sword Thunder's message, Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. From One Sword Thunder's words, he could tell that One Sword Thunder probably knew the inside story of the God-making game. Selling, Li Chen replied. Ha, Starry Sky brother is so domineering, I'll offer 200,000 yen country coins for that shield, and I'll transfer it to you right now. About 10 seconds later, Li Chen suddenly received a bank transfer notification. Your debit card account 6292 receives 200,000 renminbi on August 15. Balance after transaction 305,717.67 yen country bank. In less than a day, Li Chen's bank card had skyrocketed from the initial 717 yen country coins to now 300,000. The speed of making money could not be described as fast, it could only be said to be incredibly fast. Li Chen, aren't you afraid I'll take the money and not give you the equipment? Teasing, One Sword Thunder. Haha, I trust your character, Starry Sky brother, and I believe in my judgment, I won't misjudge people. Besides, even if you really don't give it, it's just a loss of 200,000, which isn't much for me. At the end, Li Chen's mouth twitched. Dog. Wealthy. One Sword Thunder, Starry Sky brother, have you considered creating a guild? If you plan to create one, please be sure to inform me, I want to join you. Li Chen, I don't have plans for now, but maybe I'll create one in the future. However, my guild will only accept top players, and you, well, you're not in my consideration for now. Smile. One Sword Thunder. Don't, Starry Sky brother, although I'm a bit weak, I have money. I'm willing to donate 100 million for the guild's construction. Do you think that would allow me to join? Li Chen was taken aback, then smiled. We can consider it. Then, Li Chen sent the Pig King's shield to One Sword Thunder via mail. Ding dong, your friend Starry Sky and Mist has gifted you Pig King Shield *1. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen added, are you interested in taking a walk with me deep in the forest? In the forest, Li Chen took out the corpse of the Wild Boar King. Sacrifice. The next moment, the massive corpse of the Wild Boar King transformed into a white light and vanished into Li Chen's forehead. You have sacrificed a non-rank corpse and you randomly gained 800 free attribute points. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a world boss and you received the following special rewards. 1. Gained skill berserk, non-rank. 2. Gained world reputation, 1000 points. 3. Gained hidden attribute luck, 10 points, berserk rank, none learning requirement, constitution. 10 points skill effect, at the cost of losing 10 health points per second, your attack power increases by 50%, defense increases by 50%, and movement speed decreases by 50%. Seeing the berserk skill obtained from the sacrifice, Li Chen's mouth curled slightly. For him, who had a health recovery of 100 per second, this berserk skill could be treated as a permanent buff, always activated. The next moment, Li Chen decisively activated the berserk skill. When the skill was activated, Li Chen felt his blood suddenly become boiling hot, a wave of heat washing over his entire body. At the same time, his strength and defense received a tremendous boost. However, his body also felt heavier and his movement speed was reduced by more than half. Attack power increased by 50%, so my base damage for lightning strike becomes 12,000. With the 100-fold enhancement of the Heart of Thor, the final damage of my lightning strike can reach up to 1,200,000. If I trigger a critical hit, that would be 2,400,000. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile appeared on Li Chen's face. A damage of 2,400,000, even in the late game, there would definitely be very few players who could withstand it. Not to mention, this was still the early game, where most players had health points below 10,000. Those with over 10,000 health points were considered tanks, and players like Li Chen, with health points above 20,000, were giant tanks. What a pity! My movement speed is reduced by 50%. Otherwise, I would really want to use this as a permanent buff. Shaking his head, Li Chen deactivated the berserk skill. As soon as the skill was turned off, Li Chen clearly felt that the boiling blood within him calmed down, and that sense of power quickly vanished. At the same time, his body felt much lighter, and his movement speed evidently returned to normal. The second reward was world reputation. Logically, reputation points could only be obtained after being transported to the main city. There was no way to gain reputation points in the novice village. However, Li Chen's sacrificial talent was clearly unusual, completely breaking the game rules, allowing him to gain reputation points even in the novice village. Reputation points could be exchanged for various rewards at the main city's quartermaster, with each point of reputation equivalent to 1 gold coin. 1,000 points of world reputation equated to 1,000 gold coins. Li Chen was quite satisfied with this reward. If Li Chen was only somewhat satisfied with the first 2 rewards, then this last reward was enough to lift his spirits. As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. In fact, in his previous life there were many players with low talent but explosive luck, breaking the shackles of the game, igniting divine fire, and raising the divine throne. Their good fortune stemmed from their hidden attribute, luck, being particularly high. Players with high luck might find NPCs approaching them on the road, offering various hidden quests and special tasks. Players with high luck would always get top-tier items from treasure chests. Players with high luck would have a significantly increased chance of triggering critical hits in battle, while the chance of being critically hit would be greatly reduced. Players with high luck. In short, luck was the hardest hidden attribute to obtain. In his last life, during the late game, Li Chen tried every means and barely managed to acquire 7 points of luck. It was those 7 points of luck that brought him continuous good fortune, allowing him to gain numerous benefits and ultimately ascend to the divine throne. Without those 7 points of luck, Li Chen was uncertain if he could have reached the level of the main god. Now, having sacrificed a world boss in the novice village, he had gained 10 points of luck. How could this not excite Li Chen? In his excitement, One Sword Thunder finally found Li Chen according to the location he sent. Brother Starry Sky, long time no see. Upon seeing Starry Sky and Mist, One Sword Thunder let out a hearty laugh, as if they were old friends who hadn't met in years. Seeing this, Li Chen also flashed a radiant smile at One Sword Thunder. There was no helping it, the excitement of gaining 10 points of luck hadn't faded yet. So, seeing the smile on One Sword Thunder's face, Li Chen couldn't help but smile back brightly. One Sword Thunder's eyes lit up at this. It seems my financial strategy has worked, managing to win over such a future powerhouse with limitless potential, A sword shocking. Thunder thought it was his own 100W empty check, which made Li Chen show such a brilliant smile. However, little did he know that 100W would only bring Li Chen a bit of joy. To make Li Chen display such a radiant smile, it would take at least 10 billion. Starry Sky Brother, did you call me here for some good news? A sword-shocking Thunder looked at Li Chen with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded and said, yes, I completed a task and then the NPC gave me a map. A map? What kind of map? A sword-shocking Thunder's face showed a mix of confusion and expectation. According to that NPC, he once saw a portal to another world, but he couldn't push it open, so he drew this map. As he spoke, Li Chen took out the map that the blacksmith Huang Tao had given him and waved it at a sword-shocking Thunder. A portal to another world. Upon hearing this, a sword-shocking Thunder's eyes widened. Didn't the strategy on the game forum say that there are no dungeons in the novice village? Hearing this, Li Chen scoffed and said, how long have those so-called experts on the game forum explored the novice village? The forest in the novice village is vast and boundless. Not to mention that the game has only been live for a month. Even if it were a year, it would be impossible for players to completely explore the novice village map. And this dungeon was discovered by that NPC after years of searching in the forest. Do you think those high-level players who have already teleported to the main city could find this dungeon? Upon hearing this, a sword-shocking Thunder seemed to understand and nodded. Alright, enough chit-chat, we should get going. Li Chen concluded. A sword-shocking Thunder couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Get going? Wasn't that a bit too auspicious? Starry Sky Brother, I have one more thing to ask. Upon hearing this, Li Chen looked at a sword-shocking Thunder, frowning slightly. Why did this person have so many questions? Go ahead, Li Chen said expressionlessly. Starry Sky Brother, is this dungeon a solo dungeon or a team dungeon? Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression instantly stiffened. Yes, was this dungeon solo or team-based? He didn't know. Li Chen felt a bit awkward. In his previous life, he had only spent a few hundred years to ascend to the divine throne and achieve godhood. For the next 100,000 years, he hadn't played any games. So, this was how this misunderstanding occurred. Seeing Li Chen's stiff expression, a sword-shocking Thunder seemed to understand something and decisively shut his mouth. Ahem, it's a team dungeon, I'm sure. Let's set off. After saying that, Li Chen took the lead and walked ahead. A sword-shocking Thunder quickly followed. The forest was vast, unlike other monster maps. Although the number of monsters in the forest was enormous, they were scattered. As a result, the two walked for a full hour without seeing a single monster. After about 10 more minutes, Li Chen and a sword-shocking Thunder suddenly stopped. Squeak squeak squeak. In the trees ahead, a monkey resembling a fox was glaring at the two with an irritated expression. Monkeys are inherently irritable creatures and they have a strong sense of territory. Seeing Li Chen and a sword-shocking Thunder intrude into its territory, the fox monkey couldn't help but emit an angry squeak. A sword-shocking Thunder immediately threw a detection spell at the fox monkey. Fox monkey, normal, level, 6 rank, none health, 300 attack power, 22 is its attack power only. 22? A sword-shocking Thunder said disdainfully. His own physical defense was only 10 points, but with the boost from the Pig King shield, his current defense reached 45 points. After all, that was equipment dropped by a world boss. Once equipped, let alone this fox monkey being just a level 6 normal monster, even elite monsters were not a concern for a sword-shocking Thunder. Squeak squeak squeak, chirp chirp chirp. Suddenly, a large number of lemurs surged in from all directions. In just a moment, Li Chen and his companion were surrounded by hundreds of lemurs. Seeing this scene, Li Chen frowned slightly. Killing them one by one is really slow. If only I had an area skill, I could end this fight quickly. On the other side, Yijin Jinglei noticed Li Chen's frown and patted his chest, saying, Brother Shinkong, don't worry, none of these lemurs can fight. When the fight starts, I will do my utmost to protect you. I won't let them harm you in the slightest. Yijin Jinglei had seen the video of Li Chen playing with the wild boar king. He estimated that Li Chen's awakened talent must have significantly increased his agility and strength. In terms of defense and constitution, he probably wasn't up to par. Otherwise, he wouldn't be frowning just because he was surrounded by a group of level 6 ordinary monsters. It's worth noting that in the video, Li Chen faced an 8-level world boss with ease. However, what Yijin Jinglei didn't know was that Li Chen's frown wasn't due to fear of being beaten to death by the lemurs. With the recently sacrificed wild boar king's corpse, Li Chen's free attribute points had already reached a staggering 2,437 points. When surrounded by the lemurs, Li Chen had already allocated 1,000 of those free attribute points to physical defense. In an instant, his physical defense jumped from 12 points to 1,012 points. With such high defense, not only could this group of ordinary lemurs not break through his defense, but even a boss wouldn't be able to do so. Moreover, one key difference in the god-making game compared to other games is that there is no concept of forced damage. In other games, you could employ a swarm tactic, but in the god-making game, that tactic was completely abolished. Chirp chirp chirp. Suddenly, one of the lemurs let out a sharp screech. The next moment, the lemurs launched their attack. Some jumped down from the trees, some leaped from behind the two, and others charged directly at them. Seeing this, Yi Jianjinglei's expression darkened, and he quickly took out the Boar King's shield. The Boar King's shield was large, standing 2 meters tall, and 1 meter wide, appearing as if it were cast from bronze, giving a strong sense of security. Brother Shinkong, you hide between me and the shield. That way, they won't be able to attack you. Don't worry, I will absolutely not let them harm you in the slightest. Brother Shinkong, hurry up and get in here, you. Before Yi Jianjinglei could finish his sentence, Li Chen casually dropped a line. Thanks, but I don't need it. Then, he stepped forward and appeared in front of the group of lemurs at a speed that Yi Jianjinglei couldn't even see. Chirp chirp chirp. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of the lemur, startling it. But thinking of its many kin, it let out an angry roar and then leaped up, its sharp claws glinting with a chilling light, heading straight for Li Chen. Ding! Brother Shinkong, small. Before he could finish, Yi Jianjinglei suddenly choked. -0, -0, -0. Dozens of claws landed on Li Chen, but they couldn't inflict even the slightest damage. No damage. His defense is that high? What kind of freak is this person? What talent did he awaken? Yi Jianjinglei couldn't help but scream in his heart. At that moment he even felt a bit enviously mad. -1087, -1087, -2174. Critical hit. Watching Li Chen move like a ghost among the lemurs, dealing one high damage after another, Yi Jianjinglei was completely numb. He let the surrounding lemurs relentlessly attack him, sitting down on the grass, staring blankly at the sky. Forget it, you have to throw away what's inferior, and people die comparing to others. I can't compare, so I choose to lie down. As he spoke, one sword thunder truly lay down. On the other side, due to Li Chen's high agility, he had completely dealt with over 80 lemurs in less than 5 minutes. Seeing Li Chen single-handedly take down more than 80 companions, the remaining lemurs attacking one sword thunder were so frightened that they fled in a hurry. Li Chen did not pursue them, he simply watched calmly as the group of lemurs escaped, then shot a displeased glare at one sword thunder, who was still in a daze. Noticing that one sword thunder was still lost in thought, Li Chen kicked him, sending him tumbling over. What's wrong? What's wrong? After being kicked to the ground and rolling a few times, one sword thunder finally came to his senses. He quickly performed a somersault and stood up. Alright, the battle is over, let's continue on our way. After saying that, Li Chen stored the corpses of the lemurs scattered on the ground into his ring space. Nodding in satisfaction, the more than 80 lemur corpses would yield about 500 to 600 free attribute points. After the sacrifice, though not a lot, it was still significant. At this moment, one sword thunder finally looked at his message channel. There, over 80 new messages had appeared. Ding dong, due to your teammate, Starry Sky and Mist killing lemur normal, you gained 8 experience points. In just 5 minutes, he had earned over 500 experience points. He was only a couple of thousand experience points away from leveling up to level 6. Brother Starry Sky, you're really fast, much faster than me, one sword thunder remarked, looking at Li Chen with admiration. Li Chen. For some reason, he felt something was off about that seemingly innocuous statement. By the way, Brother Starry Sky, these monster corpses can only be preserved for 10 minutes at most. Why are you collecting them? Do you have some special hobby? One sword thunder looked at Li Chen with a strange expression, instinctively taking a few steps back. Seeing one sword thunder's odd expression and his instinctive retreat, Li Chen couldn't hold back anymore. If you say one more word, I'll send you back to the city right away. Faced with Li Chen's dangerous gaze, one sword thunder could only smile awkwardly, not daring to say anything more. Suddenly, Li Chen's gaze fell behind one sword thunder, his eyes narrowing. In a nearby bush, a small silver light was emanating. Could it be? Li Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly walked towards the bush. Seeing Li Chen leave quickly, one sword thunder thought he was angry and hurriedly followed, continuously apologizing. Oh, Brother Starry Sky, forgive me. I'm just like this, I talk too much. I won't say it again, please don't be mad, okay? However, in Li Chen's eyes, there was only that faint silver light, and he had no intention of responding to one sword thunder. The more indifferent Li Chen appeared, the more one sword thunder felt that Li Chen was angry, and various flattering and pleading words poured out. Seeing that Li Chen remained unmoved, one sword thunder had no choice but to bring out his trump card. Gritting his teeth, he said, Brother Starry Sky, don't be angry, I'll show you Haisai. Bang! Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground in a fluster. Seeing Li Chen react, one sword thunder's eyes brightened, and he quickly seized the opportunity. Brother Starry Sky, not only Haisai, but also Baishur, lacy, and even flesh-colored, mesh, JK ones. Whatever you want to see, I can satisfy you. As he spoke, he stepped forward, reaching out to help Li Chen up. However, Li Chen had a look of horror on his face, scrambling backward. Brother Starry Sky, what's wrong with you? One sword thunder couldn't help but ask. Don't come over. I don't like men, and I have no interest in dragon boys. Please have mercy and spare me, I'll call you Sir. One Sword Thunder. Now it was One Sword Thunder's turn to be completely speechless. Your uncle. You're the one who likes men, you're the one with the dragon young fetish. What I just said was about my sister. My sister. Your sister? Upon hearing this, Li Chen's face showed a look of suspicion. You look so mediocre, your sister. Jian Jinglei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He wanted to shout that he was a handsome guy with beautiful women chasing after him, but when he saw Li Chen's face, which made even him feel jealous, he couldn't say it out loud. Indeed, in front of Li Chen, he really did look mediocre. Thinking of this, Jian Jinglei seemed like a deflated balloon, dejectedly saying, only you can say that. If anyone else said I was mediocre, I would definitely fight them. After saying that, he continued, but my sister is an absolute beauty, worthy of being called a stunning beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, a beauty that could close the moon and shatter flowers, a city-toppling beauty. Hearing this, Li Chen disdainfully curled his lips. After realizing that Jian Jinglei was not that kind of person, Li Chen returned to his usual self. He stood up and continued towards his goal. Brother Shinkong, can I show you a picture of my sister? Can you forgive me? Jian Jinglei asked, following behind Li Chen. Forgiven, forgiven. Suddenly, Li Chen stopped, pushed aside the grass in front of him, and a treasure chest shimmering with a faint silver light was revealed in the air. Silver treasure chest. Seeing the chest, Jian Jinglei was stunned. He finally understood why Li Chen had been unwilling to pay him any attention earlier. It turned out it was because there was a silver treasure chest here. Looking at the silver treasure chest in front of him, Li Chen felt secretly pleased. I just gained 10 points of luck and found a silver treasure chest. Luck points are eternal. Brother Shinkong, are you selling the treasure chest? I'm willing to offer 100,000 yen country coins. No, I'll offer 200,000. Jian Jinglei looked at the silver treasure chest with burning eyes. Li Chen glanced at him disdainfully and said, I might consider it for 1,000,000. Upon hearing this, Jian Jinglei helplessly pulled up the corners of his mouth and muttered softly, unless I'm crazy, who would spend 1,000,000 on a silver treasure chest? Li Chen didn't hear Jian Jinglei's muttering, and walked straight to the treasure chest. You have opened the silver treasure chest. You have obtained experience points *200,000, skill chest. *1 After the chest opened, a prompt sound echoed in Li Chen's mind. Then, the chest transformed into specks of light and dissipated into the world. After gaining another 200,000 experience points, Li Chen's level soared again. 2 golden beams of light fell upon Li Chen. Ding dong, your level has increased, current level LV8, all attributes +1, free attribute points +2. Ding dong, your level has increased, current level LV9, all attributes +1, free attribute points +2. With 200,000 experience points, it ultimately cost 120,000 to raise Li Chen's level directly from level 7 to level 9. With the remaining 80,000 experience points, he still needed 20,000 more to reach level 10. After seeing Li Chen open the chest and level up twice, Jian Jinglei's eyes turned red, filled with envy. Brother Shinkong, how much experience did you get from the chest? Jian Jinglei still couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. 200,000, what's wrong? Li Chen turned to look at Jian Jinglei. Upon hearing this, Jian Jinglei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Li Chen. 200,000? That shouldn't be. I saw on the game forum that the highest experience points opened by those high-level players were only 50,000. Hearing this, Li Chen smiled and smugly said, don't you know a term called European Emperor? Sorry, that's me, and this is my second silver treasure chest. The last one also gave 200,000 experience points, and that pure steel sword of yours was also obtained from a silver treasure chest I opened. If opening treasure chests wasn't to show off, then it would be meaningless. This was Jian Jinglei's inner voice at that moment. Are you envious? You should be. Li Chen smiled brightly and patted Jian Jinglei on the shoulder, looking at Li Chen's radiant smile. One Sword Thunder couldn't help but want to rush up and tear apart Li Chen's face. Then, in front of One Sword Thunder, Li Chen took out a small box. Seeing the small box in Li Chen's hand, One Sword Thunder felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't quite remember where he had seen it before. What is this box? Li Chen said nonchalantly, it's nothing, just a skill treasure chest. I don't know what skills it will yield. I hope it's not too bad. Upon hearing this, One Sword Thunder's eyes widened. He finally remembered where he had seen this box. It was from a popular video on a gaming forum. He clearly recalled that the video creator had opened a legendary assassin skill from that skill treasure chest. Moreover, because it was obtained from a skill treasure chest, that legendary skill was directly mastered by the player. If it were a legendary skill scroll obtained through normal means, it would require meeting very high conditions to learn. Furthermore, not all skills could be learned casually. Some were racial skills that could only be learned by specific races, while others were class skills that could only be learned by specific classes. There were also some skills that, although they had no racial or class restrictions, required certain attribute points to meet the standards. However, the skills obtained from the skill treasure chest were completely different. The skills obtained from the treasure chest would integrate into the player's body the moment they were opened. Even if you were a human and opened a dragon skill, you could still use it. Or if you were a mage and opened a swordsman skill, you could use your staff as a sword. Seeing that Li Chen was about to open the skill treasure chest, one sword thunder finally panicked. He grabbed Li Chen's hand and said urgently, "Brother Shinkong, wait a minute. How about this? I'll offer 500,000 yen country coins for that skill treasure chest. Is that okay? I'm begging you." As he spoke, one sword thunder put on a pitiful expression. However, Li Chen had seen this tactic many times. He coldly smiled and said, "Want to buy it now? Too late, not for sale." After saying that, Li Chen tried to shake off one sword thunder's hand. However, one sword thunder held onto Li Chen's hand tightly, refusing to let go. "I warn you to back off quickly, or today I'll make you understand why the flowers are so red." Li Chen's eyes widened as he glared fiercely at one sword thunder. "Brother Shinkong, 1 million yen country coins. I can't go any higher. Please do me a favor and sell it to me. Look at you, so handsome and strong. You won't have trouble getting a skill treasure chest in the future, right? Now look at me, so pathetic and still a noob. If I miss this skill treasure chest, I might never get another chance." Hearing this, Li Chen was speechless. For the sake of this skill treasure chest, one sword thunder had even belittled himself. It was truly something else. "Brother Shinkong, how about this? I'll not only pay but also provide a person." Seeing that Li Chen showed no signs of being moved, one sword thunder quickly added, "A person?" Li Chen was taken aback, looking at one sword thunder in confusion. "That's right, a person. Brother Shinkong, as long as you sell me the skill treasure chest, I'll set up a date for my sister with you." Upon hearing this, Li Chen rolled his eyes. "With a brother like you, your sister must have really bad luck." One sword thunder's face showed an awkward expression, but he still wasn't willing to give up on the skill treasure chest. What if he opened a legendary skill? Or even a higher tier epic skill? Then he would soar to new heights. After all, the skills obtained from the treasure chest would have their mana costs reduced based on the player's level. Although the skill effects would also be significantly reduced, high-level skills, even when reduced, would still be far more powerful than skills of the same level, enough to make that player look down on all other players of the same level. This is one aspect. On the other hand, let's assume that the skill unlocked by one sword thunder is an epic level skill. In the future, this skill will also improve as one sword thunder's level increases, ultimately returning to the epic level. These are all reasons that excite one sword thunder, but there is another layer to it. In the God creation game, acquiring skills is extremely difficult. Unlike other online games where players unlock skill trees as they level up and can learn a multitude of skills, the God creation game has no skill tree. Players must obtain skills through other means. Take the most basic skill for a mage, Fireball, as an example. There are many ways to acquire this skill. The easiest way is to purchase it for 100 gold coins at the Mage Guild in the main city. It's worth noting that Fireball is merely a bronze level skill, yet it costs 100 gold coins, which is 10,000 yen kingdom coins. Above bronze, there are silver, gold, dark gold. Moreover, it's not just about having money to buy skills. According to various guides one sword thunder has seen on the game forum, skills above the gold level can no longer be obtained through normal purchasing methods. This is why one sword thunder is so fixated on the skill chest in Li Chen's hands. As for getting the most useless non-tier skill? Sorry, before the chest arrived, everyone thought they were lucky and believed they could obtain high-level skills. One sword thunder clearly fell into the cliché. If it weren't for the 10 points of luck he had gained earlier, Li Chen wouldn't mind selling this skill chest to one sword thunder. Although once the game merges with reality, all currencies on Earth will turn into a pile of worthless paper. There is still a long way to go before that happens. Li Chen can certainly make his life a bit more comfortable during this time. However, get out of the way. Suddenly, Li Chen kicked out, sending one sword thunder flying several meters away. After kicking one sword thunder away, Li Chen opened the skill chest. "No, my epic level skill." From a distance, the moment one sword thunder saw Li Chen open the skill chest, he felt his heart shatter. He let out a heart-wrenching wail. The sound was so tragic that it brought tears to the listeners and sorrow to the onlookers. Even Li Chen couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart, faintly regretting whether he had gone too far. "Ding dong, you have opened the skill chest. Ding dong, you have obtained the skill, Nirvana Rebirth, Divine Level." However, the moment Li Chen saw the Divine Level skill, all regret was instantly cast aside. Caw! Suddenly, a divine bird engulfed in flames burst forth from the skill chest, soaring into the sky with a deafening cry. In the next moment, the divine bird dove down, landing directly on Li Chen. In that instant, Li Chen seemed to transform into the fire god, engulfed in raging flames, as if he were about to incinerate the heavens. Not far away, one sword thunder lay on the ground, eyes wide open, incredulously watching the scene. Before him, Nirvana Rebirth Tier, Divine Level Learning Requirements. Phoenix Clan Skill Effects 1, after receiving fatal damage, transform into indestructible Nirvana flames and resurrect in full state after 3 seconds. Skill Effect 2, upon resurrection, remove all buffs and debuffs. Skill effect 3, within 1 minute after resurrection, fire resistance plus 100%, fire damage increased by 5000%. Cooldown time, 48 hours. Description: a heaven-defying skill that can only be mastered by the purest-blooded phoenixes. If one can obtain the source power of the Wutong Divine Tree, there is a chance that Nirvana Rebirth will be enhanced and taken to the next level. Looking at the description of Nirvana Rebirth, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Luck points are indeed eternal. In his previous life, he had opened countless skill chests but had never obtained a divine level skill, but after gaining 10 points of luck, I unexpectedly hit the jackpot and directly obtained a divine level skill. And it wasn't just any divine level skill, but the most extraordinary skill of the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix is also known as a divine beast. What is a divine beast? It is a race that, upon reaching adulthood, must ignite the divine fire, raise the divine throne, and achieve the status of a deity. In my past life, even though Li Chen broke through to the level of the main god and was considered powerful among the main gods, he still did not dare to offend the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan is one of the top divine beast races in the universe, with its members spread across every corner of the cosmos, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Their growth cycle is very slow, but the sheer number is overwhelming. Even a main god would feel a chill down their spine. Not to mention, with such a vast number of divine beings, how could the Phoenix clan not have its own main god-level powerhouses? And such a powerful race considers rebirth through nirvana as its core skill, which speaks volumes about the extraordinary nature of this ability. Since we are still in the game phase, death can be revisited, nearly resulting in a level drop of -1. However, once the game and reality are fully integrated, a player's life is no longer infinite but limited to just one. If you die, it is truly death, and you can no longer flash back to the resurrection point. This Nirvana Rebirth skill gives Li Chen an extra life, significantly enhancing his survival ability. If Li Chen had possessed such an extraordinary skill as Nirvana Rebirth in his previous life, he might not have fallen. World announcement: congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Country region, for obtaining the divine level skill, Nirvana Rebirth, rewarded with 10,000 world reputation points, and awarded the title Chosen One. World announcement: congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Country region, for obtaining the divine level skill, Nirvana Rebirth, rewarded with 10,000 world reputation points, and awarded the title Chosen One. World announcement: congratulations. As the world announcement echoed 3 times, it immediately sparked heated discussions among all players. Dragon Shadow, Flame Country region. Damn, 666, the European Emperor is among us. I bow to you, hoping the European Emperor can grant a bit of luck to this non-lucky guy. God Slayer, Flame Country region at Starry Sky and Mist, are you interested in joining our guild? Our God Slayer guild is the top gaming guild in the Flame Country. If you are willing to come, the vice president position is yours, with a guaranteed annual salary of 10 million. Meichuan in Iaiku, our country region at Starry Sky and Mist. My Meichuan family is a top underworld family in our country. Join us, and you'll enjoy a lavish life in our country, with beauties from all nations at your disposal. Ilia, M Country region at Starry Sky and Mist. Can you tell me how you obtained the divine level skill? If you're willing to share, I'd be happy to have some fun with you. Selfie Lone Legs, Sword Soul God, Flame Country region at Starry Sky and Mist. We can't be traitors. How about this? As long as you join the Sword Soul Guild, not only is the vice president position yours, but I also have a beautiful sister, just 20 years old, both desirable and pure, and I'll gladly introduce her to you. Luo Tian Mieshur, Flame Country region at Starry Sky and Mist. I advise you to be smart and immediately join our Luo Tian guild. If you do, I might forgive you for killing my brother. Otherwise, with the top guilds hunting you down, I fear you won't be able to handle it. Abe Jean C, our country region. People from the Flame Country region love to cheat this trashy divine game. I want to report it. I want to complain. In the early game, to actually get a divine level skill, it's impossible just by thinking about it. My grandson Jui, our country region at Abe Jean C. I'm not saying this, but this game is quite deep. You wouldn't understand. At Starry Sky and Mist, name your price. How much for the method to obtain the divine level skill? Shatili, Shiva, Y region at Starlight and Mist, +1. Overlord Xiangyu, Flame Nation region at Starlight and Mist. Brother, come to our Overlord guild. It's just a small Luo Tian guild. We can wipe it out in no time. Join us, and I will protect you. Luo Tian Destroyer, Flame Nation region at Overlord Xiangyu. Are you looking for death? Do you believe I can take down your trash guild? Overlord Xiangyu, Flame Nation region. Come on, come on. Whoever backs down is a grandson. Because of a world announcement, the entire world channel exploded, and everyone was discussing it. And for these top players, it was even more exaggerated. Every chat was done using golden loudspeakers, burning money like crazy. You should know that a golden loudspeaker costs as much as 100 gold coins, which is equivalent to tens of thousands of Flame Nation coins. 10,000 Flame Nation coins. Just to say one sentence, it was the height of luxury. However, they had no idea that Li Chen, who was in the novice village, couldn't see the world channel yet. No matter how good the conditions they offered, he simply couldn't see it. However, although the players in the novice village couldn't see it, all players online at that moment could receive it. Thus, the players in the novice village became excited, and the 10,086 novice village was no exception. Meanwhile, one Sword Thunder was stunned in place by the prompt sound in his mind. God level, skill 1. Sword Thunder's face was filled with a lost expression. At that moment, 3 regional announcements rang out in succession. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Luotian Crazy Shark for obtaining a legendary level magic scroll. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Luotian Crazy Shark for obtaining a legendary level magic scroll. 3 prompt sounds echoed in the minds of the two. Li Chen didn't pay much attention, but one Sword Thunder instantly came to his senses. Someone actually obtained a legendary level magic scroll. Legendary level magic is equivalent to a forbidden spell at this stage. In the forest, Luotian Crazy Shark looked at the skill scroll in his hand with a face full of ecstasy. Fire Meteor Shower Scroll, rank, legendary category, skill scroll effect 1. Tear open the scroll to unleash the massive fire power sealed within, releasing the legendary level magic Fire Meteor Shower for 3 seconds. Effect 2. The scroll contains an inexplicable curse. Power. Adventurers killed by the scroll will have all attributes reduced by 50% for 1 month upon resurrection. Description. Long ago, a mysterious magic master created this scroll, and for some unknown reason, it ended up in your hands. Luotian Crazy Shark opened his friend list, found Luotian Destroyer, and sent the attribute image of the Fire Meteor Shower scroll to Luotian Destroyer. Bro, your little brother is the reincarnation of a lucky king. A legendary level skill scroll. At the beginning of the game, if anyone annoys me, I can just use this scroll. Who else is there? In a wild monster area outside the Thunder City, Luotian Destroyer was continuously farming. Just now, he was a bit unhappy because of the IDs, Starlight and Mist, and Overlord Xiangyu. But when he saw the message sent by Luotian Crazy Shark, his eyes lit up. Little brother, well done, ha. Luotian Destroyer quickly stopped leveling up, connected to Luotian Crazy Shark's video, and laughed. Being praised by his older brother, Luotian Crazy Shark showed a radiant smile. Luotian Destroyer squinted his eyes, examining the attribute image of the Fire Meteor Shower scroll, then he spoke. Little brother, you received the world announcement just now, right? Upon hearing this, the smile on Luotian Crazy Shark's face instantly stiffened. He was very familiar with the ID Starlight and Mist. Just today, he had been killed by Li Chen once, and it was because he had maliciously attacked Li Chen first. After being killed by Li Chen, his level dropped dramatically by 2 levels, and the hard work he had put into grinding for days was instantly wasted, making him furious. I got it, and speaking of which, I should thank this starry sky and mist, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to run into luck in the forest, and I wouldn't have obtained this legendary skill scroll. 2. Express my gratitude. Next time, I must make him pay dearly. Luotian Quangsha's expression turned ferocious. Since his brother, Luotian Miesher, was the president of a top-tier online gaming guild, Luotian Quangsha had been exposed to online games from an early age. In the past, online games allowed players to choose their servers, and he had always been with his brother. Backed by the Luotian Guild, his journey in online gaming had been smooth sailing, and few could make him suffer setbacks. The few who could were all big shots from top online gaming guilds, just as capable as his brother. Faced with those prominent figures, when he faced setbacks, Luotian Quangsha would begrudgingly accept it. But what was this? Starry Sky and Mist? A nobody he had never heard of dared to toy with him and made him lose a whole 2 levels, simply unforgivable. Little brother, find him. I want the way he obtained that god-level skill, Luotian Miesher said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Luotian Quangsha frowned and asked, what if he refuses to tell me? Luotian Miesher revealed a cruel smile and said, then eliminate him. The skill scroll in your hands will teach him what cruelty means. Luotian Quangsha's frown deepened, and he reluctantly said, brother, this scroll is so precious, especially with its effect, an entire month of all attributes minus 50%. It's too wasteful to give such a powerful debuff to a nameless nobody. Luotian Miesher squinted at his brother and shook his head. Brother, you still don't see clearly. You know the ins and outs of this game. On the first day, he single-handedly killed a world boss without hacks. What does this mean? It means he likely awakened a powerful talent, perhaps epic or even more terrifying, god level. If he continues to develop, it won't be long before he grows to a terrifying level. Such a person, if he can't be made to serve me, must be completely destroyed. All attributes minus 50%. I think that even if he awakened a god level talent for this month, he definitely won't be able to stir up any waves. And your brother, I found a good place. Give me a month to conquer this good place and I can take off from there. After listening to Luotian Miesher's lengthy speech, Luotian Quangsha looked reluctantly at the skill scroll in his hand and finally nodded. To win over Starry Sky and Mist? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luotian Quangsha always held himself in high regard in the real world. Feeling superior, how could he possibly want to win over a nameless nobody? He had already planned to threaten Li Chen to hand over the way to obtain the god-level skill, preferably tricking Li Chen into giving him the god-level skill in his hands. Then, he would tear open the meteor shower, scroll and send the damned nobody back to the novice village. After closing the video with Luo Tian Miesher, the more Luo Tian Kuangsha thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more sinister his expression grew. He even envisioned the scene where Starry Sky and Mist saw the skill scroll in his hand, kneeling on the ground, begging him not to kill him. If Li Chen could know what Luo Tian Kuangsha was thinking at this moment, he would definitely roll his eyes at him and tell him, "What are you even thinking? God-level skill, Nirvana Rebirth." He definitely isn't qualified to use it yet. "This skill is mine." With that, Luo Tian Kuangsha headed back in the direction he came from. However, compared to Li Chen and Yi Jianjinglei's casualness, every step he took was cautious, afraid of accidentally wandering into a monster zone and being sent back to the novice village by these high-level monsters. Coincidentally, Li Chen and Yi Jianjinglei also set off at this moment. Even more coincidentally, the distance between the two sides was continuously closing, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would soon meet in this vast forest. "Brother Shinkong, what exactly is the effect of your god-level skill? From the name, it should be a rebirth-type skill, right? Brother Shinkong, can you share the skill attribute chart with me?" Brother Shinkong. Along the way, Yi Jianjinglei seemed to transform into a chattering little bird, constantly flitting back and forth around Li Chen, chattering incessantly. However, in the face of Yi Jianjinglei's incessant chatter, Li Chen chose to ignore him. Suddenly, Li Chen's footsteps paused, and at that moment, Yi Jianjinglei happened to be right behind him. Unexpectedly, Li Chen stopped, causing Yi Jianjinglei to bump into his back and fall to the ground with a thud. "Brother Shinkong, what's wrong?" Yi Jianjinglei sat on the ground in confusion, looking at Li Chen's back. Luo Tian Kuangsha stared at the figure that suddenly appeared before him, stunned for a moment. Then, when he recognized the person in front of him, the one who had killed him a few hours ago, a sinister cold smile appeared on his face. "Shinkong and Wu? I was just planning to find you for a reckoning, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my door." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and a look of confusion appeared on his face as he asked, "Do we know each other?" Luo Tian Kuang Sha's expression instantly froze. Yi Jianjinglei also stood up from the ground at this moment, coming to Li Chen's side and looking at Luo Tian Kuangsha across from them. Suddenly, he pointed at Luo Tian Kuangsha and exclaimed, "I recognize you." Hearing this, a smile reappeared on Luo Tian Kuangsha's face. "It seems there's someone with good eyesight, kid, considering." Before Luo Tian Kuangsha could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yi Jianjinglei. "Brother Shinkong, isn't this person one of the 5 you just killed?" "I know them, they are from the Luo Tian Guild." "Brother Shinkong, you might not know about the Luo Tian Guild. They are a notorious online gaming guild, a trash guild that has tarnished the reputation of online gaming in Yen country." "I don't know this person, he should be some insignificant lackey from the Luo Tian Guild." Upon hearing this, an endless rage surged in Luo Tian Kuangsha's heart, and his expression twisted with inner fury. However, thinking of what his brother had instructed him, he forcibly suppressed his anger, darkened his face, and spoke slowly. "Shinkong and Wu, our Luo Tian Guild is the top online gaming guild in Yen country, and I am the brother of the guild leader, Luo Tian Miesher. You killed me once before, and my brother was very angry. If you don't want the Luo Tian Guild to issue a kill order against you, then it would be best for you to obediently tell me how you obtained that god-level skill, and I can forgive you, and the Luo Tian Guild won't pursue you." Just as Luo Tian Kuangsha unilaterally thought that Li Chen would back down, Li Chen suddenly spoke up, "Luo Tian Guild? What are you even worth to chase me? I think you want to die again." After saying that, Li Chen drew the Etienne sword, pointing it at Luo Tian Kuangsha. With the Etienne sword aimed at him, Luo Tian Kuangsha's face changed dramatically. He couldn't forget the scene of being killed in one hit by Li Chen before. He took out a scroll, his expression wary as he said, "Shinkong and Wu, you should have heard the area announcement just now. I obtained a legendary level magic scroll. I'm not afraid to tell you that this scroll seals the fire-type magic, meteor shower, and with your current level, you won't be able to withstand it. You better think it over carefully. Will you choose to die once, or will you hand over the god-level skills you've obtained to me, and by the way, tell me how you got them?" Upon hearing this, Yi Jianjinglei rolled his eyes in disdain and said, "What do you know? My brother from the Starry Sky leveled up several levels from level 0 in just one day. Would he care about losing one level? On the contrary, you actually want to use a legendary magic scroll in the novice village. I see you're either a fool or mentally challenged. And I'm not afraid to tell you that my brother from the Starry Sky obtained his god-level skills from a skill treasure chest. You, a non-lucky player, can forget about it for this lifetime." Listening to Yi Jianjinglei ramble on and on, Li Chen couldn't help but facepalm. "Brother, do you understand? It's not just the villains who die from talking too much, even side characters can easily meet their end from excessive chatter. Then you can go die." After hearing Yi Jianjinglei's words, Luo Tianquangsha's already unstable mindset completely collapsed, and it was a bizarre breakdown. Saying this, he placed both hands on the scroll, ready to tear it open. Seeing this, Li Chen was startled, but it was already too late to stop him. However, at that moment, Luo Tianquangsha suddenly stopped his actions and sneered, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, this scroll is also cursed. If you are killed by the skill within this scroll, all your attributes will be reduced by 50% for the next month." After saying this, Luo Tianquangsha was about to tear the scroll. However, Li Chen had already reacted. As Luo Tianquangsha spoke, he activated the lightning skill that came with the lightning ring. Just as Luo Tianquangsha's words fell, Li Chen suddenly raised his right hand. A bolt of lightning shot out from his middle finger. In a flash, it struck Luo Tianquangsha. Minus 800k. The sinister smile on Luo Tianquangsha's face had not yet faded when everything went dark. With a staggering damage of 800,000, his meager 100 plus health points were instantly wiped out. It could be said that with this skill, even if Luo Tianquangsha had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. So much nonsense. Li Chen scoffed, curling his lip. Yi Jianjinglei had thought he was doomed for sure. But at the last moment he saw Li Chen raise his right hand, and a bolt of lightning flew out. It dealt a staggering 800,000 damage, instantly killing Luo Tianquangsha. 800,000. This, Yi Jianjinglei's eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, he was determined to build a good relationship with Li Chen. Knowing the insider information about the God creation game, he understood Li Chen's astonishing potential. In the future, being with Li Chen might make him a prominent figure on Earth. Starry Sky Boss is amazing. Yi Jianjinglei shouted, this time not calling him brother but directly addressing him as boss. On the other side, in the novice village, a flash of white light appeared, and Luo Tianquangsha resurrected with a bewildered expression. Notice, you have been maliciously attacked by player Starry Sky and Mist. You have gained the right to retaliate. Killing the opponent will significantly increase the death penalty. Notice, you were killed by player Starry Sky and Mist. Your level is reduced by 1. You dropped 50% of your game currency. Notice, you have had the worst luck in 8 lifetimes. You dropped an item upon death. Notice, you have resurrected. Looking at the additional messages in the news channel, the expression on Luo Tianquangsha's face twisted with rage. A mere clown, a mere one, actually killed me twice. If I don't take revenge, I swear I won't be human. Starry Sky and Mist, the next time we meet, I will make sure you die. I won't give you another chance. I'll use the magic scroll as soon as I see you. Luo Tianquangsha gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, then opened his backpack, wanting to take out the scroll. Suddenly, his expression froze. Everything else in the backpack remained unchanged, but one item was missing. No! Luo Tianquangsha let out a heart-wrenching wail. His flame meteor shower scroll had actually dropped. In the God creation game, although there is a setting where players die and drop game items, the probability is only 1 in 10,000. Yet, Luo Tianquangsha not only triggered this 1 in 10,000 chance but also dropped his most precious game item. Was this not the luck of 8 lifetimes gone wrong? On the other side, Li Chen arrived at the location where Luo Tianquangsha had died, where 2 orbs of light were floating in midair. Li Chen picked up both orbs. Ding dong, you have obtained gold coin *1. Ding dong, you have obtained flame meteor shower scroll *1. The gain of 1 gold coin was of no concern to Li Chen. However, what surprised him was that Luo Tianquangsha had dropped the precious legendary level magic scroll. Li Chen opened the scroll's attribute panel. Flame meteor shower scroll rank, legendary requirement, none effect 1. Tear open the scroll to unleash the immense power of fire sealed within. Casting the legendary magic flame meteor shower for 3 seconds. Effect 2. The scroll contains an inexplicable curse. Adventurers killed by the scroll will have all attributes reduced by 50% for 1 month upon resurrection. Description: long ago, a mysterious magic master created this scroll, and for reasons unknown, it ended up in your hands. This guy's luck is hard to say whether it's good or bad. He actually got such a powerful scroll in the novice village. Then he unfortunately dropped such a valuable scroll. TSK. Li Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Starry Sky Boss, the scroll in your hand is. Yi Jianjinglei approached Li Chen, looking at the scroll in his hand with uncertainty. The scroll that just belonged to that god of wealth is now mine. After saying that, Li Chen smiled knowingly and put the scroll away. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianjinglei looked at Li Chen and exclaimed, Starry Sky Boss, your luck is just explosive. Did you step in dog poop today? Hearing this, Li Chen's gaze towards Yi Jianjinglei turned unfriendly. Who are you saying stepped in dog poop? Under Li Chen's gaze, Yi Jianjinglei awkwardly smiled and fell silent. Alright, enough chit-chat, we should set off. I've been in this game for several hours already. Let's hurry and find the dungeon. After we finish the dungeon, I need to log off for dinner. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianjinglei opened his mouth, wanting to share his insider information with Li Chen, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. This kind of news was simply too shocking. If Li Chen didn't believe him, he might think of him as a lunatic or a delusional person. If he ended up kicking him out of the team, that would be a huge loss for him. Subsequently, the two quickened their pace following the direction indicated by the map, continuously moving deeper into the forest. Along the way, perhaps because the forest was simply too vast and the wild monsters were too sparsely distributed, or perhaps because Li Chen's luck was just too high, the two didn't encounter a single wild monster. The path was smooth and unobstructed, and after about 2 hours, they finally arrived at the location marked on the map. In front of them stood a massive stone door, tightly closed and emanating a hazy blue light. As expected, it's the dungeon entrance. Starry Sky Boss, I've seen this on the game forum. This is definitely the dungeon entrance. Whether domestically or internationally, no players have discovered a dungeon in the novice village. I once thought there was no dungeon in the novice village, but it turns out that it wasn't that there was no dungeon, but that it was hidden too deeply. Jian Lei looked at the stone door before him, his face revealing a look of delight. Almost all VR online games offer generous rewards for first-time dungeon clears, and the God Creation game is no exception. Just the thought of possibly becoming the first player to clear a dungeon and receiving generous rewards made Jian Lei unable to contain his excitement. At that moment, the maps in their hands suddenly ignited spontaneously, quickly turning to ashes, scattered by an inexplicable gust of wind. Suddenly, a notification sound echoed in the minds of Li Chen and Jian Lei. No, it wasn't just Li Chen and Jian Lei. At that moment, all the players online in the 10086 newbie village received the same notification. Area announcement: Player, Starry Sky and Mist, Jian Lei, has completed the pre-dungeon quest. The dungeon skeleton cave is now open. Area announcement: Player, Starry Sky and Mist, Jian Lei, has completed the pre-dungeon quest. The dungeon skeleton cave is now open. Area announcement. 3 consecutive area announcements appeared in the minds of all online players in the 10086 newbie village. In an instant, all the players erupted in excitement. Damn, didn't those gaming experts on the forum say that there could never be a dungeon in the newbie village? Can someone tell me what's going on now? A dungeon, it's a dungeon. I must be the first to clear it, get the generous first clear rewards, and then take off, becoming a top player in the game. Identification complete. The second floor is still not awake. Hehe, first clear of the dungeon, my Falling Snow Guild will take it without hesitation. Falling Snow Guild? What kind of third-rate guild dares to boast? This first clear will definitely belong to my Overlord Guild. What is Overlord Guild anyway? The first clear will only be mine from the Luo Tian Guild. Am I the only one who? Notice that it was Starry Sky and Mist who completed the pre-dungeon quest. Do you think you can compete for the first clear with someone who toys with world bosses? What big shot. Just a cheater. Speaking of which, what's going on with the godly game? It's been hours, and not only has the Starry Sky and Mist not been banned, but they've also continuously gained god-level skills and completed the pre-dungeon quest? Do you think Starry Sky and Mist might be a game plant? What you said makes sense. Damn godly game, even VR online games have plants. It's really ridiculous. Makes sense +1. Ridiculous +1. +2. In an instant, the area channel became lively again. Because of Li Chen alone, the usually quiet area channel was now buzzing with activity, constantly refreshing the screen. Just then, a separate notification sound suddenly rang in Li Chen's mind. Notification: do you want to activate the dungeon's teleport coordinates, allowing all players to teleport to the dungeon entrance from a distance? Choose yes, gain 10,000 reputation points. Choose no, no rewards. 10,000 reputation points? That's quite a nice reward at the beginning of the game, so I choose yes. Thus, the players in the 10086 newbie village received another area announcement. Area announcement: Player, Starry Sky and Mist, has chosen to activate the dungeon teleport coordinates, allowing all players to teleport to the dungeon entrance with one click. Area announcement: Player, Starry Sky and Mist, has chosen to activate the dungeon teleport coordinates, allowing all players to teleport to the dungeon entrance with one click. Area announcement. This time, the area channel became even more heated. Unfortunately, I lack culture. Just a damn can take me around the world. Damn. Thank you, big shot, you're generous. Wishing you a long life and happiness for your family. Upstairs, if I remember correctly, weren't you the one who led the charge to report the big shot Starry Sky just now? I didn't. Don't say that randomly. Be careful, I'll sue you for defamation. Do you believe it? The one upstairs is defaming me. Did you see it? No words, must support big shot Starry Sky is awesome. Brothers, charge. For the dungeon, for the first clear. At Starry Sky and Mist, thank you, big shot, then I will graciously accept this first clear. On the other side, in front of the dungeon entrance, Jian Lei stared blankly at Li Chen. Boss Xingkong, you actually activated the coordinate teleportation for the dungeon, have you lost your mind? Hearing this, Li Chen smiled slightly and said, activating the coordinate teleportation earns us a free 10,000 world reputation points. Once we get to the main city, we can exchange it for quite a lot of things. Jian Lei said helplessly. You activated the coordinate teleportation just for 10,000 world reputation points? Do you know that the first completion reward for the dungeon is quite Generous? Li Chen nodded and replied, I know. Yi Jianjinglei looked at Li Chen in confusion. If you know, why did you activate the coordinate teleportation? Aren't you just making it harder for yourself? In response, Li Chen simply smiled casually. Brother Jinglei, you're overthinking it. Do you really think anyone in this novice village can compete with me for the first completion? Upon hearing this, Yi Jianjinglei's expression suddenly froze. Upon careful reflection, it seemed to be true. After all, he knew that Li Chen's casual basic attack dealt damage in the thousands. The dungeon's small monsters would probably be taken out in one hit. In terms of speed for the first completion, it seemed that no one could be faster than him. More importantly, Yi Jianjinglei remembered that not long ago, Li Chen had dealt a terrifying 800,000 damage with a single skill. That kind of damage could probably one-shot even a dungeon boss. With this thought, his heart gradually calmed down. Just then, beams of white light suddenly flickered around the dungeon. As the white light dissipated, figures emerged. They looked excitedly at the stone door emitting a hazy white light, and voices rang out from the crowd. That stone door must be the skeleton cave dungeon, right? Hurry, 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 let's get into the dungeon. We must secure the first completion. Members of the Shirshan Guild, follow me into the dungeon. As long as we secure the first completion, every participating member will receive a generous 1,000 yuan red envelope. And those who make outstanding contributions will have their rewards multiplied tenfold, plus a chance to be included as core members of the guild. Members of the Luotian Guild, find Xingkong and Wu, I want to take him down. Brothers of the Bawang Guild, the first completion must be ours. Charge! More and more people gathered outside the dungeon, players checking the dungeon information one after another. Skeleton Cave entry level, 0 to 10 level entry limit 5. People dungeon difficulty, normal, hard, hell, nightmare dungeon drops, 0 to 10 level equipment, world reputation, with a very small chance to drop bronze level skill books. Remaining entries today, 3 of 3 dungeon description. This is the paradise of the undead, the grave of the living. Here, bones are everywhere, and the undead are infinite. Living beings? This is not a world you should enter. After reviewing the basic information of the dungeon, the major guilds began to arrange their members. Basically, each top-tier guild had at least a dozen members, allowing them to form 3 to 4 teams. Of course, besides the major guilds, there were also many solo players. Looking for a brother who can pull monsters, minimum level requirement is 7. Is there anyone with explosive damage? I have awakened the healer talent. I have the assassin talent, a veteran of online games, looking for a group. A crowd of players gathered outside the dungeon, the calls for team formation rising and falling. Boss Xingkong, let's go in too. Seeing more players entering the dungeon, Yi Jianjinglei became anxious and hurriedly urged. In response, Li Chen simply waved his hand, looking completely unconcerned. Don't worry, for a short time, no one should be able to clear this dungeon. Li Chen, with the experience from his previous life, knew that the more hidden a dungeon was, the more exaggerated the difficulty of clearing it would be. As if to confirm Li Chen's words, at that moment, figures began to teleport out of the dungeon, each one looking dejected and downcast. Damn it, divine game, what the hell is this? Is this a 5-man dungeon? Shouldn't this be a legion dungeon? Damn, ridiculous. Ridiculous has come home. A normal level dungeon, and right off the bat, there are thousands of small monsters. Who can clear this dungeon? I'm filing a complaint. We must complain about divine game. Brothers, is your keyboard ready? Thus, a large number of players who were slaughtered in the dungeon became furious and began to curse or complain about divine game online. A normal level dungeon has thousands of small monsters attacking? Damn, Starry Skyboss, what are we going to do? This is clearly a legion level dungeon. Sword Shock looked at Li Chen. Hearing this, Li Chen didn't speak, just stroked his chin. Since at least 5 people were needed to enter the dungeon, Li Chen thought for a moment and decisively shouted, Dungeon team. 5 missing 3, no requirements, once we have enough people, we go. Upon hearing Li Chen's shout, many players around looked over. However, although they all knew the ID Starry Sky and Mist, they had no idea what he actually looked like. After all, the ID Starry Sky and Mist had only been active for a few hours, and many players hadn't seen the videos about Li Chen in the game forum. So, many players just took a quick glance and then looked away. In team games, naturally, one seeks out strong players or familiar friends, and Li Chen looked like a frail pretty boy, clearly not a master. Only a few female players fixed their gaze on Li Chen and couldn't look away. So handsome, I've decided, I want to add this handsome guy on WeChat. He'll be my second husband after my current one. You flirt, get lost, this handsome guy is mine. You two still haven't woken up, this handsome guy is obviously mine. You should take a look in the mirror and see what you look like. Do you even deserve someone like him? Only I, a noble woman with looks, figure, and charm, deserve this handsome guy. Listening to the discussions of the women around, Sword Shock admitted he felt a bit jealous. At the same time, feeling the unfriendly gazes of many men around, Li Chen couldn't help but awkwardly touch his nose. So what if he was handsome? Did he eat your rice? Was it necessary to glare at him with such hostility? Just then, a tall girl with fair skin, wearing a qipao, walked up to Li Chen. Looking at this girl's angelic face and devilish figure, Sword Shock couldn't help but swallow hard. "Handsome guy, do you think I'm okay?" As she spoke, this beauty, who had just seemed like an ice queen, showed a shy expression towards Li Chen. Seeing this, Sword Shock's jealousy completely boiled over. Damn it, what kind of nonsense motivational quotes are on the internet saying that what melts an ice queen is a sincere heart? What a load of crap. What melts an ice queen should be a handsome face. Faced with such beauty, Li Chen remained as steady as a rock. There was no way around it. He had seen plenty of beauties in his past life. Even those true goddesses had often thrown themselves at him. "Sure, I have no requirements here, anyone can join." Li Chen nodded. Seeing that Li Chen didn't show any signs of being moved by her beauty, the girl with the ID, Clear Moon, felt a bit disappointed. Just then, a young man approached and asked, "Bro, do you think I'm okay?" Hearing this, Li Chen looked at the young man, nodded, and said one word, "Okay." Then, Li Chen sent a team invitation to both of them. "Ding dong, player, Clear Moon has joined your team, current team size 3/5." However, the young man did not immediately join Li Chen's team. Instead, he shyly asked, "Brother, I have this friend. Do you think you could let him in too?" Li Chen casually replied, "It's fine, let him come in. I have no requirements. Ahem, my brother is only level 1. The young man said, feeling embarrassed and fidgeting. "It's fine, let him come." In other teams, they wouldn't accept anyone below level 7 at all. But for Li Chen, he wouldn't mind even a level 0 as long as he could gather enough people. A level 0 was just the same. "Thank you." The player's face showed a grateful expression. He didn't really expect to clear the dungeon. He was mainly curious and wanted to see what it was like inside. Originally, with his level 7, it would have been easy to join a team. However, his friend was adamant about wanting to peek into the dungeon. Other teams had decisively rejected them when they saw his friend was only level 0. After being turned down more than 10 times, the young man accidentally found himself near Li Chen and, upon hearing Li Chen's recruitment with no requirements, he quickly approached. Of course, that was just one reason. Another reason was the beauty in the Qipao. Who wouldn't want to team up with a beautiful girl? Soon, the young man hurriedly called his friend over to join Li Chen's team. "Ding dong, player, Flying Pig has joined your team, current team size 4/5. Ding dong, player, Flying Sheep has joined your team, current team size 5/5. At the same time, Flying Pig and Flying Sheep also received this notification. "Ding dong, you have joined the team of Starry Sky and Mist. Current team size 4/5, 5/5. You are Starry Sky and Mist. The one who soloed the world boss, obtained a god-level skill, and unlocked the prequest for the dungeon." The young man with the ID, Flying Sheep, widened his eyes, looking at Li Chen in shock. Hearing this, Li Chen merely smiled slightly and then strode towards the stone door radiating blue light, which was the entrance to the dungeon. "Is the ID, Starry Sky and Mist, very famous? Why is your reaction so big?" Xingyue looked at Flying Sheep in confusion. She had just logged in, and when she did, the dungeon coordinates were already open, so she directly teleported over. She initially thought this was a dungeon that opened automatically in the game. But now hearing Flying Sheep's words, it seemed that this dungeon was unlocked because that handsome guy completed the prequest. Meanwhile, Li Chen had arrived at the dungeon and began to select the difficulty level. Difficulty selection. Normal, hard, hell, nightmare. Without any hesitation, Li Chen instantly selected nightmare difficulty. Just as Li Chen was about to click on nightmare difficulty, a voice from within the team, ID, Flying Pig, suddenly asked, "Starry Sky, we should be choosing normal difficulty, right?" Hearing this, Li Chen merely glanced at him calmly and replied, "No." The girl with ID, Xingyue, curiously asked, "Could it be hard difficulty?" "No, it's nightmare difficulty. Flying Pig, Flying Sheep, Xingyue." Only Yijian Jinglei remained calm, not because he had absolute confidence in his own strength, but because he had absolute trust in Li Chen. He believed that even if the dungeon in the novice village had a very high difficulty, Li Chen could definitely clear it. This blind confidence in Li Chen stemmed from witnessing that terrifying damage of 800,000. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen had already confirmed the dungeon's difficulty. The next moment, amidst the bewildered expressions of the other 3 team members, 5 beams of white light enveloped them, and as the white light dissipated, the 5 of them had vanished without a trace. Ding dong, welcome to the world of the undead, nightmare level, skeleton cave. Listening to the prompt sound in his ear, Li Chen felt nothing at all. At this moment, he raised his head and began to survey his surroundings. The 5 of them were in a place that resembled a mass grave, a chilling wind blowing through, causing the other 4 to shiver. Looking up at the sky, Li Chen discovered that 2 blood-red crescent moons hung above, as if some unknown entity had half-opened and half-closed eyes. What is going on right now? The Flying Sheep's expression was somewhat heavy, nervously scanning the area. He was the only level 1 newbie among the 5, and if a battle broke out, he would likely be the first to perish due to his lack of strength. The Flying Pig glanced around, his face filled with vigilance. He had no complaints. After all, he had not held any hopes of clearing the dungeon before entering. Only Qingyue's face turned extremely ugly. Is this really a nightmare level dungeon? Those top guild players couldn't even clear a normal level dungeon, and you actually entered a nightmare level dungeon? Can we even get through this? This is simply a death sentence. Li Chen, however, paid no attention to Qing Yue's dissatisfaction. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sounds resembling dislocated joints echoed from underground. Following that, under the horrified gazes of the group, one bony hand after another emerged from the ground. One skeleton after another crawled out from beneath. Among them were humans, elves, dwarves, goblins, and other races. Watching countless stark white bones rise from the ground, Qing Yue trembled in fear, her face as pale as a sheet. As a young woman in her prime, how could she remain calm upon seeing so many eerily realistic skeletons? Not to mention Qing Yue, even the flying pig, the flying sheep, and Yijian Jinglei were all pale with fright. Among the five, only Li Chen's expression remained calm. In his previous life, Li Chen had fought against deities of the undead pantheon. That deity could summon endless undead creatures with a mere wave of their hand, and the skeletal army was like an ocean. If Li Chen could remain indifferent in the face of such a situation, there was no reason to be fazed by the small scene before him. Bang! 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 Suddenly, green flames ignited in the skulls of the skeletons, the flames flickering through their deep eye sockets, making the atmosphere even more terrifying. At this moment, Li Chen threw a detection spell at one of the skeletons. Skeleton Guard, Elite, Level, 6 rank, None health, 700 attack power, 40 skills, Undead power. Li Chen narrowed his eyes. He was very familiar with the Undead power skill. Though called a skill, it was actually a passive ability, a trait of the undead race. The undead all possessed the Undead power skill. This skill increased damage to the living by 30% and could resist 30% of dark damage. However, Undead power also had a significant flaw. It reduced defense against light damage by 80%. Unfortunately, it was nearly impossible to acquire skills in the newbie village, let alone the more precious light-type skills. Therefore, when entering the skeleton cave, most players found themselves utterly defenseless against this group of skeletons. We're doomed, we're dead for sure. Shinkong and Wu, it's all your fault, you wasted my chance to enter the dungeon. Qing Yue pointed at Li Chen, her face filled with anger. She completely forgot that it was she who had been drawn to Li Chen's beauty and had voluntarily joined his team. Li Chen merely shot her a cold glance in response to her accusations. For some reason, under Li Chen's gaze, Qing Yue felt a surge of deep-seated fear rising within her. She opened her mouth, but the complaints that had just come to her lips were instantly swallowed back down. Roar! Suddenly, countless skeletons let out a roar that seemed to come from their very souls, and then they began to move their stiff limbs, slowly closing in on the five. Wow, is this a nightmare-level dungeon? I just scouted dozens of monsters, and not a single one wasn't an elite monster. Surrounded by thousands of elite monsters, what's the point? Just wait here to die. I've seen the videos of the big shot in the starry sky. He completely relied on his agility to take down the boss. Now, surrounded by a massive number of wild monsters, no matter how graceful his movements are, he's bound to die. Stop talking, just watch my boss perform. Boss, show them what you've got. Suddenly, one sword shocking thunder shouted loudly. In response, Li Chen said nothing. With a calm expression, he stepped out, walking towards the overwhelming white army of bones. His speed increased, and soon, Li Chen transformed into an afterimage, charging into the army of bones. With over 1,000 agility, even if Li Chen charged alone into the midst of 10,000 troops, he could remain unscathed. Even if occasionally hit by an oblivious skeleton, his physical defense, exceeding 1,000, meant he wouldn't lose any health. Minus 1,079. Minus 1,079. Li Chen continuously swung the heaven-defying sword, shattering one skeleton after another, which then vanished in an instant. Seeing the skeletons he had killed disappear, a hint of regret appeared on Li Chen's face. In the dungeon, whether it was wild monsters or bosses, their bodies would vanish instantly upon death. What a pity, if they didn't disappear, sacrificing these countless wild monster corpses would allow my free attribute points to skyrocket to an astonishing level. Li Chen sighed inwardly. However, while Li Chen was lost in thought, the three members of the team, aside from one sword-shocking thunder, were completely stunned. Ding dong, because your teammate, Starry Sky and Mist, killed Bone Guardian Elite, you gained 57 experience points. Ding dong, because your teammate, Starry Sky and Mist, killed Bone Guardian Elite, you gained 62 experience points. Ding dong. Such notification sounds echoed wildly in the minds of the four. Suddenly, a golden beam of light fell upon Flying Sheep. Ding dong, your level has increased, current level LV2, all attributes +1, free attribute points +2. A cold notification sound rang in his mind. If it had been before, leveling up so quickly and easily would have made Flying Sheep very happy. But now, he just stood there in a daze, quietly watching one skeleton guardian after another disappear. Li Chen's figure appeared all over the battlefield, single-handedly blocking thousands of skeleton guardians. Time slowly passed, and suddenly, a golden beam of light fell upon Li Chen. Ding dong, you killed Skeleton Guardian Elite, gaining 66 experience points. Ding dong, your level has increased, current level LV10, all attributes +1, free attribute points +2. Notice, you have reached the job change level. Please go to the village chief in the novice village to receive your certificate and proceed to the main city to complete your job change. The experience from elite wild monsters was already high, and combined with the terrifying number here, it was no surprise. Not to mention Li Chen was already level 9, so it wasn't far from reaching level 10. Even if Li Chen were level 0, he could easily soar to level 10 in one go. Meanwhile, all online players received a world announcement. World announcement: congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Nation region for reaching level 10, breaking the world record for the fastest level up to 10, taking a total of 6 hours 15 minutes and 39 seconds. Reward: free attribute points, *100, world reputation, *10000. World announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Nation region for reaching level 10, breaking the world record for the fastest level up to 10, taking a total of 6 hours 15 minutes and 39 seconds. Reward: free attribute points, *100, world reputation, *10000. World announcement. The 3 consecutive world announcements echoed throughout the entire god-making game. In an instant, the world channel exploded. Kojiro the Strong, our country region impossible. I worked hard for half a month to break through to level 10. How could someone reach level 10 in just 6 hours? Park Chan-yeol, H country region reaching level 10 in 6 hours. This person must be Shi-ting. Long-ing, Y country region, you're just jealous. Our great Y country has a wealth of talent. Someone has awakened a powerful gift and leveled up a bit faster. Is that not okay? Yen. Hua, Y country region at Starry Sky and Mist. Big shot, you're amazing. 2 world announcements in one day. Someone, bring me my imperial sword. I want to slice apples for the big shot. Meanwhile, the regional channel of Newbie Village number 10086 was also in an uproar. Wow. 666, reaching level 10 in 6 hours. That's incredible. How did the big shot level up so fast? Please take me with you. Does the big shot need a leg accessory? If not, how about a leg hair accessory? Please, big shot, release a leveling guide. I've been in the game for 3 days and I'm still only level 3, sob. Have you noticed? The dungeon just opened, and the big shot Starry Sky has already broken through to level 10. Could it be that Starry Sky is rampaging in the dungeon, gaining a ton of experience? What the upstairs said makes sense. Many people should have gone into the skeleton cave dungeon. The wild monsters inside are plentiful. If someone can rampage, they can indeed gain a lot of experience in a short time. Rampage? Don't joke around. Surrounded by hundreds or thousands of skeletal bones, it's more like being slaughtered. I think Starry Sky and Mist is probably just cheating. It's been several hours since then, and the game hasn't banned Starry Sky's account. What are you still holding on to? Is it that hard to admit someone else is excellent? The regional channel was lively, with countless players once again spamming the chat. Inside the dungeon, Li Chen, who was rampaging, was still unaware that because of him, various regional channels and even the world channel had boiled over once more. In less than half an hour, numerous skeletal guards were almost completely slaughtered by Li Chen. In the team, a golden beam of light would occasionally fall. The highest level flying pig quickly reached level 10 right after Li Chen. Following closely were Yi Jianjing Lei and Xingyu, both of whom reached level 10 almost simultaneously due to their similar levels and experience points. Until the battle reached its conclusion, and there were few skeletal guards left on the battlefield, the lowest level flying sheep finally reached level 10 as well. Watching Li Chen's rampage, even Yi Jianjing Lei, who had absolute confidence in Li Chen, couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Jianjing Lei's inner thoughts were minor compared to the other 3, who had already begun to question their lives. Are we playing the same game? This feels off. Just as the few were in a daze, Li Chen swung his heaven-leaning sword again, and without surprise, he instantly killed the last skeletal guard. Then, Li Chen began to prepare to clean up the battlefield. Because of Li Chen's slaughter, a large number of white light orbs floated on the battlefield. What are you all standing there for? Pick up the loot. At that moment, Li Chen noticed that Yi Jianjing Lei and the others were still standing there in a daze, and he said irritably. Hearing this, the 4 finally came to their senses and hurriedly moved forward to collect the light orbs. Ding dong, your teammate picked up silver coin, *3, the team gained silver coin, *3. Ding dong, your teammate picked up bone greatsword, *1, the team gained bone greatsword, *1. Ding dong. Since Li Chen set the distribution to team leader, he wasn't foolish enough to do all the work while helping others get the benefits. So, everything that Yi Jianjing Lei and the others picked up would be transferred to the temporary warehouse of the dungeon. Only after they left the dungeon could they retrieve it for distribution. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Chen checked the temporary warehouse of the dungeon and found that they had obtained more than 30 pieces of equipment. The vast majority were weapons like the white bone greatsword, with only a few being armor pieces like the white bone leggings and white bone armor. It's great to follow a big shot. The speed of leveling up is just incredible, Fei Zhu exclaimed. He had worked hard, even staying up all night to grind monsters, and it took him about 10 days to barely reach level 7. After level 7, the experience required was almost equivalent to all the experience needed to level up from 0 to 7. Fei Zhu thought he would have to grind for another 10 days to reach level 10. However, he never expected that just by following the big shot he earned hundreds of thousands of experience points in just half an hour and reached level 10 effortlessly. Boss, you've worked hard. Do you want me to massage your legs or pound your shoulders? At that moment, Yi Jianjing scampered over to Li Chen with a beaming smile. Li Chen glanced at Yi Jianjing and simply said, "Let's go, the monsters here are gone, we'll continue deeper." After saying that, Li Chen took the lead and walked forward. As all the skeletal guards were defeated by Li Chen, a white bone castle suddenly appeared before them. Li Chen estimated that the boss should be in that castle. Seeing Li Chen's departing figure, the others exchanged glances and quickly followed. "Boss, can the two of us stick with you?" Fei Zhu hurried to Li Chen's side, his face full of anticipation. Hearing this, Li Chen replied, "Sure." Upon hearing the affirmative, Fei Zhu's eyes lit up, and his expression became excited. But immediately after, when Fei Zhu heard the word "but," his expression turned tense. "You can stick with me, but you need to have exceptional skills or some kind of potential. At the very least, you should have super abilities." Upon hearing this, Fei Zhu couldn't help but show a look of disappointment. He had none of the qualities Li Chen mentioned. He had no exceptional skills, and his awakened talent was only of golden grade. While a golden grade talent might be considered quite good among most people, Fei Zhu was self-aware enough to know that, in Li Chen's eyes, a golden grade talent was definitely just trash. Suddenly, Fei Zhu remembered something and quickly took out a token from his backpack. "Boss Xingkong, can I use this token to gain the qualification to stick with you?" Li Chen looked at the token in Fei Zhu's hand, a puzzled expression on his face. Seeing the confusion on Li Chen's face, Fei Zhu quickly explained, "Boss Xingkong, I actually got this token by accident in the novice village. An old lady fell by the roadside, and when I helped her, she gifted it to me." Li Chen, there are indeed many hidden things in this novice village. An ordinary blacksmith possesses a divine weapon like the Skyward Sword. Although most of its power is sealed, the Skyward Sword is still an absolute artifact at the novice stage. This is a dungeon token that needs to be used in a designated place to open the dungeon's teleportation portal. As long as you clear this dungeon, you can receive a large number of generous rewards, including a hidden class. A hidden class. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. He knew that in the God creation game, the levels of hidden classes were all divine. As for the main God level and supreme God level, sorry, those don't exist. Divine levels can be created at will by the cosmic will. However, each main God level is the brightest star in the universe, a miracle that cannot be created. Therefore, the will of the universe cannot create a deity level profession, let alone a supreme God level one above that. However, in the God-making game, even a God level profession is quite remarkable. After all, the original intention of this game is to create deities. Obtaining a God level profession significantly increases the chances of igniting divine fire and raising the divine throne compared to ordinary people. It's strange, if he obtained a God level profession, he shouldn't be so obscure, right? Why have I never heard of the ID Flying Pig? Li Chen pondered in confusion. At that moment, Flying Pig continued, "The location specified by this dungeon token is deep within the Thunder Spirit Canyon. I wonder if Starry Skyboss knows about Thunder Spirit Canyon." I searched for related videos on the game forum before. As soon as players enter Thunder Spirit Canyon, all Thunder Spirits will go berserk, and no player can reach the depths of Thunder Spirit Canyon. After watching that video, I completely gave up on this hidden profession. If it weren't for a glimmer of hope, I would have wanted to throw away this token. After hearing Flying Pig's words, Li Chen finally understood why he had never heard of the ID Flying Pig in his previous life. It wasn't that a God level profession was impossible, but rather that Flying Pig couldn't even access the dungeon, let alone clear it and obtain the hidden profession. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen nodded and casually said, "Give me the token. When I create a guild, you have a spot." Upon hearing this, Flying Pig showed an expression of wild joy. Then, he glanced at Flying Sheep, gritted his teeth, and cautiously asked, "Starry Skyboss, do you think my brother Flying Sheep can also join your guild?" Seeing Li Chen looking at him, Flying Pig's face revealed an expression of anticipation mixed with anxiety. "You do have some brotherly affection. Fine, considering the hidden profession, I will reluctantly accept it." Upon hearing this, Flying Sheep, who was following behind, displayed an ecstatic expression. He quickly shouted, "Thank you, Starry Skyboss, for taking me in. I will definitely stick with you and not let you down." To this, Li Chen merely nodded casually and said nothing more. Xingyue watched as both Flying Pig and Flying Sheep were accepted by Li Chen, and she hurriedly came to Li Chen's side. She grabbed Li Chen's arm and kept rubbing her ample bosom against it. "Starry Sky brother, after your guild is established, can you also take me in? I want to stick with you too." Listening to Xingyue's sultry voice, the three behind them felt their scalps tingle, and looking at Xingyue's alluring figure, they couldn't help but swallow hard. However, Li Chen allowed her softness to rub against his arm, expressionless. As he said, "I just said that to enter my guild, you need to meet a few conditions: exceptional skills, some potential, or financial capability. As long as you meet one of these, I will accept you." Upon hearing this, Xingyue's flirtatious expression froze, and she looked at Li Chen in disbelief. Aren't you a man? A delicate beauty is right next to you, and you still have demands. Xingyue thought to herself, feeling quite resentful. However, considering the astonishing leveling speed just now, she chose to forgive Li Chen. She lazily pressed her entire body against Li Chen, her seductive lips brushing against his neck, blowing warm breath. Starry Sky brother, I'm quite skilled in bed, don't you want to experience it? I've heard this game is very realistic. The feelings in the game and in reality are almost the same. As these words came out, the three behind them couldn't help but have their eyes gleam with envy. However, facing the onslaught of beauty, Li Chen remained as steady as a mountain. His expression unchanged. Conditions not met, not accepted. Saying this, he pushed Xingyue away. Seeing this scene, the three behind him instantly widened their eyes. Apathy? Lu Xiahui? Eunuch? Each of the three had a word pop into their minds. Shoved aside by Li Chen, Xingyue looked at him with a face full of resentment. She didn't understand where her charm had gone wrong. In the past, all it took was a casual enchanting glance or a teasing remark to make countless men lose their minds. There's no man in this world that this goddess cannot conquer. The starry sky and the mist, you're still too tender to challenge me. Just wait, I will conquer you sooner or later, even if you're bent, I'll make you straight. Xingyue thought to herself, quickening her pace to return to Li Chen's side, walking shoulder to shoulder with him. Seeing this, the three behind them, Jian and Lei, exchanged glances, a hint of sadness inexplicably rising in their hearts. In this day and age, looks still mattered. Just look at others. Being handsome made all the difference, not only attracting goddess-level figures but even if the goddess was rejected, she would still happily run back. Li Chen casually glanced at Xingyue. When Xingyue noticed Li Chen's gaze on her, she broke into a smile. Soon, the five arrived in front of the castle. From a distance, the castle appeared to be a pure white. As they got closer, they discovered that the castle was actually built from piles of white bones. How could a castle made of bones not be white? Looking at the bone castle before them, Jian and Lei couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a chill in their hearts. This game is so realistic, I just want to know how it passed. The review, the flying pig muttered quietly. Upon hearing this, Jian was about to say something when Li Chen suddenly stopped. The four quickly halted, following Li Chen's gaze, and right in front of them stood a massive white bone gate. On either side of the gate stood a row of skeletal knights riding skeletal warhorses, their numbers not many, just 10 in total. However, compared to the countless bone guards they had just seen, these skeletal knights were clearly more imposing. They were humanoid skeletons, standing over 3 meters tall, sitting straight on their skeletal steeds, holding a white bone spear in their right hands. Li Chen cast a detection spell on one of the skeletal knights. Skeletal Knight, Elite, Level, 10 rank, None Health 1500 Attack Power 100 Skills, Undead Power, Night Charge, Advanced Marksmanship Description. Fallen Knights, Guardians of the Castle. They are powerful, fearless, and loyal. Only by defeating them can one qualify to enter the castle. When the four behind Li Chen saw the Skeletal Knight's attribute panel, they couldn't help but gasp. A staggering 1500 health points, 100 attack power, and even 3 skills. This was definitely not just an elite monster but a mini-boss? Damn, is this a nightmare-level monster? With such powerful attributes and 3 skills, what can ordinary players even do? The Flying Sheep exclaimed, looking at the Skeletal Knight's attribute panel. The Flying Sheep's voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet environment, it sounded particularly jarring. Upon hearing the noise, all the Skeletal Knights ignited with a ghostly green flame in their eye sockets. At the same time, the skeletal steeds beneath them also flared with ghostly green flames in their eye sockets. The sound of clattering echoed as the Skeletal Knights turned their gazes toward Li Chen. Damn living ones, this is the paradise of the dead, the domain of the great king. You ants dare to intrude here and provoke our king's majesty, you deserve to die. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the Skeletal Knights flickered wildly, emitting a voice from the soul that resonated in the minds of the five. As soon as the words fell, the 10 Skeletal Knights raised their white bone spears, aiming at Li Chen and the others. Kill! A wave of murderous intent surged forth from the Skeletal Knights, accompanied by a soul-shattering battle seer wide eye. In the next moment, 10 Skeletal Knights formed 2 rows and charged at Li Chen. Seeing this, the other 4 quickly stepped aside, retreating a good distance, fearing they might be skewered by the Skeletal Knights' spears. However, Li Chen showed no signs of fear as the 10 Skeletal Knights charged towards him. The next moment, he indifferently unleashed a bolt of lightning at one of the Skeletal Knights. Just a very ordinary lightning spell? On the other side, the Flying Pig, who had watched numerous game forum guides and videos, twitched his mouth for a moment. He admitted that Li Chen was indeed very strong, and disturbingly so. However, a mere ordinary lightning spell should have no effect on the Skeletal Knights. Just as he thought this, the lightning spell cast by Li Chen struck one of the Skeletal Knights. A plain bolt of lightning hit the leading Skeletal Knight and then exploded upon contact. Immediately, an exaggerated number appeared before Jian Jinglei and the others. 160W. Critical damage. Looking at this terrifying damage value, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. 1.6 million damage, not bad at all. Originally, Li Chen's lightning spell had a base damage of only 8,000, but after the 100-fold amplification from the Heart of Thor, it reached an astonishing 800,000. And now, with a critical hit triggered, it instantly dealt a massive 1.6 million damage. Of course, even without a critical hit, the damage wouldn't have doubled. Faced with Li Chen's terrifying damage of 800,000, the skeletal knight with only 1,500 health points had to declare itself dead. Behind Li Chen, aside from Yijian Jinglei, the other three were petrified upon seeing Li Chen's extreme damage. Is this what it means to be a big shot? If I'm not mistaken, there are 4 digits after 160, right? 1.6 million damage, even a boss would be instantly killed by this, the flying pig couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at Li Chen's back. Hearing this, Yijian Jinglei nodded in deep agreement. Just as Li Chen killed the skeletal knight, a system notification echoed in the minds of the five. Ding dong, you have killed skeletal knight, elite, gaining 104 experience points. Ding dong, due to your teammate Starry Sky and Mist killing skeletal knight, elite, you gained 104 experience points. Ding dong, due to your teammate Starry Sky and Mist killing skeletal knight, elite, you gained 104 experience points. Ding dong. However, as they listened to the system notifications, the expressions on the five's faces remained very indifferent. In the god-making game, there was no experience pool to store experience, and they had reached the limit of the novice village level 10. If they couldn't reach the main city and successfully change jobs, even if they gained 1 million experience points now, it would be wasted. Damn living beings, die. Seeing their companion fall, the remaining 9 skeletal knights were furious. They roared and charged at Li Chen. The bony long spears in their hands thrust directly towards him. The skeletal knights, riding their warhorses, were much faster than ordinary players. But in Li Chen's eyes, with his thousands of agility points, this speed was no different from crawling. Too slow, Li Chen said calmly, then suddenly transformed into an afterimage, appearing on the rear of one of the skeletal knight's warhorses in the next moment. The skeletal knight was taken aback and hurriedly tried to turn to attack Li Chen. Seeing a bony skeleton perform such a maneuver, Yijian Jinglei and the others were left dumbfounded. However, although the skeletal knight reacted quickly, it was already too late. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Chen struck out with his sword, the Yutian sword landing on the skeletal knight twice in a brief moment. Minus 1089. Minus 1089. Ding dong. You have killed skeletal knight, elite, gaining 110 experience points. Ding dong, because your teammate, Starry Sky and Mist, killed skeleton knight, elite, you gain 104 experience points. Ding dong. In the moment the skeleton knight vanished, Li Chen lightly tapped his toes, leaping high into the air, then performed a 360-degree flip, and in the next moment he had landed behind another skeleton knight. Roar! Living one, you should not offend the dignity of the dead. As Li Chen closed in, the skeleton knight roared, and the soul fire in its eye socket suddenly flared up, enveloping it and the skeletal warhorse beneath it in an instant. Tip: you have been burned by the undead fire, health minus 20. Hearing the prompt sound, in his mind, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. In just 1 second, he had lost 20 health points. With a total of 20,000 health points, he didn't mind much. However, for ordinary players, unless they had awakened some special talent, at level 10, their health would only be around 300 to 500 points. Losing 20 health points per second, even if the skeleton knight didn't attack, it wouldn't take half a minute for an ordinary player to be done for. Li Chen threw a detection spell at the skeleton knight. Mutated skeleton knight, elite, level 10 rank, none health, 2000/2000 attack power, 120 skills, undead power, night charge, advanced marksmanship, mastery, undead fire description. This is an unexpectedly mutated skeleton knight, which is clearly more powerful and harder to deal with than a regular skeleton knight. Just as Li Chen was examining the attributes of the mutated skeleton knight, the one engulfed in green flames had already turned sideways, swinging its spear, the shaft striking Li Chen hard in the waist. -0. Unfortunately, although its attack power had increased by 20 points, against Li Chen, who had over 1,000 points of physical defense, the 120 points of physical attack couldn't break through his defenses at all. However, the difference between the god-making game and ordinary VR games is that even if it doesn't break through defenses, the force applied to Li Chen is very real. Caught off guard, Li Chen was knocked away by the mutated skeleton knight's spear, tumbling awkwardly on the ground for a few rolls. Boss! Starry Sky, boss! Seeing Li Chen being knocked away by the mutated skeleton knight, Yijian Jinglei and the others were startled, shouting in concern. Take advantage of the situation to claim your life. Seeing Li Chen knocked to the ground, the group of skeleton knights rushed forward, wanting to take the opportunity to kill him. -0. -0. However, the attacks of the skeleton knights couldn't break through his defenses at all. Even if Li Chen stood still and let them hit him, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. You call yourselves knights, yet you have no knightly spirit at all, not only ganging up but also resorting to underhanded tactics. Li Chen stood up from the ground, looking at the skeleton knights surrounding him with disdain. Then, his gaze fell on the mutated skeleton knight and he coldly said, "You've done well to make me look foolish. As a reward, I'll give you a taste of thunder." The 3-second cooldown of lightning had long since passed. Li Chen raised his right hand, electricity coursing through it, and in the next moment, a bolt of lightning shot from his hand, striking the mutated skeleton knight. -ADW. The high damage of 800,000 erupted instantly, and in a flash, the mutated skeleton knight turned into specks of green light, vanishing from sight. "Living one, you shall be punished." The remaining skeleton knights roared in anger upon seeing Li Chen kill one of their companions. "Is that all you can say? Just these 2 lines? You think you can punish me? You're not even qualified." With that, Li Chen transformed into an afterimage, his figure appearing behind one skeleton knight after another. With the Etienne sword in hand, he swiftly dispatched all the skeleton knights. On the ground, 10 more light orbs appeared. Li Chen waved his hand, and all the light orbs were collected by him. "Ding dong, you have obtained gold coins, *3. Ding dong, you have obtained gold coins, *4. Ding dong, you have obtained mutated bone spear, *1. The other 9 skeleton knights dropped only gold coins upon their death, which added up to a total value of 30 gold coins. According to the 1:100 exchange rate, in just a moment, Li Chen earned another 3,000 yen country coins, equivalent to half a month's salary for many people. The only exception was the mutated bone spear, which dropped from the mutated skeleton knight upon its death. Mutated bone spear, rank, none. Equipment requirement, strength 10 base attribute, physical attack plus 20 additional attribute 1, physical penetration plus 15 additional attribute 2. After hitting an enemy, there is a 5% chance to trigger the fire of the undead, ignoring defense, burning the enemy for 15 health points per second, lasting for 3 seconds. Description: this is a spear forged from bones, which has mutated for some unknown reason, containing the fire of the undead. After reading the attribute panel of the mutated bone spear, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. This equipment is much stronger than the pure steel sword obtained from the silver treasure chest. If sold to players, even at a price of 300,000 yen country coins, many would be willing to buy it. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen sent the attribute image of the mutated bone spear to the chat channel. The equipment just dropped. Who wants it? Internal price 100,000 yen country coins. First come, first served. Upon seeing Li Chen's message, the flying pig and others curiously opened the attribute image to check the specific attributes of the spear. Only Jian Jinglei's eyes lit up. Without even looking, he directly replied, "Boss, I want it." On the other side, Xin Yue opened the attribute image of the mutated bone spear and was immediately stunned. An increase of 20 strength and 15 physical penetration combined, that's a whopping 35 points of high attributes. It's important to note that a normal level 10 player has a strength value of only 20 to 40 points, so a 35-point increase is truly terrifying. Moreover, this is not the end of the mutated bone spear. This spear also has a 5% chance to trigger the fire of the undead, burning 15 health points per second for 3 seconds, which totals 45 points. If luck is on her side, a single thrust could deal a total damage of 80 points. And this is just the damage caused by a weapon, not accounting for the player's inherent strength. 100,000 yen country coins, not a loss, no, it should be a blood profit. Qing Yue's eyes sparkled, and the next moment, she quickly closed the attribute panel to type a message. Suddenly, her expression stiffened. At the bottom of the team chat channel, there were the 5 big words from Jian Jinglei, "Boss, I want it." Glancing at the timestamp of Jian Jinglei's message, Xing Yue couldn't help but twitch her mouth. He didn't even take a look and just snapped it up. Li Chen was also surprised to glance at Jian Jinglei, then said, "Well, once the dungeon is cleared, it will be yours." "Okay." Jian Jinglei gave Li Chen an okay gesture. Only then did he open the attribute image of the mutated bone spear. The moment he clicked in, Jian Jinglei couldn't help but widen his eyes. He looked at the pure steel sword in his hand and suddenly felt it was no longer appealing. Sigh, if my talent was related to spears, how great that would be. Jian Jinglei shook his head, sighing inwardly. Then, he did not equip the mutated bone spear, but instead placed it in his backpack. Although the pure steel sword was indeed inferior in attributes to the mutated bone spear, Jian Jinglei's talent was related to swords. His talent was called Swordmaster, which came with mastery of master-level swordsmanship from the start. Moreover, wielding a sword-type weapon, he had a total attribute increase of plus 300%. When he directly hit an enemy with a sword-type weapon, he could inflict a staggering 500% damage. The level 10 skill, Thunderstrike, had a strength attribute of 30 points, and with the 300% boost, that soared to an impressive 120 points. Adding the 35 points damage from the pure steel sword, his base damage could reach 155 points without any critical hits. Furthermore, the additional bonus from being a sword master allowed him to deal 5 times the damage when hitting an enemy directly. With a sword-type weapon, 155 times 5 is equal to 775. A terrifying damage of 775 points was enough to make Thunderstrike look down upon over 90% of the players in the novice village. And this was merely a legendary level talent. Above legendary talents, there were even stronger epic level talents. If Thunderstrike's talent were an epic-level grandmaster of swordsmanship, a single strike could even surpass Li Chen. Therefore, although the mutated Bone Spear had great attributes, it was impossible for Thunderstrike to equip it, otherwise, it would be a foolish act. He planned to wait until he reached the main city to gift this mutated Bone Spear to a friend in the real world. The Flying Pig and Flying Sheep looked at Thunderstrike with envy. Being able to afford a gaming pod, they truly didn't mind the 100,000 yen country coins. The value of this weapon was definitely more than 100,000. If they sold it, the two were confident they could drive its price up to 300,000 or even higher. What a pity, the two thought to themselves. Li Chen's gaze fell upon the castle, and he walked straight to the castle gate, pushing it open with force. The castle gate slowly opened, revealing a square made of piled white bones inside. Behind the square stood a massive bone structure. Li Chen took the lead and walked towards the castle square. The square was empty, devoid of anything. Li Chen and his group moved smoothly and arrived in front of the building. He pushed open the large door, revealing a gigantic hall. At the deepest part of the hall was a massive bone throne. On the throne sat a gigantic humanoid skeleton over 10 meters tall, one hand resting on the throne's armrest, its head propped on its hand, lost in a deep slumber. As the hall's door opened, two deep green flames suddenly flickered in the skeleton's eye sockets. The skeleton awakened. It slowly sat up, looking down at the 5 humans who appeared minuscule in comparison. Living ones, you have managed to enter my castle. It seems my guards and knights have all been defeated by you. With that, the enormous skeleton stood up. Its towering figure, over 10 meters tall, exerted immense pressure on the 4 of Thunderstrike. Living ones, this is the world of the dead, my territory. You should not have intruded here. Since you have killed my guards and knights, then become my new guards and knights, to protect my territory and castle. As it spoke, the gigantic skeleton took steps towards Li Chen and the others. Li Chen expressionlessly cast a detection spell at the giant skeleton. Skeleton Lord, Boss, Level, 10 rank, None health. 15,000/15,000 attack power, 300 skills, undead power, Lord's pressure, summon knight, self-destruct description. It was once a giant. After death, its body was surrounded by death energy, ultimately transforming into a powerful skeleton lord. Do not provoke it lightly, it is too strong. The hall was large, but in front of the 10-meter-tall skeleton lord, it was merely a few steps in distance. In just a few steps, it had already reached Li Chen and the others. In the next moment, the 2 deep green flames in its eye sockets suddenly flickered violently. An invisible force emanated from its body, enveloping Li Chen and the others. Notice, you have been affected by the skeleton lord's pressure. Your total attributes minus 10%. Total attributes minus 10%? Truly a pressure type skill. What a pity, though, the dungeon boss will automatically disappear after being killed, so it can't be sacrificed. Otherwise, if I could obtain a pressure type skill, that would be a huge profit. Li Chen thought to himself as he looked up at the skeleton lord. Living ones, are you ready? Welcome to the ranks of the dead. With that, the skeleton lord tightened its massive bony fist, carrying a terrifying pressure, and smashed it down towards the 5. In the face of the skeleton lord's fist attack, the expressions of the 5 remained calm. Li Chen was calm because he wasn't afraid at all and didn't regard the skeleton lord as a threat. The others, like Yi Jian Jinglei, weren't afraid either because they had witnessed Li Chen's strength and had absolute confidence in him. Sure enough, under their watchful eyes, Li Chen raised his right hand and a bolt of lightning shot out. Minus 720k. With just one strike, the skeleton lord's health bar was completely emptied. Even though it was under the skeleton lord's suppression, with all attributes reduced by 10%, that terrifying damage of 720,000 was still something a novice village boss couldn't withstand. In an instant, the skeleton lord's health was drained, and the flames in its eye sockets gradually dimmed. How is this possible? With a hint of shock, confusion, and unwillingness, the fire of the skeleton lord's soul was completely extinguished. Ding dong, you have killed the skeleton lord, boss, gaining 105,000 experience points. Ding dong, since your teammate, Starry Sky and Mist, killed the skeleton lord, boss, you gain 105,000 experience points. Ding dong. Accompanied by the death of the skeleton lord, its massive body slowly disappeared, leaving only a white light orb in its place. As the skeleton lord died, a system prompt echoed in Li Chen and the others' minds. Notice, you have cleared the nightmare level, skeleton cave, dungeon. A regional announcement will be made shortly. Do you want to hide your ID? Yes, no. Li Chen smirked and decisively chose no. What a joke. How could he miss out on something that could show off and make him look good? Being low-key? Only those who lack confidence in their own strength would choose to be low-key. Li Chen didn't think there was anyone among the current players who could pose a threat to him in terms of strength. Moreover, who would randomly come looking for trouble with him just because he showed off a bit? They weren't mindless villains from a web novel. Not only Li Chen, but the other 4 in the team also chose to reveal their IDs. Regional announcement. Congratulations to players, Starry Sky and Mist, Yijian Jinglei, Xingyu for being the first team to clear the nightmare level, skeleton cave, dungeon, earning 10,000 attribute points. Regional announcement. Congratulations to players, Starry Sky and Mist, Yijian Jinglei, Xingyu for being the first team to clear the Nightmare level, Skeleton Cave, Dungeon, earning 10,000 attribute points. Regional announcement. The regional announcement echoed 3 times in the minds of all 10,086 novice village players online. I'm done for, completely done for. Can someone tell me who this Starry Sky and Mist is? In just one day, there have been multiple regional announcements with his ID. Rumor has it, the official Tianshan game has released a new post, clearly stating that there can't be any cheats in the god-making game, and Starry Sky and Mist is definitely not one of their companies. Plants. Do you believe that? I certainly don't. Damn it, I want to quit the game, I want a refund. That damn Tianshan game is so obvious with the cheats, and instead of banning accounts and admitting their mistakes, they refuse to repent. Calm down, everyone. I just got the latest news. Not only Tianshan game, but even the officials have released a statement saying that the god-making game is under their full surveillance, and there are no cheats. The statement released by the officials? Upstairs, are you a shill for the god game? Would the officials be bored enough to pay attention to a game? There are at least 8,000 global VR online games. Can the officials keep up with that? If you don't believe it, go check the official website yourself. Damn, I just looked, and it's true. No way, if it's not a hack, then what's up with this Starry Sky and Mist? Have you forgotten one thing? When we enter the game, we all awaken our innate talents. If this Starry Sky and Mist isn't hacking, then the only explanation is that his innate talent is incredibly powerful. Could this be the luck of the goddess favoring a lucky player? What you said upstairs seems reasonable, but why do I always feel something's off? Damn, how did I forget this? This game is the most rigged in this regard, although there's no recharge option. The starting talent draw is all based on luck. As a non-lucky player, I only drew a legendary level talent. Assessment complete. The upstairs person is a hardcore Versailles. By the way, I'm also a non-lucky player, awakening just a measly legendary level talent. Damn it, I beg you two to be decent people. My talent is just a trashy silver level talent. I'm so done. So done +1, +2. The previous excitement in the regional channel hadn't calmed down yet when it erupted again due to Li Chen's first clear announcement. The ID. Starry Sky and Mist might not be very famous in the entire god creation game, but in the 10086 newbie village, it was completely well known, basically recognized by everyone. In the Bone Castle, Li Chen approached the light orb and collected it. Ding dong, you have obtained the skill book. Low level pressure. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Li Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at the scroll in his hand and checked it directly. Low-level pressure, rank, none-learning requirement, 25 points of spirit skill effect 1, consumes 1 point of spirit per second, releasing an invisible aura in a 10 by 10 range, within which all enemies have all attributes reduced by 10%. Skill effect 2, obtain 3, low-level pressure, scrolls, or 1, intermediate pressure, scroll, to upgrade the skill to, intermediate pressure, description. This is a powerful skill that weakens the enemy strength, very precious. If I can get it, I'll reluctantly admit you're a lucky player. This is a divine skill. Li Chen was overjoyed. The V-pressure skill is a standard skill for top-tier experts. The V-pressure skill is also one of the few skills that can be upgraded, but there's a catch. After a player learns low-level pressure, they need to obtain 3 low-level pressure scrolls or 1 intermediate pressure scroll to upgrade the skill. If a player hasn't learned low-level pressure and directly obtains intermediate pressure, they cannot learn it. They must acquire the prerequisite skill first. However, the higher the skill level, the more terrifying the effects it displays. In his previous life, during his peak, Li Chen once suppressed thousands of deities with just the god-level pressure without even lifting a finger. Many strong players have easily suppressed entire legions with their powerful pressure. Therefore, high-level pressure skills are the scale to measure whether one is a top-tier expert. 10 points of luck, that's amazing. I wonder if sacrificing boss corpses later can give me some more luck. With 10 points of luck, I'm already overflowing with good fortune. If I get a few more points, won't I become the child of destiny? Li Chen thought happily. 1 minute after the skeleton lord's death in the instance's sky, those 2 eerie blood-red crescent moons suddenly became round. It was as if some terrifying existence had opened its crimson eyes. The 2 red moons gradually moved, eventually arriving directly above the bone castle. I in the hall, looking at the now empty space, a puzzled expression appeared on Li Chen's face. Logically speaking, once the final boss was defeated and the dropped items were picked up, they should have been automatically teleported out of the dungeon. However, the situation seemed a bit off. The boss had been dead for a full half-minute, and even the regional announcement had been made. Yet, they still had not been teleported out of the dungeon. At that moment, 2 massive scarlet beams of light suddenly descended from the blood-red crescent moon, enveloping the entire bone castle. In that instant, the bone castle was shrouded in a crimson glow, wrapping around Li Chen and the others. Hint, an unknown, powerful presence has descended near you. You are under comprehensive suppression, all your attributes -50%. Hearing the system prompt echoing in his mind, Li Chen's expression suddenly stiffened. He was all too familiar with this scene, or rather, he had experienced it himself. In his previous life, Li Chen had encountered the arrival of an avatar of an evil god from the universe in a powerful dungeon. At that time, the prompt that rang in his mind was just like this one. What on earth is happening? EGN. Jinglei listened to the prompt in his mind, his face filled with confusion, unable to comprehend what was going on. Just then, the blood-red light suddenly contracted, ultimately transforming into an enormous blood-red skeleton. Jinglei looked up and was shocked to see a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him. It was a bone dragon with blood-red skin. The crimson soul fire continuously flickered in the eye sockets of the bone dragon as it calmly gazed down at the crowd below. This massive blood-red bone dragon seemed to be shrouded in shadows, appearing mysterious and unfathomable, its enormous bony wings folded behind it. Foolish mortals, how dare you kill my followers? I, Ogyphus, hereby declare that your death is imminent. The bone dragon slowly spoke, emitting a voice. Unlike the direct soul voice of the skeletal lord, this bone dragon's voice sounded like that of a middle-aged man, and Li Chen and the others could even detect the anger contained in its tone. When Li Chen saw this enormous bone dragon, a faint sense of certainty arose in his heart. Upon hearing the bone dragon's voice, he immediately confirmed it. He was familiar with this bone dragon. In his previous life, it was the first deity to descend upon Earth when the game and reality merged, crossing through layers of space. At that time, Earth was filled with legends and many epics, but there were no deities. Faced with this undead bone dragon, which was merely a low-tier deity among gods, humanity on Earth was plunged into a great nightmare. In just 3 days, over 30 billion humans perished at the hands of the undead bone dragon Ogyphus, being transformed into undead creatures. During that time, a mysterious powerful figure from the Flame Kingdom turned the tide. On the night of the 3rd day after Ogyphus's arrival, she broke through to the epic level, ignited the divine fire, raised the divine seat, and became a deity. After several days of fierce battles, this mysterious figure managed to slay Ogyphus, lifting the disaster from Earth. Otherwise, if Ogyphus had continued, all beings on Earth, including Li Chen, would have been killed and transformed into undead creatures. Ultimately, the entire Earth would have turned into a paradise for the undead. However, since I have appeared in this life, this situation must be completely rewritten. Li Chen looked at Ogyphus with an icy gaze. After all, this bone dragon had nearly killed him in his previous life. How could his gaze not be cold? Ants, who allowed you to look at this god like that? Before the great deity, you ants should kneel. As soon as Ogyphus finished speaking, an invisible pressure spread from its body, enveloping Li Chen and the others. Faced with the pressure of the deity, the 4 members of One Sword Thunder turned pale with fear and knelt down within 3 seconds. However, what infuriated Ogyphus was that this human, despite gritting his teeth and wearing a grim expression, still glared at him without kneeling. At that moment, he suddenly saw the human throw a skill at him. As a deity who had once risen in the god creation game, Ogyphus naturally understood what skill Li Chen was using. Detection technique. Damn ant, you have angered the great Ogyphus, and I will make you the first to die. Having been subjected to Li Chen's detection technique, Ogyphus felt a tremendous insult. A mere unranked ant not only refused to submit to his dragon might but also threw a detection technique at him. How could this not infuriate him? Meanwhile, Ogyphus's attribute panel appeared before Li Chen. Undead bone dragon status, avatar level 10 rank, divine health 1.5 million, strength 100,000. Intelligence, 100,000, physical/magic defense 50,000/50,000 skills, undead divine power, divine pressure, undead dragon flame, undead control, undead catastrophe. Although the undead bone dragon before him was merely an avatar and only level 10, its attributes far surpassed all the novice village bosses. Not to mention novice village bosses, even in the main city, Ogyphus's avatar's attributes were absolutely formidable. Ant, welcome death. After saying this, Ogyphus opened his massive dragon mouth and a ball of ghostly green flame appeared within, growing larger by the second. Undead dragon flame. Dragon flame is a signature skill of the dragon clan. Although the undead bone dragon Ogyphus is undead, it possesses this signature skill of dragons. However, with a mocking mindset, he did not immediately unleash the attack but wanted to see if Li Chen would fall into fear. Yet, the next moment's action from Li Chen instantly dispelled his mocking attitude, leaving him both shocked and furious. In his astonished and angry gaze, Li Chen raised his right hand and made a middle finger gesture at him. Although he did not understand what this gesture meant, Ogyphus could feel that it was an extremely insulting action. Immediately after, lightning flickered in Li Chen's hand, and a bolt of electricity shot from his hand, quickly striking Ogyphus. 750,000. Critical damage. Due to the suppression from Ogyphus, Li Chen's attributes were reduced by 50%. Coupled with Ogyphus's own high magic defense of 50,000, even though Li Chen dealt a critical hit, he only inflicted 750,000 damage. Nevertheless, this still caused a shock in Ogyphus's heart, and he looked at Li Chen in disbelief. How could it be possible for a mere level 10 ant to inflict an abnormal excess damage of 750,000 under his pressure? However, amidst the shock, Ogyphus also solidified his resolve to kill Li Chen. He no longer waited. The ghostly green undead dragon flame suddenly erupted from his mouth, raining down on Li Chen and the other 4 members of One Sword Thunder. 200,000. 200,000. The moment One Sword Thunder and the others were enveloped by the undead dragon flame, their health bars were instantly empty, turning into a beam of white light as they were forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. 200,000. Only Li Chen, although he also suffered a terrifying damage of 200,000 and had his health bar emptied, was not forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Nirvana Rebirth. Skill Effect 1. After receiving fatal damage, transform into indestructible Nirvana fire and resurrect in full state after 3 seconds. Skill Effect 2. Upon resurrection, remove all buffs and debuffs from oneself. Cooling time 47 hours 59 minutes/48 hours. In the moment of death, Li Chen automatically triggered the Nirvana Rebirth skill. In the astonished gaze of Ogyphus, a ball of golden flame hovered where Li Chen once stood, unaffected by the undead dragon's flames. Nirvana fire, impossible. Isn't this the innate skill of the Phoenix clan? How could it appear on a human, especially on such a weak human? Ogyphus could not hide the shock in his heart and exclaimed. It was this exclamation that made the undead dragon flames vanish. At the same time, 3 seconds passed and the golden Nirvana fire rapidly spread, ultimately transforming into Li Chen's true form. The moment he was resurrected, without a second thought, Li Chen hurled a bolt of lightning at Ogyphus. -750,000. It did not trigger a critical hit, but due to the second characteristic of Nirvana Rebirth, the suppression on Li Chen completely disappeared, and his damage returned to normal levels. Ogyphus had a total of 1,500,000 health points, and Li Chen had already taken away 750,000 of her health. Now, Li Chen's damage landed on Ogyphus without any discount, taking away another 750,000 health points. Thus, the powerful deity's avatar, Ogyphus, was knocked out by a level 10 player. Impossible. I don't believe it. A mere human, a mere ant, a piece of trash magic that doesn't even qualify. How could it defeat me? Filled with shock and doubt, Ogyphus's avatar finally began to fall slowly. Boom! Its massive body, several dozen meters tall, suddenly collapsed, shaking the entire bone castle, with countless cracks appearing on the bone-constructed fortress teetering on the brink of collapse. Li Chen looked at Ogyphus's corpse, his face filled with ecstasy. After Ogyphus's death, although nothing dropped, the body did not disappear. If I can sacrifice its body, perhaps I can directly obtain divine pressure. With this thought, Li Chen was overjoyed and hurried to Ogyphus's corpse, storing it in his ring space. Just as Li Chen had just stored Ogyphus's body in the ring space, the already teetering bone castle collapsed with a thunderous crash. In a critical moment, Li Chen was enveloped in a white light, and when he reappeared, he was already on the outskirts of the skeleton cave. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, for killing the deity's avatar, achieving a miraculous feat. Reward, world. Reputation, *100,000. Child of Miracle, title *1. World announcement. Congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, for killing the deity's avatar, achieving a miraculous feat. Reward, world reputation, *100,000. Child of Miracle, title *1. World announcement. In that moment, the world channel erupted once again. One glance for 1,000 years. Flame Country Region Divine Level Avatar? What is that? Miyamoto Musashi, our country region just a divine level avatar. If I encountered it, I could kill it too. Cherry Blossom Aesthetics, our country region. What the person above said makes sense. If I encountered it, I could kill it too. Blue Moon Angel, M Country Region at Starry Sky and Mist. Flame Country person, come for a duel. I'll let you use one hand to crush you. Not only was the world channel bustling, but even the regional channels of various novice villages were no exception. The most lively was the regional channel of Novice Village number 10086, as they all knew that the ID name Starry Sky and Mist was a character from their novice village. At the same time, One Sword Thunder and others also sent one or several messages in the team chat. One Sword Thunder. At Starry Sky and Mist, boss, you're amazing. You actually killed that terrifying monster. 200,000 terrifying damage. How did you do it? Flying pig. At Starry Sky and Mist, 999, because 6 flipped. Li Chen opened the team chat but didn't respond to everyone. He simply sent a message, gather at the novice village. After that, Li Chen closed the chat interface. He suddenly remembered that he had obtained 2 titles in total, so he clicked on the title interface. Chosen 1 rank, none requirements, complete special achievements. Title effect, luck +3. Description, only those with extraordinary fortune can obtain this title. May you continue to have good luck. Seeing the title of Chosen 1, Li Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. Another 3 points of luck gained. He was getting further down the path of a lucky player. With a sigh, Li Chen decisively equipped the title of Chosen 1. Then, his gaze fell on another title, Child of Miracles rank, none requirements, complete special achievements. Title effect, after equipping Critical hit rate increases by 50%. Description: a person who creates miracles is a miracle in themselves, child of miracles, none other than you. In the Yin Kingdom, the capital, at the headquarters of the Luo Tian Guild. As one of the top gaming guilds in the Yin Kingdom and one of the best in the world, the existence behind the Luo Tian Guild is not simple. It is a person of great prestige in the real world. Before the launch of the God-making game, the guild's behind-the-scenes big boss received a secret message: the God-making game is an important stepping stone for humanity to reach the universe. Thus, the big boss of the Luo Tian Guild invested 5 billion to purchase a large number of gaming pods. They also recruited a massive number of players. Almost every novice village had at least a dozen members from the Luo Tian Guild. In the 10086 novice village, the number of Luo Tian Guild members reached over 20. Not only that, but within this small novice village, there were also two big shots. One was Luo Tian Qingsha, the president of the Luo Tian Guild, and the younger brother of Luo Tian Nishi. The other was even more remarkable, a talent favored by the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Luo Tian Guild, Luo Tian Shinigami, whose awakened innate talent was a god-level talent, 1 in a billion. He was the second person with a god-level talent after the president Luo Tian Nishi. In a hall at the headquarters of the Luo Tian Guild, a group of high-ranking guild members stood in front of a huge electronic screen, which displayed the scene of a skeleton cave. The blood-red crescent moon hung high in the void, casting a scarlet light. Even through the screen, these high-ranking members felt a sense of oppression and gloom. On the big screen, 5 players from the Luo Tian Guild were clearly visible. 4 of them formed a circle, protecting the last player at the center. The protected player was the newly appointed vice president of the Luo Tian Guild, Luo Tian Shinigami. At this moment, this handsome-faced Luo Tian Shinigami was watching the scene before him with a cold smile. He saw thousands of skeleton guards divided into 2 factions fighting each other. This was the god-level talent awakened by Luo Tian Shinigami, god of the undead. With the god of the undead talent, he had a powerful ability to be immune to 100% of undead damage. Moreover, he had a high chance of controlling undead creatures whose levels were not higher than his by 10 levels. The lower the creature's level, the greater the chance. With the god of the undead talent, he was perfectly suited to the skeleton cave dungeon, which only had undead monsters. Great! I didn't expect this novice village to suddenly have a dungeon, and it's an undead dungeon, one middle-aged guild member in a suit suddenly laughed. It's a pity that any dungeon only counts as a first clear if completed on nightmare difficulty. Otherwise, if Shinigami entered on normal difficulty, it probably wouldn't take a few minutes to achieve the first clear. Another high-ranking member of the guild shook his head, a look of regret on his face. After speaking, this executive turned his gaze to a young man in a red casual outfit and said, "President, once we clear the skeleton cave dungeon, our guild's reputation will surely soar again. By then, more and more people will want to join our guild, and your reputation will rise with it. I'd like to congratulate you in advance, President." Upon hearing this, the young man in red revealed a smile that came from the heart and said, "Brother Luo is just teasing me again." However, as long as the Grim Reaper secures the first clear, we can widely publish the Grim Reaper's clear video on all platforms, attracting more players to join our Luo Tian Guild. The big boss has said that if we can surpass 10,000 signed members in the Luo Tian Guild within this year, each of us will receive a starting bonus of 10 million. At this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. 10 million is a staggering amount that could elevate their quality of life to another level. Speaking of which, we should thank this starry sky and mist. If it weren't for him, this skeleton cave dungeon wouldn't have opened. Ha ha. Another high-ranking guild member laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian Apocalypse's expression darkened slightly. Noticing Luo Tian Apocalypse's gloomy expression, one of the executive's eyes shifted slightly and he coldly smiled. Starry sky and mist? Just a lucky player, yet he dared to kill the president's brother. If he dares to teleport to the Thunderstorm main city in the future, he won't even need the president to take action. I'll personally go down and kill him back to the novice village. Hearing this, Luo Tian Apocalypse looked at that executive and smiled amicably. Meanwhile, in the game, time passed quietly, and soon, all the skeleton guards not controlled by Luo Tian Grim Reaper fell one after another. On the battlefield, only the over 1,000 skeleton guards controlled by Luo Tian Grim Reaper remained. Then, surrounded by these 1,000 skeleton guards, the 5 members of the Luo Tian Guild arrived before the Bone Castle. They stopped in their tracks, and right in front of them stood a massive bone gate. On either side of the gate stood a row of skeleton knights riding skeletal warhorses. There were not many of them, just 10 in total. Compared to the skeleton guards surrounding the 5, these skeleton knights were clearly more imposing and majestic. They were humanoid skeletons, standing over 3 meters tall, sitting upright on their skeletal warhorses, each holding a bone spear in their right hand. Luo Tian Grim Reaper cast a detection spell on one of the skeleton knights. Skeleton Knight, Elite. Description: a fallen knight, the gatekeeper of the castle. They are powerful, fearless, and loyal. Only by defeating them can one qualify to enter the castle. Though they are also elite level, the attributes of these skeleton knights far surpass those of the skeleton guards. Lord Grim Reaper, can you control these skeleton guards? One of the guild members, after checking the attributes of the skeleton knights, looked at Luo Tian Grim Reaper with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian Grim Reaper said nothing but stepped forward. As he passed, all the skeleton guards spontaneously parted to the sides, clearing a wide path for Luo Tian Grim Reaper. He slowly walked up to the skeleton knights as if a deity looking down from above and said arrogantly, "Lowly undead creatures, submit to my divine might." After saying this, he decisively activated his innate talent, God of the Undead. Hearing the commotion, a ghostly green flame ignited in the eye sockets of all the sleeping skeleton knights. At the same time, ghostly green flames also erupted from the eye sockets of all the skeletal warhorses beneath them. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the skeleton knights turned their gazes toward Luo Tian Grim Reaper. Damn! Living beings, this is the paradise of the dead, the domain of the great king. You ants dare to intrude here and provoke the majesty of our king, you deserve to be punished. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeletal knights flickered wildly, emitting a voice from the soul that resonated in the mind of the god of death, Luo Tian. As soon as the words fell, the 10 skeletal knights raised their bony long spears, aiming them at Luo Tian, the god of death. Just when the 4 behind Luo Tian thought the control had failed, suddenly, the soul fire in the eye sockets of these skeletal knights began to flicker madly. For some reason, despite being mere skeletal frames, the 4 members of the Luo Tian guild still felt as if they were displaying expressions of struggle. After a long struggle, the 10 skeletal knights finally bowed to Luo Tian, the god of death, saying, "We pay our respects to our master." Seeing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Luo Tian's face. Outside the screen, the high-ranking members of the Luo Tian guild were no exception, all revealing smiles. Good. I can already see the god of death securing the first clear of the skeleton cave. Haha, what a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. I have already notified the major video bloggers to prepare. As soon as the god of death secures the first clear, they will promote it extensively for me. Under the protection of numerous skeletal guards and the 10 skeletal knights, Luo Tian, the god of death, slowly stepped into the core building of the Bone Castle. Deep within the vast hall stood a gigantic skeletal throne, upon which a skeletal lord, over 10 meters tall, rested one hand on the throne's armrest, his head propped on his hand, lost in deep slumber. As the grand doors of the hall swung open, 2 deep green flames suddenly flickered in the eye sockets of the skeletal lord. The skeletal lord awakened. At the moment the skeletal lord stirred, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the numerous skeletal guards and knights flickered wildly. This scene caused the expressions of the Luo Tian guild members to darken. Just then, Luo Tian, the god of death, activated his necromancer talent and the undead creatures he controlled finally calmed down. Living one, how do you possess such a strong aura of the necromantic deity? Who exactly are you? The skeletal lord slowly stood up, and although it was merely a skeletal frame, the members of the Luo Tian guild could sense that its expression had grown serious. The skeletal lord's massive body, towering over 10 meters, exerted immense pressure on the members of the Luo Tian guild. Throwing a detection spell at the skeletal lord, Luo Tian, the god of death, couldn't help but squint slightly. If I can control the boss, then even if I teleport to the main city, I would be an absolute powerhouse. Perhaps I could even vie for the position of guild leader. With this thought, Luo Tian, the god of death, did not hesitate and decisively cast his necromancer talent on the skeletal lord, attempting to control it. Living one, it seems you have used such means to control my subordinates, but I am a loyal follower of the great Lord Augufs. Put away your little tricks, they are ineffective against me. With that, the gigantic skeletal lord began to stride towards Luo Tian and the others. Seeing the control fail, a look of regret appeared on Luo Tian's face, and then he said, expressionlessly, "Since you cannot be of use to me, then be destroyed. My minions, attack. Eliminate this big skeleton." As soon as Luo Tian's words fell, numerous skeletal guards surged forward, their various attacks raining down on the skeletal lord. -40, -46, -84. Critical damage. Countless attacks from the skeletal guards struck the skeletal lord, and in an instant, its health dropped significantly. Watching its former subordinates attack it, the skeletal lord was filled with rage. The next moment, the soul fire in its eye sockets boiled furiously, and an invisible pressure was released from its body. Consequently, a prompt sound echoed in the minds of the 5 members of Luo Tian. Prompt: you have been affected by the lord's pressure of the skeletal lord, all your attributes -10%. Immediately, the skeleton lord swung down a hand, fiercely striking to the side. In an instant, dozens of skeleton guards were sent flying, their health reduced by nearly half. Then, the skeleton lord launched a frenzied attack, using either its feet or hands to continuously sweep away the skeleton guards. Step by step, it moved towards the position of the skeleton death god. Although it was just a skeleton frame, it was not foolish. It knew to capture the king first when dealing with thieves. As long as it killed the death god of Luo Tian, everything would return to normal. However, the once most loyal guards had now become a significant obstacle. They charged fearlessly at the skeleton lord, hindering its advance. Meanwhile, under the command of the death god of Luo Tian, the skeleton knights also entered the fray. They urged their steeds forward, circling around to the back of the skeleton lord. Behind the skeleton lord, there was nothing but emptiness, with no skeleton guards in sight. Thus, 10 skeleton knights launched a knight's charge, like 2 sharp arrows, rushing towards the skeleton lord. 300. 300. The skeleton knights originally had a power of only 100, but the bonus from the knight's charge was terrifying, allowing them to deal a high damage of 300 points. After one wave, the skeleton lord's health plummeted by 20%. Coupled with the previous damage from the skeleton guards, its health was now below 60%. Roar! Suddenly, the skeleton lord let out a furious roar and activated a skill, Summon Knights. In the next moment, the space twisted and 5 skeleton knights galloped out from the distorted space. 300. 300. The 5 skeleton knights had actually charged out using the knight's charge, and in an instant, countless skeleton guards were caught in the chaos, being knocked away. Some skeleton guards, whose health was already below 300 points, were instantly shattered and disappeared under the charge. Seeing this scene, the death god of Luotian narrowed his eyes slightly and ordered some of the skeleton guards to intercept the 5 newly summoned skeleton knights. At the same time, he activated his talent, aiming to control these suddenly appeared skeleton knights. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the 5 skeleton knights flickered wildly, and their charging forms finally came to a halt. To the delight of the death god of Luotian, after a few seconds of struggle, these skeleton knights became his subordinates. Good, skeleton knights, circle around to the back of the skeleton lord in charge. After giving the order, the death god of Luotian looked at the skeleton lord and taunted, "Skeleton lord, I look forward to you continuing to summon powerful subordinates for me." On the other side, realizing that the subordinates it had just summoned were being controlled, the skeleton lord was filled with rage, and its attacks became even more frenzied. Soon, its health dropped drastically, and after summoning 2 more batches of skeleton knights, it was once again controlled by the death god of Luotian. The skeleton lord's health had now fallen below 15%, and death was not far off. Good, the first clear is about to be achieved. Outside the screen, a high-ranking member of a guild laughed heartily, cheering. The other high-ranking members did not echo him, but smiles appeared on their faces. With this wave of operations, they would undoubtedly attract a large number of players to sign up and join the Luotian guild, and they would also enjoy the millions in bonuses issued by the big boss. Great, the boss is about to die. We are going to complete the first clear of the dungeon. In the game, a member of the Luotian guild said excitedly. Hearing this, several other members nodded in agreement, equally thrilled. If they could complete the first clear of the dungeon, it would trigger a regional announcement, and their game IDs would be exposed. At that time, the guild's high-ranking members would definitely support them, and their salaries and bonuses would surely increase. Thinking of this, the 4 looked at the death god of Luotian with eyes full of reverence. Under the gaze of the 4, Luotian, the god of death, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. As he watched the skeleton lord's health plummet, it dropped to 15%, 14%, 12%. Soon, the skeleton lord's health reached 10.2%. Suddenly, a regional announcement echoed in the minds of Luotian and his companions. Regional announcement: congratulations to players, Starry Sky and Mist, One Sword Shocking Thunder, Clear Moon, for being the first team to clear the Nightmare level, Skeleton Cave, dungeon, earning 1000 attribute points. Regional announcement: congratulations to players, Starry Sky and Mist, One Sword Shocking Thunder, Clear Moon, for being the first team to clear the Nightmare level, Skeleton Cave, dungeon, earning 1000 attribute points. Regional announcement. Hearing the announcement in their minds, the smiles on the faces of the 5 instantly froze. Impossible, how could anyone clear the dungeon faster than me? My god level talent is specifically designed to counter this dungeon. Luotian, the god of death, shouted in disbelief. At that moment, the skeleton lord's health finally dropped below 10%. Roar, the great lord Ogyphus will avenge me, you will all die, the skeleton lord bellowed, and suddenly, the soul fire in its eye sockets expanded rapidly, engulfing its massive body. At the same time, a terrifying pressure spread out, causing the skeleton knights, who were about to charge, to suddenly halt, their soul fires flickering uneasily. Not good, this boss is about to unleash a big move. One of the members of the Luotian guild suddenly widened his eyes and shouted. Another member quickly reacted, suddenly recalling the self-destruct skill on the skeleton lord's attribute panel. I remember now, this boss has a self-destruct skill, it's going to blow itself up, we need to run. Upon hearing this, Luotian, the god of death, finally reacted, his face changing drastically. Without hesitation, he hurriedly fled towards the outside of the bone castle. Boom! Just as the 5 of them escaped, a deafening explosion erupted from within the bone castle. In the next moment, a terrifying shockwave surged out from the castle, enveloping Luotian and his companions, sending them flying dozens of meters away in disarray. Meanwhile, a barrage of notification sounds rang in Luotian's mind. Ding dong, your servant, skeleton guard, has died. Ding dong, your servant, skeleton knight, has died. Ding dong, listening to the continuous notifications in his mind, the expression on Luotian's face grew increasingly grim. After several seconds, he finally forced himself to calm down, recalling the earlier regional announcement. Starry Sky and Mist, I will remember you. Don't let me encounter you again, or I will make you pay for stealing my first clear of the dungeon. Luo Tian, the god of death, thought coldly, feeling a twinge of unwillingness. Despite having a god-level talent specifically designed to counter undead dungeons, he had allowed someone else to achieve the first clear. Even though the ID Starry Sky and Mist had appeared in his ears multiple times today, he had not considered it a rival before. In his mind, Starry Sky and Mist was merely a lucky player. But he never imagined that Starry Sky and Mist could secure the first clear of the skeleton cave before him. Ding dong! You have killed Skeleton Lord, boss, earning 103,000 experience points. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Notice, you have cleared the nightmare level, Skeleton Cave dungeon. The dungeon will close in 30 seconds. Please be aware. Hearing the completion notification, the expression on Luo Tian's face showed no hint of joy, remaining as cold as ever. He quickly walked into the castle hall and found that the scene inside had not changed at all. The explosion of the skeleton Lord was immense, yet the bone castle remained unaffected. In front of him was a sphere of light that had fallen from the dead skeleton Lord. Luo Tian, the god of death, hurried forward to pick up the sphere. Just then, the instance closed, and Luo Tian and his 4 companions were forcibly teleported out of the instance. As soon as they appeared outside the instance, Luo Tian's gaze began to search the surroundings. He wanted to find the player who had stolen his first clear. Unfortunately, although the ID Starry Sky and Mist was quite famous, not many people knew what Li Chen looked like. While there were videos on the game forum of Li Chen battling the Wild Boar King, Luo Tian had not watched those videos, so he naturally had no idea what Starry Sky and Mist looked like. After searching for a long time, Luo Tian could only helplessly retract his gaze. Starry Sky and Mist, could it be that he awakened a god-level talent as well? He muttered to himself, then directly disbanded the team and left quickly. On the other side, Li Chen had already appeared in the novice village. Although he knew that the 4 members of One Sword Shocking Thunder would respawn outside the instance after their deaths, the area outside the skeleton cave was currently crowded with players, thousands standing together, and Li Chen was too lazy to search for them in the crowd. Rather than searching through the vast sea of people, it would be faster to gather in the novice village. Boss, I'm here. At that moment, One Sword Shocking Thunder ran up to Li Chen, excitement all over his face. After sizing Li Chen up, he finally spoke. Boss, how did you do it? If I remember correctly, that skeletal dragon's attack should have engulfed all 5 of us. That was a terrifying damage of 200,000, and you didn't die. Instead, you even killed that skeletal dragon. If I didn't know this game doesn't allow hacks, I would have thought you were a hacker. Upon hearing this, Li Chen merely stroked his chin and smiled mysteriously, saying, Do you want to know how I killed that skeletal dragon? Hearing this, One Sword Shocking Thunder nodded repeatedly, his face showing an expression of anticipation. Yes, I want to know. Li Chen smiled mysteriously and said, It's a secret. Upon hearing this, One Sword Shocking Thunder's expression suddenly stiffened. Soon, Flying Pig, Flying Sheep, and Qingyue arrived late. Boss, you're too amazing. If I remember correctly, that last skeletal dragon had 1.5 million health points. I've seen videos on the game forum of top guilds surrounding world bosses, and even a level 30 world boss doesn't have such exaggerated health. Flying Pig was full of astonishment. Since they gathered, Qinyue's beautiful eyes had been fixed on Li Chen, as if she wanted to see through this man. Li Chen smiled slightly, skipping the pleasantries and getting straight to the point. I called you over. You should know the purpose is to divide the loot. However, I must say in advance that during this instance, you 4 only provided heads and had no contribution whatsoever. Upon hearing this, One Sword Shocking Thunder showed a wronged expression and said, Boss, how can you say that? It hurts my feelings. I was cheering for you from the back. How can I be of no use at all? Looking at One Sword Shocking Thunder's pitiful expression, Li Chen's mouth twitched. Do you know how amazing you were in your past life? Known as the strongest sword cultivator under the gods. If the you from your past life saw this little expression, wouldn't he tear you apart? After silently cursing in his heart, he coldly looked at One Sword Shocking Thunder. If you show that disgusting expression again, I won't sell you the bone-long spear. Upon hearing this, One Sword Shocking Thunder's expression instantly returned to normal, and he even deliberately frowned to make himself look extremely imposing. Li Chen was too lazy to continue the conversation with One Sword Thunder and said, So, the equipment that dropped from this dungeon, I have 100% ownership. If you want any of the equipment, you can buy it from me. I will now send all the equipment attribute charts to the team channel. If you see something you like, just make an offer. After saying this, Li Chen sent all the equipment attribute charts that dropped from the dungeon to the team channel. Since it was the first clear of the dungeon, the amount of equipment Li Chen obtained was particularly impressive, totaling several hundred pieces. However, these hundreds of pieces of equipment were basically just a few styles. They were the 5-piece set, white bone greatsword, white bone armor, white bone pauldrons, white bone leggings, and white bone boots. Friendship price, each piece is sold for 1,000 yen country coins, a full set for 4,000 yen. Country coins, no purchase limit, as long as you can afford it, they are all yours. After posting the attribute charts in the team channel, Lee Chen spoke. Upon hearing this, One Sword Thunder's eyes suddenly lit up. The quality of these pieces of equipment was no worse than the big cleaver Lee Chen had initially sold him. It's worth noting that he had spent 5,000 yen country coins to buy the big cleaver from Lee Chen. Now, a complete set of 5 pieces, which was just as good as the big cleaver, was only 4,500 yen country coins. This was simply too cheap. Thinking of this, One Sword Thunder quickly said, "Boss, I want all of these." Hearing this, the flying pig was not pleased. Although he had never bought the big cleaver, with his keen economic sense, he felt that if he could resell these pieces of equipment, he would definitely make a huge profit in yen country coins. He quickly said, "Boss, I want in too." The flying sheep, although not very familiar with online games, saw his brothers speaking up and decisively chimed in, "Boss, I want some too." After all, this group of people could afford game pods and still play games on weekdays. None of them were short on money. Only Qingyue glanced disdainfully at the picture of the white bone set and did not speak. Lee Chen glanced at the 3 of them and said, "How about this? I will divide all the equipment into 3 portions, and each of you can buy 1 portion." In the end, Lee Chen divided all the equipment into 3 portions, each containing exactly 50 sets, totaling 150 sets. Your debit card account. 6292 received 225,000 renminbi on August 15. Balance after transaction. Bank of China. Your debit card account 6292 received 225,000 renminbi on August 15. Balance after transaction. Bank of China. Your debit card. Soon, Lee Chen sent all the equipment to the 3 of them and also received their payments. A total of 150 sets of white bone equipment earned Lee Chen a whopping 675,000 yen country coins. Then, Lee Chen traded separately with One Sword Thunder, sending him the mutated white bone spear. At the same time, Lee Chen's bank card had an additional 200,000 yen country coins. In less than a day, Lee Chen had already made over 1,000,000 yen country coins in the game. This speed of making money could definitely be considered among the top tier even in a country with a population exceeding 10 billion like Yen country. Well, the equipment is all divided. Next is the game currency. There are a total of over 500 gold coins. Although you didn't contribute much, I won't shortchange you considering your diligent efforts in picking up money and equipment. I'm too lazy to calculate the small change, so I'll take it all, and then we'll divide these 500 gold coins into 5 portions, 1 for each of us. After saying this, Lee Chen sent 4 red envelopes in the team channel. Inside the envelopes were 100 gold coins each. Boss is generous. Following the boss will definitely make a fortune in the future. After receiving the red envelope, One Sword Thunder flattered him a little. 100 gold coins, nowadays, is only equivalent to 10,000 yen country coins, which is just a small amount for Yijian Jinglei. But one still has to flatter when necessary. As the saying goes, no matter how many times you get through, flattery never fails. Lee Chen patted Yijian Jinglei on the shoulder and laughed, "You kid, you have a bright future." Just then, Xingyu suddenly leaned in, whispering softly in Lee Chen's ear, "Handsome, my address is Xiadu Lakely District. I look forward to you coming to play with me." After saying that, Xingyu threw a flirtatious glance at Lee Chen and vanished like a flash of white light, logging off. She's also from Xiadu? Lee Chen was slightly taken aback as he and Yijian Jinglei were also from Xiadu. Which city do you two live in? Is it also Xiadu? Upon hearing this, the flying pig and the flying sheep both nodded. The flying pig chuckled, "Boss, it seems you don't know the unspoken rules of the god creation game. Every newbie village's players are basically from the same city. For example, in newbie village 10,086, most players are from Xiadu." Upon hearing this, Yijian Jinglei was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, "Is that so?" "Yeah, if you don't believe it, you can ask in the regional channel." "Well, we've played for quite a while today, boss. I'm logging off first." "Okay, go ahead, I'm getting ready to log off too." Soon, the flying pig and the flying sheep both transformed into white light and disappeared. After giving Yijian Jinglei a meaningful glance, Lee Chen said, "I'm logging off too." Without waiting for Yijian Jinglei to respond, he logged off. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a familiar environment, a dimly lit rental room. Sitting up from the bed, Lee Chen stretched his stiff body. Goo goo goo. At that moment, Lee Chen's stomach grumbled uncontrollably. He patted his starving belly, smiling wryly, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Ever since the game and reality merged, he hadn't felt hunger at all. "Just right, I made quite a bit of money today, I should treat myself well. Let's have a good meal today." After thinking for a moment, Lee Chen stood up, dressed in the cheap outfit he bought from Taobao, and headed out. It was afternoon, and the scorching sun shone down on Lee Chen, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. "Old buddy, experts predict you have another 5 to 6 billion years to live, but they probably can't even dream that a guy you've sunburned since childhood will blow you up 100 years later." Lee Chen squinted, enduring the sting in his eyes as he looked up at the sun, murmuring to himself, "Crazy." Just then, a stylishly dressed girl walked past Lee Chen, and upon hearing his mumbling, she couldn't help but mutter a soft curse. "Lee Chen, After glancing at the girl's back, Li Chen pouted. His words, at this moment, would indeed sound like the ramblings of a madman to ordinary people on Earth. Time will prove everything. After saying this, Li Chen shuffled in his cheap flip-flops, walking in the direction he remembered. Before long, Li Chen arrived at a nice Western restaurant called Western Crystal. Not to mention anything else, just the name alone would be enough to deter many working-class folks like Li Chen. In his previous life, Li Chen had paid attention to this Western restaurant for a long time, but initially he was too poor to afford it. By the time he earned some money, the restaurant's owner had already mortgaged it and gone off to play the god creation game. So, even though Li Chen achieved the title of the main god in his previous life, this restaurant remained a small regret in his heart. Today, I'm going to make up for the regrets of my past life. Li Chen decisively pushed open the transparent door of Western Crystal and strode inside, choosing a relatively secluded corner. I ordered a Caesar salad, the restaurant's signature steak, and a bottle of red wine worth 2,988 yen country coins. In my previous life, at this time, I wouldn't have dared to buy even a 299 yen wine. Watching the waiter bring over the wine and steak, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction deep within, despite having long been accustomed to various delicacies. Is this the taste of ordinary beef? I haven't had it in 100,000 years. I've almost forgotten. Compared to the meat of that divine sun god bull, it's really far off. As I wolfed down the steak, I muttered to myself. Fortunately, the sun god bull mastered the law of fire, not the law of fate. Otherwise, if I dared to think such thoughts, that hot-tempered beast would probably really kill me through the network of fate. After finishing the beef, I took a big gulp of red wine. With the wine down my throat, I couldn't help but let out a comfortable sound. In the restaurant, a few white-collar workers, looking like middle management, were dressed in small suits, pencil pants, and high heels, with luxury bags on their laps that I couldn't tell were real or fake. Upon hearing my sound, their brows couldn't help but furrow. This Western Crystal is one of the few Western restaurants nearby, and people who usually come here to eat are very careful, never making too much noise. However, my recent sound was not only loud but also quite rude, a sound that should only be made after downing skewers and ice-cold beer. With this mindset, their gazes all fell on me in the corner. At first, seeing my attire, they couldn't help but show expressions of disdain, but when they saw my face, their eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, that guy is so handsome, way more handsome than my boyfriend. Should I go flirt with him? He's so handsome, I really want to. He. You, little flirt, are you acting up again? But I wanted to. A few fairly good-looking female white-collar workers whispered to each other, giggling softly. Forget it, just look at his clothes, they look like something you could buy at a street stall. He's probably just a poor guy trying to fish for beautiful women. And look at how he eats, he clearly has no class. Giving him steak is simply a waste. A girl with gold earrings and a Dior bag said resentfully. She had been fooled before. Tricked by a guy pretending to be a rich second generation who had taken her out for a week without buying her even a bag or a lipstick. On the other side, I also noticed the gazes of the female white-collar workers on me and naturally returned a smile. Little did I know, I had already been seen as a poor guy trying to attract beautiful women. Did you see that? That smile is the classic smile of a con artist. I'm telling you, don't just be mesmerized by handsome guys, be careful not to get scammed. The girl felt even more displeased upon seeing my smile and indignantly said to her friends. Another 10 minutes passed, and I finished the last sip of wine, patting my full belly with a satisfied smile on my face. Hello, sir, here is your bill. Your total consumption is 5,288 yen country coins. Will you be paying in cash, WeChat, Alipay, or by card? After eating and drinking to my fill, I called the waiter to settle the bill. 5,288 yen country coins was already more than a month's salary in my previous life. A meal like this would have left me bankrupt. But now, for someone like me who earns over $1 million a day, this amount was just a drop in the bucket. He took out his cracked phone, opened WeChat, and said, "Let's use WeChat Pay." The waiter quickly pulled out a machine and said to Li Chen, "Sir, I'll scan you if it's WeChat." Li Chen nodded, but he hadn't used WeChat in so long that he momentarily forgot how to bring up the payment code. Seeing the awkward look on Li Chen's face, the female office worker in the distance curled her lip and disdainfully said, "Did you see that? Ladies, isn't this a scammer? So, I advise you all to be a bit more careful and keep your eyes open." Upon hearing this, several female office workers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Excuse me, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" The waitress, noticing the awkward expression on Li Chen's face, smiled and asked. "Ahem, I want to ask how to bring up the WeChat payment code." Upon hearing this, the waitress's smile became a bit unnatural. "You can't really be here to eat and run, can you?" the waitress thought to herself. However, she still took Li Chen's phone and helped him bring up the WeChat payment code. "Sir, this will do, now I'll scan you." "Yeah, go ahead and scan," Li Chen replied, handing the phone to the waitress so she could scan it with her machine. This time, there were no more hiccups and the payment was successful. The waitress sighed in relief and her smile became more natural. "By the way, this red wine is quite good. Pack me 10 bottles, I want to take them home." Li Chen suddenly said. To the waitress. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. With that, the waitress hurried back to the front desk to report to the manager on duty. Soon, the duty manager came to Li Chen with a box of red wine. Sir, there are a total of 12 bottles of XXX red wine inside. Before the duty manager could finish, Li Chen frowned and interrupted. I only want 10 bottles, why are you giving me 12? Not offended by the interruption. The duty manager maintained her standard professional smile. She replied, it's like this, sir, because your total spending this time reached 30,000, the extra 2 bottles are a gift from the restaurant. Upon hearing this, Li Chen suddenly understood the restaurant manager's tactic. This tactic was similar to hunger marketing, sacrificing a bit of profit to gain customer goodwill and trust, which would likely turn this customer into a repeat visitor and possibly lead to referrals, bringing greater benefits to the restaurant. Although he understood the restaurant manager's strategy, Li Chen still accepted it without hesitation. After all, free things should not be turned down. After paying nearly 30,000 yen country coins, Li Chen carried a box of red wine, struggling step by step in his cheap slippers to walk out. The game had not yet merged with reality, and Li Chen still had the physical fitness of an ordinary person. He had to exert all his strength to carry this box of wine. On the other side, watching Li Chen leave the restaurant with a box of red wine, the female office worker turned pale. She had thought he was just a poor guy relying on his looks to attract women, but it turned out he was a hidden big shot. Over 30,000 yen country coins paid without batting an eye. At that moment, seeing the strange expressions of her colleagues around her, this female office worker wished she could just disappear into the ground. It was so embarrassing. Back home, Li Chen looked around at the dormitory that had accompanied him for nearly half a year and muttered softly, the lighting here is really too dim, I should consider changing my place. Then, shaking his head, he decided not to think about it for now. He opened another bottle of red wine, pulled out the cork, and downed it in one go. The 2,988 value red wine was completely consumed by Li Chen in one sitting. Rubbing his slightly swollen belly, Li Chen played mobile games for a while, suddenly feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he fell asleep. This sleep was particularly deep. Li Chen slept soundly until noon the next day. Only then did he rub his sleepy eyes and open them. Looking at the time, he realized it was already noon the next day. Li Chen touched the ring on his finger and entered the game. In the novice village, a flash of white light appeared, and Li Chen found himself in his small room. When logging off in the novice village or main city, players are forcibly teleported to their resurrection point upon logging back in. Therefore, although Li Chen logged off at the entrance of the novice village, he appeared at his starting point. Stretching lazily, Li Chen pushed open the door and walked straight out. Look, it's the big shot, Starry Sky and Mist. Starry Sky and Mist? Who is that? Are they strong? You don't know this? Bro, how long has it been since you played? Just yesterday, he triggered several regional announcements all by himself and even a world announcement. There's a video on the game forum of him single-handedly, no, it should be said, playing with the world boss. You should check it out. Then I must go take a look. For a moment, wherever Li Chen went, he attracted countless gazes. After a day of fermentation, Li Chen's reputation in novice village number 10086 was almost known by everyone. Moreover, with the video of him challenging the world boss on the game forum, more and more players recognized him after watching it. Facing the crowd's attention and discussions, Li Chen's expression remained calm. After all, when he achieved the title of the main god, he was worshipped by trillions of beings. What did these players count for? Soon, Li Chen left the novice village. He took out the token given to him by the flying pig from the ring space. The Thunder Spirit Canyon was originally where he planned to level up. With his immunity to thunder damage, it was a hellish area for ordinary players but the best leveling ground for Li Chen. However, Li Chen never expected that just to complete a hidden quest he would easily reach level 10. In his previous life, it took him a whole month to struggle from level 0 to level 10. Initially, Li Chen didn't plan to grind monsters in the Thunder Spirit Canyon, but the flying pig gave him this token, telling him that there were hidden dungeons and hidden professions within the canyon. With that in mind, Li Chen had no choice but to head to the Thunder Spirit Canyon first, to see if this hidden profession suited him. God-level professions were already the top-tier professions in the god-making game, so Li Chen absolutely could not give it up. On the way, a level 2 wild monster suddenly appeared beside Li Chen, but he merely glanced at it and walked away. Shortly after Li Chen left, 3 people, a man and a woman, rushed in front of the wild monster. After working together to kill it, they all looked towards Li Chen's retreating figure. Isn't this guy a fool? The wild monster just spawned right in front of him, and he just walked away, one of the young men mocked, watching Li Chen's back. Hearing this, a girl in the group suddenly spoke up. Look at the direction he's going. Isn't it towards the Thunder Spirit Canyon? Upon hearing this, the 2 young men raised their eyebrows. This fool actually wants to challenge the Thunder Spirit Mountains. It's really laughable. Exactly, half a month ago, the God-Slaying Guild gathered thousands of level 10 players from Novice Village number 1 to attack the Thunder Spirit Mountains, and they suffered heavy losses. The God-slaying guild is one of the top guilds in the online gaming world of Yen country. If they suffered heavy losses, who does that kid think he is? The two of them continued to mock Li Chen's back, exchanging words. Upon hearing this, the girl among the three said with a starry-eyed expression, "Do you think he will succeed?" The other two exchanged glances, feeling a bit frustrated. This damn era of judging by appearances. Li Chen was unaware of the thoughts of the three behind him. After walking for about 10 minutes, Li Chen finally arrived at the Thunder Spirit Canyon. The canyon was wide enough to accommodate 200 to 300 people walking side by side. The canyon walls towered high, reaching into the clouds. Within the canyon, clusters of palm-sized thunder spirits floated aimlessly. Li Chen approached the canyon and threw a detection spell at one of the thunder spirits. Thunder Spirit, normal, level, 7 rank, none health, 250 attack power, 60 defense, 15 skills, Thunder Blade. The Thunder Spirit was a typical representation of high attack, low defense, and thin health. With an attack power of 60, combined with its skills, it only took 2 or 3 skills to take down a player of the same level. However, their defense and health meant they couldn't withstand a few attacks from players. But Thunder Spirits were different from other monsters on the map. With other monsters, players could pull a portion of them to kill and gradually gain experience. Thunder Spirits, however, were quite peculiar. As soon as one was attacked, the entire Thunder Spirit Canyon would erupt. A massive wave of Thunder Spirits would surge forth, with numbers definitely exceeding 10,000, even reaching tens of thousands. And a novice village could have at most 10,000 players. Even if 10,000 players entered the fray at once, facing the bombardment of tens of thousands of Thunder Spirits, they would only end up being slaughtered. Therefore, no players were willing to provoke the Thunder Spirits. Even in the last life in the God-making game, only a few players dared to challenge the Thunder Spirits. Their awakened innate talents were all immunity to lightning damage, which was why they dared to grind monsters in the Thunder Spirit Canyon. It was said that there were great opportunities within the Thunder Spirit Canyon. Those who soloed the Thunder Spirit Canyon would ultimately rise rapidly, and in the end, except for one unfortunate soul, everyone else would be exalted to the divine throne. Li Chen walked straight into the Thunder Spirit Canyon. In the distance, a stunning beauty with an impressive figure watched as Li Chen entered the canyon. Her beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity as she couldn't help but gaze at Li Chen's back. The moment Li Chen stepped in, the entire Thunder Spirit Canyon erupted. Countless Thunder Spirits unleashed their power, and a torrent of lightning blades, each the length of a finger, surged toward Li Chen. In an instant, Li Chen was overwhelmed by the massive wave of lightning blades. The beauty with the ID of wind and snow person couldn't help but shake her head, saying, "With such dense firepower, this guy is doomed. Fortunately, I hesitated just now and didn't enter, otherwise, even if I awakened an epic talent, I would undoubtedly die. -0, -0, -0. On the other side, Li Chen's message channel was filled with -0. Not painful or itchy, can't you use a bit more strength? Perhaps having understood Li Chen's sarcasm, the Thunder Spirits became even more frenzied. The attack frequency increased to the point where Li Chen was surrounded by a dense array of lightning blades. Li Chen stood still, allowing the Thunder Spirits to attack him. After about a minute, he suddenly said, "Have you attacked enough? It's my turn now." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly sword appeared in Li Chen's hand out of thin air. Without even looking, he began to swing it wildly. -1090, -1090. Ding dong, you have killed a Thunder Spirit, normal, gaining 8 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed a Thunder Spirit, normal, gaining 7 experience points. Around Li Chen, Thunder Spirits floated densely everywhere. Li Chen didn't even need to look, he just swung the heavenly sword randomly, and with each swing, several Thunder Spirits were instantly killed. At the same time, countless notification sounds echoed in Li Chen's mind. However, since the experience couldn't be saved, this experience was destined to be wasted. If other players were to find out about this, they would surely be heartbroken, pained to the point of breathlessness. Most players were still outside the novice village, competing for the last hits on wild monsters, vying for that pitifully meager 1 or 2 experience points. However, on Li Chen's side, with a casual wave, dozens or even hundreds of experience points were pouring in like crazy. How could this not make those ordinary players green with envy? Yet, Li Chen felt a slight regret. The Thunder Spirits were special. Elemental wild monsters that left no corpses upon death, only vanishing into thin air in an instant. Otherwise, with the vast number of Thunder Spirits in the Thunder Spirit Canyon, if they all left corpses, Li Chen could have sacrificed until his hands were sore. An hour passed. In the Thunder Spirit Canyon, countless Thunder Spirits continued to surge towards Li Chen, with an overwhelming number of Thunder Blades flying out, striking him. -0, -0. The Thunder Spirits seemed endless, coming in waves. If it weren't for the fact that this was still a game, Li Chen would have thought his hands were about to break. Fortunately, while the sensations in the game felt very real, there were no negative feelings like exhaustion or muscle spasms. Just as Li Chen was continuously swinging his skyward sword to kill the Thunder Spirits, Outside the Thunder Spirit Canyon, Snow in the Sky couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. She had been in this extremely unladylike state for quite some time. Has it really been an hour already? Why are these Thunder Spirits still continuously casting skills? Is that player still alive? No, it's impossible. This is just a novice village. How could a player survive for an hour under the onslaught of so many Thunder Spirits? These Thunder Spirits must be affected by something. If I could find out the reason for their rampage, perhaps I could lure them all out of the Thunder Spirit Canyon and then enter. With this thought, Snow in the Sky's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she began to observe more carefully, trying to discern the specific reason for the Thunder Spirit's rampage. As for why she was here, and why she insisted on entering the Thunder Spirit Canyon, it was naturally because of that token in her backpack, identical to the one in Li Chen's hand. Yes, there was more than one token in the novice village that could open the Thunder Spirit Canyon instance, but each one required immense luck to obtain. In her previous life, several players awakened innate talents that allowed them to be immune to lightning damage, gaining tremendous opportunities in the Thunder Spirit Canyon. However, their luck was not as good as Flying Pig and Snow in the Sky. Otherwise, if they had started the Thunder Spirit Canyon instance again, they could have risen even faster. Another hour passed. Outside the canyon, Snow in the Sky's beautiful face was devoid of expectation. She stared blankly in the direction of the Thunder Spirit Canyon, her expression one of confusion. In her eyes, the Thunder Spirits were still in a state of rampage, but unlike an hour ago, due to Li Chen's massive slaughter, Snow in the Sky could easily see that the number of Thunder Spirits was decreasing at a rapid pace. Could it really be that person? No, it can't be. This time, Snow in the Sky's tone lacked the previous certainty, as the image of Li Chen entering the Thunder Spirit Canyon resurfaced in her mind. That upright figure, that unwavering stride, seemed to subtly tell her that her thoughts were not wrong. That person was not dead. Not only was he not dead, instead, he was slaughtering in the Thunder Spirit Canyon, which ordinary players regarded as a forbidden zone, causing the number of Thunder Spirits to visibly decrease. Inside the Thunder Spirit Canyon, Li Chen was on the verge of vomiting from all the killing. He increasingly felt the need to acquire a wide area skill. Otherwise, even with his extraordinary attributes, while fighting bosses was fine, farming monsters was simply inefficient. Fortunately, Li Chen's thoughts were not known to the ordinary players. Otherwise, he would have faced a barrage of criticism. They struggled to deal with a few wild monsters, yet Li Chen was considering using large-scale skills to farm. Comparing people can be infuriating. 3 hours later, Li Chen felt a surge of energy. He could clearly sense that the number of Thunder Spirits targeting him had decreased significantly. Glancing at his message interface, the frequency of the -0 notifications had also noticeably dropped. It was evident that the number of Thunder Spirits was dwindling, and he would soon clear them out. Sure enough, another 10 minutes passed, and there were fewer than 100 Thunder Spirits around him, quite rare. The entire Thunder Spirit Canyon had transformed from being densely populated with Thunder Spirits to now being empty, creating a stark contrast. Outside the Thunder Spirit Canyon, Snow in the Wind widened her beautiful eyes, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. With the sharp decrease in the number of Thunder Spirits, she finally understood the reason for the Thunder Spirits' rampage. Just as she had guessed, that player was not dead. Not only was he alive, but each of his attacks could exceed 1,000 points. These Thunder Spirits were only level 7 to 10, and even if they were level 17 to 20, they wouldn't be able to withstand such damage. What is his awakened innate talent? How can it be so terrifying that these Thunder Spirits can't inflict any damage on him? Is his magic resistance too high, or does he have 100% immunity to magic damage? And his damage output is clearly off. Could this guy be cheating? But that shouldn't be possible. The programmers of the divine game are the best in the world. How could they create a game with bugs that allow for exploitation? Snow in the Wind stared at the scene before her, utterly perplexed. Soon, the Thunder Spirit Canyon was completely cleared by Li Chen, leaving the surroundings empty with no wild monsters in sight. Unlike reality, in the game, wild monsters respawn after a certain period once they die. However, it was clear that the respawn time for the wild monsters in the Thunder Spirit Canyon could not keep up with Li Chen's slaughtering speed. Thus, the area became entirely desolate. Looking at the empty Thunder Spirit Canyon, Li Chen smiled slightly, sheathed his sword, and walked straight into the depths of the canyon. Just a few minutes after Li Chen had cleared the Thunder Spirit Canyon, a burly man arrived outside the canyon. Observing the desolate Thunder Spirit Canyon, the man's face lit up with ecstasy. Ah, truly a blessing from the heavens. I never expected this Thunder Spirit Canyon to be empty. As he spoke, a token suddenly appeared in his hand. Upon closer inspection, this token was identical to the one in Li Chen's and Snow in the Wind's possession. As long as I activate this dungeon in the Thunder Spirit Canyon, not to mention clearing it, my ID will definitely explode in popularity, and then there will be plenty of gaming guilds trying to recruit me. At that point, I can set my price and join a top-tier guild, stepping onto the peak of my life. Ha ha. With this thought, the burly man couldn't help but laugh heartily. Despite his imposing physique and seemingly not very bright demeanor, he was actually quite clever. Many players, upon obtaining a token, would think about how to enter the dungeon and secure the first clear to become top players. However, the burly man had a clear understanding of his own abilities. Although he had awakened a powerful dark gold level talent and reached the highest level in the novice village, level 10, he did not naively believe that he could secure the first clear based solely on his strength. On the contrary, he felt that once the dungeon was activated and the area announcement was made, as long as that Starry Sky and Mist had not left the novice village, the first clear of this dungeon would likely still belong to Starry Sky and Mist. Walking through the empty Thunder Spirit Canyon, the burly man looked around while muttering, "How strange, are all the videos on the game forum fake? Is there really no wild monsters in this Thunder Spirit Canyon?" Little did he know, someone had already completely cleared the entire canyon before his arrival. In the distance, Snow in the Mist watched the burly man suddenly enter the canyon, and, after hesitating for a moment, followed him in. "As long as I don't provoke that big shot, he shouldn't target me, right?" Snow in the Mist thought as he walked through the chaotic canyon. After about half an hour, Li Chen arrived at the depths of Thunder Spirit Canyon. In front of him was a massive altar where thunder danced wildly. Just one glance made it clear that this altar was extraordinary. Without a second thought, Li Chen cast a detection spell towards the altar. Thunder God Altar Level, Divine Altar Effect. Place a key to open the trial space of a fallen Thunder God. The first person to clear the trial space will gain the favor of the Thunder Review and receive the powerful Thunder Spirit Divine Position. Number of keys, 0/3. Description: this is an altar left behind by a great thunder god who has fallen. Within the altar lies his divine essence. If one can gain the favor of this essence, they will surely ignite the divine fire and raise the divine seed in the future. 3 keys? Li Chen frowned slightly. If the token in his hand counted as 1 key, then it meant there should be 3 tokens in the novice village. It seems this dungeon is not meant for me. Li Chen shook his head regretfully and began to look around. Logically, those players from his past life should not have opened this hidden dungeon either, so the opportunities they gained must exist within Thunder Spirit Canyon. What could it be? He murmured as he walked beneath the altar. Suddenly, the thunder on the altar began to contract and gather. Eventually, the thunder dissipated, revealing a treasure chest floating in midair, radiating a divine glow. Could it be? Li Chen's eyes lit up and an excited expression appeared on his face. He cast a detection spell at the treasure chest. Treasure chest level, divine effect. Open the chest to receive a surprise. Description: this is a treasure left by the deities. Upon opening, you will randomly receive 1 to 3 items left by the deities. Good luck, lucky one who opens the chest. A divine treasure chest. The light in Li Chen's eyes burst forth. He finally understood why those players who soloed Thunder Spirit Canyon could rise so quickly. Even in the later stages of the game, divine treasure chests were definitely rare treasures. In his previous life, Li Chen had never opened a single divine treasure chest. Each time, he could only watch enviously as others posted videos of opening divine treasure chests on the game forum. "I've struck it rich, I've hit the jackpot." Li Chen excitedly waved his fist. He quickly reached out his hands to open the chest. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the chest and grabbed it. Whoosh! The figure vanished, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Li Chen. "Ha ha, my luck today is indeed good. Not only did I get the key to start the hidden dungeon, but I also got a divine treasure chest." After casting a detection spell on the chest, the burly man couldn't help but laugh heartily. Li Chen turned around, his face dark as he looked at the burly man and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you one chance to return the chest to me. I won't kill you." Upon hearing this, the smile on the burly man's face abruptly stopped, and he looked at Li Chen. When he recognized Li Chen's face, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Last night, he had seen this face on the game forum. "You are Starry Sky and Mist?" The burly man showed a wary expression on his face, glancing at the treasure chest in his arms, his face revealing a struggle. Finally, his expression darkened, and with a determined heart, he gritted his teeth and said, "Starry Sky and Mist, now that the treasure chest is in my hands, there's no way I'm giving it back to you. How about this? I have the key to this hidden dungeon, and I'll give it to you. In this hidden dungeon, there are hidden classes. I don't know if you've played VR online games, but in any VR online game, hidden classes represent absolute power. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen coldly smiled and said, "Not much. I'll say it again, give me back the treasure chest, and I won't kill you." The burly man's face turned ugly, and after a long while, he suddenly sneered and said, "Starry Sky and Mist, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Do you know what skill I awakened? Dark gold level space movement. Although I can't beat you, if I want to run, you can't stop me. Your speed is indeed fast, but can it be faster than space movement?" After saying this, the burly man suddenly waved the token in his hand and laughed. "I was going to give this to you, but your attitude really doesn't satisfy me, so I won't give it to you. The treasure chest is mine, so just suffer in silence. I'm leaving, don't miss me, ha ha ha." With that, the burly man laughed heartily, activated his innate talent, and in the next moment he was already 100 yards away. "Can you really escape?" Li Chen murmured in a low voice, and the next moment, thousands of free attribute points he had saved were added to agility. In an instant, Li Chen's agility points reached an astonishing 2,664. Previously, with just 107 points in agility, Li Chen could easily toy with world bosses. Now, with an incredible 2,664 points in agility, his speed would reach a terrifying level. In the next moment, Li Chen took a step and instantly appeared beside the burly man. Impossible, how could you catch up to me? The burly man's face was one of shock as he looked at Li Chen, who had suddenly appeared next to him. Did you also awaken space movement? After saying this, the burly man felt a chill run down his spine. If that were the case, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Just then, he suddenly noticed the electric light swirling in Li Chen's hand. Not good, run. In the depths of his being, the burly man sensed the taste of danger. In the next moment, he activated his innate talent again, and when he reappeared, he was already 100 yards away. Bang! A bolt of lightning shot from Li Chen's hand, landing where the burly man had just been. You can't escape. Li Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued to chase after the burly man. Space movement was indeed a divine skill. Even at the dark gold level, it was still powerful. However, the burly man was only level 10 now and couldn't fully utilize the power of space movement, only able to move the basic distance of 100 yards each time. Meanwhile, Li Chen's terrifying agility of 2,664 made covering 100 yards a breeze. In the next moment, Li Chen appeared again beside the burly man, and in his hand he also held a heavenly sword. Give up, you can't catch up to me. The burly man saw Li Chen swing his sword at him, his face changing, and he disappeared again. Li Chen's attack missed once more. Without saying a word, Li Chen continued to pursue the burly man. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly ran out of Thunder Spirit Canyon. The burly man didn't hesitate, charging ahead toward the novice village. As long as he returned to the novice village, he would be protected by the safe zone. Within the safe zone, players couldn't attack each other. Li Chen's expression darkened as he understood the burly man's intentions and chased after him again. As the distance to the novice village grew closer, Li Chen's heart sank. Ha ha ha, see? I'm almost at the novice village, so just give up. After using space movement, the burly man, holding the treasure chest, looked back at Li Chen 100 yards away and laughed heartily. Glancing at the treasure chest, the burly man felt a surge of excitement in his eyes. Soon, he would reach the novice village and open this divine-level chest. If I can get a top-tier artifact, even if I don't use it myself, I can trade it to a top guild. At that point, achieving a small goal will be a piece of cake. With this thought, the man's breathing quickened and his gaze became fervent. He wanted to open the chest right away, but for chests of legendary level and above, opening them required a progress bar to be read, and Li Chen clearly wouldn't give him the time to read it. Moreover, unless using some special storage items, players couldn't put the chest into their backpacks. So, the burly man could only clutch the divine-level chest and flee for his life. Hearing the man's boisterous laughter, Li Chen found it extremely grating. Suddenly, he pulled out a scroll from his pocket. It was a legendary magic scroll sent to him by the wealth-bringing spirit, Roaming Sky Shark. I was planning to save this for later, but it seems I have to use it now. Flame Meteor Shower Scroll. Effect 1. Tear open the scroll to unleash the immense flame power sealed within, releasing the legendary magic flame meteor shower for 3 seconds. Effect 2. The scroll contains an inexplicable curse. Adventurers killed by the scroll will have all attributes reduced by 50% for 1 month upon resurrection. Seeing Li Chen suddenly pull out a scroll, the burly man's face showed a wary expression, and he quickly used spatial movement to teleport forward. However, Li Chen's speed was far faster than his teleportation, and in an instant he appeared beside him. Without hesitation, Li Chen tore open the scroll. The moment the scroll was torn, a massive energy burst forth from it. Boom! Suddenly, the azure sky turned crimson, as if enveloped in flames. The red sky churned continuously, and in just a moment, a multitude of flaming meteors fell from the heavens, covering a radius of 10,000 yards centered around Li Chen. This is a forbidden spell. How is it possible? How could you obtain a forbidden spell in the novice village? As the flaming meteors rained down, despair etched itself onto the burly man's face. Not just him, since the two were not far from the novice village, and this area was a monster spawning point for many players. A large number of players were engulfed by the meteor shower. Boom! 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 As the flaming meteors struck the ground, a scene reminiscent of the end of the world unfolded. The moment the meteors fell, the earth was engulfed in blazing crimson flames, consuming everything. The terrifying heat caused all players, wild monsters, trees, and stones to ignite in an instant. No, my treasure chest. In a roar of unwillingness and despair, the burly man was consumed by the flames, his health instantly depleted. At this stage, players, let alone in the novice village, would undoubtedly die if caught in a legendary level magic attack, even the top players in the main city. It could be said that these unfortunate players were like fish caught in a fire at the city gate. Within a radius of 10,000 yards, only Li Chen remained unscathed as the owner of the scroll. After the flames subsided, the surroundings were left in ruins, with light orbs scattered everywhere from the players' deaths. In the novice village, a flash of white light appeared, and the burly man resurrected with a face full of unwillingness. Notice, you have been maliciously attacked by players Starry Sky and Mist. You have gained the right to retaliate. Kill the opponent and the death penalty will be significantly increased. Notice, you were killed by players Starry Sky and Mist. Your level is reduced by 1. You dropped 50% of your game currency. Notice, you have had the worst luck. You dropped an item upon death. Notice, you have resurrected. Watching the additional messages in the news channel, the burly man's expression twisted with rage. Ah, my small goal is gone. The burly man let out a heart-wrenching wail as a god-level treasure chest dropped. The dreams he had of trading with top guilds and achieving his goal of 100 million were completely shattered. Shinkong Yu, you're dead. I will definitely kill you. Absolutely. The burly man gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with ferocity and a brutal glare. Not only that, but a large amount of white light appeared in various rooms of the novice village, leaving the players looking utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why was I killed? Moreover, these players were horrified to discover that they had been afflicted with a negative buff. For an entire month, all attributes would be reduced by 50%. With this negative attribute placed upon them, they would essentially be useless for the month. Damn Shinkong Yu. In the novice village, Luo Tianquangsha's eyes were red with rage. Unfortunately, he was one of the unlucky ones caught in the crossfire, directly killed by Li Chen's legendary level magic. Ah, Shinkong Yu, you wild ganker, what did I do to you? Why did you kill me? Another player let out a painful wail. In a range of 10,000 yards, combined with the fact that it was near the novice village, Li Chen had directly killed hundreds of players in this wave. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Li Chen's mind. Ding dong, you achieved 100 consecutive kills in a battle, earning the title, 100 kills. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Li Chen was momentarily stunned, then he looked at the scroll in his hand that was spontaneously igniting without fire, falling into silence. Meanwhile, the regional channel of Novice Village number 10086 erupted. Again, with hundreds of players speaking out, various condemnations of Li Chen pouring in. At Shinkong Yu, you scum, just wait, you will face retribution sooner or later, absolutely. What did the great Shinkong do to you upstairs to make you so angry? Second floor, you still call him great? He's a complete murderer, suddenly unleashing large-scale magic near the novice village, killing hundreds of players. Exactly, my friend is also one of the victims. Not only did his level drop by 1, but he also got hit with a negative buff, all attributes minus 50% for a month. All attributes minus 50%. Is it that terrifying? The wild monsters in this game are already hard to kill. You'll be completely useless for a month, probably won't even be able to leave the novice village. Ah, Shinkong Yu, I will not let you go unpunished. At Shinkong Yu, you bitch, come out quickly, I want to duel you in the mid lane. At Shinkong Yu, you dog thief, come out and die, see if I don't kill you. In an instant, the regional channel was filled with players' anger and curses. At this moment, the players were very united, all their anger directed at Li Chen. Among them were even some followers who, although not victims, were even more vicious in their words than the actual victims. On the other hand, Li Chen didn't bother to look at the regional channel, all he could see were the treasure chests that dropped after the burly man's death. Approaching the treasure chest, Li Chen decisively began to read the progress. Unlike silver-level chests that could be opened directly, legendary level and above chests required a progress bar to be read. 1%, 5%, 10%, 20%, 85%, 99%. A full minute passed without any interruptions, and, finally, the progress bar of the chest was completed. The next moment, the chest slowly opened, and a dazzling divine light burst forth, soaring into the sky. At the same time, a world announcement appeared in the minds of all players online. World announcement, player, Shinkong Yu, has extraordinary luck, being the first to open the god-level treasure chest, receiving rewards of world reputation, *1 million free attribute points, *10,000, and obtaining the limited time title, extraordinary luck. World announcement, player, Starry Sky and Mist has extraordinary luck, being the first to open the divine treasure chest, rewarded with world prestige, *1 million, rewarded with free attribute points, *10,000, and has obtained the limited time title, extraordinary luck. World announcement. At this moment, not only did the regional channel of number 10086 explode, but the world channel also erupted. Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai, Yin country region. Unfortunately, I lack culture, just a WoW can travel the world. Wow. 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 Washi Jianrun, our country region at Starry Sky and Mist. Kid, what I have awakened is an epic level innate talent, and I will definitely be the peak player in this game in the future. I specially allow you to gain my friendship with the treasures in the chest. Sure dis the strongest, F country region. You upstairs, are you out of your mind? Those big shots with divine innate talents in your our country region aren't as arrogant and foolish as you. Washi Jianrun, our country region. Baka Yaru, you're dead. After the national war starts, I will personally slaughter through your F country region, leaving none alive. I am Apollo, F country region hehe. I'm waiting for you. I hope you can withstand my solar power. A mere waste from a tiny island nation dares to kill through my F country? The atmosphere of the world channel instantly changed, turning into a verbal battle between our country players and F country players, with more and more players from both countries joining in, the tension growing thicker. However, the instigator of all this was excitedly checking the 3 items he had obtained. The first item was a droplet-shaped prop, radiating a holy light. Tears of the Angel, rank, divine effect. The tears of the angel can emit holy light, purifying all filth. Description, it is said that this is a tear shed by a god-level deity possessing the most sacred power. Tears of the Angel? Li Chen frowned slightly. He knew about this item, as players in his previous life had also obtained it. The tears of the angel can release holy light once a day, purifying all filth, and is a nemesis to undead and dark creatures. Moreover, the tears of the angel can purify many things, such as curses. Right, it can purify curses. Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. With the tears of the angel, he could completely purify the curse on the player he had accidentally killed. Thinking of this, Li Chen decisively opened the regional channel. Looking at the endless stream of insults directed at him, his expression couldn't help but darken. However, Li Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. He spent 10 gold coins and sent a golden trumpet message in the regional channel. The player I accidentally killed can find me at Thunder Spirit Canyon. I will help you purify the curse on you. After sending this message, Li Chen didn't even look at the regional channel and turned his attention to the second item. It was a crystal ball surrounded by divine light, not large, only the size of a lychee. Space control, type talent rank, divine effect 1, can control the power of space and utilize it. Effect 2, any space type. Skill, effect, and power increase by 5000%. Effect 3, using space type skills does not consume any magic points. It's actually a space type talent. Li Chen's eyes widened instantly and his breathing became rapid. If he had possessed this space control talent earlier, he wouldn't have wasted the incredibly precious legendary magic scroll at this stage. To kill a novice village player using a legendary magic scroll made Li Chen's heart bleed. Fortunately, the divine treasure chest ultimately returned to Li Chen's hands, and it opened such an incredible item, which made his mood much better. Li Chen placed the crystal ball radiating divine light on his forehead. In the next moment, the crystal ball merged into Li Chen's forehead, and at the same time, a new entry appeared in his talent bar, Space Control. Space Control, interesting. At that moment, Li Chen emanated a subtle wave, the power of space. From a distance, he appeared to be somewhat translucent, quite eerie. It is known among the gods that there is a saying, space is king, time is revered. A deity who masters the laws of space is generally untouchable by ordinary high gods. And Li Chen, having already grasped god-level spatial power, meant that although he had not yet reached the level of a space deity in terms of strength, he was not lacking in realm. Looking at the scattered orbs of light around him, Li Chen extended his right hand, palm facing up. In the next moment, a large number of light orbs seemed to receive some kind of attraction and flew towards Li Chen. This action of Li Chen was not due to any suction force, but rather he solidified the space around those light orbs and pushed them in his direction, making it appear as if he was drawing them in. Suddenly, the light orbs came to a halt, no longer moving. Li Chen couldn't help but frown. He realized that in just a moment, a wave of fatigue washed over his mind. The power of space is too advanced. Although it doesn't consume magic points, it is very taxing on the mind. My current mental attribute is too low to use the power of space for an extended period. Li Chen, possessing the vision of a high god, quickly understood the cause and effect in an instant. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered that he had just been rewarded with 10,000 free attribute points. Without any hesitation, Li Chen decisively allocated the 10,000 free attribute points to his mental attribute. In an instant, his mental attribute jumped from 15 points to 10,015 points, surpassing his intelligence and becoming his highest attribute. At this moment, the fatigue in his mind vanished instantly. Not only that, but Li Chen also felt refreshed, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. Then, Li Chen extended his right hand again, and countless light orbs flew towards him. Ding dong, you have obtained silver coin, *1. Ding dong, you have obtained copper coin, *97. Ding dong, the light orbs disappeared one after another, and a multitude of system notification sounds echoed in Li Chen's mind. Ding dong, you have obtained mysterious token, *1. Finally, a token appeared in Li Chen's hand, identical to the one in his ring space. Li Chen smiled slightly. Having high luck was indeed beneficial. He had just been worried that if that burly man died, he would be missing a token, making it impossible to open the Thunder Spirit Valley dungeon. Now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary, as the burly man's token had actually dropped. Now there are 2 tokens, but to open the dungeon in Thunder Spirit Valley, 3 tokens are needed. I wonder where the third one will be. Just as Li Chen frowned and murmured to himself, a figure stealthily appeared before the altar, once entwined by thunder, deep within Thunder Spirit Valley. This sneaky figure was none other than the girl who had witnessed Li Chen clear the entire Thunder Spirit Valley, known as Snow in the Middle of the Storm. Snow in the Middle of the Storm looked at the altar before her, extremely excited from her recent exploration. She realized that this was the altar to open the dungeon. However, in her excitement, she instinctively overlooked the line that read key quantity 0/3. Thus, without any hesitation, Snow in the Middle of the Storm placed the token in her hand on the altar. In the next moment, the token transformed into thunder and merged into the altar. Seeing this, a look of excitement spread across her beautiful face. She was already imagining the scene of herself opening the dungeon and achieving the first clear. Suddenly, a system notification sound rang in her mind, shattering all her fantasies. Tip: insufficient keys, unable to open the trial space, number of keys, 1/3. Listening to the cold, mechanical system prompt in her mind, the smile on Shui Zhongren's face suddenly froze. 3 keys are needed. Shui Zhongren's expression darkened. Soon, her face grew even more grim, because she realized that once the key was integrated into the altar, it could not be retrieved. Just as Shui Zhongren was about to go crazy, Li Chen's gaze fell on the third item. It was a mask made of white feathers, extremely beautiful, exquisite, and ethereal. Mask of the Gods rank, Divine type, Special Equipment Effect 1, after wearing, can freely change appearance, even race, making it difficult for even deities to detect. Effect 2, can significantly enhance the player's charm value. Description: legend has it that this mask was meticulously crafted by a certain deity to evade the pursuit of enemies. Its previous owner was a goblin merchant named Sherlock, from whom you might receive a mysterious quest. A special piece of equipment that not only changes appearance and race but also enhances one of the hidden attributes, charm value. Not bad, not bad. Li Chen nodded, then carefully looked over the description of the Mask of the Gods again, stroking his chin, murmuring, from this, it seems this mask is also a quest item, but to trigger the quest, I need to find the goblin merchant Sherlock. Damn, who is this Sherlock? I never heard of this goblin merchant in my last life. Where am I supposed to find him? Shaking his head, Li Chen decided not to think too much about it. He would leave it to fate. After all, even if he couldn't find him, the 2 effects of the Mask of the Gods were already quite powerful. Li Chen put the Mask of the Gods on his face, and the next moment the mask slowly merged into his features, disappearing from sight. At that moment, Li Chen's aura suddenly transformed. If before he was merely handsome, now every move he made, even every frown and smile, was imbued with boundless charm. With a slight smile, it seemed as if the world had lost its color. The next moment, Li Chen took a step forward, heading towards the Thunder Spirit Canyon. In just one step, his figure had already appeared 100 yards away. The most common use of spatial control, spatial movement. 100 yards was the farthest distance Li Chen could currently achieve. Li Chen speculated that the maximum distance of spatial movement should be closely related to his mental attributes. It seems I can't just focus on intelligence anymore, I need to enhance my mental attributes as well, or even prioritize them. As Li Chen walked towards the Thunder Spirit Canyon, he thought to himself. Little did he know, due to his recent comments in the regional channel, a large number of players were now heading towards the Thunder Spirit Canyon. Among these players, some were there to watch the excitement, some were looking for Li Chen to cleanse their negative buffs, and a small portion were preparing to cause trouble for him. Soon, Li Chen's figure appeared like a ghost, eerily materializing outside the Thunder Spirit Canyon. Looking around, Li Chen noticed that there were currently no players nearby. Clearly, it would take some time for them to reach the Thunder Spirit Canyon. With this in mind, Li Chen shook his head and continued deeper into the canyon. Players would also need considerable time to travel, so Li Chen planned to return to the altar and see if he could find a way to open the dungeon. I wonder where the third key will be, Li Chen murmured as he flickered in and out like a ghost. Before long, Li Chen returned to the altar, and to his surprise, the altar, which had become ordinary after the divine chest disappeared, was now once again surrounded by thunder. Li Chen instinctively cast a detection spell towards the altar. Number of keys 1/3. No other information had changed, except for the number of keys, which went from 0/3 to 1/3. Did someone just come by? Li Chen was slightly taken aback, scanning the surroundings but finding no one. Meanwhile, at a distance from the altar, Shui Zhongren was using a telescope-like device to observe the altar. When she saw Li Chen appear near the altar, holding 2 mysterious tokens, a wave of disappointment surged in her heart. She understood that it would be Xingkong Yuwu who would unlock the instance, and it was highly likely that they would be the first to clear it, not her, Shui Zhong. Run. Sigh, if I had known it would turn out this way, I would never have thrown the key onto the altar, Shui Zhongren sighed inwardly. Humans are such creatures, when they cannot have something, they do not wish for others to have it either. The only ones who can break this mentality are either fools or saints. Clearly, Shui Zhongren was just an ordinary person, neither a fool nor a saint. On the other side, seeing that no one was around, Li Chen stopped thinking too much. He took out 2 mysterious tokens from his spatial ring and threw them directly at the altar. Hint, conditions met, the altar is about to open. At the same time, the system's prompt echoed in both Li Chen's and Shui Zhongren's minds. Hearing the prompt, Shui Zhongren was momentarily stunned, a bit lost in thought. Suddenly, a terrifying force of thunder erupted from the altar, and a massive column of lightning shot up from the altar, piercing the sky. The heavens instantly darkened, and endless thunder rolled within the dark clouds. Boom! The continuous rumble of thunder resonated across the sky. Soon, the altar stopped spewing the column of lightning, but the sky remained unchanged. After a while, a large amount of thunder fell from the sky, landing on the altar. Quickly, a portal, 2 meters wide and 4 meters high, surrounded by lightning, began to materialize. Another minute passed, and the portal fully manifested, surrounded by lightning, looking incredibly cool. Area announcement. Players Xingkong Yuwu and Shui Zhongren have completed the instance pre-task. The Thunder God trial space is now open. Area announcement. Players Xingkong Yuwu and Shui Zhongren have completed the instance pre-task. The Thunder God trial space is now open. Area announcement. 3 consecutive area announcements appeared in the minds of all 10,086 players online in the novice village. In an instant, all players erupted in excitement. Damn, does anyone have the addresses of those so-called experts on the game forum? I want to send them some local specialties. They said there was definitely no instance in the novice village, and now look, this is already the second one. Xingkong is amazing. Worshipping Xingkong, please take me along. I'm willing to set up a longevity tablet for you. Damn, you in the second floor. Hehe, first clear of the instance. Last time it was a fluke for Xingkong Yuwu. This time, my Thunder Guild will definitely secure the first clear. Thunder Guild? What kind of third-rate guild is that? How dare you compete with Xingkong for the first clear? Don't you weigh yourselves? Hehe, you up there, you don't know anything. Our guild leader awakened a dark gold level thunder talent. Why should Xingkong Yuwu compete with us for the first clear? Just a dark gold level? I thought your guild leader awakened an epic or even divine talent. Just as the area channel was flooded with messages, a separate prompt suddenly rang in Li Chen's mind. Hint: do you want to activate the instance's teleport coordinates, allowing all players to teleport to the instance entrance from a distance? Choose yes, gain 10,000 reputation points. Choose no, no reward. Without a second thought, Li Chen chose yes. Thus, the players of Novice Village 10,086 received another area announcement. Area announcement: player Xingkong Yuwu has chosen to activate the instance teleport coordinates, allowing all players to teleport to the instance entrance with one click. Area announcement: player Starry Sky and Mist has chosen to activate the dungeon teleport coordinates. All players can teleport to the dungeon entrance with one click. Area announcement: haha, as expected of the Great Starry Sky, so domineering. I won't be polite and will teleport over now. Great Starry Sky, domineering +1, domineering +2, +3. Soon, around the altar, beams of white light began to flicker. As the white light dissipated, figures emerged. They looked on with excitement at the portal surrounded by thunder, voices rising from the crowd. That must be the dungeon entrance, right? Its appearance is way more impressive than Skeleton Cave. Indeed, even the name of this dungeon is cooler than Skeleton Cave, Thor's Trial Space. Just the name sounds extraordinary. At that moment, Li Chen's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he was already hovering above the dungeon entrance. He solidified the space beneath him, making it seem as if he was standing in mid-air. With his hands behind his back and the charm added by the mask of the god, at that moment, Li Chen resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, exuding an ethereal aura. The crowd instantly fell silent, and as the players' gazes landed on Li Chen, regardless of age or gender, they all fell into a state of bewilderment. Li Chen's eyes scanned below, where more and more players were gathering around the dungeon. And soon, over 1,000 players had assembled nearby. At this moment, Li Chen slowly spoke. You may not know me, so let me introduce myself. My ID is Starry Sky and Mist. Those players I accidentally killed who have been afflicted with the curse buff, please go to that empty space over there. Once everyone is gathered, I will purify the curse for you. As he spoke, Li Chen pointed to a nearby open area. In the next moment, his figure flickered and disappeared, quickly reappearing above that open space. Seeing this, a player in the crowd's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly left the group, heading towards the open area. Just then, a figure suddenly shouted, Brothers of the Luo Tian Guild, grab your weapons and kill this damned guy. If you take him down, each of you will be rewarded with 1,000 yen country coins. Suddenly, dozens of people rushed out from the crowd, surrounding Li Chen, who was floating in midair. Seeing this, Li Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and an unhappy expression appeared on his face. Anyone would feel bad if someone threatened to kill them. Li Chen was neither a saint nor a fool. It was only natural for him to be in a bad mood. I'll give you 10 seconds to get lost, and I'll spare you. Otherwise. Before Li Chen could finish his sentence, a figure stepped forward from the crowd, shouting angrily, Otherwise, you can go to hell. Starry Sky and Mist, today is your day to die. How dare you kill me twice? Ha, I will make sure you quit the game today. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, locking onto the newcomer, a look of realization crossing his face. So it's the wealthy boy who has come. Last time you gifted me a legendary level magic scroll. What treasure do you plan to give me this time? Li Chen looked at Luo Tianquangsha with a teasing smile. Hearing this, Luo Tianquangsha's face turned ashen, his features twisting in anger as he gritted his teeth and glared at Li Chen. Starry Sky and Mist, you are too happy too soon. How dare you offend our guild leader's younger brother? Today, I will make sure you die a miserable death. At that moment, a figure walked up beside Luo Tianquangsha, looking coldly at Li Chen. It was a young man, appearing to be around 20 years old, with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding a heroic aura. He wore pure white armor, wielding a pure white greatsword in his right hand and a pure white shield in his left. Who do you think you are? Li Chen looked at the figure beside Luo Tianquangsha, sneering dismissively. Who am I? The Starry Sky and Mist. Don't think that just because your awakened talent is strong, no one can deal with you. What I have awakened is an epic level angel judgment talent which can be used once every 3 days at the execution ground, and this move is specifically designed to target beings like you who possess great external power but have weak souls. Moreover, I was fortunate enough to obtain a divine level set left behind by the judgment angel in the forest. Killing you will be like killing a chick. Luo Tian Judgment smiled confidently, his gaze fixed on Li Chen, eager to see the panic on Li Chen's face. However, to Luo Tian Judgment's disappointment, Li Chen's expression remained calm, showing no signs of distress. Angel Judgment? Upon hearing Luo Tian Judgment's words, Li Chen fell into deep thought, quickly recalling information about Angel Judgment from the depths of his mind. This talent was indeed powerful, at least in the early stages of the game. It is a talent specifically targeting the soul, which is closely related to the mental attribute. Due to the high difficulty of acquiring skills in the God creation game, most players in the early stages are physical classes, with very few mages. Thus, few players would invest points in mental attributes, and those who awakened the Angel Judgment talent inherently had mental attributes far exceeding those of ordinary players. Additionally, they would deliberately invest points in mental attributes, making their soul power countless times stronger than that of ordinary players. Therefore, in the early stages of the game, players who awakened this innate talent targeting soul power were the nemesis of the vast majority of players. Unfortunately, just moments ago, Li Chen had invested a full 10,000 points into his mental attribute. Not to mention the early stages of the game, even in the mid-game, very few could counter Li Chen's mental attribute. Seeing Li Chen silent but his gaze gradually turning disdainful, Luo Tian Judgment's anger grew stronger. Execution ground. In the next moment, Luo Tian Judgment shouted, and he and Li Chen appeared on a massive execution ground. This is my home turf, Starry Sky and Mist. I'm not afraid to tell you that with the enhancement of my talent and divine level set, my mental attribute has exceeded 3,000. As long as your mental attribute is not greater than mine, you are undoubtedly doomed. Moreover, I must inform you of another cruel fact. Here, death will not be teleported back. You will only drop a level and respawn on the spot, and this space will take a full 10 minutes to disappear. 10 minutes is enough for me to torture you to level 0. After saying this, Luo Tian Judgment suddenly raised the great sword in his hand, and a holy white light burst forth from him. Ultimately, this white light transformed into a massive six-winged angel, a female angel with stunning beauty, coldly gazing at Li Chen. Starry Sky and Mist, die for me. In the next moment, Luo Tian Judgment controlled the six-winged angel, swinging the sword fiercely towards Li Chen. Can't use lightning skills? Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched the massive angelic great sword swing towards him. Although he had heard of the angel judgment talent in his previous life, he had never fought against it, and his understanding of it was merely based on what others had said. However, the power of space can be used. After trying it out and discovering that he could manipulate the power of space, a smile appeared on his face. Outside, a scene unfolded in the sky, depicting the execution ground. Many players watched as the massive angelic greatsword descended, while Li Chen stood foolishly in place, and they began to discuss among themselves. Is this what you call a big shot? Just this? Just this? Facing the attack of an unknown person, he doesn't even have the courage to resist? Haha, I never expected to witness the fall of a newly rising star today. TSK, just waiting for Starry Sky and Mist to be cut down by the great sword. Waiting +1. Wait for +2. Among the players, almost everyone was hoping to see Li Chen be slain by a single sword strike. You know nothing. You have no idea how powerful the boss is. Go, boss. Yijin Jinglei let out a discordant roar among the crowd. Hearing this, a young man turned to look at Yijin Jinglei and coldly sneered, Shinkong and Wu are doomed. The attack is about to hit and you're still standing there motionless. Stop blowing smoke. In response, Yijin Jinglei looked at him with disdain and said, trash is just trash, only capable of envying others' strength, eager to see the downfall of the strong. A truly strong person wouldn't feel jealousy because of someone else's brilliance. Upon hearing this, the young man's face turned pale. Yijin Jinglei's words hit him right at his sore spot. You bastard, are you looking for death? With that, the young man took out a wooden stick from his starter pack and smashed it hard against Yijin Jinglei. You're asking for it. Yijian Jinglei was furious, drawing his sword. In retaliation, dealing a staggering damage of 200,000, instantly killing the young man and sending him back to the city for free. In the novice village, a flash of white light flickered. The young man, dazed, resurrected in his room. At the same time, a series of system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Notification, you have resurrected. However, the young man paid no attention to these system notifications. Even now, his mind was still in a fog, unable to come to his senses. He clearly remembered that at the moment of his death, a massive damage value of 6 digits appeared. 200,000 damage? How is that possible? Shinkong Wu was already quite abnormal. In the game forum videos, his damage was only in the thousands. 200,000? Damn, compared to Shinkong Wu, that's definitely a cheat. Thinking of this, the young man's eyes turned red and he quickly logged onto the official website of the god-making game to report Yijian Jinglei. In Leiling Gorge, Yijian Jinglei watched as the young man transformed into a white light and disappeared. Although he had an estimate of his damage, seeing it in action still made him unable to contain his excitement. 200,000 physical damage. Even if I go to the main city now, although I'll be a bit late compared to those top players on the level leaderboard, I can still rise quickly and surpass them. Yijian Jinglei was overjoyed. As for why his damage suddenly skyrocketed from less than 1,000 to 200,000, it was all because of the reward from clearing the dungeon yesterday, which granted a whopping 10,000 free attribute points. After clearing the skeleton cave yesterday, 5 people, including Li Chen, each received 10,000 free attribute points. After that, Yijian Jinglei wasted no time and allocated all his free attribute points to strength, pushing his strength attribute over 10,000. Yijian Jinglei's sword master talent grants a 300% boost to all attributes when wielding a sword-type weapon. And that's not all. Hitting an enemy directly with a sword-type weapon can deal an additional 500% damage. With his strength attribute exceeding 10,000 and a 300% boost, his strength reached an exaggerated 40,000. Moreover, the sword master talent has another bonus. Hitting an enemy directly with a sword-type weapon can deal 500% massive damage. 40,000 at 500% means a terrifying damage of 200,000. And that's without a critical hit. If he crits, it would be a horrifying 400,000. If I had this high damage yesterday, I wouldn't even need the boss to step in to take down that skeleton lord. I could easily handle it myself, Yijian Jinglei muttered softly. On the other side, due to Yijian Jinglei's terrifying damage, the surrounding players' expressions changed drastically, instinctively crowding away in all directions, causing the space around Yijian Jinglei to suddenly become empty. One sword shocking thunder. I'm not some flood beast, why would I be afraid of you eating me? One sword shocking thunder muttered helplessly to himself. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. It's almost time, the giant sword is about to fall, the starry sky and mist are about to become history. Ha! Six-winged angel sister, go for it, kill the starry sky and mist for me. A group of male players chimed in, their tone filled with schadenfreude. Starry sky brother, go for it, kill that angel bitch. In contrast to the male players' glee, the female players were in a different scene, all expressing their concerns with worried shouts. This made the vast majority of male players even more envious and resentful of Li Chen. To put it simply, only a few seconds had passed. Just as the angel's giant sword was about to fall on him, Li Chen suddenly sneered. Seeing the cold smile suddenly appear on Li Chen's face, Luo Tian Judgment was momentarily stunned. Then, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. Li Chen raised his right hand, gently pointed, and aimed at the angel's giant sword. It seemed like he did nothing, yet he easily froze the angel's giant sword in midair. How is this possible? How can you block my attack unless your mental power exceeds mine, exceeds 3,000? Luo Tian Judgment exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Li Chen did not respond, only smiled coldly. 3,000? His mental attribute value had reached a terrifying 10,000 points. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Now, it's my turn to attack. After saying that, Li Chen waved his hand and a blade of space sliced through, easily separating the six-winged angel and Luo Tian Judgment. -1W. The massive damage of over 10,000 points instantly emptied Luo Tian Judgment's health. Not long after, in the judgment space, Luo Tian Judgment appeared in place with an extremely ugly expression. He looked at Li Chen, his eyes burning with rage, filled with deep apprehension and a hint of fear. It seems you can't lift your innate talent. In that case, let me kindly send you back to level 0. Li Chen looked at Luo Tian Judgment, a radiant smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian Judgment's expression became even uglier. He glared at Li Chen, his face ashen, and warned, Starry sky and mist, I advise you to think carefully. If you kill me to level 0, you will completely offend the Luo Tian Guild. The Luo Tian Guild is the top guild in Yen country. If you offend the Luo Tian Guild, do you think you can still play this game in the future? So, I advise you to let me go, otherwise. Hearing this, Li Chen only smiled coldly, disdainfully interrupting him, otherwise what? Just a mere Luo Tian Guild. If you behave and don't provoke me, then it's fine. Anyone who dares to provoke me will be slaughtered back to the novice village. After saying that, Li Chen waved his hand again, and another blade of space flew out, once again killing Luo Tian Judgment in an instant. Outside, watching Luo Tian Judgment being easily killed by Li Chen twice, Luo Tian Quansha's face turned ashen. Useless, not only failing to accomplish anything. After cursing under his breath, feeling the strange looks from the surrounding players, Luo Tian Quansha felt a burning sensation on his face. He hurriedly led a large number of Luo Tian guild members to flee the scene. With their greatest reliance, Luo Tian Judgment, easily killed by Li Chen, they, a ragtag group, would definitely be no match for Li Chen. Starry Sky and Mist, consider yourself lucky. I'll let you live a little longer, but I have plenty of ways to kill you later. Luo Tian Quansha thought resentfully. At the same time, another face emerged in his mind. That was the second player in their Luo Tian guild besides the guild leader Luo Tian Nishi, who had awakened a god-level innate talent, Luo Tian Death God. Damn Luo Tian Death God, how dare he ignore my orders? Otherwise, with his help, killing a mere Starry Sky and Mist would be a piece of cake. Thinking of the indifference and arrogance Luo Tian Death God showed him, Luo Tian Quansha couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. However, he truly couldn't do anything about Luo Tian Death God. Although his brother was the president of the Luo Tian Guild, his status in the guild was far inferior to that of Luo Tian Death God, and his brother would definitely not be willing to offend Luo Tian Death God for his sake. Damn Starry Sky and Mist, damn guy. Unable to do anything about Luo Tian Death God, Luo Tian Quansha's anger naturally shifted entirely onto Li Chen without any reason. In the Thunder Spirit Canyon, thousands of players watched as Li Chen continuously slaughtered Luo Tian Judgment, their expressions shifting from the initial excitement to a state of numbness. At that moment, a player suddenly entered the dungeon, and the players finally woke up, hurriedly checking the dungeon information. Thunder God Trial Space Entry Level, 0 to 10 level entry limit, 1 person dungeon difficulty, none dungeon drops. 0 to 10 level equipment, world reputation, guaranteed drop of hidden class quest book on first clear, high probability of dropping skill books. Number of entries remaining. Today, 1/1 dungeon description. This is the trial space left by the Thunder God to choose a successor. Only the first person to pass the trial is qualified to gain the Thunder God's favor and inherit his legacy. Holy crap, hidden class, a player exclaimed, and the next moment he decisively teleported into the dungeon. The God-making game had just launched a month ago, and players didn't know much about it yet. However, some veteran players of VR online games knew that hidden classes were always incredibly powerful in any game. So, when they learned that the Thunder God trial space could grant a hidden class, their eyes turned red, and they all rushed to teleport into the dungeon. A solo dungeon? Hee, then boss, this first clear is mine, you just keep playing outside. Jin Jing Lei chuckled and followed suit into the dungeon. The white light flickered continuously, and more players teleported into the dungeon amidst the white light. Even those players waiting for Li Chen to purify their curses eventually gritted their teeth, unable to resist the temptation of a hidden class. Soon, there was no one left near the altar. After a while, Luo Tian Quansha returned with a group of players from the Luo Tian Guild. They also teleported into the dungeon at the first opportunity. A gentle breeze blew, carrying away some dust, and the empty Thunder Spirit Canyon looked extremely desolate. Meanwhile, in the Judgment Execution Ground, Li Chen was continuously creating one spatial blade after another, repeatedly killing Luo Tian Judgment in an instant. With each instant kill, despair and confusion filled Luo Tian Judgment's face, surrounded by floating orbs of white light, which were the items he dropped upon death. Notice, you have been maliciously attacked by player, Starry Sky and Mist. You have gained the right to retaliate, kill the opponent, and the death penalty will be significantly increased. Notice, you have been killed by player, Starry Sky and Mist. Your level -1. You dropped 50% of your game currency. Notice, your luck is a bit low today, you dropped an equipment. Notice, you have resurrected. The white light flickered again, and Luo Tian Judgment resurrected once more, but this time, a flicker of emotion finally appeared on his lifeless face. No, my Judgment Angel set. Luo Tian Judgment couldn't help but exclaim, quickly reaching out to pick up the light orb beside him, but the next moment, a spatial blade sliced through his body, and he was emptied of health. Once again, the Judgment Angel said, huh? Looks like a nice piece of equipment dropped. Li Chen naturally heard the exclamations of Luo Tian Judgment and smiled slightly. The white light flickered again, and Luo Tian Judgment was resurrected once more. This time his luck exploded again. Just after losing his armor, he dropped his weapon. This time, he didn't even have time to let out a cry before Li Chen killed him again in an instant. 10 minutes quickly passed, and the scene around the two suddenly changed, returning once more to the Thunder Spirit Canyon. Another spatial blade sliced through the air, landing on Luo Tian Judgment. -1W. In the despairing expression of Luo Tian Judgment, he was killed again. But this time, he did not resurrect in place, instead, he revived in the novice village. Ah, my gear. Starry Sky and Mist, I will not share the heavens with you, we are irreconcilable. As soon as Luo Tian Judgment revived, his eyes turned red, and he let out an angry roar. However, no matter how loud Luo Tian Judgment's roar was, Li Chen could not hear it. Even if he did, so what? He was just a defeated foe, why should he care? Looking at the light orbs that had fallen to the ground, Li Chen waved his hand, and under the influence of spatial power, these light orbs flew towards him. You have obtained gold coins, *100. You have obtained gold coins, *50. You have obtained gold coins, *25. The death penalty in the God creation game not only caused a drop in level but also a loss of 50% of game currency. Within 10 minutes, Luo Tian Judgment was killed by Li Chen so many times that in the end, only a single copper coin remained in his backpack. Since the copper coin was the smallest unit of game currency, when a player's backpack only had one copper coin left, they would not drop any game currency upon death. This time, Luo Tian Judgment had truly lost everything. Not only did he drop from level 10 to 0, but he also had only one copper coin left, and to make matters worse, even the top tier set he had unexpectedly obtained fell into Li Chen's hands. You have obtained Judgment Angel's Greatsword, *1. You have obtained Judgment Angel's Armor, *1. You have obtained Judgment Angel's Holy Shield, *1. Judgment Angel's Greatsword, rank, epic equipment requirement, designated basic attribute, Spirit, plus 1000% additional attribute 1, Spirit plus 1000 additional attribute 2, Strength plus 1000 additional attribute 3, Light damage plus 1000%. Judgment set, One Piece, summons the divine power left by the Judgment Angel, transforming into the statue of the Judgment Angel. The divine power can last for 10 minutes, cooldown time 12 hours. 2 pieces, summons the divine power left by the Judgment Angel, transforming into the statue of the Judgment Angel. The divine power can last for 20 minutes, cooldown time 6 hours. 3 pieces, summons the divine power left by the Judgment Angel, transforming into the statue of the Judgment Angel. The divine power can last for 30 minutes, cooldown time 3 hours. Description: this is the equipment of a Judgment Angel who has reached God level, containing her powerful divine power. Only her designated successor can wear this equipment. Judgment Angel's Armor, rank, epic equipment requirement, designated. Description: this is the equipment of a Judgment Angel who has reached God level, containing her powerful divine power. Only her designated successor can wear this equipment. Judgment Angel's Holy Shield, rank, epic equipment requirement, designated. All 3 pieces of the set are epic level equipment, but unfortunately, all 3 require designated wearers, so Li Chen merely glanced at them casually before putting them into his ring space to gather dust. Besides these 3 pieces of equipment, Luo Tian Judgment dropped some other items as well, such as life recovery potions, magic recovery potions, etc. These items were of little use to Li Chen, and he tossed them all into his ring space. Soon, all the items dropped from the trial of the Lord of Heaven were collected by Li Chen. At this point, Li Chen finally turned his gaze towards the dungeon. He cast a detection spell towards the dungeon to check its information. Thunder God Trial Space Entry Level, 0 to 10 Level Entry Limit, 1 Person Dungeon Difficulty, None Dungeon Drops. Number of entries remaining today, 1/1. After reviewing the basic information of the dungeon, Li Chen became even more anxious. Dungeons without difficulty options are often more terrifying than nightmare level dungeons. Moreover, it was a single-player dungeon, but Li Chen didn't think any player could clear this dungeon solo. A thunder-type dungeon, I like this. With 100% immunity to thunder damage, getting the first clear will be a piece of cake, Li Chen said with a confident smile on his face. He then slowly and leisurely teleported into the dungeon. With a flash of white light, Li Chen found himself in a desolate and dilapidated ruin. Boom! Above the sky, endless thunder flickered, producing a continuous rumbling sound. Ding dong, you have entered the Thunder God Trial Space Dungeon. The system's prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind. Li Chen carefully surveyed his surroundings and found that apart from desolation and decay, there was nothing else to see. Moreover, looking around, the area was empty, with no dungeon monsters in sight. How do I clear this dungeon? Li Chen frowned slightly. Although he had been reborn, he had never entered this dungeon in his previous life, nor had he even heard of it, so naturally, he had no strategies for it. The advantage of being reborn was useless in the face of the unknown. After observing for a long time, Li Chen noticed that there was no change in the surrounding scenery, so he had no choice but to step forward and randomly choose a direction to walk slowly. No wonder no players have been teleported out after such a long time, but how exactly do I clear it? Li Chen strolled across the desolate land, pondering as he walked. Boom! The thunder continued to rage and roar above the sky. Li Chen ignored the rumbling thunder in his ears and continued to walk aimlessly forward. As he walked, Li Chen was almost bored to death. He even thought about giving up this hidden class and exiting the dungeon space. Although hidden classes were nice, there were many hidden classes in the God-making game, and Li Chen knew numerous ways to obtain them. Therefore, for him, the hidden class in this dungeon was merely a source of curiosity, not desire. However, what frustrated him was that this dungeon not only lacked clear clearing requirements but also had no exit button, meaning that without clearing the dungeon, Li Chen could only remain trapped in this small dungeon space. Damn it, the Thunder God should just die. Even in death, he has to mess with people's minds. Luckily, you are dead. Otherwise, I would definitely kill you later. Li Chen gritted his teeth, filled with rage. Not only Li Chen, but many players felt the same way. They were stuck in this desolate and financially draining scene, looking at the monotonous environment around them with only the rumbling thunder in their ears. Many players with weak willpower completely broke down, some cried and shouted, others pounded the ground in frustration, and some, unable to endure it any longer, not only exited the game but also angrily smashed their gaming pods. After half an hour had passed, among the thousands who could endure for half an hour without breaking down, only a few remained. After achieving divinity, he had endured centuries of loneliness. A mere half hour, although it made him a bit irritable and displeased, was still far from breaking down. Moreover, Li Chen believed that although this dungeon lacked a clear clearing goal, it was definitely possible to clear it. Suddenly, Li Chen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, and his gaze fell upon the sky above. By the way, since this dungeon is a trial space left by the Thunder God, its completion requirements should be related to thunder. Could it be that? Li Chen squinted, surveying the rolling thunder in the sky. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. After lingering for 10 minutes, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Hint: you have discovered the secret of this space and you have caught the attention of the Thunder God's followers. Would you like to start the final trial? Yes, no. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Li Chen grinned and decisively chose yes. Boom! The moment Li Chen selected yes, a bolt of thunder suddenly struck down, landing right in front of him. Immediately, a humanoid figure made entirely of thunder, over 2 meters tall, appeared before Li Chen. Thunder Sprite, Elite. Level, 10 rank, none health, 3000 attack power, 140 defense, 40 skills. Thunder Chain description: it is a follower left by the Thunder God in your first trial. Opponent defeated to unlock the next trial. Just as Li Chen finished checking the Thunder Sprite's attributes, the Thunder Sprite suddenly moved. It raised its right hand and swung it fiercely at Li Chen, sending a Thunder Chain flying from its hand at an incredible speed, striking Li Chen. -0. However, Li Chen was a man with a 100% immunity to thunder damage, not even bothering to dodge. The Thunder Sprite seemed enraged by Li Chen's nonchalant expression and began to unleash its full power. Behind it, 9 thunder chains flew out, all striking towards Li Chen, continuously whipping against him. -0. -0. Faced with the Thunder Sprite's torrential attacks, Li Chen felt no pain at all. He even deliberately picked his nose, even though there was nothing in his nostrils. But to the Thunder Sprite, these actions were the utmost disrespect to itself and the deity it believed in. Mortal, you should hold reverence for my god. Suddenly, the Thunder Sprite spoke, its voice rumbling like thunder, echoing and roaring in Li Chen's ears. In the next moment, the Thunder Sprite suddenly raised a hand, pointing to the sky. A thunder chain shot up into the heavens, merging into the rolling thunder. Boom! The next moment, a massive amount of thunder fell, ultimately transforming into one Thunder Sprite after another. Hint: your disrespectful behavior has completely enraged the Thunder God's followers, and the rules of the trial space have changed. It will no longer be gradual. Players should take care. Li Chen. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Li Chen felt indignant. Isn't picking your nose a normal physiological action? How can you say I'm being disrespectful? You're the one being disrespectful. Your whole family is disrespectful. More and more thunder fell, and eventually, Li Chen found himself surrounded by hundreds and thousands of Thunder Sprites. Human, you have blasphemed my god. Your sins are unforgivable. At that moment, a grand and authoritative voice echoed from the sky. In the next moment, endless thunder gathered, ultimately forming a giant humanoid figure of thunder over 100 meters tall. Li Chen threw a detection spell at the Thunder Titan. Thunder Titan, boss, status, avatar level, 10 rank, none health, 1 million strength, 60,000 intelligence, 60,000 physical/magic. Defense, 30,000/30,000 skills, Thunder Battle Armor, Thunder Cannon, Thunder Roar, Destruction Thunder Fist. Thunder Titan? This Thunder God is quite impressive. An adult Thunder Titan must be an epic level peak existence, with a great chance of stepping into the divine level. This guy actually managed to obtain a Thunder Titan. As his follower, Li Chen thought to himself, stroking his chin as he looked at the Thunder Titan crashing down to the ground. I fell asleep yesterday, still need 3,000 words, I'll try to make it up today. While Li Chen was observing the Thunder Titan was also observing Li Chen, for some reason. Looking at Li Chen, the Thunder Titan felt a deep heartache, a sensation it had never experienced even in the face of its former faith. It was as if the figure before it was not a weak adventurer of only level 10, but a great deity or even a supreme god overlooking all beings. Human, I give you a chance to become the most devout follower of my god. Not only can I spare your life, but I can also bestow upon you the legacy left by my god. After weighing this in its heart for a moment, the Thunder Titan's voice rumbled like thunder. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Li Chen's lips. In his past life, when the game had not yet merged with the real world, this was what attracted players the most. Unlike the cold numerical codes of VR online games, the NPCs in the God-making game possess their own independent thinking abilities. They could assess the situation, observe players, and make a series of adjustments. For instance, this Thunder Titan had recognized Li Chen's uniqueness and directly extended an olive branch to him. Although Li Chen saw this olive branch as deformed, an ordinary player would undoubtedly accept it. In fact, in his past life, Li Chen had heard more than once of players who accepted the olive branch thrown by deities and became their followers. Because it was a game, these players did not take it too seriously. They flocked to easily obtain benefits. However, once the game and reality were fully merged, the earth would no longer be protected by the cosmic will, and the power of the deities would completely control these players, forcing them to become the most devout followers under their command. Therefore, in the face of the Thunder Titan's olive branch, Li Chen merely smiled politely. I'm the kind of person who doesn't value things that come too easily. I prefer to strive for what I want. Hearing this, the Thunder Titan's expression darkened, and a dignified look appeared on its square face. It said solemnly, "Human, do you mean to refuse to become a follower of my god? Do you know how many people have broken their skulls to obtain my god's legacy and still failed? Yet now, an opportunity lies before you, and you wish to refuse. Do you not understand what the legacy of a deity represents? It represents that, in your future, as long as you do not perish prematurely, you have a great chance to break the shackles of mortals, ignite the divine fire, raise the divine throne, and achieve eternal immortality as a deity." Listening to the Thunder Titan's voice, which sounded like thunder, Li Chen's smile gradually faded and his expression turned cold. And then, to become his follower, to chant his divine name? If one day I were to become a god, then his divinity would surely be able to easily devour me and resurrect. Do you really think I don't understand the ways of the deities? The Thunder Titan squinted its eyes and fell silent. It understood that this adventurer, though not high in level, knew quite a bit, so he would definitely not accept its olive branch. Knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. After a long while, the Thunder Titan finally spoke, then waved its hand. In the next moment, hundreds of thunder spirits simultaneously attacked, and a multitude of thunder chains surged toward Li Chen, whipping against him relentlessly. -0, -0. Countless zeros appeared before Li Chen's eyes. However, as a player, he could see the damage values, while the Thunder Titan could not. Yet, with its perspective, it could easily tell that its subordinates were unable to inflict any damage on Li Chen. Li Chen did not rush to counterattack. He enjoyed watching others, clearly displeased with him yet unable to kill him. At this moment, the thunder spirits attacking Li Chen with all their might wore just such expressions, and seeing their faces brought Li Chen a sense of comfort and satisfaction. Immediately, Li Chen opened the friend interface and thought for a moment before sending the dungeon strategy to Yijian Jinglei and Fei Dezhu and others. In the vast and desolate space, Yijian Jinglei was wandering around with a face full of despair. Just then, Li Chen's message came through. He numbly opened the message, staring blankly at the screen. Suddenly, he jolted, and a spark of realization lit up his eyes. So that's it, I need to keep an eye on the thunder in the sky. This damn dungeon is really disgusting. I cursed the whole family of this programmer to explode. Yijian Jinglei cursed, although he knew some insider information about the god-making game. He had no idea that the programmer of this game was his cosmic mother. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have dared to curse like that. On the other side, Fei Dezhu and the others also received Li Chen's dungeon strategy right away. Their eyes lit up, and they all began to try according to Li Chen's method. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Li Chen thought for a moment and posted the dungeon strategy on the game forum. The title was prominently Strategy for the Thor Trial Space. Zhang Yun was an experienced online gamer. After the god-making game was launched, he decisively got himself a gaming pod. However, misfortune struck. The day before his gaming pod arrived, he broke his leg and spent over half a month in the hospital recovering. After returning home, he quickly logged into the game, but since he was late by more than half a month, he entered the newbie village number 10086. Just yesterday, he had already reached level 10 and was preparing to teleport to the main city. Unexpectedly, a regional announcement suddenly appeared. The newbie village had a dungeon, the Skeleton Cave. He hurried over, teamed up with some veteran players, and barely cleared the normal difficulty 3 times. The materials and equipment dropped excited Zhang Yun immensely. He had planned to continue teaming up to farm the Skeleton Cave today, but unexpectedly, that starry sky and mist had opened another dungeon, so he teleported over without hesitation. However, he was stuck in the dungeon for a full half hour, bored to death, and had no choice but to open the game forum, hoping some players would have a strategy for this dungeon. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A post titled Strategy for the Thor Trial Space caught his attention. He quickly clicked on it. The content of the post was very brief, simply advising players to keep an eye on the sky for 10 minutes. Zhang Yun noticed that there were quite a few replies below the post, either expressing disbelief or angrily cursing the author as a fool. Seeing these replies, Zhang Yun hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he chose to give it a try. 10 minutes wasn't too long, after all. Thus, Zhang Yun closed the game forum, raised his head, and focused intently on the thunder in the sky. Strategy received. Can it be used for sensitive skin? Strategy received. Can it be used for biceps? Ha, foolish author, stare at the thunder for 10 minutes? At least use some brains when you lie, by the way. Can it be used for a beer belly? After Lee Chin posted the dungeon strategy on the game forum, it instantly attracted a large number of players' attention. The number of people interested far exceeded all the players in a newbie village. After all, the god-making game had been live for over a month, and just when all players subconsciously thought there were no dungeons in the newbie village, the 10,086 newbie village suddenly opened 2 hidden dungeons, instantly drawing countless players' attention. Especially for the players in other newbie villages who had not yet teleported to the main city, since all newbie villages were identical. If the 10,086 newbie village could open hidden dungeons, then logically, other newbie villages should be able to as well. Just yesterday, there was even a wealthy player offering a hefty reward to obtain the method to unlock the newbie village. A large number of game experts suddenly emerged on the forum, each confidently sharing their strategies. Some even pretended to be engaging in deceptive practices on the gaming forum. Despite this, many players fell for their tricks, and the number of victims continued to rise sharply. This illustrates just how terrifyingly popular the god-making game had become. So much so that when Lee Chen released his dungeon strategy, the click count skyrocketed to a staggering million in just 10 minutes. The comments reached an astonishing 100,000. This data was enough to make countless small and medium content creators envious. However, none of this mattered to Lee Chen. He was indifferent to how much traffic his work garnered. In the dungeon space, Lee Chen comfortably stretched and said with a smile, after attacking for so long, "You must be tired too, so let me take a turn." With that, Lee Chen casually snapped his fingers. In the next moment, countless spatial blades shot towards the thunder spirits in all directions. -10k. -10k. Faced with Lee Chen's damage exceeding 10,000 points, not a single thunder spirit could withstand it. In less than a minute, all the thunder spirits were wiped out, leaving no survivors. Ding dong, you have killed Thunder Spirit, Elite, gaining 98 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed Thunder Spirit, Elite, gaining 101 experience points. A barrage of system notifications echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, with the fall of numerous thunder spirits, countless white light orbs appeared on the ground. The talent of spatial control is really good, compensating for my lack of AoE skills. Lee Chen smiled slightly, silently giving a thumbs up to spatial control. He looked around and, instead of rushing to collect the items dropped by the thunder spirits, turned his gaze towards the Thunder Titan, who had been watching coldly without making a move. "Your subordinates have all been taken down by me, but you seem not the least bit upset?" Lee Chen asked the Thunder Titan. In response, the Thunder Titan merely sneered disdainfully and said nonchalantly, "Just a bunch of low-level species, why should I be upset?" Seeing the genuine indifference in the Thunder Titan's eyes, Lee Chen couldn't help but shake his head. "I'm really annoyed by you self-proclaimed superior races, just like that thunder god I killed. After all, he was one of your Thunder Titan clan." Upon hearing this, the Thunder Titan's expression darkened, and his gaze turned icy. "And, you think you can kill a god? I was actually quite impressed by you, but I didn't expect you to be such an arrogant fool. Very well, then I'll just erase you." With that, the Thunder Titan was engulfed in raging thunder and overwhelming pressure, bearing down on Lee Chen. If an ordinary player faced this pressure, they would likely be trembling and pale. However, once a god-level player, Lee Chen now faced the Thunder Titan's pressure as if it were a gentle breeze, his expression quite relaxed. "Human, what a pity. If you weren't so arrogant, I might have appreciated you. Today, I will show you that boasting is utterly useless." With that, the Thunder Titan suddenly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. A massive amount of thunder gathered in his palm, crackling with energy. Then, the thunder began to extend, quickly transforming into the shape of a long spear. The Thunder Titan suddenly grasped the thunder spear, and the lightning on it dissipated, revealing a massive spear entirely black in color. Seeing the spear in the Thunder Titan's hand, Lee Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had thought the Thunder Titan would only use thunder attribute damage, but it was clear now that this hulking figure also possessed significant physical damage. "Humans, since you are unwilling to become the followers of my god, then accept the divine punishment." The Thunder Titan rumbled, and in the next moment, boundless thunder gathered, ultimately transforming into a pitch-black suit of armor. Clad in the armor, wielding a spear, surrounded by thunder, and with a terrifying stature of 100 meters, the Thunder Titan at this moment resembled an apocalyptic destroyer. In the next moment, the Thunder Titan suddenly took a step forward. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear shooting out like a dragon. In just an instant, the spear had reached Lee Chen's position, piercing the ground. Not much strength, but quite the bravado. With such little power, you dare to boast about having killed a god. Retrieving the spear and looking at the gaping hole it had created, the Thunder Titan scoffed disdainfully. "Are you talking about me?" At that moment, a voice appeared in the Thunder Titan's ear. It was truly in his ear. Lee Chen's figure had somehow appeared on the Thunder Titan's shoulder. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Titan's muscles tensed up suddenly, a chilling sensation creeping over him. In the next moment, his left hand crackled with lightning and struck down onto his right shoulder with lightning speed. "Your speed is too slow. However, the Thunder Titan's attack missed entirely as Li Chen had already appeared above him. Impossible. A mere level 10 ant, how can your speed be so fast? The Thunder Titan's face showed a look of shock as he shouted. In the next moment, his right hand swept the spear through the air towards Li Chen, who was above him. However, before the spear could reach him, Li Chen's figure had vanished, reappearing back on the ground. You've attacked 3 times now, it's my turn. With that, Li Chen spread his right hand, lightning swirling around it. The Thunder Titan looked at the lightning in Li Chen's hand and laughed heartily. Human, you are truly ignorant. Do you not know that my Thunder Titan clan is the embodiment of thunder? You dare to attempt to use the power of lightning to attack me, and with such weak power at that. On the other side, One Sword Shocking Thunder had been staring at the thunder in the sky for a full 10 minutes. Just as he began to doubt life and whether Li Chen was playing tricks on him, a system prompt sound made him perk up. Prompt: you have discovered the secrets of this space and you have caught the attention of the followers left by the Thunder God. Would you like to start the final trial? Yes, no. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, One Sword Shocking Thunder's eyes suddenly lit up, decisively choosing yes. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning fell before him, transforming into a lightning spirit. Damn it, I'll kill you, you turtle grandson. The moment he saw the lightning spirit appear, the suppressed anger in One Sword Shocking Thunder erupted instantly. He couldn't even be bothered to use the detection spell. He stepped forward, and with a single slash of his pure steel sword, he instantly cleared the lightning spirit's health bar. Minus 200k. Killed in one hit. The lightning spirit wore a bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? I just appeared, and I'm already gone? With 3 questions swirling in its mind, the lightning spirit's figure completely vanished, leaving only a ball of white light behind. After casually picking up the light ball, 2 more bolts of lightning fell, transforming into 2 lightning spirits. Die! One Sword Shocking Thunder stepped forward, slashing twice. And before the 2 lightning spirits could react, they vanished in an instant. Then, 4, 8, 16 bolts of lightning continued to fall, one after another. Lightning spirits were killed in a single blow by One Sword Shocking Thunder the moment they descended, without even a chance to resist. However, as the number of lightning spirits increased, One Sword Shocking Thunder found himself in a tough battle. Nevertheless, thanks to the various items and potions he had acquired earlier, even when facing hundreds, or even thousands of lightning spirits, One Sword Shocking Thunder was still able to annihilate his opponents. Completely. It was hard to tell how much time had passed when One Sword Thunder finally defeated the last thunder spirit. At that moment, in the sky, endless thunder gathered, ultimately transforming into a towering Thunder Titan standing 100 meters tall. Boom! The Thunder Titan landed on the ground, its face filled with the pride of the Titan race. One Sword Thunder was startled and quickly cast a detection spell at the Thunder Titan. Thunder Titan, Boss, Status, Clone. Skills: Thunder Battle Armor, Thunder Cannon, Thunder Roar, Destruction, Thunder Fist. Description: the Thunder Titan is the absolute ruler among the giant race, favored by thunder itself. They wield the power of thunder that can destroy the heavens and the earth. Adventurer, defeat the clone before you, and you will have the chance to inherit the legacy of the Thunder God. Meanwhile, in the dungeon where Zhang Yun was, after 10 minutes of half-belief, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. He decisively chose yes. The next moment, thunder fell, transforming into a Thunder Spirit. Immediately, Zhang Yun cast a detection spell at the Thunder Spirit. An elite monster? Its attributes are quite strong, but it's nothing serious. Zhang Yun grinned. For ordinary players, Thunder Spirits were definitely nightmare-level monsters, capable of easily slaughtering numerous ordinary level 10 players. But Zhang Yun was not an ordinary player. The innate talent he awakened was an epic-level assassin talent. Previously, Zhang Yun had also watched a video of Li Chen toying with the Wild Boar King on the game forum. After watching that video, Zhang Yun had only said 3 words: not impressive. It wasn't that the Wild Boar King was unimpressive, but rather that Li Chen's damage and speed were not impressive. This time, I'll be the one to claim the first clear of the dungeon. Zhang Yun smiled calmly, and the next moment, he stepped forward, splitting into 10, and rushed towards the Thunder Spirit at an incredible speed. Seeing this, the Thunder Spirit quickly summoned 9 Thunder Chains to attack the 9 Zhang Yuns. However, facing the extremely fast Thunder Chains, the 9 Zhang Yuns were even faster, dodging the attacks of the Thunder Chains in a ghostly manner. The next moment, 10 long spears appeared in the hands of the 10 Zhang Yuns, and they simultaneously struck the Thunder Spirit. 10k. 10k. A full 10 damage values of 10,000 appeared. The Thunder Spirit had only a few thousand health points. Not to mention 10 10,000s, even one would be instantly killed. Boom! Boom! 2 more bolts of thunder fell, and 2 Thunder Spirits appeared in front of the 10 Zhang Yuns. Kill! Without any hesitation, Zhang Yun shouted, and the 10 Zhang Yuns charged out simultaneously, killing the 2 Thunder Spirits before they could react. 4, 8, 16. Again and again, more and more Thunder Spirits appeared, and Zhang Yun gradually found himself in a tough battle. However, Zhang Yun's speed was simply too fast. Even when facing hundreds of Thunder Spirits attacking him, he could still dodge numerous Thunder Chains, weaving through the crowd of spirits. It was hard to tell how much time had passed when Zhang Yun finally cleared the last thunder spirit. In the sky, a massive amount of thunder gathered once more, and yet another Thunder Titan descended. The third one, adventurer, you are the third person to challenge me today, the Thunder Titan said, looking at Zhang Yun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun was taken aback. He was the third, which meant there were two people ahead of him. If they secured the first clear, wouldn't this hidden class slip right past him? Although Zhang Yun had already figured out that the hidden class in this dungeon was likely a mage class, which didn't quite match his assassin talent, he could still take the hidden class quest to the main city for auction, where there would be plenty of wealthy players willing to buy it, allowing him to make a fortune. However, now this Thunder Titan was telling him that two players had already cleared the dungeon faster than he had. No, I can't let anyone steal the lead. I must secure the first clear of this dungeon as quickly as possible. Zhang Yun felt a bit anxious in his heart, and in the next moment he split into 10, all rushing towards the Thunder Titan. Seeing this, the Thunder Titan quickly summoned his spear and armor, fully armed. In the next moment, his spear swept out, aiming to strike one of the Zhang Yuns. The Thunder Titan was not like the Thunder Spirits, his speed was faster, his size enormous, and his weapon terrifyingly large. As a result, this Zhang Yun wanted to dodge but found no place to escape. Ultimately, this Zhang Yun was swept away by the Thunder Titan's spear, flying through the air, his health bar empty, turning into a white light and disappearing. However, at that moment, the other 9 Zhang Yuns had already arrived in front of him, all raising their spears, ready to attack the Thunder Titan. The Thunder Titan was startled and quickly unleashed his skill, Heavenly Thunder Annihilation. With a roar, a massive amount of thunder seemed to be summoned, crashing down violently. In an instant, 3 Zhang Yuns were caught off guard, their health bars emptied. The remaining 5 Zhang Yuns finally reached the Thunder Titan, their spears thrusting forward, 5 damage values appearing. Human, you are truly ignorant. Do you not know that my Thunder Titan clan is the embodiment of thunder? You dare to attempt to use the power of thunder to attack me, and with such weak power at that. Looking at the electric light in Li Chen's hand, the Thunder Titan laughed wildly, standing still without moving. Do you really think the Thunder Titan can be 100% immune to thunder damage? In the next moment, Li Chen waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out, striking the Thunder Titan hard. -ADW. Critical damage. This avatar of the Thunder Titan had a 50% resistance to thunder, causing Li Chen's damage to be halved. Otherwise, it could have been an instant kill. The title of Miracle Child is no joke, with a 50% critical hit rate. Awesome. Li Chen silently praised the title of Miracle Child in his heart. Feeling the sudden evaporation of 800,000 health points, the Thunder Titan widened his eyes, looking at Li Chen in disbelief. Impossible, how could a mere ant? Before he could finish his sentence, the Thunder Titan's face suddenly twisted, he threw his head back and roared. Thunder Roar. This skill is similar to Berserk, a buff that the boss applies to itself when its health drops below a certain level. In an instant, lightning danced wildly around the Thunder Titan, resembling giant thunder serpents, very restless. Human, die for me. With a roar, the Thunder Titan clenched his empty left fist, the lightning on his fist boiling even more. In the next moment, the Thunder Titan swung a punch towards Li Chen. Destruction. Thunder Fist. If this punch landed, with Li Chen's current health, he would not be able to withstand it and would evaporate completely in an instant. However, facing the Thunder Titan's attack, Li Chen showed no signs of panic. In fact, he even arrogantly crossed his arms and took a light step. In the next moment, Li Chen's figure had already appeared behind the Thunder Titan. Are you seeing things? I'm behind you, where are you attacking? Hearing Li Chen's taunt, the Thunder Titan grew even angrier, suddenly turning around and opening his mouth. A massive amount of thunder gathered at the Thunder Titan's mouth, quickly transforming into a gigantic thunder cannon. Thunder cannon. This was also a common method of the Thunder Titan. One could say that the Thunder Titan race was indeed powerful in their talent for wielding thunder. However, no matter how many methods the Thunder Titan employed, he could not land a single hit. On Li Chen, the power of space was fully manifested at that moment. 3 seconds quickly passed, and the cooldown for the electric strike ended. Alright, it's time for you to go, big guy. After saying this, Li Chen waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out, directly striking the Thunder Titan. -ADW. Critical damage. This time, the critical damage was triggered again, and the remaining 200,000 health of the Thunder Titan was instantly wiped out. No, it's impossible. Just a mirror. The Thunder Titan's eyes widened, staring intently at Li Chen, as if trying to imprint Li Chen's face into his soul. In the next moment, he crashed to the ground, his massive body towering 100 meters high, shaking the ground with 3 tremors. Boom! In Li Chen's regretful gaze, the Thunder Titan's corpse suddenly exploded, turning into scattered lightning and vanishing into thin air. What a pity, Li Chen shook his head and said. Then, he noticed 2 white orbs floating where the Thunder Titan had disappeared. Is this the boss's drop? I wonder what it will be, he murmured, approaching the 2 orbs. With a wave of his hand, he collected them. Ding dong, you have obtained gold, *10000. Ding dong, you have obtained Heart of Thunder, fragment, *1. In his backpack, Li Chen's gold increased by another 10,000, which, if sold to wealthy players, would be equivalent to 1 million yen country coins. This wealth was enough to make countless ordinary players flock to him, ecstatic. However, Li Chen merely glanced at it and shifted his focus to the Heart of Thunder fragment. Heart of Thunder, fragment, rank, epic effect, after absorption, slightly increases affinity for thunder elements, can also be synthesized into a complete Heart of Thunder. Synthesis progress 1 out of 100 description. This is a fragment of the Heart of Thunder, a treasure. To enhance thunder element affinity, it is recommended to synthesize a complete Heart of Thunder before use for better cost effectiveness. Oh, it's actually the Heart of Thunder. Although it's just a fragment, it's indeed a good item. Li Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the Heart of Thunder in his hand. Increasing thunder element affinity is equivalent to increasing thunder damage. Li Chen's current thunder damage had already reached a terrifying 800,000. If he further increased his thunder element affinity, that number would surely rise. Moreover, the higher the thunder element affinity, the easier it would be to comprehend and master the laws of thunder after achieving divinity in the future. Li Chen looked at the irregular Heart of Thunder fragment in his hand, thought for a moment, and decisively used it. After all, in the early stages of the game, it was very difficult to obtain an elemental heart. Basically, unless one had extraordinary luck, it was impossible to acquire. Just like this time, Li Chen was lucky enough to unlock a hidden dungeon, which is how he obtained the Heart of Thunder. To synthesize a complete Heart of Thunder, one would need a full 100 fragments, which was just a dream. Since that was the case, it was better to directly absorb the Heart of Thunder. Although it would be a bit wasteful, Li Chen didn't mind. In the future, while the Heart of Thunder would still be a precious item, Li Chen would have many ways to obtain it. The irregularly shaped Heart of Thunder in Li Chen's hand suddenly shattered, transforming into scattered lightning that entered his brow. Ding dong, you have absorbed Heart of Thunder fragment, your thunder element affinity has increased. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind. Notice, you have cleared the Thunder God trial space dungeon, and a regional announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your ID? Yes, no, Li Chen decisively chose no. As for being Loki, it was impossible to be Loki. It would never be possible in this lifetime. The players in the regional channel were all talented, their conversations were incredibly interesting, and he loved watching them chat. The next moment, the regional announcement rang out. Regional announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist for being the first to clear the Thunder God trial space dungeon, rewarded with 10,000 attribute points. Regional announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist for being the first to clear the Thunder God trial space dungeon, rewarded with 10,000 attribute points. Area announcement. The area announcement echoed in the minds of all the players in the 10086 Novice Village who were online, repeated 3 times. The Great Starry Sky has achieved the first clear again. I don't know why, but I feel completely unfazed, even a bit accustomed to it. I'm back to my youth. This is the area channel I'm familiar with. Seeing the first clear announcement from the Great Starry Sky puts me at ease. At Starry Sky and Mist, congratulations on the first clear again. My 8 parts of Heaven Def sends their regards. At Starry Sky and Mist, Great One, please share the dungeon strategy. I don't want to stay in this hellish place anymore. Boo-hoo. Same request. The area channel was flooded with messages from players again. Seeing so many players asking for the dungeon strategy, Li Chen unusually replied, I've already posted the dungeon strategy on the game forum. My account is mine. You can search for it on the game forum yourself. After sending this message, Li Chen closed the chat channel and stopped paying attention. Suddenly, Li Chen's vision went dark, and when it reappeared, he was already outside the dungeon. On the other side, due to Li Chen's message, the game forum became lively again. Many players found the dungeon strategy posted by Li Chen by searching for his account. No way, this dungeon strategy was actually written by the Great Starry Sky, it's real. Damn, I was wrong. I shouldn't have called the author a fool. I'll take that back right now. Damn it, this son of a gun programmer turned the online game dungeon into that kind of ridiculous minigame. On the forum, a group of novice village players couldn't help but curse. Soon, a large number of players went to try it out. Sure enough, after staring for 10 minutes, the first Thunder Spirit descended. However, what left ordinary players in despair was that just this one Thunder Spirit easily took them down. Soon, near the altar, a lot of white light flickered, and many players were easily killed in just a few rounds by the Thunder Spirit. Fortunately, there was no death penalty for dying in the dungeon, otherwise there would probably be thousands more heartbroken people. Here, it's the Great Starry Sky. Great One, please have mercy and lift your divine power. I really can't bear this curse for a month. A player noticed Li Chen, who was alone in the distance, and rushed over, crying. Seeing this, many players who had been mistakenly killed by Li Chen last time came to him, pleading for him to lift their curse buff. Li Chen scanned the crowd and said calmly, no need to rush, I will naturally help you lift your curses, but you'll have to wait until everyone is out, and then I will purify you. Upon hearing this, the players exchanged glances. Although they were grumbling internally, they had no choice since the method to lift the curse was in Li Chen's hands. Li Chen ignored the eager gazes of the surrounding players. He simply stood quietly in place, saying nothing. Inside the dungeon space, looking at the Thunder Titan that appeared before him, One Sword Shocking Thunder grinned and said, "Boss, it seems this dungeon first clear is mine. Another 10,000 free attribute points are about to be credited." One Sword Shocking Thunder looked at the Thunder Titan, and instead of showing any signs of tension, he was extremely excited, as if he viewed the Thunder Giant as his prey. Faced with One Sword Shocking Thunder's intense gaze, even the Thunder Titan, who had lived for thousands of years, felt a bit overwhelmed. He summoned his weapon and donned his Thunder battle armor, looking coldly at One Sword Shocking Thunder, ready to strike. Just then, an area announcement rang in One Sword Shocking Thunder's mind. After hearing the announcement, his fiery gaze instantly dimmed, and he sighed, shaking his head helplessly. As expected of the boss, I really couldn't outpace him. After saying this, One Sword Shocking Thunder looked at the Thunder Titan before him, his face showing a look of boredom, looking at the suddenly relaxed expression of One Sword Thunder. The Thunder Titan felt as if he had been insulted. Angrily gripping his spear, he lunged towards One Sword Thunder. Oomph! One Sword Thunder snorted coldly, and in the next moment, his figure had appeared several dozen yards away, right beside the Thunder Titan. This was a displacement skill he had accidentally obtained yesterday, called Dash. Although it seemed similar to spatial movement could ignore any barriers and cross directly. However, Dash merely enhanced speed to an extreme. If there were obstacles ahead, it was impossible to cross directly. And you can't escape. The Thunder Titan scoffed as he saw One Sword Thunder appear beside him. Immediately, the Thunder Titan summoned Rolling Thunder, crashing down below. However, these thunders were not a locking skill, and with the area covered being too large and the distribution relatively sparse, One Sword Thunder managed to dodge all of them in a single wave of skills. It's my turn now. Today, I'm going to solo a dungeon boss. One Sword Thunder shouted, wielding his pure steel sword, 7-star Radiance Slash. Following that, One Sword Thunder activated Dash again, arriving at the feet of the Thunder Titan. He thrust his sword. In an instant, a massive 7-star sword array appeared beneath the Thunder Titan's feet. 7 beams of sword light flashed in succession, almost indistinguishable from one another, striking the Thunder Titan. Minus 100k, minus 200k, critical damage. Each beam of sword light dealt 50% of One Sword Thunder's final damage, with 3 beams landing critical hits. 3 hits of 200,000 and 4 hits of 100,000, totaling exactly 1 million damage, instantly depleting the Thunder Titan's health. Impossible. A mere ant actually killed me in an instant. The Thunder Titan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at One Sword Thunder. Despite his unwillingness, the Thunder Titan still fell. His 100-meter tall body collapsed like a great mountain. Boom! His corpse ultimately transformed into a sky full of thunder and vanished. Only 2 white orbs remained. One Sword Thunder collected the orbs, and the items he obtained were exactly the same as Li Chan's 10,000 gold coins and a fragment of the Heart of Thunder. Can increase affinity for thunder elements? This thing is useless to me. I don't know if the boss needs it. Shaking his head, One Sword Thunder casually stored the Heart of Thunder fragment in his backpack. In the next moment, the space twisted, and when One Sword Thunder's vision cleared, he found himself outside the dungeon. He glanced around and quickly locked onto Li Chan, who was floating in midair with his arms crossed. The boss is the boss. Just look at this aura. Definitely a hardcore show-off. Watching Li Chan's figure, One Sword Thunder couldn't help but mutter to himself. A few minutes later, a group of players were teleported out. Those who managed to persist were undoubtedly awakened with a destiny talent of gold level or above. However, seeing their dejected expressions, it was clear they had all failed. Damn it, in the newbie village, with no equipment, no skills, and no class bonuses, trying to clear this dungeon is harder than climbing to the sky. One player, appearing as a white light, couldn't help but curse. Hearing this, many players around him nodded in agreement. One player chuckled and said, but didn't the starry sky big shot succeed in ascending? Upon hearing this, the player looked up at Li Chan, who was floating in midair, rolled his eyes, and said, he didn't succeed in ascending, he was already in the sky, okay? Yeah, I wonder what talent the starry sky big shot awakened. It's so overpowered. And that skill, floating in midair, I'm in awe. Jealousy makes me feel torn apart. Damn it, I have to get out of here. If I keep watching, my cells will kick the bucket. Even though I didn't clear this dungeon, I still got to see the final scenery. This boss, I can sum it up in 2 words, pervert. Bro, spill the beans? Spill +1. More and more players were teleported out by the white light, and one of them was Zhang Yun. As soon as he appeared near the altar, he couldn't help but look at Li Chen, his expression complicated. He had thought he could secure the first clear of this dungeon, but who would have thought that just after the boss appeared, he received the announcement for the first clear. For that, he was momentarily dazed, and was almost caught off guard by the Thunder Titan, nearly meeting his end. Although he eventually managed to kill the Thunder Titan after much hardship, Zhang Yun couldn't feel any joy. This starry sky and mist, the inevitable awakening must be a god-level innate talent. Compared to this big shot, I'm still not enough to be seen. Forget it, I'll just challenge the hard difficulty skeleton cave and leave the novice village. Shaking his head, Zhang Yun helplessly pressed the teleport button and soon disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already near the skeleton cave dungeon. What Zhang Yun didn't know was that just before he vanished, Li Chen's gaze suddenly fell on him. Jinxie? A quick glance made Li Chen's brow involuntarily raise. Zhang Yun's game ID was indeed Jinxie, and Li Chen clearly remembered this ID. In his previous life, during the initial period when the game merged with reality, countless beings from other worlds invaded Earth, and many high-level players stood up to protect the safety of Earthlings. Among them was a high-level player's game ID called Jinxie, and Li Chen's deep impression of him was because he was one of the many Earthlings saved by Jinxie. When the game first merged with reality, Li Chen was still very weak, and in the face of the invasion from other worlds, he could only hide in the shadows, trembling in fear. Jinxie, huh? This guy has pretty good character, he could be recruited into the guild, Li Chen thought to himself, while also wanting to repay Jinxie for saving his life in the previous life. Although this Jinxie and the previous Jinxie were completely different people from two parallel worlds, after a while, a figure appeared in Li Chen's sight, and it was none other than Luo Tianquangsha, who had just led a group to ambush him. Enemies meet, and the eyes turn red. As soon as Luo Tianquangsha appeared, before he could react, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Notice, you have been maliciously attacked by player, Starry Sky and Mist. You have gained the right to retaliate. Killing the opponent will significantly increase the death penalty. Notice, you have been resurrected. In the novice village, Luo Tianquangsha resurrected with a bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? Starry Sky and Mist? Wait, it's Starry Sky and Mist again. Luo Tianquangsha came to his senses, his eyes red with hatred. Because of Starry Sky and Mist, his level had plummeted to level 0, and he even dropped a legendary level magic scroll. Even more tragically, all his attributes were reduced by 50%, and he had to maintain that for a whole month. As for the purification curse buff that Li Chen mentioned for all the mistakenly harmed players, Luo Tianquangsha could guess with his but that he would be deducted from that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just appeared outside and been sent back home for free by Li Chen's skill. On the other side, many players were startled by Li Chen's sudden move, stepping back several paces and looking at him warily. Under the watchful eyes of many, Li Chen merely smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I just dealt with a pesky bug. I won't make a move against you, provided you don't provoke me." After saying that, Li Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had just checked and confirmed that his lightning damage had indeed been amplified. However, it was indeed a small increase, merely a 5% boost, which was utterly useless. This thunder heart fragment is of no real benefit to me. I shouldn't have used it. Li Chen shook his head, thinking to himself. After waiting patiently for a few more minutes and confirming that no players were continuing to teleport in, he finally took out the tears of the angel from his spatial ring. Alright, my time is precious, too, so I won't wait any longer. If there are players who haven't arrived yet, it's just bad luck for them. Now, I will lift the curse buff from you all. After saying this, under the eager gazes of the many players, Li Chen activated the tears of the angel. The small, tear-like tears of the angel emitted a soft and holy light which grew brighter and brighter. Ultimately, a radius of 500 yards around Li Chen was enveloped in this light. All the cursed players happened to be within this range. Once shrouded in the holy light, they felt as if they had returned to the womb, their bodies and minds completely at ease. In that moment, all their hostility, anger, sadness, and other negative emotions were cast away, leaving only a feeling of bliss as if they were soaring into the sky. Soon, a prompt echoed in their minds. Prompt: you are bathed in the holy light of the angel, your state has been restored, your negative buffs have been lifted, and you have received the angel's blessing. For the next 3 days, all attributes plus 30%. Not only them, but Li Chen also received this prompt in his mind. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Although he had heard of the tears of the angel in his previous life, he had never heard that it could also grant players a buff. It seems those players were holding back, Li Chen thought, chuckling to himself and shaking his head. He then put away the tears of the angel and glanced at the crowd still immersed in their bliss before gracefully flying away using spatial power. There's nothing left to linger in the novice village, it's time to leave. Li Chen controlled the spatial power and flew back to the novice village. He didn't immediately seek out the village chief to teleport to the main city but returned to his room instead. Once back in his room, Li Chen took out a deep purple scroll from his backpack. This scroll was the reward for completing the Thunder God trial space earlier. Thunder Judicator Quest Book hidden. Class, rank, divine level requirements, level 10 quest. Go to the Thunderstorm Plains in the Thunderstorm main city, hunt down 10,000 ordinary bronze tier monsters, 100 bronze tier elite monsters, and 1 bronze tier boss quest. Progress: ordinary monsters, 0/10,000 elite monsters, 0/100 boss, 0 out of 1 description. Hunt thunder type monsters and boss to gain the power of thunder. Thunder Judicator? It should be a mage type class. Although it's nice, I'm not really interested, I'll just sell it later. Shaking his head, Li Chen was about to put away the quest book when suddenly, his chat channel vibrated. Opening the chat channel, Li Chen found a message from One Sword. Shocking thunder. Boss, this is the thunder heart fragment I just obtained. Do you want it? Looking at the attributes of the Thunder Heart fragment sent by One Sword Shocking Thunder, Li Chen nodded and sent a message back. Send it. Over. How much? I'll pay you. One Sword Shocking Thunder. Ha, boss, if you like it, I'll give it to you. I'm not short on this little money. Hearing this, Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He felt it was entirely possible to auction the Thunder Heart fragment in the main city for $1 million. Just then, Li Chen received an email, and it was indeed One Sword Shocking Thunder sending over the Thunder Heart fragment. This guy really is wealthy, Li Chen murmured to himself, then sent the attributes of the Thunder Judicator quest book to One Sword Shocking Thunder. So, what do you think? Do you want this hidden class? Hidden profession. God level. When Yi Jinglei saw that the Thunder Judge was a god level profession, he was taken aback. Alas, what a pity. Although it's great, I would prefer a warrior type profession. Yi Jinglei sighed inwardly. He then sent a message to Li Chen. Boss, it's no use for me to come, you should keep it for yourself. Speaking of which, your lightning damage is already quite exaggerated. If you change to the Thunder Judge, your damage will surely explode. Seeing the message from Yi Jinglei, Li Chen shook his head and closed the chat interface. Indeed, the Thunder Judge could significantly enhance Li Chen's lightning damage, but Li Chen had no intention of being confined to the lightning element. His current lightning damage was indeed terrifying, and he had once considered changing to a lightning mage. However, when Li Chen obtained the space control talent, he realized that he could find a profession that could max out his 6-dimensional attributes. Moreover, in his heart, he already had a profession that was not quite qualified but very ideal. Putting away the quest book, Li Chen's gaze fell once again on the space ring. In that boundless space lay hundreds of corpses, the fox monkeys he had killed earlier, which he had forgotten to sacrifice. Sacrifice. After silently reciting this in his heart, more than 80 fox monkey corpses transformed into beams of white light flying out from the ring's space and merging into Li Chen's forehead. You have sacrificed non-rank corpses. You randomly gained 8 free attribute points. You have sacrificed non-rank corpses. You randomly gained 6 free attribute points. These fox monkeys provided Li Chen with a total of 500 free attribute points, exactly 500, not a bit more or less. Adding the 10,000 free attribute points from the recent dungeon completion reward, Li Chen's free attribute points reached an astonishing 15,000. Not rushing to use the attribute points, Li Chen's gaze remained on the ring's space, looking at the massive creature quietly. Floating there, a hint of fervor appearing in his eyes. The undead bone dragon, Ogufus. Unlike the more than 80 fox monkeys he had sacrificed before, this undead bone dragon, Ogufus, was not only a boss, but a god-level boss. The benefits gained from this sacrifice would far exceed those from sacrificing 10,000 ordinary wild monster corpses. Sacrifice. In the next moment, the corpse of the undead bone dragon, Ogufus, transformed into white light flying out of the ring's space and merging into Li Chen's forehead. You have sacrificed a god-level corpse. You randomly gain 30,000 free attribute points. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a god-level boss. You received the following special rewards. 1. Gained divine points, *12. Gained world reputation, 10,000 points. 3. Gained skill, undead summon. Undead summon, rank, god-level learning requirement, intelligence points 1 million. Skill effect 1, consumes 10%/30%/50% of your own mana to summon the deceased from the undead world. For every 10 points of mana consumed, you can summon one undead creature. The higher your intelligence, the easier it is to summon high-level undead creatures. Cooldown time, 48 hours. Seeing that the skill he obtained was undead summon and not god-level pressure, Li Chen was not disappointed. Instead, he was even more excited. Undead summon, and it was god-level undead summon. This was a top-tier skill. As a practitioner of the undead series, the later stages were increasingly terrifying. Li Chen remembered that after igniting the divine fire for 10,000 years, he had offended a newly ascended undead deity who relentlessly pursued him for several hundred years. The reason that undead deity could chase Li Chen was because of this god-level undead summon. At that time, the undead deity had incredible luck summoning 9 god-level undead creatures. Although Li Chen's combat power was formidable, he could not take on 10 at once. Undead summon, heh, with this skill, I am a legion by myself. Li Chen chuckled, looking quite lewd. As for the skill learning requirements, they were essentially meaningless to Li Chen. Since the skill was obtained through sacrifice, Li Chen could learn it directly without needing to meet any prerequisites. After laughing, Li Chen pondered for a moment and ultimately divided the 45,000 attribute points he had just acquired into 2 parts. He allocated 20,000 free attribute points to intelligence, and in an instant, his intelligence broke through 28,000. With the enhancement from the heart of the thunder god, Li Chen's base lightning damage could reach a staggering 2.8 million. The remaining free attribute points were all added to his spirit, as Li Chen now possessed a divine skill and a divine talent, both closely related to spirit. Looking at his spirit reaching the terrifying value of 30,000, Li Chen smiled with satisfaction. Boss, are we still running the skeleton cave dungeon today? Take me with you. At that moment, One Sword Thunder sent a private message. No, I'm going To teleport to the main city, Li Chen decisively refused One Sword Thunder. He then closed the chat channel, opened the door, and walked towards the village chief's house in the novice village. Village chief, I would like to borrow the teleportation array, Li Chen said straightforwardly upon arriving at the chief's home. The village chief appeared to be a young man in his 20s who was busy writing at his desk. Hearing Li Chen's words, he looked up. You are. Suddenly, the village chief's eyes lit up as he hesitated, sizing up Li Chen's face. So it's you, the great adventurer. On behalf of all the villagers, I want to thank you for killing that damned wild boar. The village chief finally confirmed Li Chen's identity, excitedly standing up and quickly walking to Li Chen's side. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was slightly taken aback but soon realized that it must have been the blacksmith Huang Tao who informed the village chief about this matter. Li Chen smiled faintly, waved his hand, and said, Village chief, you are too polite. Hearing this, the village chief's gaze towards Li Chen softened even more, and he said with a smile, Great adventurer, we cannot repay your kindness. How about this? I have a family heirloom that I will gift to you, and I hope you won't find it lacking. With that, the village chief returned to his room and soon came back with a jade pendant in hand. Great adventurer, this jade pendant has been passed down from my ancestors. It is said to contain a great opportunity, and only those with fate can obtain it. Perhaps you are that fated one. After saying this, the village chief respectfully handed the jade pendant to Li Chen. Li Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the pendant and quietly cast a detection spell. Mysterious jade pendant unknown. Mysterious jade pendant? All information is unknown? Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't discern the quality of the pendant at the moment, but he had a gut feeling that it was not simple. Great adventurer, please be sure to accept my small token of appreciation, the village chief said again as he saw Li Chen staring intently at the pendant. Hearing this, Li Chen finally came to his senses, quickly took the pendant, and said, Rest assured, village chief, I will take good care of this jade pendant. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the village chief's face. However, a hint of regret soon crossed his features as he said, Great adventurer, are you leaving the village now? The outside world is too dangerous. Why not? Stay? I would like to nominate you as our village chief. Hearing this, Li Chen shook his head and politely declined, Village chief, I appreciate your kindness, but the world is so vast, and I want to see. It's. The village chief was momentarily stunned, a trace of melancholy flashing in his eyes. The world is so big, I want to go see it. The village chief murmured softly, then he shook his head despondently and said, It's nice, actually I want to go out and see too, but I know that once I go out, I can never come back, so. Seeing the village chief's low spirits, Li Chen quickly comforted him, Village chief. Everyone has their own aspirations. Besides, you've lived in this village since you were young, and you have deep feelings for it, so it's only natural that you find it hard to leave. The village chief shook his head, looking at Li Chen as if he were a close friend. Just then, another figure appeared in the village chief's home, none other than the fortune delivery boy, Luo Tianquang Sha. As the saying goes, enemies meet, and their eyes turn red. The moment Luo Tianquang Sha saw Li Chen, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his emotions extremely unstable. Star, sky and mist. Luo Tianquang Sha glared with his blood-red eyes at Li Chen, gritting his teeth as he spat out 4 words one by one. Hearing this, both Li Chen and the village chief, who were in conversation, turned to look at Luo Tianquang Sha simultaneously. Great adventurer, is this your friend? The village chief turned back, looking at Li Chen with curiosity. In response, Li Chen merely smiled coldly and said, No, this guy is always against me. It's the kind of deep-seated enmity. Upon hearing this, the village chief's expression instantly darkened, casting a hostile glance at Luo Tianquang Sha. However, at that moment, Luo Tianquang Sha's eyes were solely focused on Li Chen, completely oblivious to the village chief's change in expression. He gritted his teeth and said, Star, sky and mist, I advise you to stay in the novice village for the rest of your life. If you dare to go to the main city, you will undoubtedly die. My brother is the president of the Luo Tian Guild, so just wait to be hunted down by the elites of the Luo Tian Guild. In response, Li Chen merely smiled slightly, showing no concern. The Luo Tian Guild? What is that? Li Chen didn't take the Luo Tian Guild seriously at all. Are you done? If you're done, get lost. Just looking at you makes my eyes hurt. Luo Tianquang Sha's expression stiffened, and he suddenly turned to the novice village chief beside him and said, Village chief, look at this guy's arrogance, daring to speak wildly in your room. I propose we just kick him out. Upon hearing this, the village chief merely smiled coldly and said, You're mistaken, the arrogant one is you, the one speaking wildly is also you. Get out, I don't want to see you again. With that, the village chief waved his hand, and Luo Tianquang Sha's body disappeared, reappearing outside the village chief's room. After being teleported out by the village chief, Luo Tianquang Sha was filled with question marks. At that moment, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Prompt, you have been blacklisted by the novice village chief, and your favorability with the chief is -infinity. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Luo Tianquang Sha's face finally changed. In the novice village, the tasks from the village chief were the most numerous and the simplest. If he was blacklisted by the village chief, It meant that Luo Tianquangsha would have no chance to accept any tasks from the novice village chief in the future. That wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was the teleportation issue. In the vast novice village, only the village chief's home had a teleportation array to the main city. Being blacklisted by the novice village chief meant that even if he reached level 10, he would not be able to teleport to the main city through the village chief's teleportation array. For Luo Tianquangsha, this meant that he had reached the end of this game. Village chief, I was wrong. Please have mercy and spare me. At the village chief's doorstep, Luo Tianquangsha cried out loudly for mercy. He wanted to enter the village chief's home but found that there seemed to be some kind of transparent barrier in the village chief's house, preventing him from advancing no matter how hard he tried. It's over, it's all over. Luo Tianquangsha stood there in a daze, his eyes vacant, his face filled with despair. After a flash of white light, Li Chen's figure disappeared from the village chief's home. In the next moment, Li Chen found himself in an endless starry sky. Welcome player, starry sky and mist, to the magnificent continent of Yin country. Please choose your desired main city as your starting point. A mechanical system prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind. The continent of Yin country was actually a land created by the cosmic will based on the map of Yin country. When the future game merges with reality, the continent of Yin country will become one with Yin country. The continent of Yin country is vast, but there are not many initial main cities, the most famous being the various elemental main cities. For example, Li Chen's previous target, the Thunderstorm main city. Near Thunderstorm main city, there are numerous Thunder-type wild monsters, bosses, and various Thunder-type dungeons. It is much easier to obtain various Thunder-type resources near Thunderstorm main city, and players who awaken the Thunder-type innate talent will almost all choose to teleport to Thunderstorm main city. Besides elemental main cities, there are also professional main cities, such as the Phantom main city where Li Chen teleported in his previous life. Near Phantom main city, there are many Archer-type wild monsters, bosses, and dungeons, making it easier to acquire the skills and resources needed by archers. At that moment, images appeared in Li Chen's mind showcasing the various main cities along with brief introductions for players' reference. Initially, Li Chen planned to head to Thunderstorm main city because there he could more easily obtain various Thunder-type resources. However, after acquiring a divine level skill and a divine level talent, this thought quietly changed. He suddenly realized that with such an extraordinary talent, there was no need to hang himself on a single tree. Thunder-type was merely one of Li Chen's options, not a necessary choice. Once he understood this, Li Chen had other plans in mind and decisively said, I choose Wuxiang City. Wuxiang City is located on the eastern edge of the god-making continent, close to the Eternal Sea, where there are many high-level maps. There are very few maps available for low-level players to level up, and resources are concentrated in high-level maps, while ordinary maps are too barren, making Wuxiang City a place that players often disdain as a starting point. However, Li Chen was not an ordinary player. What was dangerous for ordinary players in high-level maps was merely trivial for him. Compared to the barren ordinary maps, the high-level maps near Wuxiang City were rich in resources to a terrifying degree. It can be said that Wuxiang City is the main city that all high-level players flock to in the later stages of the game. Although the difficulty of exploring is high, many players continue to come. However, Li Chen chose Wuxiang City not for the resources, but for another purpose. Player, starry sky and mist, are you sure you want to go to Wuxiang City? The system prompt sounded again. Yes. Li Chen nodded affirmatively. Ding dong, loading scene, please wait a moment, do not exit the game pod, loading 1%, 2%, 5%, 11%, 17%. Ding dong, loading complete. You are about to teleport to Wuxiang main city, wish you a pleasant game. Immediately, the space around Li Chen twisted, and when the space restored, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was a huge square, vast and empty. In this enormous square, which could hold tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of humans, at this moment, only Li Chen stood alone. Although I had anticipated this, it still feels so desolate, Li Chen murmured as he surveyed his surroundings. After arriving at the main city, the next step was to go to the Lord's mansion, find the Lord, and register, otherwise, players would be considered unregistered and would not be able to leave the main city. After leaving the square, Li Chen found himself in a bustling area filled almost entirely with the native NPCs of Wuxiang City. After casually stopping an NPC, Li Chen learned the location of the Lord's mansion. Then, after wandering around Wuxiang City for over half an hour and asking more than 70 kind NPCs, Li Chen finally found the Lord's mansion. Outside the mansion, two fully armed guards stood watch at the entrance. As soon as Li Chen stepped onto the steps of the Lord's mansion, the two guards turned their gazes toward him, their expressions stern. Who are you? What do you want at the Lord's mansion? One of the guards stepped forward, standing in front of Li Chen, his voice booming. I am an adventurer, here to report to the Lord and register, Li Chen replied calmly, not angered by the guard's obstruction. An adventurer? The guard's eyes suddenly gleamed with a silver light as he scrutinized Li Chen, quickly confirming his identity as an adventurer. Adventurer, you may enter. The Lord should still be in his study. You will need to wait a moment. He only receives guests at noon each day. Li Chen nodded to the two guards, thanked them, and quickly walked into the Lord's mansion. The mansion was vast. Upon entering, it felt as if he had stepped into a paradise. Pavilions and towers, small bridges over flowing water, and a misty white vapor enveloped Li Chen's calves, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Just as Li Chen entered the mansion, a servant approached him. After inquiring about his purpose, the servant led him to the reception room. Adventurer, the Lord is extremely busy. Please wait here for a moment. I hope you can behave yourself and not cause any trouble, or else. The servant warned Li Chen, a terrifying aura emanating from him, enveloping Li Chen. The Flame Nation continent was no longer a beginner's village. The NPCs here varied in strength. The weak ones were no different from those in a beginner's village, but the powerful ones, like the servant before Li Chen, were far above level 100, far beyond what current players could contend with. And this was just a minor servant of the Lord's mansion. There were many guards and even more powerful captains within. The Lord of the main city was even more formidable, each one a peak force beneath the divine level. Li Chen understood this well. He deliberately displayed a nervous expression, repeatedly saying he dared not. Seeing this, the servant finally retracted his imposing aura, satisfied, and turned to leave. Once the servant was gone, Li Chen's expression returned to its initial calm. As the saying goes, one must bow their head under a roof. Within the Lord's mansion, Li Chen was not willing, nor dared, to confront the mansion's people head-on. Since that was the case, it was better to be a bit humble. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. Li Chen chose a chair, sat down, and silently awaited the arrival of the Lord of Wanxiang City. Time slowly passed, and finally, when noon arrived, a towering figure walked into the reception room. Adventurer? The newcomer was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, with a square face. In stark contrast to his size, his skin was as fair as jade, and the lines of his face were extremely soft, giving an oddly striking impression. The newcomer was none other than the Lord of Wanxiang City, the renowned war god of the Flame Nation continent, Zhou Yunfeng. I greet Lord Zhou. As a reborn individual, Li Chen naturally recognized the middle-aged man before him and quickly stood up, politely bowing. Seeing Li Chen so polite, Zhou Yunfeng's gaze towards him softened considerably. The God creation game is not an ordinary VR online game. Every NPC here possesses their own soul, and they are real beings as well. Therefore, they can develop different feelings of fondness or aversion towards players based on their preferences or the player's conduct. Li Chen was already quite handsome, and with the god mask on, his charm skyrocketed. Now, as he behaved very politely, his first impression was quite pleasant. For instance, at this moment, Zhou Yunfeng looked at Li Chen with much more enthusiasm. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please sit down, he said, walking to his main seat and sitting down. He smiled broadly as he observed Li Chen, remaining silent for a long time. This made Li Chen feel uneasy, and just when he thought this powerful city Lord had some special quirks, Zhou Yunfeng smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry for being presumptuous. Adventurer, please don't be angry. It's mainly because you are the first adventurer to come to me, so I lost my composure. After saying this, Zhou Yunfeng hesitated for a moment and curiously asked, Adventurer, I have a question in my mind. I wonder if you could answer it for me? Please go ahead, City Lord. Li Chen nodded and replied, I've heard that you adventurers come from another world and possess the characteristic of being immortal. I wonder if that's true. Zhou Yunfeng pondered for a moment and asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Li Chen smiled and nodded. That's right. There was nothing to hide in this regard. Zhou Yunfeng's face showed a hint of envy upon hearing this. City Lord, I came to find you today to register. Do you have time? Li Chen thought for a moment and got to the point. No problem, adventurer. Please tell me your name, and I will register you. Zhou Yunfeng nodded affirmatively. Starry Sky and Mist. Li Chen quickly replied. Starry Sky and Mist? That's quite an unusual name. I've never heard of such a name before. Is that from your world's culture? Zhou Yunfeng looked at Li Chen in surprise after hearing his game ID. Hearing this, Li Chen smiled slightly, nodded, but did not answer directly. Just a moment, it will be ready soon. Zhou Yunfeng did not dwell on this topic. He flipped his hand, and an identity badge, 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long, appeared in his hand. Star, Sky, and Mist. Zhou Yunfeng held the identity badge in one hand while slowly writing in the air with the other. Each time his finger passed through the air, it left a golden trace. Eventually, these golden traces formed the 4 large characters, Starry, Sky and Mist. Merge! Zhou Yunfeng suddenly shouted, and in the next moment, the 4 golden characters shrank suddenly and merged into the identity badge. At the same time, 4 small golden characters appeared on the pitch-black identity badge. Adventurer, this is your identity badge. I will now hand it over to you. After saying this, Zhou Yunfeng waved his hand, and the identity badge engraved with Li Chen's game ID flew in front of Li Chen, who caught it with one hand. After putting away the identity badge, Li Chen quickly stood up to thank him. Zhou Yunfeng simply waved his hand dismissively, then hesitated for a moment and took out a map from his pocket. Adventurer, since you are new here, you might not be familiar with Wuxiang City. This map marks detailed information about the surroundings of Wuxiang City, which should be helpful to you. Upon hearing this, Li Chen looked at Zhou Yunfeng in confusion. He knew one thing well: there is no free lunch in the world. This map was actually of little use to Li Chen, a reborn individual. However, for players who had just started the game not long ago, this map was indeed a priceless treasure. Li Chen did not think that his charm could conquer a nearly invincible powerhouse whose combat strength was beneath the gods. Lord City Master, is there something you need? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng revealed a relaxed smile and said, I enjoy talking to smart people. Indeed, I have a task I would like to entrust to you, the adventurer. Realizing this, Li Chen understood that while his charm might not be enough to completely win over Zhou Yunfeng, it had evidently increased his favor significantly to the point where he was given a task on their first meeting. Zhou Yunfeng was an epic-level existence at the peak of power. Even the most ordinary task he issued would yield considerable rewards upon completion. Thinking of this, a radiant smile appeared on Li Chen's face as he nodded and said, Lord City Master, please feel free to speak, but I must clarify in advance that my strength is still quite weak. If the difficulty of your task is too high, I fear I may not be able to handle it. Zhou Yunfeng chuckled and replied, Adventurer, rest assured, if the difficulty is too high, I wouldn't dare to give it to you even if you wanted it. The thing is, outside of Wuxiang City, there is a secret realm called the Demon Cave. I would like to ask you to go into the Demon Cave and help me hunt down a beast. The term beast refers to wild monsters as called by NPCs in the Flame Kingdom continent. Li Chen naturally knew about the Demon Cave. It was an open instance dungeon. What is an open instance dungeon? It means that all players who meet the level requirements can enter, and they do not enter an independent dungeon space but rather a public dungeon space. This type of open instance dungeon is similar to leveling maps in the wild, but the monsters inside have a higher drop rate than those in leveling maps. Moreover, every so often, a boss will respawn in the open instance dungeon, while bosses in the wild maps will not respawn once defeated. Adventurer, that Demon Cave only allows those below the bronze level to enter. My daughter has reached a bottleneck in her training and needs the inner core of a beast called the Icefire two-headed python from within the Demon Cave to break through. I have previously sent many subordinates into the Demon Cave, but most of them have not returned, and those who did came back empty-handed. Therefore, I would like to request you to go to the Demon Cave and kill that Icefire two-headed python for me. If you can bring back the inner core of the Icefire two-headed python, the reward will definitely be very generous. What do you think? Zhou Yunfeng looked at Li Chen with great anticipation. In his view, only an immortal adventurer like Li Chen could help him obtain the inner core of the Icefire two-headed python from the Demon Cave. Ding dong, you have triggered the hidden quest, the City Master's Dilemma quest requirement. Go to the Demon Cave, kill the Icefire two-headed python, and deliver its inner core to Zhou Yunfeng. Two system prompt sounds echoed in Li Chen's mind. Lord City Master, leave this matter to me. I will definitely bring back the inner core of the Icefire two-headed python for you. Li Chen decisively chose to accept this hidden quest. Including the hidden quest from the novice village, this was the second hidden quest Li Chen had encountered. From an ordinary blacksmith named Huang Tao, Li Chen had obtained the extremely precious Skyward Sword, so one could imagine how generous the rewards for hidden quests could be. And now, the person before Li Chen is one of the top bosses in the local god-making game. The rewards for the hidden quests he issues are so generous that even Li Chen could hardly imagine. Then I will wait for your good news at the City Master's residence. Upon hearing Li Chen agree to take on his task, Zhou Yunfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then, as if he thought of something, a ring appeared in his right hand. Adventurer, the Demon Cave is fraught with danger. Although you possess the trait of immortality, you must still be very careful. This ring was something I obtained by chance in my youth. It can release a shield to protect your safety, so I will give it to you. After speaking, Zhou Yunfeng handed the ring in his hand to Li Chen. Guardian Ring Tier, Bronze Level Requirement. Level 15 Basic Attribute, Defense plus 30 Effect 1, Defense plus 15 Effect 2, can actively release a protective barrier that surrounds the wearer, with a barrier defense of 15 plus 110% intelligence. Description: this is a ring imbued with protective power. Wearing it can bring you a great sense of security. Thank you, Lord City Master. After checking the attributes of the Guardian Ring, a genuine smile appeared on Li Chen's face. You're welcome, I'm glad you like it. Zhou Yunfeng laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. To him, the Guardian Ring was just an ordinary item. In his hands, there were many better pieces of equipment than the Guardian Ring. However, what was utterly ordinary for Zhou Yunfeng was incredibly precious to Li Chen. In the God Creation game, there were very few pieces of equipment that provided percentage attribute bonuses. Any equipment that increased percentage attributes belonged to the top tier within the same level. However, for ordinary players, when their levels were relatively low, percentage equipment often did not perform as well as regular equipment. But for Li Chen, who possessed nearly 30,000 points of intelligence, this Guardian Ring was truly God-tier equipment. With close to 30,000 points of defense, let alone a mere bronze-tier dungeon, even silver or gold tiers would hardly have any wild monsters capable of breaking through his defenses. The only unfortunate Thing was that the wearing requirement for the Guardian Ring was level 15, and with Li Chen's current level, he could not equip the Guardian Ring. It seems I need to change jobs quickly. Being stuck at level 10 isn't a good thing. Li Chen muttered to himself. The level cap in the novice village is level 10, but that doesn't mean that leaving the novice village will break this level cap. If one has not completed their job change, the player's level cap remains at level 10. Not staying too long in the city lord's mansion, Li Chen left Wanxiang City with his identity badge. As he moved forward, Li Chen soon arrived in front of a massive building located in the central area of Wanxiang City. Wanxiang Guild. This is not a game guild created by players, but a top-tier guild jointly established by some of the top figures in Wanxiang City. A significant part of the reason Li Chen chose to teleport to Wanxiang City was because of this Wanxiang Guild. Stop right there. Just as Li Chen reached the entrance of the Wanxiang Guild, a figure suddenly appeared silently in front of him, blocking his way. This is my identity badge. Before the figure could say anything further, Li Chen took out his identity badge first. Starry sky and mist? The figure took Li Chen's identity badge and showed a look of suspicion, sizing Li Chen up and down. Are you an adventurer? The figure seemed to have thought of something and asked. Hearing this, Li Chen smiled and nodded. Adventurer, what brings you to the Wanxiang Guild? Do you know that non-guild members are not allowed to step into our guild headquarters? Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded. As a reborn individual, he naturally understood this. I have long heard of the great name of the Wanxiang Guild and have greatly admired your guild. This time I have come to seek to become a member of the Wanxiang Guild. Aside from the latter part, the former part was purely Li Chen's flattery. However, this statement clearly pleased the figure and his gaze towards Li Chen softened. Well, my Wanxiang Guild has a great reputation. It is only natural for you to want to join us. However, wanting to join us cannot be achieved merely by words. Our guild follows a principle: better to have none than to have a bad one. If you cannot demonstrate your strength to us, I cannot make an exception to let you join our guild. Hearing this, Li Chen nodded, his expression becoming serious as he said in a deep voice. I am willing to accept all the tests from the guild. If I cannot pass the tests, I would be too ashamed to join the Wanxiang Guild. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the figure's face, and the gaze looking at Li Chen softened even more. In that case, I will give you a test. Have you ever heard of the Demon Cave? Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Another Demon Cave? I have heard of it. Is the guild's test related to the Demon Cave? Li Chen looked at the figure with confusion. That's right. If you can hunt more than 10 demon beasts in the Demon Cave at your current level and bring back their inner cores, that will count as passing the test. Li Chen's expression did not change at all, but he felt pleased inside. This task coincided partially with Zhou Yunfeng's task, and a trip to the Demon Cave would allow him to complete both tasks. Ding dong, you have triggered the task test of the Wanxiang Guild task requirements. Go to the Demon Cave, kill more than 10 wild monsters, and submit their inner cores to the Wanxiang Guild. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Li Chen's mind. I am willing to accept the guild's test, Li Chen said decisively. Hee, little guy, good luck. I hope you can complete this trial and join the Wanxiang Guild. The figure chuckled, and in the next moment his figure flickered and disappeared. After the figure vanished, Li Chen also turned to leave. The Demon Cave, huh? Speaking of which, I haven't entered this bronze-level dungeon yet, Li Chen murmured as he walked further away. Not long after Li Chen left, the vanished figure reappeared, gazing at Li Chen's departing back. At that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground beside the figure. A silhouette slowly emerged from the magic circle, and once the figure fully appeared, the magic circle quickly shrank and ultimately vanished. Old Fong, why did you call me out instead of watching your own door properly? The figure that emerged from the magic circle was an elderly man with white hair. The old man gave off a sense of twilight, as if he could lie in a coffin at any moment. Even his eyes seemed to have lost their brightness, murky and dim. Dressed in a loose magic robe, his right hand, as dry as tree bark, reached through the wide sleeves to grasp an oversized staff. If Li Chen were here, he would certainly recognize that this old man was none other than the president of the Wanxiang Guild, Yi Lu. Despite his old age, one should not underestimate him. In his past life, Li Chen had witnessed this old man unleash his might, single-handedly slaying a million divine followers, which thoroughly enraged a deity. Although that deity had just recently advanced and lacked deep foundations, a deity was still a deity, far surpassing epics in terms of life level and easily crushing countless epics in strength. Yet this old man managed to battle the deity for 3 days and nights at the epic level, ultimately dying in battle but severely injuring the deity, forcing it to retreat and enter seclusion to heal. President, I have discovered a good seedling, said the middle-aged man called Old Fong slowly. Oh, I remember your standards are quite high. You didn't even look at the city lord's daughter, claiming her talent was too poor. Now you say you found a good seedling? Could it be that the sun has risen from the west? The president of the Wanxiang Guild, Yi Lu, looked at Old Fong in surprise. Hearing this, Old Fong's expression remained calm as he replied, what I said is the truth. The city lord is indeed a top-tier powerhouse comparable to you and me, but his daughter, to be honest, really lacks talent. And A mere bronze-level breakthrough to silver-level bottleneck requires external force as a breakthrough point and also needs to rely on one's father for help. Not only is the aptitude poor, but the character is also lacking. It's hard to expect great things in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu nodded noncommittally. He had heard about this matter as well. So, what about the good seedling you mentioned? Yi Lu looked at Old Fong, curious. He's a polite young man, and quite handsome too. I reckon the young lady's in. Our guild will be all starry-eyed over him, Old Fong chuckled lightly, slowly approaching. And then, just because he's polite and good-looking, that's a good seedling? Old Fong, you can't possibly have a crush on him. Upon hearing this, Old Fong's expression darkened and several black lines appeared on his forehead. You shameless old man, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll break a few of your bones first? Yi Lu raised an eyebrow, sneering provocatively. Come at me, whoever backs down is a grandson. Old Fong narrowed his eyes, and after a moment, he suddenly shook his head, saying with little enthusiasm, forget it. We've been at odds for a lifetime. I'm tired of it. Fighting with you is too boring. You're too lewd, just like your personality. Yi Lu's mouth twitched, but before he could speak, Old Fong suddenly changed the subject, saying, that little guy just now is truly a good seedling. He hasn't broken through to the bronze rank yet, but I can faintly sense a powerful force from him. That little guy is definitely not simple. In the future, he could become a deity. Yi Lu was slightly taken aback. The words he was about to say swallowed back down. His expression grew serious as he asked, in a deep voice, Old Fong, you can't be joking about this. Tell me, are you serious? The atmosphere in the air suddenly became serious, and Old Fong's expression also turned solemn. He nodded and said, President, I stake my life on it. That little guy is definitely not simple. There's a real possibility he could achieve divinity in the future. Yi Lu's expression became increasingly grave, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke, Old Fong, I understand. When that little guy returns, bring him to see me. I want to confirm it personally. If what you say is true, then this little guy will be our key focus for cultivation in the future. Tianjizi once calculated that the world will undergo great changes in the future, and our world will merge with that of the adventurers. Once the merger is complete, those dark hands from the outside will extend over, including deities we absolutely cannot contend with. We must cultivate a deity as quickly as possible before the two worlds merge. After saying this, a magic circle appeared beneath Yi Lu's feet, and his body gradually sank into the magic circle, eventually disappearing. Old Fong looked up at the sky, his expression incredibly complex. Tianjizi's calculations are never wrong, but this time, I truly hope he is mistaken. With a bitter smile, Old Fong's figure slowly vanished. The entrance of the Wanxian Guild once again became empty. On the other side, Li Chen left the Wanxian Guild but did not immediately choose to leave Wanxian City for the Demon Cave. Instead, he entered a shop and sold all the equipment, items, and materials he no longer needed. Dear customer, the total value of everything you sold is 3,129 gold coins. Here are the coins, please count them in person. Once you leave this shop, we will not be responsible, the shopkeeper said. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded. Counting over 3,000 gold coins took him quite a while before he finished. After placing the coins into his ring space, Li Chen sighed inwardly. This is just over 3,000 gold coins. The gold coins I will encounter in the future will be even more. I need to think of a way to get a technique for ice skills quickly. In the God creation game, any ice skill comes with a basic ability, rapid counting of quantities. 3,000 gold coins. Li Chen spent a full 10 minutes counting them. But if he had the eye technique, just one glance would suffice. Under the gaze of the shop assistant, Li Chen slowly left the store, gradually fading away. After leaving the shop, Li Chen did not linger and headed straight for the North City Gate of Wanxian City. The Demon Cave was located not far outside the North City Gate. Soon, Li Chen arrived at the city gate. The gate was wide open, with a constant flow of people entering and exiting the city. Wanxian City was a massive main city with a population of tens of millions, and the daily foot traffic was nothing short of terrifying. As a newcomer, Li Chen had no special privileges and had to obediently queue up. After a full half hour, it was finally Li Chen's turn. Identity badge, the guard at the gate said, looking at Li Chen with a blank expression, speaking mechanically. Anyone who repeats the same job and the same words every day would become so mechanical and numb. Li Chen had no psychological issues. He cooperatively took out his identity badge. The guard glanced at the badge hurriedly, confirmed its authenticity, and let Li Chen pass. Although he was surprised by Li Chen's name, the long line behind him made him dare not waste any more time. Stepping out of the city gate, Li Chen suddenly felt a sense of freedom, as if the sea was vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to fly. I'm off. Li Chen, like a wild horse that had broken free, began to gallop across the open land. Soon, he arrived at the foot of a great mountain, one of the peaks of the 10,000 Great Mountains. It stood 1,000 zhang high, which could be considered quite tall. But compared to the countless mountains of the 10,000 Great Mountains, it was merely a younger brother. This mountain was the closest to Wanxian City, so the residents named it Wanxian Mountain. The Demon cave was located within Wanxiang Mountain. Wanxiang Mountain was divided into 5 levels of training locations. There were 2 from the foot to the mid-mountain, 2 from the mid-mountain to the peak, and 1 at the peak. Above the peak, there were several bronze-tier bosses, and compared to the rarity of world bosses in the novice village, the world bosses in the Yin Kingdom continent were quite numerous. This was just one mountain. On the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, there were far more than 10,000 mountains in total. If all the world bosses gathered, it could form a grand wave of boss beasts. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Li Chen surveyed the area for a moment before taking a leap and rushing into Wanxiang Mountain. Watching Li Chen dash into the mountain, one of the 3 figures approaching from a distance suddenly spoke. "TSK, you 2 see that reckless guy over there, just charging straight into Wanxiang Mountain? Even at the foot of the mountain, there are quite a few bronze-tier monsters, and even beast kings. If one is not careful, they could end up with no place to be buried. You 2 should never learn from him. There are many reckless people like him, but most have become the monster's dessert." Upon hearing this, the other 2 figures nodded repeatedly, their youthful faces filled with trust in the speaker. "Alright, let's go in too. Today, I'm just taking you to see the outskirts of Wanxiang Mountain. We won't go deep, so there shouldn't be any problems. However, Wanxiang Mountain is fraught with danger. One misstep could cost you your life, so you 2 must not run around. Stay close behind me, and absolutely do not leave my side, or dying would be in vain." Hearing this, the 2 girls nodded repeatedly, their clear and pleasant voices chiming. "Master, we definitely won't run around. We are the most obedient." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man, affectionately called Master, gently ruffled the heads of the 2 girls and smiled softly. Alright, Master believes you are the best. Come on, let me take you to see the world." After saying this, the 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, gradually disappeared into the depths of the Wanxiang Mountain. After Li Chen rushed into the Wanxiang Mountain, his speed did not decrease at all as he headed straight for the location of the Demon Cave. The Demon Cave was located halfway up the Wanxiang Mountain. Although the Wanxiang Mountain was not significant compared to the entire Xuandishan, its height of 1,000 zhang was still quite imposing for humans. Halfway through his run, Li Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. "Right, why am I so forgetful? Why am I running when I can just fly?" With this thought, Li Chen directly manipulated the power of space and flew up. Then, he controlled the power of space, continuously flying towards the mountainside. Suddenly, a giant tree appeared in his line of sight. This giant tree, who knows how many years it had lived, was lush with branches and leaves, with an incredibly massive trunk that reached over 100 meters high. Just one of its branches would require several people to wrap their arms around it. The branches intertwined, forming a huge canopy that obscured the sky. Logically, such a giant tree should have many bird nests, but to Li Chen's surprise, he saw not a single nest on the giant tree. Moreover, within the area of the giant tree, there were no flying birds or roaming beasts, not even a single insect. It seemed that this area was a land of death. Something unusual must be amiss. This giant tree successfully caught Li Chen's attention. Li Chen flew above the giant tree and cast a detection spell at it. No data at all. Is it really just an ordinary big tree? Or? Li Chen squinted, carefully examining the giant tree before him, and the more he looked, the more he felt something was off. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a certain spot in the tree crown, where a fist-sized, red fruit was growing. The fruit was bright red like fire. If one didn't look closely, they might think it was a flame fruit growing on the giant tree. Li Chen manipulated the power of space and flew towards the giant tree, landing beside the fruit. As Li Chen reached out to pluck the fruit, suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air rang out. Whoosh! A black vine suddenly shot out from beneath the tree crown, striking towards Li Chen. The vine was covered in sharp thorns, and under the sunlight, these thorns emitted a shimmering purple light, clearly containing deadly poison. Whoosh! The vine struck down fiercely, but it only hit empty air. Li Chen's figure had already appeared 100 meters away in midair. If Li Chen's reflexes had been even a moment slower, he would have been struck by the poisonous vine, and who knows, he might have dropped a level and returned to the novice village. It really is hiding its attributes. Could this giant tree be a world boss? With this thought, Li Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. Killing a world boss and then sacrificing it could yield quite a few benefits. At this moment, the vine swayed slightly in the air, as if regretting its missed attack. Whoosh! 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 Failing to ambush, the giant tree no longer pretended and began a strong assault. A large number of vines shot out from beneath the tree crown, heading straight for Li Chen. Seeing this, Li Chen simply performed a spatial shift, and in the next moment he had already appeared elsewhere, easily dodging the giant tree's attack. Seeing Li Chen evade its attack once again, the giant tree's trunk shook slightly, looking as if it was enraged. Accompanied by its slight shaking, large areas of land began to tremble as well. From high above, Li Chen could clearly see cracks appearing on the ground, crisscrossing in all directions. In the distance, the 3 master and disciples who had just entered the Wanxiang Mountain were met with a slight earthquake. Master, is it an earthquake? One of the girls felt a slight tremor beneath her feet and curiously asked. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression grew serious. Unlike his inexperienced disciples, he knew that the Wanxiang Mountain could not possibly experience an earthquake without reason. Xingmeng, Xingyu, we need to go. It might not be the right time for us to be here. Next time, Master will bring you in again. After saying this, the middle-aged man reached out with both hands, grabbing his 2 disciples, ready to leave. Just then, his face suddenly changed. He realized they had been surrounded. It was a group of mountain mice, larger than cats. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, his face turning grim. Perhaps due to the recent earthquake, these normally cowardly creatures were now appearing in droves under the bright sky. Mountain mice were the most ordinary of wild monsters, with levels ranging from 0 to 10, and their attributes were relatively weak. Normally, if surrounded by hundreds or thousands of mountain mice, the middle-aged man could easily break free. But now, because of his 2 disciples, breaking out became exceedingly difficult. Unless he abandoned his 2 disciples and escaped alone, but the middle-aged man was clearly not the kind of person to be so heartless. Xingmeng, Xingyu, Master will do everything he can to carve out a path for you too. When the time comes, you must run without looking back or stopping, otherwise, you will surely die. Do you understand? The middle-aged man looked at the hundreds of mountain mice around them, their eyes gleaming with malice, took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the girl named Xingmeng showed a worried expression and looked at the middle-aged man, asking, Master, what about you? The middle-aged man felt a warmth in his heart at her words. He lowered his head, looking at his 2 disciples with a gentle gaze. You 2 just run, they are just a bunch of mice, they can't hold me back. Hearing this, Xingmeng immediately spoke up. Master, can we not go? We want to stay by your side. The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, turning serious as he snapped, Nonsense. Having you 2 by my side will only hinder me. Do you want to get Master killed? At this, Xingmeng and Xingyu shrank their necks, their eyes reddening, and it seemed as if a single tear was about to roll down. Seeing the aggrieved expressions of his 2 disciples, the middle-aged man's heart softened, but he still gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, You 2 must leave quickly. Do not hold me back, understand? Otherwise, when we get back, I will immediately expel you from the sect. Hearing this, Xingmeng and Xingyu nodded repeatedly, seemingly afraid of being expelled. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He took out 2 sharp daggers, his gaze suddenly turning fierce. Kill! With a low shout, the middle-aged man charged out, suddenly splitting into 3, rushing into the swarm of mountain mice. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mountain mice, enraged that a human dared to attack, let out furious cries, and in the next moment, a large number of them pounced on the middle-aged man, trying to surround and kill him. A few mountain mice also charged towards the 2 girls, causing them to pale in fear and scream. Ignoring the scratches that appeared on his body, the middle-aged man rushed back to the 2 girls, continuously wielding his daggers to protect their safety. After about 10 minutes of fighting, the middle-aged man had slaughtered more than half of the mountain mice, but his 2 clones had also fallen. Finally, the middle-aged man broke through the encirclement with the 2 girls. As soon as they broke free, the bloodied middle-aged man shouted at the 2 girls, Go! Quickly, don't look back! Upon hearing this, the 2 girls not only did not leave but instead looked at the middle-aged man with deep concern. Get out of here, you 2! Do you want to get Master killed? With a roar from the middle-aged man, the 2 girls' eyes turned red and they held back their tears of grievance as they turned and ran. Master, we'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain, you have to come back quickly. Just a few steps out, Xingyu suddenly turned back and shouted at the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man remained silent, not looking back, leaving the 2 girls with a cold, indifferent back. You 2 little ones, I hope you can make it out alive. It's all the Master's fault for not listening to advice and insisting on bringing you here into danger. The middle-aged man forced a bitter smile. Then, his expression grew increasingly frantic as he overexerted his body, continuously slaughtering the mountain rats. The number of mountain rats dwindled, and the middle-aged man's stamina gradually waned, his speed slowing down. To buy time for his 2 disciples to escape, the middle-aged man was once again surrounded by mountain rats, and his strength was insufficient to break through the encirclement again. He understood that, barring any accidents, his life was about to come to an end here. Just a bunch of rodents, let me show you my final strike. Break the void. He silently shouted in his heart, and the next moment, the middle-aged man, holding a dagger, spun around swiftly as if performing a death waltz, instantly claiming the lives of several mountain rats. In the next moment, the middle-aged man seemed to be rejuvenated, his speed surging as he suddenly appeared next to a mountain rat, the dagger swiftly slicing through its throat, killing it in one blow. Then, the middle-aged man's figure appeared next to the nearest mountain rat, and his dagger struck again with lethal precision. After that, the middle-aged man darted back and forth among the mountain rats, mercilessly slitting the throats of one rat after another, watching them slowly fall. Finally, after claiming the lives of over a dozen mountain rats, the middle-aged man exhausted his last ounce of strength and fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. Is it over? I wonder if those 2 little ones can escape. A bitter expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. In his final moments, he was more concerned about his 2 disciples than himself. As the giant tree swayed, cracks in the ground multiplied and widened. Suddenly, thick vines burst forth from the earth, thousands upon thousands of them rushing towards Li Chen. Plant life is as powerful as ever. Li Chen watched the countless vines approaching, yet his face showed no sign of panic. Suddenly, Li Chen's right hand swiped at the void, and with a significant loss of magical energy, the space slowly split open, forming a deep void passage before him, which continued to expand. Before the vines could reach him, the passage had already grown to a height of 100 meters and a width of 50 meters, immense. A massive number of vines surged into the void passage in front of Li Chen. The next moment, with a wave of his hand, Li Chen quickly closed the void passage, instantly severing all the vines in half, green sap pouring down like blood. In the distance, it seemed as if a piercing scream of agony echoed from the giant tree. The next moment, the trunk of the giant tree trembled again, a massive amount of power sinking into its roots. Is it preparing to unleash a big move? Li Chen squinted. The power emanating from the giant tree was very evident, clearly preparing for a significant attack. Just then, from the cracks in the ground, skeletal hands reached out, and, under Li Chen's gaze, one after another, humanoid skeletons crawled out from underground. At the same time, various skeletal birds flapped their bare wings and flew out from below, and those vines that had been severed also quietly retracted back underground at that moment. More and more skeletons surged from the ground, their numbers staggering, not less than tens of thousands. This tree is no ordinary tree, it can even use necromancy? Li Chen looked at the giant tree in astonishment, realizing that it was casting necromantic magic. However, unlike the undead summons that Li Chen had just obtained, these bones were clearly not summoned from the world of the dead. They should have been creatures killed by the giant tree, their corpses buried beneath its roots, their flesh turned into nutrients to nourish the giant tree. Even in death, they found no peace. When the giant tree faced a formidable enemy, the bones left behind would be revived by the tree and summoned to fight for it. Realizing this, Li Chen looked at the giant tree with increasing delight. This giant tree was clearly extraordinary. After killing, if it were to be sacrificed, there might be surprises in store. Speaking of which, big guy, what use is it for you to summon the undead creatures from the ground? Do you really think they can harm me? Li Chen teased as he gazed at the giant tree. As if it understood his jest, the giant tree shook slightly. In the next moment, countless vines erupted from the ground, and the skeletal army surged up into the sky, confronting Li Chen. Facing tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers alone, Li Chen's expression remained eerily calm. They say you're a blockhead, but why do I feel like you're a bit too clever for your own good? Li Chen shook his head, then suddenly made a spatial move and returned to the ground. I have my own undead army too, I won't bully you anymore. Let's just play on the ground. With that, Li Chen decisively cast the Divine Undead Summon. Undead Summon rank Divine. Skill effect 1, consume 10%/30%/50% of your own magic power to summon the deceased from the undead world. For every 10 points of magic power consumed, one undead creature can be summoned. The higher your intelligence, the easier it is to summon high-level undead creatures. Li Chen consumed a full 50% of his magic power in one breath. His current mental points had reached a staggering 30,000. The ratio of mental to magic power was 120, meaning Li Chen's magic power now soared to a terrifying over 600,000. He consumed 300,000 magic power in one go, and behind him, a massive undead gate burst forth from the ground with a loud bang. The undead gate was fully exposed in the realm of the living, standing 100 meters tall and 50 meters wide, framed by a deep blackness. My undead army, arise! With Li Chen's bold shout, the first undead creature appeared. It was a giant zombie over 10 meters tall, its skin incredibly dry, with 4 long tusks protruding into the air, adding a menacing aura. At that moment, a skeletal dragon flew out from the giant zombie's head, circling high above, its ghostly eyes glaring down at the skeletal army below. Just then, the vines carrying the skeletal army slowly descended, bringing the skeletal soldiers back to the ground. A large number of skeleton warriors and purple zombies surged out from the undead gate. These two types of ordinary monsters were the mainstay of the undead world. At that moment, a zombie giant riding the skeletal dragon flew out from the undead gate. Dragon Knight? Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to summon a Dragon Knight on his first try. Dragon Knights in the undead world were supposed to be quite powerful, but due to Li Chen's limitations, its strength was suppressed to the bronze rank here. With the appearance of the Dragon Knight, the giant tree began to shake uneasily. A deep sense of regret surged within it. Had it known this human was so terrifying, it would have let him take the fruit and leave, rather than provoke him. Unfortunately, there were no regret pills to take in either the real world or the game world. The emergence of the undead creatures gradually approached its end, and finally, when the last skeletal dragon burst forth from the undead gate, the gate suddenly vanished. In this summoning, Li Chen had summoned a total of 30,000 undead soldiers, the vast majority of which were ordinary skeleton warriors and purple zombies. Among the vast multitude of ordinary undead creatures, there were also a number of higher-ranking undead knights and mid-level zombies, including white and green zombies. In addition to these undead beings, Li Chen had summoned dozens of zombie giants, each towering over 10 meters tall. In the realm of the undead, their strength was certainly beyond bronze, reaching gold or even dark gold levels. The same went for the dozens of skeletal dragons with wingspans exceeding 10 meters. What surprised Li Chen the most was that he had actually summoned a Dragon Knight. This Dragon Knight rode a skeletal dragon whose wingspan exceeded 30 meters, and its own height had surpassed 30 meters as well. Its true power in the undead world was undoubtedly at the legendary level, or even more terrifying, at the undead level. Just then, the Dragon Knight suddenly looked at Li Chen, and in its abyss-like pitch-black eyes, Li Chen's face was reflected. Human, you are too weak. After finally showing your face in the world of the living, you end up being weakened to this extent. Li Chen. Looking at the Dragon Knight, Li Chen fell silent. Was he being looked down upon? After saying this, the Dragon Knight's gaze shifted to the giant tree and the vast army of skeletons. A hint of disdain appeared on its stiff facial skin. Just a bunch of half-finished undead creatures. As if it understood the Dragon Knight's mockery, the giant tree became furious. It shook its trunk angrily, and in the next moment, the skeletal army it commanded surged forward. Inferior undead creatures, obey the great Iriyama's command and charge. With the Dragon Knight's roar, the numerous undead armies charged forward without waiting for Li Chen's orders, rushing towards the oncoming skeletal army. Even the massive zombie giants and skeletal dragons showed no hesitation and charged out. The first to engage were the aerial forces. In the sky, there were tens of thousands of skeletal birds, but on Li Chen's side, the air force consisted of only a few dozen. Yet, these few dozen skeletal dragons dove into the flock of birds, wreaking havoc. Every moment, countless skeletal birds were torn to pieces by the claws, tails, or wings of the skeletal dragons, falling to the ground. Roar! The skeletal dragons opened their mouths, letting out a silent roar of excitement. Some skeletal dragons even breathed dragon fire. The deep blue nether fire raged across the sky, igniting one skeletal bird after another. In the face of the slaughter by the skeletal dragons, the skeletal birds charged fearlessly, rushing forward to deliver their heads. Watching this scene, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know whether this was a strength or a weakness of low-level undead creatures. Being mindless meant being reckless, completely unafraid of death. In the sky, it seemed as if dozens of skeletal dragons were surrounded by tens of thousands of skeletal birds. However, Li Chen felt that it should be the tens of thousands of skeletal birds that were surrounded by the dozens of skeletal dragons. Their attacks were weak and ineffective, landing on the skeletal dragons without inflicting any significant damage, while each attack from the skeletal dragons could take down several or even dozens of skeletal birds. After observing for a moment, Li Chen lost interest and withdrew his gaze. The aerial battle was meaningless, and the outcome would only be a complete victory for the skeletal dragons. Then, Li Chen's gaze shifted to the ground. Just as the skeletal dragons were rampaging, the ground forces finally clashed. Dozens of zombie giants, each over 10 meters tall, roared like gods of slaughter, crazily destroying everything around them. In their frenzy, they even lost track of friend and foe, smashing Li Chen's summoned undead creatures to pieces. What the hell? What kind of brainless thing have I summoned? Li Chen was infuriated at this scene. He wanted to control these zombie giants but found that they were completely beyond his control. Since he couldn't control the zombie giants, Li Chen turned his attention to the undead army near the zombie giants, but he once again helplessly discovered that he couldn't even control these lowest-level undead creatures. At that moment, the Dragon Knight, who had been quietly observing from the sky, suddenly turned his gaze to Li Chen, a hint of disdain appearing on his withered face. Human, you are too weak. You are not qualified to compete with me for control. Li Chen. For some reason, Li Chen suddenly felt that summoning the undead was no longer appealing. This was also a drawback of undead summoning. If one's strength was insufficient, the summoned undead creatures would not obey commands, and even the top-tier undead creatures could turn the tables and seize control. The only thing that somewhat reassured Li Chen was that even though this Dragon Knight possessed its own intelligence and was not under his control, it could not harm him. Forget it, I am magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Zombie. Li Chen muttered to himself, then carefully observed the battle on the ground. Unlike the one-sided slaughter in the sky, on the ground, those low-level skeleton warriors and purple zombies were engaged in a lively battle with the skeletal army summoned by the giant tree, exchanging blows back and forth. Over here, a purple zombie tore apart a skeletal goblin with a claw, when suddenly, a skeletal ogre swung its fist, larger than a sandbag, and smashed the purple zombie's head to pieces. Before the skeletal ogre could continue fighting, two skeletal warriors rushed over, each delivering a punch that completely broke the ogre's ribs. The skeletal ogre quickly got into a chaotic fight with the two skeletal warriors, and in the end, all three skeletons were reduced to a pile of shattered bones. On the ground, Li Chen had the zombie giant rampaging, while the giant tree also had skeletal beasts slaughtering wildly. The speed of the massacre was hardly inferior to that of the zombie giant. Moreover, compared to the mere dozens of zombie giants, the number of these skeletal beasts exceeded 500, making the battle on the ground appear particularly unfavorable. A bunch of useless trash. At that moment, seeing a zombie giant and two skeletal beasts perish together, the Dragon Knight, who had been quietly observing, snorted coldly. The next moment, the Dragon Knight decisively descended, controlling the skeletal dragon beneath it to charge towards the battlefield below. However, the giant tree was not pleased. In the next moment, numerous vines shot out, whipping towards the Dragon Knight. Boldly, a mere low-level creature dares to attack. The Great Iriyama. As soon as the Dragon Knight's words fell, it suddenly squeezed the skeletal dragon beneath it. Having collaborated with Iriyama for many years, the skeletal dragon instantly understood its companion's intent, and it suddenly opened its blood-basin mouth. The next moment, deep blue nether fire erupted from its mouth, and the vines were ignited the moment they came into contact with the nether fire, quickly turning to ashes. The giant tree's intelligence was not lacking either. Seeing its vines rapidly ignited, it decisively shook its trunk, causing countless leaves to fall and completely severing its vines. Since you seek death, I will first slaughter you. A hint of anger and brutality appeared in Iriyama's pitch-black eyes. The next moment, it urged the skeletal dragon beneath it to charge at the giant tree, while simultaneously, the dragon's breath was directed at the giant tree's main body. Just as the nether fire was about to approach the giant tree, the branches and leaves on the tree began to sway violently. Strange energy waves were released from its body, instantly forming a massive protective shield that enveloped and protected its enormous form. The nether fire landed on the protective shield, and the terrifying high temperature could not harm that powerful shield in the slightest. Li Chen's gaze was also drawn to the battle between the giant tree and the Dragon Knight. He observed carefully and soon noticed something amiss. Although the protective shield of the giant tree was powerful, it should not be able to withstand the dragon's breath of the skeletal dragon. But the problem was that the giant tree was simply too massive, and the power contained within it was overwhelmingly vast. So, even after a part of the shield was burned away, it would quickly mobilize more power to seal the gap. Thus, on the surface, it seemed that the netherfire of the skeletal dragon posed not the slightest threat to him. Li Chen could see it, and so could Irea. A cold smile appeared on its withered face. Inferior creature, today you will undoubtedly die. After saying this, Irea suddenly struck the seated skeletal dragon, propelling itself into the air towards the giant tree. Unbeknownst to Wen, a crystal-clear spear had appeared in its hand. This spear was also made of bone, but it was on a completely different level from the mutated skeletal spear that Li Chen had obtained earlier. The owner of that bone was clearly not simple. Before being dismantled, it must have been at least a legendary existence, possibly even epic. However, such a powerful being was dismantled by Irea to create a weapon, which spoke volumes about Irea's strength in the realm of the undead. Die! With a loud roar, Irea thrust the spear into the shield of the giant tree, which the nether fire could not penetrate. Under this overwhelming strike, the shield shattered with a thunderous crash, revealing the true form of the giant tree inside. The giant tree trembled in fear, its trunk shaking incessantly. Suddenly, a vine stretched out, plucking its only fiery red fruit and respectfully presenting it to Irea. The vine gradually bent, as if bowing in supplication. Seeing this, Irea sneered, "Inferior creature. Now you wish to beg for mercy? Don't you think it's a bit too late? Go die." Just then, the fiery red fruit suddenly emitted a violent wave, and then, it exploded. Boom! Ah! The massive energy wave spread out in all directions, and the powerful energy wave almost instantly obliterated all the undead creatures. At that moment, whether it was the undead army summoned by Li Chen or the skeletal army under the giant tree, they were all annihilated. Is that it? Looking around as the area suddenly became desolate, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. The aftershock of the explosion also affected Li Chen, but with his health at 20,000 points, he remained unscathed. As the aftershock completely dissipated, the ground was left in ruins, with countless bones scattered everywhere. After the fruit exploded, the giant tree also became significantly weakened. Although the cost was heavy, it felt it was worth it, as the Dragon Knight that posed a threat to it was gone. As for the lucky human before it, it paid no mind at all. Sigh, boring. My first summoning of the undead army ended in total annihilation. Forget it, I won't play anymore, I'm tired. Let's end this. After saying this, Li Chen raised his hand, and sparks of electricity flickered in his palm. Seeing Li Chen's action, the giant tree slightly swayed its trunk, as if mocking Li Chen's overconfidence. A mere spark of lightning dared to confront it? Didn't it just see that skeletal dragon with a wingspan of over 30 meters, whose terrifying dragon breath and netherfire couldn't do anything to it? Li Chen vaguely sensed that the giant tree was mocking him. Do you look down on my lightning? I hope you can withstand this strike. After saying this, Li Chen casually raised his hand and threw out a bolt of lightning. Watching the tiny spark of electricity that was almost invisible, the giant tree couldn't even be bothered to activate its shield, allowing the lightning to strike it. 400W. Critical damage. An inconspicuous little spark of lightning dealt a terrifying 4 million damage. The giant tree's trunk shook violently, and in a state of shock and disbelief, its consciousness faded away. Although it possessed a massive body and its health far exceeded that of an ordinary bronze-tier boss, no matter how superior it was, facing a terrifying damage of 4 million was simply insufficient. This guy seems to have resistance to lightning attributes, otherwise, with my 28,000 intelligence, the damage I should have dealt under a critical hit would be 5.6 million. Looking at the giant tree that had completely fallen silent, Li Chen stroked his chin and murmured, Ding dong, you have killed the Millennium Undead Tree Demon boss, gaining 230,000 experience points. Immediately after, a regional announcement popped up in the area channel. Regional announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist for solo defeating the world boss, Millennium Undead Tree Demon. Regional announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist for solo defeating the world boss, Millennium Undead Tree Demon. Regional announcement. The regional announcement echoed in Li Chen's mind 3 times. However, since he was the only player teleported to Wuxiang City at that moment, only he heard this regional announcement. Li Chen walked step by step towards the Millennium Undead Tree Demon. Along the way, he saw a relatively intact skeleton warrior. He tried to use his innate talent but found that he couldn't perform the sacrifice at all. It seems that the undead creatures I summon don't fall under the category of sacrifice. Li Chen shook his head, no longer looking at the scattered bones around or the various body parts of the zombies. Soon, Li Chen arrived in front of the Millennium Undead Tree Demon, placing his palm on its trunk and softly murmuring, "Sacrifice." In the next moment, the Millennium Undead Tree Demon was enveloped in a thick white light, rapidly weakening and ultimately transformed into a white beam that entered Li Chen's forehead. You have sacrificed a bronze tier corpse and you randomly gain 2,000 free attribute points. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a world boss and you received the following special rewards. 1. You gain skill, life drain, *1, no tier. 2. You gained world reputation, 2,000 points. 3. You gained item, Heart of the Millennium Undead Tree Demon, *1, life drain, passive skill tier, bronze learning. Requirements: intelligence 100 points, spirit 100 points, skill effect 1, each of your attacks can drain 5% final damage of the target's life. Description: with this skill you can completely trade damage for damage. As long as you don't die, the one falling will definitely be your opponent. Seeing the effect of the life drain skill, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This skill is really good. I can drain life with every attack, and it doesn't specifically divide physical and magical damage, so both types should work. With that thought, Li Chen couldn't help but grin. Take the 4 million damage he just dealt as an example. 5% life drain means a whopping 200,000 health recovery. It's worth noting that Li Chen's total health right now is only 20,000. This means that in the future, Li Chen can instantly recover full health every 3 seconds, as long as the enemy can't kill him within those 3 seconds, he will be invincible. It's just a pity that it's only a bronze skill. If it were silver, gold, or even legendary, epic, then I would really take off. Li Chen thought greedily. The second reward is 2,000 world reputation points, which for Li Chen, who already has over 1 million world reputation points, is just a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. The third reward from the sacrifice is an item. Heart of the Millennium Undead Tree Demon, tier, bronze effect 1, can be used directly to enhance your undead talent to varying degrees based on the strength of your talent, ineffective for talents of gold tier and above. Effect 2, can be used as material to forge magical equipment. Description: this is the core of the Millennium Undead Tree Demon, the most precious part of its body. Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. This item is an absolute treasure for some players who have transitioned to undead mages at this stage. After all, at the stage where players are generally at the bronze level, if one could forge a powerful undead magic equipment, it would lead to a significant leap in strength. In the early stages of the game, various resources are the most abundant. If one can fully capitalize on the early benefits, they can create a wider gap between themselves and ordinary players in the future. However, for Li Chen, this thing was purely a waste of time. After a casual glance, Li Chen tossed it into the ring space to gather dust. There were already too many items gathering dust in his ring space, so many that Li Chen was too lazy to clean or count them. After the Millennium Undead Tree Demon was sacrificed by Li Chen, a huge and incredibly deep pit appeared on the ground. The area around the pit was a mess, with countless white bones scattered everywhere and numerous cracks crisscrossing the earth. Li Chen shook his head, manipulating the power of space, and continued to fly towards the mountainside. Just as he soared into the sky, his gaze suddenly fell on a corner of the ground. There, hundreds of mountain mice were attacking a human. As the human was on the verge of exhaustion and about to be devoured by the mountain mice, Li Chen made his move. With a few spatial shifts, Li Chen arrived above the swarm of mountain mice. He reached out, and the exhausted middle-aged man's body suddenly vanished, leaving the mountain mice grasping at thin air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mountain mice let out angry cries. Their prey, which was just within reach, had suddenly disappeared. How could they not be furious? In the sky, the middle-aged man's figure suddenly appeared beside Li Chen, floating in the air like him. Am I dead? The middle-aged man wore a bewildered expression. Soon, he noticed Li Chen beside him, staring at him for a while before blinking and curiously asking, "Brother, how did you die?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen was left speechless. "You're the one who's dead. I saved your life out of kindness, and you curse me to death the moment you open your mouth?" The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, seemingly in disbelief as he said, "I'm not dead?" Suddenly, his gaze fell on the swarm of mountain mice below. After searching for a moment, the mountain mice finally spotted Li Chen and the middle-aged man floating in midair. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mountain mice let out angry cries. and some of the more impatient ones jumped high, trying to bring Li Chan and the middle-aged man down. However, despite their decent jumping ability, Li Chan and the middle-aged man were floating over 10 meters in the air, making it impossible for the mountain mice to reach them no matter how hard they tried. Am I really not dead? A spark of light suddenly shone in the middle-aged man's dim eyes, and excitement and joy spread across his face. Li Chen nodded, casually glancing at the incessantly squeaking mountain mice below. The next moment, with a wave of his hand, countless spatial blades flew out. Minus 30k. Minus 60k. Critical damage. Minus 60k. Critical damage. In the torrent of spatial blades, these mountain mice, who had just been so arrogant, were mercilessly slaughtered. Under the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man, hundreds of mountain mice were quickly wiped out, leaving only a ground covered in their corpses. Friend, you. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, about to say something, when suddenly his expression froze. Below, two figures quietly appeared nearby. They were none other than the two girls, Qingmeng and Qingyu, who had just escaped. You two little ones. The middle-aged man's face showed a mix of anger and joy. Friend, thank you for saving me. Can you let me down? The middle-aged man looked at Li Chen and said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded, and in the next moment the middle-aged man's figure had vanished. When he reappeared, it was already in front of the two girls, looking at the countless corpses of mountain mice scattered on the ground. The faces of Qingmeng and Qingyu were filled with shock. Just then, a figure appeared before them. After the initial fright, both of their faces lit up with joy. Master! Master! With two excited cries, the two girls rushed into the embrace of the middle-aged man, completely ignoring the bloodstains covering him. You two little rascals, didn't I tell you to escape and leave Wushang Mountain as soon as possible? How dare you come back? Despite feeling deeply moved inside, the middle-aged man maintained a stern expression and scolded them. Master, we were so worried about you that we sneaked back. Please, Master, don't expel me and my sister from the sect. The elder sister, Qingmeng, grabbed the middle-aged man's arm and said pitifully. Seeing the two disciples' sorrowful expressions in their clear, innocent eyes, the middle-aged man's heart softened. He could no longer hide his feelings and tightly embraced his two disciples, tears of emotion streaming down his cheeks. In the sky, Li Chen silently watched the touching scene of the master and his three disciples, his expression calm. He quietly waved his hand, and all the mountain mouse corpses on the ground that had not yet refreshed were removed without a sound. He did not want to disrupt the warm atmosphere below. Qingmeng, Qingyu, I never expected that the two future renowned female assassins would look like this now. Li Chen looked at the figures of the two girls below and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he quietly left and soon disappeared from sight. After Li Chen had been gone for a while, the middle-aged man suddenly remembered his savior. He quickly raised his head to look at the sky, only to find that Li Chen's figure had long since vanished without a trace. Master, what are you looking at? The little disciple Qingyu asked curiously, looking at the middle-aged man. Nothing, we should meet again in the future, the middle-aged man said regretfully, shaking his head and gently ruffling Qingyu's little head. Li Chen flew along, and this time, there were no more unexpected events. Soon, he arrived at a huge, dark cave. The cave seemed like a giant beast, opening its bloody maw, quietly waiting for prey to walk into its trap. Demon Cave entry level, below bronze number of entrance, unlimited instance difficulty, none instance drops, bronze level equipment, world reputation. Number of entries today, unlimited instance description, adventurer, welcome to the Demon Cave. Will you become the hunter or the prey? Li Chen gazed at the Demon Cave, the basic information of the cave appearing in his mind. I've been stuck at level 10 for too long, wasting too much experience. I need to complete the quest and change my class quickly. Murmuring to himself, Li Chen stepped into the Demon Cave. If other players heard this, they might go crazy. It was only the second day since Li Chen entered the game. The vast majority of players were still struggling. At level 0 on the second day, while Li Chen had already reached level 10 and teleported to the main city. With such an exaggerated leveling speed, how could he dare to say he was stuck at level 10 for too long? The Demon Cave was vast, filled with winding paths, devoid of light, and darkness enveloped the entire cave, making it impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. Walking in the pitch-black cave, Li Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. The terrain of the cave was already quite complex, and if he couldn't distinguish the routes, he might end up wandering in the cave for a lifetime. Although Li Chen had the Demon Cave map given to him by the city lord, Zhou Yunfeng, in the pitch darkness, he couldn't even see the routes, let alone distinguish them. Adventurer, take this, you'll need it once you enter the Demon Cave. Suddenly, Li Chen recalled a small bead that Zhou Yunfeng had given him before he left. Li Chen didn't pay much attention at the time and casually tossed it into his spatial ring, so he didn't recall it immediately. He quickly took out the small bead that Zhou Yunfeng had given him from the ring's space. The seemingly ordinary small bead emitted a soft glow the moment it was taken out, illuminating a 20-yard radius. In the endless darkness, light suddenly appeared. In an instant, this ball of light caught the attention of a creature from the magic cave. About 70 yards ahead of Li Chen, a bat the size of an eagle was hanging upside down from the cave ceiling, resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, it opened its eyes and its blood-red gaze stood out even in the pitch-black cave. It turned its blood-red eyes, and within them appeared a patch of light, where a human radiating red heat was slowly approaching. A glint of bloodthirst flashed in the bat's blood-red eyes. Tonight's dinner was set. Meanwhile, Li Chen was unaware that he had already been targeted by a creature from the magic cave, which had marked him as today's dinner. Centered around Li Chen, a soft white light enveloped a 20-yard radius, dispelling all darkness. Li Chen could finally observe the terrain closely and determine his location. He took out the map that Zhou Yunfeng had given him, walking while carefully checking the route. Just walk straight for another 100 yards, and then you'll encounter the first fork in the road. When you get there, choose the third path. Li Chen nodded, put away the map, and quickened his pace slightly. Suddenly, a sound reached Li Chen's ears, and the moment the sound fell, a shadow suddenly burst from the darkness, flapping its wings and charging straight at Li Chen. Li Chen focused his gaze, and it was a bat with a dog's head. Dog-headed bat, elite, level, 25 rank, bronze tier, none health, 2000 attack power, 75 skills, sonic wave, frenzied, scratching, bite. Description: a creature that lives in darkness, dislikes light, and has a strong bloodthirsty instinct. The dog-headed bat opened its gaping mouth and emitted a sound that Li Chen couldn't hear but found extremely grating. Sonic wave, a signature skill of bat-type wild monsters that can make the target feel uncomfortable and react slowly. If the target is casting a spell, sonic wave can forcibly interrupt it. This is a practical and powerful skill. This dog-headed bat always uses the sonic wave skill to disrupt its prey before approaching, then takes advantage of the moment the prey is still dazed to rush in and bite through the prey's neck or vital area. This time, the dog-headed bat used its usual tactic. Its speed was quick, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Li Chen, opening its gaping mouth to bite at Li Chen's neck. However, the once infallible tactic failed this time. Li Chen didn't even flinch. The power of space erupted, and in an instant the dog-headed bat's figure was frozen in mid-air, maintaining its mouth-open posture. Looking at the dog-headed bat, Li Chen showed a look of disdain and said, "Don't you know that your kind carries all sorts of viruses? You still want to bite me? Dream on." After saying that, with a thought, a blade of space sliced through the dog-headed bat's body. Minus 60k. Critical damage, a terrifying damage of 60,000 points, let alone that the dog-headed bat was just a bronze-level elite wild monster. Even a bronze-level world boss might not withstand it. After killing the dog-headed bat, 2 light orbs dropped from its body. One of the orbs contained 9 copper coins, which Li Chen disdainfully collected. The second light orb was a demon core the size of a longan, belonging to the quest items. Li Chen needed a total of 10 demon cores, and now he was still short by 9. After storing the demon core in his ring space, Li Chen looked at the corpse of the dog-headed bat and directly offered it as a sacrifice. After sacrificing the dog-headed bat, Li Chen gained another 30 free attribute points. For Li Chen, this amount of attribute points wasn't much, but for an ordinary player at the bronze level, 30 free attribute points were equivalent to what they would gain from leveling up 7 times. With 30 free attribute points credited, Li Chen merely curled his lip in disdain. In the god-making game, acquiring free attribute points was incredibly difficult. If an ordinary player could suddenly obtain 30 free attribute points, they would probably jump for joy. Perhaps only Li Chen, instead of being excited, felt disdain. After this little interlude, Li Chen continued to delve deeper into the demon cave according to the map. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar echoed. The next moment, a wild creature over 5 meters tall, deep purple all over and resembling a noble husky, charged out. This time, Li Chen couldn't even be bothered to scout. He simply threw out a space blade and easily killed the creature. Ding dong, you have killed demonized husky, elite, gaining 58 experience points. Li Chen approached the corpse of the demonized husky, where 2 light orbs hovered above it. Ding dong, you have obtained copper coin, *33. Ding dong, you have obtained demon core, *1. After placing the demon core into his space ring, Li Chen's gaze fell on the corpse of the demonized husky. Even demonized, the husky is still quite handsome. Li Chen examined the demonized husky for several minutes before finally offering it as a sacrifice. You have sacrificed a bronze-level corpse, randomly, gaining 50 free attribute points. Adding the attribute points gained from the earlier sacrifice of the dog-headed bat, in less than 10 minutes since entering the demon cave, Li Chen had already accumulated 80 free attribute points. After sacrificing the demonized husky, Li Chen set off on his journey again. After walking for a while, several forks appeared in front of him. According to the markings on the map, Li Chen chose the third fork. He walked for a full 10 minutes down this path, reaching the end without encountering a single wild creature. At this moment, several more forks appeared ahead of Li Chen. He glanced at the map and chose the first one. Just as he stepped into this path and hadn't taken 2 steps, suddenly, 2 shadows rushed out of the darkness, heading straight for Li Chen. However, facing this sudden attack, Li Chen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. With a thought, 2 space blades swiftly flew out. -6W. Critical damage -6W. Critical damage, thanks to the 50% critical hit chance from the Miracle Child combined with the luck bonus from the Chosen One and his own luck value. Li Chen's critical hit rate was terrifying. Almost every 10 attacks would trigger critical damage 9 times. Li Chen currently held 3 titles. Besides the Chosen One and Miracle Child, he also had the 100 kill title obtained from slaughtering players. However, compared to the first 2 titles, the 100 kill title was utterly useless, merely a title without any bonuses. Nevertheless, Li Chen knew that a dungeon would appear connecting the major cities in the godmaking game, and the minimum entry requirement would be to obtain the 100 kill title. Of course, there was still a long way to go before the dungeon opened. Ding dong, you have killed Demonized Cobra, Elite, gaining 50 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed Demonized Cobra, Elite, gaining 50 experience points. The 2 shadows fell powerless to the ground, and Li Chen looked over. They were 2 3-meter-long cobras with purple-black skin. He walked over, and above the corpses of 2 enchanted cobras, a light orb floated above each. Ding dong, you have obtained copper coin. Asterisk 77. Ding dong, you have obtained copper coin. Asterisk 21. This time, the 2 enchanted cobras did not drop any demon cores. Li Chen glanced disdainfully at the 2 enchanted cobras and said, "Really, not impressive at all. Can't you learn from that husky? Just give me at least 1 demon core." As he spoke, Li Chen kicked one of the enchanted cobra's corpses. If the godmaking game had an underworld, perhaps the enchanted cobra would desperately try to resurrect and fight Li Chen. Disdain aside, sacrifices still had to be made. After 2 beams of white light, the 2 enchanted cobras were sacrificed by Li Chen. Li Chen gained another 70 free attribute points, adding to the previous 80 points, totaling 150 free attribute points. After that, Li Chen continued on his way, occasionally encountering various wild monsters in the demon caves. Among them were giant enchanted scorpions over 3 meters long, enchanted centipedes over 5 meters long, grinding stone-sized enchanted turtles, palm-sized enchanted cockroaches. After an hour, the number of wild monsters Li Chen had killed had already exceeded 100. After obtaining 10 demon cores, no more wild monsters dropped any. All the wild monsters in the demon caves were elite level. The drop rate for elite level monsters was also very high. Just from copper coins, Li Chen earned thousands. Not only that, but he also dropped over a dozen pieces of equipment, of which only 3 were non-tiered equipment, while the rest were all bronze-level equipment. However, since there were no percentage-based items, they were all tossed into Li Chen's space ring to gather dust. The free attribute points gained from sacrificing wild monsters had accumulated to over 5,000 points. After wandering around the demon caves for a full 2 hours, Li Chen finally arrived at the destination marked on the map. It was a pool of water, interestingly divided into 2 parts. The left side of the pool was incredibly clear, constantly emitting a chill. Li Chen looked down but could not see the scene beneath the water, which was quite strange. The right side of the pool, rather than water, was more like lava. The boiling hot lava churned continuously, thick steam rising up. One cold, one hot. The 2 pools converged in one place, yet remained distinctly separate, showing no signs of mixing. No wonder it's called the Ice and Fire 2-headed python, living in this place. If it didn't have both ice and fire attributes, that would be a ghost. Li Chen couldn't help but comment as he looked at the pool. The next moment, Li Chen took out a pill from his space ring, which Zhou Yunfeng had given him before he left. According to Zhou Yunfeng, as long as Li Chen arrived at the destination and threw this pill into the pool, the Ice and Fire 2-headed python would naturally appear. Li Chen snapped his fingers, and the pill shot out, landing straight into the pool. Li Chen stood by the edge of the pool, waiting quietly. About a minute later, the water suddenly began to churn violently. Then, the surface of the water split open. A gigantic python over 10 meters long suddenly sprang out of the pool. It had 2 massive heads. The left head had ice blue skin, while the right head was fiery red. The body of the python was half ice blue and half fiery red. The moment the giant python burst out of the water, Li Chen cast a detection spell. Ice and Fire 2-headed python, boss, level, 30 tier, bronze health, 100,000 strength, 6,000 intelligence, 6,000 physical/magic defense, 3000/3000 skills, frost breath, flame breath. Description: this is a 2-headed python that has lived in the land of ice and fire for many years. Although it has no toxins, its ice and fire power is not much inferior to poison. As a dungeon boss, compared to the undead bone dragon and the thunder titan, you are really too weak, too pathetic. After looking at the attribute chart of the Ice-Fire 2-headed python, Li Chen couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Ice-Fire 2-headed python? What is this human saying? I can't understand, but I feel deeply offended by his words. Perhaps sensing Li Chen's offense, the 2 large snake eyes of the Ice-Fire 2-headed python narrowed slightly, casting a very unfriendly gaze at Li Chen. Then, it swam towards the shore. In the blink of an eye, it was already close to Li Chen. Such a massive creature, combined with being a type of snake that ordinary people fear the most, especially with its 2 ferocious heads, would make any regular person tremble and flee, even if they knew it was just a game. Some of the more timid ones might even faint from fright or suffer a permanent demise. This is not an exaggeration. In his previous life, Li Chen had heard numerous reports of such incidents, sensationalized by the media. However, Li Chen stood calmly in place. If it were this time in his last life, he would probably have lost half his life even if he wasn't scared to death. But how could he, who had slaughtered countless more terrifying abyss demons, be intimidated by a mere two-headed python? Seeing that Li Chen showed no fear, the Icefire two-headed python felt a bit displeased. From its birth until now, every time it went out to hunt, those inferior beings would tremble in fear. But this little human before it not only disrupted its nap but also showed no fear at all. A mere ant daring to frighten me. Roar! Thinking of this, the Icefire two-headed python suddenly opened its two massive mouths and let out a tremendous roar. The stench from its breath hit Li Chen like a wave, almost blowing him away. Big guy, your breath stinks, you know? Are you trying to suffocate me with your bad breath? Li Chen pinched his nose in disgust and said in a muffled voice. Roar! The Icefire two-headed python roared again, and the next moment, its ice blue head suddenly opened its gaping mouth, releasing a powerful blast of cold air that instantly struck Li Chen. This was the ice head of the Icefire two-headed python, and its breath contained an extremely strong frost power. In the past, many of the subordinates of Lord Zhou Yunfeng had been caught off guard by this sudden frost breath, instantly frozen, and lost their lives forever. The frost power enveloped Li Chen in an instant. Seeing this, the Icefire two-headed python displayed a disdainful, human-like expression. This level of power dares to provoke me? Are humans really such overconfident creatures? The last time, a group of reckless humans disturbed its nap, and it had dealt with them in just a few moves. Ding dong, you have been attacked by frost power. Losing 5985 health per second, lasting for 10 seconds. Achoo! Enveloped by the frost power, Li Chen couldn't help but sneeze. Losing nearly 6,000 health per second, no wonder the subordinates of the Lord of Wanxiang City couldn't handle this big guy. At the bronze level, neither players nor the game's natives should have 60,000 health. Li Chen waved his hand, quickly separating the frost power from his space. Even he only had 20,000 health, which wouldn't last 4 seconds. 10 seconds passed quickly, and the ice blue frost power gradually dissipated, revealing Li Chen, who was unharmed inside. Seeing that Li Chen had not been frozen into an ice sculpture, the Icefire two-headed python couldn't help but widen its eyes in disbelief. Roar! The next moment, its firehead suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames. These flames seemed to scorch Li Chen, but his body was in another space, and the flames couldn't harm him at all. Big Worm, you've already made 2 moves, it's my turn now. With that, Li Chen gathered electric light in his hand, unlike the silly and cute Millennium Spirit Tree. Demon, the Icefire two-headed python felt a tremor in its heart as it looked at the lightning in Li Chen's hand. A thick sense of death crisis enveloped its heart like a black cloth. Run! Otherwise, it would die. This was the only thought in the Icefire two-headed python's mind. However, how could its speed compare to that of lightning? Li Chen's right hand slowly raised, and with a slight wave, a bolt of lightning shot from his hand, striking the Icefire two-headed python, which was just about to dive into the water. 580W. Critical damage. The Icefire two-headed python's eyes widened in confusion, its 4 large snake eyes filled with bewilderment. Soon, darkness invaded its brain, and its fleeing motion was forever frozen at the edge of the pool. After the Icefire two-headed python's death, its body did not remain like the wild monsters in the dungeon but vanished like a normal dungeon boss. Seeing this, a hint of regret flashed across Li Chen's face. He had previously seen the wild monster corpses in the dungeon remain and thought that this dungeon boss would leave its body behind as well. But clearly, the idea was idealistic. While reality was harsh, the Icefire two-headed python's body quickly disappeared, leaving only 3 light orbs on the ground. Li Chen approached the 3 light orbs, waved his hand, and collected 2 of them. Ding dong, you have obtained gold, *5W. Ding dong, you have obtained Icefire two-headed python snake. Gall, *1. Ding dong, you have obtained Icefire two-headed python demon core, *1. In his backpack, Li Chen's gold increased by 5W. A smile appeared on Li Chen's face. In the novice village, gold was useless. But in the main city, it became very valuable. Many things could be purchased with gold, especially skill books. With the incredible talent of Thunder God's Heart, Li Chen only had 1 lightning skill, which relied on equipment to release, so he naturally wanted to buy more lightning skills to strengthen himself. Just then, a system prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind. Notice, you have cleared the dungeon instance, and a regional announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your ID? Yes, no, Li Chen decisively chose no. Regardless of whether any players could receive the regional announcement, he wanted the spotlight. The next moment, the regional announcement rang out. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, for being the first player to clear the dungeon instance, rewarded with 10,000 attribute points. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, for being the first player to clear the dungeon instance, rewarded with 10,000 attribute points. Regional announcement. The regional announcement echoed 3 times in the minds of all 10,086 novice village players online. Although he had gained the spotlight, no other players besides Li Chen could hear it. In the dungeon, Li Chen had gained a total of 15,000 free attribute points. As for damage, it's enough for now. Since that's the case, let's add it to my defenses. With this thought, Li Chen opened his attribute panel and looked at his defenses. Physical defense, 1015. Magic defense, 15. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen took out 7,000 free attribute points and added them to physical defense, while the rest went to magic defense. Physical defense, 80-15. Magic defense, 80-15. Looking at his defenses, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. If his defenses had been this high earlier, the Icefire two-headed python wouldn't have been able to break through and deal him any damage at all. After allocating the free attribute points, Li Chen's gaze fell on the two items dropped by the Icefire two-headed python. Icefire two-headed python snake gall, rank bronze effect. Consuming it can slightly enhance resistance to ice and fire attributes. Description: this is the core part of the Icefire two-headed python, a rare and delicious ingredient. Slightly enhance? Not that great. After speaking, Li Chen opened his mouth wide and directly swallowed the snake gall of the ice and fire two-headed python. The gall melted in his mouth, lacking the bitterness of real snake gall, instead tasting incredibly sweet. In summary, it was truly delicious. Ding dong, you have consumed the snake gall of the ice and fire two-headed python. Your ice and fire resistance has received a slight boost. Li Chen ignored the prompt in his mind and took out the last item. Ice and fire two-headed python demon core, rank bronze. Description: it is said that the Lord of Wanxiang City is in great need of this demon core. Hurry and take it to him. You will be rewarded. After putting away the demon core of the ice and fire two-headed python, Li Chen's gaze turned to the pool of water. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, a player seemed to have gained benefits from this place. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen approached the edge of the pool, looked around, and decisively gave up on the still boiling magma. Looking at the cold pool on the left, Li Chen jumped straight in. Cold. The moment he jumped into the cold pool, an endless chill surrounded Li Chen. Even with a slight boost to his ice resistance, he felt an unbearable cold. Moreover, Li Chen did not possess the ability to breathe underwater, and being frozen like this made him feel that his oxygen consumption was rapidly increasing, making it impossible to stay for long. But after just a few seconds, Li Chen couldn't help but rush out of the pool. On the shore, Li Chen was drenched, his body shivering slightly from the cold. I'll come back later. Li Chen wrapped his arms around himself, constantly rubbing his arms to try to warm up. Shivering, Li Chen began to walk back the way he came. Since it was an open-world dungeon, there was no teleportation function. Even after clearing the dungeon, he had to walk out step by step. Because he was returning the same way, the wild monsters he had killed had not respawned, so the journey was smooth without any obstacles. In just over an hour, Li Chen walked out of the demon cave. The scorching sunlight fell on Li Chen, quickly dispelling the lingering chill that had not yet been completely driven away after more than an hour. However, the glaring light made Li Chen, who had been in a dark environment for several hours, feel slightly uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes. After a long time, Li Chen finally adapted, and the chill on his body was completely dispelled by the sun. Glancing back at the demon cave, Li Chen turned to leave. In his hand, the small orb that had provided him light in the dark cave was also stored in his space ring. Li Chen manipulated the power of space, walking step by step towards the sky, floating in mid-air. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in. It was a large bird with emerald green feathers, and as Li Chen focused, he saw there were at least 100 of them. Caw! The 100 large birds let out sharp cries and rushed towards Li Chen. Li Chen merely glanced casually, and in the next moment, blades of space flew out, easily killing the flock of birds. Ding dong, the systems prompt echoed in his mind, but at this stage, the prompt held no significance for Li Chen. After all, he had not yet changed classes, and his level was stuck at level 10, with no experience pool in the god-making game. So, even if he gained a lot of experience points now, it would be a waste. Manipulating the power of space, Li Chen controlled the bodies of the birds to fly beside him. Sacrifice. He silently chanted, activating his innate talent Supreme Sacrifice. In the next moment, the 100 large birds transformed into white light and entered Li Chen's brow. You have sacrificed a bronze-level corpse. You randomly gained 30 free attribute points. You have sacrificed a bronze-level corpse. You randomly gained 27 free attribute points. After the sacrifice, another 2,980 free attribute points were credited. While flying towards Wanxiang City, Li Chen began to check his attribute panel, finally landing on the strength attribute, strength 1020, plus 70. In the next moment, 2,980 free attribute points were added to the strength attribute. Strength 4,000, plus 70, not bad. 4,000 points of strength. The physical damage is barely keeping up. Li Chen nodded, then turned his gaze to the plus 70 behind the strength. That was the attribute granted to Li Chen by the Heavenly Sword. Li Chen took out the Heavenly Sword, which he hadn't used for a while. Heavenly Sword, sealed, rank, equipment requirement, none. Base attribute, strength plus 50 additional attribute 1. Strength plus 20 additional attribute 2. Physical penetration plus 10% additional attribute 3. Attack speed plus 20%. Description: this is a sealed sword obtained by the blacksmith Huang Tao's ancestor by chance. If the seal is completely broken, it would be enough to slay gods and demons. I wonder how to break this seal. If the seal is completely broken, the rank of the heavenly sword would at least rival legendary or even epic weapons. He murmured while stroking the heavenly sword in his hand. Faced with the seal of the heavenly sword, Li Chen found it quite tricky as he had no clue on how to unseal it. Forget it, when the time comes, I will naturally be able to break the seal of the heavenly sword. Thinking about it now only adds to my troubles. Shaking his head, Li Chen put away the heavenly sword and opened the game map. Suddenly, he hit the brakes, his figure freezing in mid-air. Li Chen realized that during the moment he had just spaced out, his path had already veered off course. Scratching his head, Li Chen turned around and flew towards Wanshang City. Wanshang City, within the Lord's mansion. Zhou Yunfeng was sitting in his study, reviewing countless documents of all sizes. Wanshang City was a top-tier main city with a permanent population of tens of millions, which shows just how vast Wanshang City was. With such a massive main city and such a large population, the number of documents Zhou Yunfeng had to handle daily could be described as terrifying. Fortunately, as a peak epic level powerhouse, Zhou Yunfeng's speed in reviewing documents was also frighteningly fast. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door interrupted Zhou Yunfeng's actions. Come in. Zhou Yunfeng stopped what he was doing, raised his head, and said with authority. The study door was pushed open, and an elderly man walked in respectfully. It was easy to imagine how esteemed this old man was, being able to knock on Zhou Yunfeng's study door. Uncle Fu, is there something you need from me? Zhou Yunfeng asked, a hint of softness appearing on his stern face as he looked at the old man. Uncle Fu, whose real name was Lin Tianfu, had been the chief steward of the Lord's mansion since before Zhou Yunfeng was born, and he had remained so until today. Moreover, he was also Zhou Yunfeng's protector during his childhood, making him one of Zhou Yunfeng's most trusted individuals. Lord, there is an adventurer outside who claims to have come to hand over a task to you. I have arranged for him to wait in the reception room. Would you like to meet him? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng was slightly taken aback, and Li Chen instinctively came to mind. Had it only been a few hours, and he was back already? Zhou Yunfeng felt a bit confused, and suddenly he remembered the family legend that adventurers are immortal. Once they die, they will resurrect in the city. It seemed that the adventurer must have died and then resurrected in Wanshang City. With this thought, a hint of disappointment appeared on Zhou Yunfeng's face. He pondered for a moment and casually waved his hand, saying, "Let him wait for me in the reception room. I still have many documents to review." After saying this, Zhou Yunfeng did not wait for Uncle Fu to leave and buried his head back into the documents. Having followed Zhou Yunfeng for so many years, Uncle Fu understood his intentions well. He shook his head, said nothing, and quietly pulled the study door closed as he left. Upon arriving in the reception room, Uncle Fu smiled apologetically at Li Chen and said, "Young friend from the starry sky, our city lord is extremely busy with daily affairs and concerned about the people's livelihood. He will need some time before he can meet with you, so please understand." Hearing this, Li Chen nodded and replied, "I understand, then I will wait here for the city lord to arrive." Li Chen knew Uncle Fu, the old man who appeared to be hunched over, half of his body already buried in the dirt pile. He was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. In his previous life, players had once united over 100 epic-level players to ambush the city lord, Zhou Yunfeng, in the wild. Although Zhou Yunfeng was powerful and had almost no rivals among the epic level, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, let alone when his opponents were over 100 players. From the very beginning, Zhou Yunfeng was suppressed and at a disadvantage, watching as these players were about to succeed, when suddenly the old steward burst forth, wielding a broken wooden stick, rampaging through the crowd. Together with Zhou Yunfeng, he managed to kill over 100 epic-level players. Faced with such a terrifying powerhouse, even Li Chen did not dare to act recklessly. At present, he could not afford to offend even a legendary-level powerhouse, let alone an epic-level one. Uncle Fu secretly nodded. The young man, an immortal adventurer, showed no airs or temper, which greatly impressed Uncle Fu, and his gaze towards Li Chen softened. "Someone." Uncle Fu leisurely sat down beside Li Chen and called out, "Uncle Fu, do you have any instructions?" Soon, a maid walked in, approached Uncle Fu, and respectfully inquired. After sizing up the maid, Uncle Fu smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, there's a bag of good tea on my desk in the room. Go fetch it for me. I want to entertain our guest." Hearing this, Xiaoyu looked at Li Chen in surprise. As a maid of the city lord's mansion, she knew very well that this old steward rarely used his precious tea leaves to entertain guests. Immediately, she became entranced. There was no helping it. Li Chen was already very handsome, and with the charm boost from the Mask of the Gods, at that moment he was perhaps just a bit more handsome in front of men. But in front of women he was like a celestial being descended to earth, both handsome and ethereal. "You little girl. How can you be so rude? Staring at someone for so long without quickly apologizing and going to fetch the tea." Uncle Fu, seeing the dazed expression on Xiaoyu's face, couldn't help but scold her, startling Xiaoyu back to her senses. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I just watching Xiaoyu stammer. Li Chen smiled slightly. "It's fine, I was born to be looked at, right?" "Uncle Fu, look at how scared this little girl is. Hearing this, Uncle Fu glanced at Li Chen in surprise. Having held a high position for so long, he naturally exuded an air of authority. It was usually fine if he didn't act up, but once he did, others would look at him with great fear. Unexpectedly, this young man not only showed no fear but even smiled, countering his authority. At this moment, Uncle Fu's gaze towards Li Chen changed. Initially, he was merely polite to Li Chen, because of his immortal adventurer trait. Now, he realized that this young man was quite extraordinary. Since young friend from the starry sky has said so, then let it be. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up! After being glared at by Uncle Fu, Xiaoyu quickly shrank her neck, cast a grateful glance at Li Chen, and hurriedly left. Before long, Xiaoyu returned with a tea set and a small bag of tea leaves, placing them on the small table between Li Chen and Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu painfully took a tea leaf from the bag, placed it in the cup, and then poured some hot water from the jade teapot that Xiaoyu had brought. After brewing the tea, Uncle Fu handed a cup to Li Chen with a smile. Young friend, this tea is of the finest quality. I usually wouldn't part with it for just anyone, so please, savor it. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but mutter inwardly, this old guy, the esteemed steward of the city lord's mansion and epic-level peak powerhouse, is still so stingy. Although he was grumbling internally, Li Chen still smiled slightly and said, then I shall humbly accept. After saying that, Li Chen took the cup and took a sip. Ding dong, you have consumed the enlightenment tea. Ding dong, under the influence of an unknown force, your ice attribute resistance has significantly increased. Li Chen's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but look at Uncle Fu. Hee, young friend, are you satisfied with my tea? Very satisfied, extremely satisfied, Li Chen nodded repeatedly. The enlightenment tea could be considered a top-tier item in the god-making game. Before becoming a deity, the enlightenment tea was a rare treasure that could help the consumer enter a state of enlightenment. Li Chen had just taken a small sip of the enlightenment tea and fell into a brief state of enlightenment. As a result, his ice attribute resistance was greatly enhanced, far surpassing the effect of consuming an entire icefire double-headed python gallbladder. Hee, as long as you're satisfied. Young friend, if you like it, I can bear the pain and part with a few more leaves, Uncle Fu said with a chuckle, politely. Really? You can give me a few more? Li Chen's eyes brightened. He could tell that this was just Uncle Fu's polite talk, but he also understood that these powerful individuals valued their face. As long as he played along with their politeness, even if they didn't want to give, they would still reluctantly part with a few leaves. Sure enough, Uncle Fu's expression stiffened, his mouth twitched, and he chuckled awkwardly. Of course, it is possible, but I have very few left now, so. However, Li Chen seemed not to understand the hint in Uncle Fu's tone and quickly said, that's great. Thank you so much, Steward Fu. I won't ask for too much, just 10 or 8 leaves will be enough. After saying that, Li Chen deliberately showed an expression full of anticipation, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Uncle Fu. Hearing Li Chen ask for 10 or 8 leaves, Uncle Fu nearly spat blood in anger. 10 or 8 leaves? Why don't you just fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? The enlightenment tea tree blooms once every 10,000 years, and after another 10,000 years, the flowers wither and bear the initial form of the enlightenment tea. After another 10,000 years, the enlightenment tea is fully formed and can be harvested. It takes 30,000 years to produce just 999 mature leaves of enlightenment tea. Moreover, in the vast land of the Flame Kingdom, only a few enlightenment tea trees have been discovered, located in a forbidden area. Every 30,000 years, epic-level human powerhouses enter the forbidden area to compete with the epic-level monsters inside for the 999 leaves of enlightenment tea. The amount of enlightenment tea that human powerhouses can obtain is not too much, usually between 400 and 600. Furthermore, it has been nearly 10,000 years since the last batch of enlightenment tea matured. The supply of enlightenment tea is dwindling, and now Uncle Fu has at most 7 leaves left. After giving one to Li Chen, only 6 remain. Steward Fu? If you're reluctant, just pretend I never said that, Li Chen said regretfully as Uncle Fu wrestled with his thoughts. Seeing the regret and disappointment on Li Chen's face, Uncle Fu finally gritted his teeth and said, young friend of the starry sky, I don't have much enlightenment tea left, so 10 or 8 leaves is unrealistic. How about this? I'll give you 1 more leaf of enlightenment tea. Hearing this, Li Chen smiled triumphantly in his heart. Indeed, these powerful individuals cared about their face. If it were Li Chen himself, anyone who dared to push their luck in front of him would have been beaten to the point that their mother wouldn't recognize them. Uncle Fu carefully took a leaf of enlightenment tea from the tea bag and handed it to Li Chen. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Li Chen quickly took the enlightenment tea and placed it directly into his spatial ring. Then, with a beaming smile, he raised his teacup and drank the remaining enlightenment tea in one gulp, even swallowing the tea leaves without hesitation. Ding dong, you have consumed the enlightenment tea. Ding dong, under the influence of an unknown force, your ice attribute resistance has significantly increased. Ding dong, your ice attribute resistance has reached 100%. Hearing the prompt in his mind, the corners of Li Chen's mouth curled up slightly. 100% ice attribute resistance meant that ice attribute damage would no longer pose a significant threat to him. With 100% Ice attribute resistance. If I can obtain a potion for underwater breathing, I can explore the depths of that pool in the demon lair once again. Just then, a figure quietly appeared at the door of the reception room. Li Chen set down his teacup, looked up, and saw the newcomer. As an epic-level peak powerhouse, Fu Bo's perception was astonishing, and he naturally noticed the arrival as well. The two stood up simultaneously and said, "We greet the city Lord." Compared to the respect on Fu Bo's face, Li Chen's expression seemed very natural, as if he was merely exchanging casual greetings. Zhou Yunfeng glanced at Li Chen, and upon thinking that Li Chen might be bringing him bad news, his expression darkened. With a serious face, Zhou Yunfeng sat in the main seat and looked at Li Chen. "Adventurer, what brings you to me?" Zhou Yunfeng's gaze towards Li Chen was filled with endless authority, as if he were a deity ruling over all. Li Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He did not like this feeling. Or rather, he disliked being looked at with such a condescending gaze. However, thinking about how he was still too weak and that he could not afford to offend this person for now, Li Chen had no choice but to suppress his discomfort. He looked at Zhou Yunfeng, took out the demon core of the Icefire two-headed python from his spatial ring, and said, "City Lord, I have successfully completed my mission and brought back the demon core of the Icefire two-headed python for your inspection." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng was taken aback, and then his expression changed dramatically as he quickly focused on the demon core in Li Chen's hand. In the next moment, a hint of joy appeared on his face. As the strongest being beneath the deities, his vision was exceptionally sharp. Just a few glances were enough for him to easily discern that this demon core was indeed that of the Icefire two-headed python. At this point, Zhou Yunfeng's gaze towards Li Chen changed. This adventurer had managed to reach the deepest part of the demon lair and kill the Icefire two-headed python all by himself in just a few hours. A genius. An unparalleled genius. I thought the immortality trait of adventurers was their greatest highlight, but I didn't expect him to be an extraordinary genius as well. Zhou Yunfeng looked at Li Chen with burning eyes, making Li Chen feel uneasy inside. In Zhou Yunfeng's understanding, the more talented a person was, the stronger they became. But only those rare geniuses that appeared once in a millennium or even 10,000 years could venture deep into the demon lair and slay the Icefire two-headed python. It had been far too long since such an extraordinary genius had appeared in Wushang City. City Lord, is there a problem with this demon core? Li Chen could no longer bear Zhou Yunfeng's intense gaze and asked. Hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng finally came back to his senses and quickly shook his head, saying, no problem. After that, he suddenly smiled and said, "Young friend, thank you for bringing me the demon core of the Icefire two-headed python. This spatial ring is a gift for you, and the contents inside are your reward." With that, Zhou Yunfeng waved his hand, and a black ring fell into Li Chen's hand. After confirming that Li Chen had obtained the demon core of the Icefire two-headed python, Zhou Yunfeng's attitude underwent a complete 360-degree transformation from directly calling Li Chen by his game ID to now addressing him as a gentle little friend. The speed of transformation was so rapid that even Uncle Fu, who had watched him grow up, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Over here, Li Chen looked at the pitch-black space ring in his hand. A space ring, as the name suggests, is a ring that contains an internal space. It shares a similar essence with the nameless ring in Li Chen's hand. However, the nameless ring in Li Chen's possession has an endless internal space, while this space ring is something Li Chen truly looks down upon. Nevertheless, excitement still showed on Li Chen's face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord City Master. Thank you, Lord City Master." Seeing the excitement on Li Chen's face, Zhou Yunfeng felt quite pleased, a comforting smile appearing on his face. "Little friend, don't be too quick to rejoice. Why not take a look at the items inside this ring? The things inside are the real reward. The space ring is merely a bonus." Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded, and with a thought, he saw the items within the space ring. Inside the space ring, there weren't many items, only 3. One of them was a pile of stones stacked like a small mountain, which looked unremarkable but was actually experienced stones. A rough count revealed that there were at least several hundred of these experienced stones. Although they were the lowest level experienced stones, each one could quickly provide Li Chen with 50,000 experience points. As long as Li Chen successfully changed jobs, he could immediately soar to the peak of the first job transition. It is well known that players can accept job transition tasks after entering the main city and complete their profession change. However, whether it is the most ordinary bronze profession or the top-tier divine profession, at the beginning they are all at the first transition bronze level. The peak of the bronze level is level 30. After that, one needs to complete the second transition promotion task to break through to the second transition silver level. To level up from level 10 to 11 requires 110,000 experience points, and from level 11 to 12 requires 120,000 experience points. Following this pattern, leveling from 29 to 30 requires 300,000 experience points. To level from 10 to 30, a total of 4.1 million experience points is needed, and one experience stone can provide players with 50,000 experience points, so only 82 experience stones are needed for a level 10 player to instantly reach level 30. In the later stages of the game, when top players conquered top maps and obtained the mining rights to experience stone veins, experience stones became the main path for players to level up. By that time, ordinary wild monster maps would hardly see any players. Almost all players would find ways to obtain or purchase experience stones to level up. As for grinding wild monsters, where is the appeal of an experience stone? Even the lowest level experience stone can provide players with 50,000 experience points. Even a level 100 ordinary wild monster provides at most 180 to 220 experience points. Comparing this, unless it's a special wild monster map, almost no player would be willing to grind wild monsters. Therefore, when Li Chen saw the experience stones that resembled a small mountain, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This thing is a good item for him right now, saving him time on grinding monsters for experience. Moreover, there are hundreds of experience stones. Li Chen only needs 82 experience stones to level from 10 to 30. The remaining experience stones are enough for him to quickly reach the level limit of the silver tier after his second transition. How delightful! Then, Li Chen looked at the second item. It was a set of exquisitely designed battle armor made entirely of some unknown purple jade. Just one glance, and Li Chen was fond of this set of armor. Purple jade battle armor level, bronze level requirements, bronze tier basic attributes, physical/magic defense plus 150/150 additional attribute 1, reduces physical damage from physical attacks by 10%. Additional attribute 2, you can obtain a shield that can defend against 300 points of magical damage. The shield refreshes 60 seconds after being shattered. Description: this is a top-tier equipment made primarily from a gemstone called Purple Crown Jade, crafted by a master blacksmith. Wearing it not only makes you look stylish but also provides a sense of security. After looking at the attribute chart of the Purple Jade battle armor, Li Chen couldn't help but nod. Another piece of percentage equipment, this Purple Jade battle armor is indeed a top-tier item of the bronze rank. Immediately after, Li Chen's gaze fell on the last item. It was a book. Pouring wine rank, epic category, skill book, learning requirement, sword class, profession or talent effect. Using the pouring wine skill book allows you to quickly master the pouring wine skill. Description: 10,000 years ago, a wandering poet, intoxicated, composed a timeless poem which contained the poet's insights into the sword path and the mysterious spatial path. Looking at this skill book, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the talent of the ancient poet Li Bai from the Yin Kingdom had also caught the attention of the cosmic will and shamelessly transformed into a skill in the god-making game. Although Li Chen was a reborn individual, he truly did not know this. Pouring wine, huh? Li Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and a poem naturally flowed in his mind. Young friend, are you satisfied with my reward? At that moment, a gentle voice from Zhou Yunfeng pulled Li Chen back to reality. Very satisfied, thank you, Lord City Master. Li Chen quickly stood up and cupped his fists in salute. Hee, young friend, there's no need to be polite. If you are satisfied, then I can rest easy. After saying this, Zhou Yunfeng suddenly fell silent, his brow slightly furrowed, his index finger tapping the armrest of the chair, clearly deep in thought. Seeing this, Li Chen thought Zhou Yunfeng was dismissing him and quickly cupped his fists, saying, Lord City Master, you are busy with many affairs, and there are probably many things you haven't handled yet. I won't disturb you any longer, I will take my leave now. After saying this, Li Chen turned to leave. Young friend, wait. At that moment, Zhou Yunfeng suddenly spoke up to keep him. Li Chen turned around, looking at Zhou Yunfeng in confusion. Young friend, do you know that every 10 years, our Wanxiang city holds a newcomer martial arts tournament with several main cities? Zhou Yunfeng gazed at Li Chen and said slowly, emphasizing the word newcomer. Newcomer martial arts tournament? Li Chen was slightly taken aback. He had indeed never heard of this. That's right, the newcomer martial arts tournament. Zhou Yunfeng nodded, and seeing the confusion on Li Chen's face, he explained, the so-called newcomers are actually the younger generation, those under the age of 30. After saying this, Zhou Yunfeng looked Li Chen up and down and continued, I have carefully observed you, young friend, you should not have exceeded 30 this year. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes flickered, and he asked, does the city master mean? You must have guessed it. Indeed, I would like to invite you to represent Wanxiang City in battle against the other main city's prodigies. Wanxiang City has not produced a prodigy in a long time. In the last 10 martial arts tournaments, we have suffered devastating defeats. Therefore, I would like to ask you to step up and help Wanxiang City regain some honor. Hearing this, Li Chen nodded in realization, then subtly asked, City Master, forgive me for being direct, but what benefits are there for me to represent Wanxiang City in this newcomer martial arts tournament? Upon hearing this, the expression of Fu Bo, who was sitting next to Li Chen, changed. Few dared to bargain with the City Master like this. However, to his surprise, Zhou Yunfeng not only did not get angry but instead laughed heartily and said, Young friend, you are quite straightforward. However, if you want nothing at all, I would be a bit worried. How about this, if you can represent Wanxiang City in the newcomer competition, I am willing to gift you 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Lower-grade spirit stones are what the natives of the God creation game call experience stones. Lower grade spirit stones are the lowest level of experience stones, with one representing 50,000 experience points. If you can help Wanxiang City secure first place, I have even more generous rewards to offer you. After saying this, Zhou Yunfeng fell silent, merely smiling at Li Chen. Li Chen thought for a moment. Regardless of winning or losing, just the participation prize alone was 1,000 lower grade experience stones, which equates to a massive 50 million experience points. Why not take it? With this in mind, Li Chen decisively nodded and said, Lord City Master, I am willing to represent Wanxiang City in the newcomer competition. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng's smile grew even brighter. You old fellows, you've mocked Wanxiang City for long enough. This time, just watch me smash your faces. Zhou Yunfeng thought proudly. In his view, with Li Chen's ability to single-handedly fight deep into the demon cave and even slay that ice-fire two-headed python, participating in the newcomer competition with such strength and securing first place would be a piece of cake. 10 minutes later, Li Chen left the city lord's mansion with 500 prepaid lower-grade experience stones. After weaving through the wide and bustling streets for a while, Li Chen arrived in front of the Wanxiang Guild. Halt! In front of the guild's entrance, Li Chen was once again stopped. It was none other than the middle-aged man who had blocked him last time. Old Fong looked at Li Chen with a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask, little guy, shouldn't you be heading to the demon cave now? Why are you here? Are you afraid? As he spoke the last part, Old Fong's brows furrowed, although he saw the potential for godhood in Li Chen. If this young man was truly afraid to enter the demon cave, there was no way he could let him join the Wanxiang Guild. Senior, you jest. It's just a mere demon cave, I'm not afraid of it, Li Chen replied firmly. He then took out the 10 demon cores he had obtained from his ring space. Demon cores? Old Fong's eyes widened in shock. Even he, who had experienced many storms, couldn't help but feel astonished. Had it only been a few hours? This young man had already returned with 10 demon cores, and that was without accounting for the travel time. If he factored that in, Old Fong dared not think further. He had thought he had overestimated Li Chen, but it seemed he had severely underestimated his potential. This little guy doesn't just have the potential for godhood. As long as he doesn't meet an untimely end, he will surely ignite the divine fire and achieve divinity in the future. Old Fong's heart trembled. Li Chen's performance was simply too dazzling. In his youth, he was also a peerless talent in Wanxiang City, and he had once boldly ventured into the demon cave. However, even a small monster in the cave could make him suffer greatly. He had spent 10 days to complete a task for the Wanxiang Guild, averaging 1 demon core per day, and his speed was considered fast. At least in the history of the Wanxiang Guild, he could rank in the top 10. Many others needed a month, several months, or even a year or two to complete this most basic entry task. In contrast, Li Chen, including travel time, had only spent a few hours. This speed shattered the history of the Wanxiang Guild and crushed everyone. Old Fong still didn't know that if Li Chen had simply aimed to collect 10 demon cores, he could have done it even faster. However, to complete the task given by City Master Zhou Yunfeng, Li Chen had spent more time delving deeper into the demon cave. With Li Chen's return, the first place he went was not the Wanxiang Guild, but the City Lord's mansion to submit a task, which wasted some time. Otherwise, Li Chen could have been 2 or 3 hours faster. Little guy, congratulations, you have completed the entry task. From today on, you are a member of our Wanxiang Guild. On behalf of the entire Wanxiang Guild, I welcome you to join. Old Fong waved his hand, and 10 demon cores vanished without a trace. Ding dong, you have completed the task. The test of the Wanxiang Guild. Ding dong, you have become a member of the Wanxiang Guild. Hearing the two system prompts echoing in his mind, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. If the task from City Lord Zhou Yunfeng was an unexpected surprise, then joining the Wanxiang Guild was Li Chen's original intention when he entered Wanxiang City. Little guy, do you know who I am? At that moment, Old Fong suddenly asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Chen showed a puzzled expression and shook his head. Old Fong did not show any displeasure. He was inherently low-key, and not only outsiders but even members of the Wanxiang Guild rarely recognized him. It's normal that you don't know. After all, I don't like to show off. I am the vice president of the Wanxiang Guild, Fong Wujin. You can just call me Old Fong. Li Chen was taken aback. Although he suspected that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man had an extraordinary identity, he did not expect it to be this extraordinary. The president of the Wanxiang Guild was a figure on par with Zhou Yunfeng, known as the strongest under the deities. Within the Wanxiang Guild, strong individuals were abundant, with countless legendary ranks and quite a few epic-level high-end combat powers. To hold the position of vice president in such a powerful Wanxiang Guild, Fong Wujin's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Little guy, what is your name? Fong Wujin took out a token and inquired. Starry Sky and Mist, Li Chen replied. Starry Sky and Mist? Fong Wujin was slightly taken aback and looked at Li Chen in surprise. Then he shook his head and said, are all your adventurers' names this strange? Li Chen smiled and replied, I think my name is quite normal. There are weirder names everywhere. Fong Wujin shook his head and said no. More After a series of operations on the token, he handed it to Li Chen and said, "With this token, you can enter the guild. If you bargain recklessly, you will be treated as an enemy by the guild's magic array and suppressed or even killed." Li Chen nodded. Many organizations set up magic arrays at their headquarters, not just the Wanshan Guild, so he didn't find it strange. "Alright, you can go in now." After saying that, Fong Wujin's figure quietly disappeared. Li Chen did not hesitate, fastening the token to his waist and walked inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a huge hall, which was empty except for a few figures. The entry task for the Wanshan Guild was indeed too difficult. The native inhabitants of the game were not players and did not possess the ability to respawn. Once dead, they were truly dead. Many people entered the demon lair hoping to hunt the demon beasts inside and obtain demon cores, only to end up becoming food for the beasts themselves. Therefore, before a large influx of players into Wanshan City, the members of the Wanshan Guild could be said to be pitifully scarce. After surveying the area, Li Chen approached a large counter. Behind the counter, an elderly woman in her 70s or 80s looked up and quietly stared at Li Chen without saying a word. "Senior, I would like to enter the Wanshan pool. I wonder what conditions I need to meet?" Li Chen politely inquired, looking at the old woman. The Wanshan pool was Li Chen's goal. Soaking in the pool would allow him to complete his job change and successfully transition to the bronze rank. The profession he was changing to was none other than the all-around profession known as the Wanshan Master. All things in the world, in a single thought, the Omniversal Master, unbound by occupational restrictions, can learn the skills of all professions and wear the gear of any class. Moreover, the Omniversal Master is also regarded as one of the most bizarre professions by all players in the previous life. It is not the versatility that makes it strange, but rather the fact that when soaking in the Omniversal pool, no one knows what level of Omniversal Master they will awaken to. The Omniversal Master profession includes bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, and even epic levels. This means that transitioning to an Omniversal Master is entirely a matter of luck. In the previous life, when the Omniversal Master profession first appeared, many players were eager to transition to it, often clashing with one another. These players, with average innate talents, could soar if they awakened a higher level Omniversal Master after soaking in the Omniversal pool. In fact, there were indeed many players who transitioned to legendary or even epic Omniversal Masters. "Show me your identity token," the old woman said, extending her wrinkled right hand. Li Chen quickly handed over the identity token he had just received from Fong Wu. The old woman took the token, sensed it carefully, and then slowly spoke. "As a newcomer, you don't need to pay any cost for your first soak in the Omniversal pool. Just stand still, and I will teleport you now." After saying this, the old woman returned the identity token to Li Chen. Then, she shakily stood up, and a staff appeared in her hand out of thin air. She pointed at Li Chen from a distance, and a magic circle appeared beneath his feet. A white beam of light erupted from the magic circle, enveloping Li Chen completely, and soon, the white light vanished, and Li Chen disappeared. When the white light dissipated and reappeared, Li Chen found himself by a massive water pool. Ding dong, transition pool detected. Players can enter the water to soak and obtain the Omniversal Master profession. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Li Chen's ears. Without hesitation, he jumped into the water. As soon as his body submerged, the water began to boil, as if it were boiling hot. The water was not deep, only submerging Li Chen's calves. He sat cross-legged, and the water rose to his chest. Suddenly, Li Chen felt waves of mysterious energy continuously flowing into his body. They were constantly transforming his body, stimulating every cell within him. At the same time, a hazy image appeared above Li Chen's head. The image depicted earth, fire, water, wind, ice, thunder, light, and darkness, along with swords, axes, and various scenes that included the Omniverse. Ding dong, congratulations player for completing the transition to the Omniversal Master profession. Ding dong, player, Starry Sky and Mist, has incredible luck and unparalleled talent, awakening the divine level Omniversal Master profession. World announcement, congratulations player, Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Nation region, for successfully transitioning to divine level Omniversal Master, rewarded with 10,000 world reputation points and 1 divine skill treasure chest. World announcement, congratulations player, Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Nation region, for successfully transitioning to divine level Omniversal Master, rewarded with 10,000 world reputation points and 1 divine skill treasure chest. World announcement, congratulations. Weak but not gold wind, Flame Nation region. Wow, another divine level profession has been born, and it's from our Flame Nation region. Now we have over 20 divine level professionals in our region. In the upcoming national war, won't we be able to easily crush players from other countries? Godslayer Flame Nation region at Starry Sky and Mist, are you interested in joining our guild? Our Godslayer Guild is the top gaming guild in the Flame Nation. If you're willing to come, the vice president position is yours, with a base salary of 10 million. Black Knight New One, our nation region at weak but not gold wind, kid, easily crushing other countries. In national wars? Have you consulted with my great our empire? I'll make my stance clear today. With the start of the national war, our Our country will crush everything and claim the top spot. Leo from Y region said, at Black Knight Shinichi, a mere tiny nation, with only 2 god-level professions, dares to be so arrogant? The first place will definitely belong to my Empire of the Rising Sun. Because of this world announcement, the World Channel was bustling with activity. However, none of this had anything to do with Li Chen. Just as he successfully changed his class, a figure suddenly appeared by the Wuxiang pool. The newcomer was none other than Feng Wujin. At the same time, a magic circle appeared beside Feng Wujin, and a white beam of light erupted, revealing a figure. It was none other than the current president of the Wuxiang Guild, Yi Lu. At this moment, this usually composed elder was looking at Li Chen, who was surrounded by divine light, with great excitement. This is divinity. Yi Lu looked at Li Chen with a face full of excitement, his body slightly trembling. It was not fear, but exhilaration. Within the Wuxiang Guild, there was a legend that spoke of a great opportunity to become a god hidden within the Wuxiang pool. However, countless years had passed, and even Yi Lu, who was hailed as a peerless genius in his youth, had never had the chance to obtain this great opportunity to ascend to a divinity. He had thought it was merely a legend, but now it had actually appeared before him. President, it seems we must protect this kid well, we can't let him perish. Too early, Feng Wujin suggested, equally excited as he looked at Li Chen. Upon hearing this, a hesitant expression appeared on Yi Lu's face, but in the end, he shook his head and said, a fledgling must soar high on its own, not rely on its parents. If he cannot survive in this cruel world by himself, then even if he becomes a deity in the future, he will only be a false god. As cultivators, we go against the heavens, singing our way through hardships, not sheltered in a greenhouse. Just look at the city lord's daughter, she is too well protected. Though her talent is high, she is merely a vase. Feng Wujin was slightly taken aback by this, then nodded and said, I was thinking too narrowly. You, me, and the city lord, who among us didn't carve our way through blood and storms in our youth? The strength we possess today is stained with the blood of our enemies, and beneath our feet lie countless bones. Yi Lu nodded, a hint of nostalgia appearing on his face. After a long while, he shook his head and sighed. Old now, the fiery passion of youth is long gone. Just then, the divinity surrounding Li Chen suddenly retracted and merged into his body. Opening his eyes, Li Chen checked his attributes. There were no changes. However, Li Chen understood that having transitioned to a god-level profession meant he would undergo earth-shattering changes. Not to mention anything else, just the level cap had increased from level 10 to level 30. Little guy, how do you feel? At that moment, Li Chen suddenly heard a voice from behind him. He quickly turned around and found Feng Wujin looking at him with a broad smile. Then, Li Chen saw Yi Lu beside Feng Wujin. As the president of the Wuxiang Guild, Yi Lu was also its figurehead. His portrait was widely circulated, and he was extremely famous. In his previous life, Li Chen had seen his portrait more than once and had heard about him on multiple occasions. Junior pays respects to both seniors. Li Chen stood up from the Wuxiang pool and cupped his fists in greeting to the two. Feng Wujin pointed at Yi Lu and introduced him to Li Chen, saying, Little guy, this is our Wuxiang Guild's president, the renowned Yi Lu. I'm sure you've heard of him. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded and replied, Yes, I have indeed heard of him. The president's reputation is well known, it's hard not to know. Hearing Li Chen's words, a radiant smile appeared on Yi Lu's face. He had heard many compliments, but not every flattery made him happy. However, being praised by Li Chen, the future god almost set in stone, made Yi Lu feel a surge of pride in his heart, and a radiant smile naturally appeared on his face. Feng Wujin curled his lips, suddenly feeling a bit sour inside. Two seniors, are you going to use the myriad phenomena pool? Li Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu shook his head and smiled slightly. Did my young friend just obtain divinity? Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. I obtained divinity? How come I didn't know? Suddenly, he realized that he had just successfully transitioned to a god-level myriad phenomena master, which was probably what they referred to as divinity. So, he nodded. Yi Lu maintained his smile and said, My young friend, within my myriad phenomena guild there has always been a saying that the myriad phenomena pool contains a great opportunity for becoming a god. But countless years have passed and no one has ever obtained this opportunity. I didn't expect it to be acquired by my young friend. Upon hearing this, a hint of vigilance appeared on Li Chen's face. The NPCs in the god-making game all have their own souls, and there are numerous examples of players gaining benefits only to be encountered by NPCs and then plundered. Although they couldn't plunder his profession, Li Chen still became cautious. After all, these NPCs didn't know they couldn't plunder professions. My young friend need not be wary of us. We two old fellows are not so shameless as to rob you of your opportunity, Yi Lu quickly explained upon seeing the wary expression on Li Chen's face. He then fell silent for a moment and asked, My young friend, I now have two choices to offer you. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his vigilance increased. Goodness, just now they said they wouldn't rob my opportunity, and now they're giving me two choices. This is like being a prostitute while still wanting to maintain a facade of respectability. Li Chen thought to himself, but he had nothing to fear. Worst case, he would just die. Since the game and reality hadn't merged, Yet, he could respawn indefinitely and at most he would lose one level and be kicked back to the novice village. However, he now possessed a large number of experience stones, which could easily boost his level back up and return him to the main city. The first choice is that we will perfectly protect you, ensuring you are not affected by any external influences and provide you with sufficient resources until the day you ignite the divine fire. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. This choice seemed different from what he had imagined. The second choice is that we will not provide you with any protection, allowing you to develop freely. However, if you need any resources, just say the word, and we two old fellows will do everything we can to get them for you. On the surface, anyone who wasn't a fool would choose the first option. But Li Chen knew that choosing the first option would be truly foolish. A flower in a greenhouse, even if it became a god, would still just be a flower. Moreover, once a god was formed, losing the greenhouse's protection would make them one of the weakest among the deities. Even more frightening was the dependency that would form once they became a deity. They would be unable to escape this mentality, as being a deity was merely the final achievement. But who was Li Chen? Although he was weak now, in his past life he had ruthlessly climbed step by step to achieve the position of the main god. How could he be content to become a flower in a greenhouse? My young friend, which do you choose? Yi Lu stared at Li Chen, feeling a bit nervous. The second one. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu's eyes lit up and he asked again, my young friend, are you sure it's the second one and not the first? Li Chen nodded. A flower in a greenhouse, no matter how beautiful, will easily wither once it leaves the greenhouse, and I do not wish to become a flower in a greenhouse. Upon hearing this, both Yi Lu and Feng Wujin revealed relaxed smiles. The way they looked at Li Chen became increasingly satisfied and fond. My young friend, do you need any cultivation resources? After chatting for a while, Yi Lu asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. The resource he needed most right now was the experience stones that could quickly level him up. However, there were still hundreds of low-grade experience stones quietly lying in his ring space. So, for the time being, it seemed that Li Chen was not lacking in cultivation resources. Yi Lu nodded and continued, well, cultivation is indeed a matter of seizing every moment, so we two old fellows won't waste your precious time. If you need any cultivation resources, just let me know. Even if it costs me my old life, I will find the resources you need. After saying this, Yi Lu flipped his right hand and a small jade talisman appeared in his palm. As he handed it to Li Chen, he said, young friend, this is my communication jade talisman. If you want to contact me for cultivation resources, just infuse a bit of power into the talisman, and you can talk to me. Upon hearing this, Li Chen quickly took the communication jade talisman from Yi Lu and placed it into his ring space. On the other side, Feng Wujin also hurriedly took out his communication jade talisman, handing it to Li Chen while saying, young friend, this is my communication jade talisman. If that old fellow Yi Lu can't provide the resources you want, just come to me, and I will find a way to get them for you. Hearing this, both Li Chen and Yi Lu twitched their mouths at the same time. Especially Yi Lu, who narrowed his eyes and glared at Feng Wujin with a menacing look, as if ready to fight at any moment. Sensing Yi Lu's unfriendly gaze, Feng Wujin turned his head, glaring back defiantly. Feeling the subtle tension between the two, Li Chen quickly took Feng Wujin's communication jade talisman and said, Senior Feng, I don't think I will need your communication jade talisman. In this world, there shouldn't be any cultivation resources that Senior Yi can't obtain. Upon hearing this, a proud smile appeared on Yi Lu's face. He glanced at Feng Wujin with a smug look, as if to say, listen, how much this young fellow trusts me. There are no cultivation resources in this world that I, Yi Lu, can't get. Seeing Feng Wujin's displeasure, Li Chen continued, of course, as the president of the guild, Senior Yi is busy with countless matters, and there will always be times when he can't manage everything. At those times, I will have to rely on Senior Feng more, and I believe there are also no cultivation resources in this world that Senior Feng can obtain. Hearing this, Feng Wujin, who had been looking gloomy, suddenly broke into a smile. Yi Lu was slightly taken aback, then he gave Li Chen a meaningful glance. Alright, old Feng, you've given him the communication jade talisman, so we two old fellows shouldn't disturb the young friend any longer. It's time to go. Upon hearing this, Feng Wujin nodded and smiled at Li Chen, saying, young friend, we two old fellows will take our leave now. Li Chen politely nodded to the two and said, the younger generation respectfully sees off the two seniors. Immediately, under Li Chen's gaze, magic circles appeared beneath their feet, and two beams of white light erupted. After the white light faded, the two disappeared simultaneously. Once Li Chen saw them vanish, he stepped out of the magic circle. At the same time, with a thought, a flash of white light passed and his figure appeared in the empty hall. The old woman sitting behind the counter looked up at Li Chen, her previously calm eyes suddenly stirred with tumultuous waves. Is this divinity? The old woman scrutinized Li Chen with uncertainty. As if wanting to verify her inner suspicion, she slowly raised her wrinkled right hand, attempting to draw Li Chen closer from afar. Just then, an ancient voice reached her ears. After listening, the old woman slowly lowered her right hand, her gaze towards Li Chen filled with complexity. The legend in The guild is actually true, and it has been obtained by an adventurer from another world. Shaking her head, the old woman slowly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Chen left the headquarters of the Wanxiang Guild and arrived in Wanxiang City. Observing the bustling city, Li Chen pondered for a moment before walking in a certain direction. An hour later, he entered a vast and empty hall. Hello, esteemed guest. Are you here to purchase a residence? At that moment, a sweet-looking beauty approached Li Chen, smiling. As she spoke, in the main city, there were many vacant houses and courtyards. However, unlike the novice village, players in the main city did not have their own exclusive rooms. To reside in the main city, one either had to rent a room or purchase a residence. Where Li Chen had arrived was essentially a real estate sales center. However, in the sprawling Wanxiang City, there was only this one sales center. All unowned residences in Wanxiang City could only be traded and purchased here. I would like to buy a residential property, Li Chen said, scanning the beauty from head to toe with an appreciative gaze before finally speaking. Upon hearing this, the beauty's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, Sir, please follow me. I will provide you with a detailed introduction to all the residences, from location to environment to price. With that, the beauty extended her right hand and slightly bent at the waist. At that moment, Li Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. The beauty already had a generous figure, and this bend could only be described as breathtaking. However, Li Chen was no stranger to women. He quickly regained his composure and glanced away, pretending not to notice. Seeing this, the beauty's lips curled into a slight smile, and she led the way for Li Chen. They soon arrived at a massive display stand, showcasing one residence after another. The beauty then began to introduce each property to Li Chen, piece by piece. As time passed slowly, Li Chen's gaze suddenly fell upon a courtyard, and he pointed at it, asking, How much is this courtyard worth? Upon hearing this, the beauty quickly looked over, only to furrow her brows. What's wrong? Is it too expensive? Li Chen couldn't help but ask, noticing her frown. The beauty shook her head and replied, No, esteemed guest. In fact, that is a haunted house. Several residents have mysteriously disappeared from there, so, hearing this, Li Chen's eyes flickered. In the game, residences with special settings often contain some opportunities. This haunted house might be a place of dread for the game's natives, but for Li Chen, it could be a place of fortune. Moreover, even if it truly was a haunted house, as a player, he was immortal. If he died, he could simply respawn. Thus, having made up his mind, Li Chen disregarded the beauty's warnings and insisted on purchasing the haunted house. After paying 10,000 gold coins, Li Chen received the deed and residency rights for the haunted house. Ding dong, you have purchased a private residence in Wanxiang City. Would you like to transfer your respawn point to the private residence? Yes, no, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. After some thought, Li Chen ultimately chose no. If there were indeed dangers within this haunted house, establishing his respawn point there would be unwise. Esteemed guest, do you need to purchase any other residences? After the transaction was complete, the beauty who had been attending to Li Chen looked at him with even more eagerness. As she spoke, she leaned in closer, her ample bosom brushing against Li Chen's arm, her breath warm and fragrant, causing his heart to stir. A mere woman shouldn't be able to disturb my composure. This isn't right. Li Chen quickly snapped back to reality, subtly distancing himself from the beauty. His heart was filled with uncertainty, and his expression shifted between various emotions. Reflecting on it now, he realized that when he had just been reborn, his mindset had remained unchanged from his previous life, but in just 2 days, his temperament had undergone a tremendous change. A mere woman, though quite beautiful, could not possibly disturb his state of mind, especially since in his past life he had enjoyed the company of even more stunning goddesses. Am I gradually being assimilated by the soul of this life? Li Chen, with his 100,000 years of memories, quickly came to this realization thanks to the seemingly endless knowledge in his mind. Thinking of this, Li Chen's expression grew even more unpleasant, even slightly twisted. Although he was the same person in both his past and present lives, could a person's temperament as a child be the same as when they grew up? Due to different experiences, they could be like two completely different people. In his past life, he had lived for a full 100,000 years, already accustomed to being high above others, indifferent to the masses. But in this life, he was still just a young man in his early 20s, filled with youthful exuberance and passion. Now, two completely different personalities were continuously merging and assimilating, and due to the physical body, the personality of this life had the upper hand. This made Li Chen extremely restless, even a bit anxious. When the two personalities fully merged, would he still be himself? His expression became increasingly grim, his eyes even reddening, as if he were possessed. Guest, are you alright? Guest. At that moment, a sweet voice reached Li Chen's ears. The voice was vague and indistinct, as if it came from the heavens, not quite clear. Yet, this unclear voice granted the entranced Li Chen a moment of clarity. Soon after, his rationality regained control, and ultimately, Li Chen successfully awakened. Huff, huff, huff. Li Chen was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, his face filled with lingering fear. Guest, are you alright? Don't scare me. The beautiful woman looked at Li Chen, helplessly glancing at him, her eyes even glistening with tears. It's fine now, it's fine now. I might have been too eager in my recent cultivation and almost fell into madness. Thank you for waking me up, Li Chen said gratefully, looking at the beauty before him. Upon hearing this, the beauty finally sighed in relief, patting her chest in a manner unbecoming of a lady, saying in fear, "You scared me to death, really scared me to death." Watching her swaying clothes, Li Chen couldn't help but stare. The next moment he regained his composure and quickly averted his gaze. After a long while, Li Chen finally fully recovered, his expression suddenly turning extremely indifferent as he looked at the beauty before him and said, "Here are 100 gold coins. I need some information on special residences. Please record it for me. I will come back to find you next time." After saying this, Li Chen casually tossed 100 gold coins to the beauty and turned to leave. He needed to find a quiet place to reflect on life. Just then, the beauty suddenly jogged in front of Li Chen and said, Guest, my name is Su Yun. If you come again, you can just mention my name and I will carefully look for special residences and record them for you." Hearing this, Li Chen merely nodded coldly, grunted in response, and strode away. Watching Li Chen's retreating figure, Su Yun couldn't help but shake her head, muttering, "This guest is indeed handsome, but his personality is too strange and bizarre." Shaking her head, she looked at the pouch of money in her hand, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Although he's a bit odd, he's also very generous. If only I could meet such generous guests every day." While Su Yun was lost in thought, Li Chen had already exited the hall. Soon, following the map's guidance, he arrived at the haunted house he had just purchased. Taking out the key, he unlocked the large door and pushed it open. At his feet, a small path paved with blue stones led directly to the innermost building. To the left of the path was a vast garden where countless red and purple flowers bloomed fiercely, a faint fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing Li Chen's body. Even his terrible mood stabilized considerably due to this subtle floral scent. To the right of the path was a small pond where lotus leaves floated and lotus flowers bloomed. Splash! Suddenly, a koi leaped out of the water, its scales reflecting the sunlight in dazzling brilliance. Splash! Another sound followed. As the koi fell back into the water, ripples spreading across the pond. In the middle of the path stood a pavilion where one could enjoy the view of the pond or admire the competition of blooming flowers. Just from the arrangement of the courtyard, Li Chen understood that this residence was worth far more than 10,000 gold coins. If it weren't for the reputation of being a haunted house, the price of this estate would surely multiply by dozens or even hundreds. "I actually made a small profit," he murmured to himself as he walked along the blue stone path, passing through the pavilion and finally entering the residence. Stepping through the front door and crossing the foyer, he arrived in a relatively large living room. The layout of the living room was quite simple, with not much in it, but what surprised Li Chen slightly was the presence of a mat in the living room. Li Chen sat cross-legged on the mat, his expression once again shifting between gloom and brightness. How could my 100,000 years of memories be influenced by just 20 years of memories, even putting me at a disadvantage? Li Chen furrowed his brows, and suddenly his gaze fell upon the nameless ring on his finger, his expression growing complex. "Old buddy, was it you? What exactly do you want?" Unbeknownst to him, time slowly passed, and soon, night fell. The moonlight gradually spilled down, and everything in the residence appeared so quiet. After a long while, Li Chen sighed and stood up helplessly. This merging of personalities was something he could not prevent. He could only hope that when the time came, he would still be himself. Glancing at the nameless ring in his hand, Li Chen didn't even have the desire to try. Ever since he put on this ring, even after becoming a god, he had never taken it off once. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Suddenly, a faint mist began to rise from the pond in the courtyard. In the night, this mist was almost invisible, hardly drawing the attention of those around. Even Li Chen, who was inside the residence, had no sense that the mist was quietly seeping into the room. Li Chen flipped his hand and took out a low-grade experience stone from the ring's space. The next moment, the low-grade experience stone vanished. Ding dong, you absorbed a low-grade experience stone and gained 50,000 experience points. However, just one low-grade experience stone was not enough for Li Chen to break through to level 11. He continuously took out low-grade experience stones and absorbed them. Ding dong, you absorbed a low-grade experience stone and gained 50,000 experience points. Ding dong, you absorbed. Ding dong. One low-grade experience stone after another was absorbed by Li Chen. Anyone standing beside him would notice that every few seconds, a golden beam of light would descend, enveloping Li Chen entirely. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level LV11, all attributes plus 128, free attribute points plus 128. A total of 256 attribute points gained per level. That's the terrifying bonus of a divine class profession. For the most ordinary bronze profession, a single level only adds 4 attribute points, which is pitifully low. Players who change to a bronze profession, let alone become gods, might even struggle to clear the second transition dungeons. If they can't clear the second transition dungeons, they will be unable to break their own shackles, forever stuck at level 30. Therefore, the higher the tier of the profession upon transition, the smoother The future path will be however, Li Chen did not care about these things. After all, his free attribute points could be obtained by sacrificing the corpses of wild monsters and bosses. For him, as long as he continuously hunted wild monsters, even as a bronze tier profession, he could still rise and ignite the divine fire. It was just that Li Chen's luck was quite good. He randomly drew a god level talent. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level LV12, all attributes plus 128, free attribute points plus 128. Ding dong. Soon, after Li Chen absorbed the 82nd low-grade experience stone, another golden beam of light fell upon him. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level LV30, all attributes plus 128, free attribute points plus 128. Notice, you have reached the first transfer level cap. Please hunt 100 level 30 ordinary wild monsters, unlimited, collect dungeon energy points, and unlock the second transfer dungeon. Hearing this system prompt in his mind, Li Chen stopped taking out experience stones. Since the omniscient master profession is quite versatile, does that mean there are no restrictions on hunting wild monsters? This is really good news. Li Chen smiled slightly, murmuring to himself. Players wanting to unlock the second transfer dungeon needed to hunt 100 level 30 ordinary wild monsters, but the targets vary depending on the profession. For a mage profession, the targets could only be mage-type wild monsters. For an archer profession, the targets could only be archer-type wild monsters. However, the omniscient master profession, being a versatile class, had no restrictions on the wild monsters to hunt. In this case, Li Chen only needed to find any level 30 wild monster map and farm for a while to collect the required energy points to unlock the second transfer dungeon. Meanwhile, all online players received a world announcement. World announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Country region for reaching level 30, breaking the world record for the fastest promotion to level 30, taking a total of 39 hours 15 minutes and 39 seconds. Reward: free attribute points, *1000, world reputation, *10000. World announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Country region for reaching level 30, breaking the world record for the fastest promotion to level 30, taking a total of 39 hours 15 minutes and 39 seconds. Reward: free attribute points, *1000, world reputation, *10000. World announcement: Park Chanyang, H Country region? So, is it that my posture when I got up today was wrong? Am I hallucinating? This leveling speed, is this something a person can achieve? Fong Tailang the handsomest, our country region. Does anyone know what's going on with this Flame Country person? How many times has he appeared in the world announcement already? Also, what's with not reaching level 30 in 2 days? Burihi, D Country region. I'm done for. I took a full 10 days to reach level 30, and that was with good luck and a great opportunity. Does Starry Sky and Mist really have the core secrets to leveling up? Flying Pig, Flame Country region at Starry Sky and Mist. Wow, boss 666. Which main city are you teleporting to? I message you, and you don't reply to me. Wronged. By Yiwan Shun, Flame Country region at Flying Pig. Do you know the great Starry Sky? Introduce me to him. I want to give the boss some apples. The world channel was in an uproar. The game ID Starry Sky and Mist had appeared several times in world announcements in just 2 days. Many players, after playing for a month, hadn't triggered a single world announcement. Seeing Li Chen continuously making the rankings, the envy and jealousy in their hearts were overwhelming. However, none of this had anything to do with Li Chen, who was currently checking his attribute panel. Player, Starry Sky and Mist level, 30 rank, bronze experience, 0% health, 45,900/45,900 mana, 635,900/635,900 constitution, 3,575 spirit, 33,075 agility, 3,944 strength, 6,560 plus 70 intelligence, 30,580 physical defense, 10,575 magic defense. 10,575 class, Omniscient Master, Divine, Skills, Berserk, Nirvana Rebirth, Undead Summoning Talent, Heart of the Thunder God, Space Control Life Talent, Supreme Sacrifice. After reaching level 30, his base attributes had surged by a full 2,560 points, and Li Chen's attribute panel had undergone a tremendous transformation. At the same time, Li Chen still had 2,560 free attribute points remaining. A divine class, having only leveled up 20 levels, had already gained a total of 5,000 attribute points. If it were a bronze class, leveling up 20 levels would yield a pitiful 80 free attribute points. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth. In this chapter, the computer made several calculations and got it wrong multiple times, so I don't like to show the attribute chart. It's almost 200,000 words, and it only appeared once at the beginning. You still say I'm padding. If I were really padding, I'd show it once every 10,000 words and let you swim in it. While Li Chen was checking his attribute panel outside the residence, a dramatic change had already occurred. The mist was thick, and the world suddenly became blurred, everything indistinct. Only that pavilion stood out, still very noticeable even in the fog. Suddenly, 2 scarlet beams of light pierced through the mist to the right of the pavilion. Whoosh! 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 From the left side of the pavilion came a series of sounds cutting through the air, and Li Chen finally sensed that something was off about the residence. He had just checked the time, it was already 8 in the evening, and he was about to log off for dinner when he found himself forcibly detained in the game, unable to log out. Li Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Even in a dungeon, players could forcibly log out, but now he was being forcibly held in the game, which was clearly not right. Is there some external force infiltrating the god-making game? To achieve this, it must at least be a divine-level powerhouse, right? Just then, Li Chen suddenly heard the sound of something cutting through the air from outside. He slowly walked towards the door and reached the entrance. Pushing open the door, he was met with a completely foggy scene. Nothing was clear. Li Chen stepped out cautiously, and just as he had taken a few steps, suddenly 2 beams of scarlet light piercing through the mist fell upon him. Roar! A loud roar echoed, and the next moment, a massive shadow suddenly burst through the thick fog, charging towards Li Chen. Those 2 scarlet beams of light were unmistakably the gaze of that enormous shadow. When the shadow was very close to Li Chen, it suddenly opened its gaping maw, and a huge water ball was sprayed out from its mouth. Bang! Li Chen was hit by the water ball, and the immense force caused him to stagger back several steps, almost falling to the ground in a disheveled manner. -0. However, that seemingly powerful water ball could not break through Li Chen's defenses, which were over 10,000. Yet, despite not breaking through his defenses, Li Chen looked like a drenched chicken, quite disheveled. Despite his disheveled appearance, Li Chen's expression remained calm. He firmly believed in one principle: the more critical the moment, the calmer one must be. He then drew the heaven-defying sword, his gaze locking onto the hazy giant figure ahead. Whatever you are, die. With a roar, Li Chen erupted into action, his nearly 4,000 agility granting him a terrifying speed. In an instant, under the frantic gaze of those scarlet eyes, Li Chen had already appeared. Above its head, however, even though it was so close, Li Chen still couldn't see the true form of the monster clearly. Who? Just as the Etienne sword in Li Chen's hand was about to strike the monster, suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. The moment he heard the sound, Li Chen felt a tremendous force coming from his abdomen, directly sending him flying away. -0. -0. 3 consecutive damage values appeared, but none could break through Li Chen's defense. However, although he wasn't harmed in the slightest, he was still knocked away, leaving him with no chance to attack the shadow head-on. Roar! The shadow let out a mocking roar, then vanished into the endless mist. Being sent flying, Li Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Besides this enormous shadow, there was also a monster hidden within the mist. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a vague shadow that resembled a giant python, dancing in the air. Die! With a low shout, Li Chen's hand crackled with electricity as he threw it towards the indistinct shadow. Miss! However, just when Li Chen confidently believed he could instantly kill that vague shadow, he saw a miss. Although this world felt very real, before merging with the real world, it was merely a game world created by a cosmic will. Those familiar with games know that there is a hidden attribute called hit rate. Not every attack will hit the enemy. Previously, the wild monsters and bosses Li Chen encountered, while somewhat special, did not have means to weaken the opponent's hit rate. But it was clear that this layer of hazy mist had the effect of reducing hit rates, causing Li Chen's hit rate to plummet. Therefore, even if Li Chen's electric attack could deal tons of damage, it would be meaningless if it couldn't hit the enemy. Am I only going to be passive and take hits? Li Chen's heart sank. Suddenly, he thought of the divine skill chest he had just obtained. With that in mind, he took out the divine skill chest he had just acquired. The chest was not large, barely big enough to hold 3 or 4 apples. Surrounding the chest was a layer of divine light that seemed dreamlike. Under the illumination of this divine light, even though the chest's appearance was unremarkable, it gave off an impression of being the most perfect item in the world. Even this eerie mist could not conceal the dreamlike divine light. Roar! Accompanied by an excited roar, the massive shadow reappeared, suddenly diving down to snatch the chest from Li Chen's hands. However, how could Li Chen allow that to happen? The spatial power around him surged, and a series of spatial blades shot towards the shadow. In just a short moment, over 100 spatial blades struck the shadow. Miss! Miss! Watching the screen filled with misses, Li Chen's heart sank. -6W. Critical damage, finally. One spatial blade dealt a massive 6,000 damage to the shadow. Roar! The shadow was sent flying by this spatial blade, letting out a painful roar in midair, its enormous figure once again swallowed by the mist, disappearing from Li Chen's sight. Over 100 attacks, and only 1 hit? The hit rate has been reduced to 1%. Li Chen murmured, a 1% hit rate could be said to be outrageously low. Moreover, Li Chen felt that his current hit rate was probably much lower than 1%. After all, he possessed a high luck value, along with the title of Chosen One. With the boost from high luck, Li Chen's hit rate should also increase. But even with this high luck, his hit rate was still a pitiful 1%, which shows just how terrifying this mist was. It's just me, if it were an ordinary player, they might attack 10,000 times and still not hit once. Li Chen shook his head. Then, his gaze fell back on the god-level skill treasure chest in his hands, and he began to read the progress. 1%. 5%. Just as the progress bar reached 7%, three massive, serpent-like shadows suddenly appeared in Li Chen's vision, striking wildly. In response, Li Chen merely smiled coldly, and the spatial power around him erupted. In the next moment, Li Chen's figure appeared to become illusory, as if he were in another dimension. In fact, Li Chen was indeed in a different dimension. Without mastering spatial power or employing spatial techniques, it was nearly impossible to hit him. Clearly, these three blurry shadows did not possess any special means. Their attacks landed on Li Chen but passed through his body, slamming into the ground. At this point, Li Chen finally saw the true form of these serpent-like shadows. They were, in fact, three thick, thorn-covered vines. The three vines struck wildly but could not touch Li Chen at all. Confirming that these vines lacked spatial techniques, Li Chen no longer paid them much attention and continued to focus on the progress bar of the treasure chest. 10%, 20%, roar. When the progress bar reached 56%, a sudden roar echoed. In the mist, the shadow that had just been sent flying by Li Chen reappeared, letting out a loud roar and opening its massive maw. In an instant, countless chills gathered, transforming into a gigantic shadow that carried terrifyingly low temperatures, charging towards Li Chen. Boom! However, this shadow still failed to hit Li Chen, instead crashing violently into the ground, creating a massive pit. At the same time, the terrifying low temperature caused the nearby ground and even the nearby houses to freeze over with ice. Li Chen merely glanced lightly and saw that it was a giant ice python. However, unless an ice attribute attack was powerful enough to distort space, Li Chen did not take it seriously. Moreover, distorting space with elemental power was a terrifying force that this shadow could not achieve. Otherwise, that previous water cannon wouldn't have been unable to break through his defenses. 85%, 99%. A full minute passed and the progress bar of the treasure chest finally completed. In the next moment, the chest slowly opened and a dazzling divine light burst forth, shooting into the sky. Even the thick mist could not conceal this brilliant divine light. The divine light pierced through the mist, soaring into the heavens, appearing exceptionally radiant in the night sky of the myriad city. This is... In the Lord's mansion, Zhou Yunfeng, who had been sitting behind his desk reviewing documents, suddenly looked up. His gaze pierced through the thick walls, seeing the divine light shooting into the sky. In this radiance, I sense divinity. Zhou Yunfeng's face revealed an excited expression. He had been stuck at the peak of the epic level for far too long, suffering from a lack of opportunity to ignite the divine fire and achieve immortality as a deity. He had almost decided to give up, but unexpectedly, today he saw such rich divine light and felt the divine aura. That made his heart race with just a slight sensation. In the next moment, Zhou Yunfeng's figure vanished, reappearing above Li Chen's residence. He wanted to see through the mist to check the specific situation below. However, to Zhou Yunfeng's astonishment, even with his immense power, he could not see through this layer of mist. This mist is a bit strange. Should I go in and take a look myself? Zhou Yunfeng frowned slightly, and just as he hesitated, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, two more figures suddenly appeared beside Zhou Yunfeng. Seeing the abrupt appearance of the two figures, Zhou Yunfeng's expression darkened. The two figures were none other than Yi Lu and Fang Wujin from the Wanxiang Guild. Gentlemen, this divine opportunity belongs to our city, so I kindly ask you to leave. After tomorrow, I will surely send a generous reward to your guild, Zhou Yunfeng said, calmly, as the situation he feared most had come to pass. In Wanxiang City, neither of these two was weaker than him. Together, they forced him to retreat. Hearing this, Yi Lu smiled slightly and said, Lord City Master, you jest? How could we dare to compete with you for this opportunity? Before Zhou Yunfeng could breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Lu continued, however, this opportunity does not belong to you, so I must ask you to leave. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, President Yi, are you saying that you too intend to compete with me for this opportunity? If the Wanxiang Guild and my city lord's mansion go to war, it would be a disaster for the people. Are you truly willing to act recklessly? Before Yi Lu could respond, Fang Wujin spoke up, Lord Zhou, this residence belongs to a little member of our Wanxiang Guild, and the opportunity inside naturally belongs to him. If you insist on competing with a junior, don't blame us for using our numbers to overwhelm you. With that, Fang Wujin's power surged, revealing his epic peak strength. Indeed, Lord City Master, if this opportunity had nothing to do with our Wanxiang Guild, we would never compete with you. However, I cannot stand by and watch my junior's opportunity be taken away, Yi Lu said, his aura suddenly erupting, matching Fang Wujin's strength. Zhou Yunfeng's face turned grim as his own aura flared, and the three of them clashed in the air. It was clear to everyone that in just one encounter, Zhou Yunfeng was already at a disadvantage. 1 against 2, he was simply no match, especially since these two were equally powerful. Particularly Yi Lu from the Wanxiang Guild, if he unleashed his full abilities, his strength might even surpass Zhou Yunfeng's. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, figures began to appear in the air one after another, each emanating a powerful epic aura. The number of epic level experts that appeared exceeded several hundred. Divided into 3 groups. 2 groups stood behind Zhou Yunfeng and Yi Lu, while the last group was scattered around them. In the air, hundreds of epics gathered, their auras exploding, creating a strange atmosphere. Ding dong, you have opened a divine skill treasure chest. Ding dong, you have obtained the skill, Eye of Truth, divine level. At the same time, Li Chen's attribute panel changed once again. In the skills section, Li Chen gained a fourth skill after the necromancy. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, a joyful expression appeared on Li Chen's face. Eye technique, and it's a divine level eye technique. My luck is simply outrageous. Li Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. Eye techniques were synonymous with power and practicality at any time, and their rarity was terrifying. Even in his past life as a divine level powerhouse, he only possessed one divine eye technique. Not to mention other means, just relying on that divine eye technique made Li Chen much stronger than an ordinary divine master. This shows how terrifying eye techniques can be. Eye of Truth level, divine learning requirements. Divine effects 1, activate the Eye of Truth to gain the ability to see through all illusions. Effect 2, activate the Eye of Truth to see through all of the enemy's weaknesses, increasing critical hit rate by plus 30% for every attack. Effect 3, activate the Eye of Truth to automatically lock onto targets for precise strikes with all your attacks. Passive, after obtaining the Eye of Truth, hit rate is significantly increased. Description, these are eyes that can only see the truth. Before these eyes, all disguises are meaningless. Eye of Truth. Li Chen's eyes lit up. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he was feeling sleepy. Li Chen was troubled by his inability to see through the fog, and now he was given the Eye of Truth, which could pierce through all illusions. Since it was a skill obtained from a treasure chest, the learning requirements for the Eye of Truth were irrelevant to Li Chen, and it directly became one of his skills. As the chest opened, the divine light gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing completely. Roar! The enormous shadow let out an anxious roar and charged towards Li Chen once more. Eye of Truth, activate! Li Chen shouted flamboyantly, and then he brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, pretentiously swiping them in front of his eyes. At the same moment, with a thought, the Eye of Truth was activated. Li Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, eventually disappearing, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Soon after, the color of the whites began to turn transparent. Ultimately, Li Chen's eyes appeared as if they were made of transparent glass, reflecting a massive figure. It was a monster with a head that resembled a fish but was not quite a fish, a long body, and a huge tail that looked like that of a fish covered in green scales. At this moment, the monster opened its gaping maw. A chilling aura gathered around it, ultimately transforming into countless icy crystal needles, surging towards Li Chen. Finally, I don't have to passively take hits anymore. A hint of joy appeared on Li Chen's face, and the next moment he waved his hand, unleashing the power of space. In front of Li Chen, the space suddenly twisted, tore apart, and a massive spatial passage appeared. The countless icy crystal needles simply vanished into the spatial passage. Then, Li Chen waved his hand again, and a gigantic spatial passage suddenly appeared before the monster. In the monster's puzzled gaze, the endless icy crystal needles, carrying a low temperature, cascaded down upon it. -396, -387, -752. Critical damage. In an instant, numerous damage values appeared around the monster. Roar! 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 Struck by its own attack, the monster let out a roar filled with both pain and rage. At this moment, Li Chen's eyes displayed the monster's attribute panel. Violent Carp Dragon. Elite, level, 77 rank, gold. Description, by day, it is a koi fish representing auspiciousness. By night, it transforms into the violent carp dragon with a desire for destruction. At this moment, the violent carp dragon, having just lost 60,000 health from Li Chen's attack, had only a meager amount of health left. The next moment, lightning flickered in Li Chen's hand. He flicked his fingers, and a bolt of lightning shot out, striking the violent carp dragon. In an instant, a massive damage value exceeding 6 million cleared the last bit of health from the violent carp dragon. Ding dong, you have killed violent carp dragon, elite, earning 800 experience points. As the violent carp dragon fell, 2 orbs of white light burst forth from its corpse. However, the crisis was not yet completely averted. Li Chen's gaze turned to the other side. Finally, he also saw the owner of the 3 massive vines. It was a gigantic flower with vibrant colors, and the 3 vines emerged from this giant bloom. Man-eating mist flower, elite, level, 79 rank, gold health, 100,000/100,000 strength/intelligence, 8,000/8,000 physical/magic defense, 3,500/3,500 skills, strange flower mist, vine whip, thorn prison. Description, by day, it is a beautiful flower. By night, it transforms into a man-eating demon. Your companion has already departed, you should go accompany him. As soon as the words fell, the lightning in Li Chen's hand flickered once more. The 3 seconds of cooldown for the lightning had passed, and Li Chen flicked his fingers again, sending out a bolt of electricity. -600W. Critical damage. The terrifying damage instantly took down the man-eating mist flower. It didn't matter if it had only 1 life. Even if it had 60 lives, it would still be done. For under such high damage from the lightning, after the man-eating mist flower died, 2 orbs of light burst forth from its corpse. However, Li Chen couldn't help but frown. He had thought that the man-eating mist flower was the creator of this mist, but it seemed that was not the case, because the mist was still there. Li Chen began to look around, and suddenly he saw hundreds of epics floating in mid-air. With the eye of truth, Li Chen could see through the realms of these individuals at a glance. Hundreds of epics gathered here? This should be almost all the epic-level powerhouses in Wushan City. What happened? Li Chen murmured, a look of confusion on his face. He still didn't know that it was because he had opened a divine-level skill treasure chest that so many powerful beings had been attracted. Gentlemen, are you really not planning to step aside? In mid-air, Zhou Yunfeng looked at Yi Lu and Feng Wujin, asking in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu and Feng Wujin did not respond, but their expressions had already said it all. In that case, let's fight. You two old geezers, if you want this opportunity, just say so. Saying it's for your guild's juniors is such a false excuse that it's nauseating to hear. Zhou Yunfeng sneered coldly. After saying that, his aura suddenly became sharp, electricity swirling around in his hand, extending and elongating to both sides, ultimately transforming into a long spear wrapped in lightning. Incredibly cool. Seeing this, Yi Lu sighed, and at the same time, 5 colored lights swirled around in his hand, eventually forming a staff. Feng Wujin, on the other hand, was enveloped in black energy, and ultimately, he and the black energy both vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. However, everyone present knew that Feng Wujin had not truly disappeared. He was merely hiding in the void, waiting to strike at any moment. After all, Feng Wujin was the top assassin in Wushan City, and an assassin typically wouldn't choose to fight their enemies openly. Zhou Yunfeng's brows furrowed tightly. He was still quite wary of Feng Wujin. After all, if Feng Wujin didn't target him but instead aimed at his subordinates, many of those behind him would likely suffer, and he, along with Yi Lu, would need to invest all their energy into their battle, leaving no time to spare. This put him in a dilemma, but gritting his teeth, Zhou Yunfeng still didn't want to give up this rare opportunity. Glancing above, Li Chen's gaze finally settled on the pavilion ahead. An ordinary pavilion, yet at this moment it appeared extraordinary in Li Chen's eyes. He saw that the space inside the pavilion was distorted, forming a spatial passage, and the mist was pouring out from that twisted spatial passage. Such a twisted spatial passage, if I rashly charge in, I might not even know how I died. Li Chen kept scanning the pavilion with the eye of truth, murmuring to himself. Just then, his eyes suddenly moved. The twisted spatial passage was slowly recovering, and soon the passage completely disappeared. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, within a magnificent and vast divine kingdom, an indescribable colossal creature suddenly opened, hundreds of eyes distributed all over its body, red, green, blue, purple, gold, black. Beams of various colors burst forth from its eyes, looking incredibly dreamlike. This game, just created, and someone can already spy on me, the indescribable being murmured, its voice incredibly strange, a blend of gloomy, hoarse, rough, and neutral tones. Forget it, since others have discovered it, this spatial node can only be abandoned, otherwise, it will only disturb the will of the universe, and that would be troublesome. Accompanied by the disappearance of the spatial passage, the strange mist also completely vanished. In the sky, as they watched the mist gradually fade, everyone's gaze was drawn towards it. Finally, as the mist completely dissipated, the scene of the courtyard below was revealed. The first thing that caught their eyes was the massive corpse of the Garridos, followed by the corpse of the man-eating flower, and only then did their gaze settle on Li Chen. It's that adventurer. The moment they saw Li Chen, Zhou Yunfeng and the elder Fu behind him both reacted simultaneously. Suddenly, black energy surged around Li Chen, and Feng Wujin's figure appeared beside him. Seeing this, many epic-level beings focused their attention, their breaths quickening, ready to act at any moment, fearing that Feng Wujin would seize the opportunity. Senior Feng, what brings you here? Li Chen, noticing the sudden surge of black holes beside him, wore a wary expression and quickly stepped back a few paces. However, when he saw it was Feng Wujin, his expression relaxed, and he curiously asked. In response, Feng Wujin shot Li Chen an annoyed glare and said, "How can you still have the nerve to ask? That beam of light you just created was too conspicuous, attracting all these guys who want to snatch your opportunity. If I hadn't come, do you think you could still be standing here safely?" Hearing this, Li Chen suddenly realized that it must have been the commotion caused by him opening the god-level skill treasure chest when the Eye of Truth emerged. After Feng Wujin finished speaking, he saw Li Chen's lack of reaction and gave him a light smack on the forehead. "Hurry up and take out your guild token so they can see it and know you're from our Wanshan guild. Otherwise, if an epic-level battle breaks out, Wanshan City will be in ruins." Rubbing the spot where Feng Wujin had hit him, Li Chen took out his guild token. Looking at the guild token in Li Chen's hand, Zhou Yunfeng's expression changed repeatedly, his heart filled with indecision. "Lord City Master, we should give up." Hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng looked at Fu, who had transmitted the message to him, with confusion. "Lord City Master, adventurers are immortal. I hope you can keep this in mind. Moreover, this adventurer has a powerful talent in the protection of the Wanshan Guild. He will undoubtedly grow in the future. If you choose to offend him, how could he possibly let you, the City Master, go in the future? And under the protection of Yi Lu and Feng Wujin, you won't be able to seize the opportunity in his hands anyway. Since that's the case, why not apologize and back off? Being able to become a peak epic level powerhouse, Zhou Yunfeng was not a fool. He had just been blinded by the opportunity to become a god, his mind a bit muddled. At this moment, Fu's words made him suddenly realize, and after weighing the pros and cons, he decisively agreed with Fu's judgment. Young friend of the starry sky, I apologize, I didn't know this was your residence. I have been quite rude, please forgive me. Listening to Zhou Yunfeng's softening words, the many epic level powerhouses around them showed expressions of surprise. In their perception, Zhou Yunfeng was a very domineering and stubborn person, and they had never seen him apologize publicly. Li Chen was the first. Hee, Lord City Master is too polite, Li Chen chuckled and said. Hearing this, Zhou Yunfeng nodded, his expression returning to one of calmness. In the next moment, the long spear in his hand, crackling with electricity, shrank and transformed into a ball of lightning that entered his body. After a moment's thought, he flipped his right hand, revealing a token in his palm. Young friend of the starry sky, this is my token of apology. Saying this, Zhou Yunfeng tossed the token in his hand to Li Chen. Then, without looking back, he quickly left with his group of subordinates. Yi Lu glanced around at the epic level powerhouses scattered in the void, and spoke indifferently. What? Do you still want to stay for breakfast? Or should I, the old man, personally invite you to leave? In the face of these epic level powerhouses, Yi Lu's words were domineering and utterly indifferent. Upon hearing this, the group of epic level powerhouses exchanged glances. Although they were reluctant, they could only leave helplessly. Those who could cultivate to the epic level were not fools. Just now, they could wait for the City Lord's mansion and the Wanshan Guild to fight each other, hoping to benefit as bystanders. However, if they had to confront one of those behemoths directly, they would absolutely refuse. Even if they all joined forces, in the eyes of the Wanshan Guild, they were still just a bunch of insignificant characters. In the end, these epic level powerhouses left one after another, and soon the void was left with only the epic level powerhouses of the Wanshan Guild. Yi Lu waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your hard work, you can go back and rest. Now." Upon hearing this, a burly man with a bushy beard laughed heartily and said, "President, you are too polite. Protecting the guild's newcomers is our duty, but now that there's nothing more to do, we will take our leave." After saying this, the epic level powerhouses of the Wanshan Guild also departed one by one. Once he was left alone in the void, Yi Lu finally put away his staff. Taking a step forward, a silver magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and then his figure vanished. Shortly after, a silver magic circle materialized beside Li Chen, and Yi Lu lightly stepped out from the magic circle, arriving next to Li Chen. "President," Li Chen said, looking at Yi Lu. Yi Lu nodded in response, then his gaze fell on the token in Li Chen's hand. The City Lord's compensation is quite sincere. He actually provided a qualification token for the Wanshan Tower. Yi Lu looked at the token in Li Chen's hand and nodded slightly. Hearing this, Li Chen looked at the token in his hand. On the front of the token was a large tower, but this tower was only 1 story high, and on the back of the token were 3 large characters, Wanshan Tower. The Wanshan Tower is one of the more famous dungeons in Wanshan City. Although Li Chen had never entered it in his past life, he had heard of its great name. It is said that upon entering the Wanshan Tower, one would be transported to an independent small world. In that small world, there are countless wild monsters of various types, and the Wanshan Tower sets the strength of the small world according to the level of the entrance. For example, Li Chen, who is currently at level 30, would encounter wild monsters of level 30 upon entering the Wanshan Tower. This special dungeon is useful even for powerhouses like Zhou Yunfeng, and the Wanshan Tower only releases 10 qualification tokens each year, making them extremely precious. Even top figures like Zhou Yunfeng and Yi Lu would not easily give or trade the qualification tokens for the Wanshan Tower to others. Fang Wujin glanced at the qualification token for the Wanshan Tower and disdainfully said, "Does Shinkong still need to enter the Wanshan Tower? Among those of the same level, who can be his opponent? The trials of the Wanshan Tower are only meant for those mediocre talents." Upon hearing this, Yi Lu shot Fang Wujin an annoyed glare and said, "You old fool, have you forgotten who arrogantly charged into the Wanshan Tower and then came out in a panic?" Hearing this, Fang Wujin's old face turned red, his eyes wide as saucers, and he feigned shock and confusion, saying, Who was it? No way, could someone really be scared out of their wits by a mere Wanshan Tower?" Watching Fang Wujin's poor acting, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Fang Wujin's performance was as obvious as a thief in daylight. However, to save face for him, Li Chen also wore a puzzled expression, curiously looking at Yi Lu. Compared to Fang Wujin, Li Chen's performance was much more natural. Yi Lu shook her head, not saying much, but instead looked at Li Chen and slowly said, "Starry sky, what was that beam of light just now? And what about that layer of mist? Here it comes." Li Chen's heart stirred. He had anticipated that Yi Lu would ask this question. He spoke up, "I accidentally obtained a box before. When I opened it, that beam of light shot out. Then a golden light flew out from the box and entered my forehead, and after that, there was nothing. The box also disappeared. I couldn't feel where that golden light went, as if it had never appeared." After hearing Li Chen's half-truth explanation, Yi Lu nodded, not doubting him. That golden light might be some kind of inheritance from a powerful being. Since it didn't pose an immediate threat to your safety, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. But we can't let our guard down. If you feel anything is off, immediately send a message to me in old phone and we will rush over at once. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt warmth in his heart. He could sense Yi Lu's genuine concern in her words. Although Li Chen understood that Yi Lu cared for him only to strengthen the Wanxiang Guild, it didn't hinder his fondness for her. Let's set aside the matter of the golden light for now. What about that layer of mist and the bodies of those two demon beasts? Yi Lu continued to ask. Hearing this, a look of confusion appeared on Li Chen's face as he replied, I don't know the specifics either. I was resting in my room when I was suddenly enveloped by the mist. I sensed something was wrong, stepped out of the room. And just as I got outside, I was attacked by these two demon beasts. In the end, after I killed the two demon beasts, the mist mysteriously dissipated. Li Chen wasn't lying, he truly didn't know where the mist and those two demon beasts had come from. As for the distorted spatial passage, Li Chen didn't mention it. He had seen it with his true eye. The distorted spatial passage had completely restored, and the special power left at the spatial node had vanished without a trace. It seemed that the pavilion would no longer have that distorted spatial passage to be able to affect me and prevent me from forcibly logging out. This method must come from outside the game. I just don't know whose handiwork it is. Li Chen's expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't help murmuring to himself. Hearing this, Yi Lu couldn't help but furrow her brows. She didn't doubt Li Chen. After all, that layer of mist had even obscured her own investigation. It was quite normal for Li Chen not to know where the mist had come from. Shaking her head, Yi Lu stopped pondering and looked at Li Chen, her expression serious as she said, Starry Sky, your residence might indeed have some issues. Do you want to move out of here? I can arrange a better place for you. Upon hearing this, Li Chen shook his head, rejecting Yi Lu's kindness. Seeing this, Yi Lu could only shake her head helplessly. However, when she thought of Li Chen being an adventurer with the characteristic of being undying, she didn't press the matter further. Alright, let's not disturb Starry Sky any longer. Old phone, let's go. After saying this, Yi Lu waved her hand and a magic circle appeared beneath her and Fong Wujin, with a silvery beam of light slowly rising. Starry Sky, we'll be leaving first. If there are any issues, remember to send me a message in time. As soon as she finished speaking, the two were completely engulfed by the white beam of light and disappeared. Li Chen didn't pay attention to their departure but instead turned his gaze back to the Wanxiang Tower qualification token in his hand. The Wanxiang Tower. Ha, that's not bad. If it's to find 100 level 30 wild monsters around Wanxiang City, it would probably take 2 or 3 days. Entering the Wanxiang Tower would increase that speed countless times, allowing for rapid completion of the energy collection for the second transition dungeon. It's just that I've heard that the wild monsters inside the Wanxiang Tower don't leave behind corpses upon death, which is quite unfortunate. After muttering a few words, Li Chen stored the token into the ring space. He then slowly walked up to the corpse of the Garridos. Sacrifice. The massive body of the Garridos transformed into a small white light and entered Li Chen's forehead. You have sacrificed a gold-level corpse and you randomly gain 66 free attribute points. After that, Li Chen approached the corpse of the carnivorous mist flower. Sacrifice. You have sacrificed a gold-level corpse and you randomly gain 70 free attribute points. The 2 gold-level wild monsters brought Li Chen a total of 136 free attribute points, adding the 2,560 free attribute points from his previous level up and the record-breaking 1,000 free attribute points. Li Chen now had a total of 3,696 free attribute points. He then called up his attribute panel. Constitution, 3575 Spirit, 33075 Agility, 3944 Strength, 6560 plus 70, Intelligence, 30580 Physical Defense, 10575 Magic Defense, 10575. After some thought, Li Chen allocated 425 points to Constitution, 925 to Spirit, 56 to Agility, 440 to Strength, 1420 to Intelligence, 425 to Physical Defense, and 425 to Magic Defense, instantly consuming all 3,696 free attribute points. Li Chen's attribute panel underwent a significant change. Constitution, 35754 4K Spirit, 33075 3.4 W Agility, 39444 4K Strength, 65607 K Intelligence, 30580 3.2 W Physical Defense, 10575 1.1 W Magic Defense, 10575 1.1 W. After finishing the allocation, Li Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although he wasn't a perfectionist, looking at the neatly arranged data made him feel noticeably better. Closing the attribute panel, Li Chen glanced at the messy courtyard and shook his head. Fortunately, the residence frozen by the Garridos had been completely unsealed due to its death. With a thought, a flash of white light appeared, and Li Chen's figure vanished. In the real world, inside the rental apartment, Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes, the pitch-black room making it impossible to see his hand in front of his face. Li Chen sat up from the bed and looked at his phone. Due to the delay, it was now nearly 10 o'clock at night. Goo goo goo. At that moment, his stomach growled as he hadn't eaten anything since lunch and had been immersed in the game. While in the game, Li Chen hadn't felt hungry, but now, a strong wave of hunger hit him, leaving him feeling parched. Rubbing his stomach, Li Chen hurried outside to a small restaurant and quickly had a late-night snack. Returning to the rental apartment, he downed a bottle of red wine he had bought earlier and lay back down on the bed. Now, he was just an ordinary person, having spent all his energy on the game, feeling quite exhausted. Coupled with the effects of alcohol, Li Chen soon fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, after waking up, Li Chen went outside to buy a few meat buns for breakfast before entering the game again. Although he had a lot of cash in his account and could easily find a more comfortable living environment, Li Chen was too lazy to waste time on that. After all, he spent most of his day in the game, and changing residences would have no impact. Moreover, with the upcoming fusion of the game world and the real world, how could a real-world residence possibly be better than those high-end residences in the game world? Inside Wanchang City, with a flash of white light, Li Chen's figure appeared in the courtyard. After all, it was still the game world, and after a night had passed, the messy environment had automatically repaired itself. Li Chen walked to the pavilion, activated his true eye, and looked around, but found nothing unusual. Putting away the true eye, Li Chen slowly walked out of the residence. After walking for a long time on the crowded street, Li Chen finally arrived beneath a massive tower. Gazing up at the tower, Li Chen took one step after another towards it. Halt! No entry without a qualification token. You are not allowed to approach within 10 meters of the Wanxiang Tower. At that moment, a squad of guards clad in silver armor appeared before Li Chen, their expressions cold as they blocked his path. Stopped in his tracks, Li Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the squad of silver-armored guards, feeling a stir in his heart. The aura they exuded was so powerful that none of them were below the legendary level, and among them, the guard captain who spoke had already reached the epic level. This guard lineup was quite impressive. The guard captain looked at Li Chen, his expression unchanged. Although he had seen the divine light pillar shooting into the sky last night, his position prevented him from leaving easily. Otherwise, if the city lord were to blame him, even as an epic-level powerhouse, he would face severe punishment. Therefore, he did not recognize Li Chen, otherwise, he would have immediately identified him and would not have blocked his way. After all the epic-level powerhouses present at that time had witnessed Zhou Yunfeng gifting a qualification token for the Wanxiang Tower to Li Chen. Li Chen flipped his right hand, revealing the qualification token for the Wanxiang Tower. Can I enter now? Li Chen asked. The epic-level guard captain scrutinized the qualification token in Li Chen's hand, confirming its authenticity before nodding. Let him pass. After saying that, the guards behind him stepped aside, clearing a wide path for Li Chen. Thank you, Li Chen said gratefully as he strode towards the Wanxiang Tower. Watching Li Chen's departing figure, one of the guards suddenly spoke up. Strange, who is this young man? I've seen portraits of the famous young talents in Wanxiang City, but this is the first time I've seen him. The qualification token for the Wanxiang Tower was extremely precious, typically only found in the hands of the big shots of Wanxiang City or some young geniuses, which is why the guard was curious about Li Chen's background. Upon hearing this, the other guards shook their heads and then looked towards their captain. After all, their captain was an epic-level powerhouse. Although he needed to remain stationed at the Wanxiang Tower, his sources of information were far more extensive than theirs. Under the gaze of his subordinates, the guard captain squinted and said, I received a piece of news last night that the city lord personally gifted a qualification token to a young man. If nothing unexpected happens, that young man must be him. Upon hearing this, the guards were all taken aback and quickly turned to look at Li Chen's back. This person looks just a bit handsome. I don't see anything particularly special about him. How could the city lord give him the token? One of the guards said with a sour tone. Hearing this, the guard captain shot him an annoyed glare and said, Stop being so petty. Focus and do your job. In 3 days, it's time for the shift change. I don't want any issues in these last 3 days. Otherwise, just wait and see what I do to you. After saying that, the guard captain couldn't help but squint as he watched Li Chen's figure. He had more to say, which was that the divine light pillar from last night seemed to have appeared because of this young man. Divinity? Such a desirable thing. If I could obtain it, could I also ignite the divine fire? Thinking of this, the guard captain's gaze towards Li Chen grew fervent, his heart restless. I think you might not have the chance to ignite the divine fire if you dare to act recklessly. Just then, a chilling whisper reached the guard captain's ear, sending shivers down his spine. Li Chen walked to the base of the Wanxiang Tower, gazing at the tightly closed door. He raised the qualification token in his hand and aimed it at the door of the Wanxiang Tower. In the next moment, the token emitted a beam of white light, which merged into the door. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the door of the Wanxiang Tower slowly opened. Behind the door was a twisted spatial passage. If one were to rush in recklessly, they would be torn to shreds by the distorted forces of space. At the same time, the qualification token in Li Chen's hand released a golden light shield, enveloping him completely. In the next moment, the twisted spatial passage suddenly began to spin, and a massive suction force erupted, pulling Li Chen straight in. Boom! The door slowly descended, raising a cloud of dust. In the distance, the captain of the guard finally let out a sigh of relief. He could feel that once Li Chen entered the Wanshang Tower, the gaze that had been fixed on him also withdrew. No wonder he could obtain the qualification token gifted by the lord of the city. This young man is actually a member of the Wanshang Guild. As an epic-level powerhouse, the captain of the guard naturally knew Fang Wujin. His memory was also quite good, and he quickly realized that the whisper he had just heard was from that killing god Fang Wujin. On the other side, with a flash of white light, Li Chen found himself in an unfamiliar environment. He noticed that the golden light shield surrounding him had vanished, along with the qualification token. This was a vast enclosed space, and before Li Chen stood a massive stone tablet. Upon closer inspection, he saw that on the left side of the tablet from top to bottom were engraved the first place, second place, up to the 100th place. On the right side of the tablet from top to bottom were names of individuals. The first place was a name Li Chen recognized well, Yi Lu, the current president of the Wanshang Guild. In second place was Zhou Yunfeng, the lord of Wanshang City. Third was Fang Wujin, the vice president of the Wanshang Guild. Although it was Li Chen's first time entering the Wanshang Tower, he understood that this was the ranking of the Wanshang Tower world. Everyone entered the Wanshang Tower at the same time, for one day. The wild monsters encountered had the same strength as oneself. The ranking on this stone tablet represented the number of same-level wild monsters killed within one day in the Wanshang Tower world. It was said that the first player to break the NPC ranking would receive a generous reward. They only published the rankings, but not the number of wild monsters killed? Li Chen shook his head. The method of this leaderboard was akin to a silent auction. No one knew. The others bid, only able to offer their highest estimated value. It seems the Cosmic Will doesn't intend to let players slack off either. There's no choice, it looks like I have to give it my all today. I just hope the rewards afterward aren't too disappointing. My demands aren't high, just a little bit, maybe a divine level equipment or something would be great. Just then, a grand and neutral voice exploded around him. Tester, place your hand on the Wanshang tablet, and the trial will begin. If you wish to give up, wait for 1 minute and you will be teleported out. Hearing this voice, Li Chen decisively stepped forward, extending his right hand to touch the massive Wanshang tablet. Trial begins. Accompanied by the sound, the environment around Li Chen suddenly became distorted, and the scenes around him grew increasingly blurry. Suddenly, the world spun, and when he regained his senses, Li Chen found himself standing on a plain. About 100 meters in front of him, 3 giants over 10 meters tall were lying on the ground, resting. Suddenly, they were awakened by the sudden appearance of Li Chen quickly bouncing up from the ground. Upon landing, the ground shook violently and cracks appeared beneath their feet. Giant, normal, level, 30 rank, bronze. Description: this is the most numerous and ordinary branch of the giant race, characterized only by their massive size, lacking any distinctive features. As the 3 giants scrutinized Li Chen, he was equally assessing them. When they saw Li Chen's diminutive stature, a relaxed expression appeared on their faces. They had thought a powerful beast was stealthily approaching them, but it turned out to be just an ordinary human. You startled me, it's just a human. This worthless race hasn't been completely wiped out yet. One of the taller giants, standing 12 meters tall, grinned and mocked. The other 2 10-meter giants did not respond, merely displaying mocking smiles on their faces. In the God creation game, the giant race is also classified as wild monsters. However, despite being wild monsters, these humanoid creatures possess extremely high intelligence. For instance, the giants before him are no less intelligent than normal humans. Hearing the giant's remarks, Li Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Worthless race, who gave you the courage to speak such blasphemous words? After saying this, Li Chen waved his hand indifferently and a spatial blade shot out, flying straight towards the speaking giant. A mere worthless human dares to strike at the great giants, you seek death. The giant's eyes turned red instantly. The pride of the giant race is notorious, even surpassing that of dragons. Attacked by what he subconsciously deemed a worthless human, this giant's self-esteem suffered a tremendous blow, igniting his fury. He raised his fist and swung it, intending to shatter the spatial blade. Minus 68,000. Critical damage. With a single blow, the giant's health was instantly depleted. Filled with despair, unwillingness, and disbelief, the giant's body slowly became ethereal, ultimately vanishing from sight. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky, landing on Li Chen. Ding dong, you have gained 1 point of universal points. Seeing their companion killed in an instant by Li Chen, the other 2 giants finally lost their smiles, replaced instead by fear. In the next moment, they turned and fled into the distance. Li Chen did not strike immediately. He took out a book, one of the rewards given to him by Zhou Yunfeng for completing the dungeon task. Raise the wine rank, epic category, skill book learning requirement, sword class profession or talent. Originally, learning this skill book required a sword class profession or talent. However, after Li Chen changed his class to Universal Master, he could learn any skill without restriction. In the next moment, the Raise the Wine skill book suddenly shattered, transforming into specks of golden light that entered Li Chen's mind. Soon, Li Chen completely mastered the raise the wine skill. Just right, I'll test the power of this skill on you too. Li Chen coldly smiled as he looked at the two giants fleeing for their lives. The skyward sword appeared in his hand, and in the next moment he wielded the skyward sword, transforming into a streak of light, appearing almost instantaneously behind one of the giants. With an agility of 4,000 exploding at that moment, countless basic attacks landed on the giant. Minus 14,000. Critical damage, minus 7,070. This giant followed in the footsteps of his companion, his body becoming ethereal. A golden light descended from the sky, landing on Li Chen. Ding dong, you have gained 1 point of universal points. The fear on the face of the other giant grew more intense. He even regretted why his parents hadn't given him 4 legs. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to escape. However, Li Chen activated the second stage of Raise the Wine. Holding the skyward sword, he once again transformed into a streak of light, rushing to the last giant's back, delivering several consecutive strikes. I don't. Filled with despair, regret, and unwillingness, the last giant's body also faded away, disappearing from sight. Ding dong, you have gained a point of universal points. After killing 3 ordinary giants, Li Chen's universal points increased by 3. Only 3 points, that's definitely not enough, Li Chen thought as he pulled up a strange panel which prominently displayed his universal points, a glaring red 3. Just then, a streak of light carrying terrifying power rushed towards Li Chen. His eyes flickered, and in the next moment, he activated the third segment of his wine skill. His figure gradually became ethereal, and after a flash of white light at his original position, he suddenly appeared. Boom! The streak of light violently struck Li Chen's afterimage and crashed to the ground. The earth instantly caved in, creating a massive pit, and a terrifying shockwave sent countless grains of sand and dust flying in all directions. These grains of sand and dust fell to the ground, instantly riddling the earth with holes. One can only imagine how powerful that streak of light's attack was. As the light dissipated, a figure emerged. It was a dwarf wielding a massive iron hammer, sharing the common traits of most dwarves: a height just over 1 meter, a large nose, a bushy beard, and a head that was parallel to his waist. What was a bit special was that this dwarf had silver-white skin, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Silver Dwarf, Elite, Level 30 rank, Bronze. Description: this is a variant among the dwarf race. They not only have a passion for alcohol but are also bloodthirsty. Human, die for me. The silver dwarf glared with blood-red eyes, charging at Li Chen with a face full of murderous intent. Despite his clumsy appearance and the oversized hammer he wielded, his speed was surprisingly swift, much faster than the 3 giants before. Originally, these 3 giants were the silver dwarf's prey, but who would have thought that a newcomer would suddenly appear and snatch his quarry? This was too much for the already irritable and bloodthirsty silver dwarf to bear. He swung his massive hammer, ready to smash Li Chen. However, he did not expect that this human would evade his attack in a bizarre manner and appear at a considerable distance. But none of that mattered now. The silver dwarf, blinded by rage, only wanted to crush Li Chen's skull with his hammer. As Li Chen watched the approaching figure of the silver dwarf, his expression remained indifferent, a ball of electric light swirling in his hand. With a flick of his finger, the electric light shot out, heading straight for the oncoming silver dwarf. Human, is this little spark supposed to make me laugh my teeth out? Haha. The silver dwarf, named No Savvy, laughed maniacally as he swung his hammer at the incoming electric light. You're not the first to underestimate this spark. Others have already met their end, and you won't be an exception. With that, Li Chen didn't even look back, manipulating the power of space to slowly ascend into the sky. Ah! Suddenly, a scream echoed from below. The electric light, empowered by the heart of the thunder god, was far beyond what the silver dwarf could withstand. In an instant, it emptied his health bar. Another beam of golden light descended from the sky, but this one was much larger than the golden light that appeared after killing the 3 giants. Ding dong, you have gained 10 points of universal points. Li Chen's universal points jumped from 3 to 13. Do elite level monsters give 10 points? I wonder if there are any bosses in this world, and if so, how many points would they be worth? Li Chen murmured as he began to scan below. Soon, his target was locked onto a distance to his right. There, over 100 giants, each over 10 meters tall, were gathering. Li Chen decisively manipulated the power of space, flying towards the location of those giants. Before long, Li Chen arrived near the giants. His appearance instantly startled the group of giants. However, before they could react too much, Li Chen had already taken the lead. A massive spatial blade, over 100 meters long, shot out at a speed that all the giants couldn't respond to, slicing straight through their bodies. Ding dong, you have gained a point of universal points. Ding dong, you have gained a point of universal points. Ding dong, ding dong. More than 100 ordinary giants brought Li Chen over 100 points of universal points. Countless golden lights fell from the sky, continuously landing on Li Chen. These golden lights quickly attracted the attention of a more powerful being. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a gigantic figure approached from afar. Li Chen looked and found that the figure was over 50 meters tall. Oh, a big guy has come. Li Chen's eyes lit up, but he didn't know whether this big guy was an elite wild monster or a boss among the giants. Then, Li Chen manipulated the power of space and flew towards the giant. Roar! Seeing this tiny human not running away but actually flying towards him, the giant couldn't help but let out an angry roar. The giant felt his authority was being provoked. Just a mere ant. Amidst the roar, the giant quickened his pace, rapidly closing the distance between them. At the same time, in Li Chen's eyes, the giant's panel attributes also appeared. Super large giant, elite, level, 30 rank, bronze. Description: it is a variant among the giant race, possessing a more towering body and even more terrifying power. Just an elite wild monster? A look of disappointment appeared on Li Chen's face. Despite the super large giant's massive size, Li Chen's disappointed expression was clearly reflected in its eyes. Damn ant, are you looking down on me with that expression? You will die. The super large giant let out a furious roar, and the next moment, a fist came crashing down, aiming to smash Li Chen into a pulp to vent its anger. However, Li Chen merely snapped his fingers with disinterest. A bolt of lightning shot out and struck the giant. 640W. Critical damage, with the dual enhancement of the Miracle Child and the Destiny Child. Li Chen's critical hit rate was terrifying. With a face full of confusion, the super large giant's body continuously flickered and ultimately vanished completely. A thick beam of golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Li Chen. Ding dong, you have gained 10 points of universal points. Just as Li Chen and the super large giant had not yet approached each other, a massive figure was flying towards them from the distant sky. It was a bipedal dragon with light red scales and a wingspan of over 30 meters. At this moment, the bipedal dragon looked at the super large giant with bloodthirsty and eager eyes. No matter which world, the dragon race is always at the top of the food chain. And the bipedal dragon race, with a strong dragon bloodline, is also a high-end existence in the food chain. In this small world, there were no creatures that they could not consume. Giants? Giants are nothing, they are not titans and are still one of their prey. Suddenly, the bipedal dragon's eyes widened. The super large giant, which would be somewhat tricky in its eyes, was instantly killed by that tiny human. Can't win. Run. The bipedal dragon's mind raced, quickly comparing its combat power with Li Chen's. Then, in the shortest time, it reached the most correct conclusion. Not daring to hesitate, it hurriedly turned around, flapping its wings to escape. However, Li Chen had already noticed this bipedal dragon earlier, so how could he let it escape? Without hesitation, Li Chen made a spatial move, covering over 300 yards, much faster than the bipedal dragon. Roar! Seeing Li Chen continuously approaching, the bipedal dragon couldn't help but let out a huge roar. Roar! Roar! In the distance, the sky suddenly echoed with the roars of bipedal dragons. Soon, 2 or 3 dozen bipedal dragons flew towards the side, intending to surround and kill Li Chen. Upon seeing this, Li Chen's face showed not fear but delight. Ha, you guys are quite good, calling so many elite wild monsters for me. Later, I'll be the last one to kill you. Li Chen laughed heartily, and at the same time, an attribute panel appeared in his eyes. Bipedal dragon, elite, level, 30 rank, bronze. Description: this is a creature with the bloodline of a dragon. The dragon's blood within them is very rich. If the opportunity is sufficient, there is a great chance for the bloodline to awaken and revert to a dragon. Li Chen glanced over, and all the bipedal dragons were elite wild monsters. The Eye of Truth quietly opened, and Li Chen's eyes seemed to turn into transparent glass, reflecting all the bipedal dragons within his gaze. 32, that's 320 points of myriad essence. Not bad, not bad. Distinguishing numbers is a common ability possessed by all eye techniques in the god-making game. This was the first time Li Chen used this ability in this life, and it was much faster than counting them one by one. In the next moment, Li Chen waved his hand. Blades of space continuously flew from his hand, targeting the bipedal dragons rushing towards him. One by one, these bipedal dragons were instantly killed by Li Chen. Thick golden beams of light enveloped Li Chen. Ding dong, you have gained 10 points of myriad essence. Ding dong, you have gained 10 points of myriad essence. Under Li Chen's deliberate control, only the first bipedal dragon escaped unscathed, while the rest turned into illusions and vanished. The bipedal dragon, initially confident with dozens of companions appearing, was now terrified to find that all its companions had been brutally slain, leaving only itself alive by chance. In the face of death's fear, it had no time to think too much. At this moment, one word filled its mind: escape. Frantically flapping its wings, the bipedal dragon quickly flew away into the distance. Li Chen did not kill it but continued to chase behind. However, this time, Li Chen maintained a distance of over 100 yards from the bipedal dragon. 10 full minutes passed, and the bipedal dragon had not summoned any more of its kind for Li Chen. Finally, Li Chen's patience wore thin, and at the 15th minute he waved his hand, sending out a blade of space. That easily killed the bipedal dragon. Ding dong, you have gained 10 points of myriad essence. Allowing the golden light to fall upon him, Li Chen looked down, wanting to find a target. After 15 minutes of pursuit, Li Chen had arrived above a vast lake. Looking around, the water below shimmered with a brilliant blue, the surface calm and devoid of any sign of prey. Shaking his head just as Li Chen was about to leave, suddenly, a small island appeared in his line of sight. The island was not large, only about 300 square meters, and it was barren, consisting only of sand. But at that moment, a gentle breeze swept across the island, sending sand flying into the air. After the breeze passed, the island returned to normal, but that gust had revealed a trace of something buried beneath the sand. Seeing a corner of a treasure chest glimmering faintly with golden light in the sunlight, an excited smile appeared on Li Chen's face. I didn't expect this little world to have a golden treasure chest. Then, with a few spatial movements, Li Chen arrived on the island. Another spatial movement brought him before the treasure chest. Just as Li Chen's hand reached for the chest, a figure suddenly sprang out from the sand beside him, opening its massive mouth in a flash and biting towards Li Chen's head. However, Li Chen's spirit reached an impressive 34,000, and his reflexes were incredibly swift. In a moment of crisis, sparks flickered in Li Chen's hand. With a flick of his finger, he expressionlessly shot the spark into the gaping maw of the figure before him. It was a crocodile, its color resembling that of sand, and it was massive, exceeding 10 meters in length. Its wide, bloody mouth was capable of swallowing Li Chen whole. However, it never expected Li Chen's reflexes to be so quick. The spark had already entered its mouth before it even had a chance to react. 320W. Remarkably, this time Li Chen did not trigger a critical hit, but even so, it was more than enough. In an instant, the giant crocodile's health bar was completely drained, and though its face bore a look of bloodthirst and ferocity, its body quickly faded into nothingness. The next moment, a beam of golden light thick enough to envelop the entire small island suddenly descended from the sky, wrapping Li Chen completely. Ding dong, you have gained 1,000 universal points. Ding dong, you have killed the boss, Yellow Sand Crocodile. You have the option to exit the small world early. Would you like to exit the small world now? Yes, no. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. A boss? He killed it in an instant? It seemed this was the most unimpressive boss he had encountered. Even the weakest wild boar king in the novice village had lasted much longer before being defeated by Li Chen. Yet this yellow sand crocodile, as a level 30 boss, had its curtain fall the moment it appeared. It didn't even have the chance to roar before it perished on the spot. Subsequently, Li Chen decisively chose no. What a joke! He had only been in the universal small world for less than an hour. Even if he had killed a boss and gained 1,000 universal points, it certainly wouldn't be enough to secure the top spot on the universal rankings. What a pity, those players kept it all to themselves and didn't say how many points it took to break the record, leaving me completely in the dark, Li Chen muttered to himself as he reached out to retrieve the golden treasure chest from the sand. Li Chen looked at the golden treasure chest in his hand and opened it directly. Opening the golden treasure chest was simple. There was no need for a loading bar, it opened instantly. You have opened the golden treasure chest. You have obtained universal points *1000, unsealing stone, golden level, *1, talent stone, golden level, *1. After the chest opened, a prompt sounded in Li Chen's mind. At the same time, the golden treasure chest transformed into specks of golden light, dissipating into the world. The 1,000 universal points credited to him were equivalent to Li Chen having killed another boss in the universal small world, which could be considered a huge profit. Adding to the universal points he had previously obtained, Li Chen's total had now reached over 2,000 points, and he had only been in the universal small world for about an hour. If all goes well, I should be able to break the NPC's record, Li Chen murmured. He then turned his attention to the unsealing stone. Unsealing stone rank, golden level effect, after use, it can. Description, a magical stone, it is the nemesis of seals. Li Chen knew that the unsealing stone was a rather special type of ore with growth potential. When buried deep underground and not yet excavated, the unsealing stone would gradually increase its rank over time. However, once it was dug up, its growth potential would completely vanish. Unsealing stone. Li Chen's eyes lit up, his sky-high sword just happened to need unsealing. With that thought, he quickly took out the sky-high sword that he had stored in his ring space. The next moment, Li Chen held the unsealing stone in his left hand and placed it directly onto the sky-high sword in his right hand. Under Li Chen's eager gaze, the unsealing stone gradually merged into the sky-high sword. Soon, the light vanished, and the unsealing stone completely disappeared. Li Chen quickly checked the attributes of the sky-high sword. Heavenly sword, sealed, rank, equipment requirement, none. Basic attribute, strength plus 500 additional attribute 1. Strength plus 200 additional attribute 2. Physical penetration plus 20% additional attribute 3. Attack speed plus 20%. Description, this is a sealed treasure sword that was accidentally obtained by the ancestor of blacksmith Huang Tao. If the seal is completely lifted, it would be enough to slay gods and demons. Part of the seal has already been lifted. The attributes of the heavenly sword have undergone a tremendous change. Although it is still sealed, the strength attribute has increased tenfold. Previously, the heavenly sword added a total of 70 points of strength, which was indeed very useful in the novice village. However, After leaving the novice village, 70 points of strength was simply insufficient. Now that part of the seal on the heavenly sword has been lifted, the increased strength has surged tenfold, which is a terrifying boost for ordinary bronze level players. However, for Li Chen, whose strength attribute points have already reached 7,700 points of strength, is still not enough. What surprised and delighted Li Chen, however, was that after part of the seal was lifted, the physical penetration attribute of the heavenly sword increased by 10% from the initial 10% to the current 20%. Don't underestimate this 10% boost, it is much more useful than adding 700 points of strength. Assuming the opponent's physical defense reaches 10,000 points, this 20% physical penetration can directly ignore 2,000 points of the opponent's defense. After examining the heavenly sword in his hand for a while, Li Chen finally put it away and turned his gaze to the last item opened in the treasure chest. Talent Stone. Rank, Gold level effect. After use, you can randomly obtain a gold level talent. Description, a magical stone that can awaken secondary talents. Looking at the talent stone, Li Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Now he has a total of 3 talents, 2 major god-level talents, and the other talent, although only god-level, is also a very rare space type. To be honest, Li Chen really didn't think much of a gold-level talent. Looking at the talent stone in his hand, Li Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to use it. After all, there are countless talents in this world, and some auxiliary type talents, although not high in rank, are still very practical. With this thought, Li Chen focused his mind, and a force quietly infused into the talent stone. In an instant, the talent stone emitted a dazzling golden light, directly entering Li Chen's forehead. Ding dong, you have used the talent stone, gold level. Ding dong, generating talent randomly for you. Please wait a moment. Ding dong, talent generation complete. You have obtained the gold level talent, water control. Water control rank, gold level. Effect 1, increases your water type damage by 300%. Effect 2, allows you to breathe underwater. Li Chen looked at the introduction of water control, his eyes couldn't help but light up, and a radiant smile appeared on his face. The reason Li Chen was excited was not because of the first effect of increasing water type damage. After all, that meager 3-fold increase pales in comparison to the 100-fold increase of the Heart of Thunder God, making it seem worthless. The main reason for Li Chen's excitement was the second effect of breathing underwater. The god-making game is vast and boundless. Aside from the expansive land rich in resources, there are also vast oceans, rivers, and lakes, these underwater worlds available for players to explore. However, this is a relatively realistic world, and humans are a terrestrial species. Without awakening the corresponding talents or having special means and equipment, players cannot stay underwater for long periods. Just like Li Chen before, if he stayed in the water for too long, he would feel uncomfortable due to lack of oxygen and ultimately perish on the spot. In the god-making game, opportunities abound, and it can be said that there are huge opportunities everywhere. This game world is created to mimic the Earth, with the ratio of land to ocean being exactly the same as on Earth, also 3:7. Moreover, the underwater space is far beyond what the land can compare to, with opportunities that can be said to be hundreds or even thousands of times greater than those on land. This led to a small group of players awakening the talent to breathe underwater during the mid-game, who then frantically reaped the benefits of underwater opportunities, rising to prominence at a meteoric pace. The leaderboards of that period were almost entirely occupied by them. Li Chen still clearly remembers that after that group of players rose to power in his previous life, countless players began to pay attention to underwater resources. The underwater breathing potions, once overlooked, suddenly became highly sought after. Players were frantically purchasing underwater breathing potions, causing their prices to skyrocket, and often making them available only at exorbitant rates. The most unacceptable part was that after using the underwater breathing potion, there was a very long cooldown period. Therefore, those players who could awaken the talent to move freely underwater were envied by the rest. In his previous life, Li Chen was one of those envious players. Unexpectedly, in this life, he obtained the talent he had envied for so long just 3 days after entering the game. With a satisfied smile, Li Chen glanced at the vast lake beyond the island, took a step, and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the island. Li Chen looked at the lake's surface and then plunged into the water. The originally calm lake's surface immediately rippled with wave after wave. Underwater, sunlight filtered through the surface, refracting into various strange glimmers. With the ability to breathe underwater, Li Chen drifted below the surface like a fish, feeling no pain from holding his breath. The lake was very deep, over 100 meters, and with each meter he descended, the light dimmed a bit more, and the pressure around him increased. When Li Chen reached the bottom of the lake, there was no light at all, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. At the same time, the pressure of the water was unprecedentedly strong, but fortunately, Li Chen's physique had reached 4,000, allowing him to easily withstand it. With a thought, his eyes quickly changed. Soon, his pupils vanished, and the whites of his eyes became transparent. True Eye. The true eye not only pierces through illusions but also reveals the darkness. In the moment, Before, where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face at the bottom of the lake, everything became clear once Li Chen activated the true eye. Below the water, it was not as calm as the surface, the currents were constantly swirling, and the aquatic plants danced continuously. Standing on the soft mud, Li Chen looked around. There were so many aquatic plants at the bottom that they obscured his view. Just then, a figure swam through the thicket of plants towards Li Chen. It was a merman, as tall as a human, with a bare upper body and a fish-like lower body covered in scales. This was a male merman holding a spear made of an unknown material, with a fierce expression on his rugged face. Li Chen looked at the male merman, and an attribute panel appeared in his vision. Lake Bottom Merman, Normal, Level 30 Rank, Bronze. Description: having lived at the bottom of the lake for many years, this merman race appears particularly robust, and they are highly aggressive, mercilessly killing anyone who dares to invade their territory. Li Chen casually glanced at the Lake Bottom Merman's attributes. Although the Lake Bottom Merman was about the same height as him, its health and strength attributes were significantly stronger than those of an ordinary giant standing 10 meters tall. Of course, for Li Chen, a level 30 wild monster, no matter how strong, could not withstand a single blow from him. Did you not see the fate of the boss, the yellow sand crocodile, on that island? As a level 30 boss, a pinnacle existence in the pyramid of the infinite world, it still could not escape the fate of being killed in an instant by Li Chen. Human, die. The moment it saw Li Chen, this male merman's face revealed a murderous intent, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light, and it charged forward. Watching the merman rush towards him, Li Chen easily dodged its attack, then swung the heaven-leaning sword, striking the merman. Minus 7,700. 7,700 points of normal attack damage compared to Li Chen's lightning speed could be said to be pitifully weak. However, at this level 30 stage, it was still quite terrifying. With just one hit, it instantly emptied the merman's health bar. Soon, both the merman and its spear vanished without a trace. A golden light fell from the sky into the lake, then onto Li Chen. Ding dong, you have gained 1 point of infinite points. After killing the merman at the bottom of the lake, Li Chen gained another point of infinite points. At that moment, another merman, hidden among the water plants, quietly approached Li Chen from behind. Watching Li Chen's figure, a cruel glint flashed in the merman's eyes, and it suddenly sprang into action, roaring, "Die!" The spear in its hand thrust out violently, aiming straight for the back of Li Chen's head. However, it was as if Li Chen had eyes on the back of his head. In a flash, he crouched down, easily dodging the merman's sneak attack. Immediately after, still crouching, Li Chen executed a 180-degree spin, and the heaven-leaning sword shot out like lightning. Minus 15k. Critical damage. Even without triggering a critical hit, the merman's meager health could not withstand a single normal attack from Li Chen. With a face full of shock and confusion, the merman's figure gradually became illusory, soon disappearing completely. Li Chen gained another point of infinite points. 2 more beams of golden light fell from the sky, attracting many nearby mermen. When they saw Li Chen, regardless of gender or age, they all rushed forward with bloodshot eyes, brandishing their spears. Dozens, even hundreds of mermen surged from all directions, surrounding Li Chen completely. Li Chen sheathed the heaven-leaning sword. Killing them one by one was too time-consuming, without any visible action. From Li Chen, waves of spatial blades sliced through the lake, shooting out in all directions. Minus 34k. Minus 68k. Critical damage. Minus 68k. Critical damage. In an instant, streams of light continuously fell from the sky, enveloping Li Chen. What a pity! If only this were the golden light for leveling up, Li Chen lamented as the golden light surrounded his body. However, thinking about how he had already completed the prerequisites to unlock the second turn dungeon, and that he could activate it as soon as he left the Infinite Tower, Li Chen's mood improved considerably. Just then, Li Chen's private chat channel suddenly vibrated. He had blocked almost everyone, except for One Sword Thunder. Sure enough, upon opening the private chat, it was a message from One Sword Thunder. Boss, I want to teleport to the main city too. Where are you? Can I come hang out with you? After reading the message from One Sword Thunder, Li Chen thought for a moment and replied, Infinite City. Just as Li Chen was chatting privately with One Sword Thunder, the last beam of golden light also entered his body. The surrounding space became empty. The mermen were ruthlessly annihilated by Li Chen, all disappearing without a trace, even the water plants taller than humans were cut down mercilessly by the spatial blades. Li Chen closed the private chat channel and casually chose a direction to walk forward. Along the way, Li Chen saw many materials and resources. Although they had no use for him, selling them in the market could still earn him a small profit. It's no wonder the underwater world is so rich. These materials and resources are just a few steps away. It's no surprise that those players who first reaped the benefits could rise so quickly. After casually placing a piece of ore into his space ring, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, by the time he had the qualifications to dive, most of the resources at the bottom had already been collected by players, so he had never experienced the thrill of finding materials just lying around. The ore he had just stored in his ring could probably sell for around 10 gold coins on the market. Suddenly, Li Chen halted in his tracks. In front of him, a fishman over 5 meters long, with dark skin and wielding a pitch-black harpoon, was quietly observing him. The next moment, the fishman's attribute panel appeared in Li Chen's view. Dark Fishman, Boss, Level, 30 Rank, Bronze Health, 150,000 Strength, 5,000 Intelligence, 7,000 Physical/Magic Defense, 3000/4000 Skills, Enhanced Stab, Dark Aura, Dark Water Cannon. Description: a variant of the Fishman race, shrouded in dark power, quietly hinting that it fears light-based powers. Li Chen examined the Dark Fishman. Although it was also a level 30 boss, its attributes were stronger than those of the Icefire two-headed python he had defeated earlier. Human, I smell the scent of your evil. You are quite audacious to dare kill my fishman kin, the Dark Fishman said, its massive tail thrashing the lake water as it slowly swam towards Li Chen. There was no trace of anger in its tone, only a sense of superiority, as if it were a deity judging Li Chen in this apocalyptic world. Li Chen naturally sensed the Dark Fishman's attitude, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. I don't like your condescending tone, he replied, slowly rising to meet the fishman's gaze. The Dark Fishman paused, its expression unreadable, squinting its eyes as it coldly stated, Human, you are not worthy to look me in the eye. A race as lowly as ants should be on the ground, gazing up at us fishmen. The Dark Fishman's tone was incredibly arrogant. The next moment, a dark aura emanated from its body, enveloping a radius of 100 yards around it. Notice, you are within the Dark Fishman's dark aura. Your defense decreases by 10%, and your movement speed decreases by 10%. This dark aura was somewhat similar to pressure, but compared to the all-attribute reduction of pressure, the dark aura was clearly much weaker. Then, Li Chen's true eye scanned the Dark Fishman, revealing that its power had slightly increased while within the dark aura. Human, you will pay for your arrogance with your life. The Dark Fishman slowly raised its empty left hand, gathering a large amount of lake water from all directions, ultimately forming a massive water sphere over 3 meters in diameter. With a wave of its hand, the giant water sphere shot towards Li Chen. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, electricity crackling in his hand. This Dark Fishman was not particularly strong, but its arrogance was quite pronounced. Li Chen was too lazy to waste time with it. With a flick of his wrist, a bolt of electricity easily shattered the dark water cannon. Immediately after, it struck the Dark Fishman, catching it off guard. 639W. Critical damage. In the face of over 6 million damage, that pitiful 4,000 defense was utterly meaningless. With 150,000 health, it was quite a lot among ordinary level 30 bosses, but it was still insufficient against the 6 million damage. Impossible, you. The Dark Fishman's eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at Li Chen until its death. It could never have imagined that this seemingly not very powerful human in front of it could kill it in an instant, and possess such terrifying power. Accompanied by the death of the Dark Merman, an incredibly thick golden beam of light enveloped Li Chen. Ding dong, you have gained 1,000 universal points. Ding dong, you have killed the boss, Dark Merman. You have the option to exit the small world early. Would you like to exit the small world now? Yes, no, without hesitation. Li Chen decisively chose no. Watching the dark halo gradually dissipate, the corners of Li Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Perhaps it was because this life had been too smooth sailing that he had completely forgotten the pressure he had previously gained. Li Chen quickly took out a scroll from the space in his ring. Low-level pressure rank, none-learning requirement, 25 points of spirit skill effect 1, consumes 1 point of spirit per second, releasing an invisible aura in a 10 by 10 range. Within the aura, all enemies' attributes minus 10%. Skill effect 2, obtain 3 low-level pressure scrolls or 1 intermediate pressure scroll. To upgrade the skill to intermediate pressure. Description: this is a powerful skill that weakens the enemy's strength. Very precious. If you can obtain it, I reluctantly admit that you are a lucky one. Killing the Dark Merman was just a small episode. After the small episode, Li Chen continued to stroll at the bottom of the lake. The resources at the lake bottom were too abundant, and he was not ready to leave just yet. Thus, Li Chen stayed at the bottom of the lake for a whole day. During this day, Li Chen not only collected resources but also wiped out all the creatures at the lake bottom. In the sky, golden beams of light continuously plunged into the water. When Li Chen was teleported out of the universal small world, his points had already reached an astonishing 20,000. With a flash of white light, Li Chen appeared in that initial closed space. In front of him stood the enormous universal monument. Suddenly, countless golden lights flew out from Li Chen and merged into the universal monument. Accompanied by the influx of golden light, the universal monument burst forth with dazzling brilliance. After a long time, the light gradually faded until it disappeared. Li Chen focused his gaze, and the rankings on the universal monument had clearly changed. Originally ranked third, Fang Wujin had now moved back 1 place to become 4th. The second, Zhou Yunfeng, became 3rd, and the first, Yi Lu, became 2nd. And the new first place was the 4 characters, Starry Sky and Mist. Regional announcement: congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, for being the first to break the ranking record of the Universal Tower, claiming the first place. Reward: free attribute points, *10,000. Regional announcement: Congratulations to player, Starry Sky and Mist, for being the first to break the ranking record of the Universal Tower, claiming the first place, reward, free attribute points, asterisk 10,000. Regional announcement. The regional announcement echoed 3 times in succession. However, this time, it was not just Li Chen who heard this regional announcement. Jian Lei, who had just been teleported to Universal City, also heard the regional announcement in his mind. Damn, is the boss this powerful? This Universal Tower sounds extraordinary, and the boss just broke the record like that? Jian Lei was astonished and quickly sent a private message to Li Chen. Boss, what is this Universal Tower? Take me with you? Looking forward, on the other side, the environment around Li Chen became blurry, and when it became clear again, he was already at the foot of the Universal Tower. Only 10,000 free attribute points? A look of disappointment appeared on Li Chen's face. For ordinary players, gaining 10,000 free attribute points would definitely be an extremely generous reward. But for Li Chen, who possessed the supreme sacrificial talent, a mere 10,000 free attribute points was nothing at all. Shaking his head, Li Chen turned around, just about to leave. At that moment, a figure blocked Li Chen's path, looking at him with a cold expression. Li Chen looked over and saw a young man in splendid attire blocking his way. Are you the one known as the Starry Sky and Mist? At that moment, the young man asked. I am. What do you want? Li Chen nodded slightly. What is it? The young man suddenly smiled faintly and said softly, do you know that because of your arrival, my brother's spot has been pushed aside? For this reason, he has been unable to eat or drink these past few days, and his complexion has grown quite haggard. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the young man in confusion, unable to recall having taken anyone's spot. It was only after the young man's explanation that he suddenly understood. It turned out to be about the qualification for the newcomer competition. Each newcomer competition only has 10 spots, and if one can stand out during the event, they will undoubtedly attract the attention of various powerful factions. Therefore, every competition is fiercely contested by the younger generation of Wuxian City. This time was no exception. The spots had already been determined, but due to Li Chen's presence, a last-minute change occurred, and the unfortunate soul at the bottom of the list was kicked out of the lineup. Well, I understand the situation now. So, what else do you want? If there's nothing more, I will be leaving, Li Chen said, preparing to walk around the young man. The young man did not stop him but allowed him to pass. He squinted his eyes and suddenly smiled, saying, I hope you can give up your spot and return it to my brother. If you can do that, you will gain the goodwill of the Su family, and many benefits will come your way. Considering you managed to force your way into the lineup just days before the competition, your strength must be considerable. And judging by your bone age, you should be just over 20. You can easily compete for a spot next year. My brother, however, has just turned 30 this year. If he misses this opportunity, there will be no second chance. Hearing this, Li Chen paused his steps but did not turn around, calmly saying, what if I say no? The young man slowly turned around, looking at Li Chen's back, his expression still calm. If you refuse, I can understand, but what you will gain is only the malice of the Su family. The Su family is also one of the top families in Wuxian City. Even if you are an immortal adventurer, offending the Su family will not end well for you. To be honest, I don't even care about the competition spot. I just don't want my brother to become a laughingstock for being kicked out at the last minute. After saying this, the young man slowly walked forward. As he brushed past Li Chen, he suddenly stopped and said, there are still 3 days until the list is announced. I hope you can make the right choice within those 3 days. Once the list is published, even if you want to give up your spot, it will no longer be needed. I hope you can be a wise person and make a choice that pleases everyone. With that, the young man took another step, his pace light. Watching the young man's retreating figure, Li Chen smiled slightly and said, you might be disappointed then, my choice is unlikely to please you. Upon hearing this, the young man's steps did not falter. He merely nodded and said regretfully, what a pity, you did not make the right choice. If you think being immortal means you can offend the Su family, I will prove to you just how naive that thought is. Soon, the young man walked far away. The guards of the Wuxian Tower treated the young man as if he were invisible, allowing him to roam freely in front of the tower. Li Chen squinted at the young man's figure. This person is not simple. After a long while, Li Chen finally uttered this phrase. The experiences of 100,000 years had taught him that the deeper one's schemes, the more complex they are. This young man's schemes might not be too deep, but at least compared to a brainless dandy, his cunning was far more profound. No one likes the deep schemes of an enemy, and Li Chen is no exception. In Quanglei City, on the outskirts, there stands a massive manor. This is the headquarters of the Luotian Guild. As the top guild in the Yen Kingdom, its funding is terrifyingly abundant. Even though the God Creation game has no recharge channels, through the frenzied acquisition of gold coins and the contributions of numerous guild members, the Luotian Guild still possesses a vast amount of gold coins in the God Creation game. After spending a significant amount of gold coins, the Luotian Guild finally purchased this enormous manor, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Luotian Manor. At this moment, within Luotian Manor, there is a conference hall comparable in size to a small square with 108 massive thrones scattered around. Currently, 7 of these grand thrones are radiating a magnificent silver light floating in midair. Before these 7 silver thrones is a throne exuding a noble golden glow. On the 8 thrones sit 8 individuals, and if any members of the Luotian Guild were present, they would certainly recognize that these 8 people are all high-ranking members of the guild, with the person seated on the golden throne being the president of the Luotian Guild, Luotian Mishi. President, the newcomer martial arts competition jointly hosted by the 5 main cities is about to begin, and the slots will soon be announced. If we don't make an effort, this opportunity will surely slip away from us, said a middle-aged man with the game ID Luotian Jinfeng, his expression serious. Upon hearing this, Luotian Mishi remained silent, his hands resting on the armrests of the throne, his index fingers lightly tapping the armrests. At this moment, another high-ranking member of the Luotian Guild smiled bitterly and spoke, "Make an effort? What do we have to compete with? There are only 10 slots, and even the president of the God Slayer Guild, God Slayer, barely secured 1 slot." Hearing this, Luotian Jinfeng's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. Sigh, this newcomer martial arts competition requires participants to be under 30 years old, and the president's age has already exceeded that. Otherwise, with the president's current strength, securing a slot would be a piece of cake. Another guild high-ranking member sighed, his face filled with regret. Indeed, if the president could participate, what would God Slayer amount to? Just a mere golden level guy. Our president has already reached the dark gold level. No player can compare to our president. Luotian Mishi remained silent, while the other 7 high-ranking members of the guild began to chat idly. Their topic was simple, various praises centered around Luotian Mishi. After a long while, Luotian Mishi finally spoke, slowly saying, "Alright, I've grown tired of your nonsense. We will definitely secure a slot for the newcomer martial arts competition. After all, as long as we can surpass the other 4 main cities and take first place in the competition, we will receive the generous rewards from the Lord of Quanglei City." As soon as Luotian Mishi spoke, the 7 high-ranking members of the guild immediately closed their mouths and listened quietly. By the end, Luotian Jinfeng couldn't help but furrow his brows and asked, "President, the Lord of Quanglei City has clearly stated that adventurers must reach the golden level to secure a slot, and they must also hunt down at least 10,000 golden level wild monsters in the Quanglei secret realm. In our Luotian Guild, while there are quite a few who can achieve this, all of them are over 30 years old. Cultivating young members now would take time. How can we compete for the slots?" Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on Luotian Mishi's indifferent face as he looked towards the hall's entrance and said, "Death God, come in." Death God? The 7 high-ranking members were momentarily taken aback, unable to react. Suddenly, they remembered a game ID, that of the second lucky one with a divine innate talent in the Luotian Guild, aside from President Luotian Mishi. Yes, in their eyes, a god-level talent awakener is just a lucky person, a European emperor. Although they are high-ranking members of the Luotian Guild, they are unaware of the secrets of the god-making game. Therefore, this game is merely a game to them. However, that Luotian Death God has only been in the game for a few days. Has he already reached the golden level? Just as the 7 guild leaders were puzzled, the heavy doors of the conference hall were slowly pushed open. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the spacious hall as a young man clad in bone armor walked in with a calm expression. The young man was none other than Luotian Death God. As soon as Luotian Death God entered the hall, a throne beneath Luotian Annihilation suddenly emitted a golden light and slowly rose into the air. At the same time, the throne erupted with a golden radiance that enveloped Luotian Death God. Surrounded by the golden light, Luotian Death God felt a powerful attraction. He did not resist and allowed the golden light to pull him onto the throne. After Luotian Death God took his seat, the doors of the conference hall slowly closed. Boom! With a loud sound, the doors completely shut, and the hall fell into a state of isolation from the world once again. Luotian Death God, I greet the president and all the elders. After surveying the room, Luotian Death God spoke calmly and respectfully. In response, Luotian Annihilation merely smiled kindly at Luotian Death God without replying. The other 7 guild leaders did not dare to be presumptuous and all greeted Luotian Death God, introducing themselves. After a round of pleasantries, Luotian Annihilation suddenly spoke. "Death God, the newcomer competition jointly held by the 5 main cities is about to begin. I hope you can represent our Luotian Guild and secure a spot, and I also hope you can achieve victory in the competition." Upon hearing this, Luotian Jinfeng suddenly frowned and said, "President, hasn't the Death God Vice President just entered the game for less than 10 days? Moreover, he has only just teleported to the main city a day or 2 ago. In such a short time, has the Vice President already broken through to the golden level?" Luotian Jinfeng's confusion was shared by the other 6 guild leaders. They remained silent, casting their gazes toward Luotian Annihilation, seeking an answer. Just then, before Luo Tian Annihilation could speak. Luo Tian Death God said, to be precise, I have only been in this game for 8 days. Although my time in the main city has been brief, with the president's support, I managed to pass the 3rd turn dungeon yesterday and reached the 3rd turn golden level. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian Jin Feng and the others exchanged glances, puzzled. You don't need to know so much. If your contributions to the guild are significant enough, I can also grant you benefits that will allow you to level up rapidly in a short time. Hearing this, Luo Tian Jin Feng and the others' eyes lit up, and they spoke in unison. Rest assured, President, even if you send us into a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, we will not hesitate. Although to them it was just a game, it was also their main source of income. In the game, the higher the strength, the more they could secure their position and thus receive substantial dividends from the guild. Once their strength began to lag behind, their status would decline and they could ultimately become ordinary members, left with only a meager salary. In the Thunderstorm main city, there was also a huge suburban manor. This was the headquarters of the God-Slaying Guild. As one of the top guilds in the Yen Kingdom, just like the Luo Tian Guild, the God-Slaying Guild could not be inferior in terms of prestige. Inside the God-Slaying Manor, in a large study, the God-Slayer sat calmly behind the desk, looking at a tall, fair-skinned beauty in front of him. Shin Yulei, one of the vice-presidents of the God-Slaying Guild, and most outsiders believe that this beautiful vice-president rose to her position solely based on her looks. Little do they know that Shin Yulei, awakened, possesses a god-level innate talent as well. President, trust me, give me some time, I will definitely clear the nightmare level 2nd turn dungeon. Shin Yulei looked at the Shirshin with a stubborn expression. The 2nd turn dungeon, like most dungeons in the game, is divided into 4 levels: normal, hard, hell, and nightmare. Each level has a different difficulty and the rewards are naturally different as well. For instance, if one only clears the normal difficulty of the 2nd turn dungeon, the reward is merely 100 free attribute points. However, if one clears the hard difficulty, they will receive 500 free attribute points, and not only that, players who clear the hard difficulty will gain an additional 10% increase in free attribute points for each level they subsequently gain. Suppose a player would normally receive 100 free attribute points upon leveling up, but because they cleared the hard difficulty, it would become 110 free attribute points. Players who clear the hell difficulty can receive 1000 free attribute points, with a 40% increase for each level thereafter. Players who clear the nightmare difficulty can receive 3000 free attribute points, with an 80% increase for each level thereafter. The higher the difficulty cleared, the more free attribute points gained, and the greater the disparity with each level up. Listening to Shin Yulei's stubborn speech, the Shirshin couldn't help but rub his forehead in frustration, a helpless expression on his face. Yulei, you've attempted it 9 times, each time challenging the nightmare level 2nd turn dungeon. But in these 9 attempts, you failed every single time, not once succeeding, and the distance to success is not just a small margin but an endless journey. You only have 1 chance to enter the 2nd turn dungeon per day, and you've already wasted 9 days. Take my advice, give up, and choose the hell difficulty. With your strength, you can definitely clear it. Upon hearing this, Shin Yulei stubbornly shook her head. No, I refuse, I absolutely refuse. The Shirshin smiled bitterly at her response. He had always been at a loss with his younger sister. Yes, Shin Yulei and the Shirshin are indeed biological siblings. Little sister, this time, I hope you won't be so willful. The newcomer competition organized by the 5 major cities is about to take place. Although I don't know what rewards the winner will receive, I have a feeling that the reward will be substantial, perhaps even related to our future. I hope you can quickly level up to the 3rd turn golden level so we can work together to secure the victory and earn the rewards. Upon hearing this, Shin Yulei merely raised her chin proudly. President, I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Also, we agreed on 3 rules. In the game, we won't refer to each other as siblings. You've already broken the rules. After saying this, Shin Yulei turned to leave. Nonsense. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind the screen where the Shirshin was standing. Hearing this voice, the Shirshin shot Shin Yulei a look that seemed to say, "You're on your own." A tall figure stepped out from behind the screen, and upon seeing his face, it was evident that he bore a resemblance to both the Shirshin and Shin Yulei. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Shin Yulei looked at the middle-aged man emerging from behind the screen, her pretty face displaying a look of astonishment. "Little you, it seems that your brother and I have been too indulgent with you. At such a critical moment, you are still so willful." The middle-aged man, whose game ID is Shirshin Yenyang, looked at Shin Yulei with a look of disappointment. Before Shin Yulei could respond, he continued, "I have told you long ago that the God creation game is not an ordinary game. It can determine your future. This newcomer competition is clearly a turning point that could change your future. Just think about it, every lord of a main city possesses epic-level peak strength, the strongest beneath the deities. With 5 such figures paying close attention to this competition, if you can shine brightly and even win the championship, how many benefits could you gain? Today, whether you like it or not, you must clear the hell difficulty 2nd transition dungeon for me. I want you to reach gold level today and then go to the Lord of Thunderstorm City to apply for a spot." Looking at the imposing expression of the Godslayer Yin Yang. The Godslayer Yulei couldn't help but pout her cherry lips and quietly argued, even if I clear the second transition dungeon, I still need a massive amount of experience points to reach gold level. How could I possibly achieve gold level today? Upon hearing this, the Godslayer suddenly spoke, little sister, don't worry, I still have some experience stones left. Although it's not much, it's just enough to support you in leveling up to level 60. Just focus on clearing the second and third transition dungeons. As long as you choose nightmare difficulty, I believe the third transition dungeon will be a piece of cake for you. Looking at the smile on the Godslayer's face, the Godslayer Yulei felt a surge of resentment. Little sister, don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good. Instead of wasting time on the second transition dungeon, it's better to quickly level up and gain benefits. A step ahead, every step ahead. Our goal is to ignite the divine fire and achieve divinity, not to play games. Hearing this, the Godslayer Yulei muttered softly, pursuing the trivial while neglecting the essential. The Godslayer's ears twitched, and he smiled, little sister, maybe you're right. We are indeed pursuing the trivial while neglecting the essential right now, but sometimes one has to do some trivial things. Not everything can go as you wish, smoothly. Upon hearing this, the Godslayer Yin Yang nodded in agreement. What your brother said is correct. You might not understand what we're saying now, but when you grow older and gain more life experience, you will naturally understand. After saying this, he suddenly glared at the Godslayer Yulei and said sternly, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enter the second transition dungeon to complete the clearance. And don't try to play tricks on me, otherwise, your pocket money will be gone and I'll have someone collect all those toys you like. The Godslayer Yulei turned pale and quickly said, no, I'll go clear it, okay? After saying that, the Godslayer Yulei quickly entered the second transition dungeon. With a flash of white light, the figure of the Godslayer Yulei had disappeared. Dad, you're still amazing. Seeing the figure of the Godslayer Yulei vanish, the Godslayer gave a thumbs up to the Godslayer Yin Yang. Upon hearing this, the Godslayer Yin Yang's expression immediately fell. He scratched the back of his head. I just hope your sister doesn't go to your mother to complain. Otherwise, your mom will start having conflicts with me again. Last time we had a conflict, we were separated for half a month and it drove me crazy. Godslayer. On the other side, as Li Chen was about to leave, the captain of the guards at the Wushang Tower blocked his way. Is there something you need? Li Chen looked at the captain of the guards and flashed a friendly smile. If it were before, the captain of the guards wouldn't have thought much of Li Chen, but when he learned that Fong Wujin was secretly protecting this young man, his attitude naturally underwent a huge change. The captain of the guards smiled and said, young friend, after you entered the Wushang Tower, the Lord sent someone to convey a message for me to pass on to you. The Lord wants me to tell you that the newcomer competition is about to begin and hopes you can prepare well in the coming days. If you can shine brightly in the competition, the Lord will definitely not be stingy with the rewards. If the young friend can secure the championship for Wanshan City, then the rewards will be absolutely generous. Moreover, the city lord has also said that if the young friend can achieve victory, he will bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression remained neutral, and he calmly nodded. In that case, please convey to the city lord that the first place is certainly within my grasp. After saying this, Li Chen bypassed the captain of the guards and walked away directly. Watching Li Chen's departing figure, the captain of the guards couldn't help but furrow his brow. Just then, a voice came from behind the captain. Young people just don't know their limits. How can he be so sure of first place? Exactly, doesn't he know that the other four main cities mostly have young talents at the golden level? Even if Wanshan City has slightly declined, we still have 3 at the golden age level. The rest are at least at the peak of silver. And he, just a mere newcomer at the bronze level. I really don't understand why the city lord would choose him. Listening to his subordinates' whispers, the captain of the guards didn't speak, but internally he highly agreed with their conversation. Moreover, Li Chen's arrogant demeanor just now made him have a very poor impression of him. By the way, Captain, can't you check the points record of the Wanshan Tower? See how that kid's points are. Yes, Captain, hurry up and check. I also want to know how impressive he really is with such big talk. Ha, I bet 1 gold coin that guy's Wanshan points definitely won't exceed 30. 30? Do you think so highly of him? I'll put in a gold coin too. I bet his Wanshan points won't exceed 15. 15 is still too much. I'll bet 1 gold coin that his points won't exceed 10. Boss, we've all placed our bets. You're the only one left. Do you want to join in? Upon hearing this, the captain of the guard shot a glare at a few of them and said irritably, get back to your positions quickly. With only 2 days left, if anything goes wrong, just wait and see if I don't skin you alive. After saying this, the captain picked up a bronze mirror and said, this time, I'll satisfy your curiosity, but it won't be a precedent. During my tenure, you all crowd around me. What if something happens? Hearing this, the guards nodded repeatedly, all agreeing. But just by looking at their expressions, one could clearly think of an idiom, saying one thing while meaning another. The captain of the guards shook his head helplessly, and with a thought, he input a bit of energy into the bronze mirror. In fact, not only were these team members curious, he was equally Curious. In his impression, the city lord of Wanshan was a very shrewd person and wouldn't casually choose someone who was even at the silver level just to fill numbers. Especially with that previous remark, it seemed the city lord was convinced that the young man's strength was the strongest among 10. Just then, the bronze mirror emitted a dazzling light. As the light faded, Li Chen's image appeared, with his points and ranking displayed above his head. Am I under an illusion? This data. Who just said they bet his Wanshan points wouldn't exceed 30? That was me. What's wrong? Didn't you also say his points couldn't exceed 15? Over 20,000 points? This completely crushes everyone. It's terrifying. No wonder the city lord values him so much. I get it now. It wasn't the city lord who misjudged, it was me who was blind. The captain of the guards was also stunned, staring incredulously at the bronze mirror. To become an epic level powerhouse, he too was once a prodigy of Wanshan City and had also obtained the qualification token for the Wanshan Tower. He had once stormed through the tower of all things at the bronze rank, and despite being fully prepared, he ultimately earned no more than 1,000 points. The captain of the guards suddenly looked up, staring in the direction where Li Chen had disappeared. His strength, I fear, far exceeds the bronze level. With 5 days left until the martial arts competition begins, if he breaks through to silver in these few days, perhaps he really can break the long-standing stagnation of Wuxiang City and forcibly claim the top spot among the 5 cities. Hearing their captain speak so highly of Li Chen, the guards exchanged glances. Yet, surprisingly, not a single one dared to refute him. After all, as guards of the Tower of all things, they had dealt with various prodigies for years and understood just how terrifying someone who could earn 20,000 points in Wuxiang could be. They clearly remembered that the second-ranked Yilu had only managed a little over 8,000 points in the final tally. If this boy doesn't die, he will surely be on the same level as the city lord in the future. No, he has the potential to become a deity. What the captain didn't know was that, in the shadows, a pair of eyes was also fixed on the bronze mirror. This kid from the starry sky is truly a monster. Even calling him a monster feels a bit pale, he's just too damn abnormal. Fang Wujin, hiding in the dark, couldn't help but gasp despite having once ranked 3rd and now being 4th on the leaderboard. On the other side, Li Chen had already returned to his residence. With a thought, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Notice, you have collected all the energy points for the instance, and the second transfer instance is about to open. Ding dong, the second transfer instance has been opened. Please select difficulty, normal, hard, hell, nightmare, mythical. Mythical, ha? Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, then a smile crept onto his lips. Although he had not qualified to challenge the mythical level job change task in his previous life, he was aware of the mythical level advancement tasks. The condition to unlock the mythical level advancement instance was simple: to gain the recognition of the cosmic will. Only when the cosmic will recognized a player could that player qualify to open the mythical level advancement instance. In his previous life, during the godmaking game, Li Chen had always played it safe and ordinary, so it was impossible for him to gain the cosmic will's recognition. However, in this life, just a few days into the game, Li Chen had already soloed several world bosses and cleared 2 hidden instances at the nightmare level, even single-handedly, defeating a fragment of a death deity. With such formidable strength and such grand achievements, how could Li Chen not gain the recognition of the cosmic will? Interesting, truly interesting. The mythical level advancement instance has been renowned for a long time. I didn't expect to have the chance to enter. I wonder what makes the mythical level advancement instance different. A smile appeared on Li Chen's face as he decisively chose the mythical difficulty. World announcement, player, Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Country region, is unparalleled. Opening the mythical difficulty advancement instance, reward, miracle treasure chest, *1, world reputation, *100W. World announcement, player, Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Country region, is unparalleled. Opening the mythical difficulty advancement instance, reward, miracle treasure chest, *1, world reputation, *100W. World announcement. More than a month had passed since the godmaking game launched, and many players had already reached level 30, with numerous others preparing to start or having completed the second transfer instance. Of course, there were also many who overestimated themselves, continuously challenging high difficulty instances without regard for their own strength, leading to repeated failures and getting stuck at level 30. At this moment, upon seeing this world announcement, the world channel instantly erupted. The Great Demon King, H Country region, what's going on? This Starry Sky and Mist has popped up again? Is no one going to deal with him? In just a few days. How many times has he made it to the world announcement? Angel with broken wings, our country district. None of this is the point. The point is, what is a myth level advanced dungeon? I've cleared the second and third transfer dungeons, and there are a total of 4 difficulties. I've never even seen this myth difficulty. Cold Moon, our country district 666. The big shot upstairs is amazing. I'm still stuck on the second transfer dungeon. Is the planning of this online game not considering people? A mere ordinary difficulty second transfer dungeon is so damn hard. I've failed 3 times already. Kiss of the Angel, M Country District Sai, challenging the difficult second transfer dungeon for the 4th time, praying for God's blessing. Heartfelt thoughts, Flame Country District. The thread is off, let me fix it. What the hell is myth difficulty? At Starry Sky and Mist, bro, come out and chat. I have a sword, I don't practice. Flame Country District, the one upstairs. Save your energy. That Starry Sky and Mist is very aloof. I've never seen him chat in the World Channel. Maybe that's what being a big shot is. Godslayer, Flame Country District at Starry Sky and Mist, bro. I still say, the door of the Godslayer Guild is always open for you. Just come, and you'll be the vice president of the guild, with an annual salary of 10 million. The World Channel was bustling with activity. Li Chen's popularity quickly faded away, and countless people began to vent their frustrations in the World Channel. Although the content was repetitive, the meaning was the same. It was nothing more than cursing the incompetent planners and the difficulty of the second transfer dungeon. Among them was even a top player from Y Country District, lamenting the challenges of the nightmare level dungeon, stating bluntly that he had attempted the nightmare level 4th transfer dungeon 3 times, all in vain. However, the commotion in the World Channel had nothing to do with Li Chen. At this moment, a ball of white light erupted from Li Chen, followed by a thick white beam shooting up into the sky. In the sky, a massive magic circle appeared, and the huge white beam was perfectly positioned at the core of that magic circle. This shocking scene caused countless people in the city of Wanxiang to put down their work and look up. That position is Starry Sky's position. Inside the Wanxiang Guild, Yi Lu's expression suddenly changed, and in the next moment, his figure vanished, reappearing above Li Chen's residence. What happened? Yi Lu asked gravely, staring at the enormous white beam. Just then, a figure silently appeared beside Yi Lu. It was Feng Wujin, who had been secretly protecting Li Chen. His expression was equally grave, filled with confusion. Shaking his head, Feng Wujin spoke, I don't know. After coming out of the Wanxiang Tower, Starry Sky went straight home, and then this beam of light suddenly appeared. President, should we take action? Starry Sky should be within that beam. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu furrowed his brows. He could sense the terrifying power contained within the beam. The strength was so immense that even he, as a peak epic level powerhouse, felt a lingering fear. No, it should be a sense of dread. We will take action, but I will handle it myself. Even if I risk my life, I must rescue Starry Sky. Old Feng, if anything happens to me, the Wanxiang Guild will be handed over to you. Upon hearing this, Feng Wujin's expression changed, wanting to say something but hesitating. Yi Lu gritted his teeth just as he was about to take action. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure appeared beside him, a large hand pressing down on Yi Lu's shoulder. Lord City Master, what do you mean by this? Yi Lu turned around, his expression darkening. The newcomer was none other than the city master of Wanxiang, Zhou Yunfeng. President Yi, worrying leads to chaos. You should carefully sense this power. It is the great power of the world. Do you really think you can contend with this world? Moreover, I can sense that this power of the world poses no danger. I know you are worried about the safety of our friend from the Starry Sky, but I believe that the power of the world will not harm him casually. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little, yet his face still bore deep concern. At that moment, a figure slowly ascended towards the heavens along the beam of light. The 3 of them focused their gaze, and the figure was none other than Li Chen. Seeing Li Chen safe and sound, Yi Lu finally felt relieved. However, as he watched Li Chen continue to rise towards the sky, confusion filled his heart. Where is he being taken? Zhou Yunfeng also watched Li Chen's ascending figure, his mind racing. Our friend from the Starry Sky is a visitor from another world. Do you think this could be a way for him to return to his world? Just then, Zhou Yunfeng's eyes lit up as he speculated. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu and Feng Wujin were both taken aback. Although they knew that adventurers came from another world, they had never seen how adventurers traveled between the 2 worlds. After all, Li Chen was the first adventurer they had encountered. There is a possibility, Feng Wujin nodded, then sighed. I wonder what their world is like. Not only can they travel between 2 worlds without difficulty, but adventurers also possess the trait of immortality. Yi Lu and Zhou Yunfeng nodded in agreement. To be honest, deep down, they were quite envious of the adventurer's immortality. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, dozens of figures appeared behind the 3. Is it this Starry Sky and Mist again? Among the crowd, a middle-aged beauty looked at Li Chen's slowly rising figure with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged beauty, named Suyu, was an epic-level powerhouse from the Su family and also the mother of the unfortunate soul who lost his spot to Li Chen. Suddenly, Suyu coldly smiled, and a silver needle as thin as a hair appeared in her hand. Immortal? So what? As long as you are struck by my soul-biting needle, even if you are resurrected, you will have to live in eternal pain. After a cold laugh in her heart, Suyu was about to launch the soul-biting needle towards Li Chen's figure. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Suyu, an aged hand grasping her shoulder. Father? Suyu was startled and quickly turned to look at the newcomer. Xiaoyu, do not use such petty tricks in front of those three adults. You may think you are being discreet, but how could those three powerful beings not notice immediately? The city lord is fine, after all, it has little to do with that starry sky and mist, but the Wanshan Guild will not let it go easily. At that time, because of your little action, the entire Su family may fall into an irretrievable situation. Upon hearing this, Suyu's face revealed an unwilling expression as she gritted her teeth, but the old man's gaze suddenly turned cold and his tone became stern. What do you plan to use the entire Su family to make up for your recklessness? If that's the case, I will immediately erase you and your precious son. Hearing the old man's suddenly stern tone, Suyu's voluptuous body trembled and a look of panic appeared on her face. Alright, let's go. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of Suyu and the old man vanished simultaneously. On the other side, Zhou Yunfeng looked meaningfully in the direction where the two had disappeared. Soon, Li Chen's figure had already merged into the magic circle in the sky. The beam of light suddenly vanished, and the magic circle quickly shrank, disappearing from sight. In the vast universe, within a certain plane, a white light pierced the sky and landed in a mountain range. There was no violent collision sound, nor was there any massive destruction caused by a meteorite falling to the ground. The white light landed on a flat area, and as the light dissipated, Li Chen's figure was revealed. Li Chen surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, a look of bewilderment on his face. Ding dong, because of your arrival, this small world has undergone tremendous changes. Ding dong, welcome player, Starry Sky and Mist, to the Mythical Advancement Dungeon. Ding dong, the Mythical Advancement quest has been generated. You can check the quest information yourself. Ding dong, upon completing the quest, you can teleport away. Dying within the dungeon will also result in teleportation out. Friendly reminder, the Mythical Advancement Dungeon only offers one chance. If you fail the quest, it will not be possible to open it again. Listening to the prompt in his mind, Li Chen finally understood. He had not entered a dungeon randomly created by the cosmic will, but had been directly teleported to a small world within the universe, and because of Li Chen's arrival, this small world had undergone earth-shattering changes. Such a grand gesture could only be worshipped by even the most powerful beings at the level of the main god. Of course, it wasn't that the main god couldn't transform a world. In fact, Li Chen had transformed several small worlds before. However, the main god could not instantly transform a small world, especially not in such a dramatic way. Speaking of which, what is my advancement quest? With this thought, Li Chen opened a panel, and there it was, the information about the Mythical Advancement Quest. Advancement Quest, Mythical, Savior. The Tianfeng small world is being targeted by the undead bone dragon Augufus and is in imminent danger. Please eliminate these invaders and save this world. Li Chen. He stared at the quest information, speechless. After a long while, he couldn't help but gasp. Is this the advancement quest of mythical difficulty? Just a second transition difficulty, and I have to save the world? I'm just a mere level 30 bronze nobody, saving the world? Don't joke about interstellar nonsense. Saving a world was not something a bronze level character should be doing. That was the job for epic level big shots. After a while, Li Chen calmed his mind. Since he was here, he might as well accept it. After all, he wouldn't die, so he might as well give it a try. It was better than giving up without even attempting. Moreover, Li Chen thought the cosmic will probably wouldn't give him a task that he couldn't possibly complete, meaning that even if he was just bronze level, he should still have a chance to complete this terrifying savior quest. Speaking of which, I just obtained a miracle chest. I wonder what it will yield. With that, Li Chen took out the miracle chest that had automatically been placed in his backpack. The miracle chest was not large, about the size of an adult's fist, and looked just like an ordinary wooden box, showing no signs of being miraculous. However, Li Chen knew that there was indeed a miracle inside the miracle chest. In his previous life, 3 players had publicly shared the rewards they received after opening miracle chests on the forum. One could say that each reward was more outrageous than the last. The first player, after opening the miracle chest, had his golden level innate talent directly evolve into a divine level innate talent. The second player, after opening the miracle chest, jumped straight from bronze rank to epic rank, without even needing to clear the advancement dungeon. The third player's reward was even more absurd. After opening the miracle chest, he ignited divine fire and became a deity with eternal life. Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but feel his lips dry. He licked them and muttered softly, with my luck, I wonder what I can open. While thinking, Li Chen opened the miracle chest. The chest opened, and it was empty. Inside, nothing at all. Just as Li Chen was puzzled, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, you have opened the miracle chest, and you have triggered a miracle. Immediately afterward, Li Chen noticed a book appearing before him. Wrath of Thunder, rank, divine learning requirement, none effect 1, can unleash a group damage attack on targets within a 10,000 yard radius, dealing 100,000 plus 1,000% intelligence points of lightning damage, cooling, 24-hour description. This is a powerful skill used by deities to unleash divine might. Seeing the attribute chart of thunderous wrath, Li Chen's face lit up with surprise. He never expected To unlock such a divine skill from the miracle chest, and because it was obtained from the miracle chest, there were no learning requirements. This would significantly enhance Li Chen's area damage. Although Li Chen possessed spatial control and had extensive area attack methods compared to the high damage of Thunderous Wrath, the area methods brought by spatial control seemed too weak. Li Chen's intelligence attribute had reached 32,000. If he used Thunderous Wrath, it would result in a terrifying base damage of 100,000 plus 320,000. And this was just the base damage. With the 100-fold amplification from the heart of the Thunder God, this damage would reach a horrifying 42 million. Most importantly, this was not a single target skill but an area damage skill. Moreover, it was an ultra-large area damage skill. One could imagine Li Chen using spatial movement to penetrate deep into the enemy's ranks, then instantly unleashing Thunderous Wrath. How many could withstand that massive damage of 42 million? Furthermore, due to the Heart of the Thunder God's effect of reducing cooldown by 50%, a skill that originally required 2 days of cooldown now only needed 1 day. This meant that Li Chen could unleash such a world-destroying divine spell once a day. Just as I need to save the world, I've been gifted such a divine skill. The miracle chest truly lives up to its name. Without a second thought, Li Chen directly learned Thunderous Wrath. The book, radiating a faint divine light, suddenly shattered into specks of divine light that entered Li Chen's forehead. At the same time, another skill appeared in Li Chen's skill bar. After learning Thunderous Wrath, Li Chen's confidence soared. I won't hold back on this mythic advancement task. After saying this, Li Chen began to carefully survey his surroundings. This was a continuous mountain range, with peaks rising and falling, each with different shapes and environments. However, at this moment, these peaks were shrouded in an extremely cold power. Having dealt with the undead multiple times, Li Chen recognized this as the power of the undead. Li Chen heightened his vigilance and randomly chose a direction to advance, as he had no clear destination. Buzz! A crisp sound of a blade slicing through the air came from behind a massive rock on the right. Li Chen's eyes flickered, and he quickly stepped back 2 paces to evade the sudden attack. In the next moment, a shadow sprang out in front of Li Chen. After realizing its attack had missed, the shadow knelt and swiftly jumped backward. Li Chen focused his gaze, and to his surprise, it was a humanoid skeleton wielding a bone knife, with blue flames burning in its eye sockets. Skeleton Blade Master, Elite, Level, 61 Rank, Gold Health, 80,000/80,000 Strength/Intelligence, 8000/0 Skills, Undead Power, Advanced Blade Mastery. Description: it is a Blade Master among the Skeleton Clan, and its swordsmanship is incredibly powerful. The Skeleton Blade Master, as described, is a Blade Master of the Skeleton Clan. Do not think that all skeletons are slow-moving, dim-witted low-level beings. The Skeleton Blade Master is not the same as ordinary skeletons. Their intelligence is not inferior to that of humans. Not only is their intelligence high, but their swordsmanship is also profound. If an ordinary player faced them at the same level, they would only be slaughtered by the Skeleton Blade Master. This Skeleton Blade Master had been hiding behind that large rock. Unlike the low-level skeleton warriors, it did not rush out at the first sight of Li Chen. Instead, it carefully concealed its form and presence, waiting until Li Chen entered its optimal ambush range before striking fiercely. However, it was a pity that this skeleton swordsman clearly underestimated Li Chen. What it thought would be a lethal sneak attack was easily dodged by Li Chen. The skeleton swordsman looked at Li Chen, its mouth opening and closing as if trying to say something. Then, the blue soul fire in its eye socket suddenly flickered, shining with excitement. Gripping its bone knife, it wildly swung its arm and charged at Li Chen. Li Chen stood still, watching the skeleton swordsman rush towards him. Just as the bone knife in the skeleton's hand was about to strike Li Chen, he finally moved. A bolt of lightning shot from his hand, landing on the skeleton swordsman. 320W. The skeleton swordsman's health bar was instantly emptied. Li Chen looked at the skeleton's frame slowly collapsing, shaking his head with a face full of regret. I still have to save this world, so I don't have time to waste with you. Otherwise, I would love to spar with you. The swordsmanship of the skeleton swordsman was incredibly powerful. In his previous life, many players sought out skeleton swordsmen to hone their combat skills, engaging without using any other means. In his previous life, Li Chen was indeed among those players. Although he was an archer, that didn't stop him from enjoying using his bow and arrows as melee weapons to practice techniques with the skeleton swordsman. Suddenly, Li Chen's gaze sharpened, and a look of emotion appeared on his face. In front of him, the skeleton swordsman's corpse had not disappeared but lay quietly on the ground. The corpses of myth-level dungeon monsters don't disappear. Excitement spread across Li Chen's face. If the corpses of myth-level dungeon monsters didn't vanish, then he would definitely earn a fortune in free attribute points this time, especially since this mission was aimed at the invasion of the undead, and the undead were most famous for their terrifying numbers. Li Chen crouched down, looking at the skeleton swordsman's corpse, silently chanting, "Sacrifice." In the next moment, the skeleton swordsman transformed into a beam of white light and entered Li Chen's forehead. You have sacrificed a gold-level corpse. You randomly gain 66 free attribute points. Hearing the familiar system notification in his mind, Li Chen's eyes shone with ecstasy. Filled with excitement, Li Chen quickened his pace, eager to encounter more wild monsters. Soon, a group of skeleton warriors wielding various bone weapons appeared before him. The moment these skeleton warriors saw Li Chen, the soul fire in their eye sockets flickered violently, and driven by instinct, they all swung their weapons and charged at Li Chen. Of course, relative to their charge, in Li Chen's eyes, their speed was hardly different from a crawl. Li Chen didn't waste time. With a thought, hundreds of spatial blades descended like a swarm of locusts, swiftly cutting through the group of skeleton warriors, easily depleting their health bars. Sacrifice, he silently chanted, and the hundreds of skeleton warriors transformed into white light, entering Li Chen's forehead. You have sacrificed a non-ranked corpse. You randomly gain 7 free attribute points. You have sacrificed a non-ranked corpse. You randomly gain 9 free attribute points. You have sacrificed. In an instant, Li Chen gained over 700 free attribute points. A broad smile spread across his face, and he felt immensely pleased. Without resting, Li Chen continued to search for the traces of wild monsters. Before long, another figure appeared before him, a giant rabbit standing over 5 meters tall. Explosive Flame Giant Rabbit, Boss, Level, 100 Rank, Gold Health 1 500,000/1 500,000 Strength Intelligence 20,000/300,000 Physical Defense Magic Defense 10,000/10,000 Skills, Explosive Fireball, Giant Rabbit Leap, Wall of Flames. Description: this is a very irritable rabbit. If you are not sure, do not provoke it. On a mountain path, a fully armed group was slowly advancing. My lord, are you really confident in defeating that explosive flame giant rabbit? Its strength has far exceeded what we can handle. An elderly man in a black linen robe looked at the leader, worry etched on his face. Upon hearing this, the leader, an elderly man in splendid attire, revealed a bitter smile. Elder you, do we have any other options? A month ago, a sudden outbreak of undead chaos occurred worldwide. Countless cities have fallen, becoming paradises for the undead, with the living brutally transformed into the undead. Our Qingfeng city has held out for a month now, but every night, the undead army besieges the city. Countless brave soldiers fight to protect their homes, only to die in the process. We really can't hold on much longer. If this continues for 3 more nights, Qingfeng city will surely fall, and its people will perish, completely becoming a paradise for the undead. If I can defeat that explosive flame giant rabbit and make a pact with it, then perhaps there is still a chance for a turnaround. At the end of his words, a determined light flashed in the eyes of the lord of Qingfeng city. Hearing this, Elder Yu fell into silence. Indeed, they had run out of options. Then, my lord, have you considered? If we fall in this explosive flame mountain range, tonight will be the end of Qingfeng city. Upon hearing this, the lord of Qingfeng city took a deep breath. So, we must succeed. Only by succeeding can we save Qingfeng city. If we fail. At this point, the lord paused, painfully closing his eyes. Then Qingfeng city would merely be taking an early step towards its end, rather than struggling to survive. For a few more days, it would be better to find relief sooner. Suddenly, the expression of the lord of Qingfeng city changed, and he abruptly stopped, quickly raising his arm. In an instant, the entire group came to a halt. Then, all eyes followed the direction of the lord's gaze, where a rabbit over 5 meters long, with light red fur, was attacking furiously. Surrounding it were hundreds of skeleton knights, riding skeletal warhorses and wielding bone spears, continuously besieging the explosive flame giant rabbit. However, this group of skeleton knights was far too weak to inflict any damage on the explosive flame giant rabbit. Its furious temper made it extremely angry, even though it understood that these skeleton knights posed no threat to it. It's a group of skeleton knights. My lord, should we engage? A well-equipped young man asked, looking at the battle ahead. The lord of Qingfeng city shook his head and replied, no need. These skeleton knights are just a bunch of small fry. They will be dealt with by the explosive flame giant rabbit in no time. However, even though they are small fry, they can still slightly deplete the giant rabbit's stamina, which will give us a better chance when we strike later. After saying this, the lord began to scan the surroundings, assessing the environment. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a figure in the distance. There's actually a person over there? Upon hearing this, everyone followed the lord's gaze, and sure enough, a figure appeared in their line of sight. It was a young man dressed in peculiar clothing, and just a glance at his face made everyone's eyes light up, their breaths quickening. How can there be such a beautiful man in this world? Some of the older ones maintained their composure, but the younger ones, upon seeing Li Chen, immediately lost their cool. This person. Elder Yu scrutinized Li Chen closely, even attempting to probe his aura, only to be astonished to find that he could not discern Li Chen's realm at all. That young man is not simple. At that moment, the lord of Qingfeng city spoke up. Anyone who could appear alone in the explosive flame mountains was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, the observant lord of Qingfeng city noticed that Li Chen's expression was very calm. Elder Yu, go over and ask that young man if he is willing to join our team to defeat the explosive flame giant rabbit. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu couldn't help but frown. My lord, although this person is also of the human race, his origins are unknown, and I fear. The lord of Qingfeng City shook his head. Elder Yu, with the outbreak of the undead chaos, as long as one is of the human race, we are all in the same boat. We rise and fall together, you need not be overly cautious. This is a special time, a critical moment for the survival of the human race. Hearing this, Elder Yu shook his head. Although his thoughts differed from those of the lord of Qingfeng City, he did not intend to disobey orders. Elder Yu strode towards Li Chen, and soon arrived not far from him. Li Chen had already noticed them when the group from Qingfeng City appeared. These people were clearly the natives of this small world. They did not provoke Li Chen, and he had no interest in engaging with them. He merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his focus to the battle between the explosive flame giant rabbit and the skeletal knights. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly noticed an old man in a black linen robe among the natives striding towards him. Young friend, what do you go by? Elder Yu stopped a short distance from Li Chen and asked with a smile. Shinkong, is there something you need? Li Chen looked at Elder Yu with a calm expression. Seeing Li Chen's somewhat indifferent demeanor, Elder Yu felt a bit displeased. He wore a broad smile, but in return, he received coldness. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in such a situation. Not to mention, Elder Yu was one of the strong figures in Qingfeng City, a peak-level golden warrior. Young friend Shinkong, I am Yufeng from Qingfeng City, and this is our lord. Our purpose in coming to the explosive flame mountains is to defeat the explosive flame giant rabbit. Are you willing to join our team? Upon hearing this, Li Chen casually glanced at Elder Yu, shook his head, and refused. Not interested, and I don't want to join your team. It's just a mere explosive flame giant rabbit. Elder Yu's expression darkened at these words, and he could no longer maintain his smile. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Underestimating the explosive flame giant rabbit, be careful you don't even know how you died later, After saying this, Elder Yu turned away with a cold face and quickly left. Soon, he returned to the group. Seeing Elder Yu's gloomy expression, the lord of Qingfeng City curiously asked, Elder Yu, how did it go? What did that young man say? In response, Elder Yu gave a cold smile and did not embellish, recounting his conversation with Li Chen verbatim. Upon hearing this, the lord of Qingfeng City shook his head and couldn't help but say, this young man is indeed a bit arrogant. Well, since he is unwilling to join our team, we will defeat the explosive flame giant rabbit ourselves. After saying this, the lord of Qingfeng City looked at Li Chen, pondered for a moment, and said, however, you all need to keep an eye on this person. I hope he doesn't interfere while we are attacking the explosive flame giant rabbit, or else. At the end of his words, a glint of cold light flashed in the lord's eyes. How could someone who sat as a city lord be anything but formidable? The lord of Qingfeng City had no idea how much blood was on his hands. A group of skeletal knights without any rank, even numbering in the hundreds, could not last a few minutes against the explosive flame giant rabbit. During this time, the explosive flame giant rabbit didn't even use skills, it relied solely on pure physical output to kill all the skeletal knights. Then, the blazing flame giant rabbit raised its blood-red eyes, its gaze first landing on Li Chen, who was closest to it. However, when it sensed that the group from Qingfeng City was approaching, its blood-red gaze quickly shifted targets. Li Chen also noticed the movements of the Qingfeng City group, his brows furrowed slightly. He had already wasted several minutes watching the battle between the blazing flame giant rabbit and the skeleton knight, and now it seemed this group wanted to engage the blazing flame giant rabbit as well. He felt a bit reluctant to wait any longer. However, after some thought, he suppressed his desire to act and chose to observe the situation. Roar facing the rapidly approaching group from Qingfeng City, the blazing flame giant rabbit let out a furious roar. In the next moment, it unleashed its skill for the first time. The giant rabbit leaps. The blazing flame giant rabbit bent its hind legs, and in the next moment it had leaped up, quickly descending towards the group from Qingfeng City. With the size and strength of the blazing flame giant rabbit, once it crashed down, this group would undoubtedly perish. Rock giant, block it for me. At that moment, Elder Yu suddenly shouted. A massive magic circle appeared on the ground in front of him, and then a rock giant over 10 meters tall, entirely brown, emerged from the magic circle. Roar! The rock giant opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Its diamond-like eyes suddenly burst forth with a brown light. In the next moment, the rock giant swung its fist, colliding with the leaping blazing flame giant rabbit. Boom! With a loud crash, the blazing flame giant rabbit was sent flying, landing hundreds of meters away, dust swirling around it. However, despite looking quite disheveled, the blazing flame giant rabbit did not suffer much damage. Instead, the rock giant was buried deep in the ground, and the fist that had collided with the blazing flame giant rabbit exploded, leaving Elder Yu's face pale as his contracted beast suffered severe injury. At that moment, among the crowd, an elderly man with a similarly aged face suddenly waved his hand, and a magic circle appeared in front of him. The next moment, a giant flower radiating purple, red, and green light emerged from the magic circle. From the enormous flower, specks of pollen glowing with 3 colors sprayed out, landing on the rock giant. In the next moment, the rock giant seemed to be injected with steroids, suddenly exerting force to pull its body out of the ground. Meanwhile, a large number of stones nearby gathered towards it, and eventually the exploded right hand reformed. Roar just then, amidst the swirling dust in the distance, the furious roar of the blazing flame giant rabbit echoed. In the next moment, the temperature in the air suddenly rose, and a massive fireball shot out from the swirling dust, flying towards the group from Qingfeng City. The blazing flame fireball, the signature skill of the blazing flame giant rabbit. Releasing this skill indicated that it had fallen into a complete frenzy. Rock giant, block it. Seeing the rapidly approaching blazing flame fireball, Elder Yu's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. In the next moment, the rock giant bent down, its palms pressed against the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground in front of the rock giant suddenly cracked open, and a massive rock barrier quickly rose up. Before the enormous blazing flame fireball arrived, a 10-meter-high rock wall had already taken shape. At that moment, Elder Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting this blood, his already pale face became even paler. This blood transformed into a blood arrow, directly embedding itself into the rock barrier. It could be seen that the originally gray-brown rock barrier changed color rapidly after Elder Yu's blood merged into it, ultimately turning into a reddish-brown appearance. Boom! With a loud crash, the massive blazing flame fireball finally arrived, smashing violently against the rock barrier. A terrifying surge of energy and searing heat erupted in an instant, and the seemingly impenetrable rock barrier softened at its surface, turning into droplets of magma that fell, scorching the earth below. At that moment, a magic circle appeared before the people of Qingfeng City. Moments later, one summoning beast after another was called forth. There were tigers as large as small mountains, mantises taller than a person, and giant pythons over 30 meters long. In front of the Lord of Qingfeng City, a magic circle also materialized. Within the circle, a giant holding a golden staff clad in red armor and standing a towering 20 meters tall slowly emerged. Watching this scene, Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. A beast master system? As a main god, Li Chen had encountered many systems, and the beast master system was one of the more common systems across countless worlds. He then attempted to check the strength of these summoned beasts, only to find their attribute charts filled with question marks. Unable to view them in their normal state, Li Chen activated his Eye of Truth. Although the Eye of Truth could not reveal specific data, it could observe the aura of these summoned beasts, and from the aura, one could infer their strength. With a sweep of the Eye of Truth, Li Chen couldn't help but shake his head. The auras of these summoned beasts were like the difference between a cat and a mouse compared to the explosive flame giant rabbit. Only the giant had a significantly stronger aura, but compared to the explosive flame giant rabbit, it was still far too weak. Meanwhile, the Lord of Qingfeng City looked at the giant with a serious expression and said, "Old buddy, I'm counting on you." Upon hearing this, the giant nodded, then turned his serious gaze toward the explosive flame giant rabbit. Although his size far exceeded that of the giant rabbit, in this bizarre and unscientific world, sheer size did not equate to strength. Kill! Suddenly, the giant let out a thunderous roar, his battle intent soaring. In the next moment, he circled around the massive rock barrier, wielding his giant staff, and quickly approached the explosive flame giant rabbit. Roar! The explosive flame giant rabbit let out an angry roar, and in the next moment, it slammed its paws onto the ground, causing a wall of fire to suddenly appear in front of the giant. The giant's expression changed, but at that moment, he was too close to the firewall to stop or change direction. The giant braced himself against the terrifying heat of the firewall and charged through it. Soon, he emerged with his skin charred, and a faint scent of cooked meat wafted from him. Just then, the enormous flower released a tricolored beam of light shooting up into the sky before swiftly heading toward the giant, ultimately landing on him. Roar! Under the coverage of the tricolored beam, the giant's injuries healed rapidly, and he was soon fully restored. At this point, the giant finally reached the side of the explosive flame giant rabbit. He raised his giant staff high with both hands, wielding immense power, and brought it down fiercely toward the explosive flame giant rabbit. In that moment, the rabbit's ruby-like eyes sparkled, and the next instant, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a smaller version of an explosive fireball. Boom! The giant staff collided with the explosive fireball, and immediately, the giant was knocked back by the tremendous force, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Just then, a massive blade of wind suddenly shot out toward the explosive flame giant rabbit. Thud! With a muffled sound, this wind blade, capable of splitting mountains, nearly sliced through the rabbit's outer skin. Roar! Feeling the faint pain coursing through its body, the explosive flame giant rabbit became even more frenzied. It no longer paid attention to the giant but instead locked its gaze on the enormous mantis that had unleashed the wind blade. In the next moment, it lunged forward, and in midair, it spat out an explosive fireball. Rock giant Elder Yu shouted. The rock giant opened its palm, and countless stones gathered, forming a massive stone shield that the rock giant held in its hand. Immediately, the rock giant picked up the stone shield and stood in front of the swift wind mantis. Boom! The explosive fireball struck the stone shield, and the terrifying impact instantly sent the rock giant flying. The mantis, caught off guard, was also knocked away along with the rock giant. No! In the next moment, amidst one member's desperate cry, the explosive flame giant rabbit landed and pounced again, quickly reaching the swift wind mantis, and with one stomp, crushed its head. With the death of the swift wind mantis, that member suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he wouldn't die from the death of his contract beast, he instantly fell into a weakened state. Roar! After crushing the swift wind mantis, the explosive flame giant rabbit let out an excited and triumphant roar. Damn beast, die for me! That member, eyes red with rage, charged madly at the explosive flame giant rabbit. In this world of beast taming, summoned beasts are not only a symbol of a beast tamer's strength but also comrades, partners, and even brothers or fathers. The swift wind mantis had followed the middle-aged man for over 30 years, and their bond was as close as that of a father and son. Now, seeing his son die a tragic death, how could the middle-aged man not feel a surge of anger? Louis, come back! Elder Yu's expression changed drastically as he tried to stop the red-eyed Louis, but although Louis was not as strong as him, he was still a golden-level cultivator, and Elder Yu could not possibly hold him back. Beast, die for me! Louis was surrounded by a whirlwind, and in the next moment he waved his hands repeatedly, sending blades of wind that tore through the air flying towards the explosive flame giant rabbit. As Louis charged at it, the rabbit's ruby-like eyes revealed, for the first time, a look beyond anger, contempt. In the next moment, its eyes suddenly ignited, and two scorching beams of flame shot out. Louis awakened with wind attributes, making him much faster and more agile than other cultivators of the same level. Faced with the flame beams of the explosive flame giant rabbit, he felt no fear and dodged continuously using his agility. However, despite being at the same golden level, there were still differences in strength, and in front of the explosive flame giant rabbit, Louis' speed, while not slow, was still far from fast enough. Ah! With a piercing scream, Louis was ultimately struck by one of the flame beams. In an instant, he transformed into a fiery figure, and finally, amidst his continuous screams, he was burned to a crisp, looking utterly tragic. As for the wind blades he unleashed, they merely cut off a few tufts of rabbit fur, failing to even break the rabbit's skin. In the beast taming system, the vast majority of beast tamers, although at the same level as their summoned beasts, often showed a significant gap in strength. His swift wind mantis, while unable to inflict much damage on the explosive flame giant rabbit, at least could cause some harm. Yet his wind blades couldn't even break the skin, highlighting the vast disparity in power. Damn it! Elder Yu and the others gritted their teeth as they watched their companion die tragically. Old buddy! The Lord of Qingfeng City shouted. Hearing this, the giant, who had just regained his footing, charged again at the explosive flame giant rabbit. The Lord of Qingfeng City had a grim expression, as among their group, only his summoned beast, the berserker giant, could confront the explosive flame giant rabbit head-on. The others, including Elder Yu's rock giant, were merely providing support from the side. Originally, he had envisioned having his berserker giant hold the explosive flame giant rabbit in place while Elder Yu and the others harassed it from the sides, ultimately wounding it and successfully capturing it. But now it seemed that expectations were merely expectations. The reality was that his berserker giant could not effectively hold the explosive flame giant rabbit at all. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Li Chen, who was quietly watching the battle not far away. Old Yu, do you think that kid has any chance of defeating the explosive flame giant rabbit? Upon hearing this, Old Yu couldn't help but glance at Li Chen, his brows furrowing tightly. It's hard to say, the calmness on his face doesn't seem feigned. But, Lord City Master, do you really believe that such a young junior can contend with the explosive flame giant rabbit? Hearing this, the City Master of Qingfeng City showed a hesitant expression, then shook his head and said nothing more. In the brief pause of their conversation, the battle erupted again. Faced with the siege of more than a dozen golden-level summoned beasts, even the already powerful explosive flame giant rabbit found it somewhat challenging. Fortunately, apart from the berserker giant of the City Master, the others, including Old Yu's rock giant, couldn't inflict significant damage on it. On the other side, Li Chen put away the Eye of Truth, making no move, merely watching coldly. Just now, he could have intervened to save that middle-aged man, but Li Chen was no saint. The life or death of a stranger was none of his business. So, he quietly watched as the middle-aged man was burned alive by the flames, his expression as calm as a still pond. During the battle, just when the group from Qingfeng City thought everything would progress positively, the explosive flame giant rabbit unleashed a strange skill once again. Roar accompanied by a furious roar, bizarre purple flames ignited on the explosive flame giant rabbit. In that instant, the rabbit's power surged dramatically. It suddenly spat out a purple explosive fireball, which struck a massive tiger hard. Roar! Two cries of agony rang out simultaneously. The giant tiger was instantly enveloped in purple flames, and its beast master was also caught in the same fate, shrouded by the purple flames at that very moment. Soon, the purple flames extinguished, leaving behind two piles of ashes, one large and one small. Compared to the normal explosive fireball, this purple explosive fireball was evidently far more terrifying in temperature. As the purple flames burned on the explosive flame giant rabbit, the scales of victory tilted. Instantly. In a short time, the group from Qingfeng City suffered greatly from the toxic flames, and their numbers quickly dwindled to 5. It seems we are doomed this time, Lord. City Master, Old Yu said with a bitter smile. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he and his rock giant were reduced to ashes as well. The City Master of Qingfeng City remained silent, his aged face filled with bitterness and despair. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Li Chen, who had been standing still as if a drowning person had grasped a lifeline. He couldn't help but shout at Li Chen, young friend, I am the City Master of Qingfeng City. Please lend us your strength. As long as you can defeat this explosive flame giant rabbit, I am willing to give you all my life's wealth. Even the position of City Master of Qingfeng City, I can grant to you. Upon hearing this, Old Yu's expression changed drastically. City Master, no. That position. The City Master of Qingfeng City looked at Old Yu with a face full of helplessness. Old Yu, if we lose our lives, what does the position of City Master matter? Moreover, if he can truly defeat this explosive flame giant rabbit, letting him be the City Master might bring a turning point for us in Qingfeng City. Hearing this, Old Yu's face showed signs of conflict. But, no buts, Old Yu. Just because I don't say it doesn't mean I don't know. If it weren't for your usefulness to me in Qingfeng City, I would have killed you long ago. Upon hearing this, Old Yu's face changed wildly, cold sweat pouring from his forehead and his body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, the explosive flame giant rabbit once again spat out a purple explosive fireball, targeting a giant spider over 3 meters long. Roar! At that moment, the berserker giant let out a loud roar, quickly rushing in front of the spider. With a swing of his club, he barely managed to disperse the purple explosive fireball but was also sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. The blazing giant rabbit did not miss this opportunity. It abandoned the giant spider and suddenly kicked off with its hind legs, lunging towards the berserk giant. Upon seeing this, the Lord of Qingfeng City's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly moved. With a thought, he teleported several spaces and appeared right in front of the berserk giant. That kid must be crazy. He didn't even summon his beast, going to face the blazing giant rabbit alone. This isn't how you seek death. It seems the Lord has overestimated him. He's just a reckless fool. Watching Li Chen suddenly appear in front of the berserk giant, the remaining 3 couldn't help but speak, their gazes towards Li Chen akin to looking at a dead man. Even Elder Yu couldn't help but show a hint of mockery. In his view, Li Chen was blinded by the benefits promised by the Lord of Qingfeng City, charging in to seek death. Only the Lord of Qingfeng City's eyes suddenly lit up. He clearly remembered that Li Chen had just been far away, but in an instant, he appeared in that position, which was simply incredible. Could it be that he has contracted some top-tier summoning beast related to speed? Looking at Li Chen, the Lord of Qingfeng City couldn't help but murmur in his heart, I won't take the Lord's position, but I won't be polite in accepting your wealth. Facing the increasingly close blazing giant rabbit, Li Chen didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the Lord of Qingfeng City. Seeing Li Chen so nonchalant, Elder Yu and the others were even more convinced that Li Chen was just a fool going to his death. Only the Lord of Qingfeng City quickly shouted, no problem, please take action, young friend. Upon hearing this, Li Chen finally nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, sparks flickered in his hand, and with a wave, a bolt of lightning was hurled towards the charging blazing giant rabbit. Seeing Li Chen's method, even the Lord of Qingfeng City was stunned. Just this? Just a small bolt of lightning, and you think you can defeat the blazing giant rabbit? A strong sense of mockery appeared on Elder Yu's face. 639W. Critical damage. The next moment, the lightning struck the blazing giant rabbit. With only 150W health and 10W magic defense, how could the blazing giant rabbit withstand such a terrifying blow? Its health was instantly emptied. Boom! Watching the blazing giant rabbit fall helplessly to the ground. With a loud crash, the 5 members of Qingfeng City all widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. After the blazing giant rabbit died, a light orb burst forth from its body. Li Chen waved his hand, and the light orb fell into his grasp. Blazing gem consumable rank, golden level effect. Inject power into the blazing gem, and after 3 seconds, it will explode, dealing fire damage equal to 3 times its own intelligence to enemies within a 50 by 50 yard range. After the explosion, it will leave a 50 by 50 yard fire domain that lasts for 10 seconds. Description: this is a very dangerous item. Please be extremely careful when using it, or the terrifying explosive force may also affect you. Li Chen examined the blazing gem in his hand and nodded. This gem could indeed be used against the undead. Then, Li Chen approached the blazing giant rabbit again, disregarding the 5 people nearby, and directly performed the sacrifice. You have sacrificed a golden level corpse. You randomly gain 99 free attribute points. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a golden level Boss, you have received the following special rewards. 1. Obtained Blazing Gem *10, obtained Skill Blazing Fireball. After sacrificing the Blazing Giant Rabbit, Li Chen received a total of 2 rewards. Perhaps due to being in another small world, there was no reward for world reputation. The first reward was 10 Blazing Gems, and combined with the ones he had previously obtained, Li Chen now had a total of 11 Blazing Gems. The second reward is a Golden Level Fire skill, and Li Chen's skill bar has gained another skill. Explosive Fireball rank, Golden Level Learning Requirement, Fire Class Effect, consumes 500 mana points, can release an explosive fireball within a designated range, dealing 500 plus 100% intelligence fire damage upon hitting an enemy, while the explosive fireball explodes, causing high explosion damage. Cooldown, 2's description, an upgraded version of the basic fireball skill. The explosive fireball possesses explosive capabilities compared to the weaker fireball, making it much more powerful and also more dangerous. If one is not careful, they might accidentally injure themselves. After reviewing the attributes of the explosive fireball, Li Chen nodded. It seems this is the second basic magic damage skill he has obtained, aside from the lightning skill. Since it was acquired through sacrifice, there are no restrictions on learning the explosive fireball for Li Chen. Even if there were restrictions, Li Chen has the God-level Omniscient Master, which allows him to learn any class's skills, including the explosive fireball. However, compared to the lightning skill, the damage of the explosive fireball is significantly lower, as Li Chen does not possess the talent that amplifies fire damage by 100 times. Although the passive effect of the Nirvana Rebirth skill can amplify fire damage by 50 times, it must be used within 1 minute after the Nirvana Rebirth, which can be said to be of no real use. After sacrificing the corpse of the explosive giant rabbit, Li Chen walked over to the corpse of the swift wind mantis, which had its head crushed initially. Sacrifice, he silently chanted in his heart, but the corpse of the swift wind mantis showed no signs of change. It seems I can't sacrifice any summoned beasts that have been contracted by a beast master. Li Chen shook his head and then quickly walked over to the pile of skeletal knights killed by the explosive giant rabbit. Sacrifice. In the next moment, hundreds of rays of light entered Li Chen's brow. You have sacrificed a non-ranked corpse, and you randomly gain 7 free attribute points. You have sacrificed. In an instant, Li Chen gained over 500 free attribute points again. Not a bad harvest, Li Chen smiled in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the group from Qingfeng City and slowly walked over. As Li Chen approached them, even the lord of Qingfeng City, who had experienced various storms, couldn't help but feel nervous. How could he not be nervous? That explosive giant rabbit, which almost wiped out his entire group, didn't even manage to land a single hit against this young man. Facing such a terrifying powerhouse, how could the lord of Qingfeng City not be anxious? The strength of this explosive giant rabbit has already reached the pinnacle of the Tianfeng continent. Even that war god of the Tianfeng Empire should not be able to kill this explosive giant rabbit so easily. Who on earth is this young man? How can he so effortlessly kill the explosive giant rabbit? Thoughts raced through the mind of the lord of Qingfeng City, and suddenly, his pupils constricted as he thought of a possibility. Could it be? Could this young man not be from the Tianfeng world, but rather a person from the upper realm as rumored? There is a legend circulating in the Tianfeng continent that says a powerful being who breaks the golden level shackles will attract the attention of the world's will and be guided to the broader upper realm. It is said that in that upper realm, there are countless powerful beings, some of whom can easily crush the Tianfeng continent into the depths of the sea with a single slap. Right, how did I not think of that? It must be those powerful beings from the Tianfeng world who ascended to the upper realm, learning that the Tianfeng world is in crisis, and then sent someone down to save us. Upon thinking of this, the lord of Qingfeng City couldn't help but tremble with excitement, and as Li Chen continued to approach, the intensity of his trembling increased. Just then, Li Chen stopped in his tracks, looking at the trembling lord of Qingfeng City, unable to help but scratch his head. Am I really that terrifying? Isn't this old man the lord of a city? As the lord of a city, shouldn't one be heavy and steady, unflinching even when faced with the collapse of Mount Tai? Why is it that I haven't said anything, done anything, and merely walked towards him, only to be scared to the point of trembling? Could it be that I've awakened the legendary aura of kingship? Or is it that my god-level presence has inadvertently been sensed by this old man? Just as Li Chen was lost in thought, the lord of Qingfeng City saw him stop in his tracks and hurriedly took a few steps to stand before him. He looked at Li Chen with excitement and cautiously asked, "My lord? Are you from another world?" Another world. At this, Li Chen hadn't reacted yet, but Elder Yu and the others were already stunned. They widened their eyes, their gazes darting back and forth between the lord of Qingfeng City and Li Chen, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. This time, Li Chen was also taken aback. What the hell? Does this old man possess some kind of fate-related ability? How could he see through me at a glance? Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his gaze towards the lord of Qingfeng City becoming dangerous. Seeing Li Chen's reaction, the lord of Qingfeng City was not frightened. Instead, he became even more excited. "My lord, you truly are from the upper realm, sent down by a great figure to save our world, aren't you?" After saying this, the lord of Qingfeng City looked at Li Chen with a face full of expectation, while his heart was also filled with anxiety, fearing that Li Chen would shake his head. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Upper realm? A great figure sent? With a quick thought, Li Chen put on a dignified expression, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, "Your insight is indeed commendable. You have seen through my origins. Yes, I am indeed from the upper realm and have come to save your world." Upon hearing this, not only the lord of Qingfeng City but also Elder Yu and the others became excited. No wonder he is so powerful. It turns out he is a great figure from the upper realm. I just said the lord was crazy. It's over. Then I'm finished too. I just spoke ill of the lord. After the excitement, Elder Yu and the others' moods turned anxious again. "My lord, if possible, could you take the position of the lord of Qingfeng City? If you don't mind, I am willing to relinquish the position and diligently assist you," the lord of Qingfeng City asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu's expression changed, but thinking of what the lord of Qingfeng City had just said and Li Chen's identity from the upper realm, he didn't even have the courage to speak. Hearing the lord of Qingfeng City's words, Li Chen shook his head. He wasn't a native of this world. Whether he completed the task or failed, he would be sent back to his original world. The position of a mere city lord in the lower realm is beneath my notice. Li Chen's face was filled with disdain. Seeing Li Chen's disdainful expression, the lord of Qingfeng City was not angry but rather pleased. This was actually a kind of indirect test. If Li Chen chose to accept the position of city lord, he would instead doubt whether Li Chen was truly from the upper realm. Now, seeing Li Chen's inherent disdain, he became even more certain that Li Chen was definitely from the upper realm. Just then, a large group of undead creatures appeared from afar, marching towards everyone in a grand manner. "Not good, my lord. The sky is getting dark. Those damned undead are about to revive." Looking at the vast army of undead, the lord of Qingfeng City's face suddenly changed drastically. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded and waved his hand. A multitude of spatial blades flew out, falling into the undead army, continuously reaping the lives of the undead. Looking up at the sky, Li Chen couldn't help but frown. The once clear sky had now dimmed, and the sun had already set in the west. As if sensing Li Chen's confusion, the lord of Qingfeng City quickly explained, "My lord, ever since these damned undead creatures invaded the Tianfeng world, the days have passed much too quickly. There are only 3 or 4 hours left. The rest of the time will be night." Upon hearing this, Li Chen nodded and quickly grasped the key point. It must be the doing of the undead bone dragon, Augufus. After all, it is a deity, and even the weakest deity can forcibly alter some rules of a small world. Low-level undead creatures, lacking the protection of a deity, would not dare to expose themselves to sunlight, which is why that undead bone dragon, Augufus, had to spend so much effort to forcibly change the rules of the windy world. "My lord, should we retreat to Qingfeng City first? With the city walls as a barrier, it would be easier for us to resist these undead creatures' attacks." Hearing this, Li Chen looked at the endless stream of undead creatures and nodded immediately. Even though Li Chen could easily annihilate a large number of undead creatures, he still did not want to confront the seemingly endless undead army head-on. As the saying goes, human strength has its limits. Using the space blade to attack would consume a small amount of his magic power each time. Although the consumption was minimal, it could not withstand the sheer number of undead creatures. After harvesting another wave of undead creatures, Li Chen glanced regretfully at the corpses on the ground, then turned and hurried with the group towards a certain direction. After running wildly in the wilderness for an hour, the 6 of them finally reached a massive city just before the sky completely darkened. Looking at the 2 red blood moons in the sky, the lord of Qingfeng City rushed through the city gate and shouted, "Quick, close the city gates! All soldiers, get ready, the undead creatures are about to attack." After saying this, the lord of Qingfeng City hurriedly led Li Chen to the top of the city wall. Upon reaching the wall, they were met with a sight of countless undead creatures surging in like a tide. Even though the lord of Qingfeng City had seen the scene many times before, he still couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. "Lord, what should we do now?" At that moment, a general, accompanied by a group of soldiers, looked to the lord of Qingfeng City for guidance. "Prepare for battle as we have in the past. Unleash heavy firepower from a distance and wipe out these damned undead," the lord of Qingfeng City commanded in a deep voice. "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing this, the general wasted no time and quickly relayed the order. Immediately, under Li Chen's watchful gaze, numerous magic circles appeared on the city wall and a variety of lights erupted. Along with these lights, various summoned beasts also emerged. Those summoned beasts that wielded magical attacks began to unleash their skills at the approaching undead army, significantly reducing their numbers and greatly slowing their advance. "My lord, these undead creatures won't be able to approach the city wall in the short term, but over time, the soldiers' summoned beasts will tire out, and then..." At this point, the lord of Qingfeng City did not say more, but Li Chen understood his meaning. Without the coverage of long-range firepower, the undead army would inevitably be at the city gates, and then it would be close combat. These undead creatures did not seem too strong, but their numbers were overwhelming. Once it came to close quarters, casualties among the summoned beasts and soldiers were inevitable. "My lord, here are the Blueprints of Qingfeng City and the surrounding terrain. Please take a look. The Lord of Qingfeng City took out several maps and handed them to Li Chen. Li Chen took them and nodded slightly. The geographical location of Qingfeng City was quite good, surrounded by mountains and cliffs, and since the undead army lacked aerial units, they could only launch their attack from this city gate. Not only that, in order to deal with the army of the undead, the Lord of Qingfeng City ordered people to dig a massive trench outside the city walls, 100 meters wide and 10 meters deep. Even without the coverage of long-range firepower, it would take a considerable amount of time for the undead army to cross this enormous chasm. Time slowly passed, and the soldiers' summoned beasts gradually exhausted their strength. The long-range firepower weakened, and the undead army drew ever closer to Qingfeng City. Amidst the oppressive darkness, Li Chen saw skeletons, ghouls, zombies, gargoyles, and other undead creatures. Looking at the endless horde of undead, a sense of helplessness appeared on Li Chen's face. This was merely a microcosm of the Tianfeng world. One could imagine that at this moment, the Tianfeng world was erupting with undead disasters everywhere, and his goal was to save this world. But could it really be saved? For the first time, Li Chen felt a wave of self-doubt. What he did not know was that in the Tianfeng world, the vast majority of places had already been occupied by the undead. After slaughtering all the living, these undead creatures would embark on a new journey. Due to the unique geographical position of Qingfeng City, it had not yet been captured, leading to an increasing number of undead creatures continuously pouring towards it. It could be said that at this moment, the undead creatures facing Qingfeng City had already occupied 1/3, if not more, of the Tianfeng world. It seems I can only engage in a war of attrition. I cannot give up on this myth-level advancement task, no matter what. Legend has it that the high-ranking god of the underworld among the main gods achieved such immense power by completing a myth-level advancement task. If I can also clear the myth-level advancement task, my future self may not be inferior to him. If I had his level of power, let alone being besieged by 10 main gods, even 100 would be nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. With this thought, Li Chen couldn't help but clench his fists, his gaze becoming resolute. Then, let's fight. Li Chen exhaled a long breath, his fighting spirit rising high. Since his rebirth, this was the first time he felt such intense fighting spirit. Compared to the sea of undead before him, the skeleton cave dungeon in the novice village was nothing but the dregs of dregs. Without the attack of long-range firepower, the undead army advanced smoothly and soon reached the massive trench. A large number of undead creatures seemed oblivious to the enormous chasm before them, charging ahead recklessly. Then, they stepped into the void, continuously falling into the 10-meter-deep trench. More and more undead creatures fell into it, gradually filling the trench with countless bones and various undead beings. Of course, this process was also quite lengthy, taking a full 2 hours. Finally, after a massive sacrifice of undead lives, the trench was completely filled. Even so, behind the undead army, there were still endless waves of undead creatures continuously surging forward. Watching this scene, almost everyone, including the Lord of Qingfeng City, wore a bitter expression. Even if all of these are low-level undead creatures, even if they and their summoned beasts could sweep away a large number of undead with just a casual move, but the endless, seemingly infinite numbers still filled their hearts with a profound sense of helplessness and deep fear. At that moment, the Lord of Qingfeng City took a deep breath, calming his emotions. His expression was very steady, and his gaze was firm. Warriors, we have no choice. Behind us is our beautiful homeland, our friends and family. We cannot retreat, nor is there any room for retreat. The Tianfeng Empire has basically fallen, and there are hardly any cities left that are still stubbornly resisting. You have persevered until now, which is enough to prove your bravery and strength. Kill all these damned undead creatures. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of Qingfeng City, the soldiers' faces lit up with fervent battle intent. Yes, they could not retreat, nor was there a way back. The only path before them was to kill, to carve out a bloody road, to fight for their survival. By the way, I have good news to share with everyone. The Lord of Qingfeng City looked around, suddenly revealing an excited smile. He pointed at Li Chen and shouted loudly and passionately, "This gentleman is a legendary figure, sent down from the upper realm by those powerful beings, who ascended to help us resist the undead disaster." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Li Chen. They had been very curious about his origins for some time. After all, the usually imposing lord of the city appeared quite humble in front of this young man. Now, hearing that Li Chen was from the legendary upper realm, their curiosity deepened. Of course, along with curiosity, there was also a strong sense of skepticism. There was no way around it. Li Chen was simply too young, and his demeanor did not resemble that of a strong warrior, but rather looked more like a pretty boy. Yes, in the eyes of many soldiers, someone as extraordinarily handsome as Li Chen was undoubtedly a pretty boy, the kind who relied on others for a living. Seeing the doubtful gazes around him, the Lord of Qingfeng City quickly shot Li Chen an apologetic look. What kind of looks are you giving him? Just a short while ago, this gentleman single-handedly defeated the absolute overlord of the Baoyan Mountains, the Baoyan giant rabbit, and saved my life. Upon hearing this, shock spread across everyone's faces as they looked at the calm-faced Li Chen in disbelief. At that moment, Elder Yu and the other three who had been saved by Li Chen also stepped forward to testify for the Lord of Qingfeng City. Those three individuals, who were included in the team to deal with the Baoyan giant rabbit, were all top experts within Qingfeng City, possessing considerable prestige. With the testimony of these three powerful figures and the highly respected Elder Yu, the gazes directed at Li Chen were now filled with awe. However, Li Chen was indifferent to the gazes of the crowd. His attention remained focused on the undead army below the city. In the brief moments of the Lord of Qingfeng City's speech, these undead creatures had already arrived at the city gates, frantically crashing against the gates and walls. "Old buddy, come out." From the massive magic circle, a gigantic berserker giant appeared. It wielded a huge club and leaped down from the city wall, its enormous feat instantly ending the lives of several undead creatures. Following that, it swung its club, continuously smashing the surrounding undead creatures away. A rock giant also leaped down from the city wall, landing among the undead horde. Meanwhile, numerous summoned beasts were called forth by the beast tamers, jumping off the city wall and continuously slaying the undead creatures. At that moment, Li Chen, who had remained still, finally moved. He took a step forward, and in the next moment he was already hovering in midair several hundred yards outside the city wall. Li Chen kept moving forward, advancing into the void ahead. Is he running away? What upper realm lord? He's just a pretty boy. Exactly, I thought he was terrifyingly calm, but it turns out he was just scared silly. A pretty boy is just a pretty boy, good looking but useless. Watching Li Chen's gradually receding figure, the Lord of Qingfeng City's expression also turned grim. Just when everyone thought he was about to flee, Li Chen's figure suddenly stopped 10,000 yards away from Qingfeng City. Perfect, let me test out the god-level skill I just acquired on you. In the next moment, Li Chen silently chanted in his heart, "Wrath of the thunderstorm." Boom, suddenly, the pitch-black sky was torn apart by bolts of lightning, illuminating the world with their brilliance. Following that, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, endless thunder continued to fall. 4200W. 4200W. Centered around Li Chen, a radius of 10,000 yards was enveloped in infinite thunder. In the midst of the lightning, Li Chen's figure appeared as a towering deity, so magnificent and powerful. This terrifying thunder did not last long and soon came to a complete end. Within a radius of 10,000 yards centered on Li Chen, there was not a single living undead creature left. Beneath the city walls, the berserker giants and other summoned beasts wiped out a group of stragglers, leaving them with no opponents. This is too terrifying. Is this someone sent down from the upper realm? Shouldn't it be a deity descending personally? If only I could be this strong. A mere undead would have been wiped out long ago. What kind of spring and autumn dream are you having? I'll wake you up with my yellow urine. Looking at Li Chen's figure, the Lord of Qingfeng City couldn't help but swallow hard. After clearing out the undead creatures within a radius of 10,000 yards, Li Chen did not hesitate and quickly activated his innate talent. Sacrifice. Streams of light flew up from below, merging into Li Chen's brow. You have sacrificed a non-ranked corpse. You randomly gain 4 free attribute points. You have sacrificed a bronze-ranked corpse. You randomly gain 21 free attribute points. You have sacrificed. However, although the supreme sacrifice was a deity-level talent, its effective range was not that vast. Centered on Li Chen, it could only cover a radius of 100 yards. Li Chen had no choice but to utilize spatial power, his figure flickering continuously in the sky. After a few flickers, Li Chen had already arrived above the ravine in front of Qingfeng City. As Li Chen continued to sacrifice, the number of undead creatures' corpses in the ravine decreased, and eventually, the ravine was completely cleared, while Li Chen's free attribute points reached an astonishing level. At that moment, the undead army had already surged over from a distance. Lacking intelligence, they had one advantage: they were unafraid of death. Even though Li Chen's furious thunder had taken many of their companions, they showed no signs of fear and continued to press forward. Looking at the still dense undead army, Li Chen flickered and returned to the city wall. Because the ravine had been cleared by Li Chen, the undead creatures fell back into their previous situation. They pressed forward recklessly, ultimately stepping into thin air and falling into the 10-meter deep ravine. More and more undead creatures fell in, continuously filling the vast ravine that had just been cleared by Li Chen. My lord, are you a deity descended to the mortal realm? The Lord of Qingfeng City looked at Li Chen, who had suddenly appeared beside him, and asked in shock. Hearing this, Li Chen glanced at him, too lazy to explain further. After all, his recent skill was indeed a signature move of a thunder deity, a divine skill that was not just for show. Prepare for the next round of battle. After saying this, Li Chen looked at his attribute panel. His free attribute points had reached an unprecedented scale, exceeding 6 digits. After some thought, Li Chen decided to prioritize allocating the free attribute points to his mental attribute. With an increase in mental attributes, Li Chen's magic points would also rise significantly. Now that the furious thunder had fallen into a cooldown period lasting a day, Li Chen's area attack methods were limited to spatial control, and using spatial power required consuming magic points. If Li Chen's magic points could reach a terrifying level, he could continuously use spatial power to harvest undead creatures. Thus, Li Chen allocated all his free attribute points to mental. Ding dong, the mental attribute points have reached the limit. Please break the shackles and surpass the legendary level to continue improving. Hearing the system's prompt sound in his mind, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. There's a limit to attribute points too? This was something Li Chen truly didn't know. After all, in his previous life, he didn't possess such an outrageous talent as the Supreme Sacrifice. As for other players, it was clearly impossible for them to have it. Li Chen hadn't even heard of any player awakening a sacrificial talent. Subsequently, Li Chen allocated the remaining free attribute points to his constitution, and sure enough, the system's prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding dong, the constitution attribute points have reached the limit. Please break the shackles and surpass the legendary level to continue improving. Then, Li Chen kept adding points, and in the end, he had just over 70,000 free attribute points left, while all his attributes had already reached their limits. Only by breaking through the legendary level could he continue to improve. Li Chen opened his attribute panel to take a look. Player, Starry Sky and Mist level, 30 rank, bronze level experience, 0% health, 20000000/20000000 mana, 1950/2000/20000000. Constitution, 100,000 spirit, 100,000 agility, 100,000 strength, 100,000 plus 700, intelligence, 100,000 physical defense, 100,000 magic defense, 100,000. All of Li Chen's attributes had astonishingly reached 100,000. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen waved his hand casually and used the fire skill he had just obtained, Explosive Fireball. A massive, blazing fireball flew out from the city wall and landed among the undead creatures. Boom! The moment the fireball made contact with the undead, it dealt a high amount of damage. 100,000, 200,000. Critical damage, 200,000. Critical damage. Although Li Chen's fire damage had no bonuses, the staggering damage of 200,000 was still beyond what these low-level undead could withstand. The immense lethality instantly cleared the health bars of a large area of undead creatures. Then, the explosive fireball triggered secondary damage and exploded. The massive explosion killed even more undead creatures in the vicinity. However, looking at the still densely packed undead creatures, Li Chen showed no signs of joy. Speaking of which, with such a significant increase in my mana, I could use undead summoning to fight the undead with undead. Suddenly, Li Chen's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he waved his hand and directly cast Undead Summoning. Undead Summoning rank, Divine level. Skill effect 1, consume 10%/30%/50% of your own mana to summon the deceased from the undead world. For every 10 mana consumed, one undead creature can be summoned. The higher your intelligence, the easier it is to summon high-level undead creatures. Without a second thought, Li Chen consumed a full 50% of his mana. Li Chen's current mana was a terrifying 2 million. He consumed a full 1 million mana in one go, and a massive undead gate slowly emerged from the ground beneath Qingfeng City. Much larger than the one Li Chen had summoned last time. Boom! With a loud crash, the undead gate was fully revealed in this small world, standing 1,000 meters tall and 500 meters wide, with a deep blackness within the frame. What? What is going on, my lord? Seeing the suddenly appeared undead gate, the lord of Qingfeng City panicked as he sensed the aura of the undead emanating from it. He also saw that this undead gate was indeed summoned by Li Chen. Could it be this young man before me? The lord of Qingfeng City instinctively took a few steps back, distancing himself from Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at the lord of Qingfeng City and noticed his small movements. In a flash of thought, Li Chen understood the lord's concerns. A smirk appeared on his face. If I were related to the undead invading your world, you would have been dead long ago, not alive until now. Awakened by a single word from Li Chen, the lord of Qingfeng City couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression. Just as Li Chen said, if he had any connection with the undead invading the Tianfeng world, with the terrifying power he had just displayed, he could easily destroy the entire Qingfeng City. Not to mention, Li Chen had saved his life from the hands of the explosive giant rabbit in the explosive flame. Mountains. My lord, The lord of Qingfeng City was filled with shame, about to apologize, but saw Li Chen wave his hand. Now is not the time for idle chatter. After saying that, Li Chen's gaze turned towards the undead gate he had summoned, his eyes revealing an expectant look. What will I summon this time? Under Li Chen's watch, the first undead creature appeared. It was a giant zombie over 50 meters tall, with extremely dry skin and 4 long fangs exposed to the air, adding a sinister touch. Compared to the 10-meter-tall giant zombie summoned last time, this 50-meter-tall giant zombie clearly exuded a much stronger sense of oppression. Soon, a large number of giant zombies walked out from behind the undead gate, their heights ranging from 50 meters to even over 70 meters. In just a short while, over 100 giant zombies emerged, standing in 2 rows on either side of the undead gate, as if respectfully waiting for the appearance of some being. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar came from behind the undead gate. Hearing that furious roar, all the giant zombies trembled, quickly bending their stiff bodies to appear as humble as possible. Seeing the giant zombie king in this state, Li Chen couldn't help but curiously look towards the undead gate, wondering what undead creature could instill such awe in so many powerful giant zombies with just a single roar. Soon, a figure slowly walked out from behind the undead gate, a humanoid skeleton just over 3 meters tall. This skeleton held a white bone staff draped in a pitch-black cloak with golden flames flickering in its eye sockets. Beneath it was a bone tiger over 10 meters long, with flames of the same golden hue dancing in its eye sockets. That earlier roar had clearly come from this bone tiger. The giant zombies looked at the skeleton sitting on the back of the bone tiger, and a clear expression of reverence appeared on their stiff faces. The skeleton rode the bone tiger as it slowly walked out of the undead gate, suddenly lifting its head to gaze at Li Chen on the city wall. "Human, is it you who summoned me?" The humanoid skeleton did not speak, but a voice filled with ancient weight echoed in Li Chen's ears. As it spoke, it gently patted the head of the bone tiger it was sitting on. In the next moment, the bone tiger understood, leaping up to the city wall, coming to Li Chen's side. Seeing this undead creature jump onto the wall, many soldiers, including the lord of Qingfeng City, couldn't help but step back repeatedly, their faces showing signs of vigilance. "Indeed, it is I," Li Chen remained unfazed, calmly looking at the humanoid skeleton and giving a slight nod. The humanoid skeleton scanned the crowd that had retreated, the golden flames in its eye sockets flickering continuously. Although it had no visible gaze, everyone, including Li Chen, could read disdain from those golden flames. Under the humanoid skeleton's gaze, the crowd's expressions turned grim, but feeling the faint aura emanating from it, they dared not make any moves. Then, the humanoid skeleton stopped speaking, turning its gaze towards the distant undead army that was still pouring in. "Using the undead to deal with the undead, are you not afraid I will turn against you and kill you?" The humanoid skeleton looked at Li Chen, the golden flames flickering, mockingly gazing at him. Upon hearing this, Li Chen glanced at the humanoid skeleton and disdainfully said, "You are not qualified to break the shackles of my skills." At these words, the golden flames in the skeleton's eye sockets instantly ceased their flickering. After a long moment, it gave Li Chen a deep look and fell silent. While the man and the skeleton were chatting idly, a skeletal dragon flew out from the gate of the undead, circling high in the sky, its soul fire flickering in its eye sockets, glaring hungrily at the distant undead army. Soon after, several more skeletal dragons emerged from the gate of the undead, spiraling in the air, exuding a faint aura of draconic majesty. Once all the skeletal dragons had flown out, a large number of skeleton warriors and zombies surged forth from the gate of the undead. It was hard to tell how much time had passed when a zombie giant rode out on a skeletal dragon from the gate of the undead. "Human, we meet again." After the dragon rider emerged from the gate, his gaze fell upon Li Chen. "Aren't you dead yet?" Hearing the dragon rider's words, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had thought that the dragon rider had already met his end after the explosion of the 1,000-year-old undead tree demon. In response, a hint of disdainful amusement appeared on the dragon rider's stiff face. "You are too weak. The last time I was summoned, it was not my true form, just a feeble clone." At this, Li Chen suddenly understood. Just then, the humanoid skeleton spoke up. "Amon, you were summoned by this human last time?" Hearing this, the dragon rider named Amon quickly bowed and said, "Yes, my lord. Just a few days ago, this human summoned me, but at that time, I had hardly any power." The emergence of the undead creatures gradually approached its conclusion, and finally, when the last skeletal dragon burst forth from the gate of the undead, the gate vanished from sight. This time, Li Chen had summoned a million-strong undead army, the vast majority of which were ordinary skeleton warriors and purple zombies. Among the massive number of ordinary undead creatures, there were also many undead knights and higher-tier white and green zombies. There were even more powerful skeletal swordsmen, as well as hairy and flying zombies. Moreover, this time, among the million-strong undead army, there were a few mage units, each a skeletal wizard wielding a staff. In addition to these undead creatures, Li Chen had summoned hundreds and thousands of zombie giants, the shortest of which stood over 50 meters tall, along with hundreds and thousands of skeletal dragons with wingspans exceeding 5 meters. They all radiated a powerful aura of golden rank, with some even approaching dark gold rank. As for the dragon rider, his aura was even more formidable, having reached dark gold rank. However, when he looked at Li Chen, a dissatisfied expression appeared on his face. "Human, why are you still so weak? This time, although my true form was summoned, my power has been suppressed so severely." Hearing this, Li Chen remained silent, thinking to himself that if it weren't for the rules of this world, he should only possess bronze-tier strength right now. However, he did not voice these thoughts. Nevertheless, the dragon rider's words were acknowledged by the undead lord, who nodded, the golden flames in its eye sockets flickering as it looked at Li Chen. "Human, you are too weak. Your epic level strength has been forcibly reduced to the peak of dark gold rank, far from even reaching legendary level." Li Chen shot him a glance, then turned his attention to the gradually advancing undead army and said, "Stop with the pointless chatter. I summoned you to fight for me, not to listen to your complaints. If you are unwilling to accept my summons, then don't respond next time. I believe there are plenty of undead creatures willing to answer my call." Hearing this, the lord of the undead's golden flames flickered in its eye sockets, and after a long while, it said, "Forget it, I, the Great One, will not stoop to your human level." After saying this, the Lord of the Undead slowly raised its arm, lifting its staff. "Hi, my subjects, I need you to fight for me. Do you see those sluggish inferior beings? Tear them apart." Roar, roar, roar. Upon hearing the Lord of the Undead's command, the giant zombies and skeletal dragons roared in response, and the giant zombies marched forward with heavy steps. To this group of giant zombies, the massive chasm over 10 meters deep was merely a small ditch. In just a few strides, the giant zombies charged to the front of the undead army, swinging their massive hands toward them. In the next moment, numerous undead were sent flying, various limbs and shattered bodies raining down. Meanwhile, skeletal dragons soared above the undead army, opening their mouths to unleash streams of ghostly fire, igniting the undead below. In terms of lethality, these skeletal dragons spewing ghostly fire were far superior to the giant zombies. Following closely behind was the million-strong undead army summoned by Li Chen. At the forefront of the army were the skeletal knights riding on skeletal steeds. Among the zombies, the flying zombies that had initially grasped the ability to fly were also not slow. Behind the skeletal knights were the hairy zombies and skeletal swordsmen. Finally, there were the ordinary zombies and skeletal warriors. Although the million-strong undead army was vastly outnumbered by the endless undead creatures, the combat power of those undead creatures was particularly weak. As soon as the two armies clashed, Li Chen's undead army, from the giant zombies and skeletal dragons down to the skeletal warriors and purple zombies, went on a rampage. The low-level undead creatures on the opposite side were no match at all. However, facing the countless undead creatures, Li Chen's undead army gradually began to suffer losses. At that moment, the slowest skeletal wizards finally arrived. They raised their staffs high, and waves of ghastly green ghost fire flew from their staffs, surging toward the opposing undead army. With over 10,000 skeletal wizards joining the battle, the situation changed instantly. Li Chen's undead army not only did not fall behind due to their numerical disadvantage but instead went on a killing spree, even outpacing the marching speed of those undead creatures. The front line slowly pushed forward, and although the speed was slow, it was still shocking. On the city wall, watching the scene unfold, everyone was dumbfounded. These undead creatures that usually oppressed them were now being slaughtered mercilessly, and the front line was continuously pushing back. Before today, if anyone had dared to say this to them, they would have considered that person insane. Instinctively, everyone's gaze turned to Li Chen. It was the appearance of this youth, who looked like a pretty boy, that made this incredible scene possible. So powerful. Is this lord a reincarnated deity? Reincarnated? This lord is clearly a living god. He must have heard our prayers and come to save us. Yes, as soon as the sun rises tomorrow, I will go home and build a shrine for the Lord deity, offering day and night prayers. Yes, building a shrine is not enough. We must also construct a statue of the Lord deity to place in the central square, so everyone can worship day and night. Listening to the discussions behind him, Li Chen's eyes flickered. Once he became a deity, he could receive the power of faith from his followers. The power of faith is one of the most miraculous forces in the world. It can transform decay into the miraculous. If the power of faith is sufficiently rich, it can even ignite divine fire in an ordinary mortal in an instant, turning them into a deity. I didn't expect that. Just to complete a mythic task, I would also gain a special surprise. Li Chen thought to himself with delight. He could be indifferent to the position of the Lord of Qingfeng City because he would inevitably leave this world afterward, not to mention the Lord's position. Even the Emperor's position did not appeal to him. However, the faith of the people was something that Li Chen could not ignore. The miraculous aspect of the power of faith is manifold, one of which is that it is not limited by distance. Even if separated by infinite distances, even if located at the two poles of the universe, as long as someone believes in Li Chen, he can harvest the power of faith. This is also one of the reasons why the undead bone dragon Ogythus wants to invade this world. As long as it kills the living and transforms them into undead, they can become its most loyal followers, providing it with the power of faith. Therefore, the aggressiveness of the undead deities is the highest among all deities. The other deities can only gain followers by spreading faith, but the undead deities can invade worlds, slaughtering all living beings and transforming them into undead to gain followers. As for those seemingly endless low-level undead creatures, they don't even count as true undead. They are merely a means created by the undead deities, and cannot become followers, thus cannot provide the power of faith. Otherwise, the undead bone dragon would be foolish to invade the Tianfeng world when it could simply create an endless supply of undead creatures. The Lord of Qingfeng City also heard the discussions of the crowd, and he resolved that after dawn, he would immediately create a statue of Li Chen to be placed in the central square of Qingfeng City. Listening to the discussions behind him, the undead lord's eye sockets flickered with golden flames. Human, if possible, could you have them build a statue for me as well? The undead lord's voice was filled with a sense of age, with a hint of excitement. Li Chen glanced at him, understanding the undead lord's meaning. Why? Li Chen pretended not to know, looking at the undead lord with confusion. The undead lord suppressed his Excitement and the golden flames in his eye sockets quickly calmed down. Although I have millions of undead subjects, enjoying countless offerings from the undead, I have never been worshipped by the living, which feels a bit fresh. Of course, if you are willing to speak on my behalf, I will naturally have rewards for you. Upon hearing this, Li Chen looked at the undead lord and curiously asked, "What rewards?" "The golden flames in." The undead lord's eye sockets flickered slowly, and then he raised his vacant left hand. On the bony index finger of his left hand was a space ring. In the next moment, the undead lord flipped his hand, and suddenly a mound of experience stones appeared on the ground. The undead lord pointed at the experience stones on the ground and said, "Human, this is what I obtained from the treasure of an epic-level dragon I once killed. A total of 100 top-level spirit stones, which are of no use to me, but if you can have them help me build a statue, these will be yours." The undead lord looked at Li Chen with confidence. He was sure that these things would definitely move Li Chen. Because in the world of living beings, any top-level spirit stone is a treasure for cultivation, the most premium resource for training. His confidence was not misplaced. Li Chen was indeed moved. The spirit stones mentioned by the undead lord were the experience stones in the eyes of players. Experience stones come in 4 levels: low-level experience stones, mid-level experience stones, high-level experience stones, and top-level experience stones. Among them, a low-level experience stone can provide players with 50,000 experience points. These low-level experience stones are the most common in god-making games, and in the later stages of god-making games, a large number of experience stone veins were discovered by players, flooding the market with massive amounts of low-level experience stones, significantly increasing the player's leveling speed. However, intermediate experience stones are much rarer. Even in the later stages of the god-making game, the appearance rate of intermediate experience stones in the market is not very high. One intermediate experience stone can provide players with a full 200,000 experience points. Advanced experience stones are even scarcer. In my previous life, Li Chen only qualified to obtain advanced experience stones after becoming an epic-level powerhouse, and he could only cultivate using advanced experience stones then. One advanced experience stone can provide players with 1 million experience points. As for top-level experience stones, even Li Chen has not obtained many. One top-level experience stone can provide players with a staggering 10 million experience points. 100 top-level experience stones would amount to a full 1 billion experience points. How could Li Chen not be tempted? How could he not be tempted? The undead lord asked, "Human, how about this benefit? You only need to say one word to gain such a great advantage. What are you hesitating for?" Li Chen suppressed his emotions, revealing a hint of a mocking smile on his face, shaking his head. "Not enough. This benefit is far from sufficient." Upon hearing this, the undead lord became furious. "Human, you are too greedy. You only want to build a statue for me, and yet you want to gain so many benefits." Hearing this, Li Chen withdrew his gaze, looking at the front line that was continuously advancing, and casually said, "Although the number of undead creatures is in the millions, the faith power they can provide you is probably not comparable to that of 100,000 living beings. In this city of Qingfeng, the permanent population has already exceeded 1 million. Even if only 1/10 of them worship you and provide you with faith power, you would still gain a lot, right?" Upon hearing this, the flames of souls in the undead lord's eyes flickered wildly, and he asked in shock, "How do you know about faith power? Who exactly are you?" Li Chen calmly shook his head and said, "Who I am is not important. What matters is that the price you pay to obtain faith power is still not enough, far from enough. Unless you can offer me something that truly moves me, otherwise, you can forget about the faith power of the living." The undead lord looked deeply at Li Chen, then slowly nodded without speaking. He flipped his left hand again, and a crystal core glowing with divine light appeared in his hand. The undead lord looked at the crystal core in his hand, his eyes filled with a reluctant gaze. "Since you know about faith power, then you must also know about this crystal core, right?" Seeing the crystal core in the undead lord's hand, Li Chen's eyes lit up. "Divine core? You actually possess a divine core?" Li Chen looked at the undead lord in disbelief. "Yes, it is a divine core. I obtained it by chance in a secret realm 1,000 years ago, and I have always regarded it as a treasure. Unfortunately, I am an undead. Only divine cores of the undead type are useful to me. I sense the power of flames within this divine core, which is useless to me. Otherwise, I would never have taken it out." Li Chen nodded, understanding that the value of a divine core far exceeds that of faith power. If the undead lord could indeed use this divine core, he would absolutely be unwilling to part with it. Any deity would condense a divine core within themselves, which contains their divine power and understanding of the laws. Epic-level beings have limited methods to ignite divine fire and become deities, the most common being the collection of faith power. As faith power is a versatile force, if enough faith power is collected, it can also help epic-level beings ignite divine fire and become deities. In addition to faith power, divine points can also be obtained, but divine points can only be acquired from deities, making it much more difficult to obtain than faith power. A divine core is also a method. As long as an epic-level being absorbs a divine core suitable for themselves, they can also become a deity. However, the difficulty of obtaining divine essence is even more perverse. It requires hunting down a true deity to acquire it. Therefore, the value of divine essence far exceeds that of faith. Power. Li Chen quietly activated his true eye, his eyes becoming transparent, reflecting the form of the divine essence. Is this the divine essence of a fire deity? Li Chen retracted his true eye, murmuring softly. The Lord of the Undead slowly nodded. Indeed, it is the divine essence of a fire deity, otherwise, how could I possibly present it? Human is my sincerity. Enough? A piece of fire divine essence is a treasure that is hard to come by. If it were a complete divine essence, it would indeed be hard to come by, but this divine essence is incomplete, significantly reducing its value. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Undead's eye sockets flickered with golden flames. Human, your insight is surprisingly sharp, but even if it is incomplete, its value remains high, does it not? Hearing this, Li Chen nodded. Indeed, an incomplete divine essence, along with these top-tier spirit stones, is a deal. However, the Lord of the Undead shook his head. Human, you are too greedy. An incomplete divine essence is already sufficient, and its value far exceeds that. Hearing this, Li Chen grinned and glanced at the sky. My purpose in coming to this world is to save. Is your vision so narrow? Look further ahead. Upon hearing this, the golden flames in the Lord of the Undead's eye sockets flickered again. Alright, then. It's a deal. Hearing this, a radiant smile appeared on Li Chen's face. If you want them to build a statue for you, you must demonstrate your strength. Don't just stand there foolishly. Otherwise, don't blame me for charging you and not delivering. After Li Chen collected the Lord of the Undead's divine essence and top-tier experience stones, he said. The Lord of the Undead nodded in response. It did not mount the nearby skeletal tiger but instead slowly flew into the air. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from its body and the golden soul fire instantly spread, enveloping it entirely. At this moment, almost everyone's gaze was drawn to the Lord of the Undead. The Lord of the Undead extended its staff, pointing towards the distant undead army from the fires of the underworld. Heed my call, arise. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all, countless blue golden flames suddenly emerged from the undead army, rapidly expanding, until they transformed into a raging sea of fire, extinguishing the soul fires of countless undead beings in an instant, leaving only their bodies lying quietly. The sea of fire continued to spread, engulfing more and more undead, extinguishing their soul fires. As for the Lord of the Undead's subordinates, although they were also enveloped by the sea of fire, they remained unscathed. With its own power, it slaughtered endless undead beings, and its speed was far faster than that of a million-strong undead army. At this moment, the powerful figure of the Lord of the Undead was deeply etched in everyone's eyes and hearts. The sea of fire continued to advance, quickly spreading into the explosive flame mountains. The Lord of the Undead followed the sea of fire, moving forward continuously. Li Chen also manipulated the power of space, constantly shifting through the space ahead. Along the way, Li Chen continuously sacrificed the seemingly endless corpses of undead beings on the ground. You have sacrificed a non-rank corpse. You randomly gain 9 free attribute points. You have sacrificed a bronze level corpse. You randomly gain 21 free attribute points. You have sacrificed a silver level corpse. You randomly gained 59 free attribute points. You have sacrificed. Ding dong, the limit for free attribute points has been reached. Please break the shackles and surpass the legendary level to continue collecting. When Li Chen's free attribute points reached 1 million, a prompt sounded in his mind. Is there also a collection limit for free attribute points? Li Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced at the countless corpses of undead creatures below. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the undead corpses into the rings. Space. After all, the space within this nameless ring was boundless. Thus, Li Chen stopped the sacrifices and collected all the undead corpses instead. I'll save them for when I break through to the legendary level and then come to sacrifice, he thought while gathering. Soon, following the direction of the spreading sea of fire, Li Chen arrived at a massive sinkhole. Looking down from above, there was a gigantic magic circle at the bottom of the sinkhole from which a continuous stream of undead creatures surged forth. The blue golden flames ultimately enveloped the magic circle, yet the blue golden flames had no effect on this enormous magic circle whatsoever. No, this is a magic circle set up by a deity. If I were at my peak, perhaps I could destroy it. But right now, I only have the strength of a peak dark gold level. To destroy a magic circle set up by a deity is just a pipe dream, the undead lord said, shaking his head helplessly as he looked at Li Chen. Li Chen stared at the magic circle, his brow furrowing as well. He waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out, striking the magic circle. However, although the lightning's damage had reached tens of millions, it was still like a drop in the ocean, having no impact on the magic circle at all. At the same time that the two were attacking the magic circle, in the boundless void within a vast undead divine kingdom, a colossal bone dragon, so large it seemed to have no end, slowly raised its head. In its eye sockets, 2 massive flames, radiating divine light, flickered. Are little bugs attacking my magic circle? Interesting, let me take a look, said the undead bone dragon, Augufus, as a gigantic screen appeared before him, displaying the images of Li Chen and the undead lord attacking the magic circle. Two little bugs, one living, one dead. This combination is quite interesting, Augufus mused, as the divine flames in his eye sockets flickered, locking onto Li Chan. This human. Soon, a vision emerged in his mind, a memory from his dying avatar sent to him just before its death. Nirvana fire, impossible. Isn't this the innate skill of the Phoenix clan? How could it appear on a human? Especially on such a weak human. Impossible, I don't believe it. Just a mere human, just an ant, just a piece of trash magic that doesn't even qualify. How could it defeat me? The shocked voice of the avatar echoed continuously in Augufus's mind. Nirvana fire? If I could obtain the Nirvana fire, could I break the shackles and advance? Once more? With this thought, the divine flames in Augufus's eye sockets flickered restlessly, betraying his excitement. Ever since he became a deity, even after conquering 3 small worlds and gathering a vast amount of faith power, the breakthrough still seemed far away. But if he could fuse with the Nirvana fire of the Phoenix clan and undergo a transformation, perhaps he would have a chance to advance further. The screen before Augufus dissipated and his figure vanished. In the next moment, a massive silhouette appeared in the boundless universe. This figure was none other than Augufus, and before him was a planet no larger than his head, which was none other than the Tianfeng world. In the vast universe, there were countless life planets, but the universe was simply too vast, so even though there were innumerable life planets scattered throughout, they still seemed exceedingly rare. I in the Tianfeng small world, which was inadvertently discovered by Augufus when Augufus realized that the peak combat power of the Tianfeng world was merely at the pinnacle of the golden level, it decisively chose to invade. A low-level small world like Tianfeng could not possibly withstand the entry of a deity. If Augufus chose to enter the Tianfeng small world by itself, it could easily rely on the great power of a deity to swiftly annihilate all living beings. However, due to its intrusion, the Tianfeng small world would immediately choose to collapse itself. In the face of a deity's invasion, every small world is fiercely resilient. They would shatter their world core at the first sign of invasion, leading to the destruction of the world core and the subsequent explosion of the world, rendering the deity's invasion meaningless. Therefore, Augufus did not choose to enter the Tianfeng small world in its true form, but instead used methods to inscribe 10 massive magic circles within the Tianfeng small world, continuously absorbing its power and summoning endless undead creatures. It aimed to slowly grind the Tianfeng small world to death. This tactic is a fundamental method used by many deities in the universe to invade small worlds. If no unexpected events occurred, the final outcome for the Tianfeng small world would be a complete draining of its power, leading to its demise, with the beings within the small world ultimately being erased by the endless undead creatures, eventually transforming into Augufus's devout followers. However, the moment Augufus laid eyes on Li Chan, it decided to change this plan. Even if it conquered the Tianfeng small world, turning all living beings into undead and harvesting a vast amount of faith power, Augufus still lacked the confidence to break free from its shackles and take another step forward. But now, everything was different. As long as it could capture Li Chan and then strip away the Nirvana fire within him to merge it with itself, Augufus might welcome a transformation, significantly increasing the hope of breaking its shackles. It's just a small world, there will be other opportunities to encounter it in the future, but the chance to harvest the Nirvana fire without risk is unlikely to come again. The Phoenix clan is a colossal entity in the universe, and the Phoenixes possessing Nirvana fire are the most important members of the clan. There was once a deity who coveted the Nirvana fire of the Phoenix clan, and then it captured a phoenix and stripped it of its Nirvana fire. The result was that the next day, the deity was confronted by the Phoenix clan's deity, who forcibly killed it. Augufus did not think it was more powerful than that deity. Even if it coveted the Nirvana fire, it would not dare to target the Phoenixes. But this human, before it actually possessed the Nirvana fire, how could Augufus let this opportunity slip away? With a thought, Augufus's body suddenly shrank, and carrying the great power of a deity, it prepared to invade the Tianfeng small world. Boom! Augufus crashed into an invisible barrier, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. How is this possible? How can a mere small world's barrier stop me? Augufus was filled with confusion. It tried several more times, all ending in failure. It's the power of the cosmic will. Strange, how could this Tianfeng small world be protected? By the cosmic will? The divine fire in Augufus's eyes flickered continuously. If it had a face, it would surely look very grim and sullen. Right. This human is a player in the god-making game. How did he appear in this small world? Augufus's gaze pierced through layers of space, landing on Li Chan. In the universe, many deities have transformed into deities through the god-making game. If these deities were present, they would likely be able to see that Li Chan was undertaking a myth-level advancement task. However, Augufus was different. It was born in a great world and had relied on its own means to step-by-step reach the epic pinnacle before igniting the divine fire and achieving divinity. Although it was aware of the existence of the god-making game, it was not informed about the advanced tasks of mythological difficulty. If it couldn't figure it out, then it wouldn't think about it. Augufus shook his head, looking at the small world of Tianfeng before him. Although my main body cannot enter, I still have my means. The will of the universe cannot stop me from obtaining the fire of nirvana. In the next moment, within the small world of Tianfeng, the expression of the undead lord suddenly changed drastically. The magic circle beneath the pit of heaven erupted with a terrifying aura, and the blue-golden flames were extinguished in an instant by this aura. Not good, our attack has drawn the attention of the deity. That undead deity is likely to take action. The golden flames in the undead lord's eyes dimmed slightly, and his tone was extremely grave. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression also becoming serious. Although he had once been a powerful main god, now he was merely a peak bronze-level being, and facing a deity he felt no confidence in his heart. In the pit of heaven, no more undead creatures surged forth. Instead, an immense aura emanated from it. Li Chen understood that it was the aura of a deity. Only by becoming a deity could one possess such a vast aura. Within the small world of Tianfeng, there were a total of 10 magic circles, and at this moment, all 10 magic circles had ceased operation, no longer producing a continuous stream of undead creatures. Moreover, all the undead within the small world of Tianfeng transformed into streams of undead power, flying towards a certain direction. In front of a massive city, a middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor looked exhausted. He continuously swung the golden great sword in his hand, and beneath him was a gigantic warhorse engulfed in blazing azure flames, with a large and sharp azure horn on its forehead. At this moment, the middle-aged man rode the azure flame warhorse, galloping through the sea of undead creatures. Wherever he passed, all the undead were engulfed in azure flames. One man and one horse stood guard at a city gate, blocking the endless tide of undead creatures outside the city. Suddenly, a massive number of undead creatures transformed into streams of undead power and flew towards the sky. Seeing the area ahead suddenly become empty, the middle-aged man momentarily did not react, and he and his warhorse stood frozen in place. What just happened? The middle-aged man was filled with confusion. At that moment, a gigantic eagle descended from the sky, landing beside the middle-aged man and the azure flame warhorse. On the eagle's back stood a soldier, who was now looking at the golden-armored middle-aged man with excitement, loudly saying, "Report, General. The undead around the royal city have suddenly transformed into energy and flown into the sky. The royal city is safe." Upon hearing this, the golden-armored middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know the detailed reason for the undead retreating?" The soldier on the eagle's back shook his head and replied, "Not clear. These undead creatures disappeared suddenly, without any warning. However, we found that they all flew towards that direction." As he spoke, the soldier pointed in a direction. Hearing this, the golden-armored middle-aged man nodded. He said with a serious expression, "Although the undead have retreated, we cannot let our guard down. Have the soldiers stay alert just in case. When you return, send some people to guard the southern city gate. I will personally go check the reason for the undead retreat." Upon hearing this, the soldier on the eagle's back showed a worried expression. "General, you are the pillar of the empire. If anything were to happen to you, the morale of the brothers would likely plummet instantly. How about I go investigate? Instead, you should return to the residence and rest." The golden-armored middle-aged man was none other than the war god of the Tianfeng Empire, the strongest in the empire. Everyone believed that this guardian deity of the empire might one day break free from constraints and ascend to a higher realm. "Qingyan, let's go." The middle-aged man in golden armor ignored the soldier's suggestion, simply patting the blue flame warhorse beneath him as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the blue flame warhorse snorted loudly, then unfurled the wings it had kept folded, gently spreading them. The young warhorse then carried the golden-armored man as it soared towards the horizon. Seeing this, the soldier on the back of the eagle wore a helpless expression. He had no choice but to urge his summoned beast to fly towards the royal city. The departure of the golden-armored man left the southern gate of the royal city unguarded, and if no personnel were reassigned, an unexpected incident could cause the royal city to fall in an instant. Meanwhile, a massive amount of necromantic energy flowed into the magic circle before Li Chen. The aura of the deity grew increasingly intense. "Human, we should escape quickly. This deity seems intent on creating a clone to enter the small world. Given this setup, his clone should be very powerful, not something we can handle," the necromancer lord said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Li Chen did not respond. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck the magic circle. However, Li Chen's attack still vanished without a trace, yielding no reaction. Suddenly, a gigantic head slowly emerged from the magic circle. Moments later, a massive skeletal dragon over 100 meters long flew out from the magic circle, circling in the air, its eye sockets glowing with golden flames as it surveyed Li Chen below. "Human, we meet again." At these words, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then he recalled something, his expression turning strange. He remembered the skeletal dragon he had killed in the novice village. Li Chen glanced at the necromancer lord beside him. Speaking of which, his god-level necromantic summoning was obtained by sacrificing the clone of this skeletal dragon. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Augufus." After speaking, Augufus lowered his head, closing the distance with Li Chen. "Human, why do you possess the Phoenix clan's nirvana fire?" Li Chen remained silent, merely probing Augufus's attributes. Skeletal Dragon status, clone level, 150 rank, God level health, 50 million strength, 1 million intelligence, 1 million physical/magic defense, 500,000/500,000 skills, necromantic divine power, God level pressure, necromantic dragon flame, necromantic control, necromantic catastrophe. Looking at the skeletal dragon's attribute chart, Li Chen's expression gradually grew serious. Thunderous Wrath was still on cooldown, and as for the lightning, a single strike could at most deal 10 million points of damage. Although 10 million points of damage was terrifying, it was merely 1/5 of the skeletal dragon's current health. Even if every attack triggered critical damage, it would take at least 3 hits. Li Chen did not believe that once the battle began, the skeletal dragon would allow him to attack 3 to 5 times. That staggering strength and intelligence of 1 million, combined with powerful god-level skills, could easily crush him. Not going to speak? In the next moment, a tremendous pressure emanated from Augufus. Warning. You have been affected by the skeletal dragon's god-level pressure. All your attributes minus 100%. You cannot move. Li Chen's face suddenly changed drastically. God-level pressure was a fatal blow. For him, this was still the result of Augufus holding back. Otherwise, with the terrifying god-level pressure, he could have killed Li Chen in an instant. Human, can we talk now? Augufus's figure suddenly shrank, quickly transforming into a middle-aged man clad in a black cloak. Augufus walked step by step towards Li Chen, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. From the memory of the previous clone, Augufus learned that the clone had initially underestimated Li Chen, failing to release god-level pressure immediately. Otherwise, a mere being without rank would have been crushed in an instant by such pressure. At that moment, the smile on Augufus's face instantly faded. Humph. Augufus stepped back repeatedly, his face turning pale as if he had suffered some fatal blow. Meanwhile, Li Chen felt a lightness in his body, regaining his ability to move. Human, I no longer want the statue. I shall take my leave now. Good luck to you. Just as he regained his mobility, the Lord of the Undead suddenly spoke. In the next moment, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and he quickly dove into it, vanishing from sight. The Lord of the Undead was afraid. Although it was merely a clone, it was facing a deity of the undead. Deities of the undead had profound knowledge regarding souls, and perhaps this undead bone dragon had the means to annihilate both its clone and its true self in one breath, following the soul. Therefore, the moment it gained freedom, the Lord of the Undead decisively chose to retreat, escaping back to the realm of the undead. Augufus watched the Lord of the Undead flee without attempting to stop him. His primary goal on this trip was still the Nirvana fire within Li Chen. As for the Lord of the Undead, just an epic-level undead creature, hardly worth his attention. This damned cosmic will has restricted my means, Augufus muttered in displeasure, then turned his gaze back to Li Chen, saying, Human, hand over the Nirvana fire, and I will spare your life. Not only will I spare you, but I can also make you my subordinate. Upon hearing this, Li Chen scoffed. First, I don't have the Nirvana fire on me. Second, I have no desire to become your subordinate. Only the undead serve the undead, and I'm not done living yet. Li Chen's words were indeed the truth. He was different from the Phoenix Clan. The reason the Phoenix Clan could perform the skill of Nirvana rebirth was that the Nirvana fire was hidden within their bloodline. As long as they could awaken the Nirvana fire within their blood, they could perform Nirvana rebirth. In contrast, when Li Chen performed Nirvana rebirth, it was merely using a skill. As for the Nirvana fire, it was entirely the work of the cosmic will. The Phoenix Clan was a great lineage of the universe, and they were beings born from the universe. Since the universe could give birth to the Phoenix Clan, it could naturally replicate the Nirvana fire of the Phoenix Clan. The cosmic will was the supreme ruler of the universe. However, Augufus did not believe Li Chen's words. His expression turned cold as he said in a chilling voice, unappreciative, since you refuse to hand over the Nirvana fire, I will take it myself. With that, Augufus stepped closer to Li Chen, a swirling mass of ghostly green undead dragon flames rising slowly in his hand. Just then, a streak of azure light cut across the sky, landing near the two and revealing a person and a horse within. It was none other than the golden-armored middle-aged man and the azure flame warhorse. Upon seeing the golden-armored man's appearance, Augufus halted, his gaze shifting towards him. Who are you? The golden-armored man asked, looking at Augufus and Li Chen with a serious expression. His gaze then fell upon the pit in the sky and the massive magic circle beneath it. Is there also a summoning array here? The golden-armored man had previously scouted near the royal city during the day. There was indeed such a magic circle nearby. He had witnessed undead creatures continuously emerging from the magic circle as night fell. Are you the creators of this magic circle? The golden-armored man's eyes darted between the magic circle and the two, and finally, his expression changed dramatically as he raised the golden greatsword in his hand, ready to strike. Augufus smiled elegantly, playing with the flames in his hand, and said, and, you guessed correctly, this magic circle was created by me. Upon hearing this, the expression on the golden-armored man's face instantly turned to one of rage. You damned beast! How many lives have you taken because of your actions? Die! As he spoke, the middle-aged man in golden armor charged towards Ogyphus on his blue flame warhorse. At that moment, a flicker of electricity flashed in Li Chen's hand and he hurled a bolt of lightning. Ogyphus suddenly turned his head. As a deity's avatar, his senses were incredibly sharp and he felt a dangerous aura emanating from that small bolt of lightning. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, sending out the undead dragon flame. Boom! The ghostly green flames collided with the lightning. However, in terms of damage, Ogyphus's avatar was sent flying 18 streets away by Li Chen's attack. Not good. Ogyphus's expression changed drastically. The lightning shattered the undead dragon flame and continued flying towards him. It was too late to dodge, and Ogyphus took Li Chen's attack head-on. 1950W. Critical damage. The rules of this world had already been altered by the cosmic will. Otherwise, even if Li Chen dealt critical damage, it would be impossible to inflict such high damage after being mitigated by a divine skill. This was not over. Li Chen threw out another explosive fireball. The massive fireball tore through the air and shot out rapidly. Boom! The explosive fireball slammed hard into Ogyphus. -0. However, Li Chen had no means to amplify fire damage and the golden explosive fireball could not break through Ogyphus's staggering magic defense of 500,000. Human, you seek death. Ogyphus was furious. He no longer cared about the middle-aged man in golden armor and fixed his fierce gaze on Li Chen. At that moment, the middle-aged man in golden armor had already reached Ogyphus, raising his golden greatsword high and bringing it down with force. Faced with the attack from the middle-aged man, Ogyphus showed a disdainful expression. He couldn't even be bothered to look. He simply waved his hand casually, slapping the incoming golden greatsword. Even as an avatar, Ogyphus's power was not something the middle-aged man could compare to. He felt a tremendous force surge from the golden greatsword towards himself. The middle-aged man, along with his blue flame warhorse, was sent flying. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst a series of crisp sounds, cracks appeared on the golden greatsword in the middle-aged man's hand. Ultimately, this weapon that had accompanied the middle-aged man for decades shattered into pieces in the air, scattering down. Boom! The middle-aged man and the blue flame warhorse crashed into the ground with a loud bang, their fates unknown. However, Ogyphus had no mood to care about the middle-aged man. His gaze was locked onto Li Chen. For the first time, Li Chen felt that the 3-second cooldown for the lightning was too long. There were still 2 seconds left until the cooldown ended. Die! Ogyphus coldly shouted, and in the next moment, he transformed in mid-air, revealing his true form, a skeletal dragon over 100 meters long. Immediately after, Ogyphus opened his blood basin mouth, and ghostly green flames blazed within. Roar! Accompanied by a loud roar, a pillar of flame descended, engulfing Li Chen. 990W. The terrifying damage completely emptied Li Chen's health bar. Nirvana Rebirth. Skill Effect 1. After receiving fatal damage, transform into indestructible Nirvana Fire, reviving in full state after 3 seconds. Cooldown 47 hours 59 minutes/48 hours. The moment Li Chen's health bar was emptied, he automatically triggered the Nirvana Rebirth skill. In Ogyphus's astonished gaze, a ball of golden flame floated where Li Chen had once been, unaffected by the burning of the undead dragon flame. Nirvana Fire, indeed the Nirvana Fire, if I could obtain it. Ogyphus's eyes were filled with fervor, and in the next moment, he extended his claws, wanting to seize this ball of Nirvana Fire, but Li Chen's Nirvana Fire possessed a 3-second invincible state, and no matter how hard Ogyphus tried, it was unaffected in the slightest. Damn it! Ogyphus's face turned extremely ugly. In just 1 second, it attempted various means but could not shake Li Chen's Nirvana Fire at all, which filled it with deep resentment and anger. At that moment, a jade pendant appeared out of thin air within the Nirvana Fire, and under its scorching flames, the pendant not only remained intact but also radiated a faint divine glow. The 3 seconds quickly passed, and the Nirvana Fire transformed back into Li Chen's form. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding dong! Due to the influence of the Nirvana Fire, the power of the invincible jade pendant has been replenished and can be used once. In a daze, a jade pendant appeared in Li Chen's hand. He looked at the pendant and quickly recalled that it was given to him by the village chief of the novice village just before he was about to be teleported to the main city. Li Chen hurriedly checked the pendant's attributes. Invincible jade pendant rank, divine effect, inject power into the pendant to activate it and you can immediately gain a 1-minute invincible buff, with all damage taken reduced to 0 and immunity to all control effects. Cooldown 48 hours. Description: this is a magical token. Activate its power and you can have 1 minute of invincibility. Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. When he received the pendant, he felt it was extraordinary, but he never expected it to be this extraordinary. Previously, the pendant had seemed unremarkable, but Li Chen always felt that one day it would come in handy, so he did not throw it into the ring space but instead placed it in the game's built-in backpack. If Li Chen had thrown the pendant into the ring space with that nameless ring's power, it would definitely have shielded the influence of the Nirvana Fire, and it would have been unknown how long it would take for the invincible jade pendant to replenish its power. After all, not all powers could replenish the strength of the invincible jade pendant. Human, this is not the time for you to be happy. Seeing the brilliant smile on Li Chen's face, for some reason, Augufus's heart skipped a beat. The next moment, Augufus opened its blood-basin mouth again and spewed out a breath of undead dragon flame towards Li Chen. Li Chen dared not hesitate and decisively injected energy into the invincible jade pendant. The next moment, the pendant emitted a radiant glow, enveloping Li Chen. Prompt, you have gained the invincible buff. Boom! At that moment, the undead dragon flame struck Li Chen. -0. -0. This time, the undead dragon flame could not harm Li Chen in the slightest. At that moment, Li Chen remembered a skill he had obtained early on. Berserk. Skill effect. At the cost of losing 10 health points per second, your attack power increases by 50%, defense increases by 50%, and movement speed decreases by 50%. Berserk. Li Chen silently chanted in his heart and activated the Berserk skill. In the past, the opponents Li Chen encountered were all destined to be killed by him in an instant. So much so that Li Chen had almost forgotten this Berserk skill. Even though it was just a non-ranked skill, the percentage increase still had a huge effect on Li Chen now. The moment the skill was activated, Li Chen felt his blood suddenly become boiling hot, a wave of heat surged through his body. At the same time, his strength and defense received a tremendous boost. However, his body also became heavy and his movement speed was reduced by more than half. The 50% increase in attack power caused Li Chen's intelligence and strength to soar directly to 150,000. Meanwhile, Li Chen's eyes rapidly changed as he activated his true eye of truth. Effect 2. Activating the Eye of Truth allows one to see through all the weaknesses of the enemy, increasing the critical hit rate by 30% with every attack. The Eye of Truth not only pierces through illusions but also amplifies the critical hit rate. With the additional 50% critical hit rate provided by the Son of Miracle, Li Chen currently possesses a total critical hit rate of 80%. Moreover, Li Chen also benefits from the luck bonus of the Chosen One and 10 points of luck. It can be said that with every attack, Li Chen's critical hit rate is nearly 100%. After activating the Eye of Truth, Li Chen multitasked. His right hand flickered with electric light while his left hand blazed with flames. Lightning. Explosive fireball. Both skills were unleashed simultaneously by Li Chen, hurled towards Augufus. The soul fire in Augufus's eyes flickered violently. It sensed extreme danger, even the breath of death. Roar. In the next moment, it opened its blood-basin mouth and let out a roar. Suddenly, the magic circle beneath the pit erupted with intense light, and a massive force of the undead surged from the magic circle, merging into Augufus's body. Plus 19.5 m. In an instant, Augufus's health was restored to 100%. 29.5 m. Critical damage 14.5 m. Critical damage. With the increase in intelligence, the base damage of lightning and explosive fireball was also enhanced. The base damage of lightning reached an astonishing 150,000, and with the 100-fold amplification from the heart of the Thunder God, that became 15 million. Coupled with Li Chen's nearly 100% critical hit rate, it ultimately dealt nearly 30 million in massive damage. The base damage of the explosive fireball also increased to 500,000, and since Li Chen had just used the Nirvana Rebirth skill, his fire damage was amplified by 50 times within that minute. Additionally, triggering a critical hit, Li Chen's explosive fireball ultimately dealt nearly 15 million in high damage. With both skills unleashed, Augufus's health bar rapidly diminished, evaporating 44 million health points in an instant. If it weren't for the fact that it had just healed itself, this avatar would have already perished. How is this possible? A mere bronze level can deal such outrageous damage. Augufus was utterly shocked. It quickly resorted to its old tricks. From the magic circle, a large amount of undead power surged again, merging into its body. Plus 44 m. In an instant, Augufus's state was restored to its peak once more. Human, hand over the Nirvana fire and I will leave immediately. Otherwise, as long as you cannot unleash a power stronger than before, you will never be able to kill me. Augufus still harbored greedy intentions for the Nirvana fire and spoke. Li Chen frowned slightly. Although his strength was diminished, his insight remained. He had already realized that the magic circle beneath the pit could forcibly absorb the world's power and then heal Augufus. Human, have you made up your mind? If you give me the Nirvana fire, I will leave immediately and never invade this world again. Upon hearing this, Li Chen coldly smiled. Dream on. You refuse a toast and instead drink a penalty drink. Augufus was furious, and in the next moment, its massive dragon tail struck down heavily on Li Chen. -0. However, under the protection of the invincible buff, Augufus couldn't even harm Li Chen, let alone make him take a step back. 3 seconds quickly passed, and both of Li Chen's skills finished cooling down. However, this time, Li Chen did not rush to cast his skills. Instead, he took out an item. It was a droplet-shaped item radiating a holy light. Tears of the Angel rank. Divine effect. Tears of the Angel can emit holy light, purifying all filth. Description. It is said that this is the tear of a god-level deity possessing the most sacred power. After obtaining the Tears of the Angel, Li Chen had only used it once, to lift the curse. from players he had accidentally harmed. After that, this god-level item was tossed into the ring space by Li Chen, gathering dust. That is, Augufus looked at the tear of the angel in Li Chen's hand, and the soul fire in his eyes began to flicker uneasily. Although he had never seen the tear of the angel, he could sense the overwhelming holy power emanating from it, the very force that restrained him the most. Li Chen infused power into the tear of the angel, and in the next moment, it radiated a rich holy light. Then, Li Chen hurled it towards Augufus. The soul fire in Augufus's eyes flickered violently as he spat out a breath of undead dragon flame at the tear of the angel. If Augufus were in his true form, he would not have taken such a trivial tear of the angel seriously. However, he was currently in his split form, and the undead dragon flame had no effect on the tear of the angel at all. Not only did it have no effect, but the holy light of the tear of the angel purified all the undead dragon flame completely. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, quickly maneuvering his body to dodge to the side. The tear of the angel was not a skill, and its speed was far slower than that of a skill, allowing Augufus to easily evade it. Ha, human, this treasure of yours is quite a threat to me, but so what? If you can't hit me, it's useless. Easily dodging the tear of the angel, Augufus mocked. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Li Chen's mouth. Really useless? At this, the soul fire in Augufus's eyes flickered wildly, and suddenly his gaze fell upon the pit in the sky. He saw that the tear of the angel had landed on the magic circle beneath the pit, its holy light enveloping the entire magic circle. Not good. At that moment, Li Chen unleashed a bolt of lightning from his right hand and a fireball from his left, striking again. 2950W. Critical damage. 1450W. Critical damage. In the instant that Augufus was distracted, a bolt of lightning and a fireball struck him. In an instant, Augufus's health plummeted by another 44 million. This time, the magic circle was rendered ineffective, and no undead power surged forth to replenish Augufus's health. The holy light of the tear of the angel enveloped the magic circle, which was quietly collapsing. Although Augufus had created 10 magic circles in the Skywind world, the distance between each magic circle was quite far. At this moment, it was clearly too late to draw undead power from the other magic circles. Run! The thought surged in Augufus's mind, but in the next moment, he angrily dismissed it. Just a mere ant. In the next instant, a terrifying pressure was released from his body, a divine-level pressure. This time, he intended to unleash his full power from the start and directly crush Li Chen. However, just as this pressure was released, Augufus suddenly felt a great force descending from the void. Boom! In the next moment, Li Chen's eyelids twitched, and Augufus's body suddenly exploded, scattering countless broken bones. At the same time, across the Skywind world, including the magic circle beneath the pit in front of Li Chen, all 10 magic circles exploded simultaneously. Beyond the world, Augufus's massive body trembled violently, a terrifying force crashing down upon him, causing numerous cracks to appear on his divine form, and the soul fire dimmed significantly. Damn the cosmic will, targeting me like this, damn it! Augufus let out an angry roar in his heart. His gaze pierced through the world barrier, landing on Li Chen. Human, just wait, one day I will tear you apart and make your soul endure eternal suffering to vent my hatred. Leaving behind a harsh threat that Li Chen could not hear, Augufus fled in disgrace. His split form had released divine-level pressure at the last moment, which had already violated the cosmic will. And the price of violating the cosmic will was destruction. Even his true form suffered severe damage, and without a significant amount of time, recovery was impossible. On the other side, Li Chen looked at the shattered bones scattered across the ground, and with a thought, activated his innate talent. However, there was not a single response. What a pity, I was still hoping to offer another sacrifice and gain a divine-level skill. Li Chen shook his head regretfully. At that moment, the middle-aged man in golden armor, dragging his battered body, slowly approached. Where is that person? He asked, looking at the ground covered in broken bones with confusion. Hearing this, Li Chen merely glanced at the golden-armored man and said, nothing. With a step, Li Chen had already arrived beneath the pit, storing the tears of the angel in his ring space. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. You have cleared the mythical difficulty. Advancement Dungeon Task Completion Evaluation. Perfect. Your rank has broken through. Now at silver level your level limit has been unlocked. LV31 LV150. You have received the mythical advancement task reward. You have gained 100,000 free attribute points. Your free attribute point storage has reached the maximum limit. Compensation. Fate Treasure Chest *2 Fate Treasure Chest. Li Chen's eyes lit up. The value of the Fate Treasure Chest even surpassed that of divine level chests. Divine level chests, if luck is sufficient, can yield divine level equipment, skills, or various items. But if luck is lacking, one might end up with some bronze or silver trash. If it weren't for Li Chen's high luck, he wouldn't have been able to obtain divine level items every time he opened a divine level chest. However, the Fate Treasure Chest is different. The items obtained from it may not be high level, but they will always be the most suitable for oneself, and it might even yield powerful items that could change one's fate. In his previous life, Li Chen had heard of a player with a bronze level innate talent who opened a fake treasure chest and soared to great heights, igniting divine fire in no time and achieving the status of a deity. This is the fake treasure chest, a treasure that even the main gods would covet. For each level you gain thereafter, the free attribute points you receive will increase by 160%. Due to your completion of the mythical difficulty advancement dungeon, there will be no more bottlenecks before the legendary level. No more bottlenecks before the legendary level? Li Chen smiled slightly. With that, he could quickly consume the top-tier experience stones he obtained from the undead lord. Li Chen had also heard that once one cleared the mythical difficulty advancement dungeon, there would be no more advancement dungeons. Previously, Li Chen thought this was just a rumor, but now it seemed to be true. You are the 13th player in the history of this universe to clear the mythical difficulty advancement dungeon. Your name will be inscribed in the cosmic sanctuary. Only 13? Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. The universe is vast and boundless, with planets being born and destroyed almost every moment. Every moment, the will of the universe creates game worlds and then places them on various planets. For countless ages, the number of players in the god creation game is terrifying. Given such a terrifying base, only 12 people had cleared the mythical difficulty dungeon before Li Chen. Then, Li Chen thought about it and felt relieved. After all, his mythical advancement dungeon was about saving the world. Others' mythical advancement dungeons were probably not much simpler. If it weren't for his main god level innate talent, even if Li Chen were to live again as a main god, he would never have been able to clear the mythical difficulty advancement dungeon. Meanwhile, in the distant void, the origin of the universe, the most core place, infinite laws manifested in the void, transforming into an endless ocean of laws. Infinite laws converged. Even a single wave could easily obliterate an eternally living deity. Even main god-level powerhouses must tread carefully upon this ocean of laws. If a massive tsunami of laws were to come, even the supreme deity would fall in an instant. Yet, above this terrifying ocean of laws, a grand palace stands tall, unshaken by the waves and tsunamis crashing against it. Inside the palace, it is empty, save for 12 enormous divine pillars, each exuding an aura that would instill fear in the vast majority of supreme beings. On these 12 pillars, the names of 12 entities capable of shaking the universe are carved. Pangu, Odin, Jesus, Muria, Sarayen, the soul of the underworld. Among these 12 pillars, 7 are ablaze with divine fire. The other 5 pillars have long extinguished their flames. At that moment, the palace doors swung wide open, and an infinite power of laws surged in, ultimately coalescing into a 13th pillar. Boom! With a muffled sound, a fierce divine fire ignited on the 13th pillar. However, this pillar was empty, devoid of a name. The palace doors slowly closed, and the remaining power of laws transformed into a pen of laws, slowly inscribing something on the newly appeared pillar. Li Chen. Boom! As the name Li Chen was inscribed, an overwhelming aura erupted from the 13th pillar. At the same time, a mysterious aura was born from the core of the universe, like a radiant cloud of celebration. This cloud then slowly spread, emitting countless rays of light, as if containing endless knowledge and truth. Meanwhile, in the abyss of demons, the infernal purgatory, the pool of rebirth, the heavenly divine mountain, the mechanical divine realm, countless planets that had merged with the game of god-making surged with boundless brilliance at this moment. The surging light was mysterious and profound. Ordinary people, though unable to perceive it specifically, felt their bodies become incredibly light, and ailments that had long plagued them were healed in an instant. For some cultivators, they could sense the surging light, and then countless cultivators either gained enlightenment or suddenly broke through their bottlenecks. Even those who were stuck at the epic peak, after comprehending the knowledge and truth contained within this light, ignited their divine fire, filled with excitement and fervor, and from then on, became deities with eternal lifespans. Of course, igniting the divine fire is not without danger. Many beings fell within this divine fire, their very essence obliterated into nothingness. In the boundless void of the universe, there exists a godly realm so vast it knows no bounds. At the pinnacle of this realm, a magnificent temple stands tall, radiating a powerful aura. Within the temple, an existence that had been asleep for countless ages slowly opened its eyes, containing infinite arcane truths within its gaze. If any deity were present, merely looking into the eyes of this being would allow them to grasp the mysteries of countless spells. If Li Chen were here, he would surely recognize this being as the arcane sovereign who shook the universe, Sarayen. Legend has it that this arcane sovereign was a powerful being who had cleared the mythic advancement dungeon. At the same time, he is one of the oldest supreme deities. Countless ages have passed, and finally, someone has cleared the mythic advancement dungeon. Will this be a calamity for the heavens, or a blessing for the heavens? After murmuring softly, this towering existence slowly raised its gaze, piercing through infinite distances, ultimately landing within the cosmic temple. Li Chen, is it? In the heavenly divine mountain, countless angels fluttered about. At the peak of the divine mountain, within an incredibly resplendent hall, there was a grand divine throne. Upon this throne sat a figure shimmering with infinite pure and gentle light, slowly opening its eyes to reveal a pair of golden orbs. Its gaze seemed to penetrate through all realms, ultimately landing within the cosmic temple. Li Chen, another one, huh? He. A deep laughter spread throughout the hall. The mythical advancement dungeon, someone has cleared it again? Notify everyone, let all our spies take action. Find out who it is that cleared the mythical advancement dungeon. In the endless realm of fire, a figure wrapped in flames spoke. Someone has cleared the mythical advancement dungeon again. The future of the universe is likely to undergo tremendous changes. I hope it won't affect me. In the realm of the fate goddess, a stunningly beautiful goddess, her eyes seemingly containing stars, murmured softly. Immediately, the laws of fate surged around her. Ah, splendid, splendid. Among us, there is one more. TSK. I just wonder if they can grow strong? Don't die halfway, that would be no fun. In the depths of the endless void, within a star radiating terrifying heat, sat a gaunt old man. After sensing the fluctuations from the void, the old man opened his eyes and laughed heartily. In the infernal abyss, the demon's abyss, the pool of rebirth, the heavenly divine mountain, the mechanical divine realm. Across the universe, countless powerful beings from various worlds were stirred, and some powerful beings from major worlds even issued commands to search for the one who cleared the dungeon. At this moment, Li Chen, who had shaken the entire universe, was filled with shock. Because the rewards for clearing the mythical advancement dungeon were not over yet. You have cleared the mythical advancement dungeon. You will receive the protection of the cosmic will. The moment the system prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind, an incredibly mysterious power, as if encompassing all things, flowed into his body. This mysterious energy continuously coursed through Li Chen's body, integrating into his skin, hair, bones, muscles, organs, and even cells. His entire body, every limb and bone, was being infused with this mysterious energy. To his astonishment, Li Chen discovered that this mysterious energy had even integrated into his soul. This mysterious energy did not enhance Li Chen in any way, but he knew he had definitely become stronger. Just then, a system prompt confirmed Li Chen's speculation. Notice, you have gained the protection of the universe status, permanent buff level. Effect, among the same level, damage from enemy attacks is reduced by 99%. Description, this is a blessing from the cosmic will. With this layer of blessing, you are king among the same level. Seeing this additional permanent buff on himself, Li Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. He finally understood why that soul master god was so powerful. Among the same level, damage from enemy attacks is reduced by 99%. With such a buff, how could one not be strong? Without hundreds of master gods attacking the soul master god, it would be impossible to inflict significant damage on him. However, despite the vastness of the universe, gathering hundreds of master gods at once remained an incredibly difficult task. Notice, you are about to be teleported away from the dungeon world. At that moment, a system prompt interrupted Li Chen's astonishment. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, a hint of regret appeared on Li Chen's face. Speaking of which, I haven't taken all the treasures from that Qingfeng city lord yet. Shaking his head, Li Chen suddenly remembered the matter of building a statue. He could forgo the treasures, but he felt it was necessary to strive for that statue. With that thought, his gaze fell upon the middle-aged man in golden armor, whose face was imposing. My name is Xingkong. Tell the Qingfeng city lord that he owes me a statue. After speaking, Li Chen's figure slowly became illusory and eventually disappeared. In Wanxiang City, a beam of white light pierced the sky and landed in Li Chen's residence. There was no violent collision, nor any significant damage to the ground. The white light landed in the courtyard, and as the light dissipated, Li Chen's figure appeared. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, three figures quickly appeared. It was none other than the three top bosses of Wanxiang City. Starry Sky, are you alright? Yi Lu approached Li Chen, her face filled with anxiety. There was no way around it. The commotion caused by Li Chen's teleportation into the Tianfeng small world was simply too great. For the past several hours since Li Chen entered the Tianfeng small world, Yi Lu had been extremely restless. Fang Wujin said nothing, merely casting a concerned glance at Li Chen. Seeing the worried expressions on their faces warmed Li Chen's heart, and he smiled, saying, "You don't need to worry. I'm perfectly fine. Not only am I fine, but I've also gained some opportunities and become even stronger." Upon hearing this, Yi Lu and Fang Wujin finally felt relieved. At that moment, Li Chen's gaze fell on Zhou Yunfeng, who was not far away, and he asked, "Lord City Master, is there something you need?" Li Chen's tone was not as polite with Zhou Yunfeng. He still remembered that night when this city master nearly tried to break into his residence. If it hadn't been for Yi Lu and Fang Wujin being there, the city master would definitely not have let him off the hook. What kind of person was Zhou Yunfeng? How could he not detect the distance in Li Chen's words? A hint of helplessness surged in his heart, and he forced a friendly smile, saying, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. Starry Sky, the newcomer competition will begin in a few days. You should prepare well." Li Chen nodded in response, calmly saying, I understand. I will prepare properly." Zhou Yunfeng nodded and said, "Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave." Whoosh! After saying that, Zhou Yunfeng's figure vanished without a trace. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Chen for a while longer, Yi Lu and Fang Wujin finally left together. Once the two had departed, Li Chen returned to his room. With a wave of his hand, a small mountain appeared before him. It was a small mountain made up of over 100 top-tier experience stones. This small mountain represented 1 billion experience points. Li Chen had calculated that to level up from level 32, level 150, he would need just over 100 million experience points. Let's get started. Li Chen directly picked up a top-tier experience stone and began to absorb it. In the God creation game, regardless of the type of experience stone, players could absorb the experience points within in just an instant. The next moment, Li Chen gained 10 million experience points, and his level skyrocketed. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level, LV 31. Since your attribute points have reached the limit, all attributes plus 0. Since your free attribute points have reached the storage limit, free attribute points plus 0. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level, LV 47. Since your attribute points have reached the limit, all attributes plus 0. Since your free attribute points have reached the storage limit, free attribute points plus 0. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Li Chen shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. If other rewards were deducted, Li Chen might care, but in his view, attribute points were the least valuable things. Subsequently, Li Chen took out another top-tier experience stone and absorbed it. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level, LV 61. Since your attribute points have reached the limit, all attributes plus 0. Since your free attribute points have reached the storage limit, free attribute points plus 0. Ding dong, your rank has increased. Current rank, Gold. For players in the God creation game, the bottleneck of realms was the advancement dungeons. However, since Li Chen had cleared the mythical advancement dungeon, he had no bottleneck before reaching the legendary level, so his level was not restricted at all, directly crossing the threshold of level 60 and stepping into level 61. At the same time, Li Chen's rank also changed, rising from silver to gold. The experience points from the top-tier experience stones had not yet been fully consumed, and golden light continuously flickered around Li Chen as his level kept rising. After that, Li Chen continuously absorbed top-tier experience stones. After absorbing the 11th top-tier experience stone, Li Chen's level finally reached its peak. Ding dong, your level has increased. Current level LV 150. Since your attribute points have reached the limit, all attributes plus 0. Since your free attribute points have reached the storage limit, free attribute points plus 0. Notice, you have reached the level cap. Please hunt 1 million dark gold level ordinary monsters, unlimited, 10,000 dark gold level elite monsters, unlimited, and 100 dark gold level boss monsters, unlimited. Collect dungeon energy points, and unlock the legendary level advancement dungeon. Seeing the difficulty of unlocking the legendary level advancement dungeon, Li Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In his previous life, the difficulty of unlocking the legendary level advancement dungeon was far less than 1/10,000th of what it was now. What does it mean to hunt 1 million dark gold level ordinary monsters? Even if he stood still and was allowed to kill, it would take him a long time. Not to mention, dark gold level monsters are not cabbages. 1 million of them is a daunting task. Moreover, Li Chen also had to kill 10,000 dark gold level elite monsters, which would be even harder to find. As for the 100 dark gold level boss monsters, Li Chen was already too exhausted to complain. Sigh, it seems I need to find a way to get some qualification tokens for the Wusheng Tower. In the outside world, hunting 1 million dark gold level monsters is almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Li Chen sighed helplessly. He then put away the remaining top-tier experience stones. These experience stones were useless to him before he broke through to the legendary level. After that, Li Chen took out 2 basketball-sized treasure chests. They were the 2 fate chests Li Chen had just obtained. Fate chest rank, none description. What you open is not just a chest, but also your fate, your glorious future. Looking at the 2 fate chests in front of him, Li Chen took a deep breath. Let me see if this legendary fate chest can really change my destiny. With that, Li Chen picked up one of the fate chests and began the progress bar. The fate chest, like the divine level chest, also required a progress bar. However, the reading speed of the fate chest was much slower than that of the divine level chest. 1%, 3%, 7%, 29%, 72%, 99%. After a full 10 minutes, the progress bar of the chest finally completed. The next moment, the chest slowly opened, without the massive effects that accompanied the opening of a divine level chest. The chest transformed into specks of light and slowly dissipated. Finally, it revealed 2 white orbs of light floating in the palm of Li Chen's hand. Ding dong, you have opened the fate chest. Ding dong, you have obtained the equipment book of all things, divine level. Ding dong, you have obtained the equipment cloak of the king, divine level. Book of all things rank, divine level equipment. Requirements, divine level all things master basic attributes, all attributes plus 10,000 additional attribute 1, skill cooldown minus 50%, stacking rules calculated separately, additional attribute 2, penetration plus 50% additional. Attribute 3, critical damage plus 50% additional attribute 4, attack speed plus 50% unique passive, book of all things, ever changing, can transform into any weapon. Description, this is the exclusive weapon of the divine level. All Things Master and the most suitable divine level equipment for the divine level All Things Master. Looking at the attribute chart of the Book of All Things, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. A 50% cooldown reduction. Plus my Thunder God's Heart's 50%. Doesn't that make it 100%? Then my Thunder Fury could be unleashed whenever I want? Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but feel excited. If he could really unleash Thunder Fury without limits, he could even disregard epic level powerhouses. Li Chen instinctively checked the cooldown time of Thunder Fury. Cooldown, 12 hours. Seeing the cooldown time of the Thunder talent, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished the flames in Li Chen's heart. Suddenly, Li Chen remembered the words in the parentheses. The stacking rules are calculated separately. Isn't it supposed to be 50% plus 50% stacked like this? Li Chen sighed, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. However, when he saw that the cooldown times of his various skills had been halved, a smile of happiness returned to his face. Especially now, the lightning, which was still Li Chen's main skill, had its cooldown reduced from 3 seconds to 1.5 seconds. Then, Li Chen continued to check the attribute chart of the Book of All Things. Plus 50% penetration was also good, but compared to the 50% skill cooldown, it seemed much less impressive. Next was the 50% critical damage, which was quite a good attribute. Li Chen's critical hit rate was already terrifyingly high, and now with this 50% critical damage, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Take lightning as an example. Before this plus 50% critical damage, Li Chen's lightning could deal a high damage of 20 million on a critical hit, but after equipping the Book of All Things, with the 50% increase in critical damage, that critical damage would rise to 30 million. A full 10 million increase, which was nothing short of terrifying. Not to mention, Li Chen also had a more fearsome God-level skill, Wrath of Thunder. Finally, this additional attribute plus 50% attack speed was also quite a good attribute. Then, Li Chen noticed the unique passive of the Book of All Things. Transforming endlessly, can it turn into any weapon? Truly the most suitable weapon for an All Things Master, I like it. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and quickly equipped the Book of All Things. Looking at the Book of All Things floating in his hand, Li Chen concentrated, and this seemingly ancient book suddenly flashed with white light, transforming into the shape of a long sword. Immediately, with another flash of white light, it became a large knife, a spear, an axe, a halberd, a snake spear. In the room, white light flickered continuously. Finally, the Book of All Things transformed into a stream of light and entered Li Chen's body. If the bound equipment is God level, it can be directly placed inside the body instead of being stored in the storage space. Then, Li Chen took out the Skyward Sword. Because he equipped the Book of All Things, Li Chen could only the binding with the Skyward Sword. It would be such a waste for the Skyward Sword to gather dust in the ring space. I'll just give it to One Sword Thunder next time. Li Chen looked at the Skyward Sword, and the figure of One Sword Thunder appeared in his mind. Compared to himself, the Skyward Sword would truly shine in One Sword Thunder's hands. After all, One Sword Thunder awakened an epic level. Innate talent for sword types, perhaps, in One Sword Thunder's hands, the Skyward Sword could quickly break its seal and return to its peak. With this thought, Li Chen opened his private chat interface and found that during his time heading to the Skywind Small World, One Sword Thunder had sent him a continuous 99+ message record. Li Chen casually glanced at it. They were all meaningless greetings, so he didn't reply. Just as Li Chen was about to send the Skyward Sword to One Sword Thunder via email, a message from One Sword Thunder came in at that moment. Boss, are you there? Hearing this, Li Chen stopped his actions and replied, yes, what's up? On the other side, at the foot of the All Things Mountain, One Sword Thunder's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to receive a quick reply from Li Chen, which excited him, and he quickly replied, boss, I received a hidden quest, and if I complete it, I can gain quite a few benefits. But this quest is really too difficult for me. If you have time, could you help me out? Of course, it's not like I'm asking you to run around for free. I'm willing to offer you 100,000 yen country coins as a travel fee. What do you think, boss? Hearing this, Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, not because he was interested in the 100,000 yen country coins. After all, he was basically spending all his time in the game now. In the real world, going back is just about having a meal and getting some sleep. After a while, the game world and the real world will merge. In the real world, all the cash will turn into worthless scraps of paper. Hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of yen country coins will lose all their value. What piqued Li Chen's interest was the hidden quest. Even though the god-making game is vast and boundless, hidden quests are still quite rare. Although Li Chen is a reborn player, he doesn't actually know many hidden quests. The first reason is that not all players who obtain hidden quests will casually post on forums, and the second reason is that hidden quests are indeed exceedingly scarce. In his previous life, the hidden quests Li Chen had heard of were barely in the hundreds, and that was considering the entire game world. Li Chen stroked his chin. Just a hidden quest from a novice village had granted him a top-tier weapon like the Heavenly Sword, albeit sealed. One can imagine that the rewards for hidden quests within the Wushan main city would be extraordinarily generous, perhaps even including divine-level equipment, skills, or items. After thinking for a moment, he replied, what quest? Upon receiving Li Chen's reply, Egen Jinglei became even more excited. For him, this quest was extremely difficult, perhaps even impossible to complete, but Jinglei had blind confidence in Li Chen, believing that he could easily accomplish this task. Boss, here's the thing. I was wandering around Wuxiang City yesterday and ran into an old beggar. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, I casually gave him a gold coin. To my surprise, this old beggar gave me a cloak, saying it was something he had obtained by chance. At first, I didn't think much of it, but when I took the cloak, I unexpectedly received a hidden quest. You have no idea. Watching Jinglei send a barrage of meaningless messages in the chat, Li Chen's face darkened. He quickly sent a message to interrupt Jinglei. I don't want to hear the backstory, I just want to know the main point. The main point is, what is your quest objective? Upon seeing Li Chen's message, the excited expression on Jinglei's face vanished, replaced by an awkward smile. Ahem, boss, I got a bit too excited, sorry about that. The content of this hidden quest is to kill 1,000 bronze-level elite monsters and 1 bronze-level boss, and they must be lightning attribute monsters. Then, using the bloodline power of these monsters and the boss, I can activate the thunder cloak in my hand. Li Chen's face showed a strange expression. He had just obtained a king's cloak, and Jinglei had also received a thunder cloak. One must say, the word fate is indeed marvelous. We seem to have quite the connection. Thinking of this, Li Chen sent a message to Jinglei. Looking at the message from Li Chen, Jinglei was puzzled, scratching his head. Seeing the confused emoji sent by Jinglei, Li Chen smiled slightly. He didn't explain anything but sent another message. Is there a time limit for this quest? No. Jinglei replied instantly. Li Chen nodded and continued to send messages. Then let's wait until tomorrow. I haven't logged off to rest for too long. I'll come find you after I take a break. At the foot of Wuxiang Mountain, Jinglei's face showed a hint of surprise. Boss, does this mean you agree to help me? Yes, I agree. This hidden quest isn't difficult. Li Chen replied. Jinglei's eyes lit up, and he quickly flattered Li Chen. The boss is the boss. A task that seems as hard as climbing to the sky for me is just a wave of your hand for you. Boss, you're mighty. Boss, you're domineering. After saying that, Jinglei seemed to think of something and quickly sent another message. Boss, I've gathered the membership fee for joining, plus this 100,000 for the escape fund. I'll transfer it all to you together. By the way, boss, when are you going to create the guild? Looking at the message from Jinglei, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. The idea of establishing a guild was something he had almost forgotten, even though Jinglei hadn't mentioned it. There was no helping it. Li Chen's pace had been too fast. Although he had only been in the game for a few days, his thoughts were already completely disconnected from when he first started. Initially, his idea was to create a guild, gather people, and in the future, have the qualifications to compete for top resources with those top-tier guilds. But now, Li Chen felt that even if he didn't create a guild with his growth rate, by the time he ignited the divine fire, the players from those top-tier guilds might not even reach the epic level. What could they use? What could they rely on to compete with Li Chen? For top resources? Let's wait a bit, I don't have any plans for now. Seeing the message from Li Chen, Jinglei showed a hint of disappointment on his face. But then he thought, regardless of whether Li Chen created a guild or not, he was still following Li Chen, and with that thought, Jinglei couldn't help but smile. Ding dong, your friend, Starry Sky and Mist, has gifted you, Heavenly Sword, *1. At that moment, a system notification sound echoed in Jinglei's mind. Heavenly Sword? Jinglei was slightly taken aback, then he opened the mail and received the Heavenly Sword. A flash of white light, and the Heavenly Sword appeared in his hand. Heavenly Sword, sealed, rank. Equipment requirement, none base attributes, strength plus 500 additional attribute 1, strength plus 200 additional attribute 2, physical penetration plus 20% additional attribute 3, attack speed plus 20%. Looking at the attribute chart of the Heavenly Sword, Jinglei couldn't help but widen his eyes. At present, he hadn't changed jobs, nor did he possess the main god-level sacrificial talent like Li Chen. His attribute points were still relatively normal. The only abnormality was that time when he and Li Chen took down the skeleton cave for the first time, earning an extra 10,000 free attribute points. But overall, Jinglei was still a fairly standard player, and even though the Heavenly Sword was still sealed, its attributes were still not that standard. So, Jinglei knelt down. He really knelt down. His legs went weak and he instinctively knelt down. Then he couldn't wait to send a message to Li Chen. Boss, are you really giving me this Heavenly Sword? Hugging thighs, Li Chen, yeah, it's for you. Consider it proof of you sticking with me. But if one day you dare to betray me, I will take everything back with interest. Cold. Jinglei, don't worry, boss, I swear to heaven, if I dare to betray you, may the heavens strike me with 5 thunders and I won't die a good death. Looking at Jinglei's fierce oath, Li Chen's lips curled up slightly. He just replied, alright, I need to prepare to log off now. Don't reply, I'll actively look for you when I log back in. After saying that, Li Chen closed the private message channel. At that moment, your debit card account 6,292 received 2 million renminbi on August 15. Balance. After transaction XXX, Yen Country Bank. Li Chen was slightly taken aback when he saw this text message. The amount Yijian Jinglei mentioned earlier was only 1,100,000, and this extra 900,000 was probably all the money Yijian Jinglei had left. Li Chen accepted it without guilt. If the heavenly sword were completely unsealed, it would at least be an epic level equipment, or even possibly a divine level equipment. If the God creation game were merely a game, the sealed heavenly sword might not be worth much, but under the trend of the game world inevitably merging with the real world, even if it was still sealed, the heavenly sword was still a priceless treasure. Don't mention that the 2 million yen kingdom coins will turn into waste paper in the future. Even if it were 20 million, or even the small goal of 2 Wang Jianlin, Li Chen could accept it with ease. Then, Li Chen shifted his gaze to another piece of god-level equipment that had been revealed. It was a cloak with a red base and silver edges, embroidered with intricate golden patterns. Cloak of the King rank, god-level equipment requirements, royal class profession basic attributes, physical/magic defense plus 10,000 additional. Attribute 1, physical/magic defense plus 20% unique passive, Majesty of the King, pressure type skills, effect significantly enhanced, ineffective above god level. Description: only a king is qualified to wear this extraordinarily imposing cloak. While combining majesty and defense, it can also enhance your kingly aura. Looking at the attributes of the Cloak of the King, Li Chen's eyes lit up. As expected of god-level equipment, it was no less impressive than the Book of All Things. Moreover, this cloak could enhance the effects of pressure-type skills. At this stage, Li Chen only mastered low-level pressure, which was hardly impressive, but in the future he would definitely be able to upgrade his low-level pressure. The more time passed, the more important the Cloak of the King would become. As for the equipment requirements, the royal class profession was practically irrelevant in front of Li Chen's god-level all things master profession. The so-called royal class professions include those with king in their titles, such as Shadow King, Undead King, and Sun King, among others. With a thought, Li Chen equipped the Cloak of the King without any hesitation. This cloak truly lived up to its name. Draped over Li Chen, it made him exude an overwhelming kingly aura. Just a glance seemed to contain the supreme majesty of a ruler. Li Chen approached a large mirror, constantly assessing his appearance at that moment, feeling very satisfied. Not only did it enhance his aura, but it also significantly boosted his defense. Li Chen's dual defenses were each at 100,000, with a 20% increase that added an extra 20,000 to his dual defenses. Coupled with the 10,000 from the basic attributes and the 10,000 from the Book of All Things, Li Chen's dual defenses now astonishingly reached 140,000. Not to mention dark gold level players, even some legendary level players would be left far behind in terms of defense. Of course, at this stage there were hardly any dark gold level players, let alone legendary level players. There were none at all. Li Chen dramatically waved his hands behind him, striking the cloak. Perfect. From today on, I will master my aura completely. Li Chen had no doubt that if he wore the Cloak of the King and strolled around, he would definitely attract the attention of everyone on the street. Perhaps some who lacked self-control would even rush up with red eyes to snatch his cloak. This cloak was undoubtedly a tool for showing off, exuding an impressive aura, and paired with Li Chen's looks, it was a complete female killer. However, Li Chen didn't want to be too ostentatious. After thinking for a moment, he decided to store the Cloak of the King within himself. After putting away the cloak, Li Chen's gaze fell on the last Fate treasure chest. This Fate treasure chest truly lives up to its name. It not only gave me a god-level profession equipment, but also included an impressively imposing god-level cloak. I wonder what this second Fate treasure chest will yield. My expectations aren't high, just a main god-level talent would be fine. Li Chen thought greedily. He then picked up the last Fate treasure chest and began the reading process. 1%, 3%, 7%, 15%, 29%, 55%, 82%, 99%. Finally, the reading process ended and the Fate treasure chest slowly opened. The Fate treasure chest transformed into specks of light, gradually dissipating. Ultimately, it revealed 2 white light orbs floating in the palm of Li Chen's hand. Ding dong, you have opened the Fate treasure chest. Ding dong, you have obtained the item, Heart of the Wutong Divine Tree. Asterisk 1 inch. Ding dong, you have obtained the talent, Phoenix Bloodline. Asterisk 1, Heart of the Wutong Divine Tree. Rank, Divine Level. Description: the Wutong Divine Tree contains the power of utmost yang, and the heart of the tree is the core and essence of the Wutong Divine Tree, embodying its source power. Looking at the attribute chart of the Heart of the Wutong Divine Tree, Li Chen's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. This wave of luck was indeed like finding something after a long search, effortlessly obtained. The top-tier life-saving skill of Nirvana Rebirth was something Li Chen valued greatly. However, he had never heard of the Wutong Divine Tree in the god-making game, so he had no way to seek it out. Even in the boundless universe, the Wutong Divine Tree remained one of the most top-tier divine trees, hard to find. Initially, Li Chen had little hope of upgrading the Nirvana Rebirth skill, but he never expected to find the incredibly precious Heart of the Wutong Divine Tree in the Fate treasure chest, something he couldn't have dreamed of. Instinctively, Li Chen checked the attribute chart of Nirvana Rebirth. Nirvana Rebirth, rank, Divine Level. Learning requirement, Phoenix Clan. Cooldown time 46:42:38 hours. Description: only the purest blooded phoenix can master this heaven-defying skill. If one can obtain the source power of the Wutong divine tree, there is a chance for Nirvana rebirth to be enhanced, taking it to the next level. In Li Chen's hand, there was an entirely fire-red heart of the tree. Li Chen pressed the heart against his forehead, quietly absorbing the source power of the Wutong divine tree contained within. As more and more source power was drawn out by Li Chen, the heart's color grew increasingly dim. When Li Chen completely drained the source power from the heart, what once looked like a fiery red heart now resembled a piece of decaying wood that could crumble at any moment. Ding dong, you have absorbed the source power of the Wutong divine tree. Ding dong, your skill, Nirvana Rebirth, has undergone a tremendous transformation. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Li Chen eagerly opened the attribute chart of Nirvana Rebirth. Nirvana Rebirth, rank, Lord God level learning requirement. Phoenix Clan skill effect 1, after receiving fatal damage, transform into indestructible Nirvana fire, resurrecting in full state. After 3 seconds. Skill effect 2, after resurrection, remove all debuffs on oneself. Skill effect 3, within 10 minutes after resurrection, fire resistance plus 100%, fire damage increased by 10,000%. Usable times, March 3 cooldown time 48 hours. Description: only the purest blooded phoenix can master this heaven-defying skill. The Nirvana Rebirth, having absorbed the source power of the Wutong divine tree, underwent significant changes. The first change was the advancement from divine level to Lord God level. The second change was in skill effect 2, after resurrection, it would only remove all negative buffs and would no longer remove one's own beneficial buffs. Just this point alone was a tremendous enhancement. Not to mention, the third change was that the duration after resurrection increased from 1 minute to 10 minutes, and fire damage enhancement increased from 50 times to 100 times. And it didn't stop there. The Lord God level Nirvana Rebirth could store a total of 3 resurrection opportunities, which was 2 more lives than the divine level Nirvana Rebirth. Li Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Then, he clicked on the attribute chart of the new talent he had just obtained. Phoenix Bloodline, rank, divine level effect 1, 100% immunity to fire damage. Effect 2, increases own fire damage by 5,000%. Effect 3, using fire skills does not consume any mana. Additionally, skill cooldown reduced by 50%. Unique passive, true form of the Phoenix, burns 10,000 mana points per second, allowing you to transform into the true form of the Phoenix with all attributes plus 20%. Description: the Phoenix clan is the natural ruler of flames. Phoenix Bloodline. Li Chen was taken aback. The Phoenix clan was one of the most powerful races in the universe. Gaining the bloodline of the Phoenix clan would mean that in the future, as he walked through the universe, there would be very few who dared to offend him. No wonder it's the destiny treasure chest. It truly has the power to change fate, Li Chen murmured, and at the same time, his desire for the destiny treasure chest surged significantly. If he could obtain a few more destiny treasure chests, his future path might become even broader and smoother. Suddenly, a look of regret appeared on Li Chen's face. What a pity, the destiny treasure chest is entirely based on fate. There's no specific way to obtain it. Otherwise, sigh. Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. Then, Li Chen glanced at the time. It was already evening. He hadn't logged off to rest for a day or two. In the game, he was full of energy, but in reality, his body was probably starving. Li Chen didn't want to be the first to starve before the game and reality merged. With a flash of white light, Li Chen's consciousness returned to his body. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a strong protest from his stomach. Rubbing his belly, Li Chen hurriedly washed up, tidied his clothes, and rushed out. He arrived at a Sichuan restaurant and ordered a boiled live fish. Half an hour later, after a hearty meal, Li Chen finally filled his stomach. He patted his slightly uncomfortable belly, paid the bill, and returned to his dormitory, feeling quite satisfied. After a little digestion, Li Chen lay back down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next day. He picked up his phone and looked at the more than 2 million in his bank account, then glanced around at the dim, sunless little rental room, and decisively chose to move. Li Chen first searched online for a moment and found a luxurious apartment for rent not far from where he was. He hurried over without delay, and under the landlord's guidance, he began to survey the spacious apartment. Mr. Li, this is the bathroom. This is the kitchen. This is the balcony. Soon, the two arrived in front of a closed bedroom, and the landlord pointed to it, saying, Mr. Li, this bedroom is for your roommate. By the way, she is an absolute beauty. Speaking of which, Mr. Li, your looks are also top-notch among guys. You two are quite a match. If you have the chance in the future, why not communicate more? As he spoke, the landlord revealed a meaningful smile. Li Chen. In his previous life, Li Chen had seen countless beauties. He didn't take the landlord's words to heart but decisively paid the high rent and officially moved into the luxurious apartment. Mr. Li, I'll take my leave now. If you two end up tying the knot, don't forget to let this matchmaker know. so I can join in the celebration, ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the landlord quickly left under Li Chen's helpless gaze. After tidying up his new bedroom, which was quite large, over 30 square meters, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window, the soft morning sunlight streamed through, casting a warm glow on Li Chen's face, making his features appear much softer. Bathed in the warm sunlight, Li Chen comfortably stretched. Having spent a full 6 months in that dark rental room, it had been far too long since he had basked in sunlight at home. Now, with the sunlight shining on him, Li Chen felt a sense of rebirth. Inside the bedroom, there was a wardrobe, a desk, and a comfortable bed, all equipped with air conditioning and a fan. Li Chen spent very little time arranging the room. To say he arranged it was really just placing his pitifully few belongings. Once everything was set, it was already close to noon. Li Chen locked the floor-to-ceiling window and drew the curtain shut, lying back down on the bed as his consciousness slipped into the game. Inside the city of Wanxiang, within Li Chen's residence, a flash of white light flickered, and Li Chen's figure appeared in the room. He opened the private chat channel, ready to notify Yi Jianjinglei. However, he found that Yi Jianjinglei had already sent him over 99 messages. Boss, I'm ready. What about you? Boss, how much longer do you need? Boss, are you there? Boss, are you online? Quickly skimming through the messages sent by Yi Jianjinglei, Li Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This guy was so impatient. Shaking his head, Li Chen was about to reply to Yi Jianjinglei when another message came through. Boss, I've been waiting so long that the yellow flowers have wilted. Why aren't you online yet? Li Chen replied. What's the rush? I'm here, where are you? At the north city gate of Wanxiang City, not far from the gate, under a large tree, Yi Jianjinglei's bored face suddenly lit up with excitement. He straightened his expression and quickly sent Li Chen his location. After receiving Yi Jianjinglei's location, Li Chen activated the location guidance feature, and a red arrow appeared before him, pointing the way. Following the direction of the red arrow, Li Chen soon arrived at the north city gate. After passing the guard's inspection, Li Chen strode forward and came to Yi Jianjinglei. Boss, long time no see, I missed you so much. Upon seeing Li Chen, Yi Jianjinglei exaggeratedly exclaimed, then opened his arms to give Li Chen a bear hug but was ruthlessly kicked away by Li Chen. Li Chen looked at Yi Jianjinglei, who was scampering back, and calmly analyzed, the content of your hidden quest is to kill 1,000 bronze level elite monsters and 1 bronze level boss, and it must be a thunder attribute monster. So we must venture deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. The fastest route to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains is to cross the Wanxiang Mountains. Listening to Li Chen's analysis, Yi Jianjinglei nodded repeatedly, flattering him, as expected of the boss. Your calm analysis of the situation is simply stunning, Li Chen. At that moment, Yi Jianjinglei took out a map and handed it to Li Chen. Boss, this is a map I painstakingly obtained with great effort. Although it doesn't have a comprehensive map and information of the 10,000 Great Mountains, it does contain quite a bit of information about the surrounding areas. Look at this mountain. It's marked here that it is constantly surrounded by layers of thunder, and the monsters inside are all thunder attribute creatures. However, to reach here, we first need to cross the Wanxiang Mountains and then traverse several other mountains to arrive. This is the shortest route, but we will encounter many powerful monsters and world bosses along the way. So, I personally suggest we take a longer route. The distance will increase 3 to 5 times, but it will be safer. Although we will still encounter some monsters, the chance of encountering a world boss is almost zero. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but glance at Yi Jianjinglei. Seeing the look in Li Chen's eyes, Yi Jianjinglei quickly said, of course, if it were just me, I would definitely need to take the longer route. But if you, boss, are with us, we can take the shortcut, slaying gods when we meet them and demons when we encounter them, without any detours. However, this might tire you out a bit, so to ensure you don't waste too much energy, I personally still suggest we try to take a longer route. Listening to Yi Jianjinglei's tactful words, Li Chen smiled. You don't need to be so tactful, I understand what you mean. If your destination is deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, I don't mind taking a detour, Li Chen said with great confidence. But in the mere outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, there's not a single opponent worth mentioning. We can just move straight ahead. Upon hearing this, One Sword Thunder displayed an expression of admiration and said, wow, boss, you're amazing, so powerful. But, as he spoke the last part, a conflicted look appeared on One Sword Thunder's face. Although Li Chen had performed impressively in the novice village, this was not the novice village, it was the main world of the game. One Sword Thunder had not witnessed Li Chen's current strength, so his worries were understandable. Li Chen understood One Sword Thunder's concerns, but understanding or not, he had no intention of wasting time. He glanced at One Sword Thunder, deliberately making his expression cold. Trust me, we'll take the shortcut. If you don't trust me, then forget it, you can go by yourself. I have something much more important to do later, and I can't afford to waste time with you. Li Chen was not exaggerating. In a few days, the newcomer competition would take place. If he could secure first place, the opportunities that would come his way would be quite good. No matter what, Li Chen was not going to give up this chance. Upon hearing this, One Sword Thunder was startled. He had finally managed to grab onto a strong ally and didn't want to be kicked away, so he quickly said, "How could I not trust the boss? Let's go, we must take the shortcut." Hearing this, Li Chen nodded, patted One Sword Thunder on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who pretends to be strong. I'm confident that I can cross those mountains, just follow me." One Sword Thunder nodded repeatedly, "Boss, I believe in you." Saying this, One Sword Thunder handed the map to Li Chen and said, "Boss, here's the map. You can go wherever you want." Li Chen took the map, glanced over it carefully, and then set off with One Sword Thunder. Their destination, the 10,000 Great Mountains. They hadn't walked long before they arrived at the foot of the Wanxiang Mountain. Looking at the Wanxiang Mountain before him, Li Chen's face showed a look of regret. He still remembered that in the deepest part of the demon cave, there was a pool of ice and fire. Beneath that magical pool, there must be good treasures, which he had previously forgotten. Now that he had cleared the mythical advancement dungeon, he had broken through to the bronze rank. However, the demon cave only allowed entry for those at the bronze rank or below. Clearly, Li Chen no longer qualified to enter the demon cave. "Sigh, I was careless, confused," Li Chen sighed and shook his head. Upon hearing this, One Sword Thunder showed a puzzled expression. "Boss, what are you talking about?" Li Chen glanced at One Sword Thunder, his eyes slightly shifting. Although he couldn't enter, One Sword Thunder was still only level 10, not to mention surpassing the bronze rank. He hadn't even reached the bronze rank yet. Later, he could let One Sword Thunder go to that demon cave to see what treasures were hidden beneath it. Having made up his mind, Li Chen looked at One Sword Thunder and asked, "Thunder, do you have any underwater breathing potions with you?" One Sword Thunder showed a puzzled expression, not understanding why Li Chen was asking this. However, he nodded and replied, "I have some, boss. Do you want them? I bought quite a few at the potion shop in the novice village." In the early stages of the game, players didn't pay much attention to underwater resources, and underwater breathing potions could be easily purchased at various potion shops, so Li Chen was not too surprised by One Sword Thunder's words. Without waiting for Li Chen to speak, One Sword Thunder continued, "Sigh, boss, I regret it. Back then, I bought over 10,000 bottles of underwater breathing potions and they've been of no use at all. A bottle of potion costs 50 silver coins, and for 10,000 bottles, that's a whopping 5,000 gold coins, which means I've wasted 500,000 yen country coins. It hurts so much." Li Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at One Sword Thunder in surprise. "How many did you buy? 10,000 bottles?" One Sword Thunder nodded gloomily. "Boss, do you think I'm an idiot? I acted on impulse. Before playing the God Creation game, I was playing another VR online game, and the underwater world was quite unique, so I bought so many underwater breathing potions. But then I found out that these underwater breathing potions are completely useless now. No players are willing to buy them at the World Auction House." Li Chen patted One Sword Thunder's shoulder and said earnestly, "Thunder, just keep these underwater breathing potions for now. Not only that, but you should also start buying them in bulk. They will definitely be useful in the future." Hearing this, One Sword Thunder looked at Li Chen in confusion. "Boss, do you know some insider information?" Li Chen thought for a moment and said, "You might not believe it, but this game will have a terrifying influence in the future. In short, just trust me, acquiring underwater breathing potions will bring you great benefits later on." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, One Sword Thunder's eyes widened. If someone unaware heard Li Chen's words, they would think he was joking or talking nonsense. But One Sword Thunder was in the know. He understood the future impact of the God Creation game on humanity and the real world. "Boss, I trust you." One Sword Thunder nodded firmly, recalling Li Chen's terrifying strength and speculating that Li Chen might indeed have some insider channels. However, what he didn't know was that Li Chen not only knew the insider information but also knew the future of Earth. Li Chen patted One Sword Thunder's shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. Then, with a mysterious smile, Li Chen said, "Come on, I'll take you to a good place where your underwater breathing potions will soon be useful." With that, Li Chen led One Sword Thunder towards the Wanxiang Mountain. This time, Li Chen didn't use spatial power to move quickly. Instead, he walked step by step with One Sword Thunder towards the mountainside where the demon cave was located. Roar! At that moment, a fierce tiger over 3 meters long, with a red base and white patterns, burst out from a patch of grass. Just as Li Chen was about to take action, he saw One Sword Thunder already charging forward with the Etienne sword, full of enthusiasm. "Boss, it's just a small monster. You don't need to bother. Watch me." Having just obtained the Etienne sword, One Sword Thunder was enamored with the weapon and had long wanted to find a wild monster to fight. Seeing the appearance of the Crimson Flame Tiger, One Sword Thunder's already restless heart was instantly liberated. Hearing this, Li Chen stopped his movements and quietly watched One Sword Thunder. He wasn't worried about One Sword Thunder. He believed that with One Sword Thunder's epic level talent, dealing with a mere bronze level ordinary wild monster would be effortless. As One Sword Thunder charged towards Li Chen, the Crimson Flame Tiger showed a hint of disdain. In the worldview of wild monsters, the smaller the creature, the weaker it is. In the eyes of the over 3 meter long Crimson Flame Tiger, humans were incredibly weak. The next moment, it suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a fireball the size of an apple. Fireball! the most basic skill among fire-type skills, without exception. Whether it's fire-type mage players or fire-type wild monsters, they all master this skill. Watching the fireball rushing towards him, One Sword Thunder showed a hint of disdain on his face. The next moment, a set of golden leather armor appeared on him, and the Crimson Flame Tiger's fireball struck him at that instant. -0 Looking at his own injuries being ineffective against the ant-like creature before him, the Crimson Flame Tiger was taken aback. Just then, One Sword Thunder had already rushed in front of the Crimson Flame Tiger, the skyward sword in hand, striking down fiercely. -200,000 With a power of 10,000 points, plus the enhancement from his innate talent, One Sword Thunder's normal attack damage reached a staggering 200,000. Not to mention that this Crimson Flame Tiger was merely a bronze level. Ordinary monster, even elite monsters or even bosses would not withstand the damage from One Sword Thunder. The Crimson Flame Tiger's health bar was instantly cleared, and its large tiger eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Boom! The body of the Crimson Flame Tiger crashed down, and 2 light orbs burst forth from it, which were collected by One Sword Thunder. Boss, how was that? One Sword Thunder looked at Li Chen with great satisfaction. Not bad, Li Chen nodded, approaching One Sword Thunder and storing the body of the Crimson Flame Tiger into his ring space alongside the massive corpses of undead creatures. Boss, the corpse of this wild monster won't last more than 10 minutes. What's the use of you collecting it? One Sword Thunder curiously looked at Li Chen, a question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Upon hearing this, Li Chen merely smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. At the same time that Li Chen and One Sword Thunder entered the Wanchang Mountain in Wanchang City, in the southeastern part of the city, there was an incredibly vast mansion. At the main entrance of the mansion, a plaque boldly displayed 2 large characters, Yi Mansion. This was the residence of the Yi family, a top-tier family within Wanchang City. The Yi family was also an old established top family in Wanchang City. Before Zhou Yunfeng's sudden rise, the position of city lord had almost always been held by the Yi family. Over countless years, the Yi family had amassed immense wealth and resources, continuously using the accumulated wealth and resources to cultivate strong individuals, solidifying their own position, forming a virtuous cycle. If it weren't for Zhou Yunfeng's unexpected rise, the position of city lord would have been firmly in the Yi family's grasp. The foundation of the Yi family was terrifying. Just the well-known epic-level powerhouses alone numbered 5. There were once speculations that the total number of epic-level powerhouses in the Yi family could reach over 10 or even 20. It should be noted that in the vast Wanchang City, with a population of millions, there were only about 100 epic-level powerhouses. The Yi family alone possessed over 10 or 20 epic-level powerhouses. How frightening was that? With such a large number of epic-level powerhouses, the power of the Yi family was evident. At this moment, in the core area of the Yi mansion, within a luxurious residence, an elderly figure slowly appeared in a simply arranged room. Xiaotong, that starry sky and mist has left the city. Should I personally take action to deal with that ungrateful little brat? This was an old man dressed in a loose white robe, currently gazing at a young man who was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. Upon hearing this, Yi Tang slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to radiate a dazzling golden light, exuding a kingly aura. This young man named Yi Tang was none other than the one who had chatted with Li Chen under the Wanchang Tower earlier. Junior pays respects to the third elder. Yi Tang stood up leisurely and bowed to the old man in the white robe. This old man in white was indeed the third elder of the Yi family, one of the 5 publicly recognized epic-level powerhouses. Facing Yi Tang's nonchalant bow, third elder Yi Jin did not mind. After all, Yi Tang was the first top genius with the potential to become a deity since the establishment of the Yi family, not to mention that Yi Tang's father was the head of the Yi family and also an epic-level powerhouse. Yi Tang's grandfather was also one of the hidden epic-level powerhouses of the Yi family. Being of the same epic level, Yi Tang's grandfather was far more powerful than the third elder. With such a background and talent, the third elder not only dared not offend Yi Tang but had also early on pledged allegiance to him. Xiaotong, how do you want me to deal with that starry sky and mist? The third elder asked, looking at Yi Tang. Upon hearing this, Yi Tang merely smiled faintly, shaking his head, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. Third elder, you cannot act personally. Not just you, but any epic-level powerhouse from the Yi family must not intervene. The third elder's face showed a look of confusion. Why? Yi Tang slowly walked to the window, gazing far into the azure sky, and said softly, that adventurer is a treasure of those 2 old fellows from the Myriad Realms Guild, as I had a few words with that adventurer before. These past few days, those 2 old fellows have been fixated on our Yi family. If at this moment, an epic level member of the Yi family were to leave, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of those 2 old fellows. By then, let alone killing that adventurer, as long as our Yi family dares to lay a hand on him, we will surely face the wrath of the Myriad Realms Guild. Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain appeared on the third elder's face as he said, Little Tang, it's just a Myriad Realms Guild. Although Yi Lu and Fong Wujin are stationed there, our Yi family doesn't need to care at all. Hearing this, Yi Tang merely shook his head slightly and said, right now, it is still a critical period for the family. Any negligence could lead to our Yi family's plans falling apart. I believe you wouldn't want to become a sinner of the family, would you? The third elder nodded in agreement. Just then, Yi Tang continued, moreover, that adventurer is not worth you personally taking action against. Hearing this, the third elder frowned slightly and said sternly, Little Tang, being so closely watched by Yi Lu and Feng Wujin, that adventurer's talent is definitely not simple. You shouldn't underestimate him. Underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake. Listening to the third elder's admonishing tone, Yi Tang did not show the rebelliousness typical of a genius. He merely nodded in agreement. Then, he chuckled lightly and said, I am not underestimating that adventurer. On the contrary, having you personally monitor his movements shows how much I value him. I admit he is a genius, and a top-tier one at that. However, the reason a genius is that they have yet to fully mature. How strong can he be right now? The last time we met, he was merely a bronze-level cultivator. It's only been a day or two. Even if he cultivates at an incredible speed, can he break through to silver? Or even gold? How about this, you personally assign 3 dark gold level cultivators to track that adventurer's location, and then, at the end, Yi Tang did not continue speaking but made a gesture across his throat. After hearing Yi Tang's analysis and realizing he did not underestimate Li Chen, a look of appreciation appeared on the third elder's face. Just as Yi Tang analyzed, he had carefully observed Li Chen's aura, repeatedly confirming that Li Chen's level was merely silver. The pursuit by 3 dark gold level cultivators was already a significant acknowledgement of Li Chen. But how could the third elder know that Li Chen was equipped with the divine mask, a top-tier item that could conceal his aura? Unless a deity stood face to face with Li Chen, no one could see through his true realm. Li Chen's silver-level aura was merely a facade for outsiders. Soon, the third elder quietly vanished, disappearing from sight. In the room, only Yi Tang stood silently by the window, gazing at the azure sky. Suddenly, Yi Tang seemed to think of something amusing, smiling lightly. The starry sky and mist. The pursuit by 3 dark gold level cultivators is a gift I present to you. I hope you will like it. I just wonder if you can bear this gift? At the end, Yi Tang's gaze became profound. For Li Chen, there was no intense killing intent. It was merely to maintain the family's face. As long as Li Chen died before the list was announced, the family's reputation could be preserved. The newcomer competition, jointly held by the 5 major cities, no matter how generous the rewards, was nothing significant for the Yi family. However, if a direct descendant of the Yi family were to be directly pushed off the list, it would bring great shame to the Yi family, and that was the main reason Yi Tang wanted to eliminate Li Chen. Of course, Yi Tang was not only acting for the family. He also had his own selfish motives, which were to ensure that his incompetent brother would not carry a huge stain in the future. On the other side, the figure of the third elder had already appeared in his secret chamber. At this moment, there were 20 figures sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. Sensing the arrival of the third elder, the 20 individuals simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes cold and devoid of warmth, resembling killing machines. Once they recognized the visitor, the 20 stood up in unison, bowing to the third elder, their voices mechanical and in unison. We greet the third elder. Upon hearing this, the third elder nodded slightly. These 20 individuals were dark gold level assassins cultivated by the Yi family, each one a treasure of the family. For the Yi family, dark gold level cultivators were not particularly valuable. As long as there were resources, even a pig could be trained to reach dark gold level. However, dark gold level assassins who were devoid of any emotions and would die loyal to the family were truly precious, even more important than legendary level cultivators, and they would never be used lightly. I have a task to assign to you, the third elder said. Hearing this, one of the assassins stepped forward, clearly the leader among them. This assassin leader looked at the third elder and coldly said, Third elder, please give your orders. We will complete the task even if it costs us our lives. The third elder shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, this task is very simple. It won't lead to your demise. I need you to send 3 people to help me hunt down a silver-level little brat. I want him dead. If it were an ordinary dark gold level expert, they might have already felt dissatisfied. A dignified dark gold level expert was actually going after a silver-level ant. It was simply too degrading. However, the 20 dark gold level assassins showed no change in expression and revealed no dissatisfaction. The assassin leader nodded, understood. He then turned to his companions and casually pointed to 3 of them. Dark 3, Dark 9, Dark 11. This task is assigned to you. Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals stepped forward and nodded. At this moment, the third elder also took out a small crystal ball. Inside this is the aura of the adventurer I have preserved. After saying this, the third elder handed the crystal ball to Dark 11, who was closest to him. Then, the third elder's figure vanished into thin air, silently arriving and just as silently departing. The 3 dark gold level assassins, without saying a word, also quietly left the secret chamber. In the Wanxian Guild, in Yi Lu's study, Feng Wujin's gaze was deep, as if he could see through infinite space, landing on the Yi family. Suddenly, his brow slightly raised. He noticed that a figure had unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the Wanxian Guild. It's Yi Jin from the Yi family. Why has this old fellow come here suddenly? Fang Wujin's brow furrowed slightly, and after observing the Yi family for a few more moments and finding nothing unusual, his figure merged into the void. When he reappeared, Fang Wujin was already in front of Yi Jin. Seeing Fang Wujin suddenly appear before him, Yi Jin's heart sank. As another assassin, Fang Wujin's methods were clearly more powerful than his own. If they were to engage, he would probably be killed by Fang Wujin before he even had a chance to react. Yi Jin, you come to my Wanxian Guild, is there something you need? Fang Wujin looked at Yi Jin with a detached expression, showing none of the enthusiasm he had for Li Chen. However, this was the usual demeanor Fang Wujin displayed when interacting with others. As a top assassin, he could not afford to show too much emotion in front of outsiders. Upon hearing this, Yi Jin smiled slightly and gave a slight bow to Fang Wujin. Vice President Fang, I have come because I encountered some confusion in my training. Since you are the top assassin in Wanshan City, I thought it appropriate to disturb you. Of course, this is a small token of my appreciation, and I hope it catches Vice President Fang's eye. With that, Yi Jin handed Fang Wujin a spatial ring. While the two were chatting, three figures simultaneously received a certain signal and quietly left the Yi family. Once they left the Yi family, they concealed all their auras, appearing as three ordinary people, slowly making their way toward the North City Gate. On the other side, Fang Wujin glanced at the spatial ring Yi Jin had handed over, his brow involuntarily raising in surprise. He thought to himself, goodness, as expected of the Yi family, even a mere third elder is so generous. Afterward, his gaze swept over the Yi family again, and finding no abnormalities, he invited Yi Jin into the Wanshan Guild. The moment they stepped into the Wanshan Guild, Yi Jin looked at Fang Wujin before him, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. It won't be long before your precious genius meets his end. However, Yi Jin, being an epic-level assassin, let that smile fade in an instant. On Wanshan Mountain, Li Chen and Yi Jinglei cut through the underbrush, slowly heading toward the demon cave. Along the way, they encountered quite a few wild monsters, but these were merely the most ordinary bronze-level creatures. Each time they faced a wild monster, Yi Jinglei would eagerly rush in and eliminate them in an instant. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the demon cave. It was a massive, dark cave that resembled a giant beast opening its gaping maw, quietly waiting for prey to fall into its trap. Yi Jinglei looked at the demon cave, and specific information about it appeared in his eyes. Demon cave, entry level, bronze and below entry limit, unlimited instance difficulty, none instance drops, bronze level equipment, world reputation. Number of entries today, unlimited instance description, adventurers, welcome to the demon cave. Will you become the hunter? Or the prey? Just then, Li Chen handed Yi Jinglei a map and said, go in. At this marked point there is a magical pool of water. Use the underwater breathing potion to dive down and take a look, you should be able to gain quite a bit. As he spoke, Li Chen suddenly asked, by the way, do you have any cold resistance potions or items on you? Hearing this, Yi Jinglei nodded, I do. Li Chen smiled, then you won't have to suffer. Alright, you can go in by yourself, I can't go in right now. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinglei's eyes widened, boss, have you reached silver level so quickly? What class did you change to? And how did you level up so fast? Li Chen did not hide anything from Yi Jinglei regarding his questions, as the Wanshan Masterclass had a considerable number of players in the later stages of the game. He replied, Wanshan Master. Hearing this, Yi Jinglei showed a puzzled expression. Wanshan Master? What kind of class is that? In terms of other online games, it's a free agent class. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinglei finally understood. Does this class have any special bonuses? Yi Jinglei continued to ask. Li Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Yi Jinglei's face showed disappointment. Then forget it, I still want to find a sword-wielding class. Boss, I advise you to change your class quickly. Without class bonuses, it might not have much impact in the early game. But in the later stages of the game, as everyone's levels rise, attributes will also increase significantly. The importance of professional bonuses becomes even more significant. Without them, you'll definitely suffer later on. Upon hearing this, Li Chen smiled slightly and did not respond. He patted the shoulder of One Sword Thunder and said, you're still young, you don't understand. One Sword Thunder replied, boss, looking at your face, you can't be over 25, right? I'm already 26 this year. It's a bit inappropriate for you to say that to me. Li Chen ignored One Sword Thunder and gave him a push, sending him to the entrance of the demon cave. Stop talking so much and hurry inside. My time is very precious, I don't have the luxury to waste it here with you. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Li Chen flipped his hand and a small orb appeared in his palm. It was the small orb that Zhou Yunfeng had once given to Li Chen. Thunder, take this. You'll need it once you enter the demon cave. Saying this, Li Chen casually tossed the orb, which landed in One Sword Thunder's hand. One Sword Thunder examined the small orb in his hand and curiously asked, boss, what is this? Li Chen was too lazy to answer One Sword Thunder's question. He could tell that if he continued to chat with One Sword Thunder, it would probably never end. Give it to me, get in. With that, Li Chen used a spatial move to appear right in front of One Sword Thunder. He lifted a foot and, amidst One Sword Thunder's bewildered expression, kicked him into the demon cave. Damn it, I'm giving you an opportunity. And you're still talking so much. Cursing under his breath, Li Chen left the spot without looking back. By the way, Li Chen sent a private message to One Sword Thunder, who had been forcibly kicked into the demon cave, saying, after you come out, message me. And just wait for me at the spot. After sending the message, Li Chen directly closed the private chat channel and strode away. On the other side, One Sword Thunder found himself in darkness, having been kicked into the demon cave by Li Chen. The darkness enveloped the entire cave, making it impossible to see anything. At that moment, the small orb that One Sword Thunder held in his palm emitted a soft glow, illuminating a 20-yard radius around him. In the endless darkness, light suddenly appeared. In an instant, this ball of light caught the attention of a creature from the demon cave. About 70 yards ahead of One Sword Thunder, a cat the size of a hippopotamus opened its eyes. Its blood-red pupils stood out even in the pitch-black cave. It rotated its blood-red eyes, and within them appeared a patch of light, revealing a human radiating red heat slowly approaching it. Centered around One Sword Thunder, the soft white light dispelled all the darkness within a 20-yard radius. After surveying his surroundings, One Sword Thunder carefully examined the map Li Chen had given him and quickly identified a general direction to proceed. At the same time, a golden cloth armor appeared on him. This golden cloth armor, which One Sword Thunder had fortuitously obtained, provided him with 500 points of magical defense and 200 points of physical defense. Compared to Li Chen's defenses, which exceeded 100,000, this golden cloth armor was not impressive, but Li Chen was a complete exception. For the vast majority of players, when they first entered the main city, this piece of cloth armor was considered top-tier equipment. Meow. Suddenly, a sharp cat's cry reached One Sword Thunder's ears. The moment the sound fell, a shadow suddenly dashed out from the darkness, charging straight at One Sword Thunder. Before One Sword Thunder could react, a massive paw had already landed on him. In the next moment, the tremendous force sent One Sword Thunder staggering back several steps. -0. However, with the golden cloth armor on, One Sword Thunder's defenses had surpassed the attack of the ambusher, so the shadow strike did not break through his defenses at all. Demonized Orange Cat, Elite, Level 25 rank, Bronze rank. No health, 2000/2000 attack power, 75 skills, frenzied scratching, biting, rending. Description: a creature that lives in darkness, dislikes light, and possesses a strong bloodthirsty instinct. Looking at the demonized orange cat before him, which was as large as a hippopotamus, Yi Jianjing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It's all dark, how can you call this an orange cat? The demonized orange cat, seeing Yi Jianjing unharmed, was filled with confusion in its blood-red eyes. However, it didn't ponder for long before pouncing again. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Jianjing, opening its massive maw bite at Yi Jianjing neck. The speed of the demonized orange cat was rapid, while Yi Jianjing mental state was too low, making it impossible for him to clearly see the cat's movements. At that moment, Yi Jianjing suddenly took out a large seal, a special equipment he had acquired after teleporting to the main city and purchasing a large amount of gold at the world auction house. With a thought, Yi Jianjing activated the seal, and in the next moment, an invisible aura filled the surroundings, significantly slowing the demonized orange cat's speed. Big kitty, I'm sending you back to Meow Star. After saying that, Yi Jianjing wielded the Tian sword and struck the demonized orange cat. -400,000. Critical damage. The demonized orange cat's health bar was instantly emptied. After killing the demonized orange cat, 2 light orbs dropped from its body. Yi Jianjing picked up the 2 light orbs, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. That was the weapon dropped by the demonized orange cat upon its death. However, it required a bronze level to equip, and since Yi Jianjing had not yet changed his class, he naturally couldn't equip it. Even if he could, Yi Jianjing looked down on the dagger's attributes. Compared to the Etienne sword in his hand, it was simply trash. Ignoring the corpse of the demonized orange cat, Yi Jianjing continued forward according to the map's guidance. While Yi Jianjing was cautiously exploring the demon cave, Li Chen was not idle either. Initially, Li Chen had spent several hours going back and forth in the demon cave, so he was naturally unwilling to stand idly waiting for Yi Jianjing for several hours. Therefore, Li Chen chose to take advantage of Yi Jianjing's exploration of the demon cave to explore the nearby area himself. Since it was still the early game, with a bit of luck he might stumble upon some opportunities while wandering in the wild. Li Chen's luck value exceeded 10 points, and with the blessing of the Chosen One title, his luck was exceptionally good, so he was confident he could discover and gain some benefits nearby. As he walked, the surrounding environment appeared particularly tranquil, with only the occasional sounds of birds chirping and beasts roaring in the distance. Li Chen summoned the Book of All Things, transforming it into a 3-foot-long green blade, held in his right hand, always alert to the slightest movement around him. Although this was a low-level map area, theoretically, there were hardly any wild monsters that could pose a threat or harm to Li Chen, but better safe than sorry. As Li Chen walked, the large trees around him gradually increased. Dense branches and leaves obscured the canopy, making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate this layered barrier, and the visibility around him became deep and dark. Of course, if this had been before, it might have troubled Li Chen, but ever since he obtained the Eye of Truth, none of this was a problem. The Eye of Truth not only pierced through illusions but could also see through darkness. Li Chen's eyes quickly changed, and before long, they became transparent. The environment, which had almost reached the point of being unable to see his hand in front of his face, became crystal clear once again at that moment. Moreover, after activating the Eye of Truth, Li Chen's observational ability was significantly enhanced. He could see clearly where the grass was teeming with insects and which tree had a venomous snake lurking, watching with keen eyes. Ignoring these insignificant creatures that didn't even qualify as wild monsters, Li Chen continued to move forward. Just then, he stopped in his tracks, quietly gazing ahead. Before him lay a swamp, the soil appearing incredibly viscous, with strange bubbles continuously rising in some areas. Li Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on the spots where the bizarre bubbles emerged, and then quickly penetrated the thick mud. About 50 yards to his right front, 2 swamp lizards were hiding beneath the viscous soil, their every breath causing the bubbles to form in the swamp. Swamp lizard, elite, level, 29 rank, bronze health, 3000 attack power, 90 skills, lizard venom, tear, savage charge, wind shield. Description: creatures that live beneath the swamp. They enjoy ambushing those who cross the swamp and possess deadly poison. Li Chen glanced at the attribute chart of the other swamp lizard. Both swamp lizards were level 29. This was not a dungeon, and elite wild monsters close to level 30 could be considered absolute overlords in this area. Like to play ambush? Let me give you a big gift first. With that, the 3-foot green blade in Li Chen's hand transformed into a staff. A slight smile appeared on Li Chen's lips as he slowly waved the staff. To use skills, he still needed to use the staff to feel it. Li Chen chose not to use lightning as its damage was high, but that was under the enhancement of his high intelligence and the heart of the Thunder God. Essentially, lightning was just a trash skill with no rank, lacking any penetrating attributes. Even with high damage, it posed no threat to the 2 swamp lizards beneath the swamp. After all, it still hadn't merged with the real world. If it had, a single lightning strike from Li Chen would be enough to level mountains and shatter the earth. Faint fire elements gathered from all directions, coalescing into a massive fireball at the tip of Li Chen's staff. Explosive fireball. This was the only basic spell Li Chen knew. I still know too few skills. I need to learn some basic skills later. Otherwise, it's either lightning or space blade, or just explosive fireball. Not impressive at all. It doesn't match my divine persona. Li Chen murmured as he looked at the explosive fireball at the tip of his staff. Below the swamp, the 2 swamp lizards exchanged glances, sensing the breath of death from the explosive fireball. After all, the explosive fireball was not lightning. This was a solid gold-level skill. The 2 swamp lizards chose to continue lurking below, understanding that the human was not someone they could provoke. Want to run? Don't dream. Li Chen's true eye was locked onto the 2 swamp lizards, and seeing them attempt to dive down, he immediately waved his staff. The explosive fireball shot out like a cannonball, landing right above the 2 swamp lizards. Part of the damage from the explosive fireball couldn't penetrate the soil, but the explosive fireball had a 2-stage explosion. Boom! With a loud bang, the explosive fireball exploded, sending the viscous mud flying everywhere. 1100W. Critical damage. 1100W. Critical damage. 2 critical explosion damages of 11 million directly took away the 2 unfortunate swamp lizards. Ding dong, you have killed swamp lizard, elite, gaining 290 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed swamp lizard, elite, gaining 275 experience points. Li Chen completely ignored the notification sound ringing in his mind. For him now, no matter how much experience he gained, he couldn't acquire it. Li Chen manipulated the power of space, hovering half a meter above the swamp, and slowly flew to the core of the explosion. In a normal world, such a terrifying explosion would be enough to blow 2 swamp lizards to smithereens. However, in the game world, the bodies of the 2 swamp lizards remained intact. After collecting the bodies, 3 orbs of light were left on the ground. Ding dong, you have obtained silver coin, *11. Ding dong, you have obtained silver coin, *13. The first 2 orbs were both silver coins. Li Chen then picked up the last orb. Ding dong, you have obtained Wind Shield Skill Book, *1. Hearing the system prompt echoing in his mind, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Although in the God Creation game there was a chance to obtain skill books by killing elite monsters, the probability was so low it was almost outrageous, truly a 1 in a billion chance. Even for bosses, the drop rate for skill books was only 1 in a million or less. It could be said that the drop rate for skill books was so low it was almost tear-inducing. In Li Chen's hand appeared a blue skill book, and he quickly began to examine it. Wind Shield Skill Book Rank, Bronze Level Learning Requirement, Wine System Profession Effect. After learning, you can proficiently master the Wind Shield skill. Seeing the blue skill book in his hand, Li Chen's eyes brightened. Strictly speaking, this wind shield was the second skill book he had obtained. As for the first, that was the wine skill book given to him by Zhou Yunfeng. Without a second thought, Li Chen decisively chose to learn it. With a thought, the wind shield skill book instantly shattered, transforming into specks of blue light that entered Li Chen's forehead. Ding dong, you have mastered the skill, wind shield. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Wind shield rank, bronze level learning requirement. Wine system profession skill effect 1, consumes 100 mana points, can apply a shield to a designated target within 10 yards that lasts for 5 seconds and can absorb 200 points of damage. Skill effect 2, the target with the shield has their movement speed increased by 20%. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Description: the moment the shield is applied, it gives you a feeling as light as the wind while also providing a strong sense of security. When Li Chen saw skill effect 1, a look of regret appeared on his face. For him, skills without percentage effects, even if they were divine level skills, were merely ordinary skills. Not to mention, this wind shield skill was only bronze level, essentially a trash skill. However, when he saw skill effect 2, his eyes couldn't help but light up. A 20% increase in movement speed, although only for 5 seconds, was still quite terrifying. Just think about it, 2 evenly matched opponents are locked in combat, and suddenly one of them has their movement speed increased by 20%. Even if it's just for a brief 5 seconds, it would be a nightmare for the other. With that thought, Li Chen's previous disdain vanished without a trace. He licked his lips, a smile spreading across his face, and said, not bad, this is a divine skill. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from behind Li Chen, slicing through the air as if teleporting, and before Li Chen, with his 11,000 spirit, could even react, it struck him hard in the back. 220W. With just one hit, Li Chen was instantly killed. Li Chen's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. Logically speaking, even a legendary level powerhouse shouldn't be able to kill him in one hit. Just then, a prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind. Ding dong, you have received instant death damage, you have been killed. Hearing this system prompt, Li Chen finally understood why he had been killed so quickly. Poof, poof, poof. 3 shadows leaped out from the swamp in quick succession. These 3 shadows were none other than the dark gold level assassins from the Yi family. With the death strike, he is undoubtedly dead, Dark 11 said, looking at Li Chen, his gaze icy and his tone resolute. A 3-inch long, finger-thick dart was embedded in Li Chen's back. It was clear that this small dart had taken him down in an instant. And Shuri reached out to remove the dart, and from the moment it appeared to the moment it was taken out, no more than a second had passed. At that moment, a blazing fire of nirvana suddenly ignited on Li Chen's body. Seeing this, the 3 assassins were taken aback, and without any hesitation, they simultaneously plunged into the swamp, hiding beneath its surface. As top-tier assassins, they understood one principle: if the situation changes, they must hide immediately, rather than foolishly watching or trying to resolve the anomaly. Nirvana Rebirth. Usable times: February 3rd. Cooldown 47 hours 59 minutes / 48 hours after death. Nirvana Rebirth automatically activated, reducing the stored uses from 3 to 2. After transforming into the Fire of Nirvana, the weapon that Shuri referred to as the deadly dart fell from midair into the swamp. 3 seconds later, the Fire of Nirvana dissipated, revealing Li Chen's form. At this moment, Li Chen's face showed a furious expression. The joy of gaining his skill had led him to let down his guard, and then he was taken down in an instant. How could he not be angry? After resurrection, all of Li Chen's skills were forcibly disabled, and his body lost the support of spatial power, plummeting downwards. Just as he was about to fall into the swamp, Li Chen quickly activated spatial control, stabilizing himself just 1 centimeter above the swamp. Immediately after, Li Chen activated the Eye of Truth. Do you think hiding beneath the swamp means I can't find you? Li Chen suppressed his anger, directing the Eye of Truth towards the swamp below. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Directly beneath him, a shadow lay quietly in ambush, holding the deadly dart that had just fallen into the swamp. Feeling Li Chen's gaze, and Yi's heart trembled. As an assassin, his senses were extremely sharp. He knew he had definitely been discovered. That gaze was undoubtedly locked onto him. Without any hesitation, Yi flung the deadly dart from his hand. Then, without looking back at the consequences, he decisively swam away into the distance. The deadly dart, imbued with spatial power, appeared beneath Li Chen's feet the moment Yi threw it. However, this time, with his guard up, Li Chen also used spatial movement the instant Yi threw the deadly dart, dodging the lethal strike. Losing its target, the deadly dart instantly lost all its power and fell feebly back into the swamp. Indigenous assassin? Not a player. Li Chen's Eye of Truth locked onto Yi, and thoughts raced through his mind. If it were a player, the system notification would have displayed the game ID of the player who killed him. Clearly, this assassin could only be a native of the game world, not a player. In just a moment, he thought of many things. Soon, the face of Yi Tang appeared in his mind. Yi family. Only the Yi family could cultivate an assassin of dark gold rank and possess a weapon with instant death power. With this thought, Li Chen's heart filled with rage. Good Yi family, since you seek death, don't blame me. Li Chen's heart was filled with murderous intent. The Yi family had already been added to his death list. Then, he manipulated the spatial power to retrieve the deadly dart into his hand. Li Chen examined the deadly dart in his hand, and the attributes of the deadly dart appeared before him. Deadly dart special item rank, dark gold effect. After throwing the deadly dart at a target, it will instantly appear near the target, non-locked, and upon hitting the enemy, it will trigger an instant death effect with a 100% chance, ineffective against legendary rank and above. Remaining uses. 1 description. This is a very powerful killing tool with only 3 chances to trigger instant death. It must be cherished. The remaining uses of the death sting were down to the last one. Clearly, before Li Chen, another unfortunate soul had perished under this deadly weapon. Instant death. Damage? Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, even though damage-dealing items were still quite rare. If it were any other player who obtained the death sting, they would surely be overjoyed. But for Li Chen, this thing was just a tasteless, regrettable trinket. Although it was an instant death item, it was only effective against those below the legendary level, and for anyone below that, a single bolt of his lightning would mean certain death. After a moment's thought, Li Chen put away the death sting and shifted his gaze back to the dark figure of an 11 who was drifting further away. He smirked coldly, and the Book of All Things appeared in his hand, transforming into a staff. Faint fire elements gathered, ultimately forming a massive fireball at the tip of the staff. Go! Li Chen flicked his wrist, sending the fireball flying. Boom! Amidst the tremendous explosion, an 11 was obliterated by the fireball's immense force. Li Chen's gaze continued to sweep around, and soon, 2 more figures appeared in his line of sight. It was in 3 and in 9. Locking onto them with his gaze, and 3 and in 9 felt a chill run down their spines. They finally understood why an 11 had fled in a panic. It was because Li Chen had discovered him. Without daring to hesitate, the 2 of them quickly fled into the distance. Seeing this, a cold smile crept onto Li Chen's face as the faint fire elements gathered once more, and another fireball appeared at the tip of his staff. Boom! With a loud crash, and 3 and in 9 met the same fate as an 11. Li Chen approached an 11's corpse and searched it carefully, finding nothing but a dagger. Disdainfully glancing at an 11, Li Chen did not collect his body but instead tossed it into the swamp. Then, he moved to the bodies of an 3 and an 9. Like an 11, they too had only a dagger on them, nothing else. The 3 daggers were tossed into his ring space to gather dust. After scanning the area and finding no other discoveries, Li Chen manipulated the power of space and slowly flew deeper into the swamp. The swamp was not large, and Li Chen quickly passed through it. Before long, he emerged into the light again. In front of him, there were no more shady green trees, but rather a ground strewn with massive boulders. Li Chen controlled his body to land on the ground and slowly walked into this area. Just then, a massive boulder not far from him suddenly trembled. Li Chen's expression remained calm as he cast a detection spell at the giant rock. The next moment, Rock Beast, Elite, Level, 19 rank, Bronze Health, 2350/2350 Attack, 50 Defense, 100 Skills, Earthquake, Stone Hammer, Low-Level Defense Description. This is a special life form that absorbs earth elements to survive, possessing strong defensive capabilities, but its speed is its fatal flaw. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Li Chen's expression was very calm. He lightly tapped his staff, and a bolt of lightning surged from his hand to the tip of the staff, ultimately flying towards the rock beast that had just transformed into its beast form. 2200W. Critical damage. A single bolt of lightning instantly took down the rock beast. With a face full of unwillingness and confusion, the rock beast collapsed to the ground. A white light orb burst forth from its body. Perhaps seeing the death of its companion, a large number of boulders began to tremble, revealing one giant beast after another. Angry roars erupted from the mouths of the rock beasts as they charged towards Li Chen. Their massive size, combined with their dozens or even hundreds in number, caused the ground beneath them to tremble continuously. Come on! Li Chen shouted softly, and in the next moment, his staff transformed again, becoming a spear. Li Chen was not very familiar with spears, but that did not prevent him from appreciating their coolness. With a gentle shake of the gun, Li Chen smiled coldly. In the next moment, Li Chen stepped forward without using spatial movement. His agility, reaching 110,000, allowed him to move short distances almost as effectively as spatial movement. Li Chen appeared at the side of a rock beast and thrust his gun into its rear. 220000. Critical damage. After instantly killing the rock beast, Li Chen did not pause. His body moved again, and soon he appeared at the side of another rock beast, using the same old trick to stab its backside. 110000. This time, it was rare not to see critical damage. Completely the opposite of ordinary players. Ordinary players rarely achieve critical damage, usually dealing standard damage. But for Li Chen, it was rare to deal standard damage. He usually dealt critical damage. After taking down the second rock beast, Li Chen's figure flickered continuously. He darted back and forth among the rock beasts, causing one after another to fall. In just a few minutes, dozens of rock beasts lay defeated, their bodies exploding with 1 or 2 light orbs. Ding dong, you have obtained silver coins *10. Ding dong, you have obtained silver coins *7. As Li Chen placed the rock beast's corpses into his ring space, he collected the light orbs. Ding dong, you have obtained Rock Spike skill book. While picking up, suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind. Li Chen was slightly taken aback, and then a brown skill book appeared in his hand. Rock Spike skill book, rank bronze level. Without a second thought, Li Chen decisively learned it. With a thought, the Rock Spike skill book shattered instantly, transforming into specks of brown light that entered Li Chen's brow. In the depths of his mind, it felt as if he had grasped some knowledge, yet it also felt elusive. Li Chen understood that this was because the game had not yet merged with reality. If it did, this knowledge would manifest in his mind, helping players master skills proficiently. Ding dong, you have mastered the skill Rock Spike, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Li Chen continued to collect the light orbs on the ground, and the subsequent orbs contained game currency and some bronze-level equipment. None of these bronze-level items had percentage effects, and Li Chen disdainfully tossed them into his space ring. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Chen finally checked the attributes of the Rock Spike. Rock Spike rank, bronze level learning requirement, Earth-type profession skill. Effect 1, consumes 100 mana points, can create a rock spike within a 15-yard range, dealing 300 damage upon hitting an enemy. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Description, young man, do you like to play 1000-year kill? This skill can satisfy you. Looking at the flashy description of the Rock Spike skill, Li Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Did he really seem like such a lewd person? A damage value of 300 at the bronze level could be considered a very powerful skill. However, for Li Chen, this Rock Spike skill was undoubtedly a trash skill. He had no desire to use it even once. Then, Li Chen stroked his chin and murmured, speaking of which, my skills are really too few right now. Since this is still the game world, I can learn skills and master them directly. Once the game merges with reality, I'll have to slowly comprehend skills on my own. No, I need to take advantage of this period of benefits to acquire more skills, preferably a few god-level skills. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a huge noise came from the distance, and the ground shook violently. Li Chen focused his gaze and saw hundreds of rock beasts charging towards him in groups. Li Chen leaned on his spear, standing quietly in place, waiting for the swarm of rock beasts to approach. Roar, roar. The sounds of roaring echoed continuously, shaking the air with a subtle tremor. If an ordinary player were here, listening to that earth-shattering roar, the vast majority would be scared out of their wits. But for Li Chen, this was merely a small scene. He had even seen millions upon millions of giant dragons roaring in the boundless universe, shattering one star after another. Suddenly, a white light illuminated the spear, transformed from the book of all things. The spear tip seemed to flow like mercury, and finally, as the white light faded, the spear vanished from Li Chen's hand, leaving only a Qinglong Yenua knife. With a shake of the Qinglong Yenua knife, Li Chen licked his dry lips. Come on, everyone. Let's have some fun today. After saying that, Li Chen stomped his right foot on the ground, creating a small pit. Boom! In the next moment, Li Chen charged out, the ground beneath him collapsing extensively, cracking open. Li Chen's speed was so fast, it was as if he had teleported, rushing into the rock beast horde. The Qinglong Yenua knife in his hand shimmered with a chilling light under the sun. 1. With a single strike, a rock beast's health bar was completely emptied, its massive body smashed deep into the earth. 2. 3. Li Chen suddenly swung the Qinglong Yenua knife sideways, and before two rock beasts could react, they were already sent flying. In midair, they lost their breath, and two light orbs burst from their corpses, falling downwards. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Li Chen suddenly performed a 360-degree spin, and the 6 nearby rock beasts had their health bars emptied in an instant, their bodies sent flying. A real man should play like this. Li Chen grinned, swinging the Qinglong Yenua knife again. This time, as he swung it, white light flickered, and in a brief moment, it transformed into a Feng Tianhuaji. 10, 11, 167. Li Chen wielded the large hammer in his hand, killing the last rock beast. As he killed it, he casually stored its corpse in his ring space. Over 100 rock beast corpses had been collected by Li Chen during the battle, so one can imagine how easy it was for him to face this group of rock beasts. Just as Li Chen was about to collect the light orbs, suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky. The sky darkened. It truly darkened. Li Chen looked up and saw a giant rock beast, 10 times the size of an ordinary rock beast, descending from the sky, aiming to smash Li Chen into a pulp. Li Chen quickly jumped back, dodging this heavy blow. With lightning speed, boom! The ground was smashed into a deep pit, dust flying everywhere. However, the swirling dust could not obstruct Li Chen's true eye. At the moment the dust rose, Li Chen had already activated his true eye, his eyes becoming completely transparent. In his field of vision, a colossal rock beast was glaring at him with eyes that resembled sapphires filled with murderous intent. Li Chen threw a detection spell at the giant rock beast. Rock Beast King, Boss, Level 30. Rank, Bronze Health, 150,000 Strength, 6,000 Intelligence, 0 Physical/Magic Defense, 8000/8000 Skills, Rock Charge, Rock Spike Array, Rock Armor, Intermediate Defense. Description: this is the king of the rock beasts, possessing endless strength and incredibly powerful defense. At this moment, it seems a bit angry. How could it not be angry? The Rock Beast King was sleeping soundly at home, and then its subordinates were all defeated by Li Chen, leaving it as a lone commander. How could it compete with the nearby Rock Beast King's territory? Roar in a fit of rage, the Rock Beast King suddenly charged out, crashing towards Li Chen. Li Chen sidestepped and jumped, easily dodging the Rock Beast King's attack. At the same time, the large hammer in his hand transformed again, becoming a Tang Dao. In the moment when he brushed past the Rock Beast King, Tang Dao emitted a chilling gleam, slashed by Li Chen. It seemed to sense the deadly crisis. In a split second, the Rock Beast King suddenly activated its skill, and a massive rock pillar surged up from the ground, targeting not Li Chen but the Rock Beast King itself. The Rock Beast King's body was swiftly knocked away by the rock pillar, and using this tremendous force, it soared into the sky before landing far away from Li Chen. Li Chen's blade fell, slicing through the rock pillar as easily as cutting tofu. Roar in the next moment, the Rock Beast King let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the ground beneath Li Chen trembled violently. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, manipulating the power of space to quickly teleport into the air. Just as he teleported, sharp rock spikes suddenly shot up in the area beneath him. Looking at the incredibly sharp rock spikes below, Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine. With the strength of the Rock Beast King, it was impossible for it to pose any threat to him. However, if those spikes were to hit a certain vulnerable spot, just the thought of it sent shivers down Li Chen's spine. The moment the Rock Beast King unleashed the rock spike skill, it turned and fled. It sensed the breath of death on Li Chen. As a special life form, its sixth sense was more sensitive and accurate than a woman's. Watching the Rock Beast King escape, Li Chen shouted, "Want to run? Have you asked the lightning in my hand?" In the next moment, the Tang Dao in Li Chen's hand transformed into a staff. In his right hand, electric sparks flickered, shooting out from the staff towards the fleeing Rock Beast King. 2200 W. Critical damage. With one strike, it emptied the Rock Beast King's health bar. Boom! After losing its voice, the Rock Beast King crashed to the ground, and due to inertia, its body slid several dozen meters away. Ding dong, you have killed the Rock Beast King, boss, gaining 30,000 experience points. Area announcement. Congratulations to players Starry Sky and Mist for solo defeating the world boss Rock Beast King. Area announcement. Congratulations to players Starry Sky and Mist for solo defeating the world boss Rock Beast King. Area announcement. The area announcement echoed in Li Chen's mind 3 times in a row. This time, there were no longer just Li Chen as a player in Wansheng City. Inside the demon cave, Yi Jianjing lay struck down, eliminating the last demonized Hachis in front of him. Suddenly, the area announcement prompt rang in his mind. Yi Jianjing lay raised an eyebrow. Boss is still the boss. In just this short time, he went and killed another world boss. Sigh, when will I have even half of the boss's strength? Shaking his head, Yi Jianjing lay continued walking forward, and suddenly, his field of vision opened up. In front of him was a magical pool of water. One half emanated an extreme cold, while the other half exuded boiling heat. This should be the pool of water the boss mentioned. Yi Jianjing Lei's eyes lit up as he quickly walked to the edge of the pool. Roar! At that moment, a massive figure emerged from beneath the water, unmistakably the ice and fire two-headed python that Li Chen had encountered before. Damn, another boss. Why didn't the boss tell me about such an important matter? Yi Jianjing Lei threw a detection spell at the ice and fire two-headed python and exclaimed. Roar! The ice and fire two-headed python looked at Yi Jianjing Lei without courtesy, and one of its heads directly spat out a mouthful of icy saliva at him. In Wansheng City, a tall and beautiful woman was walking down the streets when suddenly, an area announcement rang in her mind. Is it that Starry Sky and Mist again? The beauty raised an eyebrow, shaking her impressive chest. This scene caught the attention of nearby passers-by, and many lecherous onlookers couldn't help but cast greedy glances at the beauty, ignoring the gazes of those around her. The beautiful woman held a task scroll and walked away briskly. Soon, she arrived at the headquarters of the Wansheng Guild. Just as she was about to step inside, a figure quietly appeared before her. Halt! This is the headquarters of the Wansheng Guild. No idlers allowed. The figure was none other than Feng Wujin. Upon seeing Feng Wujin, the woman's face broke into a smile, and combined with her breathtaking beauty, the smile made the world lose its color. Even Feng Wujin, looking at the woman's smile, couldn't help but be momentarily entranced. Strange, what kind of special weapon does this girl possess? How can she make me lose my focus? Feng Wujin squinted, sizing up the beauty before him, his gaze occasionally drifting to her impressive assets. He looked like a complete lecher. Noticing Feng Wujin's lecherous gaze, the woman maintained a blank expression. This kind of look was something she had experienced throughout her life. Having seen it so often, she had learned to ignore it. In the next moment, she handed the task scroll to Feng Wujin. Taking the scroll, Feng Wujin looked at it with a face full of suspicion. Before long, his expression turned serious, his brows slightly furrowing. Suddenly raising his head, Feng Wujin looked at the woman with a serious expression. What is your name, adventurer? Hearing this, the woman revealed an elegant smile and introduced herself. Respected Vice President, you can call me Zemeng. Upon hearing this, Fong Wujin looked at the beauty named Zemeng in surprise. You actually know me? Then he shook his head. Also, your name is much more normal than that of the Starry Sky friend. After saying this, without waiting for Zemeng to respond, Fong Wujin continued, originally, joining the Wanxian Guild required passing a test, but since you were recommended by an old friend, I will make an exception and let you join directly. With that, Fong Wujin took out a token and performed a series of actions. Ding dong, you have become a member of the Wanxian Guild. Soon, a system notification echoed in Zemeng's mind. He handed the token to Zemeng and said, with this token, you can enter the guild. If you barge in recklessly, you will be treated as an enemy by the guild's magic array and suppressed or even killed. Hearing this, Zemeng nodded, clearly already aware of this, and did not show any extra expression. Alright, you can go in now. After saying this, Fong Wujin's figure quietly disappeared. Holding the token, Zemeng walked through the grand entrance of the Wanxian Guild. Upon entering the hall, it was as empty as ever. After a quick glance around, Zemeng hurried to a huge counter. Behind the counter, an elderly woman in her 70s looked up and quietly gazed at Zemeng. Compared to the indifference she faced from Li Chen, perhaps because they were both women, the wrinkled face of this elderly woman suddenly broke into a smile. Young lady, are you here to enter the Wanxian pool? Yes, old senior. Zemeng looked at the elderly woman and revealed a sweet smile. Show me your identity token. Looking at Zemeng, the elderly woman displayed a kind smile and extended her right hand, which was covered in wrinkles. Zemeng quickly handed over the identity token she had just received from Fong Wujin. The elderly woman took the identity token, sensed it carefully, and then slowly spoke, please stand still, I will now teleport you. After saying this, the elderly woman returned the identity token to Zemeng. Then, she shakily stood up and a staff appeared in her hand out of thin air. She pointed at Zemeng. From a distance, a magic array appeared beneath Zemeng's feet. A white beam of light erupted from the magic array, enveloping Zemeng completely, and soon, the white light vanished, and Zemeng disappeared. When she reappeared, Zemeng was already in front of the Wanxian pool. The old beggar said that my aptitude is perfectly suited for the position of a master of all things, and I will surely awaken to the divine-level master of all things profession. I hope he wasn't lying to me. As she murmured to herself, Zemeng jumped into the pool. The moment her body submerged, the water began to boil, as if it were boiling hot. Zemeng sat cross-legged, the water rising over her proud chest. In the water, her clothes clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her stunning figure, especially the hint of pale skin that was barely visible in front, which sparked endless imagination. At the same time, a hazy image appeared above Zemeng's head. It couldn't be said to be very similar to the image that Li Chen had seen before. It was identical. Earth, fire, water, wind, ice, thunder, light, and darkness, swords, axes, and halberds, various images switched continuously, encompassing all things. World announcement, congratulations to player, Zemeng, Flame Nation region, for successfully transitioning to the divine level master of all things. Rewarded with 10,000 world reputation points. World announcement, congratulations to player, Zemeng, Flame Nation region for successfully transitioning to the divine level master of all things. Rewarded with 10,000 world reputation points. World announcement, congratulations. Compared to Li Chen, the first to transition to a divine-level master of all things, Zemeng's rewards were clearly several tiers lower, lacking the divine-level skill treasure chest. After the rock beast king died, 3 white orbs of light burst forth from its corpse. Just as Li Chen was about to pick them up, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Someone has awakened to the divine-level master of all things profession? A flicker of light flashed in Li Chen's eyes. He had never heard of this game ID, Zemeng, in his previous life. Clearly, even if she had obtained a divine-level profession, this Zemeng would only be a fleeting moment, blending into the crowd. Otherwise, obtaining a divine-level profession, as long as she didn't meet an untimely end, would surely allow her to ignite the divine fire and achieve divinity in the future. In the demon cave, a sword of thunder also heard this world prompt. He was taken aback and suddenly stopped in his tracks. If I remember correctly, the boss also transitioned to a divine-level master of all things. How could there be another player with the exact same profession as the boss? This world announcement shattered his worldview. In his original thought, he believed that a divine-level profession should only have one person who could transition to it. But the appearance of Zemeng clearly broke this notion. In fact, it wasn't just the Sword of Thunder who was shocked, the world channel exploded as well. Longing, Flame Nation region, what the hell? If I remember correctly, that Starry Sky and Mist just awakened to the divine-level master of all things profession last time. How can there be another person transitioning to the divine-level master of all things? Does this mean that divine-level professions in the god-making game are not limited to just one person? Jia Tian Gang. Young Meng, Flame Nation region at Zemeng, Little Fairy, are you interested in joining our guild? Our Jia Tian Gang is the top gaming guild in the Flame Nation. If You're willing to come, I'll reserve the vice president position for you with a base salary of 10 million. Mei Chuan Niaiku, our nation region at Zimeng, beauty. Please tell me how you transition to the divine level master of all things profession? I beg you. Elia, M Nation region at Zimeng, sister, players from the Flame Nation are no match for us. In the future national wars, M Nation will surely dominate the world. Come join our M Nation camp. Sword Soul God, Flame Nation. Region at Zimeng, Little Fairy, our Sword Soul Guild is also looking for a vice president. If you're willing to come, the price is negotiable. Luo Tian Mia sure. Flame Nation region at Zimeng, I'm giving you a chance to join our Luo Tian Guild. Flame Nation region at Luo Tian Mia sure. Yo, you're giving others a chance? Do you even deserve it? Luo Tian Mia sure. Flame Nation region at, not convinced? Let's settle it one-on-one. Abe Shinshur, our country district humph. People from the Flame country district love to cheat. This trashy god game, I want to report it, I want to complain. How can someone change to a second god level? Profession? This is clearly cheating. My grandson Kikuchi, our country district at Abe Shinshur, I'm not saying this to you, but the depths of this game are unfathomable. If cheating were possible, no one could achieve it. At Zimeng, Little Fairy, name your price. How much for the channel to obtain a god level profession? Katreya. Shiva, Y country district at Zimeng, I bid +1. The world channel erupted as well. And all of this had nothing to do with Zimeng. Just as she successfully changed her profession, a figure suddenly appeared by the Wuxiang pool. The newcomer was none other than Fong Wujin. At the same time, beside Fong Wujin, a magic circle emerged, and a white light beam shot out, revealing a figure. It was none other than the current president of the Wuxiang Guild, Yi Lu. At this moment, this usually composed elder was looking at Zimeng, who was surrounded by divine light, with an excited expression. After a few short days, a friend from the starry sky has once again broken the myth and obtained divinity. This Yi Lu was so shocked he couldn't speak. Just thinking about the future of the Wuxiang Guild, with two immortal deities emerging from his hands, made Yi Lu tremble with excitement. At that moment, the divinity surrounding Zimeng suddenly retracted and entered her body. Little one, how do you feel? Just then, Zimeng suddenly heard a voice from behind her. She quickly turned around and found Fong Wujin smiling at her. Then, Zimeng saw Yi Lu beside Fong Wujin. Junior pays respects to both seniors. Zimeng stood up from the Wuxiang pool and bowed gracefully to the two. Because her clothes were soaked by the pool water, they clung tightly to her body, and Zimeng evidently had a not-so-good habit of not wearing underwear. Looking at the protrusion on Zimeng's chest, not to mention Fong Wujin, even Yi Lu couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing the lewd gazes of the two old men, Zimeng couldn't help but feel disdain. In her heart, as expected, all men are the same. Seeing Zimeng's displeased expression, Yi Lu's heart sank. As someone who had lived long enough to become wise, he knew very well that his and Fong Wujin's earlier behavior had already left a very bad impression on Zimeng. His expression quickly became serious, and he tugged at Fong Wujin's sleeve. Ahem. Fong Wujin covered his mouth with his fist and deliberately coughed twice to mask the awkwardness. Yi Lu looked at Zimeng with a serious expression and asked the same question he had once posed to Li Chen. Little one, I give you two choices. The first choice is that we will perfectly protect you, not allowing you to be affected by any external factors, providing you with enough resources until the day you ignite the divine fire. The second choice is that we will not provide you with any protection, allowing you to develop freely. However, if you need any resources, just say the word, and we two old men will do everything we can to get them for you. Little one, which do you choose? Yi Lu stared intently at Zimeng, his heart no longer tense as it had been when facing Li Chen. After all, even if Zimeng chose the first option, it would merely cultivate a deity living in a greenhouse. But the Wuxiang Guild still had Li Chen. In a world where deities only existed in legends, one main battle deity was already enough. As for the second deity, that would purely be an unexpected surprise. The second one. Upon hearing this, Yi Lu was slightly taken aback, then clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Good. On the other side, after a brief moment of surprise, Li Chen no longer paid attention. In the God creation game, almost all God-level professions had only one, but the world is vast, and wonders abound. The profession of the Manifestation Master is one of the miracles among them. First of all, the profession of Manifestation Master encompasses everything, from bronze to divine level. Moreover, as long as luck is good enough, even a pig has the hope of awakening as a divine-level Manifestation Master. In the previous life, by the late game, the number of divine-level Manifestation Masters even exceeded 5. However, what does this have to do with Li Chen? Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 divine-level Manifestation Masters, so what? Even if everyone had the same hardware, in terms of software performance, Li Chen crushed all players. Not to mention anything else, just a divine-level talent and a divine-level skill, ordinary players could never hope to possess in their lifetime. Although Li Chen's Nirvana Rebirth skill was a divine-level skill unlocked through the Fate Treasure Chest's advancement, it was no longer purely a matter of good luck. It was Because Li Chen had completed the myth advancement task. One could say that Li Chen had already been given a backdoor by the cosmic will. Even opening divine level equipment, items, or skills from a bronze treasure chest was not impossible. As for other players, even if they were lucky enough to obtain a fate treasure chest, it was impossible for them to open resources that blatantly broke the game rules like Li Chen did. Therefore, Li Chen did not care about that. Meng. Ding dong, you have obtained gold *112. Ding dong, you have obtained rock bracers *1. Ding dong, you have obtained rock boots *1. Rock bracers, tier, bronze level. Equipment requirements, warrior profession basic attributes, physical defense plus 50 additional attributes, speed minus 20 description, bracers as heavy as rock, sacrificing. Speed to enhance physical defense, as the saying goes, you cannot have both fish in bear's paw. Then, Li Chen glanced at the rock boots. Rock boots, tier, bronze. Level equipment requirements, warrior profession basic attributes, physical defense plus 20% additional attributes, speed minus 50% description, boots as heavy as rock. When Li Chen saw the basic attributes of the rock boots, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Physical defense plus 20%. This is definitely a divine level attribute. However, when Li Chen saw the additional attributes, his expression turned sour as if he were constipated. Trading 50% speed for 20% physical defense, no matter how you looked at it, it was a loss. Li Chen did not like being a meat shield. If it were some tanking profession, they would probably be overjoyed to see the rock boots. After all, for tanks, being able to withstand damage is key, and as for speed, sacrificing some is nothing. But for Li Chen, this equipment was purely meant to disgust him. It was like having a big, red apple that you were excited to bite into, only to find a severed caterpillar inside. That feeling of disgust was enough to make Li Chen's expression unpleasant. Trash. After spitting out these two words heavily, Li Chen angrily tossed the two pieces of equipment into his ring space to gather dust. Then, with a face full of displeasure, Li Chen kicked the corpse of the rock beast king. Only then did Li Chen activate his innate talent to sacrifice the corpse of the rock beast king. In the next moment, the corpse of the rock beast king was enveloped in a thick white light, rapidly shrinking, and finally transformed into a white light that entered Li Chen's forehead. You have sacrificed a bronze tier corpse. You randomly gain 2,000 free attribute points. Ding dong, your free attribute point storage has reached its limit. Ding dong, you have sacrificed the world boss, and you have received the following special rewards. 1. Acquired skill, rock spike formation, *1, bronze. 2. Gained world reputation, 2,000 points. 3. Acquired item, rock crystal, *1, rock. Spike formation, rank, bronze level learning requirement, earth type profession skill effect 1, consumes 500 mana points, allows you to select a target within a 30-yard range to create a 5x5 rock spike formation. Each rock spike that hits an enemy deals 300 damage. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Description, young man, do you like to play 1000-year kill? This skill can satisfy you infinitely. Looking at this skill, Li Chen fell into silence. After a long time, he shook his head, looked up at the sky, and sighed deeply. Sigh, this boss is really trash, only giving me garbage. This rock spike formation, although upgraded from the previous version, was still just a garbage skill in Li Chen's eyes. With another 2,000 world reputation points gained, Li Chen's world reputation was quite substantial, but he had never thought to find the quartermaster to exchange his world reputation. Once this matter is over, I'll go find the quartermaster to exchange my world reputation. There are still some good things there. With this thought, Li Chen turned his gaze to the brown stone in his hand. Rock crystal, rank, bronze level. Description, a special ore that can be used to craft earth-type equipment or items. Li Chen merely glanced at it disdainfully before storing the rock crystal in his ring space. Bronze level ore would produce equipment and items of mediocre quality, which Li Chen found unworthy. Then, Li Chen opened the private chat channel and found that one sword Shocking Thunder had not yet messaged him. This guy, why is he so slow, dragging his feet? Li Chen pouted, and his words carried a negative tone as his mood soured. Subsequently, Li Chen absorbed the book of all things into his body, looked around, and continued to wander. As he walked, suddenly, Li Chen paused. In front of him was a vast expanse of enormous rocks, numbering at least 200 or 300. At that moment, these rocks trembled and transformed into rock beasts. Li Chen's expression remained calm as the book of all things appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the book of all things transformed into a long staff, and behind Li Chen, the king's cloak quietly appeared, billowing in the wind. At this moment, Li Chen seemed to embody an unparalleled emperor, exuding an air of regal authority. I can't be bothered to play with a race that only gives garbage items. Li Chen looked at the charging rock beast horde with disdain. With a wave of his staff, it was as if he commanded 1,000 troops. In the next moment, blades of space shot out. 220k. Critical damage 220k. Critical damage 110k. Faced with Li Chen's blades of space, which flowed like a swarm of locusts, the rock beasts fell one after another, as if they were mercilessly harvested wheat. Soon, all the giant rock beasts lay on the ground, silent. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar echoed, and a massive shadow descended from the sky. Li Chen looked up, his expression unchanged. Inferior race, even the interests and hobbies among bosses are so poor. After saying this, Li Chen raised his staff high, gathering faint fire elements, and in the next moment, a blazing fireball shot towards the Rock Beast King above. 11M. Critical damage. The instant the blazing fireball hit the Rock Beast King, it easily emptied its meager health bar. Boom! In the next moment, the blazing fireball exploded, sending the Rock Beast King's body flying into the pile of Rock Beast corpses. Coincidentally, it landed right in the midst of the fallen Rock Beasts. Meanwhile, 3 light orbs slowly descended from the sky, eventually landing in front of Li Chen. These were the rewards dropped after the Rock Beast King's death. Li Chen, expressionless, picked up the 3 light orbs one by one. Ding dong, you have obtained Rock Shield, *1. Li Chen casually glanced at the attributes of the Rock Shield, then expressionlessly tossed it into his ring space to gather dust. Ding dong, you have obtained Gold Coins, *105. Ding dong, you have obtained Bronze Treasure Chest, *1. At that moment, a treasure chest that appeared to be entirely made of bronze materialized in Li Chen's hand. Looking at the chest, Li Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Killing a boss also had a certain chance of yielding a treasure chest, though the probability was quite low. Compared to skill books, it was not much better. Without hesitation, Li Chen decisively opened the bronze treasure chest. Notice, you have opened the bronze treasure chest. Ding dong, you have obtained experience points, *10000. Notice, your level has reached the limit. You can no longer gain experience points. Please upgrade to legendary level. Ding dong, you have obtained Unknown Secret Realm Teleportation Scroll, *1. From the bronze treasure chest, Li Chen had opened a total of 2 items. The 10,000 experience points were completely useless. However, the second item made Li Chen's eyes brighten. In his hand, a silver-white scroll appeared, and Li Chen quickly began to examine it. Unknown Secret Realm Teleportation Scroll, rank, effect, tear open the scroll to teleport to a secret realm that has yet to be discovered by anyone. Description: a magical scroll containing the power of space. Please open with caution. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Li Chen couldn't help but stroke his chin. He knew about this scroll. The teleportation was random. Some lucky individuals had used this scroll to teleport into a beneficial dungeon, gaining opportunities or resources, soaring to great heights. Of course, there were many more unfortunate souls who, the moment they teleported, were sent back to the resurrection point. For instance, Li Chen had once, at the golden level, obtained this scroll. Then, filled with excitement, he activated the teleportation, only to end up in a map teeming with legendary level wild monsters, where he was instantly wiped out by one of the fire element giants. Looking at the scroll in his hand, even though Li Chen was confident in his luck, recalling that past experience made him a bit apprehensive. Fortune favors the bold, life is fleeting, and if I die, it's just a level drop, damn it. Li Chen gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to choose teleportation. However, he did not rush to tear open the scroll. Instead, he turned his gaze to the distant rock beast herd, collecting all the rock beast corpses into his ring space, and then picked up all the light orbs, hundreds of them, either gain currency or various junk equipment. After putting all the junk equipment into the ring space to gather dust, Li Chen turned his attention to the Rock Beast King. Sacrifice. He silently chanted in his heart, activating his innate talent. In the next moment, the corpse of the Rock Beast King transformed into a white light and entered Li Chen's brow. You have sacrificed a bronze rank corpse. You randomly gain 2,200 free attribute points. Notice, your free attribute point storage has reached the limit. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a world boss. You have received the following special rewards. 1. You have obtained the skill, Rock Spike Formation. *1, Bronze. 2. You have gained World Reputation, 2,000 points. 3. You have obtained the item, Rock Crystal, *1. Notice, you have obtained the Rock Spike Formation skill. Do you choose to fuse this skill? Hearing a strange notification sound in his mind, Li Chen was stunned. Can skills obtained from sacrifice also be fused? Without hesitation, Li Chen chose to fuse. After all, the Rock Spike Formation skill was just a useless skill for him. Notice, fusion complete, please check. Out of curiosity, Li Chen opened the attribute panel for the Rock Spike Formation. Rock Spike Formation level, silver level learning requirement, Earth-type profession skill effect 1, consumes 2,000 mana points, can select a target within a 100-yard range to create a 20 by 20 rock spike formation. Each rock spike that hits an enemy can deal 2,000 damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Description: young man, do you like playing 1,000-year kill? This skill can satisfy you infinitely. Watching the transformation of the Rock Spike Formation skill, Li Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. 2 bronze skills fused together, unexpectedly becoming a silver-level skill. If that's the case, if it continues to fuse, wouldn't it be possible to keep leveling up? Silver level to gold level to dark gold level, all the way up to divine level or even the main god level. Just thinking about this made Li Chen's breath quicken. If it really is as Li Chen guessed, then this innate talent of his is simply 2 against the heavens. Given enough time, Li Chen could completely acquire a massive amount of divine level or even main god level skills and talents. Supreme sacrifice can no longer be described as terrifying or frightening. Even the term against the heavens seems a bit pale. After calming his excited emotions, Li Chen's gaze fell back on the unknown secret realm teleportation scroll. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen sent a private message to One Sword Thunder. Thunder, if you come out, just wait for me there. After sending it, Li Chen closed the private chat channel, grabbed the scroll with both hands, and tore it open. In the next moment, the scroll shattered, turning into specks of white light that enveloped Li Chen. Soon, both Li Chen's figure and the white light disappeared. In a desolate land, a flash of white light flickered. After the white light faded, a vigilant Li Chen appeared. Looking around and finding no threats, Li Chen's tense mood finally calmed down. Just as Li Chen appeared in this desolate land, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding dong, you have entered the Minotaur's small world. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Li Chen began to assess the environment before him. The Minotaur's small world, this secret realm, Li Chen had entered in his previous life. In the later stages of the game, almost all players had entered the Minotaur's small world, and Li Chen was no exception. He was somewhat familiar with this secret realm. The Minotaur's small world is the territory of the Minotaurs, where a large number of Minotaurs live. Although it is called a small world, it is actually not large, not even 1/10 the size of a main city. However, since it is a secret realm that has not yet been explored by players, the resources inside are quite abundant. Therefore, Li Chen was very interested in this small world. Moreover, Li Chen knew that secret realms are completely different from dungeons. Clearing a dungeon for the first time only grants a small reward. But if one can clear a secret realm for the first time, they can gain ownership of that secret realm. In his previous life, the first clear of the Minotaur's small world sealed the secret realm. Then, by selling entry qualifications, they made a fortune. Not only the Minotaur's small world, but many first clearers of secret realms played this way. This led to countless players' curses, but no matter how fierce the curses were, the money still had to be spent. Not bad, I like this secret realm, Li Chen grinned. The Minotaur's small world is not too difficult. It is just a gold level dungeon, where both the wild monsters and the bosses are only gold level. Tap tap tap. Following the route in his memory, Li Chen had not walked far when a series of footsteps came from a distance. Before long, towering figures appeared in Li Chen's line of sight, each standing 2 to 3 meters tall. With incredibly robust builds, the fierce bull heads, combined with humanoid bodies, looked particularly strange in this wildland. The group of minotaurs that appeared in Li Chen's sight were all clad in leather armor and wielding massive axes. They looked just like human soldiers, patrolling the perimeter of their territory to prevent any hostile incursions. Although this secret realm was a small world of the Minotaurs, it didn't mean that only Minotaurs existed here. Within this small world, there were also a large number of wild monsters, and these Minotaur soldiers were on high alert for any ambushes from these creatures. Li Chen casually glanced over and found that this line of Minotaurs numbered over 100. In the next moment, Li Chen cast a detection spell at the largest looking Minotaur. Immediately, the attribute panel of this Minotaur appeared before Li Chen's eyes. Minotaur, Elite, Level, 79 rank, Gold Health, 100,000/100,000 Strength/Intelligence, 8,000/2,000 Physical/Magic Defense, 4,500/3,500 Skills, Barbaric Charge, Strength of the Bull. Battle Roar. Description: it is an elite warrior of the Minotaur clan, highly aggressive, and will actively attack all creatures that enter its territory. After that, Li Chen casually cast the detection spell on another Minotaur. Minotaur, Normal, Level, 71 rank, Gold Health, 20,000/20,000 Strength/Intelligence, 1,000 to 300 Physical/Magic Defense, 550 out of 400. Description: he is a warrior of the Minotaur clan, highly aggressive, and will actively attack all creatures that enter its territory. After casually checking the attributes of several Minotaurs, Li Chen confirmed that their attributes were exactly the same as he remembered, with no changes whatsoever. Gold-ranked Minotaurs. The attributes of this level of Minotaurs were already considered decent among their rank, but for Li Chen, who was level 150 with peak attributes, these Minotaurs were simply too weak. After all, with his current damage, even if all the Minotaurs in front of him were gold-ranked bosses, they would only be cut down like vegetables by Li Chen. Thinking of this, Li Chen directly stepped into the Minotaur's territory and walked towards that group of Minotaurs. As Li Chen approached the Minotaur squad, all the Minotaurs turned their heads and locked their gazes on him. In the next moment, the largest Minotaur suddenly raised his battle axe and roared, "Brothers, it's the damned invader! Charge! Tear this invader apart!" In the blink of an eye, the Minotaur squad instantly formed a formation, and one of the Minotaurs blew the horn hanging around his neck, the sound sharp and piercing. However, upon hearing this signal, all the Minotaurs perked up, their eyes quietly turning blood red. This horn sound might be sharp and piercing to other creatures, but for the Minotaur clan, it could inspire morale and enhance their strength. Thud thud thud. Led by the elite Minotaur, over 100 ordinary Minotaurs charged towards Li Chen, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. If current players faced such a massive Minotaur force, the vast majority would have to choose to flee. But for Li Chen, these minotaurs were simply not a concern. The Book of All Things appeared in Li Chen's hand, transforming once again into a staff. With a wave of the staff, a multitude of space blades surged forth like locusts, flying towards the minotaurs ahead. The torrent of space blades collided with the minotaur squad in an instant. However, under Li Chen's terrifying damage, not a single minotaur could withstand the impact of even one space blade. Even the elite minotaur with 100,000 health could only widen its eyes in disbelief. How could it, the strongest warrior in the tribe, be killed in an instant? Especially by a seemingly frail human. With such doubts in mind, the elite torrent's sturdy body crashed to the ground, kicking up a bit of dust. Ding dong, you have killed Taurun, normal, gaining 70 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed Taurun, normal, gaining 65 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed Taurun, elite, gaining 685 experience points. In an instant, all the Taurun were cleared by Li Chen, leaving only a ground full of corpses and the light orbs beside them. Li Chen retracted the Book of All Things and walked to the line of Taurun corpses, beginning to clean the battlefield. One by one, the corpses of the Taurun were collected into the ring space by Li Chen. One by one, the light orbs were picked up by Li Chen. Ding dong, you have obtained gold coins, *6. Ding dong, you have obtained silver coins, *44. Ding dong, you have obtained Tauren's hand axe, *1. Ding dong, you have obtained sharp bullhorn, *2. With over 100 Taurun, the drop rate for equipment was astonishingly high, almost reaching 50%. Generally speaking, regardless of level, normal wild monsters hardly drop equipment. However, it was unclear whether it was due to the secret realm or Li Chen himself that led to this unusual phenomenon. Li Chen casually picked up the Elite Tauren's hand axe and checked its attributes. Elite Tauren's hand axe, rank, gold level equipment. Requirement, warrior class base attributes, strength plus 200 additional attribute 1, strength plus 100 unique passive. Tauren's loyalty, holding the elite Tauren's hand axe makes it easier to gain the loyalty of the Taurun. Description, this is a weapon that only elite warriors of the Taurun race can wield. Glancing at the attribute chart of the Elite Tauren's hand axe, a look of disdain appeared on Li Chen's face. Once the game world and the real world merge, humans will inevitably have various frictions with wild monsters, ultimately evolving into a process of mutual conquest. The Taurun, in the game world, is considered a relatively large race, but this race has basically reached its peak at the gold level, with few Taurun able to break through the legendary threshold. And as for the epic level, not a single one. Perhaps for ordinary players, the unique passive of this Elite Tauren's hand axe is a very good skill that can help them more easily tame the Taurun race in the future. However, for Li Chen, he completely looked down on the Taurun race. Then, Li Chen picked up another Tauren's hand axe and checked its attribute chart. Tauren's hand axe, rank, gold level equipment. Requirement, warrior class base attributes, strength plus 150 additional attribute 1, strength plus 70 description. This is a powerful weapon, those who like hand axes should not miss it. Subsequently, with a face full of disdain, Li Chen tossed all the Taurun hand axes and elite Taurun hand axes into the ring space. Because the previous battle ended too quickly, by the time Li Chen finished cleaning the battlefield, the Taurun territory ahead finally came to its senses. From the open gates of the territory, a group of fully armed Taurun charged out. At the same time, a grand horn sounded throughout the Taurun territory, and upon hearing this horn, all the Taurun's eyes instantly turned red. Kill! Kill this human! Damn invader, die! They roared, howled, their eyes blood red. Brandishing their hand axes that glinted with a chilling light in the sun, they surged towards Li Chen. The Book of All Things, just retracted, was taken out again by Li Chen. After a flash of white light, the Book of All Things transformed into a staff. In the next moment, Li Chen pointed the staff at the Taurun army ahead, gathering fire elements. Ultimately, at the tip of Li Chen's staff, a massive fireball of explosive flames appeared. With a gentle shake of the staff, a fireball of explosive flames, carrying terrifying heat, whistled out. As sentient beings, under normal circumstances, these minotaurs would surely choose to evade such a horrifying fireball. However, now, under the interference of the grand horn sound, their rationality had completely vanished and their minds were filled with a single thought: kill, kill, kill. Annihilate all intruders. Tear apart this oblivious human before them. Only a small number of elite minotaurs were less affected. When they saw the massive fireball coming, their expressions changed, and disregarding their kin, they quickly distanced themselves from the fireball. Boom! The fireball landed in the midst of the Minotaur army, and a massive explosion soon followed. The terrifying explosive force instantly engulfed a small portion of nearby Minotaurs, dealing immense damage that completely emptied their health bars. 1650W. Critical damage, 1650W. Critical damage, 550W. The kill notifications echoed in their minds. Correspondingly, countless Minotaurs met their demise. Ding dong, you killed Minotaur, normal, gaining 66 experience points. Ding dong, you killed However, Li Chen's fireball was merely a gold-level skill, and even though the explosion dealt damage, its range was not particularly large. With just one cast, it only took out a dozen or so minotaurs. Nevertheless, the cooldown for the fireball was originally just 2 seconds, and after the 50% cooldown reduction from the Phoenix Bloodline talent, it was reduced to just 1 second. Then, with another 50% cooldown reduction from the Book of All Things, the cooldown was further cut down to 0.5 seconds. Thus, Li Chen continuously tapped his staff, launching fireball after fireball, each one shooting out every half a second, landing on the frontline minotaurs. A bizarre scene unfolded. Li Chen's fireballs kept being released, landing at the forefront of the Minotaur army, and the powerful explosions ended the lives of several nearby minotaurs. The minotaurs had been charging for a long time, yet not only did they fail to close the distance with Li Chen, they were instead getting further away. A few elite minotaurs who still retained their sanity watched this scene, their faces filled with fear. This human is truly terrifying, continuously unleashing such dreadful skills. Damn it, the sound of that horn has completely robbed our kin of their rationality. They only know how to charge. If they had even a shred of reason left, they could have scattered and wouldn't have been so easily slaughtered by this human. One elite minotaur, with a grim expression, growled softly, while the surrounding elite minotaurs exchanged glances, all revealing bitter smiles. For those who remained clear-headed, seeing Li Chen, who resembled a human-shaped mage tower, continuously releasing fireballs, had long extinguished their desire to resist. No elite minotaur dared to charge forward and fight Li Chen. There was an error in the previous data. The critical damage forgot to account for the 50% critical damage from the Book of All Things. We need to go and inform the other tribes about this human. We must unite the nearby tribes. Yes, that makes sense. Let's hurry, those cannon fodder kin are already few in number. Soon, this human will set his sights on us. Damn it, if only the Lord were here, otherwise, how could this human continue to slaughter our kin? Sigh. Why say so much? Aren't you all leaving? I'll take my leave first. With that, one elite minotaur took off running. Not only that, but this elite minotaur also took out a gem, infused it with a bit of energy, and 2 gusts of wind erupted from the gem, swirling around the feet of this elite minotaur. In the next moment, this elite minotaur's speed surged, quickly escaping far away. How enviable. This guy, who cries poor every day, actually has a treasure like the Gale gem. An elite Tauron looked at the figure sprinting ahead, his face full of envy. Is this really the time to be envious? The cannon fodder are almost wiped out. If we don't run now, we won't have to run at all. After saying this, another elite Tauron also started to flee. However, when the first elite Tauron was escaping, Li Chen was too engrossed in his fun to notice. But when the second elite Tauron tried to escape, Li Chen's gaze had already fallen upon them. Want to run? Did you ask me first? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen focused his mind, and blades of space flew out, targeting the elite Taurons. Not good. That human is attacking. We need to. One elite Tauron noticed Li Chen's movement, its face changing drastically, but before it could finish its sentence, the space blades had already struck it. 33W. Critical damage. 33W. Critical damage. Filled with despair, shock, and confusion, several elite Taurons fell one after another. Ding dong, you have killed Tauron Elite, gaining 710 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed Tauron Elite, gaining 786 experience points. As for the first elite Tauron that fled, it had long since disappeared, and Li Chen had no intention of pursuing it. A few minutes later, after the last Tauron was blown to bits by Li Chen, no more Taurons emerged from their tribe. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Chen was disappointed. Neither the ordinary Taurons nor the elite ones had dropped any skill books for him. Feeling disheartened, Li Chen strode into the Tauron territory. The grand and piercing sound of horns echoed as always. Following the sound, he soon arrived at a massive altar. At the very center of the altar was a gigantic horn from which the horn sound continuously emanated. Meanwhile, below the altar, a Tauren that looked far more robust than the elite ones was seated in front of the altar, wearing a loose ceremonial robe, hands clasped together, eyes closed, quietly murmuring something. Seeing this figure, Li Chen's heart already understood. This must be the only Tauren priest in this Tauren territory. Li Chen cast the detection spell on the Tauren priest. Tauren priest, elite, level, 88 rank, gold health, 150,000/150,000 strength/intelligence, 8,000/12,000 physical/magic defense, 2,000 of 3,000 skills, berserk, war, stomp, frenzy charge, gale scythe. Description: it is the priest of the Tauren clan. Don't be fooled by its tall and sturdy appearance into thinking it is a warrior. It is a genuine magic class, though its close combat ability is not lacking at all. As if hearing the footsteps behind it, the Tauren priest opened its eyes. Its eyes were as pure as crystal, without any flaws. However, upon hearing the footsteps behind it, a look of confusion appeared on the Tauren priest's face. When did the footsteps of its tribe's members become so light? Nevertheless, to maintain its dignity as a priest, it did not turn around but asked sternly, "Is the battle over? Have the invaders been killed?" Hearing this, Li Chen stopped his approaching steps, grinned, and said, "The war is indeed over, but the invader, well, isn't that right behind you?" Upon hearing this, the Taoran priest's expression changed drastically. It quickly turned around, and, in its line of sight, Li Chen was smiling broadly at the Taoran priest. "Hello, Taoran priest." Li Chen greeted with a radiant smile, then added, "And, safe travels." After speaking, Li Chen flicked his finger, and a blade of space shot out from his fingertip, heading towards the bull-headed priest. Not good. The bull-headed priest's face changed dramatically, and it hurriedly raised the staff in its hand, gathering a large amount of wind elements towards itself. Gale Sai. This was the signature spell of the bull-headed priest. However, how could its casting speed possibly be faster than the blade of space? Just as a wind blade scythe, barely the length of a finger, was forming at the tip of its staff, Li Chen's blade of space had already struck it. 33W. Critical damage. In an instant, the bull-headed priest's health bar was completely emptied. The Gale Scythe spell also failed due to the bull-headed priest's death. The small Gale Scythe that had just formed suddenly collapsed, dissipating into invisible wind elements in the air. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Li Chen's mind. "Ding dong, you have killed bull-headed priest, elite, gaining 899 experience points." The bull-headed priest looked at Li Chen in disbelief, slowly collapsing. Until the moment of its death, it couldn't believe that this seemingly frail human had quietly approached it. As for the fact that Li Chen single-handedly slaughtered the entire tribe of bull-headed warriors, the bull-headed priest never even considered it. In such a short time, killing hundreds of enhanced bull-headed warriors and several elite bull-headed ones was something even the absolute king among the bull-headed could not achieve. Li Chen walked to the corpse of the bull-headed priest, waved his hand, and the corpse was stored in his spatial ring. Only 3 white orbs of light remained where the bull-headed priest had died. "Ding dong, you have obtained gold *15. "Ding dong, you have obtained bull-headed priest's staff *1. In Li Chen's hand appeared a staff seemingly carved from bull horns, and as he focused, the attribute chart of the bull-headed priest's staff appeared before his eyes. Bull-headed priest staff tier gold level equipment requirements, spellcaster class basic attributes, intelligence plus 200 additional attribute 1, buff type skills, effect enhancement 10%, additional attribute 2, healing type skills, cooldown time minus 10%. Description: this is the staff passed down through generations of the bull-headed priest, a very precious piece of spellcasting equipment. Looking at the bull-headed priest's staff, Li Chen nodded. Compared to the hand axes dropped by the bull-headed warriors, this priest's staff was clearly more valuable. Even Li Chen couldn't help but feel tempted. The basic attributes of this staff weren't that impressive, but both additional attributes were top tier. Especially the first additional attribute. If it were a divine level buff type skill, how terrifying would that 10% enhancement be? After thinking for a moment, Li Chen didn't toss the staff into the ring space to gather dust, but instead placed it in his game backpack. Looking at his meager 24 slots in the game backpack, Li Chen fell into a brief silence. Although the game backpack was practically useless to him, those 24 slots were indeed a bit shabby. Even ordinary players, after playing the god-making game for a few days, could double their backpack slots. Moreover, Li Chen suddenly remembered that within the game backpack there was also a hidden opportunity. After some thought, Li Chen's gaze turned to the button for unlocking new slots in the game backpack. With a thought, Li Chen chose to unlock a new slot. "Do you want to unlock backpack slot *1? You will consume 10 copper coins." "Yes." Li Chen decisively chose yes. In the next moment, the 25th slot in Li Chen's backpack was unsealed. "Do you want to unlock backpack slot *1? You will consume 10 copper coins." "Yes." With another thought, Li Chen unlocked another backpack slot, bringing the total number of slots in his backpack to 26. However, Li Chen was not satisfied and began to continuously unlock backpack slots. When he unlocked the 49th slot, the prompt changed. "Do you want to unlock backpack slot *1? You will consume 1 silver coin." The price for unlocking the 49th backpack slot had suddenly increased tenfold compared to the previous ones. 1 silver coin could be exchanged for a whole yuan in the current godmaking game. At this point, many players would hesitate to spend their silver coins, debating whether to continue unlocking. But for the wealthy Li Chen, a mere silver coin was not worth his attention. The amount of gold coins in his backpack had reached a terrifying number, and Li Chen had never spent his gold coins. Yes. Without hesitation, Li Chen decisively chose to unlock it. In the next moment, the 49th slot in the game backpack was unsealed, but the backpack interface only displayed 48 slots per page, so the 49th slot was already on the second page. Li Chen continued to unlock, and soon he spent 48 silver coins, starting on the 96th backpack slot. Then, he opened the third page and unlocked again. "Do you want to unlock backpack slot *1? You will consume 5 silver coins." The price for unlocking slots on the third page had increased fivefold again, reaching 5 silver coins. Li Chen decisively spent 240 silver coins to unlock all the slots on the third page. After the third page came the fourth. Do you want to unlock backpack slot *1? You will consume 20 silver coins. This time, it had quadrupled again. This time, Li Chen boldly unlocked 48 backpack slots in a row, spending a total of 960 silver coins. The 5th page, the 6th page, the 10th page, the 11th page. Li Chen unlocked all the slots on 11 pages in one go. Now, his game backpack had reached an astonishing 528 slots. For this, he had also paid an astonishing price. For the last 6 pages combined, he had spent over 600,000 gold coins. At this point, even Li Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The 12th page required an incredible 50,000 gold coins to unlock just one slot. When he saw this price, Li Chen fell into deep thought. In the end, he gritted his teeth and spent 50,000 gold coins to unlock the first slot of the 12th page. He knew that the first person to unlock the 12th page of the backpack would receive a great opportunity. Otherwise, Li Chen would have only unlocked a few pages at most. It was impossible to spend over 600,000 gold coins just to unlock more than 500 backpack slots. Sure enough, inside the first slot of the 12th page, there was a big gift package. With a thought, the big gift package appeared in Li Chen's hands. Hidden backpack gift package rank? Description: as the first lucky player to unlock the 12th page of the backpack, this gift package is a special gift for you. Looking at the big gift package in his hands, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. Is over 600,000 gold coins a lot? Yes, it is. But for those top guilds and super families, collecting over 600,000 gold coins can be done in a very short time. However, in the early stages of the game, compared to upgrading their backpacks, they would rather spend over 600,000 gold coins on equipment, skill books, items, etc. to enhance their strength rather than spend that amount to unlock backpack space. 3 or 4 pages of backpack slots are already enough. Therefore, in his previous life, Li Chen clearly remembered that the first player to receive this big gift package did so 6 months after the game launched. Li Chen decisively opened the hidden backpack gift package. There was no loading bar. After a flash of white light, the big gift package in Li Chen's hands had been opened. At the moment the gift package was opened, 3 world announcements appeared in the minds of all online players. World announcement: player, Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Country region, is full of bravado, opening the hidden backpack gift pack and receiving divine level treasure chest *1. World announcement: player, Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Country region, is full of bravado, opening the hidden backpack gift pack and receiving divine level treasure chest *1. World announcement. Listening to the world announcement echoing in his mind, Li Chen smiled lightly. It was exactly the same as the world announcements he remembered. However, in his previous life, the player who opened the hidden backpack gift pack was not him, but a wealthy black player from a white degree country. In Li Chen's backpack, a divine level treasure chest quietly appeared in the second slot. Li Chen did not rush to open the divine level treasure chest but instead turned his gaze to the third light orb dropped by the Taoren priest. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen picked up this last light orb. Ding dong, you have obtained Storm Sight skill book *1. In Li Chen's hand, a skill book with a blue cover lay quietly. Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Another skill book had arrived. His gaze fell on the blue skill book. As he began to check it, the attribute chart of the Storm Sight skill book appeared in his view. With a thought, the skill book shattered, transforming into specks of blue light that entered Li Chen's forehead. Storm Scythe, rank, gold level learning requirement, wine system profession effect, consumes 500 mana points to release a Storm Scythe within a designated range, dealing 1000 plus 100% intelligence wind damage upon hitting an enemy. Cooldown time, 2s. Description: an upgraded version of the basic wind skill Windblade, Face the Gale. Another wind skill appeared in Li Chen's skill bar. Only then did Li Chen take out the divine level treasure chest from the gift pack. Examining the divine level treasure chest surrounded by a faint divine light, a hint of anticipation appeared in Li Chen's eyes. In the game world, any divine level treasure chest is an absolute treasure. Last time, I opened a space control talent from a divine level treasure chest. I wonder what I can get this time. Li Chen licked his lips, his gaze somewhat fervent. Divine level equipment, items, and skill books are things that even the main god cannot ignore. Not to mention that Li Chen is not even a main god now. The progress bar quietly unfolded: 1%, 27%, 72%, 99%. Finally, the treasure chest slowly opened and a dazzling divine light burst forth, soaring into the sky. Ding dong, you have obtained Ancient Secret Magic Staff *1. In Li Chen's hand, an ancient-looking staff appeared, and as he looked at the staff, a strong ancient aura rushed towards him. Ancient Secret Magic Staff, rank, divine level equipment requirement, divine level magic profession basic attributes, intelligence plus 10,000, spirit plus 10,000. Unique passive, skill refresh. When attacking with the staff, there is a 25% chance to trigger the passive skill refresh, randomly resetting the cooldown of one skill. The reset skill can only be reset 3 times in a day. Unique passive, spell copy. When using a spell attack, there is a 10% chance to Trigger the passive skill, spell copy, allowing the spell to be copied and dealing secondary damage to the target. The copied spell can also trigger critical damage and various buffs brought by the spell. Description: a powerful staff from ancient times. Within the small staff lies incredible might. Li Chan's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the ancient secret magic staff in his hand, his breathing becoming rapid. At the moment he began to open the divine level treasure chest, seeing only one light orb, he felt a bit disappointed, but after reading the attributes of the ancient secret magic staff, his disappointment was instantly cast aside, leaving only eagerness and shock in his eyes. With an additional 10,000 points in intelligence and spirit, this was the standard configuration for a god-level staff, yet it still failed to excite Li Chen. What truly captivated him were the two passive skills. One was skill refresh, and the other was spell copy. These two passive skills could be considered the pinnacle of equipment passives. Skill refresh allowed for a 25% chance to randomly refresh a skill with every attack made using the staff. For some low-level skills with very short cooldowns, this passive was indeed not very useful. However, for high-level skills with particularly long cooldowns, this passive was nothing short of miraculous. Not to mention Li Chen's Nirvana rebirth skill, which was a life-saving technique, but its cooldown was excessively long. Although it could store 3 chances for resurrection, each chance required a full 2 days of cooldown reduction. Even with the Book of All Things, which have the cooldown time of all skills, the cooldown for Nirvana rebirth still reached a full day. If he encountered any danger, Li Chen could have a total of 4 lives within a day. But with the skill refresh god level passive, he could have up to 7 lives in a single day, greatly enhancing his survival ability. Not to mention, Li Chen had more than just one Nirvana rebirth. He also possessed another attack type skill, Wrath of Thunder. The second passive skill was equally terrifying. Spell copy had a 10% chance to copy the spell when using a spell attack. Given Li Chen's exaggerated attributes, even a small lightning bolt could deal horrifying damage. Moreover, the copied spell could also trigger critical damage and various buffs from the spell. This was incredibly overpowered. With Li Chen's high luck and critical hit rate, as long as spell copy was triggered, he could deal double critical damage to his enemies. For low-level spells like lightning bolt, triggering spell copy was already terrifying. Not to mention Li Chen had the even more powerful Wrath of Thunder. Once Wrath of Thunder triggered spell copy, the scene was something Li Chen could hardly contain his excitement just by imagining it. Suddenly, Li Chen's expression fell. He remembered that he had already bound the Book of All Things. Although the Book of All Things did not have the powerful equipment passive of the ancient secret technique staff, the additional attributes and that unique passive, ever-changing, were something Li Chen was reluctant to part with. There was a particularly annoying rule in the god-making game. Once a player bound a piece of equipment, they could not switch to another piece of equipment for a full day. Therefore, Li Chen could consider the ancient secret technique staff as a backup, but once he switched, he would be unable to equip the Book of All Things for an entire day. While the ancient secret technique staff was powerful, Li Chen preferred the versatile Book of All Things. He took out the Book of All Things, his face contorted in discomfort. Just then, the Book of All Things suddenly trembled, emanating a faint divine glow. Under Li Chen's astonished gaze, the Book of All Things slowly floated into the air, and the previously unopened book began to turn to its first page. The first page was blank, with nothing on it. Just as Li Chen was puzzled, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected god-level weapon, hidden active skill, embrace all things, awakened, would you like to use it? Listening to the system prompt in his mind, a look of confusion appeared on Li Chen's face. The last time he checked the attributes of the Book of All Things, he hadn't seen any active skills. With his curiosity piqued, Li Chen opened the attribute chart of the Book of All Things. Book of All Things rank, divine level. Unique passive, ever-changing. The Book of All Things can transform into any weapon. Unique active, embrace all, can devour and absorb divine level weapons, inheriting all their attributes and equipment effects. Description: this is the exclusive weapon of the divine level All Things Master, and the most suitable divine equipment for a divine level All Things Master. Looking at the newly added active skill of the Book of All Things, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Just a moment ago, he was still torn between which of the two pieces of equipment to choose, and unexpectedly, the Book of All Things had so many hidden active skills. Without hesitation, Li Chen decisively chose to activate the active skill of the Book of All Things. In the next moment, a golden beam of light erupted from the blank first page of the Book of All Things, landing on the ancient secret art staff, pulling the staff upward slowly, until the entire ancient secret art staff was absorbed into the Book of All Things. At the same time, on the blank first page of the Book of All Things, a vivid image appeared, clearly depicting the ancient secret art staff. Then, the strange phenomena surrounding the Book of All Things suddenly disappeared and fell weakly. Li Chen caught the Book of All Things and checked its attribute chart again. Book of All Things Rank, Divine Equipment Requirements, Divine Level All Things Master Base Attributes, All Attributes plus 10,000, Intelligence plus 10,000, Spirit plus 10,000. Unique Passive, Ever-Changing, the Book of All Things can transform into any weapon. Unique Active, Embrace All, can devour and absorb divine level weapons, inheriting all their attributes and equipment effects. Embraced Object 1, Ancient Secret Art Staff Description. This is the exclusive weapon of the Divine Level All Things Master and the most suitable divine equipment for a Divine Level All Things Master. Li Chen discovered that the base attributes of the Book of All Things had undergone a tremendous change. Initially, the base attributes of the Book of All Things were only all attributes plus 10,000, but now it had additionally gained plus 10,000 in both intelligence and spirit. Clearly, this change in base attributes was due to the absorption of the Ancient Secret Art Staff. At the same time, an embraced object also appeared on the attribute chart of the Book of All Things. With a thought, Li Chen transformed the Book of All Things into the form of a staff. However, this staff was different from the previous one. The one now in Li Chen's hand was exactly like the Ancient Secret Art Staff. Li Chen grinned and casually waved the staff. In the air, invisible fire elements gathered, ultimately transforming into a massive fireball, shooting out. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind, ding. Dong, you have triggered the equipment passive spell copy, your fireball has been copied. Just as this prompt finished, another fireball erupted from the tip of Li Chen's staff, chasing after the first fireball. Li Chen checked his mana value and found that the second fireball did not consume any of his mana. Li Chen looked at the staff in his hand, and the attribute chart appeared in his mind. To Li Chen's surprise, usually, even if the Book of All Things transformed into the form of a staff, the attribute chart would still show the attributes of the Book of All Things. But this time, a significant change occurred. Ancient Secret Art Staff Status. Embrace All Rank. Divine Equipment Requirements. Base Attributes, all attributes plus 10,000. Intelligence plus 10,000, Spirit plus 10,000. Additional Attribute 1, Skill cooldown minus 50%. Additional Attribute 2, Penetration plus 50%. Additional Attribute 3, Critical damage plus 50%. Additional Attribute 4, Attack speed plus 50%. Unique Passive, Ever-Changing, the Book of All Things can transform into any weapon. Unique Active, Embrace All, can devour and absorb divine level weapons, inheriting all their attributes and equipment effects. Unique Passive, Skill Refresh. When attacking with a staff, there is a 25% chance to trigger the passive skill, Skill Refresh, randomly resetting the cooldown of one skill. The skill that has its cooldown reset can only be reset 3 times in a day. Unique Passive, Spell Copy. When attacking with a spell, there is a 10% chance to trigger the passive skill, Spell Copy, allowing the spell to be copied and deal secondary damage to the target. The copied spell can also trigger critical damage and various buffs brought by the spell. After transforming into the shape of the Ancient Mystic Staff, the attribute chart of the Book of All Things underwent a tremendous change. It not only retained all the attributes and equipment skills of the Book of All Things but also included all the attributes and equipment skills of the Ancient Mystic Staff. Then, with a thought, Li Chen's staff was enveloped in white light and transformed into a Tang Dao. After that, Li Chen checked the attribute chart again. He found that after becoming a Tang Dao, the attribute chart reverted back to that of the Book of All Things. It seems that only by transforming into the shape of the Ancient Mystic Staff will the attribute chart change. Is it because I only devoured the Ancient Mystic Staff? It seems necessary to acquire more divine level equipment in the future. Li Chen put away the Book of All Things, stroking his chin while pondering. Boom! Boom! At that moment, 2 explosive fireballs fell one after the other onto the core building of this Tauren territory. The power generated by the 2 explosive fireballs was astonishing. The seemingly sturdy building quickly crumbled in the face of these 2 explosions. Countless fragments, carrying flames, scattered everywhere. Centered around that core building, the surroundings turned into a sea of fire. The flames blazed fiercely, and the scorching heat wave rushed towards him. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Li Chen's mind. Notice, you have destroyed a Tauren territory. Simultaneously, a progress bar appeared before Li Chen's eyes. It was the progress bar for conquering the Tauren small world, and at that moment it clearly showed 0.1%. In fact, there aren't many Tauren territories, totaling no more than 50. Logically, completely destroying a Tauren territory would not advance the progress bar by even 1,000. However, the key figure of the territory, the Tauren Lord, happened to be absent from the territory, which caused the progress bar to only advance by 1,000. Li Chen looked at the Tauren territory engulfed in flames, expressionless as he turned to leave. Under the reflection of the firelight, Li Chen's figure gradually receded, slowly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, less than 20 miles away from this territory, there was another Tauren territory. At this moment, within the core building of this Tauren territory, 2 Tauren lords, much taller than ordinary Taurens, were embracing each other, one male and one female, engaged in some primitive exercise. As intelligent beings, Tauren lords naturally could not be like mindless wild monsters foolishly squatting in their territory, guarding their little patch of land. Just then, the male Tauran lord, who was intensely exercising his waist strength, suddenly stopped his primitive movements. His eyes, once filled with desire, instantly transformed into a manifestation of raging anger. Suddenly, the noise ceased, and the female Tauran lord, who had been enjoying herself, opened her eyes in confusion, looking at the male Tauran lord, her rugged face showing signs of doubt and dissatisfaction. "What's wrong?" The voice that came from the female Tauran lord was very rough and hoarse. Upon hearing this, the male Tauran lord quickly stood up, donned his heavy armor, and then coldly said, "My territory has been destroyed." "Damn it, which bastard had the guts to tear down my territory?" Upon hearing this, the female Tauran lord's expression also changed, and she quickly stood up, her face becoming serious. "Are you going back?" The female Minotaur lord spoke up. Upon hearing this, the male Minotaur lord nodded, and just then, a frantic shout came from outside. "My lord, are you there? Something terrible has happened." The male Minotaur lord raised an eyebrow. Wasn't that the voice of an elite Minotaur from his territory? Thinking of this, he quickly walked out of the room, and sure enough, a familiar figure knelt on the ground came into view. "Get up! What on earth happened? Who has destroyed my territory?" The male Minotaur lord approached the elite Minotaur, his expression stern. Hearing this, the elite Minotaur finally lifted his head, crawled to the feet of the male Minotaur lord, and clung to his thigh, wailing, "My lord, it was a human. Just now, a human suddenly broke into our territory. And that human was terrifying. Our entire tribe's warriors were no match for him, all defeated in an instant. Only I managed to escape by a stroke of luck to deliver this news to you. My lord, our kin died so tragically, you should have seen it. The territory is filled with the dismembered bodies of our kin. How brutal. My lord, you must avenge our kin." Listening to the elite Minotaur's cries, the male Minotaur lord felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. He didn't even stop to think about how, in their small world, humans had long since become a thing of the past, and how this human had appeared. At this moment, his reason was consumed by rage. He only wanted to find that human and tear him apart to quell the anger in his heart. Just then, another elite Minotaur rushed over. Looking at his lord, the female Minotaur lord quickly said, "My lord, something is wrong. A human has suddenly appeared outside our territory. He is too strong, like a human-shaped mage tower, continuously launching fireballs. Our warriors have suffered heavy casualties. My lord, please take action to suppress the invader." Upon hearing this, before the female Minotaur lord could respond, the elite Minotaur clinging to her thigh suddenly shouted, "It's him, it's that human. He's coming." Seeing the panic-stricken expression on his subordinate's face, the male Minotaur lord's anger flared. His home had just been stolen, and his subordinates were nearly all dead, leaving him as a lone commander. At this moment, this one surviving, useless subordinate, crying and snotting all over, made him lose face in front of the Hark Minotaur. How could he not be angry? "Get out of the way!" With a roar, the male Minotaur lord kicked the subordinate clinging to his thigh away, then took out the massive battle axe he had left in the room, his face filled with murderous intent, and headed towards the territory's gate. Seeing her companion leave, the female Minotaur lord also grabbed her weapon and quickly followed. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the territory, where they saw a human in the distance, coldly waving a staff in his hand. Then, a huge fireball flew out, and the next moment, another fireball shot from the staff, ultimately landing among the Minotaur troops in front of them. Boom! Boom! Two explosions rang out, and under the furious gaze of the two Minotaur lords, Li Chen once again claimed the lives of 20 to 30 Minotaurs. "Damn human, you will die!" The male Minotaur's face blazed with anger as he raised his battle axe and charged towards Li Chen. Li Chen also noticed the male Minotaur lord rapidly approaching him. However, Li Chen's expression showed no change, remaining as indifferent as ever. At the same time, Li Chen cast a detection spell towards the male Minotaur lord, and an attribute chart appeared in his eyes. Minotaur lord, boss, level, 100 rank, gold health, 2000000/2000000 strength /intelligence, 350/100/100 physical defense /magic defense, 10000/10000 skills, battle roar, storm /frenzy. Description: the lord of the Minotaur clan, possessing formidable strength and a powerful physique. Is it only 2 million health? Li Chen scoffed. Then, he threw a fireball at the Minotaur lord. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive, spell copy, your fireball has been copied. Not only that, but immediately after, another system notification echoed in Li Chen's mind. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive, skill refresh, your frenzied thunder, skill cooldown has been reset. Hearing this second system notification, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Then came a wave of excitement. Although Li Chen had reset his skills several times before, it had mostly been the fireball he was currently using. Occasionally, he switched to other skills, but they were just low-level skills like lightning, gale scythe, and earth spike. This was the first time Li Chen had reset frenzied thunder. Boom! Boom! At that moment, two fireballs had already struck the male Minotaur lord. -8 990 000. Critical damage, just one fireball easily wiped out the Minotaur lord's health. Then, the two fireballs exploded among the minotaurs, instantly killing all within the blast radius. Ding dong, you have killed the Minotaur Lord, boss, gaining 15,000 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed the Minotaur Elite, gaining 800 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed. System notifications continued to ring in his mind. Li Chen looked at the remaining dozens of minotaurs and suddenly grinned. Just right, with Frenzied Thunder reset, I'll use you to test it out. To die under a god-level skill is a privilege for you. After saying that, Li Chen waved his staff and with a thought he activated Frenzied Thunder. A massive amount of invisible lightning elements quickly gathered around Li Chen. Thunder rumbled. Suddenly, bolts of lightning tore through the clouds above like giant lightning dragons roaming the sky. Following that, amidst the shock and terror of the minotaurs, the first bolt of lightning crashed down. It was as if Pandora's box had been opened, with endless lightning following closely behind, continuously descending. Centered on Li Chen, a radius of 10,000 yards turned into a lightning purgatory. 66,000,000. Critical damage, 66,000,000. Critical damage, 22,000. Amidst the endless lightning, Li Chen's figure appeared as a towering deity, so majestic and powerful. At the same time, a system notification rang in Li Chen's mind. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive, skill refresh, your Frenzied Thunder skill cooldown has been reset. Hearing this notification, Li Chen couldn't help but grin. Just as he had guessed, the skill refresh had the highest probability of refreshing the skill he had just released. However, Li Chen felt a bit regretful that this time, skill copy did not trigger. Otherwise, he was quite curious to see what would happen if the powerful area skill Frenzied Thunder was copied. Frenzied Thunder did not last long. After the last bolt of lightning fell, there was not a single living minotaur within a radius of 10,000 yards centered on Li Chen. At the same time, numerous system notifications rang in his mind. Ding dong, you have killed the Minotaur Lord, boss, gaining 13,000 experience points. Notice, you have destroyed a Minotaur territory. At the same time, a progress bar appeared before Li Chen's eyes. Li Chen took a glance and found that the progress bar had risen from the initial 0.1% to 3%. By chance, that lucky Minotaur Lord must have run here. Now, having wiped out 2 Minotaur Lords in one go and destroyed 2 Minotaur territories, the progress bar has directly reached 3%. Li Chen looked at the Minotaur territory that had been reduced to ruins by the wrath of Thunder and quickly stepped forward, beginning his enjoyable looting and searching of corpses. One by one, the minotaurs were collected into his ring space, and one by one, the light orbs were picked up, transforming into game coins and various pieces of equipment. Ding dong, you have obtained Explosive Fireball Skill Book *1. After Li Chen picked up a light orb from a minotaur priest, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Holding the red skill book in his palm, Li Chen curled his lip. He had no desire to even check it and directly tossed it into the ring space. He had already acquired the explosive fireball. Obtaining the skill book again was of no use. Learning the skill book wouldn't allow him to fuse two skills like activating the Supreme Sacrifice talent to become even more powerful. Soon, almost all the corpses in the Minotaur territory were cleared by Li Chen, leaving only the bodies of the male and female Minotaur lords. As for the light orbs dropped by the 2 Minotaur lords, they were either gold coins or worthless equipment, which Li Chen completely disregarded. Li Chen's gaze first fell on the female Minotaur, and without a second thought he decisively chose to sacrifice her. Mainly, the rugged appearance of the female Minotaur Lord was simply not to Li Chen's taste. She was shockingly ugly. Therefore, to avoid affecting his mood and stomach, Li Chen chose to sacrifice the female Minotaur Lord at the first opportunity. You have sacrificed a golden tier corpse, and you randomly gain 10,000 free attribute points. Ding dong, your free attribute point storage has reached its limit. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a golden level boss and you have received the following special rewards. 1. You have gained the skill, Frenzy, *1, golden level. 2. You have gained the item, Lord Core Fragment, *1 inch. Looking at the first special reward obtained from the sacrifice, Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Frenzy was the first skill he had acquired. It was obtained from sacrificing the world boss, the Wild Boar King, in the novice village. Although the skill's enhancement was a percentage, the halved movement speed was incredibly uncomfortable for Li Chen. The feeling of his body becoming heavy was too unpleasant. So after acquiring the Frenzy skill, he had no desire to use it at all. Unexpectedly, today he had obtained another Frenzy skill. Moreover, it was not the previous unranked version but had jumped 3 tiers to become a golden level Frenzy skill. Notice, you have obtained the Frenzy skill. Do you choose to fuse this skill? Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Li Chen chose to fuse without hesitation. Notice, fusion complete, please check. Frenzy, tier, golden level. Learning requirements, Constitution 200 points skill effect. At the cost of losing 200 health points per second, your attack power increases by 70%, defense increases by 70%, and movement speed decreases by 30%. Description, the beast sleeping within your body is gradually awakening. Completely insane. Ignoring the overly dramatic description, Li Chen nodded secretly. Compared to the unranked frenzy, the golden level frenzy had a significantly enhanced effect. However, the movement speed was still weakened, though it had decreased from the initial 50% to 30%. After a long absence, Li Chen activated Frenzy and couldn't help but check his status panel. Player, Starry Sky and Mist level, 150 rank, Dark Gold health, 2,190,000. /2, 200,000 mana, 2,400,000 constitution, 110,000 spirit, 120,000 agility, 120,000 strength, 180,000 intelligence, 190,000 physical defense, 210,000 magical defense, 210,000. Buffs, Cosmic Protection Berserk in the last buff slot. In addition to a permanent Cosmic Protection, there was also a Berserk buff. Once the Berserk skill was activated, Li Chen felt his blood suddenly boiling, a wave of heat flooding his entire body. At the same time, his strength and defense received a tremendous boost. However, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, the heaviness making him quite uncomfortable. Additionally, due to the onset of Berserk, Li Chen was continuously losing health every moment. Yet, with a constitution of over 110,000, that terrifying amount of health regeneration would instantly restore Li Chen's health to full. Li Chen turned off the Berserk skill, and the heat within him quickly faded, while his legs also felt lighter. Then, Li Chen focused on his palm, where there was a crystal fragment. Lord Core. Fragment rank? Effect, collect 10 fragments to synthesize a complete Lord Core. Handing the Lord Core to a powerful blacksmith can create a Lord Altar. Looking at the crystal fragment in his hand, Li Chen was overjoyed. In the God creation game, the prerequisite for establishing a guild is to have a territory of your own in the main world, regardless of size. Those top guilds immediately bought a piece of land as soon as they were teleported to the main city, using it as their guild's base. However, as a reborn player, Li Chen knew that when the game world and the real world merged, the world rules would be disrupted. Some powerful NPCs in the main cities would lose all constraints, and many of them would immediately attack players' guild bases, leading to the destruction of countless guilds. Even those top guilds would suffer heavy losses against those powerful NPCs. Although Li Chen was not afraid of the NPCs in Wuxiang City, after all, by the time the game world and the real world merged, his strength would likely have reached its peak, perhaps just a step away from igniting the divine fire. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Li Chen was also wary of what powerful items or backup those NPCs might possess. Once the game world and the real world merged, players would lose their immortality, and Li Chen was no exception. Therefore, to avoid any accidents, Li Chen had delayed creating a guild. But now, looking at the Lord Core fragment in his hand, he saw an opportunity to establish a guild. Creating a guild requires having a piece of land in the main world, but there is no stipulation that this land must be within the main city. Once the Lord Core is crafted into a Lord Altar, it can be placed in a certain wild map. In that case, depending on the level of the Lord Altar, a certain range of wild maps would be designated as the player's territory. Moreover, the Lord Altar not only has the ability to delineate territory, within the range it radiates, all allies can receive buffs from the altar. The stronger the altar, the stronger the buffs. Additionally, the altar can gain more and stronger buffs by sacrificing certain special items. Li Chen fondled the Lord Core fragment in his hand, unable to part with it. He had originally thought that to obtain the Lord Core, he would need to grind through a dungeon. Unexpectedly, this time, accompanying Yi Jian Lei on a task, he received this unexpected surprise. It takes 10 Lord Core fragments to synthesize a complete Lord Core, and I only have one now, still missing a full 9. Thinking of this, Li Chen's gaze suddenly turned to the male Minotaur Lord lying dead on the ground not far away. He quickly walked over, stood before the corpse of the male Minotaur Lord, and, without a second thought, made the sacrifice. You have sacrificed a golden tier corpse. You randomly gain 10,000 free attribute points. Ding dong, your free attribute point storage has reached its limit. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a golden level boss. You have received the following special rewards. 1. Acquired skill, Berserk, *1. Golden level. 2. Acquired item, Lord Core Fragment, *1. It was unclear whether it was due to the recent fusion of the two Minotaur Lords, but the free attribute points and special rewards Li Chen received from sacrificing these two Minotaur Lords were exactly the same. Another golden level Berserk. I wonder if it will upgrade to Dark Gold level. After fusion? Li Chen stroked his chin, pondering silently. At that moment, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Notice, you have acquired the Berserk skill. Do you choose to fuse this skill? Without hesitation, Li Chen chose to fuse. Notice, fusion complete, please check. Berserk tier, Dark Gold level learning requirement. Constitution 1000 points skill effect. At the cost of losing 1000 health points per second, your attack power increases by 80%, defense increases by 80%, and movement speed decreases by 20%. Description: the beast sleeping within your body is gradually awakening. Completely insane. Compared to the golden level Berserk, the Dark Gold level Berserk has clearly enhanced its amplification further. Li Chen nodded. The Dark Gold level Berserk was gradually meeting his requirements. Then, Li Chen's attention was once again drawn to a newly appeared Lord Core fragment in his hand. Not bad. If I sacrifice 8 more Minotaur lords, I might just gather the remaining Lord Core fragments. Once I return to Wanshang City, I can exchange for a Lord Altar scroll with world reputation and find a master craftsman to create a Lord Altar. Li Chen thought happily. About 20 miles from Li Chen's current location, a Minotaur territory stood majestically. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Boom! Within the territory, countless Minotaurs raised their heads, looking up at the sky in shock. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and sunny, but suddenly the weather changed, and countless thunderbolts tore through the clouds, roaming above the sky, emitting terrifying roars. Faced with this terrifying heavenly might, many Minotaur warriors couldn't help but show panic on their faces. Even the battle-hardened elite Minotaurs instinctively swallowed hard. In the core position of the territory, a burly Minotaur lord, whose face was incredibly aged, looked up at the sky with a serious expression. Suddenly, countless thunderbolts fell, enveloping a large area in front of the territory. What is happening? Has someone offended the majesty of the Minotaur god? Is this the legendary divine punishment? The Minotaur lord was filled with deep fear, and for some reason he had an ominous premonition. At that moment, a hunched, elderly female Minotaur slowly walked up beside the Minotaur lord. "Old priest, why are you here?" The Minotaur lord looked at the female Minotaur in surprise. She was over 200 years old, half of her body already lying in the coffin, and had long since retired from her priestly position, waiting for death in seclusion. The Minotaur lord had thought he would never see this familiar figure again in his lifetime, yet today he unexpectedly saw her once more. The old priest raised his head, looking up at the Minotaur lord with a hint of sorrow in his tone. "My lord, I did not wish to come out, but not long ago, I suddenly felt something. I performed the last prophecy of the bull's life." Upon hearing this, a questioning expression appeared on the Minotaur's face. Like humans, Minotaurs do not have a clear racial attribute, so Minotaur priests learn a wide variety of spells. For example, this particular Minotaur priest specializes in fate-type spells. It is also due to her numerous prophecies that this Minotaur territory is far stronger than other Minotaur territories, with many more Minotaurs living within it. This priest is always able to predict the approximate time of beast attacks, allowing the territory to prepare in advance and significantly reduce Minotaur casualties. Because of this, the Minotaur lord places great importance on this priest. Seeing the lord's inquiring gaze, the Minotaur priest forced a bitter smile. "My lord, the recent prophecy told me that a mysterious and terrifying presence has descended upon our world. The thunder we just heard was not the divine punishment of the bull god, but the handiwork of that terrifying presence. My prophecy also told me that he has already destroyed one Minotaur territory, and that thunder was meant to annihilate a second Minotaur territory. His next target is our territory, my lord. Please give the order for all our kin to act urgently and flee the territory." Upon hearing this, the Minotaur lord displayed a look of doubt, gazing at the aged Minotaur priest, and said, "Old priest, could it be that your prophecy has gone awry?" The Minotaur priest shook her head with a bitter smile. The lord's reaction was within her expectations. She slowly turned her head, her gaze deep as she looked in the direction of Li Chen. "My lord, what I say is not a single word of falsehood. If you do not believe me, then I have no horror." Words abruptly halted, and the Minotaur priest's gaze suddenly dimmed, her breath vanishing in an instant. Old priest, what happened to you?" The Minotaur priest's words were cut off, and the Minotaur lord was momentarily stunned, quickly looking over. He then realized with shock that the Minotaur priest had completely fallen silent. His eyes widened involuntarily. "Using prophecy indeed consumes lifespan, but generally, the consumption is not much. Losing a day or two is quite common, while losing a month is already considered long. The longer the consumed time, the clearer and more accurate the prophecy of the future becomes." The Minotaur lord clearly remembered that this Minotaur priest still had a full 10 years of life left. 10 years of life exchanged for the last prophecy with such high accuracy. Thinking of this, the Minotaur lord's aged face could not help but change dramatically. He even neglected to care for the Minotaur priest's body and hurriedly approached a large bell, striking it forcefully. Dong dong, dong. The sound of the bell was heavy and quickly resonated. Soon, a large number of Minotaurs rushed from all directions to the massive square within the territory. Even those Minotaur warriors on patrol were no exception. The Minotaur lord quickly walked to the high platform deep in the square, looking at the densely packed Minotaurs below, numbering in the thousands, his expression extremely grave. As he scanned the crowd, he noticed the serious expressions of the Minotaurs as they looked at the lord's solemn face. After a moment, the Minotaur lord suddenly spoke. "The reason for gathering everyone today is to tell you 2 pieces of bad news. The first piece of bad news is that our old priest has permanently left this world. She used her last moments of life to predict the future of our territory." Upon hearing this, some of the older Minotaurs in the square below revealed expressions of sorrow on their faces. They knew that the strength of their territory and the large number of their kin were all thanks to the esteemed old priest. Among the crowd, a female Minotaur dressed in a priestly robe could not help but sob softly. That old priest was not only her teacher but also her biological mother. For a moment, a thick atmosphere of sadness enveloped the square. At that moment, the Minotaur Lord raised two fingers, his expression growing more serious. The second piece of bad news is that the old priest has used a full 10 years of her life to prophesy the future of our territory. Upon hearing this, many Minotaurs below displayed expressions of curiosity, worry, and more. They were curious about what the future of their territory would hold, and worried because the Lord had said this was bad news. The old priest prophesied that a powerful enemy is approaching here. He has already destroyed 2 Minotaur territories, and we are his third target. The old priest said that if we do not flee, our territory will meet the same fate as the previous 2. Upon hearing this, the Minotaurs below exchanged glances. Some were shocked, some disbelieving, and others were anxious and uneasy. At that moment, the newly appointed Minotaur priest suddenly stepped forward and declared loudly, "Lord, we are not afraid of death. We will defend our home and fight the enemy to the death." Hearing the new priest's words, many Minotaurs' eyes lit up and their spirits soared as they shouted in unison, "Yes, we are not afraid of death. Whoever dares to step into our territory, we will kill them." The fervent atmosphere instantly enveloped and spread throughout the entire square. The hesitation on countless Minotaurs' faces gradually turned into determination under this fervent atmosphere, and they joined in the roar. Even the Minotaur Lord on the high platform could not help but be infected by this momentum. However, his willpower was incredibly strong and he quickly suppressed the impulse within. On the high platform, he suddenly shouted, "Nonsense! Do you know how accurate the old priest's prophecy is? A prophecy that consumed a full 10 years of her life foretold that our territory would inevitably be destroyed. If we stay, we will only die in vain. Now, the only path left for us is to retreat. Leave our territory and join with other territories, gathering many Minotaur territories to sound the horn of counterattack. I now declare that we completely abandon this territory. Everyone follow me and retreat." After saying this, the Minotaur Lord leaped down to the square, leaving 2 enormous footprints on the hard stone plaza. "Everyone follow my orders and come with me." After saying this, the Minotaur Lord led thousands of Minotaurs out of their territory, marching grandly towards the nearest Minotaur territory. Soon, this Minotaur territory was left with only empty buildings and a figure hidden within the core structure, gazing up at the sky. About 10 minutes after these Minotaurs left, Li Chen's figure stepped into this territory. Looking at the empty territory ahead, Li Chen revealed a look of surprise on his face. "Strange, what's going on with this territory? Why are there no patrols? It looks so desolate. Could it be a dead city?" With this doubt, Li Chen walked into the Minotaur territory. Once inside, Li Chen's face showed a helpless expression. He had indeed predicted correctly. This Minotaur territory was indeed a dead city. Arriving in front of the core building of the territory, Li Chen casually glanced at it, then snapped his fingers. A massive fireball shot from his fingertip and landed on the core building. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded, and the core building was instantly shattered into pieces, engulfed by a sea of flames. Also consumed in the flames was the figure of the Minotaur priest. However, Li Chen did not know that within that core building there was still the corpse of a Minotaur priest. Even if he knew, Li Chen would be too lazy to collect it. After all, it wasn't a boss's corpse. Hint, you have destroyed a Minotaur territory. At the same time, a progress bar appeared before Li Chen's eyes. He glanced at it and found that this progress bar had increased by 0.1%. Clearly, without killing the boss of the territory, there wouldn't be much progress on this bar. After all, a territory can be recreated after its destruction. Only by killing the Minotaur Lord can one achieve a permanent solution. Glancing at the Minotaur territory engulfed in flames, Li Chen curled his lips and quickly left. In the following hours, Li Chen reached a total of 10 Minotaur territories. What surprised him was that among these 10 territories, only 3 contained Minotaurs. The remaining 7 territories were completely empty, with nothing at all. After easily annihilating all the Minotaurs in the 3 territories and destroying the 10 Minotaur territories, Li Chen continued deeper into the Minotaur's small world. According to his memory, in this direction lay the core of the Minotaur's small world, the Minotaur Royal City. Compared to the seemingly primitive Minotaur territories, the Minotaur Royal City was much more powerful, and the number of Minotaurs was even greater. At this moment, the aged Minotaur Lord was leading tens of thousands of Minotaurs, marching grandly towards the Minotaur Royal City. Beside him were more than 20 Minotaur Lords. Along the way, this Minotaur Lord had visited over 30 other Minotaur Lords, but very few were willing to believe him and follow him, abandoning their own territories to lead all their tribes to the Minotaur Royal City. Fine, I hope you haven't deceived me, otherwise, I will make you understand the consequences of deceiving me. At that moment, a Minotaur Lord, towering a head taller than the others, looked at the aged Minotaur Lord and said, coldly. Hearing this, the elderly Minotaur Lord named Fine casually glanced at the burly Minotaur Lord, his expression calm, and spoke in a detached tone, "Don't worry, I won't deceive you. This is the future predicted by the old priest of my territory, who spent a full 10 years of his life to foresee it. He added, "Besides, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" Upon hearing this, the burly Minotaur Lord nodded. He was the first Lord Fine approached, not because he was the strongest among the Minotaur Lords, but because his territory was not far from Fine's, and it was only about 30 miles from the second Minotaur territory that Li Chen had destroyed. He had witnessed the terrifying scene of thunder descending from the distant sky. Therefore, when Fine approached him, he immediately made the choice to submit to his inner fear, following Fine as they visited one Minotaur territory after another, heading towards the Minotaur royal city. It was also because of his participation that so many Minotaur lords chose to abandon their territories and head to the Minotaur royal city. It is easy to imagine how high the prestige of this burly Minotaur lord was among the other Minotaur lords. Thus, even if he had become a lost cow, he still had to maintain his dignity among the herd, which led to the earlier conversation. It is said that Minotaurs are dull-witted and slow in thought, but clearly, Fine was not among them. Fine had already seen through the thoughts of the burly Minotaur lord, Morin. Therefore, Fine deliberately slowed his pace slightly, quietly allowing Morin to take the lead. Soon, the group of Minotaurs arrived at a plain, looking out into the distance. A massive city loomed on the horizon, appearing like some ancient, ferocious beast, instilling a sense of dread. "We're almost there, let's hurry and enter the royal city to seek refuge," Feiyan said, gazing at the faintly visible colossal outline, a heavy weight lifting from his heart. Thunder rumbled. Suddenly, behind the Minotaur army, the sky was torn apart by endless lightning, countless bolts resembling serpentine dragons swirling above, roaring. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the shock, fear, and awe of everyone, the thunder descended. "That direction is Lorania, that arrogant fellow is doomed," Moron said, unable to swallow as he watched the scene that seemed like divine punishment. At that moment, Feiyan's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "All bulls, run! We need to get to the royal city as quickly as possible. Only the Supreme King can confront such a powerful enemy." Hearing this, Feiyan suddenly looked at one of the tall female Minotaur lords. "Celis, thank you for your hard work. Please bestow the blessing of the wind upon all of us bulls. Is that all right?" Upon hearing this, Celis, the female Minotaur lord, nodded heavily, initially skeptical of Feiyan's words, but now, seeing the terrifying scene of divine punishment behind them, she completely believed that Feiyan was not lying. An unknown horror had indeed descended upon their world, slaughtering the powerful Minotaur clan. "Damn otherworlders, don't let me find out who you are, otherwise, I will definitely chop you into meat paste with my great axe." At that moment, Morin feigned an incredibly furious expression, speaking while stealing glances at Celis. Clearly, no matter where they were or what intelligent beings they were, they all liked to show off in front of attractive members of the opposite sex. However, how could Celis, who held the position of Minotaur Lord, be so easily fooled? She couldn't even be bothered to glance at Morin, simply retrieving a jade pendant from her massive chest. Watching this scene, Morin's eyes widened in disbelief, swallowing hard. "Omnipresent wind spirits, please heed my call and grant us your most sincere blessings." Celis uttered a cryptic incantation, an ancient sacrificial spell. In the next moment, the pendant in Celis's hand emitted a greenish glow, transforming into the source of wind elements, countless wind elements manifesting in the void, gathering towards the pendant in shimmering green light. After absorbing a vast amount of wind elements, the pendant radiated wave after wave of greenish halos, spreading outwards and enveloping every Minotaur. At that moment, all the Minotaurs were surrounded by a faint greenish halo, feeling as light as a feather. Sensing the change in their bodies, Feiyan decisively shouted, "Everyone, charge with me." As his roar echoed, Feiyan was the first to dash forward, though his speed was not fast, as he had hundreds or thousands of kin behind him. Step, 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 step. With Feiyan leading the way, tens of thousands of Minotaurs began to run wildly towards the royal Minotaur city ahead. Just then, a pair of green wings suddenly sprouted from Celis's back, and as she flapped her wings, her figure slowly ascended into the sky, flying above the Minotaur crowd to ensure that her blessing would not miss a single Minotaur. Soon, the throng of Minotaurs surged forward, reaching about 10 miles from the royal Minotaur city. Suddenly, Feiyan shouted, "Stop!" Hearing this, the many Minotaurs gradually halted their frantic pace, staring at Feiyan with eyes as wide as saucers, puzzled and confused. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot up into the sky above the royal city ahead, rapidly flying towards this direction. The shadow grew larger, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a gigantic bird with a wingspan of over 30 meters. The bird moved swiftly, covering the 10-mile distance in no time. Suddenly, a figure clad in golden armor leaped down from the bird's back, landing right in front of Fen. Boom! The shadow crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble momentarily, with countless clods of dirt and grass flying up. All the Minotaurs displayed wary expressions, and some even drew their hand axes, ready for battle. At that moment, Fen glanced at the Minotaurs behind him, raised his right hand, and called out loudly, "All Minotaurs, put down your weapons, this is our own kin." After saying this, Fen respectfully bowed to the golden-armored Minotaur in front of him and said, "I am Fen, honored to meet General Solon." Even the usually unruly Morin showed a look of reverence upon seeing Solong. I am Morin, honored to meet General Solong. I am Celis, honored to meet General Solong. I am. In an instant, many Minotaur lords stepped forward, respectfully bowing to the golden-armored Minotaur named Solong. Solong's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the crowd. Before asking with a stern expression, "What has happened? You have gathered so many of your kin and marched to the foot of my royal city. Do you intend to rebel? Have you all lost your minds?" As he spoke the last part, Solong's eyes widened, and he shouted. Hearing Solong's roar, nearly all the Minotaurs couldn't help but tremble. Solong's aura was overwhelmingly strong, even surpassing that of their lord. In response, Fen revealed a bitter smile and said, "General Solong, to speak frankly, our territories have been destroyed, and we are now homeless Minotaurs forced to seek refuge in the royal city under the protection of the great king." Solong furrowed his brow slightly, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Those who could become Minotaur lords were prominent figures within the Minotaur's small world. Although they were not as powerful as the general of the royal city, they were not far off. Thus, with just one glance, Solong recognized that among this group, including Fen, there were more than 20 Minotaur lords. If only 2 or 3 Minotaur lords had their territories destroyed and sought refuge, it would be understandable. Historically, such things had happened during beast tide outbreaks. However, for more than 20 Minotaur lords' territories to be destroyed simultaneously was highly unusual. Something must be amiss. Therefore, Solong's expression grew serious, and his keen senses detected a hint of danger. Fen did not hide anything, recounting his conversation with the old priest in full, while also informing Solong about the seemingly divine punishment. "This matter is too significant. I need to report it to our king. You lords, follow me. As for your kin, from now on, they should enter the royal city at a normal pace. Otherwise, if the royal city guards mistake you for an enemy attack and kill you for nothing, don't blame me for not warning you." Upon hearing this, the Minotaur lords nodded repeatedly. "Alright, you go and inform your subordinates, then enter the royal city with me to meet our king." Hearing this, Fen and the other Minotaur lords hurriedly went to arrange their kin. Soon, more than 20 Minotaur lords followed closely behind Solong, swiftly heading towards the royal city. Upon entering the royal city, Solong first briefed his subordinates before leading the Minotaur lords to the core of the royal city, the Minotaur temple. In front of the magnificent temple, 4 Minotaur guards stood at the entrance, their aura already very close to that of the Minotaur lords. "We have seen General Sorang." The 4 Minotaur guards quickly bowed respectfully upon seeing Sorang. Behind me are the lords of various territories. They have important matters to discuss with our king." Upon hearing this, the 4 Minotaur guards glanced at the Minotaur lords behind Sorang, their hearts tightening. Although their aura was already very close to that of the Minotaur lords, the thin line that separated them felt like an insurmountable chasm. With more than 20 beings standing on the other side of the chasm before them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. "Please wait, my lords." After speaking, the 4 Minotaur guards moved to the temple door and slowly pushed open the heavy bronze doors. With a loud crash, the doors swung wide open, revealing the grand and imposing hall. Within, "Follow me. From now on, I do not want to hear any sounds that would be disrespectful to our great king. Do you understand?" Sorang glared sternly at the Minotaur lords behind him, then straightened his towering figure, step by step, his face displaying a look of pilgrimage as he slowly entered the hall. Behind him, the Minotaur lords also wore solemn expressions, mimicking Sorang as they slowly walked into the hall. Once all the Minotaur lords had entered, the doors slowly closed. With a loud crash, the doors shut, plunging the hall into darkness. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, oil lamps lit up along the walls of the hall, extending all the way to its deepest part. Then, the Minotaurs saw that on the throne, which had just been empty, now sat a towering figure clad in blood-red battle armor. Its expression was quite natural, but even so, the regal aura that emanated from it made the Minotaur lord's breathing grow heavy. Looking at the imposing figure on the throne, Sorang knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "I, Sorang, pay my respects to our king." Hearing Sorang's voice, the Minotaur lords finally reacted, quickly following Sorang's lead, kneeling on one knee and shouting, "We pay our respects to our king." Listening to the shouts from below, the Minotaur king slowly opened his eyes, and within those eyes, which sparkled like yellow gemstones, a majestic light burst forth. "What is it that you seek?" Upon hearing this, Sorang raised his head and relayed the words that Phaon had told him, word for word, without missing a single detail. Upon hearing this, the Minotaur king narrowed his eyes, and a surge of killing intent suddenly erupted in his gaze. "Visitors from another world, huh? Hee, in that case, let him remain in our world forever." After speaking, he slowly stood up, and in that moment, the king's majesty radiated overwhelmingly. Li Chen held the ever-changing ancient secret technique staff of the Book of All Things, and with a wave of the staff, boundless lightning elements gathered. In the sky, thunder appeared, tearing through the heavens with a terrifying roar. In front, countless Minotaurs displayed expressions of terror, including Lorena, who had just moments ago been arrogant and boastful, claiming she would tear Li Chen apart to prove to the other lords that she was the strongest. At this moment, her relatively delicate face compared to the other Minotaurs could not help but show a look of fear. She could feel that under this heavenly might, even someone as powerful as her would undoubtedly perish. The next moment, her face filled with dread, she dropped to her knees, repeatedly bowing to Li Chen. "Please spare me, my lord. I am willing to serve you as a beast for the rest of my life." However, in the face of Lorena's pleas for mercy, Li Chen's expression remained cold and indifferent. After all, he had no regard for the Minotaur race, not to mention, the Minotaur in front of him only possessed the weakest golden level strength, which made it even less worthy of Li Chen's attention. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, centered around Li Chen, a radius of 10,000 yards transformed into an endless thunderous purgatory. Countless Minotaurs were instantly killed in terror by the thunder. Among them was also Lorena, the Lord. Facing Li Chen's wrath of thunder, it had no resistance, just like the ordinary Minotaurs. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive skill refresh. Your wrath of thunder skill cooldown has been reset. Ding dong, you have killed Minotaur Lord, boss, gaining 15,000 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed Minotaur Elite, gaining 800 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed. Ding dong, you have destroyed a Minotaur territory. Adding to the previously destroyed Minotaur territories, this was already the 31st Minotaur territory Li Chen had destroyed. However, out of the 31 Minotaur territories, only 7 had their lords destroyed along with the territories. The remaining 24 were already abandoned by the time Li Chen arrived. The progress bar for conquering the Minotaur's small world has exceeded 12.9%. But to reach 100%, there is still a long way to go. Murmuring to himself, Li Chen approached the corpse of the Minotaur Lord Lorena and activated his sacrificial talent. You have sacrificed a golden level corpse. You randomly gain 10 free attribute points. Ding dong, your free attribute point storage has reached its limit. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Li Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Ever since he sacrificed the wild boar king and gained 10 points of luck, the attribute points he obtained from sacrificing monsters and bosses had always been more, not less. He didn't expect that this time he would only receive a pitiful 10 free attribute points. Li Chen couldn't help but recall the first sacrifice of the Thunder God. A look of regret appeared on his face. The corpse of the Thunder God was an eternal pain in his heart. Li Chen's sacrificial talent was like offering sacrifices, while others offered to gods, immortals, Buddhas, demons, and ghosts. Li Chen offered to the cosmic will. By offering, he could receive rewards from the cosmic will. Clearly, when Li Chen made his first offering, the cosmic will was not in a good mood, only giving him a mere 10,000 free attribute points to send him on his way. If it weren't for Li Chen also obtaining the god-level talent Heart of the Thunder God, he would have probably been cursing the cosmic will by now. Sigh, what the hell was the cosmic will having its period that day? Li Chen secretly grumbled. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a golden level boss. You have received the following special rewards. 1. Gain skill frenzy *1, golden level. 2. Gain item Lord Core Fragment *1 inch 2 system. Prompt sounds interrupted Li Chen's thoughts. This was already the 7th golden level frenzy he had obtained. Notice, you have obtained the frenzy skill. Do you choose to fuse the skill? Fuse. Li Chen silently thought. Notice, fusion complete, please check. Li Chen eagerly began to check, his face full of anticipation. In the next moment, the look of anticipation on Li Chen's face instantly vanished, replaced by disappointment. When he obtained the second frenzy, his frenzy had reached dark gold level. But now, after fusing 7 golden level frenzies, the frenzy skill was still only at dark gold level. However, Li Chen thought to himself that the gap between dark gold level and legendary level was indeed like a chasm. To go from dark gold level to legendary level, he would probably need to fuse quite a few more frenzy skills. Besides frenzy, Li Chen also had a crystal fragment in his hand. This was also the 7th Lord Core fragment that Li Chen had obtained. With 3 more, he could synthesize a complete Lord Core. After tidying up the ruined Tauren territory, Li Chen once again harvested a large amount of game currency, as well as quite a few pieces of golden grade junk equipment. Of course, if other players saw Li Chen picking up golden grade equipment, their faces would be filled with disdain, and they would probably go into a rage. At this point in time, the vast majority of players were still only at the bronze level, and there were even many unranked players. Even the most ordinary golden grade equipment would be enough to make them drool. After casually tossing a Tauren hand axe into his ring space, Li Chen couldn't help but mutter, it seems necessary to set up a shop or auction house in the future to sell all this junk. After muttering, Li Chen nodded to himself, setting a small goal in his heart. Ding dong, you have obtained Ice Arrow *1. Suddenly, in front of the corpse of a Tauren priest, Li Chen found another skill book. This was the second skill book he had obtained in the Tauren's little world. Looking at the ice blue skill book in his hand, Li Chen focused his mind and chose to learn it directly. The Ice Arrow skill book suddenly shattered, transforming into specks of ice blue light that entered Li Chen's heart. At the same time, Li Chen focused his mind to check the attributes of Ice Arrow. Ice Arrow rank, golden grade learning requirement, ice type profession effect, consumes 500 mana points. Can release an ice arrow within a specified range. Upon hitting the enemy, it will deal 800 plus 100% intelligence ice damage and slow the enemy by 50% for 1 second. Cooldown 2 seconds. Description: an upgraded version of the basic ice skill, Ice Spike. All things in the world are bound to a single arrow. Once again obtaining a golden grade skill, Li Chen felt rather uninterested. For him, acquiring a golden grade skill was not a significant challenge. Compared to golden grade skills, Li Chen was more eager for legendary skills or epic skills, or even divine skills. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Chen walked through the ruins, moving further ahead. After traveling more than 30 miles, he arrived at a vast plain, and just then, suddenly, a shadow swooped down from the sky. Caw! A sharp cry echoed from above. Li Chen looked up and saw a gigantic bird with a wingspan of over 30 meters. At that moment, the bird's gaze towards Li Chen was filled with excitement. In its eyes, Li Chen had probably already been marked as today's dessert. Watching the bird dive down, Li Chen's expression remained calm as he cast a detection spell at it. Storm Eagle, Boss, Level, 100 Rank, Golden. Great Health 2.5m/2.5m Strength/Intelligence 400k per 400k Physical Defense/Magic Defense 200k per 200k Skills Gale, Wings of Wind, Gale Scythe, Storm Feather. Description: this is a great eagle soaring in the sky and amidst storms. They are the darlings of the storm and the overlords of this sky. Glancing at the Storm Eagle's attribute chart, it was also a level 100 golden grade boss, but this Storm Eagle was clearly stronger than the Tauren Lord Li Chen had encountered before. Wild monsters and players are the same. Even at the same level, there can be a huge gap in strength. However, Li Chen knew that this Storm Eagle's strength was actually at the bottom among golden grade bosses. In Li Chen's memory, deep within this plane, in the majestic Tauren Royal City, there were several powerful Tauren generals among the golden grade bosses. At the same time, there was an even more terrifying Minotaur king. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Minotaur's small world, Li Chen speculated that it would have long since broken through to the dark gold level. Screech! The Storm Eagle, seeing Li Chen below, not only calm but also seemingly lost in thought, couldn't help but fly into a rage. Although the Storm Eagle was not an intelligent race like the Minotaurs, it still possessed considerable wisdom at the gold level, and Li Chen's nonchalant attitude thoroughly infuriated it. Suddenly, it flapped its wings, and a fierce wind surged. The gale bore down on Li Chen, and if that terrifying wind were to strike him, an ordinary gold-level player would likely not last long before turning into a white light, returning to the resurrection point. After all, it was a skill unleashed by the Storm Eagle with an attack power of 400,000, and the damage was unimaginable. Thinking of this, even Li Chen couldn't help but envy these wild monsters. At the gold level, they could possess hundreds of thousands of attribute points, while ordinary players, at the gold level, could only hope to gain tens of thousands of attribute points to be considered top-tier players, a rarity among the masses. Even Li Chen, with his innate talent, Supreme Sacrifice, which allowed him to quickly and abundantly gain free attribute points, was still firmly restricted at the 100,000 mark. Without breaking through to the legendary level, he could not shatter this constraint. Seeing Li Chen so leisurely in the face of its gale, the Storm Eagle's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. Just as it thought Li Chen was about to be torn to shreds by its skill, Li Chen's figure suddenly blurred, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of the Storm Eagle. Boom! The gale struck Li Chen's afterimage, easily tearing it apart, and the ground was left in disarray under the onslaught of the wind. You can also use Gale Scythe. If I sacrifice you, I wonder if I can obtain Gale Scythe once more? Li Chen murmured as he looked at the Storm Eagle. In his whisper, he slowly raised his hand, and sparks of electricity flickered on it. This time, he did not take out the Book of All Things. Watching the flickering electricity in Li Chen's hand, the Storm Eagle's feathers stood on end, and its pupils rapidly constricted. As a bird, it was extremely sensitive to danger, and it sensed a thick aura of death from the electricity in Li Chen's hand. It would die. This was the only thought surging in the Storm Eagle's mind. Go! Li Chen softly murmured, as if whispering from the depths of death. A seemingly ordinary bolt of electricity shot from Li Chen's hand towards the Storm Eagle. Escape. In that ordinary bolt of electricity, the Storm Eagle felt an overwhelming fear. Caw! The Storm Eagle let out a terrified shriek, turning to spread its wings and flee. But how could its speed compare to that of lightning? The next second, the Storm Eagle's panicked figure suddenly stiffened and then plummeted to the ground. 3600W. Critical damage. Ding dong, you have killed Storm Eagle, boss, gaining 10,000 experience points. Notice, your experience points have reached the limit and cannot be obtained again. Please level up to legendary. Boom! The massive body of the Storm Eagle crashed heavily to the ground, its immense weight causing the earth to tremble 3 times, and the soft plain was smashed into a huge depression where the Storm Eagle's corpse lay quietly. With a thought, Li Chen summoned the power of space around him, and the next moment, his figure appeared before the Storm Eagle's corpse. Sacrifice. He silently chanted in his heart, activating his innate talent. The Storm Eagle's corpse transformed into a beam of white light and entered Li Chen's heart. You have sacrificed a gold-level corpse. You randomly gain 100 free attribute points. Ding dong, your free attribute point storage has reached the limit and cannot be obtained again. Please level up to legendary. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a golden level boss and you have received the following special rewards. 1. You have obtained the skill, Wings of Wind, *1, golden level. 2. You have obtained the item, Feather Fragment, *1, Wings of Wind, rank, golden level learning requirement, Wind System Profession effect, consumes 100 mana points per second, summoning the wind elements of heaven and earth, transforming into wings of wind, allowing you to soar through the skies while increasing speed by 120%. Description: mastering the wings of wind makes you the darling of the sky, freely soaring above. Take a good look at the beauty of this vast sky. Wings of wind, huh? That's quite a nice skill. Li Chen smiled slightly. Compared to the gale side, he preferred the wings of wind skill even more. After all, he was about to obtain the gale side skill, which was merely an upgrade of an attack type skill from golden level to dark gold level. But for Li Chen at this moment, he had no interest in dark gold level attack type skills. Instead, this clearly supportive skill, the Wings of Wind, brought a smile to Li Chen's face. With a thought, the formless wind elements of heaven and earth gathered, transforming into a pair of azure wings of wind behind Li Chen. With his current mental attribute of 120,000, he restored over 1,000 mana points per second, so for him, once the Wings of Wind were activated, he didn't need to worry about mana consumption at all. Flapping his wings, Li Chen truly flew for the first time in this life. Suspended in mid-air, the azure wings of wind flapped continuously behind him. Compared to using spatial power to stand in the void, Li Chen preferred this natural form of flight. Beneath his feet, the air remained just air, ethereal and insubstantial. With a thought, Li Chen's figure slowly flew forward, and there was no longer any hard air pushing against him. Smiling slightly, in the next moment, Li Chen's speed began to accelerate, and ultimately, a streak of azure light appeared in the sky, continuously flying towards the depths of the plain. Just at the moment Li Chen killed the Storm Eagle, in the grand and magnificent hall of the Taoran King City, Sorang's expression suddenly changed dramatically, a powerful aura erupting from him. However, thinking of his current position, he quickly restrained his aura. Sorang, what happened? What could make you so agitated? The Taoran King, standing proudly before the throne, looked calmly at Sorang and asked. Hearing the Taoran King's question, Sorang gritted his teeth and replied, "My king, my companion, the Storm Eagle, is dead." Upon hearing this, the other Taoran lords were all taken aback. They naturally knew who Sorang's companion was. It was none other than the Storm Eagle they had just seen. The aura of that Storm Eagle was significantly stronger than most of the Taoran among them. Moreover, being a creature known for its speed, it could have escaped if it couldn't win. Even the immensely powerful Taoran King would find it impossible to kill a Storm Eagle that was determined to flee. Therefore, the only possibility was that the Storm Eagle was killed in an instant, and it was in a state where it didn't even have time to react. The thought of someone capable of achieving this made the Taoran lord's minds race with the unknown terrifying existence described by Feiyan. At this moment, even the Taoran king, who had always maintained confidence and composure, couldn't help but change color. He questioned himself, even if he exerted all his strength, it would be impossible to kill the Storm Eagle in one blow. At most, he could severely injure it, but even a severely injured Storm Eagle could easily escape from the Taoran king's grasp. Realizing this, the Taoran king's expression grew serious. Having reached this point and commanding the respect of countless Taoran, this Taoran king was neither a fool nor a brute. Faced with an unknown enemy, he had the confidence to defeat them and protect his people, but at this moment, this unknown enemy, whose strength was evidently far beyond the expectations of the Minotaur king. It seems that this terrifying existence you speak of is indeed very terrifying. I cannot achieve what the great wind did to Solong in a single blow. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Minotaur lords below showed signs of anxiety, fear, and shock. Even Solon, the Minotaur general, displayed a hint of panic in his expression. Watching the unease of his kin below, the Minotaur king's expression suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, "Look at you all, what a disgrace! As lords of your territories, as generals of the royal city, facing a powerful enemy. What you should be thinking about is how to respond, yet you fall into panic at the first sign of trouble. If your subordinates see this, what will they think? A coward begets a nest of cowards. Can't you understand such a simple truth?" Hearing the Minotaur king shout, the Minotaur lords and Solon all trembled, their faces showing fear as they lowered their heads, unable to meet the gaze of the Minotaur king. No matter how strong the enemy is, we must not lose our composure. Even if we die, we should die bravely on the battlefield. We Minotaurs are a race born for battle. We should crave war as if it were life itself. To die in battle is our destiny and our greatest honor. Upon hearing this, the Minotaurs below showed expressions of shame. Having sat in high positions for too long, they had long forgotten their true nature and had even become afraid of death. Solon gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, and shouted, "Indeed, how can we Minotaurs fear death? To die in battle is our best fate. I, Solon, will fight until the last moment, not resting until we are dead." Upon hearing this, the Minotaur lords echoed in agreement. "Fight, not resting until we are dead. Not resting until we are dead." Looking At the expressions of the minotaurs below, who regarded death as a return, the Minotaur King revealed a smile. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Alright, you don't need to be too nervous. Although I cannot achieve a single blow to defeat the Great Wind, with some special means, it can be done. So, our enemy, the otherworldly beings you speak of, may also rely on some special means. And even if he truly relies on his own strength, so what? Do not forget, this is our world, created for us by the great Minotaur God. In this world, we have the protection of the great Minotaur God. No matter how strong the otherworldly beings are, they will undoubtedly perish." After saying this, the Minotaur King waved his hand and said, "Alright, you all go now. Guard the city walls. I have a feeling the enemy is getting closer to the royal city. It may not be long before they reach it." After saying this, the Minotaur King strode into the side hall. Shortly after the Minotaur King left, the hall doors slowly opened, sunlight streaming into the hall, falling upon the Minotaurs. However, even the warm sunlight could not dispel the slight gloom in their hearts. At that moment, Solon was the first to head towards the hall doors, walking and saying, "What are you waiting for? Follow me to the city gate." Just as our king said, "At worst, we die in battle, Minotaurs fear not death." After saying this, Solon held his head high, striding forward with determination, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Upon hearing this, the Minotaur lords exchanged glances, and suddenly, Fei-En smiled brightly, stepping out from the crowd to follow Solon. "I have always wondered why, at the same level, our king and several generals are so much stronger than I, while I have practiced for many years yet made no progress. Now it seems I understand a bit, because the moment we became lords, we lost that forward-driving spirit, that willingness to face death head-on." Hearing this, Morin's eyes lit up, and then he let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, not bad. For the first time, I think you, old bullnose, are absolutely right. If I can survive this calamity, my strength will surely soar. Either I will die in battle or be reborn in blood." After saying this, Morin straightened his chest and strode forward. As a piece of light literature, this chapter is indeed overly verbose. It should come to an end. Beneath the Grand Palace was a long underground tunnel. Tap, 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 the crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the pitch-black tunnel. As the footsteps approached, ghostly green flames ignited on either side of the tunnel, and upon closer inspection, they were chilling to the bone. The sides of the tunnel were not adorned with oil lamps like those on the walls of a hall, but rather the skulls of various races, with the ghostly green flames floating in their eye sockets, as if they were vengeful gazes fixated on the Minotaur King stepping down the stairs. Faced with these spine-chilling stares, the Minotaur King's expression remained calm. Clearly, this was not his first visit here. The tunnel stretched on endlessly, with no bottom in sight. Each time the Minotaur King drew near, the skulls on either side would ignite with ghostly green flames, and when he moved away, the flames would quickly extinguish. In the long tunnel, there was only a strange glow beside the Minotaur King. In the dark and enclosed space, the passage of time seemed utterly meaningless. It was hard to tell how long he had walked, but the Minotaur King finally came to a halt. Before him lay a dead end. He crossed his arms, gazing calmly ahead. There stood a massive purple stone tablet, made of an unknown material, with a gigantic skull of a bull at its center. As the Minotaur King arrived, golden flames suddenly ignited in the eye sockets of the enormous bull skull on the tablet. If one were to sense closely, they would find that the golden flames emitted a faint divine aura. "Pian, it must have been nearly 10 years since you last came here. What a rare guest." Suddenly, the skull of the bull, burning with golden flames, opened and closed its mouth, eerily producing a deep voice. "Indeed, it has been 10 years since we last met." Pian looked at the skull before him, and after a long pause, slowly uttered, "Lord Deity." Upon hearing this, the skull of the bull trembled wildly. "Ha ha ha ha, hearing those 4 words from your mouth truly amuses me, my dear subject." "I am not your subject," the Minotaur King replied coldly. "You created our Minotaur race, but did you ever truly regard us as subjects? We were merely tools for you to gain faith." The skull of the bull cackled. "Gagaga, indeed, you lowly beings should obediently serve as my tools for acquiring faith. But you deserve to die. You actually conspired against me, sealing me in this damned divine stone for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Do you know how I have endured these 100,000 years? Listening to the bull skull's roar, the Minotaur King had long since grown accustomed to it, merely smiling and listening. After a long while, once the bull skull's roar subsided, he said, "I have come this time to tell you that it might be good news for you." Upon hearing this, the golden flames in the skull's eye sockets flickered, looking at the Minotaur King with confusion. "A powerful being from another world has invaded our realm, and for some reason, there is a voice in my heart telling me I am going to die, and my kin will likely not escape this calamity." Hearing this, the skeletal bull head nodded and let out a strange laugh. "Gaga gaga, not bad, not bad. This is indeed the best news I've heard in the past 100,000 years." At the skeletal bull head's bizarre laughter, the smile on the Minotaur King's face suddenly faded. "I will fight until the last moment to protect my people, but the moment I die, your seal will shatter, and you will finally welcome the freedom you have longed for over the past 100,000 years." Upon hearing this, the golden flames in the skeletal bull head's eye sockets danced wildly, remaining silent. After a long while, it finally spoke. "What, do you want me to avenge you?" Don't dream, I have never thought of treating you lowly creatures as my people. You are merely tools for me to gain the power of faith. Upon hearing this, the Minotaur King said nothing, simply turning around and walking step by step upward. As it walked, it said, "You will take action. Although the ancestors sealed you, they cannot stop the faith of your kin towards you. To prevent the power of faith from quietly merging into you, helping you break the seal of the divine stone, the ancestors devised a method to build a statue for you in the square of the royal city, using the divine stone. Then, using a special formation, they absorbed all the faith power of the kin into the statue. After 100,000 years, the faith power contained within that statue, before it could finish speaking, the Minotaur King's figure had completely vanished. In the pitch-black space, the golden flames in the skeletal bull head's eye sockets flickered violently. It admitted that it was moved. The power of faith accumulated. Over 100,000 years, even if the Minotaurs in this small world were not many, that astonishing number over such a long time made it impossible for it to give up. If that's the case, then there's no other way. If that being from another world dares to have designs on that statue, I will have to send him on his way. Above the Minotaur King's city, a streak of azure light cut through the sky, eventually stopping above the Minotaur King's city. As the blue light dissipated, it revealed Li Chen, who was floating in mid-air, along with his very conspicuous wings of wind behind him. Solon, clad in golden battle armor, stood tall on the city wall. The moment he saw Li Chen, Solon quietly crushed a jade token in his palm. He looked at Li Chen, his voice deep and resonant. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen followed the voice and immediately spotted Solon, who was also quite conspicuous among the Minotaurs. Li Chen threw a detection spell at Solon, Minotaur General, Boss, Level, 100 rank, Golden Health for 00000/40000000 Strength/Intelligence, 500/000/200/000 Physical Defense/Magic Defense, 25000/25000 Skills, Group Battle Roar, Mighty Bull Demon Fist, Frenzy. Description: the general of the Minotaur clan, the right-hand man of the Minotaur King, possessing immense physique and strength. Also of golden rank. The Minotaur General's attributes are far stronger compared to the Minotaur Lord. Seeing that Li Chen did not speak, Solon's expression instantly darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I suppose you are the invader from another world, right? Invader who gave you the courage to appear in the sacred Minotaur King's city. However, since you have come, then leave your life here." Fire. Accompanied by the Minotaur General's roar. Many Minotaur warriors on the city wall picked up their rough-crafted longbows, drew their bows, and then released a volley of arrows. Whoosh 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 whoosh, thousands of arrows shot out, heading towards Li Chen, who was floating in the sky. However, facing the dense barrage of arrows, Li Chen's expression remained as indifferent as ever. He made no movements, allowing countless arrows to strike him. -0, -0, -0. In the game of godmaking, there has always been a mechanism criticized by players, which is the absence of a forced health loss mechanism. To the vast majority of players, this mechanism is utterly incomprehensible. Even the former Li Chen had complained about this mechanism for a long time, but now he is quite satisfied with it. Seeing Li Chen's figure covered by a multitude of arrows, yet not dodging or avoiding, countless Minotaur warriors on the city wall revealed bloodthirsty and triumphant smiles. Is this the so-called otherworldly powerhouse that scared the various lords into fleeing? It's nothing special, I was just so anxious a moment ago. Exactly, what a bunch of useless Minotaur lords. They let themselves be scared off by such weak enemies? Incompetent people always like to exaggerate the strength of their enemies to cover up their own inadequacies. Ha ha ha, well said. That group of incompetent Minotaur lords, when they see their so-called otherworldly powerhouse taken down by us in one round, I wonder how spectacular their expressions will be. Hee hee, hearing you say that, I suddenly feel like I might also be able to obtain a lord position. Those Minotaur lords' strength probably isn't that great. That makes sense, next time we should apply to the general. Ha. Seeing Li Chen not dodging or evading, covered in arrows, the Minotaur warriors all showed relaxed expressions. Some even disregarded the Minotaur leaders on the city wall and began to mock him mercilessly. Listening to the taunts from the Minotaur warriors, apart from the composed Fei Yan, the other Minotaur lords all displayed expressions of indignation. Fei Yan glanced at the disgruntled Minotaur lords, shook his head, and looked at the sky with a serious expression. Don't pay attention to the words of the weak. Their statements only prove their ignorance. To stoop to their level would only undermine our status. Moreover, how could an enemy capable of unleashing such godlike power be so easily killed? After hearing Fei Yan's words, the expressions of the Minotaur lords eased considerably. At that moment, all the arrows either fell powerless to the ground after hitting Li Chen or missed him entirely, flying towards the distant sky. Soon, Li Chen's unharmed figure appeared before all the Minotaurs. Is it really so? Watching Li Chen's unscathed figure, Fei Yan let out a heavy breath. On the city wall, the Minotaur warriors were all taken aback, and then they drew their longbows again, bending the bows and knocking arrows. Once again, a rain of arrows was unleashed. But this time, due to the lack of Solong's unified command, the Minotaur warriors' assault appeared chaotic, with many arrows colliding with each other in mid-air before even reaching Li Chen. This time, Li Chen chose not to endure all the attacks. After experiencing the deadly sneak attack last time, he understood that there were indeed items in the god-making game that could kill him. So, Li Chen waved his hand, and the air in front suddenly became solidified. Ding ding. Ding, countless arrows struck the air barrier in front, producing a crisp ringing sound. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions grew heavy. Even a fool could see how powerful Li Chen was from this move. Moreover, although the Minotaur race had thick nerves, they were not foolish. Li Chen raised his right hand, and the Book of All Things appeared in his grasp. In the next moment, the Book of All Things transformed into a staff. Raising the staff in his hand, Li Chen focused his thoughts, and the lightning elements gathered around him, with countless bolts of lightning appearing in the sky, tearing through the clouds. Boom! 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 In the next moment, thunder descended, and amidst the terrified gazes of all the Minotaurs, countless bolts of lightning suddenly fell from above, enveloping the entire Minotaur royal city. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the city wall, none other than the bull-headed king. For the first time, I wish my premonition wasn't so accurate. Raising his head and watching the approaching thunder, a bitter smile appeared on the bull-headed king's face. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a bull seal appeared in his palm. City Protection Magic Array, activate. Accompanied by the bull-headed king's roar, the bull seal in his hand suddenly opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. Moo, as if responding to some kind of summoning, beneath the bull-headed king's city, a massive magic array emerged. Instantly. In the next moment, before the wrath of the thunderstorm descended, the magic array spewed forth red light, transforming into a gigantic red barrier that enveloped the vast bull-headed king's city, protecting it within. Boom! 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 Countless bolts of lightning struck the red barrier, causing it to sway, yet it remained steadfast. The thunder came quickly and left just as fast. After a wave, the thunder vanished, and the red barrier shattered in the final moment. Beneath the bull-headed king's city, the enormous magic array also shattered at the same time. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive, skill refresh. Your explosive fireball skill cooldown has been reset. Although the skill refresh was triggered once again, Li Chen's Thunder Wrath had already been reset 3 times today, so this time the reset skill was not Thunder Wrath, but randomly landed on explosive fireball. Looking at the bull-headed king's city below, which remained unscathed, Li Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This city protection magic array has the aura of a deity. It seems the origins of these bull-headed people are not simple. Li Chen squinted. In his previous life, the bull-headed world he entered was a dungeon opened by someone else, so he was completely unaware of the existence of a city protection magic array and the aura of a deity in the bull-headed king's city. It seems that players capable of conquering the bull-headed world are also not simple, possessing the aura of a deity. With the sturdiness of the city protection magic array, even epic-level players without divine attack skills cannot break through. Li Chen thought to himself while hovering in mid-air. You are human? The bull-headed king stood proudly on the city wall, speaking uncertainly. Hearing this, Li Chen looked at the bull-headed king. In the next moment, Li Chen threw a detection spell at the bull-headed king. Bull-headed king. Boss, level, 100 rank, golden health, 6, 500,000/6, 500,000 strength intelligence, 600,000/300,000 physical defense magic defense, 40,000/40,000 skills, King's Sword, advanced sword mastery, berserk, King's Fury, King's Armor, King's Blessing. Description: the king of the bull-headed clan, the undisputed strongest in this small world. Seeing that Li Chen did not speak, the bull-headed king also remained silent, carefully observing Li Chen. After a long while, he slowly said, Indeed, you are human. I have lived for hundreds of years and have only seen the term human in ancient texts. You are the first living human I have encountered. Suddenly, the bull-headed king's expression changed and a murderous aura surged in his eyes. However, invading my world and slaughtering my kin, you shall pay with your blood to honor my fallen kin. After speaking, golden light burst forth from the bull-headed king's hand. When the golden light receded, it revealed a magnificent two-handed sword, shining with golden brilliance, with a bull-headed figure seated on a throne carved into the blade. The king's sword. Swords, regardless of the world, are highly sought-after weapons. The bull-headed king had even learned a skill related to the king's sword, allowing him to summon a great sword unique to the bull-headed king. With a powerful thrust, the Bullman King drove the resplendent sword of kings into the ground, leaning both hands on its hilt, radiating a golden light. A suit of armor, entirely gleaming with gold, appeared on its body. My kin. The face of the Bullman King was filled with the majesty of a ruler. Looking at Li Chen, who was suspended in midair, it paused for a moment before coldly uttering 2 words: fight to the death. The Bullman King's voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the vast Bullman King city, echoing in the ears and even the minds of over 100,000 Bullmen. Boom! In the next moment, a wave of killing intent surged into the sky, a collective aura of slaughter from the entire city, from over 100,000 Bullmen. The intensity of this killing intent was so overwhelming that the sky seemed to dim. If it were an ordinary player facing such terrifying killing intent, they would likely be scared to the core, but Li Chen's expression remained calm. This level of killing intent could not intimidate him. Step, 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 step. At that moment, a large number of Bullman warriors clad in leather armor, wielding hand axes, charged out from the city gates. Having witnessed the terrifying power that seemed capable of annihilating worlds, the faces of all the Bullman warriors displayed expressions of fearless determination. They had already faintly understood in their hearts that in this battle they were undoubtedly doomed. However, for these ordinary Bullmen without power or status, fighting was the deepest obsession within them. Dying in battle was the most honorable way to die. They were neither lords nor generals, they had never feared death. The Bullman tribe fears not death. A unified, earth-shattering roar erupted from their mouths. The city walls quickly became deserted, leaving only the Bullman king, General Solon, and over 20 Bullman lords. The ordinary Bullman warriors and elite Bullman warriors had already exited the royal city, forming ranks before the city gates. At that moment, 3 more figures appeared. They were the other 3 Bullman generals from the Bullman King's city. Human, do you dare to fight? At that moment, the Bullman King suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Li Chen smiled suddenly. His wings behind him flapped continuously as he slowly descended to the ground, facing the neatly arranged Bullman army less than a mile ahead. Alone, he stood against over 100,000 Bullman warriors. Even so, his expression remained calm, indifferent, and confident. Looking at the expression on Li Chen's face, the Bullman King's eyes dimmed for a moment, as if he had seen himself and the future of the Bullman tribe reflected in Li Chen's face. Very well, I have not felt the breath of death for hundreds of years. This time, let me savor it once more. The Bullman King smiled freely, as if shedding a heavy burden. Looking at the resolute faces of the Bullmen before him, the spatial power swirling around Li Chen gradually dissipated. Well, it is said that the Bullman tribe takes pride in dying in battle, so I shall grant you a dignified death. Li Chen abandoned the idea of using the spatial blade to reap the Bullman warriors. He slowly raised the staff in his hand and gently pointed forward. Summon the undead. Summon the undead level. Divine. Skill effect 1. Consume 10%/30%/50% of your own mana. 2. Summon the deceased from the world of the undead. For every 10 mana points consumed, 1 undead creature can be summoned. The higher your intelligence, the easier it is to summon high-level undead creatures. Compared to the last time he used Summon the Undead, Li Chen's mana had significantly increased from 2 million to 240,000. As always, Li Chen chose to consume 50% of his mana, which was 120,000 mana. Before Li Chen, a massive gate to the undead slowly emerged from the ground, larger than the gate he had summoned last time. Boom, with a loud bang, the gate of the dead was completely revealed in this small world. The gate stood a towering 1,200 meters high and 600 meters wide, and within it lay a deep, dark void. At first glance, it sent a chill down one's spine. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive, spell copy, your necromancy has been copied. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive, skill refresh, your necromancy skill cooldown has been reset. Suddenly, 2 system notification sounds echoed in Li Chen's mind. Li Chen was momentarily stunned, and in that brief moment of distraction, another massive gate of the dead slowly emerged from the ground. Boom! Another loud bang, and the second gate of the dead was fully revealed in this small world. At that moment, a figure slowly walked out from the first gate of the dead. It was a humanoid skeleton over 3 meters tall. This skeleton held a white bone staff and wore a pitch-black cloak with golden flames flickering in its eye sockets. Beneath it lay a bone tiger over 10 meters long, its eye sockets also glowing with golden flames. This undead was none other than the necromancer lord who had decisively sold Li Chen out during their last encounter with danger. After stepping out, the necromancer lord did not immediately see Li Chen. Instead, it faced the army of over 100,000 minotaurs. The golden flames in its eye sockets flickered slowly as an ancient voice emerged. Who has summoned me? After all, it was a being commanding a vast number of undead creatures. A mere 100,000 minotaurs could not intimidate this necromancer. Lord, it's me, long time no see. Upon hearing this, the necromancer lord was momentarily taken aback, quickly turning around, and Li Chen's figure instantly reflected in the soul fire of its eyes. You're not dead, the necromancer lord asked in utter shock. How could this guy still be alive after being targeted by such a powerful deity's avatar? This was the first thought that crossed the necromancer lord's mind. Upon seeing Li Chen, hearing this, Li Chen raised an eyebrow and said with a teasing smile, "What? You're disappointed that I'm not dead?" The necromancer lord quickly shook its head, saying, No, you've misunderstood. I'm just a bit surprised, just surprised." Li Chen glanced at the necromancer lord, too lazy to argue, and simply watched the 2 gates of the dead. From the first gate, various skeletons and zombies began to emerge, and bone dragons flew out, circling above the undead army, their eyes fixed hungrily on the minotaur army below. Soon, a large number of bone dragons flew out from the gate, spiraling in the sky, exuding a faint aura of dragon might. As the bone dragons emerged, a continuous stream of skeletons and zombies poured out from the gate of the dead. It was hard to tell how much time had passed when a giant zombie riding a bone dragon flew out from the gate of the dead. Human, we meet again. The dragon rider, upon flying out from the gate, fixed its gaze on Li Chen. Then, the soul fire in its eyes flickered. Why are you still so weak? So much time has passed and you haven't improved at all, leaving me unable to appear in my full glory. Li Chen chose to ignore the dragon rider's complaints. Just then, the necromancer lord's attention was suddenly drawn to another gate of the dead. Another gate of the dead? Human, you actually summoned a second gate of the dead? Although its facial expression was hidden, Li Chen could hear the deep surprise in its voice. At that moment, a shadow slowly emerged from the second gate of the dead. It was a mass of ghostly blue flames, and behind that flame, a large number of differently shaped flames surged out from the gate of the dead. It's the Ghost Fire clan. 100 miles to the east of my territory lies a powerful Ghost Fire domain. Human, what you have summoned may very well be the spirits of the Ghost Fire territory. The Lord of the Undead gazed at the swirling ghostly flames emerging continuously, speaking slowly. Just then, a blue-gold ghostly flame slowly flew out from the door, and all the other ghostly flames parted to make way for it. Once the blue-gold ghostly flame appeared, it quickly surveyed its surroundings and locked its gaze onto Li Chen and the Lord of the Undead beside him. It really is it. The Lord of the Undead looked at the blue-gold ghostly flame, feeling the familiar aura emanating from it, his tone filled with intense hostility. Human? Old bone? The blue-gold ghostly flame floated slowly in front of the two, its voice sounding uncertain and childlike, as clear and tender as a young child's. On the other side, the Minotaur king on the city wall revealed a serious expression the moment the gate of the undead appeared. As it watched one undead creature after another, one ghostly flame after another surge forth from the gate of the undead, the bitterness on its face deepened. Logically, it should have struck with overwhelming force at this moment, taking advantage of the enemy's incomplete arrival, but the Minotaur king did not give the order to attack. It even ignored the pleas of several Minotaur generals, for it knew that even a preemptive strike would not change the outcome. That human was far too unfathomable. Summoning undead creatures was merely one of that human's tactics. The emergence of the undead creatures and ghostly flames gradually approached its conclusion. Finally, when the last skeletal dragon and the last ghostly flame surged forth from the two gates of the undead, the gates vanished from sight. One skill. Summon two gates of the undead, totaling 2,400,000 undead creatures and ghostly flames. Moreover, compared to the scarce number of skeletal wizards among the undead, the ghostly flame clan consisted entirely of magic users. However, the magical damage of the ghostly flame clan was far inferior to that of the skeletal mages, but the sheer number of the ghostly flames was overwhelming, an impressive 120,000. The vast majority of the ghostly flames bore an aura similar to that of ordinary skeletal warriors, albeit without any rank. However, a considerable portion of the ghostly flames emitted an aura that reached the bronze level, and even silver level. Of course, there were also a few ghostly flames whose auras were on par with the massive skeletal dragons and zombie giants, all at the gold level. Human, since you are not dead, what about the statue you promised me last time? Before the Lord of the Undead could finish speaking, Li Chen shot him a cold glance. You, who fled at the critical moment, still have the face to ask this? Upon hearing this, the soul fire in the Lord of the Undead's eyes flickered, and he fell silent. The humans are also ready. It's time to go to war. Li Chen looked towards the Minotaur army and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Ghostly Flames cackled. It's been a long time since I've been to the world of the living. This time, I will kill with pleasure. On the other side, the Minotaur king took a deep breath and declared loudly, all Minotaurs, kill, kill, kill them all. Charge, charge, charge. Hearing the king's command, the Minotaurs, who could no longer contain their excitement, rushed out. Seeing this, the Lord of the Undead and the Lord of the Ghostly Flames also gave their orders, and in the next moment, over 2 million undead creatures and ghostly flames charged forward. The two massive armies collided in an instant. However, it was evident that the battle was one-sided. Although the Minotaur clan numbered only over 100,000, all of them were at the gold level. In contrast, the undead creatures and ghostly flames with gold level strength did not exceed 10,000. Coupled with the game mechanics that did not force health loss, the battle naturally tilted heavily in one direction. However, in the face of this situation, the two lords merely watched calmly. While their low-level subordinates, the undead, were in abundance in the realm of the dead. No matter how many died, they felt no pain. Those low-level undead charged to the front, serving as shields for the high-level undead and exhausting the stamina of the Minotaurs. Even if all 2 million low-level undead stood still to be slaughtered by the Minotaur army, it would still be enough to tire them out significantly. Behind the army of ghost flames, the ghost flames at the golden level continuously shot out ghost fireballs, landing on the Minotaurs. One after another, Minotaur warriors were caught off guard and hit by the ghost fireballs, ultimately perishing in screams as their souls were completely incinerated. As time passed, the casualties among the Minotaur clan began to rise significantly. Watching this scene, the Minotaur King could no longer hold back. It led the Minotaur generals and lords around it to join the fray. Push my old book, this warrior is too perfect. I want to get on the completion list. Dog head. Seeing the high-ranking Minotaurs joining the battle, the Undead Lord and the Ghost Flame Lord also rushed forward. It must be said that they truly deserved to be epic-level top-tier powerhouses. Even when their strength was suppressed, they still possessed formidable dark gold-level power. They easily intercepted all the high-end combatants of the Minotaurs, and not only that, they effortlessly crushed a host of high-end Minotaur fighters. Damn, how can this skeleton and this ball of ghost fire be so strong? All the Minotaur powerhouses had entered a state of frenzy and under the powerful enhancement skills of the Minotaur King. Even so, they were still being suppressed and beaten by the Undead Lord and the Ghost Flame Lord. The Minotaur King gritted its teeth, and suddenly, it raised the king's sword high, a great power enveloping it. Sensing the aura emanating from the Minotaur King, the Undead Lord and the Ghost Flame Lord both cast their gazes over. This is the aura of the power of faith? The two powerhouses felt a mix of surprise and suspicion, flames surging and dancing. At that moment, Li Chen also sensed a familiar aura and couldn't help but glance at the Minotaur Lord. The power of faith. A look of astonishment appeared on Li Chen's face. This Minotaur Lord was merely at the golden level. Not even a fragment of a deity. How could it possibly possess the power of faith? Of course, the two lords could not know that the Minotaur King was merely borrowing the power of faith from the sealed Minotaur god. The power of faith was one of the most supreme forces in the universe. Even for a god-level powerhouse, the power of faith was something they greatly desired. It was easy to imagine how strong the Minotaur King's power would become under the influence of such a top-tier force. Indeed, just a moment later, the aura emanating from the Minotaur suddenly broke through a threshold, shattering the constraints of the golden level. The dark gold-level Minotaur King. Under the transformative power of the power of faith, the Minotaur King broke the rules and constraints of this small world, surpassing the golden-level bottleneck and reaching the dark gold level. However, there was no trace of excitement on the Minotaur King's face. Instead, it revealed a resolute expression of impending doom. The method of borrowing the power of faith was certainly not a sudden idea of the Minotaur King. It had been thought of long ago. After doing this, it could indeed break the constraints of the small world and surpass the dark gold level. But the cost was also heavy. The power of faith that did not belong to oneself was not a supplement for beings below the gods. It was poison, and a highly toxic one at that. Even a powerhouse at the peak of the epic level, just a step away from igniting divine fire and becoming a deity, would not dare to touch the power of faith that did not belong to them. Only deities could ignore this point and forcibly acquire the power of faith from others. This is not your power of faith. Looking at the bull-headed king whose breath was rising continuously, the Lich Lord slowly spoke after repelling several bull-headed generals and lords. Upon hearing this, the bull-headed king remained silent, charging forward with his sword. The power of faith was continuously strengthening him while simultaneously destroying his body. He could not maintain this state for long. Once the destruction of his body surpassed a certain critical point, his flesh would be completely obliterated by the power of faith, turning to ashes. He had to defeat the two powerful undead beings before him in the shortest time possible, although he understood that this effort would ultimately be in vain. As long as that human remained alive, even if these two lords were killed, nothing would change. And even with the enhancement of the power of faith, he still felt that he was at a disadvantage. Yet, at this moment, a fierce fire burned in his heart. He wanted to fight, until death. After receiving the enhancement of the power of faith, the bull-headed king not only broke through the shackles of the dark gold level, but his overall strength also received a tremendous boost. Even the Lich Lord, whose epic level power was suppressed, was retreating step by step in the face of the bull-headed king at this moment. Damn it, the power of faith is too strong. The Lich Lord thought, looking at the bull-headed king before him, filled with envy and jealousy. Although he was the lord of the undead world, commanding countless undead beings that believed in him, he had not ascended to godhood, and his efficiency in collecting the power of faith was appallingly low. Moreover, the undead race itself was not particularly intelligent, which meant that the amount of power of faith they could provide to the Lich Lord was even less. After thousands of years of hard work collecting the power of faith, he had only managed to gather a little more than 10 times what the bull-headed king possessed. On the other side, the Ghost Fire Lord continuously cast spells, single-handedly, holding back 4 bull-headed generals and over 20 bull-headed lords. With his dark gold level strength, he appeared exceptionally relaxed. Time passed, and the battle between both sides had reached a fever pitch. Countless undead beings perished, with many being shattered by the hand axes of the bull-headed warriors, while many bull-headed warriors were killed by one golden-level undead being after another. The death toll on both sides was rising sharply. The battle between the bull-headed king and the Lich Lord was also nearing its end. Both of them were covered in ghastly wounds where their bones were riddled with cracks. Boom! Finally, in the last collision, the bull-headed king's body could no longer withstand the dual pressure from within and without. He felt a sharp pain throughout his body, his movements froze, and then he was punched away by the Lich Lord. In mid-air, sensing his impending doom, his expression became unexpectedly calm. His pure gaze lingered on his kin for a moment and then, with a smile, his body began to crumble, turning to ashes. Just as his upper body was about to turn to dust, his gaze suddenly fell on Li Chen, and he opened his mouth, a voice reaching Li Chen's ears. Human, do you desire the power of faith? In the square of the royal city, there is a statue of the bull-headed god, which contains a vast amount of power of faith. After the transmission ended, the upper body of the bull-headed king completely turned to ashes. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. The bull-headed king's words instantly stirred his heart. The power of faith? Li Chen lifted his right hand, rubbing the nameless ring on his finger, his eyes sparkling with intensity. This nameless ring had once been Li Chen's greatest reliance. In his previous life, the reason Li Chen could gradually upgrade his golden level innate talent to the level of a main god was precisely because of this magical nameless ring. And to activate the nameless ring and utilize its power, one must use the power of faith as a medium. Therefore, even though the power of faith mentioned by the bull-headed king did not belong to Li Chen, he was still moved. This nameless ring is indeed a magical treasure. The power of faith that reaches it is like a cow sinking into the sea. The unfamiliar power of faith poses no threat or harm whatsoever to the nameless ring or to Li Chen. At the very moment the Minotaur King fell, beneath the grand palace of the Minotaur King city, the stone tablet sealing the avatar of the Minotaur god suddenly trembled violently, cracks quietly appearing and spreading across the entire tablet. In the center of the tablet, the golden flames in the eye sockets of the skeletal bull's head danced wildly, filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, sealed for 100,000 years, I am finally going to be free. The skeletal bull's head let out a hearty laugh. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and the stone tablet shattered. Along with the destruction of the tablet, the skeletal bull's head, sealed for 100,000 years, was also freed. However, the skeletal bull's head seemed unconcerned. It floated in mid-air, the divine golden flames in its eye sockets swelling wildly, enveloping its entire form. Soon, the flames spread, forming a golden flame minotaur. When the flames finally dissipated, a tall, naked minotaur was revealed. Compared to the other minotaurs, this one had magnificent golden horns. Although its size was not large, just over 2 meters tall, a single glance was enough to easily discern that its power far surpassed that of the towering Minotaur King. 100,000 years, I am finally free, this damned god sealing stone. The avatar of the Minotaur god looked angrily at the rubble scattered around. The next moment, it glanced at the deep underground passage and strode upward. Just as the avatar of the Minotaur god broke free, the war outside the Minotaur King city also came to an end. After nearly 2 million lives of the undead were sacrificed, over 100,000 Minotaur warriors fell one after another. A ball of ghostly fire flew out, landing directly on the last Minotaur warrior, incinerating its soul. The battlefield fell silent in an instant. On the other side, after dealing with the Minotaur King, the undead lord, battered and bruised, joined forces with the Ghostfire Lord, and together they took down 4 Minotaur generals and more than 20 Minotaur lords. Some Minotaur lords, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee. Just a few steps out, a fireball or a bolt of lightning struck them down, killing them instantly. This battle had long exceeded 10 minutes, and countless Minotaur warriors' corpses, along with the light orbs dropped upon their deaths, had completely vanished. However, Li Chen did not mind. He was willing to grant these Minotaurs a grand death. The spatial power around Li Chen surged, and in the next moment he had arrived near the undead lord and the Ghostfire Lord. Looking at the corpse of a Minotaur general on the ground, Li Chen activated his innate talent, sacrifice. A white light entered Li Chen's heart, and when he looked again, the corpse of the Minotaur general had vanished. This scene, witnessed by the undead lord and the Ghostfire Lord, stirred a hint of confusion in their hearts. You have sacrificed a golden level corpse. You randomly gained 23 free attribute points. Notice, your free attribute point storage has reached its limit and cannot be obtained again. Please increase your rank to legendary level. Without breaking through to the legendary level and shattering the shackles, no matter how many corpses Li Chen sacrificed, he could not gain a single free attribute point. Ding dong, you have sacrificed a golden level boss. You have received the following special rewards. 1. Acquired skill, berserk, *1. Golden level. 2. Acquired item, Lord Core Fragment, *1. With the acquisition of another berserk skill, Li Chen now had a total of 8 berserk skills. Notice, you have acquired the berserk skill. Do you choose to fuse this skill? Without hesitation, Li Chen chose to fuse. Tip: fusion complete, please check. Berserk rank, legendary level learning requirement, legendary level skill effect at the cost of reducing health by 10,000 points per second, increases personal attack power by 200%, defense by 200%, and movement speed by 100%. Description: the beast sleeping within the body has gradually awakened. Completely insane. Li Chen instinctively checked the attributes of berserk. With a hurried glance, he, who originally had little hope, suddenly brightened his eyes. The level of berserk had indeed risen, reaching the legendary level. The learning requirement had also changed from physical attribute points to a requirement of realm. However, for Li Chen, the learning requirement for the skill obtained through direct sacrifice fusion held no significance. Compared to the dark gold level berserk, the cost to unlock the legendary level berserk was a terrifying 10 times greater, but the rewards gained were also astonishing. Both attack power and defense increased by 200%, and not only that, movement speed was finally no longer reduced but increased by 100%. However, the cost to activate it now was simply too heavy. With Li Chen's current health recovery speed, he had already lost the qualification to treat it as a permanent buff for continuous activation. Nevertheless, for Li Chen, who had over 2 million health points and a terrifying recovery speed, this skill could still be activated for a very long time. Li Chen attempted to activate berserk, and his blood boiled within him, causing his base intelligence and strength to soar from 100,000 to 300,000. His magical and physical defenses also rose from a base of 100,000 to 300,000. At the same time, Li Chen no longer felt the heaviness that came after activating berserk. Instead, he felt incredibly light, and it was evident that his speed had significantly increased. After that, Li Chen sacrificed various Taoran generals and Taoran lords. After this battle, Li Chen had harvested 28 golden berserk skills and 28 lord core fragments. Adding the 7 fragments obtained earlier, Li Chen could already synthesize 3 complete lord cores, with some to spare. Li Chen felt a slight regret that although he had fused 27 golden level berserk skills, his berserk skill still remained at the legendary level, and he had no idea how far he was from the epic level. Suddenly, Li Chen raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, his eyes quietly changed. The long-unused Eye of Truth was activated once more. His gaze fell upon the royal city, and he suddenly saw a statue which contained an indescribable power. Li Chen knew that it was the power of faith. However, at that moment, a figure was rapidly approaching the statue. "Want to pick my fruit?" Li Chen instinctively thought. In the next moment, he didn't even bother to pick up the remaining Taoran warrior corpses and the scattered light orbs. With a thought, Li Chen's figure had vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already within the Taoran royal city. After activating berserk, his mental attribute had reached an astonishing 220,000. With a single teleport, he covered a distance of over 2,000 yards. After several teleports, Li Chen's figure appeared in a vast square. In front of him stood a massive Taoran statue over 10 meters tall. Li Chen focused his gaze, and unlike ordinary Taoran, this Taoran statue had golden horns. At that moment, Li Chen looked at the nameless ring on his right hand, which was now emitting a hazy glow. Even with the Eye of Truth, he could not see through this light at all. Li Chen had long since grown accustomed to this, as even when he was the main god, he could not see through this glow. Li Chen slowly approached, extending his right hand to touch the Taoran statue. Whoosh! At that moment, a golden streak of light shot towards Li Chen's back. Li Chen's expression tightened, and the Book of All Things quickly appeared in his hand, flashing with white light, transforming into a lone sword. Suddenly turning around, Li Chen slashed out with the sword, colliding fiercely with the golden light. In the next moment, the golden light was sent flying by Li Chen, revealing its true form. It was a massive two-handed sword, identical to that of the bull-headed king. Just then, a figure rushed in from the distance, grabbing the two-handed sword and swinging it towards Li Chen with a powerful gust of wind. Humph! Li Chen snorted coldly, and the long sword in his hand transformed into a two-handed sword, crashing violently against the golden sword. Clang! A crisp sound echoed in the quiet square, and the next moment, Li Chen felt a tremendous force surge towards him, sending him flying and crashing hard against the bull-headed statue. 66W. In just one strike, it knocked off a full 660,000 of Li Chen's health. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Chen's health had reached a massive 2,200,000, so, while 660,000 was a lot, it was only one-third of his total health. Not dead. The avatar of the bull-headed god looked at Li Chen with uncertainty. He naturally knew about humans. After all, in the universe, humans were a great race, their footprints scattered across every corner of the cosmos. It was precisely because he knew this that he was even more astonished. When did a mere dark gold level human become so powerful? A genius. Thinking of this, the avatar of the bull-headed god's gaze towards Li Chen became serious. There were countless tales of geniuses circulating in the universe. With a dark gold level realm, there were numerous examples of reversing against legendary and even epic level powerhouses. Clearly, this human before him was one of those geniuses. The avatar of the bull-headed god's eyes glinted with killing intent. For such a genius, it was impossible to let them grow strong, and they must be killed at their weakest moment. After all, there were many stories in the universe about a god forming enmity with a certain genius, only to be forcefully suppressed by that genius years later. Without a word, the avatar of the bull-headed god took a step forward, instantly appearing before Li Chen, raising the golden giant sword to strike him down. Li Chen's expression changed, and with a thought, the spatial power around him surged, and in the next moment, his figure had already appeared in the distance. Boom! The golden giant sword struck down hard on the statue, but neither Li Chen's close-range heavy strike nor the golden giant sword's impact could shake the statue in the slightest. Li Chen clutched his heavy chest, looking at the bull-headed figure with golden horns, and cast a detection spell. Bull-headed god, boss, status, avatar level, 100 rank, divine health, 10 million strength, 1 million intelligence, 300,000 physical/magic defense, 200,000/200,000 skills, holy giant sword, mastery of divine swordsmanship, thunder slash. Description: he is the god of the bull-headed race. Although just an avatar, he possesses boundless power. Divine avatar. Li Chen's expression became serious as he scrutinized it. After a long while, Li Chen finally relaxed a bit. Although it was also a divine avatar, it was clear that this avatar had not been infused with much effort from the bull-headed god, so while it had dozens of skills, it lacked particularly powerful ones, such as divine fury or divine pressure. Li Chen let out a long breath, and the giant sword in his hand transformed into a staff. In Li Chen's hands, lightning gathered, and in the next moment, the lightning shot through the staff, blasting towards the avatar of the bull-headed god. Ha, human, is that all you can do? Seeing the small bolt of lightning, the recently unsealed avatar of the bull-headed god wore a mocking smile. Just released from its seal, it was still quite excited and ecstatic to the point that it did not carefully sense the terrifying power contained within that small bolt of lightning. After the lightning bolt shot out, Li Chen's mind stirred, and the fire elements in the air began to gather. At the tip of the staff, a blazing fireball coalesced and then suddenly flew towards the Minotaur god's avatar. 9580W. Critical damage. A seemingly ordinary lightning strike dealt an astonishing damage of over 60 million. Even though the Minotaur god's avatar had 10 million health points, it simply couldn't withstand it. Boom! Just as the Minotaur god's avatar was shocked by Li Chen's damage, the blazing fireball struck it. The fireball exploded instantly, engulfing it in flames. 4780W. Critical damage. The combination of the lightning and the blazing fireball, two unremarkable skills, bizarrely dealt close to 100 million points of damage. In the sea of fire, the Minotaur god's avatar wore a bewildered expression, and at that moment, it couldn't help but question its existence. The previous data has been altered. The berserk increase is 200%. The data should be plus 2 times. I wrote it as *2. Please ignore if you see the correct data. Who am I? Where am I? What exactly is in front of me? Just as the Minotaur god's avatar was in doubt, the flames from the explosion of the fireball vanished. Li Chen looked at the still-living Minotaur and blinked, confusion also appearing in his eyes. How could this terrifying damage exceeding 100 million not take down a 10 million health monster? This is absurd. Absurd to the point of knocking on absurdity's door. Then, a property chart reappeared in Li Chen's eyes. Minotaur God, Boss. Health, 1/1000W, Locked Health State. Li Chen discovered that the Minotaur's health had indeed changed. Locked Health State. Li Chen realized, and then, among dozens of skills, his gaze suddenly locked onto 1. Severe Injury Lock. The incredible aspect of this skill is that after receiving fatal damage, it can lock the health at a single point for a short time and clear all continuous damage negative buffs, such as freezing, burning, poisoning, and other negative buffs. Then, Li Chen raised his eyebrows again. He noticed that in the brief few seconds he was observing the property chart, the Minotaur's health had already recovered quite a bit. Ha, is this all the strength you have? Truly disappointing, you. The Minotaur god's avatar felt its health was locked and only needed to hold on for a short while for its state to fully recover, so a mocking smile appeared on its face as it taunted. Its voice seemed to contain some kind of magic that could forcibly attract attention. If it were a player with insufficient willpower, they might have fallen for it. However, Li Chen was not an ordinary player. Well, even with the memories of his past life, at this moment he was just a dark gold level player. Faced with this mental control skill, he still couldn't resist much. But Li Chen was currently activating his berserk skill. The berserk skill had a hidden attribute, which was a surge of bloodlust. After all, this was a skill that amplified power by burning one's own blood. What the Minotaur avatar didn't expect was that its mental control skill not only failed to achieve its intended goal but instead accelerated its own demise. Faced with mental control, the already passionate Li Chen was completely ignited. Die! With a roar, Li Chen waved his staff, and the wind elements surged around him. A scythe of wind flew out and struck the Minotaur avatar directly. 36W. Critical damage. The Minotaur avatar's eyes widened, filled with shock and unwillingness. It, a dignified avatar of a deity, was actually killed by 3 trash skills, even after being sealed by the Minotaur clan for 100,000 years. It had never felt such unwillingness. You will die, my true form will definitely. Before the words were finished, the Minotaur's avatar's eyes gradually dimmed, and there was no longer a trace of breath left in its body. Ding dong, you have killed the Minotaur god, boss, gaining 100,000 experience points. Notice, your experience points have reached the limit and cannot be obtained again. Please level up to legendary. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Minotaur's avatar's corpse slowly fell to the ground. On the other side, with the death of the Minotaur's avatar, the effects of the mental control skill instantly vanished, and Li Chen's emotions quickly returned to normal. Feeling the blood bar that was still rapidly depleting, Li Chen hurriedly turned off the berserk skill. Fortunately, I had the berserk skill activated, otherwise, with its mental control skill forcibly diverting my attention, I really wouldn't have any way to counter. Li Chen looked at the Minotaur's avatar's corpse, a look of emotion appearing on his face. His mental attribute, under the enhancement of the Book of All Things, had already reached 120,000. This terrifying mental attribute, even when facing an epic-level peak powerhouse, would not be affected in the slightest mentally. However, this Minotaur's avatar, although only golden level, was indeed a genuine deity, and the soul of a deity had been ignited by divine fire, containing divinity. The deity could create the avatar's body at will, but the consciousness of the avatar required them to sacrifice a small part of their own soul, and it was within this insignificant soul that divinity resided. It was this existence of divinity that made Li Chen unable to resist the Minotaur's avatar's mental control skill. It seems I need to get a soul-protecting artifact in the future, otherwise facing such deities is still manageable. If I encounter an avatar of an evil god, I would be doomed. In an instant, Li Chen thought to himself. The Minotaur god, like this, was completely ignorant of the path of the soul. But evil gods, their fundamental means was the path of the soul, and their most adept methods were seduction, brainwashing, and control. If the being standing before Li Chen today was not the Minotaur god's avatar but an avatar of an evil god, unless a miracle occurred, the one lying on the ground would only be Li Chen. After making up his mind, Li Chen focused his thoughts and activated his innate talent, sacrifice. In the next moment, the Minotaur's identity transformed into a white light and entered Li Chen's heart. You have sacrificed a divine-level corpse, and you randomly gain 7 free attribute points. Notice, your free attribute point storage has reached the limit and cannot be obtained again. Please level up to legendary. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Li Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed like the Minotaur clan was not compatible with him. This divine-level corpse, even if it was just an avatar, only gave him 7 free attribute points, which was simply too disappointing. Ding dong. You have sacrificed a divine-level boss, and you have received the following special rewards. 1. Gain divine points *12. Gain world reputation, 10,000 points. 3. Gain skill severe injury lock blood *1. Li Chen gained another divine point, and combined with the divine points he had obtained earlier, he now had a total of 12 divine points. Divine points are something more precious than the power of faith for epic-level powerhouses. Epic-level powerhouses can significantly transform themselves by absorbing divine points. Not only can they enhance their strength, but they can also imbue their bodies and souls with a touch of divinity. The more divine points absorbed, the more divinity they will contain. If one could absorb 10 divine points, even a being that has just stepped into the epic level could forcibly break through the epic peak, ignite divine fire, and strongly ascend to godhood. The biggest difference between divine points and the power of faith is that the power of faith possesses the ability to turn decay into the miraculous, allowing epic beings to break the shackles of the mundane, ignite divine fire, and thus ascend to godhood. However, the divine points essentially transform mundane beings into divine creatures. The clearest manifestation between these two methods is that no matter how much faith power is absorbed, if one cannot withstand the trial of igniting the divine fire, they will still turn to ashes. Conversely, if enough divine points are absorbed, their body and soul will contain divinity, coming infinitely close to the gods. The more divine points absorbed, the higher the success rate of igniting the divine fire. If one absorbs 10 divine points, even a pig can easily ignite the divine fire and become a deity. It is easy to imagine the preciousness of divine points. This is precisely why Li Chen possesses the innate talent of supreme sacrifice. If it were an ordinary player, even if they killed a deity's avatar, they would never obtain divine points. For ordinary players, the only way to acquire divine points is to open divine-level treasure chests. Within these chests, countless artifacts may be found, and it is also possible to obtain divine points, a top-tier item. Besides divine points, there are also 10,000 points of world reputation. Unlike other VR online games, in the god-making game, NPCs have their own independent souls, so no matter how much world reputation one gains, it cannot earn their respect or acknowledgement. World reputation can only be exchanged for various equipment, items, and skills at the military supply officer in the main city. Compared to the first two special rewards, this third special reward made Li Chen's heart race even more. In his eyes, an attribute chart appeared. Severe injury bloodlock. Special skill learning requirement, none skill effect. When the user suffers fatal damage, the skill automatically activates, forcibly locking the health value for 3 seconds, and during the activation of the skill, any continuous damage skills are cleared and immune. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Looking at the extra, severe injury blood lock, in his skill bar, a joyful expression appeared on Li Chen's face. With this skill, his survival ability had significantly improved. Moreover, this severe injury bloodlock skill forcibly locks health for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds are enough for Li Chen to perform many actions. For example, to escape or counterattack his opponent. Compared to Nirvana Rebirth, which has an immobile 3-second wait time, the 3 seconds of severe injury bloodlock are clearly more precious. The only regret for Li Chen is that this severe injury bloodlock is a special skill and does not have a tier, meaning Li Chen cannot upgrade it. Sigh, 3 seconds at most, it's still a bit short. Li Chen stroked his chin, greedily thinking. Just then, 2 figures appeared beside Li Chen simultaneously. These 2 figures were none other than the Lord of the Undead and the Lord of Ghostfire. Li Chen glanced at them and said calmly, "Alright, your mission is complete. You can take your subordinates and roll back to the world of the undead. Lord of the Undead, Lord of Ghostfire." Saying this, Li Chen focused his thoughts and activated the second stage of the undead summoning skill. In the next moment, including the 2 lords, the space around all undead beings began to distort. In this distorted space, they felt a rich aura of the undead. That was the aura from the world of the undead. Most undead beings did not struggle because they knew they were about to be teleported back to their world. The world of the living was too uncomfortable for ordinary undead beings, and they did not like this feeling. Of course, there were also powerful undead struggling, such as the 2 lords beside Li Chen. "Human, don't do this, let me stay a little longer until the time naturally ends," the Lord of the Undead shouted, flames wildly dancing in his eye sockets. The Lord of Ghostfire also spoke up. "Human, you are burning bridges after crossing them, this is too much." 4. These 2 epic undead beings, the world of the living does not cause them discomfort, rather, in this world of the living they can more clearly perceive the laws. Understanding these laws is another way to achieve divinity, aside from gaining the power of faith and divine points. This is also why, in response to Li Chen's summons, they chose to appear without hesitation. After all, if there were no benefits, it would be one thing for low-level undead creatures, but how could beings of their high intelligence respond to a summons? Wouldn't it be better to lounge comfortably in their own territory? Why bother going to another world to fight? After the fight, they wouldn't be able to expand their territory anyway, it would be a thankless task. Upon hearing this, Li Chen snapped his fingers, and the space around them returned to normal. "You 2 can go wherever you like, just don't loiter in front of me, or next time I'll send you straight back to the undead world." Upon hearing this, the undead lord's eyes blazed with fury, but thinking of how Li Chen could send him back to the undead world at any moment, he held back. "Fine, I will. Let it go this time." With that, the undead lord and the Ghostfire lord turned and left, soon disappearing from Li Chen's sight. In the empty square, only Li Chen remained, along with the statue not far away. After closing the Eye of Truth, the statue appeared just like an ordinary statue before Li Chen, unremarkable. The reason the undead lord and the Ghostfire lord had approached was that they had vaguely sensed the statue's extraordinary nature. They had initially wanted to trick Li Chen into leaving so they could examine the statue themselves, but Li Chen had seen through their intentions and, without a word, was ready to send them back to the undead world. With Li Chen's intervention, the undead lord and the Ghostfire lord instantly lost their desire to investigate further and did not linger. Li Chen walked up to the statue, slowly extending his right hand and gently placing it on the statue. This time, no one came to disturb him. At the moment Li Chen's palm touched the statue, he faintly felt an invisible pull from the nameless ring on his hand. Accompanying this pull, the power of faith sealed within the statue was slowly absorbed by the nameless ring. The hazy glow that had just receded from the nameless ring reappeared. A minute passed. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of cracking sounds, countless dense fissures appeared on the Minotaur statue, and with a loud boom, the Minotaur statue shattered, debris raining down. Li Chen had already shifted through space, his figure vanishing. When he reappeared, he was already at the core of the royal city, the palace above. This was the residence of the Minotaur king and the heart of the Minotaur royal city. Destroying this place would be tantamount to destroying the entire Minotaur royal city. With this thought, the Book of All Things appeared in Li Chen's hand, transforming into a staff. He pointed gently downward, gathering fire elements, and a blazing fireball shot out, crashing onto the palace door. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed as the palace door was blown apart by Li Chen. At the same time, Li Chen waved his staff repeatedly. Lightning, explosive fireballs, gale sides, ice arrows, one skill after another was unleashed by Li Chen, turning the once resplendent palace into a scene of devastation. After a long while, a prompt finally sounded in Li Chen's mind, prompting him to stop his assault on the palace. Prompt: you have destroyed the Minotaur royal city. At the same time, a progress bar appeared before Li Chen's eyes. It was the progress bar for conquering the Minotaur's small world, and it now read 100%. Prompt: you have successfully conquered the secret realm of Minotaur's small world. Ding dong, binding secret realm instance. Ding dong, you have become the master of the Minotaur's small world, secret realm. Tip: you can independently generate a teleportation scroll for the secret realm. Note: as the master of the secret realm, you have the obligation to maintain your own secret realm instance. Each time the secret realm instance opens, it will consume a small amount of the secret realm's origin. The secret realm's origin can slowly recover on its own or be replenished through external means. As the master of the secret realm, you need to reasonably arrange the number of times the secret realm opens. Secret Realm instance, the little world of the Tauron, golden level, current Secret Realm origin, 100%, reasonable opening. Times for the Secret Realm instance, 10,000 times/month. Ding dong, you have obtained the permanent buff, Master of the Secret Realm. Master of the Secret Realm, status, permanent buff rank. Effect, while in your own secret realm, you can mobilize the power of the secret realm's origin to enhance yourself with a tenfold increase in all attributes. Effective below divine level. Description, as the master of the secret realm, you not only have the responsibility to protect the secret realm, but you also enjoy the power that the secret realm brings you. At that moment, a surge of power flowed into Li Chen's body from all directions. In that instant, Li Chen felt an unprecedented strength. He couldn't help but open his attribute panel. Player, Starry Sky and Mist level, 150 rank, Dark Gold level experience. Points, 0 health points, Infinity Magic points, Infinity Constitution, 1 million, plus 10,000, Spirit, 1 million, plus 20,000, Agility, 1 million, plus 10,000, Strength, 1 million, plus 10,000, Intelligence, 1 million, plus 20,000, Physical Defense, 1 million, plus 40,000, Magic Defense, 1 million, plus 40,000. Buff, Cosmic Will, permanent, Master of the Secret Realm, permanent. Looking at his attribute panel, a brilliant smile couldn't help but appear on Li Chen's face. Hee, in the future, if I encounter enemies stronger than me, I'll just trick them into the secret realm and then counterattack. Li Chen noticed that not only had all his attributes received a tenfold boost, but the increase in health points and magic points was even more exaggerated. Health points and magic points had directly become infinite. As long as the secret realm is indestructible, I am indestructible. Within the secret realm, I am a god. Li Chen's smile widened, gradually becoming maniacal. After a long time, Li Chen finally calmed down. He opened a strange panel. It was a new panel he obtained after becoming the master of the little world of the Tauron. On the panel, there was only a small red block prominently labeled Reset. Li Chen looked at the panel before him, and with a thought, he pondered, do you want to reset the secret realm? After resetting, the secret realm will restore to its initial data at the cost of consuming 10% of its origin power. Yes, no. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen chose yes. The next moment, the world spun around and the space began to distort. After a long time, when the world returned to normal, what appeared before Li Chen's eyes was no longer the dilapidated ruins. Instead, it was a magnificent palace, resplendent and imposing. In front of the palace, 4 burly Tauron warriors stood straight on either side. In front of the palace, Taurans came and went, and occasionally, some young Taurans ran past Li Chen, their eyes filled with envy as they looked at the palace. Watching the scenes before him, Li Chen couldn't help but show a look of astonishment on his face. Is this the great power of the cosmic will? The power of time. The power of time has always been the most mysterious force in the universe. Countless ages have been born since the universe's inception, along with the rise and fall of countless deities and supreme gods. Too many powerful beings have sought the power of time and the laws of time, yet no one has ever been able to unveil the true veil of time. It is said that to become a supreme god, one must comprehend and master the power of time, and only by becoming a supreme god can one transcend the universe and stand equal with it. Could the cosmic will itself be a supreme god? Li Chen looked at the resplendent hall before him, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. In the ancient myths of the Flame Kingdom, there exists a legendary being, Pangu. According to the myths, Pangu created the heavens and the earth, ultimately transforming into the universe and all living beings. Throughout the cosmos, tales of a deity known as the Pangu Lord are widely circulated. It is said that this Pangu Lord was the first being in the universe and also the first supreme deity. At this moment, Li Chen was pondering whether this Pangu Lord was indeed the great Pangu from the myths of the Flame Kingdom. It is not merely a lord but the supreme god. Because of it, the universe was born, and because of it, all beings in the universe came into existence. The will of the universe is, in fact, the will of that supreme Pangu deity. Just as Li Chen was lost in thought, 2 figures appeared beside him simultaneously. Human, what has happened? Why have all these minotaurs come back to life? The Lord of the Undead's eyes flickered with restless flames as it cautiously surveyed the surroundings. On the other side, the Lord of Ghostfire floated onto a minotaur, suddenly enveloping it. However, the two seemed to exist in different spacetime. The Lord of Ghostfire grasped at nothing. The minotaur, seemingly unfazed, strolled down the street with an ordinary expression. Human, did you see that? This world has suddenly become strange. These minotaurs seem to be in a different spacetime from us. It's too bizarre. The Lord of Ghostfire floated next to Li Chen and said. Hearing this, Li Chen said nothing, merely focused his thoughts, and at that moment, the space around the 2 lords twisted. Just moments ago, the 2 lords would have struggled, but now, they not only did not resist but actively cooperated, disappearing in an instant back to the realm of the undead. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to explain anything to these 2 undead beings. Without his explanation, they naturally wouldn't know that the little world of the minotaurs had completely fallen under Li Chen's control. By utilizing the authority of the Lord of the Secret Realm, he had separated the 3 of them from the minotaur's spacetime. which was why that scene had just occurred. The two undead lords clearly felt the strangeness and eeriness of the situation, so they abandoned any thoughts of comprehending the laws and prioritizing their lives, decisively chose to return to the realm of the undead. Li Chen took a deep look at the sky, and with a thought, a portal appeared before him. The next moment, Li Chen stepped through the portal. Just as the portal quietly closed, the Minotaur King, seated high on its throne, suddenly opened its large, bell-like eyes. Its gaze seemed to penetrate the palace doors, sweeping past the 4 guards standing at the entrance, landing on the spot where Li Chen had vanished. Strange, there was indeed an unusual sensation here just now. Why did it disappear in an instant? Did I sense it wrong? The Minotaur King furrowed its brow. Suddenly, it stood up and walked into the side hall. Soon, it arrived at the entrance of the underground tunnel, looking at the dark and deep tunnel. Before it, the expression on the Minotaur King's face grew even more perplexed. Strange, I always feel like I've forgotten something. Murmuring softly, the Minotaur King slowly walked down the tunnel. Before long, it reached the end of the underground tunnel, where it was empty, devoid of the massive stone tablet, and there was also no longer a Minotaur deity's avatar sealed within the stone tablet. Looking at the empty underground space before it, the Minotaur King's brow tightened further. Crossing through the portal, the environment around Li Chen had quietly changed. The wide streets, magnificent palaces, and the flow of people seemed like a fleeting dream, dissipating into thin air. Turning back, the portal had quietly closed. Surveying the surroundings, Li Chen found himself back in a desolate area filled with stones. To make a long story short, the time it took for Li Chen to teleport into the Minotaur's little world, conquer the secret realm, and become the lord of the secret realm was merely a few hours to in this brief moment. The respawn time of the wild monsters had not yet cooled down, so around Li Chen, it was empty, with not a single rock beast in sight. Just then, a system notification echoed in Li Chen's mind. Notification. You are the first player in the world to completely conquer the secret realm and become the master of the secret realm. Your heroic deeds will be announced to the world. Do you want to hide your ID? Yes, no. Listening to the system notification in his mind, Li Chen felt no ripple of emotion. He had anticipated this. According to his memories from his previous life, the first player to conquer the secret realm and become its master did so 3 months after the game launched. And now, it had only been a little over a month since the game started, leaving a long way to go before reaching that 3-month mark. Without much thought, Li Chen chose no. For him, there were basically no capable players in the world with his current attributes. Who could possibly be his opponent? It was important to note that the game had only been live for a month, let alone legendary players. There wouldn't even be 100 Dark Gold players. Considering that the number of players entering the game had approached or even surpassed 100 million, it was astonishing that fewer than 100 had reached Dark Gold level. It was clear that unless one had incredibly good luck, it was impossible to break through to legendary level during this time frame. Below legendary level, Li Chen was absolutely invincible, not only because of his terrifying attributes but also due to the permanent buff of cosmic protection he carried. World announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Nation region, for being the first to completely conquer the secret realm dungeon, becoming the first master of the secret realm in the world. World announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Nation region, for being the first to completely conquer the secret realm dungeon, becoming the first master of the secret realm in the world. World announcement. At the same time, all players currently online received this world announcement in their minds. As the world announcement echoed 3 times, it immediately sparked heated discussions among all players. Dragon Shadow, Flame Nation region. Damn, 666, Starry Sky is forever a god. It's only been a few hours since his last world announcement, and here comes another one. Flying Pig, Flame Nation region at Starry Sky and Mist. Boss, where are you? Please remember your poor little brother. I'm having a tough time. Flying Sheep, Flame Nation region at Starry Sky and Mist. Boss, where are you? I want to cling to your leg. God Slayer, Flame Nation region at Starry Sky and Mist. Bro, are you interested in joining a guild? Our God Slayer guild is the top gaming guild in the Flame Nation. If you're willing to come, the position of guild leader can be yours. By the way, I have a beautiful sister. God Slayer Feather Tear, Flame Nation region at God Slayer. Do you want to die? Just wait, I'm coming to find you right now. Meichuan Niaiku, our nation region at Starry Sky and Mist. Brother, my Meichuan family is a top underworld family in our nation. Consider joining us, and I guarantee you'll live well in our nation, with beautiful women at your disposal. Even top celebrities are not out of reach. Ilya, M Nation region at Starry Sky and Mist. Young man, do you need a wife? I'm available, whether in-game or in reality. We can do naughty things together. Selfie, Long Legs, Sword Soul God, Flame Nation region at Starry Sky and Mist. Brother Starry Sky, consider our Sword Soul guild. We are the top guild in the Flame Nation. If you come, I'll step down and let you take the guild leader position. I also have a beautiful sister. Here's her photo, take a look. Selfie, selfie. Luotian destroying the world. Flame Nation district. At Starry Sky and Mist, kid, you'd better not show up in the Thunder Main City, otherwise I will settle the score between you and my Luotian guild. One by one. Abe Jeansher, our nation district it's that Starry Sky and Mist again. I just want to know who he really is. It's so obvious he's cheating, yet he hasn't been banned. What a trashy god game. My grandson Kikuchi, our nation district at Starry Sky and Mist. Bro, if you see this, please DM me. I want to collaborate with you, of course, the price is negotiable. Shadili Shiva, Ida district at Starry Sky and Mist. Bro, I'm so poor that all I have left is money. If you want to collaborate, come to me, money is as plentiful as the sands of the Ganges. The world channel was bustling. In a wild monster map outside the main city, the flying pig and flying sheep looked on enviously at the constantly refreshing messages on the world channel. Without exception, these messages were all related to Li Chen. Sigh, when will I also become the focus of the world, being courted by countless people? If that happens, I would have no regrets in life, the flying pig sighed. Hearing this, the flying sheep nodded in agreement with the flying pig's words. Just then, both of their private chat channels vibrated simultaneously. They opened the private chat channels without much thought. Unlike Li Chen, they had quite a few friends added, receiving more or less private messages every day. So, they were already used to the vibrations of the private chat channels. However, this time, the situation seemed a bit different. When they saw the game ID that sent the private message, they instantly became excited. It's Boss Starry Sky. Boss really hasn't forgotten us. The flying pig looked at the private chat channel in front of him, turned around, and excitedly looked at the flying sheep beside him. The flying sheep also nodded excitedly. On the rocky wasteland, Li Chen looked at the messages flooding the world channel, which were mostly centered around him, causing a smile to appear on his face. Humans are social creatures, naturally liking to be the center of attention. Even Li Chen couldn't escape this psychology. It was also on the world channel that he saw the messages from the flying pig and flying sheep brothers. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen recalled that he indeed had taken these two little brothers in the novice village. Thus, he sent them a private message. After sending the message, Li Chen closed the chat channel and shifted his attention to the secret realm of Minotaur's little world. After some thought, Li Chen focused his mind and consumed a trivial amount of secret realm essence to conjure 10 secret realm teleportation scrolls out of thin air, which he then listed on the world auction house. Any player who left the novice village and teleported to the main city could open the world auction house interface for cross-main city trading. However, this was the first time Li Chen used this interface to teleport to the main city. Nevertheless, with the memories from his previous life, Li Chen was quite familiar with the process and successfully listed the 10 secret realm teleportation scrolls. After some thought, Li Chen finally set the price for each secret realm teleportation scroll at 1 gold coin. Just as Li Chen had just listed the secret realm teleportation scrolls on the world auction house, it immediately attracted attention from all sides. There was no helping it. After all, Li Chen was the first to list secret realm teleportation scrolls. Even though countless items were listed for auction on the world auction house every moment, it still couldn't overshadow Li Chen's secret realm teleportation scrolls. Just a little while later, the price of the secret realm teleportation scrolls listed by Li Chen had already undergone a huge change. 1 gold coin, 1.5 gold coins, 2 gold coins, 4 gold coins, 10 gold coins. In the end, the price of these secret realm teleportation scrolls was set at 10 gold coins and was quickly snatched up. As a result, Li Chen gained 100 gold coins. However, the world auction house takes a 20% cut. 100 gold coins, when they reach Li Chen's hands, were reduced to only 80. This further solidified Li Chen's idea of opening an auction house and a shop. It was a joke. His innate talent had already been charged a commission by the will of the universe, and now selling things at the world auction house would incur a cut as well. How much could one endure? Just then, Li Chen's brow suddenly raised. As the master of the secret realm, he could sense that someone had already entered the Minotaur's little world secret realm. However, soon after, most of these people exited the secret realm. Li Chen narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. The secret realm teleportation scroll could only allow entry and exit from the secret realm once. Spending 10 gold coins to purchase a teleportation scroll was clearly not just to take a glance inside the secret realm. My lord, I have investigated. In this Starry Sky and Fog secret realm, there are only golden level Minotaur wild monsters. Golden level Minotaur wild monsters, while powerful, are merely ants in the eyes of my lord. This Starry Sky and Fog must just be good fortune. They discovered the secret realm before my lord and thus conquered it, becoming the master of the secret realm. In a main city of country R, a figure dressed as a ninja, with their face covered, appeared behind a burly figure and respectfully said. Upon hearing this, the burly figure extended his right hand, making a gesture to retreat. Seeing this, the masked ninja quickly and cautiously stepped back. Is it merely good fortune? How could someone trigger several world announcements in just a few days be just lucky? As he spoke, the burly figure slowly turned around. If the citizens of country were here, they would surely recognize this imposing figure as the current Prime Minister of country, R. Matsumoto Taku. After a moment's thought, Matsumoto Taku waved his hand at the empty air, and the next moment, a shadow silently appeared before him. She was dressed in a ninja outfit, her face covered, and upon appearing, she knelt silently before Matsumoto Taku. The ninja outfit, being tight-fitting, revealed the impressive figure of this ninja, instantly exposing her alluring form to Matsumoto Taku's eyes. Looking at the female ninja before him, a burning desire emerged in Matsumoto Taku's eyes, and he felt a noticeable physiological reaction below. Suppressing the urge to pounce on the female ninja before him, Matsumoto Taku said, in a deep voice, Ninja 3, take Ninja 5 and Ninja 6 to the valley discovered last time, activate the teleportation array, and go to the flame country. Continent. I give you 1 month to find the starry sky and fog and bring it back to me. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the female ninja, codenamed Ninja 3, expressionless, nodded without speaking, her figure quietly blending into the air and disappearing. The starry sky and fog, huh? If I can control him, then I will surely gain immense benefits. Perhaps I will become the #1 player in the game, and the future of the Earthstar will be my Matsumoto Taku's era. Looking at the empty room, Matsumoto Taku's face revealed an expression of anticipation. As the current Prime Minister of country R, Matsumoto Taku naturally knew about the secrets of the god-making game. Otherwise, how could a Prime Minister, who should be dealing with national affairs, have the leisure to play games? In the demon cave, a sword of thunder burst forth from the water. His face was filled with the smile of a bountiful harvest. Following the boss means there's meat to eat. Beneath this pool of water, there was actually a fate treasure chest. At this point, the sword of thunder carefully placed the fate treasure chest he was holding onto the shore. If Li Chen were to know that beneath this pool of water was a fate treasure chest, he would surely feel heart-wrenched, unable to breathe. Even if he missed a divine-level treasure chest, Li Chen could remain calm. But missing a fate treasure chest was something he could not take lightly. Fortunately, Li Chen was unaware of this, allowing him to escape a calamity. A sword-shocking thunder held his hands in a cupping gesture near his mouth, took a deep breath of good fortune, rubbed his hands together, and then, amidst his eager anticipation, the fate treasure chest slowly began to load. 10 minutes later, the fate treasure chest gradually opened. The chest vanished, leaving behind 2 glowing orbs suspended in midair. A few minutes later, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on a sword-shocking thunder's face. One could only say that the fate treasure chest truly lived up to its name. Regardless of whether one's luck was good or bad, it could yield items that were perfectly suited to oneself, even capable of altering one's destiny. The first item, a sword-shocking thunder obtained, was a class transfer book, allowing him to change to a divine-level class, Thunder Sword God. A sword-shocking thunder took a look and was quite satisfied with the Thunder Sword God class. By transferring to Thunder Sword God, he would receive 2 enhancements. One was a 10-fold increase in lightning damage, and the other was a 10-fold increase in swordsmanship damage. If he were to become a true deity and condense the divine essence of Thunder Sword God, this damage enhancement could be fully unleashed, increasing it by a full 50 times. However, to transfer to Thunder Sword God, just having the class transfer book was not enough. He also needed to complete a prerequisite task. Fortunately, a sword-shocking thunder checked and found that this prerequisite task was relatively simple, and with some time, he could easily accomplish it. Carefully placing the Thunder Sword God class transfer book into his game backpack, a sword-shocking thunder then turned his attention to the other item that had emerged from the Fate treasure chest. It was a stone radiating a faint divine aura. By checking its attributes, a sword-shocking thunder learned that this was no ordinary stone, but a talent upgrade stone. Moreover, it was not just any talent upgrade stone, this was a divine-level talent upgrade stone. After use, any talent below divine level could be forcibly upgraded to divine level. A sword-shocking thunder excitedly placed the divine-level talent upgrade stone on his forehead, and in the next moment, the stone directly fused into his brow. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding dong, your talent level has increased, current level is divine. Hearing this system prompt in his mind, a sword-shocking thunder couldn't help but let out a delighted laugh. After laughing, a sword-shocking thunder opened the private chat channel and found his friend, Starry Sky and Mist. Hee hee, such good news, how can I not share it with the boss? As the saying goes, sharing joy is better than enjoying it alone. With that thought, a sword-shocking thunder was about to send a message to Li Chen. Suddenly, 3 consecutive world announcements exploded in his mind. World announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist, Flame Nation region, for being the first to completely conquer the Secret Realm dungeon, becoming the first Secret Realm master in the world. Listening to the continuous world announcements ringing in his mind, a sword-shocking thunder's smile instantly froze. Ahem, never mind. I'll just enjoy it alone. A sword-shocking thunder covered his mouth with his fist and coughed lightly. Looking at the private chat channel in front of him, he thought for a moment, deleted the message he had just edited, and sent a new message. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations on becoming the first Secret Realm master in the world, you're amazing. On the other side, Li Chen received the private message from a sword shocking Thunder, a smile appearing on his face as he replied, "Where are you? Have you come out of the demon cave?" A sword shocking Thunder, coming right up. "I just crawled out from under the pond and am on my way back." Li Chen frowned slightly and sent a message back, "You're too slow. I've already conquered a small world and you're just getting ready to leave the demon cave?" In the demon cave, upon seeing this message, a sword shocking Thunder stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. "Do you think everyone is as freakish as you? This is me. If you switch to an ordinary level 10 player, they wouldn't even make it to the entrance of the demon cave." In his heart, he muttered a phrase, but he dared not send it to Li Chen, so he could only send a few emojis. Ashamed, ashamed, ashamed. Li Chen, speaking of which, what good things did you find at the bottom of the pool? If it weren't for the world announcement just now, Jian Jinglei would have been excited to chat a bit more upon seeing this message, but now he simply replied disinterestedly, "Nothing good." Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Nothing good? It seems I guessed wrong. I thought there would at least be a decent treasure down there." Shaking his head, Li Chen didn't think much of it. He just closed the private chat channel and the power of space surged around him as his figure flickered and teleported towards the direction of the demon cave. Before long, Li Chen's figure appeared at the entrance of the demon cave, quietly waiting. About half an hour later, Jian Jinglei finally walked out of the cave. Unaccustomed, he closed his eyes, and after a moment, Jian Jinglei finally opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was Li Chen, arms crossed. "Boss." Jian Jinglei hurriedly approached Li Chen. Li Chen glanced at Jian Jinglei, nodded, and said, "Since you're out, let's set off. We've already wasted quite a bit of time. Hurry up and complete your hidden quest, then return to Wanxiang main city." After saying that, Li Chen turned around and strode away. Seeing this, Jian Jinglei quickly followed. The two figures soon disappeared from sight. Along the way, Li Chen kept rubbing the nameless ring in his hand. Ever since absorbing the power of faith, the nameless ring had become lifeless, showing no signs of abnormality. However, the experienced Li Chen knew that this was the nameless ring, digesting that power of faith. While rubbing it, a glint flickered in Li Chen's eyes. He had yet to fully explore all the functions of the nameless ring. He currently only knew of two abilities. The first was the vast storage space that Li Chen used most often, and within the ring's space, time was frozen, so he didn't have to worry about monster corpses disappearing after 10 minutes. The second ability was quite extraordinary. It was the power to absorb faith and nourish oneself. Before becoming a deity, this ability manifested as the capacity to absorb faith and enhance one's attribute points, even improving talents and skill levels. This was also why, in his previous life, Li Chen had awakened only a golden level innate talent. But before his fall, his innate talent had reached the level of a main god. After becoming a deity, this function became even more terrifying, absorbing the power of laws and converting it into one's own divine power. Generally speaking, the cultivation method of deities is similar to that of cultivators in fantasy novels, continuously absorbing external power to condense it into their own divine power, gradually becoming stronger. For other deities, while the power of faith can be converted into divine power to enhance oneself, the efficiency is pitifully low, with over 90% of the power of faith ultimately wasted. However, through the nameless ring, Li Chen's conversion success rate reached an astonishing 99%. This was also why Li Chen could break through to the level of a main god in just 100,000 years, and not just any main god, but a very powerful existence among them. On the other side, Jian Jinglei had also recovered from Li Chen's blow. He looked around excitedly, and whenever he spotted a wild monster, he would immediately draw his Tianjian and charge in with a loud shout. Li Chen merely regarded his state with indifference. He had seen crowds far crazier than Jian Jinglei, even those who could be described as mentally ill. However, what surprised Li Chen a bit was that Jian Jinglei's damage seemed to have received a significant boost. Li Chen remembered that previously, Jian Jinglei's normal damage was around 200,000. But now, each of his attacks dealt 500,000 damage. Not only that, but his critical hit rate also received a tremendous boost. After observing for a while, Li Chen discovered that Jian Jinglei's current critical hit rate should be between 30% and 50%. The critical hit rate is a hidden attribute, and in the god-making game, any hidden attribute is extremely difficult to obtain. In the last life, a large number of legendary players had critical hit rates below 20%. There were even epic players with absurdly low critical hit rates. In the early stages of the game, having a critical hit rate of over 20% could almost be described as a rare occurrence. Li Chen's mind turned slightly, and he quickly understood that Jian Jinglei must have gained some good fortune in the demon cave. This guy is quite low-key, Li Chen thought to himself, secretly holding Jian Jinglei in high regard. He didn't mind Jian Jinglei keeping secrets from him. After all, fortune is something that, if carelessly proclaimed, can sometimes provoke envy and endless trouble. If one doesn't have enough strength, it's best to choose to be low-key and hide oneself. After all, not everyone is like Li Chen, who can be powerful enough to disregard all players in the server. Li Chen didn't know that Jian Jinglei wasn't keeping secrets from him, but was instead struck by the world announcement just as he was about to tell him. Speaking of which, I need to quickly get some ancient contracts. In his last life, Li Chen suffered a brutal ambush by 10 main gods due to the betrayal of a friend. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. Li Chen naturally couldn't be foolish enough to list Yi Jian Jinglei as his confidant, even though in his past memories, Yi Jian Jinglei had given him a very righteous and loyal impression. But Li Chen didn't dare to gamble, nor did he want to bet on human hearts, which are the most changeable and complex. The ancient contracts could offset these hidden dangers. Once an ancient contract is signed, even a deity must pay the price of falling if they violate the agreement. If in his last life Li Chen had used an ancient contract on that friend, he wouldn't have been surrounded and killed by the 10 main gods, ultimately leading to his rebirth. After all, that friend didn't have much talent. With Li Chen's help, he was only at the deity level. Just then, a figure suddenly burst out from a nearby tree. It was a wild monster with the head of a tiger and the body of a monkey. Upon seeing this wild monster, Yi Jian Jinglei shouted, "Die for me!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the Tian sword in his hand suddenly emitted a brilliant sword light. The sword light swept out, and feeling that astonishing sword aura, the wild monsters first stood on end. 100W. Critical damage. With a single sword light, it easily took away all of the wild monsters' health. The sword god talent is simply too strong, Yi Jian Jinglei thought excitedly. Previously, Yi Jian Jinglei's talent was called Swordmaster, which came with master-level swordsmanship proficiency from the start. Holding a sword-type weapon, he had a plus 300% boost to all attributes, and after directly hitting an enemy with a sword-type weapon, he could deal 500% high damage. But now, he had used a divine talent upgrade stone, elevating his talent to divine level. His current innate talent was Sword God, which came with divine-level swordsmanship proficiency from the start. After equipping a sword-type weapon, he had a tenfold increase in all attributes, and any damage dealt through sword-type weapons could inflict 500% high damage on the target. Moreover, the critical hit rate for any damage dealt through sword-type weapons was increased by 40%. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. "Boss, here you go." Yi Jian Jinglei picked up the wild monster's corpse and handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen nodded in satisfaction and stored the wild monster's body. Then, the two of them moved forward without any obstacles. It was hard to say whether it was good luck or bad luck for Li Chen. Along the way, they encountered quite a few ordinary and elite monsters, but they didn't see a single boss. This inevitably made Li Chen feel a bit regretful. For him at this moment, only the sacrifice of the boss's corpse could bring him benefits. As for ordinary wild monsters and elite wild monsters, after the sacrifice, he could only obtain free attribute points. Unfortunately, Li Chen's free attribute points were already maxed out, so the corpses of the wild monsters could only be tossed into the ring. Space to gather dust. "Boss, it's just ahead. Look at that mountain, it's filled with thunder. The wild monsters inside must all be of the thunder attribute." Yi Jian Jinglei pointed excitedly at the mountain ahead. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can end this." With that, Li Chen took the lead and headed towards the Thunder Mountain. The name Thunder Mountain was given by Li Chen. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, there were countless mountains, and it was impossible for every mountain to have a name. For instance, the Thunder Mountain in front of Li Chen and his companion did not have a name. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Li Chen and his companion finally discovered the reason why this mountain was shrouded in thunder all year round. On this Thunder Mountain, the entire area was covered with large trees whose leaves were silver white. Those electric arcs were emitted by these leaves, which absorbed the thunder elements from the heavens and the earth. From a distance, it looked as if the entire mountain was perpetually surrounded by thunder. "Let's go in," Li Chen called out to Yi Jian Jinglei and stepped into the Thunder Mountain. First, seeing this, Yi Jian Jinglei quickly followed. At that moment, a figure dashed down from a large tree. It was a bird about the size of a sparrow, entirely silver white, with tiny electric arcs constantly dancing around it. The target of the silver bird was none other than Li Chen, who was in the lead. "Dare to attack my boss? Seeking death." Yi Jian Jinglei swung the Yitan sword in his hand, sending a sword energy slicing through the air. Although the silver bird was fast, it was no match for Yi Jian Jinglei's sword energy. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out, and Yi Jian Jinglei's sword energy reached the silver bird first. -1 million. Critical damage. The high damage of 1 million instantly killed it. However, this action seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest. Caw. Dozens to hundreds of silver birds flew down from the trees, their cries filled with rage over the death of their companion. Seeing this, Li Chen felt the spatial power around him surge and was about to take action. At that moment, Yi Jian Jinglei, with a face full of excitement, shouted, "Boss, don't intervene. I just got a skill last time and haven't tried it yet. Let me handle it." Upon hearing this, the spatial blades Li Chen had just conjured vanished, and in the next moment, Li Chen's figure appeared behind Yi Jian Jinglei. "Then I'll leave it to you. Alright, just watch me, boss." Yi Jian Jinglei grinned, and the next moment, he held the Yitan sword horizontally. Li Chen looked at Yi Jian Jinglei, and his true eye quietly activated. He noticed that Yi Jian Jinglei was continuously accumulating power. Just then, the silver birds approached, now only a meter away from the two. At that moment, Yi Jianjing also made his move. I am the sun. After a passionate declaration, 3 massive beams of light sword energy burst forth, and wherever they passed, not a single silver bird was spared. They were all instantly killed. -1 million. -2 million. Critical damage, -1 million. In an instant, all the silver birds lost their breath and fell to the ground. Not only that, but the 3 massive beams of light sword energy flew further and further away. Through the true eye, Li Chen could see in the distance that many wild monsters caught in the path of the light sword energy were suffering from unexpected calamities. Boss, how was that skill of mine? Yi Jianjing sheathed the Etienne sword and looked at Li Chen with pride. This was the epic sword technique he had unexpectedly obtained earlier, although it couldn't compare to the god-level skill that Li Chen obtained from opening a treasure chest in front of him. Li Chen's skill was a life-saving one, while the skill in his hand was an attack skill. Both in terms of special effects and damage bonuses, it was quite impressive. As for Yi Jianjing's pride in his skill, Li Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Otherwise, Li Chen could easily pull out his great staff and show Yi Jianjing what a god-level attack skill looked like. A range-type god-level attack skill, no less. Ignoring Yi Jianjing, Li Chen looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, waved his hand, and the power of space surged, causing all the bodies to fly in front of him and be collected into the ring space. Yi Jianjing had long since become accustomed to Li Chen's necrophilia. Li Chen was responsible for collecting the corpses, while he was in charge of picking up the light orbs on the ground. However, the wild monsters on this Thunder Mountain were generally not high in level, as they were merely of the bronze tier and couldn't drop anything good. Yi Jianjing's face was filled with disdain for picking up trash. Sigh, if I had known I was this strong, I would have come to kill them myself. Along the way, Yi Jianjing thought to himself while clearing the path ahead. But it seemed he had forgotten that without Li Chen telling him to enter the demon cave and obtain the fate treasure chest, which greatly enhanced his strength, he wouldn't have the power he had now. Perhaps he could easily kill bronze tier wild monsters, but facing a bronze tier boss with his previous attributes would have been quite difficult. Suddenly, the space in front of the two opened up, and ahead, it became empty, with the silver-white leaves of the large trees disappearing, leaving only a wide expanse of grass. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from afar. Following the sound, a group of horses with silver-white fur and crackling with electric arcs came galloping from the distance. Lightning. Horses. Seeing the galloping horses, Li Chen's eyes couldn't help but light up. In the god-making game, when a player's level reaches 30, they can unlock the mount system. The more flashy the mount, the more it attracts players' favor. Most wild monsters, when killed, only drop game currency, skill books, equipment, and basic items. However, there are some special wild monsters that drop unique items upon defeat. For example, the lightning horse has a certain chance to drop a mount egg when killed. Players above level 30 will have a mount interface, and as long as they place the mount egg into the interface to incubate, they can obtain their desired mount after a period of time. Although the lightning horse has low growth potential and generally stops at the bronze level, its coolness is undeniable. The lightning horse not only ranks among the fastest bronze mounts but also gallops like a flash of lightning, looking both cool and impressive. Not to mention male players, even female players find it hard to resist the allure of the lightning horse. In the previous life, there were even wealthy players who spent a lot of resources to forcibly raise the lightning horse's tier to legendary and even epic levels. This was completely a case of losing more than gaining, yet many people did it, not just one or two, but a lot. What were they after? Wasn't it just for the sake of looking cool and impressive? Looking at the lightning horse, Li Chen seemed to see a path to wealth. Although he had hoarded a large amount of gold coins without using them, it didn't mean they were useless. On the contrary, in the god-making game, gold coins were needed everywhere. However, Li Chen hadn't been in the game for long, and, coupled with his exaggerated leveling speed, he hadn't really used much gold. He had only used it once when opening his game backpack, which directly cost him hundreds of thousands of gold coins. So, when Li Chen saw the lightning horse galloping towards him, it was no longer just a horse but a pile of shining gold coins rushing towards him. Boss, look at me. Looking at the lightning horse, one sword shocking thunder couldn't help but brighten his eyes. He positioned the heaven-defying sword horizontally, preparing to gather strength for a powerful move against the lightning horse. This made Li Chen anxious. Without a second thought, he lifted his leg and kicked one sword shocking thunder away. The drop rate for mount eggs was quite low, and Li Chen didn't want one sword shocking thunder to ruin his path to wealth. For Li Chen, who had 10 points of luck and the title of Chosen One, only by taking action himself could he maximize his gains. One sword shocking thunder. After being kicked away by Li Chen and landing on the ground, one sword shocking thunder stared wide-eyed, looking at Li Chen with a face full of grievance. Li Chen had no time to pay attention to one sword shocking thunder's pitiful little eyes. With a thought, the spatial power around him surged. And then a multitude of spatial blades sliced through the air, rushing towards the oncoming lightning horse. Ding dong, you have killed lightning horse, normal, gaining 23 experience points. Ding dong, you have killed lightning horse, normal, gaining 23 experience points. Ding dong. In the face of Li Chen's attack, these lightning horses fell one after another. Over 100 lightning horses, none escaped. Then, with another thought, Li Chen's body instantly appeared in front of a lightning horse's corpse. With a wave of his hand, he casually stored the lightning horse's body into his ring space. Only 2 light orbs remained on the ground. Li Chen gazed intently at the 2 light orbs on the ground and quickly picked them up. Ding dong, you have obtained copper coin, *23. Ding dong, you have obtained Mount Egg, Lightning Horse, *1. As the white light dissipated, a Mount Egg the size of a pineapple appeared in Li Chen's hand, entirely silver white. Mount Egg, Lightning Horse. Rank, Bronze Hatching Requirement, Level 30 Effect. After hatching, you will definitely obtain a lightning horse. Description, want a flashy and cool mount? Then hurry up and hatch it. Not only can you gain handsomeness, but you can also experience the thrill of chasing lightning and wind. Looking at the lightning horse Mount Egg in his hand, a joyful smile appeared on Li Chen's face. The Mount Market was a huge cake. Currently, the game had just launched, and all the guilds were busy grinding monsters, leveling up, and farming equipment. Very few people were paying attention to the mount aspect. Even if some players had obtained mounts, it was limited to just that they wouldn't think about entering the mount market at all. It wasn't that everyone was short-sighted, and only Li Chen had a long-term vision. The main reason was that the god-making game had just launched, and most players were purely players, not merchants. For players, even if they wanted to make money, they had to level up first and understand the game rules before they could think of ways to earn. As for those business elites, to them, the game was merely a tool to pass the time. How could they waste time on a game? And the true top-tier giants knew that the god-making game would change the world's landscape in the future. They felt only a sense of urgency, wanting to become stronger quickly to maintain their status in the future. Therefore, in this situation, Li Chen, as a reborn player, held an absolute advantage. With his forward-thinking mindset, he knew that the mount market would be a massive cake, and the first person to eat the cake would undoubtedly reap great rewards. Thus, Li Chen felt it was necessary for him to be that first person to eat the cake. If I can obtain a large number of lightning horses, or simply secure a stable source of lightning horses, he thought, stroking his chin, then I can keep enjoying this cake of the mount market. Don't underestimate the bronze level mounts, they were the lowest and most basic mounts. Yet, this lowest and most basic mount occupied the largest share of the mount market. Boss, what did I do wrong for you to treat me like this? At that moment, Yi Jinglei walked up to Li Chen, his face full of grievance. As he complained. Upon hearing this, Li Chen nearly shot him a cold glance, causing Yi Jinglei to shiver in fear. The grievance on his face seemed to ebb away like a receding tide, disappearing without a trace. Li Chen casually handed over the lightning horse Mount Egg in his hand to Yi Jinglei, saying, "Consider this my apology gift." After saying that, Li Chen ignored the bewildered Yi Jinglei and turned his gaze towards the corpse of the nearest lightning horse. Yi Jinglei looked at the lightning horse Mount Egg in his hand and began to examine it. The next moment, a panel appeared before his eyes. After a quick glance, Yi Jinglei's eyes suddenly lit up. Mount Egg. Just the thought of being able to ride such a cool and stylish lightning horse made Yi Jinglei's blood boil with excitement. A horse is like a car, and a lightning horse is clearly that kind of flashy sports car. One must ask, how many men can resist the temptation of driving a sports car? Boss, can you give me a few more of these Mount Eggs? Seeing Li Chen continuously picking up the glowing orbs from the ground, Yi Jinglei scampered over to Li Chen, grinning widely. Get lost. In response, Li Chen merely shot Yi Jinglei a cold look and spat out a single word. Okay, I'm leaving right now. After being dismissed, Yi Jinglei chuckled awkwardly and quickly scurried away. After Li Chen picked up the last white orb, the surroundings once again became empty. This time, Li Chen had killed a total of 137 lightning horses and collected 103 Mount Eggs. Excluding the one he gave to Yi Jinglei, there were still 102 Mount Eggs quietly lying in Li Chen's ring space. After some thought, Li Chen took out 2 of the lightning horse Mount Eggs and listed them on the world auction house. Intending to test the waters, Li Chen set a base price of 100 gold coins for 1 Mount Egg, successfully listing it on the world auction house. On the continent of Yen Country, outside the main city of Jifeng, on a vast plain, a young man with the game ID of Yen Country War God was holding a longbow, looking down with a face full of distress. At his feet lay an empty arrow shaft. Just yesterday, he had the good fortune to receive a hidden quest, and the reward for this quest was a god-level class transfer book. Yen Country War God looked at it. The god-level class was actually an archer type, and the cold weapon he was most skilled at was indeed the bow and arrow. Although he had already successfully transferred classes, players could still undergo a second transfer by spending some gold coins. So, he excitedly arrived at the designated location for the quest. His hidden quest was very simple. Without using any skills, he had to rely on his own archery skills to shoot down 10,000 Jifeng rabbits. Originally, Yen Country War God thought he could easily complete this task. After all, he came from a family of ancient martial arts and had practiced archery since childhood. While his archery skills weren't quite at a divine level, they could definitely be described as superb. However, upon arriving at Jifeng Plain, Yen Country War God realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. In reality, he was confident he could shoot down rabbits, and even if asked to draw his bow against a giant eagle, he would have confidence. But this was not the real world, it was a god-making game. Even superb archery skills could not compete with the agility attributes of the Jifeng rabbits, which far exceeded those of ordinary players. By the end of the day, Yen Country War God had exhausted all kinds of divine archery techniques and predictions, yet he had only managed to hunt down 3 Jifeng rabbits. Of course, it wasn't that he only hit 3 times, mainly, he hadn't awakened any powerful archery talent, and his own attributes weren't high. Even if he did hit once, he couldn't kill a Jifeng rabbit in one shot. The Gale rabbit is different from other wild creatures. It has no aggression whatsoever. Once attacked, it immediately bolts away at full speed. The highest record of the war god of the Flame Nation is hitting the same Gale rabbit twice in a row, but by the time he attempts a third shot, the Gale rabbit has long escaped his range. Damn it, if only I could increase my speed, I wouldn't have to struggle to shoot down a Gale rabbit, the war god of the Flame Nation thought frantically. Suddenly, his message panel vibrated. It turned out he had been scouting for mounts for a while, so he set it up to alert him whenever someone listed a mount egg. However, there weren't many players putting mount eggs up for sale. After all, only a small portion of designated wild creatures would drop mount eggs upon death, and the drop rate was quite disheartening. Even if a mount egg was dropped, many players chose to keep it for themselves or trade it privately, with very few listing it on the World Auction House. Thus, the mount interface in the World Auction House was rather desolate. Moreover, most mounts did not meet the war god of the Flame Nation's needs. He was currently only interested in speed-type mounts, and the mount eggs that fit his requirements were outrageously priced, with the cheapest being 99,999 gold coins. Naturally, the war god of the Flame Nation would not play the fool and waste his money. Opening the mount interface of the World Auction House, he took a quick glance, expecting it to be another disappointing scroll, but just as he was about to close it, he suddenly froze. What is this? The war god of the Flame Nation couldn't help but click on the image of the lightning horse mount egg. A property chart appeared before his eyes. Although the mount egg did not specify the exact attributes of the lightning horse, when the war god of the Flame Nation saw that line of description, a look of ecstasy spread across his face. A speed-type mount? And the starting price is only 100 gold coins? I must get it. If I could have a speed-type mount, what would it matter to hunt down 10,000 Gale rabbits? With this thought, the war god of the Flame Nation decisively clicked in, but instead of choosing to auction, he opted to buy it outright for 1,000 gold coins. There are 2 ways to acquire items on the World Auction House. One is through auction, and the other is to buy it outright at 10 times the starting price. In an auction, everything must follow the rules of the World Auction House, and the final transaction price is not something the seller can control. However, with a direct buyout, as long as the seller agrees, the transaction can take effect immediately. On the other side, Li Chen was just about to close the World Auction House when suddenly, a strange pop-up appeared before him. A player requests to buy out your auction item. Click to view. Li Chen was slightly taken aback. He had just listed it a few seconds ago, and someone was already requesting to buy it out? With this thought, he chose to enter the interface to check. The interface in his eyes changed again. And this time, Li Chen could see all the information about the lightning horse mount egg more clearly and intuitively. Player war god of the Flame Nation requests to buy out your auction item for 1,000 gold coins. Do you agree? Seeing this line of message, Li Chen was momentarily stunned. War god of the Flame Nation, this game ID was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, he could say he was quite familiar with it. This war god of the Flame Nation was no ordinary person but a top-tier warrior belonging to a special forces unit of the Flame Nation. Even secrets known to some business tycoons were not unknown to the Flame Nation. The moment the god-making game opened, the Flame Nation immediately reacted, establishing a special forces unit in the shortest time possible, with all members entering the god-making game. The higher-ups of the Flame Nation were not stubborn old fogies. They understood that in the future, technology would no longer be able to protect the country or its people. Only by entering the god-making game and continuously growing stronger could they have enough power to safeguard the land that their ancestors had fought for. However, warriors are ultimately just warriors. In the real world, there might not be many who could match them in combat. However, in the game, while operation is important, the core still lies in attributes. For this group of special forces who have never played games before, as soon as they entered the game, they found themselves in various disadvantaged situations. Even with the strong support of the Yin Kingdom and a large influx of funds, their levels remained low, one could even say very low. For example, the war god of Yin Kingdom, in the real world, he is currently the youngest major general in Yin Kingdom, coming from a special forces background. Although he cannot compare to the internet celebrities, a quick search of his name on Baidu still yields a wealth of information. However, in the game, his level is only around 30, and in the god-making game, his reputation is not prominent. If it weren't for Li Chen's advanced memory, he would simply think that this game ID is too flashy. The war god of Yin Kingdom? Li Chen stroked his chin. Although His journey as a deity would be a long one through the starry sky. It does not mean he is someone who forgets his roots. After all, Yen Kingdom is the country that raised him. When he was weak, it was the strong of Yen Kingdom who risked their lives for his safety. Without much thought, Li Chen chose to agree. Little did he know that because of this agreement, the course of history was gradually changing from his previous life. On the other side, a hint of excitement appeared on the face of the war god of Yen Kingdom. After paying 1,000 gold coins, a silver white mount egg appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he quickly placed the lightning horse mount egg into the mount interface and began the hatching process. It actually takes 3 days? Looking at the mount interface, the war god of Yen Kingdom couldn't help but frown. Then, his gaze fell on the blood-red accelerate button below the mount egg. Time waits for no one. 3 days is too long. And this hidden quest also has a time limit of only 5 days. A day has already passed and he has only covered 3/10,000ths of the journey to complete the task. If he delays any longer, the quest will fail. And once the hidden quest fails, there may never be another opportunity to obtain it in the future. So, without a second thought, the war god of Yen Kingdom clicked the accelerate button. Do you want to spend 1,000 gold coins to accelerate by 1 day? Yes, no. Suddenly, a small pop-up window appeared in front of the war god of Yen Kingdom. The corners of his mouth twitched. He had only spent 1,000 gold coins to buy the mount egg. Now, accelerating the hatching by 1 day would cost another 1,000 gold coins. Fortunately, with the backing of the Yen Kingdom, the war god of Yen Kingdom had quite a few gold coins. Without much hesitation, he chose yes. Successfully spent 1,000 gold coins. Your mount egg hatching speed has increased. Indeed, after losing 1,000 gold coins, the hatching time of the lightning horse mount egg was directly cut down by 1 day. Looking at the remaining 2 days, the war god of Yen Kingdom clicked the accelerate button again. Do you want to spend 2,000 gold coins to accelerate by 1 day? Yes, no. Damn. This time, even the war god of Yen Kingdom couldn't help but curse. 2,000 gold coins, in the current market, is equivalent to 200,000 Yen Kingdom coins. Spending 200,000 Yen Kingdom coins to buy a day of time. Even a money-grabbing game company like Penguin Games wouldn't dare to play like this. However, thinking of his hidden quest and the god level job transfer book he would obtain after completing it, the war god of Yen Kingdom gritted his teeth and paid the 2,000 gold coins. Successfully spent 2,000 gold coins. Your mount egg hatching speed has increased. Looking at the remaining day, the war god of Yen Kingdom clicked the accelerate button once more. Do you want to spend 4,000 gold coins to accelerate by 1 day? Yes, no. Hiss. This game is really ruthless. The war god of the Flame Nation couldn't help but gasp in shock. Although he had anticipated this outcome, seeing the reality laid out before him still left him profoundly stunned. Adding the 1,000 gold coins spent on the purchase, the total cost for the lightning horse mount egg had reached a staggering 4,000 gold coins. If he included this 4,000 gold coins, that would make a total of 8,000 gold coins. Although the Flame Nation was wealthy, the war god found himself hesitating. Suddenly, the words of his superior echoed in his mind. Ling Feng, I've made it very clear how important this game is. Remember, once you enter the game, spare no effort to become stronger quickly. Only when you grow stronger can the land and people of the Flame Nation be protected on the day the world undergoes great changes. The future will no longer be a time of peace but an unprecedented era of chaos. Remembering the serious expression in words of his superior, Ling Feng gritted his teeth and made his choice. Successfully consumed 4,000 gold coins. Your mount egg hatching speed has increased. Ding dong, congratulations player for obtaining Lightning Horse, *1. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Ling Feng let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, a teleportation array appeared before him. A horse, wrapped in lightning and adorned with a sleek silver mane, slowly materialized. Nay, the lightning horse looked at Ling Feng and affectionately lowered its head, nudging him in the chest. Any lingering doubts Ling Feng had vanished the moment he saw the lightning horse, leaving only pure delight in his eyes. When the mount was still an egg, he could only see the image of the egg in the attribute chart, not the appearance of the mount after hatching. If Ling Feng had known from the start how handsome the lightning horse was, he wouldn't have hesitated for a moment, even if it cost 8,000 gold coins, or even double that. What a fine horse, what a fine horse, what a fine horse. As he stroked the lightning horse, Ling Feng exclaimed 3 times. Suddenly, he jolted back to reality. He suddenly remembered that when he bought the lightning horse mount egg, the auctioneer had listed not 1, but 2. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the world auction house's mount interface, and sure enough, there was another lightning horse mount egg prominently displayed. Without a second thought, Ling Feng hurriedly submitted another buyout request. Meanwhile, on the other side, having finished cleaning the battlefield, Li Chen was continuing his ascent towards the peak of Thunder Mountain with a sword like thunder when he suddenly received a system message. A player has requested to buy out your auction item. Click to view. Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and then entered the interface to check. Player, War God. of the Flame Nation requests to buy out your auction item for 1,000 gold coins. Do you agree? This war god of the Flame Nation. Again? Seeing this game ID, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. Shaking his head, he chose to agree and sold the second lightning horse mount egg for 1,000 gold coins. In the blink of an eye, Li Chen had made a quick profit of 2,000 gold coins, and after deducting a 20% handling fee, he still received a neat 1,600 gold coins. What a pity, it's just the early game. By the mid to late game, the price of the lightning horse will plummet dramatically. At that time, selling one for 100 gold coins will be considered a lot. Li Chen sighed to himself. If a future mount merchant heard this, who knows if they would be so furious they'd spit blood. On the other side, Ling Feng excitedly paid 1,000 gold coins and obtained another lightning horse mount egg. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and quickly opened his transaction record panel. The player I traded with is Starry Sky and Mist? Ling Feng was slightly taken aback. He had been keeping an eye on the game ID Starry Sky and Mist for several days now. There was no way around it. Li Chen was simply too much in the spotlight. Within just a few days, he had appeared in several world announcements. Most importantly, according to Ling Feng's understanding, the player with the game ID Starry Sky and Mist was a solo player who had not joined any organization. This caught the attention of him and the high-ranking officials behind Yin Country. Unfortunately, although the game Godmaking was officially released by the Heavenly God Company, its origins were not so simple. Even the Yin Country officials could not pinpoint Li Chen through the game's database. Moreover, Li Chen had long ago closed friend requests and private messages from strangers. Thus, even though Ling Feng was eager to contact Li Chen, he had no way to do so. At that moment, seeing that the trading partner was Starry Sky and Mist, Ling Feng once again attempted to send a friend request. On the other side, Li Chen looked at the over 1,600 gold coins that had arrived and glanced at the 100 lightning horse mount eggs quietly lying in his ring space, stroking his chin. Why not sell these pet eggs to the Yin Country officials? Given their financial power, they should easily be able to handle 100 eggs at 1,000 gold coins each, right? If that's the case, not only would I make money, but I would also repay the favor from my previous life and at the same time help the Yin Country officials grow stronger quickly. This is simply a win-win situation. With this thought, Li Chen opened his friend request system. After all, he couldn't add others as friends without opening friend requests. Just as he was about to add the game ID Yin Country War God as a friend, suddenly, a friend request popped up. Li Chen casually glanced at it, and just as he was about to decline, he suddenly realized that the one adding him was none other than Yin Country War God. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, his mind racing, and quickly understood. It seems he just bought 2 of my mount eggs and wants to ask if I have any stock left. With this realization, Li Chen decisively chose to accept. On the other side, Yin Country War God was surprised to find that the other party had actually accepted his friend request. After hesitating for a moment, he sent a message. Hello, are you Starry Sky and Mist? Looking at this message, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit speechless and replied, if game IDs can't be duplicated, then I suppose I am. Ling Feng was delighted and was about to send a message to inquire about Li Chen's basic information, when suddenly his expression froze. He suddenly remembered that not everyone knew the secrets of this game. The player, Starry Sky and Mist, was a solo player, likely just a lucky ordinary person. If he rashly asked for Starry Sky and Mist's basic information, he would probably be blocked instantly. After thinking for a moment, he quickly sent another message. Hello, Starry Sky and Mist, do you still have lightning horse mount eggs? If so, I am willing to buy them from you at a price of 1,000 gold coins per pet egg. Seeing this message, a knowing smile appeared on Li Chen's face as he replied, yes, I still have 100 in total. How many do you want? Hiss. Looking at the message sent by Li Chen, Ling Feng couldn't help but gasp. He had previously guessed that Li Chen had at most around 10 mount eggs, but the message Li Chen sent completely shattered his imagination. At that moment he became even more certain that Li Chen was definitely a lucky star. No, I must pull this Starry Sky and Mist over to join us. With such a lucky star on our side, how could we not obtain high-level resources? As long as we have resources, we can grow strong quickly and protect our country and people in the future. With this thought, Ling Feng's gaze became resolute. For him, winning over Li Chen was no longer a casual matter but a mission. After the chat, Li Chen noticed that the war god of the Yin Kingdom on the other side had clearly become more enthusiastic. Li Chen was no fool. He understood that the war god of the Yin Kingdom was obviously trying to win him over. In the past, faced with such national persuasion, Li Chen would have chosen to join without a second thought. However, now, Li Chen shook his head. After chatting a bit more, he brought the topic back to the trade. After the war god of the Yin Kingdom sent over 100,000 gold coins, Li Chen quickly sent 100 mount eggs back to him. Such private transactions, while lacking the exorbitant fees of the World Auction House, also had no security. Many players had experienced being quickly blacklisted after delivering their trade items or gained currency. If it weren't for the backing of the Yin Kingdom and his own strong confidence, Along with the war god's desire to win him over, he would never have sent all 100,000 gold coins at once. Fortunately, he breathed a sigh of relief when, shortly after sending the coins, the other party sent over 100 lightning horsemount eggs. Transaction complete. I have things to do, let's chat next time, bye bye. After completing the trade, Li Chen had no intention of continuing the conversation with the war god of the Yin Kingdom and decisively ended the topic. The war god looked at this message with a hint of helplessness on his face. Well, this friendship is built up little by little. At this point, the war god's brow suddenly furrowed slightly as he murmured, speaking of which, why do I always feel like this starry sky and mist seem to know I want to win him over? Is it just my illusion? After closing the private chat channel, Li Chen maintained a calm expression as he followed Yijian Jinglei. In the short time they had been trading privately, the two had already gotten closer to the mountain peak, encountering more and more wild monsters, all of which were of the thunder attribute. This made Yijian Jinglei very happy. Hunting these thunder attribute monsters not only allowed him to complete his hidden quest, but also, his class transfer book had a prerequisite task that required killing thunder attribute monsters. The thought of getting closer to obtaining a divine artifact and a god-level profession made Yijian Jinglei unable to contain his excitement, and the more excited he became, the harder he worked. Any wild monster that appeared in his line of sight would be locked onto by Yijian Jinglei at the first moment and then instantly killed in the next. It could be said that after teaming up with Li Chen, his current strength was like heaven and earth compared to his previous life. Although his family background was quite extraordinary, being able to know the secrets of the god-making game, how could he be ordinary? However, in his previous life, his luck was simply too bad, and he faced continuous misfortunes in the early stages. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen so late and ultimately fallen into the hands of those major powers. While Yijian Jinglei was working hard to clear the path, Li Chen was constantly surveying the scenery around him. Yes, the scenery. With Yijian Jinglei clearing the way ahead, Li Chen was completely idle. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a large tree. Although it was quite concealed, Li Chen keenly saw a flicker of silver light behind the tree. Oh, is my luck so good today? A smile appeared on Li Chen's face, and in the next moment, his figure had vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the large tree. Sure enough, just as Li Chen had guessed, beneath the tree lay a chest shimmering with silver light. Silver chest? It doesn't look quite like it. Li Chen raised an eyebrow as he looked at the chest before him. At first glance, the chest looked very similar to a silver chest, but upon a closer look, Li Chen realized that it was not a silver chest at all. With this thought in mind, Li Chen cast a detection spell on the chest before him. Chest. Looking at the attribute chart in front of him, Li Chen frowned slightly. He considered himself well informed, but he had never opened a treasure chest like this one. Just then, bolts of lightning began to strike down from a nearby large tree towards Li Chen. -0, -0, -0. Although Li Chen sensed these lightning strikes, he couldn't be bothered to dodge them. After all, he was a man completely immune to lightning damage. With his true eye activated, Li Chen's gaze fell upon the large tree, revealing dozens of thunder spirits. Thunder spirits, huh? Li Chen murmured, which reminded him of the massacre that had taken place in the novice village not long ago. Seeing that their first attack had no effect, the thunder spirits launched another assault. They emitted bolts of lightning from their bodies, and dozens of them quickly converged, filling the air with crackling thunder. These bolts transformed into a massive lightning blade, rushing towards Li Chen. Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Compared to the unranked thunder spirits in the novice village, these bronze-ranked ones clearly had a few more tricks up their sleeves, even able to gather their power into one. Such a tactic was not something all wild monsters could master. It could only be said that elemental beings were exceptionally gifted. Suddenly, Li Chen's gaze caught a glimpse of a figure hidden not far from him. He smiled slightly, and in the next moment, the power of space surged, tearing open a spatial tunnel right in front of him, allowing the massive lightning blade to fly straight into it. Immediately after, Li Chen snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a spatial tunnel appeared, with the huge lightning blade shooting out, targeting the figure lurking in the shadows, ready to ambush Li Chen. Meow! A piercing scream echoed, and Li Chen looked over. In his true eye, nothing could hide. It was a small cat, the same size as an ordinary house cat, with a coat of silvery white fur. The sudden appearance of the spatial tunnel and the massive lightning blade clearly caught the little cat off guard, and it was directly hit by the enormous lightning blade. With the combined attack of dozens of thunder spirits, the little cat only had time to let out a cry before its health bar was completely emptied. The unusual occurrence on Li Chen's side also caught the attention of Sword of Thunder. After killing the last wild monster in front of him, he strode over, holding his Sword of Heaven horizontally across his chest, accumulating power as he walked. Soon, the power was fully charged, and with a swing of his Sword of Heaven, 3 massive beams of light slashed towards the tree where the thunder spirits were hiding. Under the high damage dealt by Sword of Thunder, the thunder spirits hidden in the tree had their health completely drained. Because they were elemental beings, these thunder spirits left no corpses behind, instead dissipating into sparks of electricity. Only one white light orb after another slowly floated down from the tree. Boss, are you okay? Sword of Thunder quickly approached Li Chen, asking with concern. I'm fine. Li Chen shook his head. After a brief interlude, Li Chen's gaze returned to the silvery white treasure chest. Oh, is it a silver treasure chest? No wonder there are wild monsters lurking here. Sword of Thunder was not blind, such a large treasure chest quickly caught his eye. Boss, how about I open the treasure chest? Don't worry, I've always had good luck since I was a kid. Everyone says I'm the destined little prince. Having been in the god-making game for a while, Sword of Thunder had only opened treasure chests twice, so when he saw the silver treasure chest he couldn't help but feel eager to try. Of course, there was another, more important reason for Sword of Thunder's eagerness. That was because, last time, Li Chen had opened a silver treasure chest right in front of him and obtained a god-level skill. Hearing this, Li Chen calmly looked at Sword of Thunder. Without saying a word, under the intense gaze of Li Chen, Yi Jianjing couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After a long while, he scratched his head and weakly said, "How about we just forget it? You do it, boss." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's gaze returned to the silver-white treasure chest. But no matter how much he scrutinized with his true eye, he couldn't see through even a sliver of the chest. In the god creation game, it's not all about opportunities, there might be dangers. I can't see through this treasure chest, so let's let Yi Jianjing open it. Rubbing his chin, Li Chen put away his true eye and said to Yi Jianjing, forget it, since you performed decently just now, I'll leave this chest to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianjing's face lit up with excitement. He rubbed his hands together, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to open the chest. But, as soon as he heard the word but, the smile on Yi Jianjing's face instantly froze. He cautiously turned to Li Chen, pouted, and feigned a pitiful expression, asking, "Boss, but what?" Seeing Yi Jianjing's aggrieved look, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Forget it, there are opportunities everywhere in the god creation game. I don't need to compete with him for the chance in this chest. Thinking this, Li Chen shot a not-so-pleasant glance at Yi Jianjing and said, "It's nothing, just go ahead and open it." "Alright." Upon hearing this, the grievance on Yi Jianjing's face vanished instantly, replaced by a beaming smile. Watching this scene, Li Chen couldn't help but feel amused. This guy would be ashamed not to act. The speed of his face changing in shoe opera probably can't match his. At that moment, Yi Jianjing's hands were already placed on the silver-white treasure chest. With a thought, the chest began its loading process. Li Chen looked on in surprise. Generally, ordinary treasure chests don't require loading, only the more precious or special ones do. This guy is lucky, Li Chen muttered to himself. Then, the true eye that had just closed opened again, scanning the surroundings to protect Yi Jianjing. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. What kind of treasure chest is this? The loading time for a fate chest isn't even this long. Li Chen's eyes widened, and a wave of regret suddenly surged in his heart. Sigh, had I known it would be like this, I should have opened it myself. What a blunder! Li Chen shook his head. Half an hour passed. The expression on Yi Jianjing's face was now replaced with intense surprise. It took a full half hour to complete the loading. There must be something amazing inside this chest. Just then, the loading of the chest finally reached 100%. Click. With a soft sound, the chest slowly opened a crack. Suddenly, the lid of the chest exploded open, and a thick, pitch-black bolt of lightning, imbued with a strong aura of destruction, shot up into the sky. Watching this scene, Yi Jianjing's expression changed dramatically. "Ah, Yazir, you sealed me for 3,000 years, but I've broken free. Just wait, I will tear you to pieces to vent my hatred." The sky. What was once a clear blue sky suddenly turned dark at that moment. A pair of enormous eyes, glowing red and filled with violent fury, appeared, coldly staring down at Li Chen and Yi Jianjing on the ground. No, more accurately, they were staring at Yi Jianjing. "Little brat, you're the one who freed me from my seal, right? Thank you for releasing me from my seal. However, after being sealed for 3,000 years, my body is withered. So, I kindly ask you to do me a favor. Let me kill you and become my blood food to provide vitality for my body." Feeling the immense pressure emanating from those eyes in the sky, Yi Jianjing's face turned pale as snow. He couldn't help but shout, "Why do you want to kill me? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been released from the seal. I am your savior." Upon hearing this, a thunderous laughter echoed from the sky. "Ha! I was originally the Destruction Thunder Dragon, ruling over the 10,000 great mountains. But 3,000 years ago, a damned human named Yazir found me and sealed me in this damned box. In the first millennium, I swore that if someone opened the treasure chest and rescued me from this damned box, I would give him all my treasures. But 1,000 years have passed and no one has come to save me. In the second millennium, I swore that if someone rescued me, I would give him all my treasures and serve him for 1,000 years. Yet 2,000 years have passed and still no one has come to save me. In the third millennium, I swore that if someone rescued me, I would kill him. And then you came, ha ha ha." Amidst the wild laughter, a massive figure emerged from the darkness. It was a dragon over 300 meters long, but it looked extremely listless. This dragon had black scales, but the scales that should have gleamed like obsidian were now covered in countless tiny cracks, lacking any luster. Surrounding the black dragon were dense, chaotic black thunderbolts filled with a sense of rage and destruction. Despite its apparent weakness, the aura it emitted was still terrifyingly powerful. The moment the Destruction Thunder Dragon broke free from its seal, Li Chen's true eye had already clearly imprinted its massive form. As an experienced player with a secondary account, Li Chen instantly recognized the aura of this Destruction Thunder Dragon. It was an epic-level aura. Li Chen's expression turned serious. He wasn't sure if he could defeat an epic-level dragon now. Dragons, even in the boundless starry sky, were considered a relatively advanced race. At the same time, Li Chen activated his true eye, and the attribute chart of the Destruction Thunder Dragon appeared before his eyes. Destruction Thunder Dragon status: heavily injured level 300 tier, epic health 30,000,000,000,000 strength 5 million intelligence 5 million physical / magic defense 5,000,000,000 skills: epic domain, Destruction Thunder, Annihilation Dragon Breath, Destruction Dragon Claw, Destruction Dragon Roar, Lock Enemy, Dragon Claw Voidbreak, Will of Destruction. Description: the Destruction Thunder Dragon is an absolute noble even among the dragon race, possessing the dual powers of destruction and thunder, with immense destructive capability. Looking at the attribute chart before him, Li Chen's expression grew grave. Although the Destruction Thunder Dragon was in a heavily injured state with only 30 million health, Li Chen still did not dare to underestimate it. After reaching Legendary Level, one automatically gains control over a domain. The Legendary Domain, when activated, provides a slight boost to oneself and a slight suppression to enemies. However, upon reaching Epic level, activating the Epic Domain results in significant boosts and suppressions. Despite Li Chen's high attribute values and his outrageous damage after bursting, his true realm was only dark gold. Faced with an Epic Domain, he had no idea how much his strength would be suppressed. Li Chen wanted to take the initiative, but he feared that the Destruction Thunder Dragon would react too quickly, and before he could unleash his skills, he would be suppressed by its domain. If that happened, it would be even more troublesome. Although Li Chen had many means to save his life, he lacked an escape method. Spatial movement was good, but under the suppression of the Epic Domain, Li Chen would have no chance of seizing control over spatial power. Without the control over the power of space, it was naturally impossible to perform spatial movement. It seems I need to think of a way to get a skill or item for escaping in the future. Otherwise, if I encounter a situation like this, I'll be at a loss, Li Chen thought to himself, while his brain raced to find a breakthrough to defeat the Destruction Thunder Dragon or safely escape from here. If it were other players, they would just die once. They wouldn't be as anxious as Li Chen. But Li Chen knew that in this game, each death required a small price of the soul. Although this price was minimal, it was crucial. Missing even a little bit of soul, many strong players who could have achieved godhood ended up dying tragically at the stage of igniting the divine fire. Of course, there were those who managed to endure and achieve godhood. However, Li Chen still wanted to avoid death if possible. After all, igniting the divine fire was unpredictable. Looking at the massive body of the Destruction Thunder Dragon, which was over 300 meters long, One Sword Thunder couldn't help but swallow hard. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and an absurd idea surged into his mind. Gritting his teeth, he thought, since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well try a dead horse as a live horse doctor. With that thought, One Sword Thunder took a deep breath, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Destruction Thunder Dragon, you want to kill me, and I am no match for you. Death is the inevitable outcome. But after all, I am your savior, and before I die, I have a question I want to ask you. Upon hearing this, the Destruction Thunder Dragon grinned widely, revealing its bloody maw, and said, "Ask away. You are right, you are my savior. A small question, I can still enlighten you." Hearing this, One Sword Thunder pointed at the massive body of the Destruction Thunder Dragon, and then at the small chest beneath him, saying, "I want to know, how could such a massive body be sealed in such a small chest?" At this, the smile on the Destruction Thunder Dragon's face vanished, and it shot a cold glance at One Sword Thunder, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Speaking of this makes me angry. This is the damned human sealing container, which possesses a super vast space. Don't say just one of me. Even 10 of me could be easily sealed inside. After saying this, the thunder on the Destruction Thunder Dragon's body began to crackle, preparing to attack. Alright human, I have answered your question. Now, become my blood food, along with your companions. Don't worry, I will make sure you have company on your way to the underworld, so you won't be lonely. As it spoke, a sinister smile appeared on the Destruction Thunder Dragon's face, and its dragon claws extended, gathering thunder in its claws, transforming into a Destruction Thunder cannon. Sigh, I hope this big guy will underestimate me, Li Chen thought with a sigh as he watched the Destruction Thunder Dragon's movements, ready to activate his berserk skill. Just then, wait! One Sword Thunder shouted. What now? Human, my patience is limited. I need to quickly recover my strength to seek revenge on that damned human. Upon hearing this, the Destruction Thunder Dragon paused its movements and shot an annoyed look at One Sword Thunder. This human has so many issues. This was the thought in the Destruction Thunder Dragon's mind at that moment. I still don't believe you can be sealed in this tiny chest unless. Unless what? The Destruction Thunder Dragon asked impatiently. Unless you crawl into the chest right now, then I would believe it. After that, you can kill or torture me as you please. I absolutely won't blink an eye. Upon hearing this, before the Destruction Thunder Dragon could respond, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh. He looked at One Sword Thunder as if he were looking at a fool, inwardly muttering, "That's a dragon that has lived for who knows how many years. Do you think others are fools? You white. Damn it." Before he could finish his thought, Li Chen suddenly burst out with a curse. Suddenly, the Destruction Thunder Dragon transformed into a black lightning bolt and vanished into the box without a word. "What the hell? I'm dumbfounded," Li Chen exclaimed. At that moment, Sword of Thunder, quick on the uptake, swiftly picked up the lid that had just been blown off and, in a flash, pressed it back onto the box. "Huff boss, I'm clever, right?" After sealing the box again, Sword of Thunder let out a long breath and looked at Li Chen with pride. "Clever? This is beyond clever. Your IQ has completely skyrocketed. Damn it, I'm impressed." Li Chen had seen all kinds of storms, but honestly, this bizarre scene was truly a first for him, and it genuinely shocked him. Just then, the sealed treasure chest began to shake violently. Human, now that this treasure chest is open, it can't hold me back. Do you really think I'm that foolish? I already guessed you would do this." The furious roar of the Destruction Thunder Dragon echoed from within the chest. "It's over, boss, we should run." Panic appeared on Sword of Thunder's face, but at that moment a smile crept onto Li Chen's face. He waved his hand at Sword of Thunder and said, "It's fine, just watch me." Hearing this, Sword of Thunder looked doubtful. "Boss, this dragon clearly looks like the ultimate big boss. Are you really able to take it on?" Sword of Thunder was still stuck in the mindset of a newbie, recalling when Li Chen had led him through the skeleton cave dungeon. A magic damage of 1,600,000 was indeed quite high, but now, Sword of Thunder could deal 2 million critical damage with his ultimate move, Lightwing Slash. Even so, he didn't think he could compete with the Destruction Thunder Dragon. "The boss is getting too cocky. It's over, we're definitely doomed. I just hope my heavenly sword and thunder cloak don't drop, otherwise, I really won't have anywhere to cry," Sword of Thunder thought anxiously. He wasn't afraid of dying, as players could respawn after death. What he feared was the minuscule chance of equipment dropping. Although the drop rate was low, if he happened to hit it just right and lost the heavenly sword or thunder cloak, he would truly have nowhere to cry. Moreover, Sword of Thunder thought that even if Li Chen had become stronger during this time, he definitely couldn't have become that powerful. Hitting 3 to 5 million in critical damage would be impressive, but that level of damage was nowhere near enough to contend with the Destruction Thunder Dragon. Sword of Thunder had just checked with special means, and this Destruction Thunder Dragon was a level 300 epic boss. Even in a severely injured state, this big guy has 30 million health. "Boss, I hope you can learn from this lesson and not act impulsively next time," Sword of Thunder thought helplessly as he looked at Li Chen. Previously, Sword of Thunder had only regarded Li Chen as a partner. Even during their team run through the skeleton cave, although he called Li Chen boss, he didn't take it too seriously. In games, it's normal to cling to a strong player. But when Li Chen gifted him such a precious weapon as the Heavenly Sword, Sword of Thunder had already recognized Li Chen as his boss. Otherwise, he would have definitely run away instead of risking his life for him. Li Chen was unaware of what Sword of Thunder was thinking. He was just staring intently at the sealed box. With a thought, he activated his berserk skill. The moment the skill activated, Li Chen felt a surge of hot blood and power coursing through him. Just moments ago, he had hesitated to activate berserk, fearing that the Destruction Thunder Dragon would notice and suppress him with an epic domain, but now, the Destruction Thunder Dragon was madly slamming against the sealed treasure chest, completely unaware that Li Chen had used a skill. Even if it knew, being inside the sealed treasure chest, it would be unable to activate the epic domain and suppress Li Chen the moment it broke free. The principle of the sealing space was to use the power of the entire space to suppress or seal the target. If the Destruction Thunder Dragon could unleash the epic domain within the sealing space, it would be equivalent to breaking the sealing space. In that case, it could have broken free long ago, and it wouldn't need a Sword of Thunder to open the treasure chest for it. Li Chen's right hand manifested the Book of All Things, transforming into a staff. In his right hand, lightning flickered as the staff pointed at the treasure chest, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Destruction Thunder Dragon the moment it broke free. Not only that, to be safe, Li Chen extended his left hand, and in the air, formless fire elements gathered, forming a blazing fireball. The fireball swelled and shrank, radiating high temperatures, poised to strike. Destruction Thunder Dragon, oh Destruction Thunder Dragon, you are too arrogant. Your arrogance will be your downfall, Li Chen thought as he watched the increasingly violent shaking of the sealed treasure chest. Boom! At that moment, the lid of the sealed treasure chest was blown open again. A thick bolt of lightning, dark and filled with a strong aura of destruction, shot up into the sky. In that instant, Li Chen's gaze sharpened. Now's the time. The next moment, two charged skills erupted simultaneously. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive, spell copy, your lightning has been copied. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive, skill refresh, your lightning skill cooldown has been reset. Hearing the prompt in his mind, a glint flashed in Li Chen's eyes. The next moment, he waved his staff again, launching another bolt of lightning. 3 consecutive bolts of lightning and a blazing fireball landed on the Destruction Thunder Dragon the moment it broke free from the seal. At that moment, the Destruction Thunder Dragon had yet to realize that death was infinitely close. As it burst from the seal, it roared, "Human, you are dead. I will first tear you apart, piece by piece, then devour you bit by bit. This is the price for deceiving me." Hearing the Destruction Thunder Dragon's fierce words, Sword of Thunder couldn't help but shiver in fear. "Boss, you've doomed me." Sword of Thunder couldn't help but wail, looking at Li Chen with a face full of complaints. In the god-making game, such operations as splitting could indeed be done. During this time, the forums had released quite a few bloody scenes of players splitting other players. Players who were split wouldn't die immediately. Instead, they would experience extreme pain before dying. One difference between the god-making game and other VR online games was that this game couldn't adjust the sensation of pain. So, thinking of the Destruction Thunder Dragon's fierce words, Sword of Thunder felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Minus 91 million. Critical damage, minus 91 million. Critical damage, minus 91 million. Critical damage, minus 43 million. Critical damage. In that instant, 3 bolts of lightning and 1 blazing fireball simultaneously hit the Destruction Thunder Dragon. Impossible. The Destruction Thunder Dragon instantly took over 300 million damage. Not to mention it was still in a severely injured state. Even at its peak, it couldn't withstand such terrifying damage. A mere ant, how could I possibly? Before it could finish speaking, the Destruction Thunder Dragon's breath completely vanished. Seeing this, Sword of Thunder couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 8 digits, 8-digit damage. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he hadn't miscounted, Sword of Thunder couldn't help but gasp in shock. In his mind, Li Chen's critical damage should only be 3 to 5 million. How did it turn into over 90 million and over 40 million? This was simply absurd. At this moment, a Sword of Thunder couldn't help but recall the comments under the video of Li Chen soloing the Wild Boar King on the forum. Boss, could it really be a cheat? It was hard for a Sword of Thunder not to doubt. Just a few days had passed, and Li Chen's damage had skyrocketed from 1 million to nearly 100 million, a terrifying increase. This damage, shouldn't it be the damage of the late game? In short, a Sword of Thunder was completely confused, utterly confused. With the death of the Destruction Thunder Dragon, a familiar system notification rang in Li Chen's ears. Ding dong, you have killed Destruction Thunder Dragon. Boss, earning 30 million experience points. Notice, your experience points have reached the limit and cannot be obtained again. Please upgrade your rank to Legendary. Listening to the system notification echoing in his mind, Li Chen felt a pang of heartache. It was like winning $1 million in the lottery, only to lose the ticket. Damn. Li Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the same time, his resolve strengthened, and he quickly thought about leveling up. Meanwhile, all the players online, including Li Chen and a Sword of Thunder, received a world announcement. World announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist Flame Nation region for the first kill of the epic boss, Destruction Thunder Dragon, rewarded with 1 million world reputation points. Also, received the title Dragon Slayer. World announcement: congratulations to player Starry Sky and Mist Flame Nation region for the first kill of the epic boss, Destruction Thunder Dragon, rewarded with 1 million world reputation points. Also received the title Dragon Slayer. World announcement: if previously the world announcements triggered by Li Chen only surprised and envied players, this time the world announcement left countless players in shock. Did I hear that right? An epic boss has been first killed by someone. Starry Sky is amazing. So strong. Cheating, definitely cheating. If this isn't cheating, I'll eat 3 pounds of done live. The one above, your perspective is too narrow. Just because someone plays well, they must be cheating? Starry Sky has appeared in world announcements multiple times, killing an epic boss? That's just skill. What the hell, skill? This is an epic boss. Damn, I and my friends teamed up to fight a bronze level boss and got wiped out. How did Starry Sky and Mist manage to kill an epic boss? Don't say anything, someone, take out my Imperial Sword. I want to shave Starry Sky's beard. The one above, how do you know Starry Sky has a beard? What if she's a woman? And the one above has a point, then let's shave her armpit hair. The world channel was lively. The headquarters of major top guilds held emergency meetings because of this world announcement. The content of the meeting was not complicated. Find the player with the game ID Starry Sky and Mist, and then try to win them over or build a good relationship. The Luotian Guild, Luotian Miesher, logged out of the game with a dark expression. Because of this world announcement, his public provocation of Li Chen was uploaded to the guild's big boss. After learning this news, the big boss was furious, scolding Luotian Miesher, and finally declared that within a week, if Luotian Miesher could not obtain Starry Sky and Mist's forgiveness, he would be removed from the position of guild leader. Damn Starry Sky and Mist. In the room, Luotian Miesher was smashing things in a frenzy, venting his anger. I don't believe it, Starry Sky and Mist must have used some special means to kill the epic boss. At this stage, how could anyone kill an epic boss? Absolutely impossible. After venting, Luo Tianmiesher sat on the bed with a gloomy expression, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Although his rational mind told him that he should find Li Chen, apologize, and seek forgiveness, his pride made it impossible for him to lower himself in such a way. Suddenly, Luo Tianmiesher took out a small orb wrapped in faint black mist. Looking at the orb in his hand, a look of hesitation and struggle appeared on his face. This small orb was an item that Luo Tianmiesher had brought back from the god-making game to the real world. Logically, unless the game and the real world were in a semi-fused state, it would be absolutely impossible to bring game items back to reality. However, there are always exceptions. Human, what are you hesitating for? As long as you are willing to cooperate with this god, in the future, you too can become a deity and enjoy eternal life. At that moment, a vague voice came from within the orb, carrying a strong allure. If it were an ordinary person, they might easily succumb to the temptation of this voice. But Luo Tianmiesher's mind was very firm, facing the temptation of the evil god. He was able to maintain his clarity. He looked at the small orb in his hand and said, "Dusk evil god, I can cooperate with you, but you must show your sincerity. I want to destroy this Starry Sky and Mist." Upon hearing this, a strange laughter came from within the orb. He, as long as you are willing to cooperate with this god, these are all small problems. Kyoto City. Ling Feng exited the game, changed into a military uniform, and quickly left his home. Half an hour later, Ling Feng had arrived at a courtyard on the outskirts of Kyoto City. This courtyard was built decades ago and now looked quite old and even dilapidated. However, ordinary people had no idea that within this long-neglected courtyard lived a top figure who once held military power in the Yin Kingdom. Surrounding his courtyard were several teams of fully armed soldiers, but when they saw that the visitor was Ling Feng, they paid him no mind and allowed him to enter the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, the first thing that caught Ling Feng's eye was an old man leisurely lying on a recliner, basking in the sun. The old man wore white clothes, with white hair and a white beard. A gust of wind blew, and the old man's white clothes, hair, and beard fluttered, making him look like a transcendent being. Marshal Zheng. Ling Feng quickly stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the old man. The Yin Kingdom had entered a period of peace for hundreds of years, and in times of peace, there were no wars, and naturally, there were no military achievements. In the absence of military accomplishments, a general was merely the end of a soldier's career. Yet this old man had defied history, sitting in the position of marshal and commanding the three armies in this peaceful era. Ling Feng, who usually exuded arrogance and dared to confront high-ranking generals, remained humble in front of this old man. "Oh, it's you, Feng. Aren't you busy with the god-making game? What brings you to this old man's home?" The old man's murky eyes brightened as he looked at Ling Feng, a kind smile appearing on his face. "Marshal, the situation is like this." Ling Feng stepped forward and spoke slowly. "Feng, this matter you shouldn't be asking me about. Rely on your own judgment. If you think this Starry Sky and Mist are not a problem, then do your best to bring him into the military's camp. This god-making game is like a Pandora's box. When it truly descends upon Earth, the box will open, and the world will inevitably fall into chaos. What you need to do is to quickly enhance your strength and protect the country and the people in this chaotic world. I have chosen you, so I won't interfere too much in your matters. You will make your own decisions regarding everything in the game." The old man said earnestly. "From now on, you don't need to ask me anymore. I am old and don't want to manage too many things. You will decide these matters yourself. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. It's not scary to be wrong. What's truly frightening is that you rely on me or others for everything. Do you understand?" The old man spoke with deep sincerity. Ling Feng understood. Ling Feng remained silent for a long time before finally nodding firmly. Upon hearing this, a look of relief appeared on the old man's face. Boom! At that moment, the massive body of the Destruction Thunder Dragon crashed heavily to the ground, sending dirt flying and creating a large pit. Looking at the fallen corpse of the Destruction Thunder Dragon and then at Li Chen, One Sword Thunder couldn't help but show an envious expression. Unlike Li Chen, he had gone to the quartermaster on the first day he entered the main city to exchange items with his reputation points. He had heard the world announcement clearly just now. 1 million world reputation. 1 million world reputation was enough to exchange for an epic-level piece of equipment at the quartermaster. But just then, an unexpected change occurred, the only reverse. Scale under the Destruction Thunder Dragon's neck suddenly fell off, transforming into a bolt of destructive thunder that struck directly at Li Chen. Boom! 4966W. One Sword Thunder's face changed dramatically as he rushed to Li Chen's side. "Boss, are you okay?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine." "Boss, what is your health at? I just saw that bolt of thunder deal over 49 million damage. You withstood that? You're not really cheating, are you?" One Sword Thunder looked at Li Chen with a face full of suspicion. In response, Li Chen only smiled mysteriously and said nothing more. This bolt of thunder was within Li Chen's expectations. In the past, he had killed more than 1 or 2 destruction thunder dragons. Each destruction thunder dragon, upon death, would unleash a bolt of destructive thunder from the reverse scale under its neck, dealing high damage to the target that killed it. This thunder was a locking skill, it would not relent until it hit its target. Knowing this, Li Chen stood his ground and took it head on. If it were just pure thunder damage, that strike would definitely not have harmed Li Chen at all. However, the Destruction Thunder Dragon clan possessed not only thunder attributes but also destructive attributes. While Li Chen could be immune to thunder damage, he had no means to immunize against destructive damage. Fortunately, Li Chen had previously acquired the Severe Injury Bloodlock skill, which allowed him to forcefully lock his health for 3 seconds after taking fatal damage. Otherwise, at this moment, Li Chen's Nirvana Rebirth skill would have activated. -1W. Just then, the blood loss effect from the berserk state took effect. Luckily, Li Chen's locked health state could last for 3 seconds, preventing him from being taken down. However, the little bit of health he had just automatically recovered was emptied again, and Li Chen's health bar dropped back to 1 point. Li Chen was startled and quickly turned off the berserk skill. He didn't want to die at the hands of the Destruction Thunder Dragon only to end up dying from his own skill. Looking at the corpse of the Destruction Thunder Dragon, with the thunder slowly dissipating around it, Li Chen thought, I wonder what good things I can obtain from sacrificing an epic-level giant dragon. At that moment, One Sword Thunder handed over a bottle of golden potion. Boss, this is the perfect health potion I obtained earlier. 1 bottle can instantly restore 100% of your health. Here you go. Upon hearing this, Li Chen looked at the potion in One Sword Thunder's hand, feeling a warmth in his heart. The perfect health potion could restore 100% of health in an instant. Even in the late game, it was the most top-tier and precious potion. Then I won't be polite. Li Chen accepted the perfect health potion and downed it in 1 gulp. Plus 220W. The moment the potion went down, Li Chen felt a warm current surge from his throat into his limbs and bones. It was also at that moment that his blood bar, which had already hit rock bottom, instantly restored to full value. Standing before the corpse of the Destruction Thunder Dragon, Li Chen thought for a moment but ultimately decided not to sacrifice the Destruction Thunder Dragon in front of One Sword Thunder. Although his subconscious was telling him that One Sword Thunder was trustworthy, having experienced betrayal once, he still dared not easily trust others. Therefore, he did not plan to expose his innate talent in front of others so early. With a wave of his hand, the corpse of the Destruction Thunder Dragon was stored in Li Chen's ring space. All that remained was a large pit, created by the Destruction Thunder Dragon, and 5 glowing orbs floating in the center of the pit. With a thought, Li Chen's figure instantly appeared before the 5 orbs. With another wave of his hand, he collected the 5 orbs. Ding dong, you have obtained Dragon Bracelet *1. Ding dong, you have obtained Dragon Belt *1. Ding dong, you have obtained Dragon Ring *1. Ding dong, you have obtained Eternal Material Fragment *1. Ding dong, you have obtained Gold *500,000. After picking up all 5 orbs, Li Chen directly checked the recently awarded title, Dragon Slayer Warrior. Dragon Slayer Warrior, rank, epic level requirement, solo killin'. Epic level dragon title effect. 1. Any dragon or dragon-like creature below epic level, including epic level, will deal -50% damage to you. 2. Deal an additional 30% damage to any dragon or dragon-like creature below epic level, including epic level. 3. The first attack on any dragon or dragon-like creature below epic level, including epic level, will definitely trigger a critical hit. Description: only warriors who have solo killed epic level dragons are qualified to obtain and wear this title. Looking at the attribute chart of the Dragon Slayer Warrior title, Li Chen nodded slightly. The effects of this title are all aimed at dragons and dragon-like creatures. An increase of 30% damage to dragons combined with a 50% damage reduction is quite a good boost. The only downside is the third effect, which is somewhat redundant for Li Chen. After all, Li Chen can trigger a critical hit with almost every attack now, but having it is better than not having it. With this title, it will greatly assist Li Chen in hunting the dragon race in the future. Overall, Li Chen was quite satisfied with the Dragon Slayer Warrior title. With a thought, Li Chen equipped the Dragon Slayer Warrior title. In the next moment, his titles changed from 3 to 4. Among the 4 titles, only the unexpectedly obtained 100 Manslaughter had no effect, while he was quite satisfied with the effects of the other 3 titles. Titles in the God Creation game do not occupy any slots, meaning that not only can Li Chen have 4 titles, but he could also simultaneously display 40, 400, or even more titles, enjoying all the bonus effects they provide. After equipping the titles, an irregular crystal fragment appeared in Li Chen's hand. Eternal Material Fragment, rank, effect. This material fragment seems to surge with a powerful force, and this force appears to be a terrifying power that constructs some kind of special rule. If you can gather 7 material fragments and fuse them into a complete eternal material, you will discover the ultimate effect of this material. Description: eternal. In legend, the immortal deities are eternal. Looking at the eternal material fragment in his hand, Li Chen's eyes narrowed. Although the attribute chart did not specify the function of this eternal material fragment, Li Chen knew that the complete eternal material was a top-tier material for crafting divine-level potions or artifacts. Only the top-tier alchemists and blacksmiths can use the material known as immortal substance. Although it is just a fragment, it can be said to be worth its weight in gold. In the later stages of the game, Li Chen once saw a message where a player chose to auction a fragment of immortal substance, which astonishingly sold for millions of gold coins. If one were to collect 7 fragments and synthesize a complete immortal substance, its value could be dozens or even hundreds of times that of a single fragment. Looking at the fragment of immortal substance in his hand, Li Chen shook his head and casually tossed it into the ring space to gather dust. To create a divine-level potion or artifact, a mere fragment is simply insufficient. At the very least, a complete immortal substance is needed, along with various precious and rare materials, and these are not even the most valuable. The most valuable are the blueprints for divine-level potions and artifacts. Compared to materials, acquiring blueprints is even more challenging. Therefore, for now, this fragment of immortal substance holds no value for Li Chen. Moreover, Li Chen has absolute confidence in his luck. Just a few days after the server opened, he had already obtained 2 pieces of divine-level equipment, and he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he was fully equipped in divine gear. As for divine-level potions, they merely enhance various attributes, and for Li Chen, who possesses supreme sacrifice, divine-level potions are mostly useless. After tossing the fragment into the ring space, Li Chen finally turned his attention to the 3 pieces of equipment he had just acquired. Dragon Bracelet, one of the Dragon Set components, rank, epic equipment requirements, epic level base attributes, physical defense/magic defense plus 5000/5000 additional attribute. 1. Spirit plus 1000 additional attribute. 2. Maximum mana plus 10%, mana recovery speed plus 10% unique passive, armor break. After attacking and hitting an enemy, there is a 15% chance to trigger the armor break effect, ignoring 50% of the opponent's defense. Dragon Set, 1/7. Click for details. Description: a top-tier epic set that can only be obtained by hunting dragons. Wearing this set will incur the wrath of the Dragon Clan, so wear it with caution. Dragon Belt, one of the Dragon Set components, rank, epic equipment requirements, epic level base attributes, physical defense/magic defense plus 5000/5000 additional attribute. 1. Constitution plus 1000 additional attribute. 2. Maximum health plus 10% health recovery. Speed plus 10% unique passive. Dragon's Protection. After being attacked, there is a 15% chance to trigger the Dragon's Protection effect, reducing damage taken by 50%. Dragon Set, 1/7. Click for details. Description: a top-tier epic set that can only be obtained by hunting dragons. Wearing this set will incur the wrath of the Dragon Clan, so wear it with caution. Dragon Ring, one of the Dragon Set components, rank, epic equipment requirements, epic level base attributes. Intelligence plus 1500 additional attribute. 1. Spirit plus 1000 unique active. Dragon's Breath can unleash a destructive thunder breath equivalent to 500% of one's own intelligence. The more pure blood dragon types hunted, the more dragons' breath can be unlocked. Cooldown, 90s. Dragon Set, 1/7. Click for details. Description: a top-tier epic set that can only be obtained by hunting dragons. Wearing this set will incur the wrath of the Dragon Clan, so wear it with caution. Looking at the attribute charts of the 3 pieces of equipment, a look of regret appeared on Li Chen's face. These 3 pieces of equipment could be considered the finest among epic level gear, but unfortunately, Li Chen's realm was only dark gold level, not even legendary, let alone epic, so it was naturally impossible for him to wear these 3 pieces of equipment. Sigh, 3 pieces of top-tier epic gear, and it's a set, yet I can't wear them. It's really frustrating. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The situation felt like a mountain of gold was placed before him, but he could only watch and not take it. In just a moment, Li Chen's mood calmed down. Epic gear was just that to him, no big deal if he couldn't wear it. After thinking for a while, Li Chen didn't toss the 3 pieces of gear into his ring space to gather dust, but instead placed them in his game backpack. Who knows, when he breaks through to the epic level, if he hasn't gathered all his gear yet, these 3 pieces of epic gear might come in handy. Boss, what good stuff did the dragon drop? At that moment, One Sword Thunder approached Li Chen, unable to contain his curiosity. Nothing much, just 3 pieces of epic gear, Li Chen replied casually. Upon hearing this, One Sword Thunder couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Listen to this, is this even human language? Versailles, high-level Versailles, hardcore Versailles. One Sword Thunder felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind, wanting to complain but dared not. After a long while, One Sword Thunder finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, "Boss, be a person." With that, he left dejectedly, his face full of melancholy. Li Chen was slightly taken aback, looking blankly at One Sword Thunder's back. Different perspectives naturally lead to different heights of understanding. For Li Chen, let alone epic gear, even divine artifacts were just somewhat Useful to him now. If he could get them, great, if not, it was no big deal. That's why Li Chen could generously give the sky-defying sword, which was likely to be epic gear after full unsealing, to One Sword Thunder. But for One Sword Thunder, let alone epic gear, even legendary or dark gold, gear was incredibly precious and rare in his eyes. Scratching his head, Li Chen shook it off and quickly caught up with One Sword Thunder, continuing towards the summit of Thunder Mountain. 3 hours later, One Sword Thunder unleashed 3 massive beams of light sword energy, instantly killing dozens of wind and thunder unicorns in front of him. At that moment, a system notification sound echoed in One Sword Thunder's mind. Hearing this system notification, a smile of excitement appeared on his face. At the same time, a seemingly ordinary purple cloak appeared in his hand. The next moment, the purple cloak suddenly burst forth with tiny bolts of lightning, and suddenly, it slipped from One Sword Thunder's grasp, transforming into a streak of purple lightning that shot straight into the sky. The winds and clouds changed. The clear blue sky was once again shrouded in dark clouds. But this time, it wasn't the unsealing of the Destruction Thunder Dragon, but rather a long-sealed divine artifact reappearing in the world. Even the heavy dark clouds couldn't obscure the Thunder Cloak. Boom! Within the dark clouds, bolts of lightning struck the Thunder Cloak, making it look increasingly dazzling. Below, One Sword Thunder watched the scene with sheer joy. After hunting a large number of lightning attribute wild monsters and the Destruction Thunder Dragon boss, his hidden quest was finally complete. Because he was in a team with Li Chen, the kill of the lightning attribute boss counted for him as well. However, since the Destruction Thunder Dragon was killed solely by Li Chen, One Sword Thunder didn't contribute a single drop of damage, so even in a team state he didn't receive a bit of experience. Otherwise, the game system wouldn't have determined that Li Chen soloed the Destruction Thunder Dragon, and Li Chen wouldn't have obtained the title of Dragon Slayer Warrior. Looking at One Sword Thunder's excited face, Li Chen stroked his chin and suddenly poured a bucket of cold water on him. Why are you so excited? Generally speaking, the equipment requirements for divine artifacts are very high, some even require reaching the divine level. This Thunder Cloak has been activated by you, but at your current level, it's highly unlikely that you can equip it. Upon hearing this, the joy on One Sword's face instantly vanished. With a resentful look at Li Chen, he complained, "Boss, can't you let me be excited for a little longer? You're really too much." Li Chen shrugged and said nothing. Just as the Thunder Cloak soared into the sky, 3 figures broke through the air at the foot of Thunder Mountain. Watching the sudden change in the sky, the 3 of them simultaneously halted and landed on the ground. Gazing at the heavens, their expressions varied. One of the old men in black furrowed his brow, looking gravely at the sky. "You two be careful. Although this is the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, something unexpected could happen at any moment. Even though the 3 of us are legendary, if we encounter some sudden situation in the 10,000 Great Mountains, we could lose our lives in an instant." In response to the old man's words, another woman in red scoffed. Horror expression not only remained untroubled but was instead filled with excitement. Pointing at the Thunder Cloak wrapped in thick dark clouds above, she exclaimed, "What unexpected situation! It's clearly a treasure awakening. Look, we just arrived here, and this treasure awakened. It's obvious that one of us 3 has triggered it. Let me guess, this treasure definitely wants to recognize me as its master. I'm not bragging. With my looks, not to mention men, even treasures would be moved upon seeing me." In terms of beauty, the woman in red could indeed be described as stunning. Her captivating eyes, fiery red lips, and the enchanting charm in her every smile and frown could easily stir the nerves of any man. Moreover, even her loose red outer garment couldn't hide her impressive figure. The woman in red was quite confident about her looks. Hearing this, the last young man in red merely shot a cold glance at her, then said coldly, "Let's talk about the treasure later. Our primary task now is to find the murderer who killed San and the others." According to Elder San and the others died while pursuing that starry sky and mist. So the murderer is most likely that starry sky and mist. Upon hearing this, the old man in black also nodded. He gazed deeply at the Thunder Cloak in the sky, suppressing the desire in his eyes. It wasn't that he had no thoughts about the Thunder Cloak. In fact, he yearned for it just as much. However, he understood even more that if he couldn't complete the task assigned by Elder San, the consequences. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine, and the hair on his body stood on end. The old man in black took out a jade plate, sensed it for a moment, and then spoke, "That's right. The murderer's aura is right here on Thunder Mountain." After saying this, the old man put away the jade plate, and a strangely shaped weapon, somewhat resembling a knife, appeared in his hand. He took the lead and flew towards Thunder Mountain. Seeing this, the young man in red also produced a spear and, without a word, followed the old man. Watching her 2 companions rush off, the woman in red reluctantly glanced at the Thunder Cloak in the sky, suppressing her fiery excitement, and took out a 3-foot-long sword, chasing after her companions. "We're getting very close to the murderer. You 2 must be careful and not let your guard down. To wipe out San and the others without letting anyone escape, this person's strength must be extraordinary." As they flew through the air, the old man in black continued to instruct. Hearing this, the young man in red merely nodded and said nothing, but the woman in red scoffed. Old man, are you being overly cautious? I already used my methods to confirm when I discovered the bodies of An, San and the others. The killer's strength is at most dark gold level. There has never been a trace of a legendary level presence in the air. Upon hearing this, the old man in black shot a cold glance at the woman in red and said coldly, better safe than sorry. Do I need to teach you such a simple principle? As he spoke, a flash of killing intent erupted in the old man's eyes. Feeling the killing intent from the old man in black, the woman in red immediately shut her mouth. Even at the legendary level, there are strong and weak. This old man in black had broken through to the legendary level for 100 years, and his strength was so formidable that even 3 of her wouldn't be able to defeat him, so she immediately closed her mouth, not daring to say another word. Humph. Seeing the woman in red fall silent, the old man in black snorted coldly and turned his head away. Suddenly, the 3 of them stopped in their tracks as 2 figures appeared before them. These 2 figures were none other than Li Chen and Yijian Jinglei. That person. The old man's gaze fell on Li Chen's face, and after scrutinizing him several times, he finally confirmed, slowly saying, it's him, the killer of An San and the others. Indeed, this Xing Kong Yuwu. Elder San underestimated this Xing Kong Yuwu. If we had acted sooner, the Yi family wouldn't have lost 3 dark gold level assassins for nothing. Just as the 3 were sizing up Li Chen, his brow suddenly furrowed. He keenly sensed that someone was watching him. Without hesitation, Li Chen decisively activated his true eye. Scanning his surroundings, he suddenly looked up sharply, locking his gaze on 3 figures hovering in the distance. 3. Legendary level? Li Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Although there was still a considerable distance between them, he could see through the ranks of the 3 with his true eye. Discovered. The old man's expression changed. He never expected Li Chen's senses to be so sharp. The next moment, a murderous intent erupted on his face. Since we've been discovered, let's kill him head on. With that, the 3 figures moved simultaneously, rushing towards Li Chen with killing intent. Are they here to kill me? Seeing the intense killing intent on the faces of the 3, Li Chen felt a slight shock in his heart. However, he quickly reacted. It's the Yi family again. Damn it, even a clay figurine has some fire left. Just wait. Once I break through to the epic level, the first thing I'll do is deal with your Yi family. Li Chen's killing intent surged as he looked at the 3 coming towards him, his expression turning icy. If they were 3 epic level powerhouses, he would have already chosen to flee without looking back. 3 legendary level. Today I'll kill 3 legendary level to collect some interest. With that thought, Li Chen focused his mind, and the Book of All Things appeared in his hand, transforming into a staff. In the next moment, the wind elements in the air gathered behind him, forming a pair of wings of wind. Ding dong, you have triggered the equipment passive, skill refresh, your severe injury lot blood, skill cooldown has been reset. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, a smile appeared on Li Chen's cold face. With the reset of the severe injury lot blood, his life-saving ability was enhanced. Yijian Jinglei sensed something unusual beside him, withdrew his gaze from the thunder cloak and looked at Li Chen in surprise. Soon after, an envious expression appeared on his face. Before reaching the legendary level, players could not fly on their own. They could only rely on some special means or skills. The Wings of Wind were one of the rare skills that allowed players to realize their dream of flying before reaching the legendary level. However, the rarity of this skill was also quite terrifying. Currently, there were billions of players worldwide, but the number of players who could obtain the Wings of Wind skill was at most no more than 10,000. For Yijian Jinglei, who browsed the forum every day, he had only ever seen others use the wind wings to soar into the sky in the forum videos. This was the first time he had witnessed the true wind wings skill with his own eyes. Boss, where did you get those wind wings? Can you get me one too? Yijian Jinglei looked at Li Chen with sparkling eyes, having completely forgotten about the thunder cloak. Flying in the sky, this had been humanity's dream since ancient times. Many players dreamed of acquiring a skill that allowed them to fly. In response, Li Chen merely cast a casual glance at Yijian Jinglei and said, even if I got one for you, you wouldn't be able to learn it. This cold water instantly extinguished Yijian Jinglei's hopes and excitement, leaving only a deep sense of grievance. Ignoring Yijian Jinglei's mournful gaze, Li Chen shot straight up into the sky, leaving behind a single sentence, I'll go deal with 3 flies, you just wait for me here. With that, Li Chen focused his thoughts, flapped the wind wings, and soared away. Look, that starry sky and mist aren't running away, they dare to fly straight towards us. The woman in red couldn't help but point at Li Chen as he approached. Hearing this, the young man in red revealed a cruel smile. Heaven has a path he won't take. He insists on embracing hell. Then let us send him on his way. The old man in black remained silent, quietly observing Li Chen with a secret technique. In the end, he was 100% certain that Li Chen's rank was only dark gold, just a step away from legendary. However, the old man in black understood that this one step was a chasm. It seems I was too cautious. The starry sky and mist is merely a dark gold ant. To be able to kill the 3 of them, it must be due to some special means. But the difference between dark gold and legendary is like heaven and earth. Small tricks won't work against us. The old man in black looked at Li Chen, secretly thinking. At the same time, a bloodthirsty smile appeared in his eyes. He had already forgotten how many things he had secretly handled for the Yi family and how much blood he had stained his hands with. He wasn't forced by the Yi family to do these things, he simply enjoyed it. He relished the thrill of killing, the fear and helplessness on his target's face. All of this excited him immensely. However, as he grew older, his sharp edges had been smoothed out, making him more mature and composed. If he were younger, he would have rushed forward to kill without a care, rather than being so cautious. But after confirming that Li Chen was just a dark gold ant, the beast within him awakened once more, and the bloodthirsty desire twisted his expression into something ferocious. You two just watch from behind, a mere dark gold ant is something I can easily crush alone, just like squashing a bug. Hearing the sudden change in the old man's tone, the young man and woman in red exchanged glances. Although they had seen their partner in action a few times, they still couldn't adapt to the old man's abrupt shift in demeanor. Crazy, the woman in red couldn't help but mutter to herself. At that moment, the old man in black had already charged in front of Li Chen, his face twisted and eyes bloodthirsty. "Ant, die for me." The old man in black grinned savagely and with a roar, unleashed his signature move. Blood Demon descends. Behind him, an endless sea of blood emerged, surging wildly. Suddenly, the sky seemed to darken. No, it wasn't just a semblance, it truly darkened. Behind the old man in black, the boundless sea of blood transformed into a terrifying blood-colored giant towering dozens of meters high. The massive figure completely blocked out the sunlight, and the shadows swallowed both Li Chen and the old man in black. Infinite blade intent radiated from this enormous blood demon. Just a glance was enough for the woman in red and the young man in red to feel as if they were being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Utterly unbearable, the two quickly averted their gaze, not daring to look at the massive blood demon any longer. Roar! A roar that seemed to come from ancient times erupted from the blood demon, echoing 4 miles. At the peak of Thunder Mountain, a colossal figure heard the blood demon's roar. In the next moment, this boss, who usually ruled over Thunder Mountain with an iron fist, couldn't help but prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. Countless wild monsters, no matter what they were doing, also displayed expressions of terror. One Sword Thunder's gaze had been locked onto Li Chen, and the moment he saw the gigantic blood demon, he felt a shiver run down his spine. His rank was merely bronze, how could he not feel a chill in the face of a legendary powerhouse's aura? Boss! One Sword Thunder looked at Li Chen with a face full of worry. Die! As the words of the old man in black fell, the massive blood demon clenched its fist and viciously swung it towards Li Chen. Seeing this, Li Chen chose not to take it head-on but instead executed a spatial movement, and in the next moment, his figure had appeared in the distance. Shrink the earth to an inch. How is that possible? A mere dark gold level ant, how could it possibly master a skill that only epic level beings can control? Watching this scene unfold, the three of them in black were simultaneously struck with shock. Epic level powerhouses, once they unleash their domain, can move instantly within it. This ability is referred to as shrink the earth to an inch by the game NPCs. However, the old man in black quickly snapped out of his shock. At that moment, he no longer held any contempt for Li Chen. Being able to kill the three of them, this starry sky and mist is indeed not simple. I was too careless. But it's alright, it's never too late to mend the fold. After the sheep are lost. With this thought, the expression on the old man's face grew serious. At the same time, with a thought, he unleashed a domain that could only be controlled by those above the legendary level. Centered around the old man in black, a thick layer of blood-red mist enveloped a radius of 500 yards. It was the domain exclusive to the old man in black. Notice, you are under the oppression of a legendary level domain, all your attributes minus 20%. The moment the old man in black activated his domain, Li Chen received this system notification in his mind. All attributes minus 20%? Li Chen felt as if a layer of shackles had been placed upon his body, making him slightly uncomfortable. Just then, the old man in black suddenly shouted at his two companions, "Attack together." As soon as he finished speaking, the massive blood demon suddenly condensed, transforming into a blood-red weapon identical to the bizarre weapon in the old man's hand. Then, this weapon, formed from the blood demon, shot through the air towards Li Chen at high speed. Hearing the old man's command, the woman in red and the young man in red also snapped back to their senses. From the shock of Li Chen's shrink the earth to an inch, each unleashing their own attacks, two beams hurtling towards Li Chen. Seeing this, Li Chen focused his thoughts, wanting to attempt to control the power of space. However, under the oppression of the legendary level domain, with only dark gold level strength, he was utterly unable to wrest control of space from the old man in black. Left with no choice, Li Chen could only flap the wind wings on his back, trying to evade the three attacks. Boom! 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 But alas, within the legendary level domain, with his attributes reduced by 20% and the three opponents enhanced by the legendary level domain, the speed of their three attacks far surpassed Li Chen's. Thus, he ultimately could not escape the three attacks and was heavily struck. After all, they were three legendary level powerhouses, and with each unleashing their ultimate moves, Li Chen's health bar visibly plummeted to 1. If it weren't for triggering the severe injury lock, he would have turned into a ball of nirvana fire by now. With the three of us attacking together, even if this starry sky and mist hasn't broken through to legendary level, even if it does, it's undoubtedly dead. the woman in red said with certainty, looking at the energy storm in the distance. Upon hearing this, the young man in red said nothing, merely observing the energy storm in silence. The old man in black also remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on the energy storm. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the energy storm, heading straight for the old man in black. Looking at the seemingly ordinary lightning, the old man felt a jolt in his heart, and the hair on his body stood on end. As a legendary level powerhouse, he keenly sensed the aura of death emanating from this flash of lightning. Without daring to think further, he swiftly darted to the side, evading the lightning's attack. As the energy storm dissipated, Li Chen's face was filled with regret. What a pity, the lightning is ultimately just a non-ranked skill. Even with my damage boost, its speed is too slow to hit a legendary level opponent. It's basically impossible. Li Chen thought regretfully as he watched the old man in black easily dodge his attack. However, while he was lost in thought, Li Chen's movements did not slow down. In the air, faint fire elements gathered, eventually transforming into a massive fireball of explosive flames. Go! With a wave of his staff, the explosive fireball shot through the air, heading straight for the old man in black. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Although the explosive fireball was a golden level skill, it was not as fast as the lightning. Li Chen furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, he finally felt the inconvenience brought by his lower level. After a moment's thought, Li Chen waved his staff again, sending out a whirlwind scythe. As a golden level skill, it was inherently adept at speed, and the whirlwind scythe was much faster than both the lightning and the explosive fireball. Moreover, this cast of the whirlwind scythe triggered the equipment passive of spell duplication. This time, the old man in black ultimately could not evade, and two whirlwind scythes swiftly struck him. However, Li Chen did not possess a powerful talent to amplify wind damage, so although both whirlwind scythes hit the old man, it was impossible to kill him in one blow. What a hassle! I might as well unleash my ultimate move. Watching the old man in black remain lively despite being hit by two whirlwind scythes, Li Chen's expression darkened. Run! This kid is strange. The old man in black quickly rushed to his two companions, hurriedly shouting a warning before hastily fleeing through the air. Seeing this, the young woman in red and the young man in red exchanged glances, then, not daring to waste any time, quickly pursued the old man in black. Li Chen watched the three escape without pursuing them. Once the distance between him and the old man in black stretched to 500 yards, Li Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Without the pressure of the legendary level domain, he could finally harness the power of space. Looking at the still cooling Wrath of Thunder, Li Chen shook his head. It wasn't that he was unwilling to use Wrath of Thunder, he simply couldn't. During the raid on the Minotaur's small world, Wrath of Thunder had already reset 3 times and was still on cooldown. Moreover, within a day, a skill could reset a maximum of 3 times. However, the ultimate move Li Chen referred to was not Wrath of Thunder. Even without it, he still had a way to eliminate the 3 legendary level powerhouses before him. You can't escape, Li Chen murmured as he gazed at their retreating figures. He took out a few health potions and gulped them down. These potions were obtained from killing wild monsters, but Li Chen had never had the opportunity to use them, so they had quietly remained in his game backpack. In just a moment, his health had recovered by a small portion. Healing wasn't strictly necessary, it was mainly because his health bar was nearly empty, leaving him feeling insecure. At the same time, the power of space surged around him. Space movement. After a few flickers, he appeared less than 10 yards in front of the 3. In order to escape as quickly as possible, the old man in black had already retracted his domain after fleeing a certain distance, otherwise, it would be impossible for Li Chen to suddenly appear before him. Before the 3 could react, Li Chen's mind stirred, and in the next moment, a massive gate of light materialized, behind which emanated a faint aura of an unfamiliar world. The 3 felt a chill in their hearts and immediately turned to flee in another direction. However, Li Chen merely smiled disdainfully. At this moment, the 3 were less than 3 meters away from the world portal, and that distance was not something they could escape from at will. Suddenly, the faces of the 3 in black changed drastically as an irresistible force began to pull them into the portal. Before long, they were sucked into the gateway. Seeing the 3 being drawn in, Li Chen followed them into the portal. After a flash of white light, the 3 in black were horrified to find themselves in a strange world. As they looked around, they saw a vast expanse of red earth, a fierce wind sweeping through, and yellow sand filling the sky. Just then, a portal appeared in the sky, and the 3 looked up in shock. They saw Li Chen lightly stepping out of the portal, his wings gently fluttering behind him, coldly gazing down at the 3 on the ground. The 3 wanted to unleash their domains but were horrified to discover that their domains seemed to have vanished into thin air, making it impossible for them to activate them. In my world, you think you can still use your domains? How naive. Li Chen smiled slightly, gently flapping his wings of wind, and slowly descended in front of the 3. Die for me. At that moment, the woman in red suddenly shouted coldly, tossing a hidden weapon that swiftly struck Li Chen. However, Li Chen had been on guard against the 3 the instant the woman in red threw the hidden weapon. He activated his spatial movement, appearing behind the 3, while the weapon merely struck Li Chen's afterimage. Got you. Seeing the hidden weapon penetrate Li Chen, the woman in red showed a hint of joy on her face. Yet, the next moment, as she watched Li Chen's afterimage slowly fade and disappear, her expression turned grim. Tell me, were you sent by the Yi family to kill me? Although Li Chen already had a vague conclusion in his mind, he still wanted to hear the answer from the three. Otherwise, he would have unleashed his firepower to kill them the moment he entered the small world. Hearing the voice from behind, the three quickly turned around, coldly staring at Li Chen. It was as if they hadn't heard his question. Instead, they each employed their own methods, intent on killing Li Chen. However, without the pressure of a legendary domain, how could they possibly hit Li Chen, who possessed spatial movement? Even if one of them had an area-type skill, its range wouldn't exceed 10,000 yards. And in the small world, Li Chen's mental acuity was 10 times enhanced, allowing him to directly cross a distance of 10,000 yards in a thought. Thus, no matter how the three tried, they couldn't inflict any harm on Li Chen. It seems you are unwilling to speak? After another spatial movement to evade their attacks, Li Chen frowned at the three. If one of you tells me who sent you, I will let that person go. Li Chen tried one last time to negotiate. However, what greeted him was still the expressionless attacks from the three. Forget it, since you are unwilling to talk, then you all can die. Li Chen dodged their attacks, his expression turning icy. In the next moment he appeared right in front of the three, and a fireball of explosive flames fell upon the old man in black with lightning speed. It was too close. Li Chen released the skill almost right in front of the old man, who hadn't even reacted before being struck by the explosive fireball. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the three, including the old man in black, were engulfed in a sea of flames. Don't say that at this moment, Li Chen is in a tenfold amplification state. Even in the outside world, a single blast of the explosive fireball would be enough to instantly kill the vast majority of legendary level powerhouses. Under tenfold amplification, even some epic level powerhouses would be sent to the heavens if they took this explosive fireball head on. The three old men in black clearly had no miraculous means of survival, and their auras dissipated simultaneously. At the same time, a strange system prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind. Ding! Dong, legendary level corpse detected. Would you like to integrate it into the small world? After integration, the world's origin will become even more powerful. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Li Chen was slightly taken aback. Integrating a powerhouse's corpse can strengthen the small world? Li Chen stroked his chin. It was his first time becoming the master of a secret realm, and he had never heard of this before. After all, not everyone would take the time to post their information on forums. As the flames disappeared, looking at the three corpses lying on the bed, Li Chen did not hesitate much and chose to integrate them into the small world. Although Li Chen could also choose to sacrifice their corpses, he was unwilling to sacrifice human bodies. Otherwise, he would not have left the bodies of the three assassins he killed lying in the swamp. Under Li Chen's gaze, the three corpses transformed into light spots and merged into this world. Ding dong, your world has been upgraded, current level, dark gold. Hearing the prompt in his mind, a smile appeared on Li Chen's face. At that moment, a young man clad in armor that seemed to be polished from obsidian was wielding a shimmering tang knife, continuously slaying the incoming minotaurs. The young man's game ID was Knife Maniac. Previously, Li Chen had listed 10 teleportation scrolls for the small world at the world auction house, and Knife Maniac was fortunate enough to grab one. Just now, he chose to teleport into the Minotaur's small world. Upon entering, Knife Maniac discovered that the Minotaurs here were all at least gold level. Moreover, the experience points gained from killing them were more than 3 times that of gold level wild monsters in the outside world. This discovery thrilled Knife Maniac, and he decisively activated the monster farming mode within the Minotaur's small world. As a seasoned VR game enthusiast, Knife Maniac had purchased the GamePod on the very first day the God-making game was launched. After entering the game, he adhered to his principle of zero recharge and had never purchased a single game coin. Relying solely on his unique gaming awareness and strong operational skills, he kept pace with top players. At this moment, his level had already reached 97, not far from the pinnacle of gold level 100. Originally, according to Knife Maniac's estimation, he would need to farm wild monsters for at least another 10 days to reach level 100. But now, Knife Maniac believes that if he gave himself 3 days, he could quickly break through to level 100. Ha, this ticket price is so worth it, a blood profit, haha. While farming minotaurs and watching his experience points soar, Knife Maniac couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. It must be said that Knife Maniac's skills were indeed top-notch. Even when surrounded by hundreds of minotaurs, he could effortlessly navigate among them. Moreover, his damage output was not low. A single strike could instantly kill an ordinary minotaur, and even elite minotaurs couldn't withstand 2 of his strikes. Just as Knife Maniac was getting into the groove of killing, suddenly, the world changed dramatically. With the increase in world level, the strength of all minotaurs was enhanced. Hey, you big guys, die. Knife Maniac chuckled and swung his second strike at the elite minotaur in front of him. However, the expected outcome did not unfold as Knife Maniac had scripted in his mind. This elite minotaur did not fall. Knife Maniac was slightly taken aback, but he did not pay it much mind. Occasionally, some special situations arise, and that's perfectly normal. Roar the elite Tauron let out a roar, swinging the hand axe in his hand and charging at Knife Maniac with wild slashes. Faced with the elite Tauron's attack, Knife Maniac easily dodged with his excellent skills. Immediately after, his tang knife struck fiercely against the elite Tauron. Suddenly, he noticed the damage values he hadn't paid attention to for a long time, and his expression changed drastically. He discovered that, for some unknown reason, his damage values had significantly decreased. In pain, the elite Tauron swung his hand axe wildly, forcing Knife Maniac to retreat from the attack range of the elite Tauron. Roar roar. At that moment, two ordinary Taurons saw Knife Maniac enter their attack range and roared, both hand axes descending towards him simultaneously. If it were an ordinary player, they would have been thrown into a panic by the sudden dual attacks from both sides. But Knife Maniac was clearly not an ordinary player. Ordinary players couldn't keep up with top players without spending money. Feeling the two approaching hand axes, Knife Maniac remained calm, his expression eerily composed. Just as the two hand axes were about to strike him, Knife Maniac executed a strange sidestep and spin, evading the attacks of the two Taurons. In the next moment, his gleaming tang knife slashed towards the Tauron on his right, aiming for a throat strike. However, the next moment, Knife Maniac's expression changed completely. His damage values had dropped significantly, and he couldn't even one-shot an ordinary Tauron. How is that possible? Knife Maniac's face turned grim, and he quickly checked his attribute panel. He found that his attributes hadn't changed at all, nor had he been affected by any damage reduction buffs. It's not my problem, then something must have changed with these Taurons? With that thought, Knife Maniac cast a detection spell on the nearest Tauron. Tauron, ordinary, level 109 rank, dark gold level. Dark gold level, what the hell? How did he suddenly turn into a dark gold level? Knife Maniac's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, does this game allow wild monsters to level up and break through in battle? Is this some kind of fantasy novel protagonist template? Unwilling to accept this, Knife Maniac cast detection spells on the surrounding Taurons. All of them have broken through to dark gold level. What the hell is this? Moments later, Knife Maniac let out a strange cry and awkwardly fled from the crowd of Taurons, running wildly. However, before he could get far, a massive figure suddenly crashed down from the sky. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Roar amidst the dust, an angry roar echoed, and the next moment, a hand axe slashed out from the dust, viciously aimed at Knife Maniac. It's a boss. Knife Maniac's expression changed. The speed of this axe was simply too fast for him to dodge. In the next moment, the hand axe struck him. A flash of white light, and Knife Maniac's figure vanished. In the Hurricane main city, in the vast square, white lights flickered from time to time, signaling players either teleporting or resurrecting. The players' faces displayed a range of emotions: excitement, anger, sadness, despair. All were present. Another flash of white light, and Knife Maniac resurrected, looking completely bewildered. This is just ridiculous, Mom, open the door to ridiculousness, I've arrived home. After being stunned for a while, Knife Maniac finally managed to utter this line. Fortunately, dying in the secret realm didn't incur any game penalties, otherwise he would probably be going crazy right now. Then, he